Xingchen embarked on the path of cultivation to resurrect his grandfather. Yet, he was deemed a waste with a tenfold mixed spiritual root, labeled as a harbinger of short life. Before reaching 16, he was destined to perish if he did not open 10 dantians, leading to the depletion of his vital energy. However, Xingchen possessed 3 treasures, the Ruyi Ding, making the notion of being a short-lived spirit utterly impossible. 3 useless pills could be refined into a low-grade elixir. 6 useless pills could be enhanced into a medium-grade elixir. 12 useless pills could transform into a high-grade elixir. 24 useless pills could yield a supreme elixir. The Ruyi Ding was not merely capable of refining pills. It could enhance spiritual stones, techniques, magical artifacts, and all manner of items. The greater the quantity, the higher the quality achieved. Xingchen aspired for high-tier elixirs, and the solution was simple: mastering the art of hand-rolling useless pills. Yet, as he rolled, Xingchen inadvertently became a transcendent alchemist. Chapter 1. Grandfather, wait for me to return and revive you. The autumn wind carried a slight chill. A youth clad in tattered garments cradled an old ding. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his cheeks flushed with urgency, Xingchen hurried to the entrance of an apothecary. Inside, a middle-aged man's expression darkened upon seeing him. "Begone. I've told you, no money, no medicine." This statement weighed heavily on Xingchen's heart. "Uncle Wang, I brought something today." He raised a small ding above the counter with both hands. "My grandfather said this ding is a treasure, useful to immortals. Brother Wang Tung is an immortal. It must be valuable to him. Uncle Wang, I heard you possess a 1,000-year-old ginseng. I'll trade you this treasure, and you need not give me any money in return. Please, Uncle Wang, my grandfather is on the verge of death." Xingchen's anxious expression mirrored the glistening tears in his star-like black eyes. The middle-aged man examined the ding, noting its unique 3-legged, 3-eared design. The ding appeared to be of fine craftsmanship, yet its overall condition was dilapidated, evident of being discarded as a flawed item. What a worthless trinket. "Get out." The man hurled the ding out the door in anger. "Dream on if you think you can trade for my ginseng. My son Wang Tung possesses an immortal demeanor. He is also a disciple of the inner sect of the Qingyan sect. Why would he deign to look at this rubbish? You little wretch, trying to deceive me." The more the middle-aged man thought, the angrier he became. He stepped out from behind the counter and delivered a sharp kick that sent Xingchen flying. The small frame was propelled out the door, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. Yet, he felt no concern for himself. Instead, he pleaded once more. "Uncle Wang, my grandfather once helped you gather many rare herbs. Please have mercy." "What?" The man glared at him. "What rare herbs did that old fool gather for me? I am unaware of such things." "Scram! Speak again, and I shall make you regret it." With a resounding bang, the man coldly slammed the door shut. Realizing that without money, his pleas were futile, Xingchen picked up the battered ding and sorrowfully departed, glancing back at the apothecary, feeling a profound sense of injustice for his grandfather. "In the past, my grandfather frequently ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. When he procured quality herbs, he often sold them to Wangda at a remarkably low price. On numerous occasions, he even gifted them without charge. During prosperous times, Wangda would jovially pat his chest, proclaiming, 'If you require anything, just call on Uncle.' However, when Xingchen found himself in dire financial straits, he was met with a very different reality. Not only did Wangda refuse to assist him, but he also resorted to violence. After seeking help 3 times, he was met with hostility on each occasion. The more Xingchen reflected on the situation, the angrier he became. Soon, he returned to his modest courtyard. It was quite austere, with earthen walls and many areas damaged by rainwater. Only the main house was in slightly better condition, though the thatched roof had succumbed to mold and moisture. With a creak, he pushed open the door to find an elderly man, frail and emaciated, lying on a straw mat. Hearing the door, the old man struggled to lift his eyelids. Xingchen, you have returned. Do not worry about Grandpa," the old man insisted. "It seems that I am nearing my end. You must listen. Please, I have something important to discuss with you." "Grandpa, sobi." Xingchen's face crumpled in sorrow as he began to weep. "Grandpa, I just tried to exchange my small cauldron for medicine, but Uncle Wang still refused," sobbed. "What?" The old man's pupils dilated in surprise. "Alas, foolish child, Xingchen, I have told you before, that small cauldron is a treasure. You must not give it to anyone, nor let anyone know about it, because it can aid you in cultivating immortality. If others discover it, it will surely bring you grave danger. Xingchen's face lit up with longing. Grandpa, you say this small cauldron can assist in cultivation, yet it has shown no response all these years. So, if one cultivates to immortality, will one no longer fall ill? Indeed, not only will you be free from ailments, but eternal life may also be within reach. The old man's murky gaze brimmed with hope. Xingchen, you must remember my words closely. Yes, Xingchen nodded obediently. Xingchen, this small cauldron was bestowed upon me a decade ago, and it emitted a beam of light at that time, but thereafter, it fell silent. You are aware of my former identity, a menial disciple of the Xingchen sect. Though I could not tread the path of cultivation, I am certain that this cauldron is no ordinary object. I simply do not know what methods are required to wield its power. As he spoke, the elderly man struggled to rise, and Xingchen hurried to assist him. As the old man leaned against the headboard, he instructed, Xingchen, fetch me the firewood knife. Though Xingchen was uncertain of the old man's intentions, he swiftly retrieved the knife. The old man took the knife and carefully sliced open the patches on his clothing. From within, he extracted a letter. Xingchen, hold this tightly. It is a recommendation letter from the Xingchen sect. After serving 10 years as a menial worker at the Xingchen sect, one is granted a recommendation letter, which can endorse anyone directly into the sect. I have previously shared many tales of cultivation with you. To cultivate, one must possess an excellent spiritual root. Alas, my spiritual root was quite poor in my youth. Your spirit root possesses the rare trifecta of attributes. From a young age, my dear child, you have exhibited remarkable intelligence. I firmly believe that your spirit root will surpass mine. If you're found to possess an exceptional spirit root, you could ascend to the status of an outer disciple of the Xingchen sect. There is even a possibility of being accepted as an inner disciple, much like Wang Teng from Uncle Wang's family. When my time comes, take this letter of recommendation to the Xingchen sect without delay. Once you embark on your path of cultivation, you may uncover the means to utilize the small cauldron. Grandfather, you won't die. Xingchen pouted, tears streaming down his face. Oh, foolish child, who among us is immortal? I hope you possess a fine spirit root. Once you become a cultivator, the Yi family shall no longer be inconspicuous. I am weary now. Help me to rest. Remember, this small cauldron must never be entrusted to others, nor should anyone be made aware of it, including this letter. Furthermore, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Do not trust others easily. Alas, you are still young, innocent, and kind-hearted. Take great care in your future endeavors. With that, Xingchen assisted the elder back to bed. Yet, the moment the elder lay down, his head tilted, and his breath ceased completely. Grandfather, grandfather, no, you can't leave me. I still need to cultivate to heal you. Xingchen wept inconsolably. The following day, with the villagers' assistance, Xingchen laid the elder to rest. Grandfather, when I return from my cultivation journey, I will resurrect you and ensure you suffer no more. He knelt at the grave, sobbing innocently. Alas, this child has become ensnared by sorrow. The villagers murmured, shaking their heads. Have you heard? Wang Teng from the Wang family seems to have passed the entrance examination to become an inner disciple of the Xingchen sect. Their family has truly struck it rich. Indeed, I've heard that Wang Teng is returning tomorrow. Just look at Wang's smug expression. It could not be more inflated. Wang Teng is coming back. Xingchen exclaimed with delight. Tomorrow, I shall ask him to take me to the Xingchen sect. This child speaks foolishly. Wang Teng is now elevated beyond reach and would hardly condescend to acknowledge you. The villagers scoffed with disdain. Chapter 2. The Three Treasures of the Wishful Cauldron, transforming all things into fulfillment. The next day, the fiery sun rose, and the small mountain village was abuzz with activity. The villagers were indeed correct. Wang Teng had returned. A colossal flying vessel descended gracefully before Wang, his apothecary. The villagers gathered to witness the spectacle, their faces alight with envy. Wang beamed with pride. Ha! Tenger, you truly are remarkable. You have indeed become an inner disciple of the Xingchen sect. As Wang's words echoed, a striking youth of about 15 or 16 years descended from the vessel. His haughty gaze swept disdainfully over the crowd. Following Wang Teng were 3 companions, 2 males and a female, all adorned in identical attire. Each bore a badge emblazoned with the characters Xingchen. Amidst the throng, Xingchen recognized those characters, having been taught to read and write by his grandfather since childhood. The badge represented the insignia of the Xingchen sect. Brother Wang Teng, Xingchen called out, emerging from the crowd. In the past, when Wang Teng had yet to join the Qingyun sect, he often took Xingchen into the mountains to gather herbs. Their relationship was quite close, and even now, despite Wang Teng's altered status, Xingchen perceived no change in him. Upon hearing Xingchen's plea, Wang Teng's brow furrowed. "Brother Wang Teng, I wish to join the Qingyun sect to cultivate. Could you take me with you?" This lad has truly lost his mind. Does he think he can simply go to the Qingyun sect at will? The villagers shook their heads and chuckled. Xingchen paid no heed to their laughter. His ebony eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just like before, he reached out to grasp Wang Teng's sleeve. "Get lost." However, Wang Teng coldly uttered a single word, delivering a sharp kick that sent Xingchen sprawling. A wave of intense pain surged through him, causing Xingchen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet he remained silent, staring blankly at Wang Teng. Naively, he could not fathom that Wang Teng would treat him this way. Wang Teng had changed, and their bond had grown distant. "Do you think you are worthy of going to the Qingyun sect?" Wang Teng sneered derisively. "Junior brother, this fellow is rather amusing, albeit a bit oblivious to his own limitations. Yet it is understandable. After all, who among mortals does not yearn for cultivation?" Beside Wang Teng stood a girl in red, who also smirked contemptuously. "Sister Ling Yan, let us proceed inside. He is but an insignificant insect, unworthy of our attention." Wang Teng did not even cast a glance at Xingchen before leading a group into the herbal shop. "Heh, you little wretch, do you think you can cultivate? Perhaps I should just end you." Wang scoffed, following Wang Teng into the store. "Child, do not harbor fantasies of cultivation. Not everyone is destined for it." A villager helped Xingchen to his feet. "I must cultivate. I want to revive my grandfather." Xingchen declared stubbornly, his clear eyes filled with an unprecedented resolve. Soon, Xingchen returned home. "I will go to the Qingyun sect to cultivate, even if I must go alone." As he prepared to pack his belongings, he noticed something in his pocket. The worn little cauldron, stained with blood from his garment, suddenly soared into the air. In the next moment, the cauldron flew into Xingchen's forehead. Before he could process the shock, he found himself seemingly inside his own mind, surrounded by chaos, with the little cauldron floating before him. What had originally been the size of a fist now appeared as large as a watermelon. Grandfather was right. This little cauldron is indeed a treasure. Having been influenced by his grandfather since childhood, Xingchen had learned much about the cultivation world. Seeing his blood on the cauldron, he immediately thought of the blood oath of ownership. Magical artifacts used by cultivators required a drop of blood for recognition. When his grandfather discovered the cauldron, he had also dripped blood on it, yet it had reacted then. Now, after the cauldron absorbed his essence, such a scene unfolded. "Little cauldron, can you grow any larger?" Xingchen inquired tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, the small cauldron expanded once more. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from within the cauldron, illuminating the skies. Cracks appeared on the surface of the cauldron, and the radiance grew increasingly dazzling and blinding. When the light finally subsided, the once dilapidated cauldron now resembled pure white jade, unblemished and immaculate. Its shape remained unchanged, still featuring 3 legs and 3 ears, each ear resembling a jade ruyi. Ancient, powerful characters were inscribed upon the body of the cauldron. "The Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron?" Xingchen murmured to himself. What marvelous utility could it possess? Could there be treasures within? He cautiously approached the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, and its inner workings unfolded before his eyes. 3 swirling vortices emerged within the cauldron, each pulsating with radiant light. "Is this all there is?" Xingchen frowned. Apart from the 3 vortices, he saw nothing else within the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Buzz! In a flash of light, Xingchen found himself in an unfamiliar space. The sudden change startled him. The strange realm was empty, devoid of the sun, yet illuminated as if it were midday. On the ground stood a stone tablet inscribed with a line of text. As Xingchen approached, he read, "The Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. May your wishes manifest. All things can be transformed into your desires." This simple line left Xingchen somewhat bewildered. "Have I entered the interior of the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron?" he exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, his consciousness retreated entirely from this realm. Can I truly see inside my own mind? Could that previous place be what grandfather referred to as the Sea of Consciousness? And the space within the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, could it indeed serve as a storage space, as grandfather mentioned? Xingchen recalled his grandfather's words from the past. Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Can you emerge once more? He inquired tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot forth from his brow, and a small cauldron, the size of a fist, appeared in his hand. What a treasure! He exclaimed. May your wishes manifest. All things can be transformed into your desires. Xingchen pondered this phrase. Does this mean that anything can be transformed into my heart's wishes? His gaze was clear, and he astutely considered these possibilities. He enlarged the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to a height of 1 meter, then retrieved an axe, a clay bowl, a wooden ladle, and a bamboo stick that his grandfather had used to discipline him. Seeing the bamboo stick reminded him of his grandfather, and tears welled in his eyes once more. He then picked up the axe and placed it into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Ruyi Cauldron, grant me an elixir that will allow me to become an immortal. With the axe nestled inside the cauldron, Xingchen's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Chapter 3: The enchanting Three Treasures of the Wishful Ding. As the woodcutter's knife fell into the cauldron, one of the swirling vortices promptly devoured it. Xingchen felt a surge of wonder, his anticipation growing. However, after a brief moment, no movement occurred. Was this not the wishful ding, capable of transforming all things? This was disappointing. He pondered for a moment and placed a clay bowl into the cauldron. The same phenomenon transpired. Another vortex consumed the bowl. Moments later, aside from the swirling motion, there was still no sign of activity. Was this it? Xingchen felt disheartened once more. He decided to try again. Subsequently, he placed a wooden ladle into the cauldron. The final vortex within the cauldron swiftly swallowed the ladle. Xingchen awaited in silence. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Why was there still no response? Was this truly the wishful ding? His disappointment grew. Suddenly, amidst his profound disillusionment, the 3 vortices within the wishful ding began to emit a radiant glow. The light spread, and astonishingly, the vortices began to expel objects. As the outlines of the items gradually emerged, Xingchen felt let down again. Was this all? Hadn't it been said to be wish-fulfilling? He had been hoping for an elixir. Amidst Xingchen's lamentations, a singular item appeared above each of the 3 vortices. There was nothing extraordinary. It was merely a woodcutter's knife, a clay bowl, and a wooden ladle. However, while their forms were identical, their overall quality had undergone a remarkable transformation. To begin with, the woodcutter's knife, once rusted and worn, now gleamed with a mirror-like finish. The blade sparkled with a chilling glimmer, exuding an aura of exceptional sharpness. Xingchen grasped the knife and, aiming at a wooden stool before him, struck with a swift motion. Swish! The crisp sound echoed as the stool split cleanly in two. The cut smooth and flawless. What an impressive blade! Xingchen was taken aback, inspecting the knife in his hand. Its brilliant sheen was a world apart from his previous tool. In the past, he had to exert great force to sever even a thin stick, yet just now, he had felt no resistance at all. Setting the knife aside, Xingchen retrieved the bowl and ladle from the cauldron. Their sizes were unchanged, yet their quality had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previously chipped clay bowl now appeared as flawless as new, even more exquisite than when it had first been crafted. The wooden ladle, which had borne several cracks, now seemed as if it had been sculpted from the finest timber. Truly a marvelous treasure. Though it could not produce the elixir he desired, a smile finally graced Xingchen's face. Determined to experiment once more, he prepared to try other items. Just then, an ominous voice resonated from the entrance of the courtyard. Xingchen, you wretched scoundrel, are you at home? The voice startled Xingchen. He gazed at the Three Treasure Ruyi Ding, now fully aware of its extraordinary nature, and realized that its significance must remain a secret. What to do? What to do? Xingchen was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Xingchen, have you perished? A figure had already entered the courtyard. Ruyi Ding, return to my mind swiftly. Xingchen implored. As his words faded, the Three Treasure Ruyi Ding transformed into a beam of light and vanished into Xingchen's consciousness. Ah, splendid, Xingchen chuckled, touching his forehead. Just then, his door was violently kicked open. A youth, around 14 or 15, stormed in, fuming. You little brat, where is that small ding? My brother Wang Tung demands it. Bring it forth. Xingchen recognized him as Wang Ergo, a worker at Wang Da's apothecary. I disposed of it. Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Disposed of? Do not deceive me. Wang Ergo seized Xingchen, rummaging through his belongings and turning the room upside down. Yet, the small ding was nowhere to be found. Did you truly throw it away? Where did it go? Wang Ergo seethed. I tossed it into the latrine. Xingchen retorted. Did your grandfather not mention that item is useful for cultivating? Wang Ergo's expression darkened, disbelief clouding his features. It was my grandfather who instructed me to discard it. If you doubt me, inquire with him. Xingchen nervously fidgeted, realizing he had no choice but to fabricate a story. At that moment, several figures appeared in the courtyard, notably Wang Teng and a few disciples from Qingyang sect. Brother Wang, are you certain there are treasures here? Inquired a woman clad in red, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the courtyard with disdain. Senior sister Ling Yan. It is said that Yi Xingchen's grandfather served as a menial disciple at our Qingyun sect for 10 years. If he claims that small ding is beneficial for cultivators, it is unlikely to be a falsehood, Wang Teng replied with a smile, approaching the door and scanning Yi Xingchen with his spiritual awareness, then meticulously examining every corner of the room. Brother, this lad asserts he has discarded that small ding, Wang Ergo announced. If it is truly discarded, then let us depart, Wang Teng remarked indifferently, his gaze drifting past Yi Xingchen. He had only come to investigate upon hearing about Yi Xingchen's request for medicine from Wang De. Perhaps there was indeed a treasure, but since it could not be found, he was not overly concerned. However, the stunning woman smirked. Since his grandfather served as a menial for a decade at our Qingyun sect, he should be able to obtain a letter of recommendation. No wonder the lad today requested you to escort him to Qingyun sect. I cannot be bothered with his fate. Let us go, senior sister, Wang Teng replied coldly. Junior brother, we might as well give her a ride. Qingyun sect has granted these menial disciples a chance. I am curious to see if their descendants surpass them, Zhao Lingyan suggested with a smile. Since you say so, let us take him along. Wang Teng sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xingchen. Brother, why not let me take his letter of recommendation instead? Wang Ergo interjected with a sycophantic grin, his eyes gleaming with greed. That letter of recommendation from Qingyun sect is indeed a highly coveted item. If he were to receive a letter of recommendation, he could enter the Qingyun sect just like Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at Wang Ergu and chuckled, with my status. Do you truly believe I need a recommendation letter? Come along with us. I shall directly facilitate your entry into the outer sect of Qingyun. Really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Wang Ergu exclaimed, barely restraining himself from kneeling in gratitude. He cast a haughty glance at Yi Xingchen, saying, once I join, I will be an outer sect disciple. Look at you in that pitiful state. You may end up like your grandfather, relegated to being a servant. Let us set forth. Stop dawdling, young one. We shall give you a lift. We will wait for you at the entrance of the apothecary, Zhao Lingyan remarked disdainfully, her eyes glinting with amusement. Thank you, fairy, Yi Xingchen replied, readily accepting the offer. His grandfather had told him that the Qingyun sect was at least 1,000 miles away, and he was unfamiliar with the route, uncertain of how long the journey would take. With someone offering him a ride, he was more than willing, even if their motives seemed to lean towards mockery. Yi Xingchen then began to pack his belongings. Aside from the treasured Sambao Rui Ding, the most valuable possession he had was the cultivation method imparted to him by his grandfather. Soon, he emerged from the courtyard, carrying a small bundle, taking one last deep look at the place before turning to leave. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the apothecary. Zhao Lingyan opened her delicate hand, and a small flying vessel emerged from her palm, swiftly enlarging to a size of 10 zhang. Yi Xingchen gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. A staircase then extended downwards, and Zhao Lingyan, Wang Teng, and the others ascended the vessel, with Wang Ergu following closely behind. Senior sister, there is truly no need to pay any mind to this boy, Wang Teng remarked, observing Yi Xingchen hurriedly approaching from a distance. Giggling, junior brother, you cannot genuinely believe I would carry this boy, can you? Does he even deserve it? Zhao Lingyan covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Chapter 4. I have a bird. Yi Xingchen hurried beneath the flying vessel. However, just as he was about to ascend the steps, Zhao Lingyan waved her hand, and the extended ladder immediately retracted. You might as well find a way to climb up, she scoffed from above the vessel. Yi Xingchen stood dazedly in place. I won't board, he said, furrowing his brows, and turned to leave. Oh, still quite stubborn, Zhao Lingyan chuckled, waving her hand again to make the ladder reappear. Come up, I was merely teasing you. Hurry up, it's all in good fun, Wang De chimed in from the entrance, mocking him. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xingchen reluctantly ascended the ladder. Though he deeply disliked this feeling, the distance of 1,000 miles was indeed too far for him, especially as he was unfamiliar with the route, only aware of the general direction. Thank you, fairy, he said politely as he reached the vessel. Uff, you truly dare to come up, Zhao Lingyan sneered, a dismissive smile gracing her lips. With a flick of her hand, a surge of force propelled Yi Xingchen from the vessel. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. An insignificant insect like you dares to board my vessel? You really think I owe you anything? She mocked coldly. Farewell, I hope to see you at the Qingyun sect. With a flick of her wrist, several spirit stones flew from her hand, settling into the indentations on the vessel. The flying craft trembled and soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Are you not aware of your own status? Ignorant brat, Wang De sneered before retreating into the shop. Xingchen's expression darkened, his chest swelling with anger. This was an outrageous affront. He resolved to remember this woman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If he were to enter the Qingyun sect and grow powerful, he would surely teach this woman a lesson one day. Unforgivable. Xingchen returned to the courtyard, hesitating to leave. He had been anxious earlier, but now he felt a pang of reluctance to part with the familiarity of home. The next day, after bowing to his grandfather on the back mountain, he reluctantly departed from the small village. Although he had failed to board the flying vessel yesterday, he could follow its direction onward. He believed he would surely reach the Qingyun sect. Beneath the warm sunlight, that slender figure soon vanished at the village's entrance. Days passed, and Xingchen continued his journey, seeking information along the way. When hunger struck, he subsisted on wild vegetables or begged, often enduring hunger as he pressed on. After more than 2 months, Xingchen finally beheld a towering peak that pierced the clouds. The summit was obscured, shrouded by mist at its midsection. The trials he endured over these 2 months were considerable, even suffering a beating from others. It was quite pitiful. One day, while traversing a street, he encountered a little girl. Exhausted from his journey, he asked her for food, but she refused. When he took some anyway, her father rushed over from a distance and promptly delivered a thorough thrashing. However, after much inquiry along the way, he finally arrived at the location of the Qingyun sect. It is said that the mountain before him is called Qingyun Peak, and as long as he ascends this peak, he will reach the sect. Xingchen was filled with excitement, and soon he found himself at the foot of Qingyun Peak, where a grand portal stood. Beside it, there was a magnificent pavilion. Without hesitation, Xingchen strode towards the portal. Hey, whose child are you? What brings you here? Leave. In the next moment, a man emerged from the pavilion, saying, This is the sacred ground of the Qingyun sect, kid. You cannot enter. Get out. Are you the gatekeeper? Xingchen furrowed his brow. The man was taken aback, his expression darkening. What gatekeeper? You little brat. I am an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. You better scram, or I'll make you regret it. I possess a recommendation letter, Xingchen declared with confidence. A recommendation letter? Where is your guardian? Did you come alone? The man glanced around. If that's the case, show me your recommendation letter. After a quick look at the pavilion behind the man, Xingchen produced the letter. The man took it and, upon inspection, confirmed its authenticity. Do you have any accompanying adult? He inquired. No, I came by myself. Hand me back my recommendation letter, Xingchen insisted, snatching the letter back. Huh, the little one has some caution. Fear not. No one here is interested in your trivial matter, nor would anyone dare to snatch it. Follow me. The man smiled and walked towards the portal, with Xingchen following closely behind. However, upon entering the portal, Xingchen realized there was a rock wall ahead, with no apparent path. Yet, the man continued forward. Brother, are you trying to knock yourself out? Why are you still moving forward? Xingchen urgently warned. This is not a rock wall. Do not overreact, the man frowned. He then produced a jade token inscribed with the characters Qingyun. When he held the token against the wall, a wondrous scene unfolded before Xingchen's eyes. The seemingly solid rock wall began to dissipate, revealing a luminous barrier. Under this radiant veil, a circular staircase appeared, and the man ascended it directly. Come up, I will take you to the Qingyun sect. Without hesitation, Xingchen rushed up. Buzz. A wave of brilliance surged, and Xingchen felt a dizzying sensation, as if he were plummeting off a cliff. Ah, I am going to die. This is a teleportation array. Do not be so startled. It is quite normal for first-timers. The man said, exasperated. Ah, be quiet. Buzzing. Xingchen was terrified, but soon he found himself standing in a vast square. His exclamation attracted the attention of those present. Another fool scared by the teleportation array. It's normal for first-time travelers, some onlookers remarked. In the square, many young men and women donned the uniform attire of the Qingyun sect, with the males being strikingly handsome and the females exquisitely beautiful. One by one, they wielded their long swords, flashes of ethereal light dancing about, capturing Xingchen's attention. Come with me, the man said curtly. Subsequently, Xingchen followed the man into a grand hall, where 3 characters, Disciples' Hall, were inscribed above. Xingchen was unaware of its significance as he entered alongside the man. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by 2 familiar faces, a handsome young man and an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Who else could they be but Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan? Oh, it's you, young lad. I never expected you to arrive so swiftly, Zhao Lingyan remarked with a hint of disdain. Lingyan, let us see what kind of spiritual root he possesses, Wang Tung said with a playful expression. I was just thinking the same, Zhao Lingyan replied with a smile. Senior brother, senior sister, do you know him? The man who brought Yi Xingchen in asked, surprised. Do not misunderstand. We are not acquainted with this individual, merely familiar with his visage, Wang Tung retorted with a cold smirk. Very well, the man said, bowing slightly before leading Yi Xingchen to a counter. After presenting his recommendation letter, Yi Xingchen began the registration process. What is your name? Inquired a middle-aged man from behind the counter in a deep voice. Yi Xingchen, how old are you? 13. Male or female HM? Yi Xingchen paused, glancing down. I have a little bird. I see. You little rascal, I was merely hasty with my question, no need to respond, the middle-aged man replied gruffly. Follow me to test your spiritual root. If your talent meets the criteria, you may become an outer disciple or even an inner disciple. Should you fall short, there remains hope for you as a servant disciple. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, a century hence. We are but a handful of dust and mud. Chapter 5. The 10 Spiritual Roots and the Short-Lived Ghost Before the Stone Tablet, which serves as a test for spiritual roots. There are 10 distinct symbols representing the various roots. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man, Yi Xingchen's attention is drawn to the stone tablet. Prominently displayed upon it are 10 striking characters: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice, embodying the 10 spiritual roots. Below these inscriptions lies a palm-shaped indent. Yi Xingchen extends his hand, pressing it into the recess. Buzz. Boom. In the next moment, 10 beams of light erupt from the stone tablet, dazzling to the extreme. Everyone present is momentarily stunned, their gazes filled with astonishment. 10 attribute supreme spiritual roots. Someone exclaims. Not far away, Wang Tung and Zhao Lingyan wear expressions of utter disbelief, exchanging glances of incredulity. How is this possible? This young man possesses all 10 supreme spiritual roots. What a prodigious talent. Zhao Lingyan is overwhelmed, her eyes sparkling with hope, while Wang Tung shares her astonishment. However, just as the crowd is captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, the brilliant radiance emanating from the stone tablet suddenly fades into obscurity. The characters representing the 10 spiritual roots emit only a faint glow. The crowd stands in bewilderment. So this lad is merely a mixed root of 10 attributes. He startled me for a moment, thinking a true genius had appeared. A mixed root of 10 attributes, he won't live long. Laughter ensues among the onlookers. You, young man, are nothing but a mixed root of 10 attributes. How pitiful. The middle-aged man shakes his head in disappointment. Do not be surprised. The stone tablet merely detected a reaction for 10 attributes. After all, such roots are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium or more. Now this young man has claimed them all, yet all 10 roots are of inferior quality. The middle-aged man shakes his head again, turning to Yi Xingchen. How did you come to possess 10 roots, all of inferior quality? Even if one were to reach the intermediate stage, you would not be in such a predicament. Can having 10 roots be considered a disadvantage? Yi Xingchen furrows his brow. My grandfather has 3 roots, yet he claims to be useless. I possess 10 roots. Surely, I should be superior to him. Yi Xingchen asserts earnestly. You should indeed be the lesser talent compared to your grandfather. Wang Ting interjects mockingly. I thought the Yi family had produced a remarkable genius. But it appears each generation is more inept than the last, and you are merely a short-lived ghost. How amusing. Come, junior brother. Who would have thought our Xingchen sect would welcome a waste with a mixed root of 10 attributes? Truly laughable. At 13 years of age. Does this not mean you have only 3 years left to live? A true short-lived ghost. Zhao Linger shakes her head in disinterest before departing with Wang Tung. Yi Xingchen, however, remains deep in thought, troubled by the repeated mention of short-lived ghost. Sir, why am I considered a short-lived ghost? Yi Xingchen inquires of the middle-aged man. You are indeed unfortunate. Allow me to enlighten you, the middle-aged man remarked. A cultivator with 10 attributes must establish 10 dantians before the age of 16. Otherwise, after turning 16, they will suffer from a depletion of vital energy and perish. It is no exaggeration to say they are doomed to a short life. Die at 16. Yi Xingchen was taken aback. Establish 10 dantians? I understand what a dantian is, but what does it mean to establish 10? Sir, how does one accomplish this? Seeing the man explaining to him, Yi Xingchen clung to the information like a lifeline. I'm afraid I do not know, the middle-aged man replied impatiently. You now have 2 choices. Return whence you came or choose to become a disciple of the Xingchen sect as a menial worker. I choose to be a menial worker. Yi Xingchen firmly recalled his grandfather's words. Only by entering a cultivation sect could one aspire to become a cultivator. Very well, follow me. The middle-aged man led Xingchen back to the Hall of Affairs. Soon, he received several items: a jade identity token, a cleansing elixir, a strength-enhancing pill, a fundamental cultivation technique, and a book on the basics of cultivation. Subsequently, Xingchen was escorted by a disciple to a medicinal herb garden. Zhang Daniu. This is the new menial worker. He will take over Li San's duties, the disciple called out loudly. Shortly after, a robust man emerged from the garden. 2 water buckets slung over his shoulders, sweat glistening on his bare arms. Just tell him what needs to be done, the disciple remarked before departing. Senior brother, what am I to do? Xingchen inquired. Junior brother, given your frail stature, sigh, they truly do not concern themselves with the welfare of us menial workers. Zhang Daniu sighed as he wiped his brow, observing Xingchen's slender figure. Come with me. Zhang Daniu led Xingchen to a row of houses and entered one of the rooms. The accommodation was quite simple, containing only a bed and some toiletries. What do they call you, junior brother? Zhang Daniu asked. Xingchen, Yi as in the surname and Xingchen for the given name. Xingchen replied. Oh, this will be your residence from now on, Zhang Daniu stated. I am Zhang Daniu. You may call me senior brother Zhang, or simply Daniu. Our task is to fetch water for irrigating the spiritual herbs, and given your slight build, it may be quite challenging for you. The cleansing elixir you receive can be used now to purify your tendons and marrow. This is a small benefit provided by the Qingyun sect for us menial workers. As for the strength-enhancing pill, it is specifically for our kind, intended to bolster our physical power as we menial workers engage in arduous labor daily. This is also a form of welfare from the Qingyun sect. You may receive 5 pills each month, distributed every 6 days. If you can endure it. Consuming 5 strength-enhancing pills simultaneously over the course of a month will leave you brimming with strength. If you find yourself exceedingly fatigued and unable to resist taking it, a single strong bone pill can alleviate your exhaustion for 3 days. Consuming 2 simultaneously can provide relief for 8 days, 3 can extend this to 15, 4 to 24 days, and 5 can offer respite for 30 days. At this juncture, Zhang Daniu glanced at the foundational cultivation method in Xingchen's hands. As for this basic technique, you may attempt to cultivate it when time permits. Feel free to consult me with any uncertainties you encounter. Following this, you may take a day to rest, for tomorrow you shall accompany me and another senior brother to fetch water for nurturing the spiritual herbs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Daniu remarked, Today, you may utilize this cleansing pill for your muscle and marrow purification. Remember, after the process, you will be quite dirty, and you must not wander aimlessly. Do not seek out water for bathing. The water used for nurturing the spiritual herbs is sourced from a spiritual spring. If you venture into the spring to wash, none will be able to save you. Upon my return, I will take you to the river for a proper wash. Zhang Daniu stated solemnly, within the Qingyun sect, our status is the most humble. It is prudent to avoid offending both outer and inner disciples, for should you provoke them, you would have no recourse even in the event of severe repercussions. Is being a laborer so perilous? Xingchen pondered seriously, sensing an ominous turn in the conversation. Do not be overly fearful. As long as we diligently attend to our duties, we typically remain unscathed. I shall convey other precautions to you tomorrow. Zhang Daniu wiped his brow again, instructing, Begin your muscle and marrow purification now. Sit on the ground and take the cleansing pill. Do not sit on the bed, as you would soil it. I must take my leave now. There is much work yet to be done. Originally, there were 3 of us, but a few days ago, one named Wang Ergu, an outer disciple, was brutally killed. What? Xingchen was startled, recognizing a familiar name. Ultimately, for individuals like us, the path to becoming an immortal is exceedingly arduous. We lack both connections and innate talent. Zhang Daniu lamented, for instance, 2 months ago, an outer disciple named Wang Ergu, despite possessing the same inferior mixed spiritual roots as us, was favored as a genius disciple of the inner sect and directly entered the outer sect. This is a comparison we cannot make. Remember, for people like us, the pursuit of immortality is fraught with challenges. With that, Zhang Daniu departed, carrying the water bucket. Since I am here, I shall accept my fate and commence with the purification process. That Wang Ergu is indeed despicable. I must exercise caution. Despite being from the same hometown, Xingchen did not expect Wang Ergu to show him any leniency. As long as he was not openly antagonized, that would suffice. Though still young, he had gained insight into many matters. He needed to swiftly ascertain how to establish 10 dantians, especially considering the tales of those who perished at the tender age of 16. He then proceeded to follow Zhang Daniu's instructions, consuming the cleansing pill and beginning his muscle and marrow purification. Chapter 6. The Cleansing of Meridians and Marrow. Trouble looms. Xingchen sat cross-legged on the ground. consuming a marrow-cleansing pill. A sharp pain coursed through him as the medicinal properties of the pill took effect. Despite his tender age, Xingchen displayed remarkable resilience, enduring the agony with gritted teeth. Soon, a foul odor signaled the expulsion of impurities from his body. It was only by nightfall that the pain subsided and the discharge ceased. Rising to his feet, Xingchen had completed the cleansing process. However, the noxious stench emanating from him was overwhelming, making him feel nauseous. When will Brother Zhang Daniyu return? He pondered as he stepped outside, only to find no sign of him. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Daniyu approached, drenched in sweat and bearing an expression of fatigue, accompanied by a gaunt youth, appearing around 16 or 17, who also wore a weary countenance. Clearly, both had returned from a taxing endeavor. Brother Daniyu, please take me for a bath. I reek terribly. Xingchen exclaimed, pinching his nose. You truly do smell foul, especially after the cleansing process. Follow me, Zhang Daniyu chuckled, glancing at the thin youth. This is your senior brother Dao, or you may simply call him Dao Ge. Greetings, Dao Ge, Xingchen said politely. Hello, junior brother Yi, Dao Ge replied, his face etched with exhaustion. Subsequently, Xingchen accompanied the two to a nearby river. The trio quickly immersed themselves in the refreshing water. Before long, Xingchen emerged from the water, resembling a slippery loach, astonishing Zhang Daniyu with his agility. Youth indeed has its advantages. The effects of the cleansing are truly remarkable, Zhang Daniyu remarked, observing Xingchen, who appeared as pure and flawless as a porcelain doll. After their invigorating bath, the three proceeded to the dining hall, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening Xingchen's appetite. Soon, a delectable spread of 3 dishes and a soup was laid before them. The trio feasted heartily, relishing the meal. Xingchen, usually unrefined in his manners, had never tasted such exquisite food before. Eat slowly. If you find it insufficient, we can always have more. This rice is crafted from spiritual grains, albeit of the lower grade, yet it is exceptionally delicious, promoting longevity and enhancing strength. The meat is sourced from low-tier magical beasts, far superior in taste to ordinary pork, and it too contributes to longevity and increased power, Zhang Daniyu explained with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xingchen savored his meal even more. Before long, they returned to their quarters. Junior brother Yi, make sure to retire early. Tomorrow will be demanding, so do not stay up late, Zhang Daniyu advised. Though Xingchen nodded in agreement, his mind was far too preoccupied with thoughts of cultivation to consider sleep. Inside his room, he opened the newly acquired cultivation manual, only to find its contents strikingly similar to those his grandfather had given him. It was a treatise on the Qi refinement stage, commencing with an overview of various realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. The Qi refinement stage was further divided into 12 layers, while the subsequent realms were categorized into early, mid, late stages, and completion. In addition to the introduction of the realms, there are the cultivation methods for the 1st to 4th levels of the Qi refinement stage. Xingchen endeavored to practice according to the prescribed methods. Following his grandfather's guidance, he attempted to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. However, as before, he spent half a day without managing to summon any spiritual energy. Hadn't his grandfather claimed that the spiritual energy in the Qingyun sect was 10 times denser than that of the outside world? Xingchen was filled with confusion. His previous inability to harness the spiritual energy had led to his laxity and lack of focus in cultivation. Now that he was in the Qingyun sect, he was determined to earnestly give it a try. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Could it be due to my 10 spiritual roots? Am I truly a failure? Xingchen murmured to himself. No, I must cultivate. My grandfather said that only through cultivation can I open my dantian. I need to open 10 dantian to survive. I cannot give up. My grandfather is waiting for me to revive him, Xingchen resolutely affirmed. However, as the night wore on, he was unable to draw in the spiritual energy. The first light of dawn broke on the horizon. Ugh! A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Xingchen fell into a deep slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Yishidi, it's time to get up and work. Just as Xingchen was drifting off, a knocking sound echoed from outside his door. In his haze, he was abruptly awakened. Big Nyo is here. Xingchen realized it was Zhang Daniyu at the door. Upon seeing Xingchen's state, Zhang Daniyu immediately understood that he had not rested well. Did you cultivate last night? Zhang Daniyu inquired, perplexed. Yes, but I couldn't draw in the spiritual energy, Xingchen replied, feeling despondent. Sigh, Yishidi, I know your spiritual roots now. They are indeed the tenfold mixed spiritual roots. Honestly, You really didn't need to come here. You could have just enjoyed 100 years of life at home, Zhang Daniu sighed. Are the tenfold mixed spiritual roots truly useless? Xingchen frowned. At that moment, Dagger Brother stepped forward, looking directly at Xingchen. Shitty. In fact, you are even more useless than a failure. Xingchen stood stunned, his face falling deeper into despair. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, there will always be hope, Zhang Daniu tried to console him. Subsequently, Xingchen, his eyes devoid of spirit, followed the two to the medicinal herb garden. Our daily task is to fetch water from the spirit spring lake 3 miles away to irrigate the spiritual herbs. Each month, we can earn 35 contribution points, Zhang Daniu explained, bringing 2 large water buckets for Xingchen. The buckets appeared quite heavy, each capable of holding at least 50 pounds of water. The 3 arrived by the lake 3 miles away. Mist rose from the surface of the water, and even from a distance, Xingchen felt a jolt of energy. Shitty. There's something you must know. Never steal a drink of this spirit spring water, not even if you're thirsty. It's far more precious than high-grade spiritual rice. If caught stealing a drink, you could be killed on the spot. The spirit spring water was heavy. Since you just arrived, start with half a bucket. My Dagger Brother and I will carry the rest. The daily task involves carrying 150 buckets of water, a laborious endeavor indeed. However, I advise against taking the bone-strengthening pills prematurely, regardless of fatigue. Once 5 pills are accumulated, consuming them all at once will significantly enhance your strength for a month. If you persevere through this initial month, subsequent efforts will become considerably easier. Zhang Daniu filled half a bucket of water for Xingchen, while he himself managed a full bucket. Brother Daniu, this is a mere fraction of what I often carry at home while fetching water with my grandfather, Xingchen remarked, glancing at the spring water in the bucket, feeling it incongruent with his capabilities. You young rascal, just focus on carrying, Zhang Daniu replied somewhat irritably. The weight of the spring water is beyond your imagination. Is it truly that heavy? Xingchen, skeptical, hoisted the yoke onto his shoulders. Heave. With all his might, he was taken aback the next moment, nearly unable to lift it. Brother Daniu, this is exceedingly heavy, akin to stone. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment. 1 bucket can hold 200 pounds of spring water, so what you have is merely a third of that. 2 buckets combined should weigh around 130 pounds. You're not too shabby yourself, Zhang Daniu remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Now you understand the formidable nature of the spring water, don't you? Keep at it, and with the contribution points earned, you can exchange for chi refinement pills to enhance your training. After training, your strength will see a considerable increase. With a smile, Zhang Daniu continued forward with the water, appearing unfazed by the burden. Upon hearing about the possibility of exchanging for training pills, Xingchen's gaze ignited with fervor as he exerted all his strength to keep pace. However, it wasn't long before he had to pause for a breather, utterly overwhelmed, beads of sweat streaming down his face. After half an hour, he completed his first round, while Zhang Daniu and Brother Dao had already made 4 or 5 trips. Take it slow. It's thanks to the spiritual rice and beast meat you had last night that you're managing this well. Otherwise, it would be even more exhausting, Zhang Daniu said kindly, showing concern for Xingchen. In contrast, Brother Dao remained silent, mechanically repeating the task like a robot. Though young, Xingchen possessed a stubborn spirit and a fierce determination. He did not rest. After watering, he dashed back to the lake, resolutely matching the pace of Zhang Daniu and Brother Dao. After 3 hours, Xingchen finally lagged behind. Yet he persisted. By nightfall, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly fatigued. Zhang Daniu and Brother Dao did not look down upon him. On the contrary, they genuinely admired the young boy before them. After all, they had not been able to perform so vigorously on their first day. That evening, after dinner, Xingchen fell into a deep slumber. Yet, come midnight, he awoke with aches in his legs and back, his entire body in pain, rendering sleep elusive. Even turning over was a struggle. As dawn approached, he finally drifted back to sleep, only to awaken again with the sun already risen. He hurriedly rose to his feet, only to discover that Zhang Daniu and Brother Dao had already gone to fetch water. A warm feeling enveloped Xingchen's heart as he realized that they were concerned he might be too exhausted on his first day of labor and wanted him to rest a little longer. With great effort, Xingchen managed to get up, though the ache throughout his body intensified. He retrieved the strong bone pill he had been given. Although Zhang Daniu had mentioned that consuming 5 of them would yield effects lasting a month, Xingchen could hardly walk due to pain, let alone carry water. Regardless, he decided to take it anyway. Gritting his teeth, Xingchen swallowed the strong bone pill whole. A wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, alleviating his fatigue and pain almost instantaneously. He even felt a surge of strength. How wonderful it would be to have 3 of them. He pondered what kind of strong bone pill his Three Treasures Ruyi Ding would produce after consuming 3. Initially, he had intended to toss this single strong bone pill into the ding for experimentation, but he feared that it might be swallowed by the vortex and yield no results. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had accumulated 3 before testing them in the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding. Xingchen then made his way to the dining hall. The dining hall always had a variety of dishes available. The middle-aged man serving food noticed Xingchen's slight limp and, recognizing his fatigue, generously offered him extra meat from the demon beasts. "Thank you, sir." Xingchen expressed his gratitude before devouring the meal ravenously. Once his hunger was satiated, he immediately dashed toward the medicinal herb garden. At that moment, however, an irate middle-aged man obstructed his path. Without a word, the man seized Xingchen by the collar with tremendous force, lifting him off the ground and startling him. "You are the child who arrived the day before yesterday?" The middle-aged man growled, his face contorted with rage. Xingchen, taken aback, could only nod timidly. "Where is that fellow named Dao, who fetches water with you?" the man demanded fiercely. I just got up," Xingchen stammered, sensing that the situation was dire and refraining from disclosing Brother Dao's whereabouts. "You just got up? What a useless wretch you are. If you cannot complete your task, I will see to it that you pay dearly." With that, the middle-aged man flung Xingchen aside, and he hastily made his way toward the medicinal herb garden, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. Chapter 7. Despite being fellow villagers, he only wants to kill me in the medicinal garden. Zhang Daniu and Brother Dao had just returned. "Dao Si," in the distance, a middle-aged man roared upon spotting the two. Xingchen followed closely behind, his 2 rows of small white teeth biting together in anxiety. "Zhao Guanshi, is there something the matter?" Zhang Daniu, sensing the tension, mustered his courage to inquire. Brother Dao, also known as Dao Si, wore an expression of sheer terror. "This kid is doomed today." Zhao Guanshi, seething with rage, stepped forward and pointed directly at Dao Si. "Did you steal and drink the spirit spring water?" I did not," Dao Si stammered, trembling. "Damn you." Zhao Guanshi's fury escalated, and he delivered a kick to Dao Si's abdomen, sending him flying. Zhao Guanshi continued his assault, raining down punches and kicks. "Who the hell do you think you are to drink the spirit spring water? If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not Zhao." Bang, bang, bang. Dao Si soon began to spit blood. "Zhao Guanshi, is there some misunderstanding?" Zhang Daniu bravely probed again. "You better watch yourself, Zhang Daniu, or I will beat you to death as well." Zhao Guanshi shot a glare at Zhang Daniu, who promptly fell silent, closing his eyes, understanding that Dao Si's fate was grim. As time slowly passed, Dao Si endured Zhao Guanshi's onslaught for a full half-hour before the latter finally relented, though Dao Si was left gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. "Listen up, you water carriers. If anyone dares to steal and drink the spirit spring water, they will be killed on the spot." Zhao Guanshi glared fiercely at Xingchen. "And you little brat, if you dare to drink the spirit spring water, I'll plant you in the spirit lake." With a cold snort, Zhao Guanshi turned and departed. Zhang Daniu hurriedly checked on Dao Si's condition, his expression darkening immediately. "He-s dead. Dead." Xingchen's dark eyes widened in shock. Had he known fetching water could lead to such a fate, he would never have come. Subsequently, Xingchen and Zhang Daniu carried Dao Si to a hollow in the mountain to bury him. Sighing as he looked at the gravestone erected for Dao Si, Zhang Daniu lamented, "This kid's greatest wish was to become an outer disciple, but alas, that dream will never be fulfilled." "Brother Daniu, can I go home now?" Xingchen asked timidly, contemplating an escape. "My goodness, getting killed just for fetching water is terrifying." "Yes, but as a servant disciple, you will have 10 opportunities to enter the outer sect over 10 years, with assessments held once a year." Zhang Daniu understood Xingchen's apprehension. "If you wish to abandon your chance at cultivating immortality, you are free to leave. No one will stop you." Zhang Daniu looked earnestly at Xingchen. "Junior brother Yi, with your aptitude, it would be futile to stay here for even 100 years. You might as well return home." Upon hearing about the 10 opportunities over 10 years, Xingchen hesitated. He now understood why his grandfather had endured 10 years in such a perilous place. It was all in pursuit of the dream of immortality. "I shall not leave. I was merely jesting," Xingchen declared with unwavering resolve. The path his grandfather could not traverse, he vowed to complete, even if it cost him his life. "Have you contemplated this thoroughly?" Zhang Daniu inquired, astonished. "I have indeed. I am determined to pursue immortality," Xingchen affirmed steadfastly. "Alas, countless individuals like us have perished along the path to immortality. Let us return. Our burdens have only increased." Following the demise of Dao Si, The arduous task of transporting 150 loads of water naturally fell upon the shoulders of Xingchen and Zhang Daniu. After consuming a strong bone pill, Xingchen's strength surged to more than double. However, he could only manage to carry 2 half buckets of water, totaling about 400 pounds. Despite the aid of the strong bone pill, Xingchen found himself both powerful and less fatigued. Nevertheless, due to the weight of their responsibilities, the two did not complete their tasks until midnight. After a modest meal, Xingchen collapsed into slumber. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes when Zhang Daniu knocked on the door. "Brother Daniu, is there something else?" Xingchen wearily opened the door, curiosity etched upon his face. "Junior brother Yi, these belongings belong to Dao Si. They are now yours. You consumed the strong bone pill today, and fortuitously, I have 6 more for you. Take them, or you may not endure," Zhang Daniu said, handing Xingchen a bundle. Inside were 6 lower-grade strong bone pills, 1 lower-grade qi refining pill, and a foundational cultivation manual containing Dao Si's insights. You may consume the qi refining pill to commence your initial cultivation and observe any progress you make. "Thank you, Brother Daniu," Xingchen replied, grateful for the invaluable provisions. "Rest well, with Dao Si's passing, our workload shall only intensify." Zhang Daniu sighed in resignation. "Zhang Daniu, where the hell have you been?" At that moment, a furious voice echoed from a distance. "It's Steward Zhao, what brings him here now?" Zhang Daniu's expression sharpened as he hurriedly rushed over. Xingchen, intrigued, set his belongings aside and followed suit. "Steward Zhao, how may we assist you?" Zhang Daniu immediately donned a conciliatory smile. "Are you deaf? I've been calling for you for ages." Steward Zhao, with an air of superiority, continued. "I am here to inform you that tomorrow morning, you must complete the tasks assigned for the day. In the afternoon, Senior Brother Ergo and Senior Sister Zhao Yueling from the outer sect will arrive to gather spiritual herbs, and you are required to assist them in harvesting various herbs. But completing a full day's work in the morning is exceedingly difficult. There are only 2 of us, and Junior Brother Yi has only just begun. He is still quite young. Could you possibly assign another person to assist us?" Zhang Daniu implored, his face etched with distress. "Bang! To hell with you," Zhao scoffed coldly, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Daniu sprawling 10 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth, yet he dared not retaliate. "Brother Daniu," Xingchen rushed over to help him. "Do you think it concerns me whether you find it difficult? How dare you ask me to arrange for someone to come over? Does anyone have nothing better to do?" Zhao, the steward, exclaimed angrily. "If tomorrow's medicinal gathering is delayed, I will unleash my wrath upon you. How laughable it is that a mere servant disciple dares to make demands of me." After spitting disdainfully, Zhao swaggered away with an arrogant gait. "Brother Daniu, are you all right?" Xingchen supported Zhang Daniu. "I'm fine. It seems tomorrow's tasks will be even more arduous. That Wang Ergu is not someone to be trifled with." Zhang Daniu replied, his expression grave. "Isn't that Wang Ergu the outer disciple who arrived 2 months ago? He hails from the same village as I do." Xingchen's face darkened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daniu's eyes brightened. "So you are fellow townsmen? Could you perhaps communicate with him tomorrow and ask him to show us some leniency?" "Brother Daniu, although we share the same hometown, in his eyes, I am likely just a target for elimination. Assistance from him is out of the question," Xingchen grimaced. This, Zhang Daniu was utterly bewildered, his spirits plummeting further. "Isn't this even more perilous? Last time, that Wang Ergu even killed Li San. It's over." Zhang Daniu's face turned pale. "Brother Yi, at this point, we have no choice but to endure. Even if we wish to escape, we must complete tomorrow's tasks first. It's too exhausting during the day. Let us rest for an hour now. After an hour, we'll begin our work. We must finish fetching water early. Or else, if we delay the afternoon's medicinal gathering, that Wang Ergu will become exceedingly tyrannical." Zhang Daniu inhaled sharply, his gaze betraying a hint of despair. Xingchen's expression mirrored his seriousness. Upon returning to his room, Xingchen did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he prepared to utilize the treasures within his consciousness to enhance the strengthening bone pill. Chapter 8. The enchantment of the strengthening elixir and the magical 3 treasures wishful ding within the confines of his abode. Xingchen sat cross-legged, exuding an air of composure. He produced 6 inferior strengthening bone pills, meticulously amassed by his mentor, the taciturn Knife Senior. Gazing upon these elixirs, memories of the stern Knife Senior flooded his mind. "Rest assured, my esteemed mentor, once I attain greatness, I shall avenge you and endeavor to resurrect you," Xingchen mused, forever contemplating the possibility of reviving the departed once he ascended to immortality. He scrutinized the 6 strengthening bone pills closely, noting that each bore a distinct pattern, a hallmark of inferior grade elixirs. Xingchen retrieved the tome he had collected from the Elder Hall, delving into its contents regarding alchemical knowledge. The text delineated the 9 tiers of elixirs, each further categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. A single pattern indicated an inferior elixir, 2 represented a middle grade, 3 denoted a superior grade, and 4 signified an exceptional one. Subsequently, Xingchen unveiled his 3 treasures wishful ding, observing the 3 swirling vortices within with a furrowed brow. Despite having gained experience from his previous enhancement, this would be his inaugural attempt at using elixirs for strengthening. After a moment's contemplation, he acted without hesitation, placing one of the strengthening bone pills into the ding. A low hum resonated as one of the vortices quivered, promptly engulfing the elixir. Xingchen fixated on the transformations occurring within the ding, yet after a brief wait, no changes transpired. Oh, dear ding, I hope you will replicate the previous results. Devouring 3 pills, and then regurgitating 3 in return. Otherwise, I may find myself utterly exhausted by tomorrow. Even if fatigue does not claim me, failure to complete this task will surely invite the wrath of Wang Ergu, he thought, fervently wishing for the ding to align with his desires. His eyes, dark and luminous like stars, shimmered with anticipation as he grasped the second strengthening bone pill and placed it within the ding. The same sequence unfolded. The second vortex quivered before swallowing the elixir whole. Xingchen, yet again, waited, but still, no alterations occurred. With a heart full of trepidation, he retrieved the third strengthening bone pill and deposited it into the ding. The third vortex, too, quivered slightly before consuming the elixir. This time, however, the ding finally exhibited a transformation. The 3 vortices began to spin in a synchronized frenzy. In the blink of an eye, beams of light intertwined, and once the brilliance subsided, a significantly more rounded strengthening bone pill emerged within the ding. Alas, why is there only 1? Was it not supposed to yield 3? Disappointment washed over Xingchen as he examined the singular elixir, whereupon he discerned 2 distinct patterns etched upon its surface, indicating a middle-grade elixir. Could it be that 3 elixirs are required to enhance just 1? Xingchen, possessing a sharp intellect from a young age, swiftly entertained this possibility. Let us attempt another enhancement. Subsequently, Xingchen proceeded to enhance the remaining 3 strong bone pills. As the brilliance intertwined within the 3 swirling vortices, he successfully produced a medium-grade strong bone pill. What effects might this medium-grade strong bone pill yield? He pondered to himself, hoping it would prove beneficial by dawn. After the enhancement of the strong bone pills, Xingchen showed no inclination to rest. Instead, he retrieved the 3 foundational cultivation manuals he possessed. One was gifted by his grandfather, another was obtained from the Deacon Hall, and the last was left by Dao Si. Xingchen was intrigued by the potential enhancements these 3 manuals might yield. He then placed all 3 texts into the cauldron. As before, the first 2 showed no discernible changes. It was only after the 3rd manual was consumed by the vortex that 3 beams of light emerged. As the light intertwined, a bound book appeared within the cauldron. Xingchen eagerly extracted the tome, which was titled First Stage Medium Grade Technique, Fire Spirit Art. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels of the Qi refining stage. However, this technique was specifically suited for those with a fire spirit root. For Xingchen, this presented no issue, as he could cultivate any attribute without preference. All spirit roots were fundamentally flawed, lacking superiority. After a cursory examination, Xingchen focused his thoughts and stored the strong bone pill and the fire spirit art within the spatial confines of the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Feeling a twinge of unease, he concentrated again, allowing his consciousness to manifest within the cauldron. The scene within was laid bare before him. The strong bone pill and the fire spirit art lay quietly in a corner. After a moment, Xingchen withdrew his consciousness. With another thought, a strong bone pill materialized in his hand. How wondrous! He marveled, his clear black eyes sparkling with curiosity as he continued to experiment. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Xingchen's reverie. Ah, has an entire hour elapsed? He mused, instantly aware that it was Zhang Daniyu come to summon him for work. Hastily, Xingchen opened the door, revealing Zhang Daniyu. With a sigh, the latter remarked, "Junior brother Yi, have you fallen asleep? It is time for work." Yes. Brother Daniyu, I was resting," Xingchen replied, his eyes bright, yet betraying a hint of weariness. Just moments ago, he felt no fatigue. But upon hearing of the impending task, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over him. "Let us go. We must complete the water-fetching task before noon," Zhang Daniyu stated. Turning to depart, Xingchen felt an overwhelming fatigue settle upon him. Despite having consumed a strong bone pill earlier in the day, it was merely of inferior quality. Given the limited effects and the arduous labor he had undertaken without rest, it was unsurprising that, at his tender age and without cultivated spiritual energy, he could not compare to Zhang Daniu. Watching Zhang Daniu leave, Xingchen hesitated no longer and swiftly consumed a medium-grade strongbone pill. Moments later, a surge of powerful energy enveloped him, sweeping away his fatigue in an instant. Xingchen felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his being, as if he could effortlessly lift 1,000 pounds of water. This newfound sensation ignited a spark of excitement within him, prompting him to hastily follow Zhang Daniu. The duo soon arrived at the lakeshore. Once Zhang Daniu filled his water bucket, he turned around, astonished to find that Xingchen had also filled his bucket with the essence of the spring water. Junior brother Yi, you need not carry so much. Merely half a bucket will suffice. This is not a task to be taken lightly. If you fill it completely, that amounts to nearly 400 pounds. Over time, you may find it unbearable. Just take a small portion each time, and leave the rest to me, Zhang Daniu said, his concern evident. He did not wish to see Xingchen overexert himself. Otherwise, after a few attempts, he would be rendered incapable, leaving him to shoulder the burden alone. Failing to complete the task would surely result in severe repercussions from Wang Ergu and Steward Zhao. As he spoke, Zhang Daniu moved to pour some of Xingchen's filled spring water back into the lake. Brother Daniu, I can manage. Please don't pour it out. Just watch me. Xingchen declared with resolute conviction. Don't be reckless, you little rascal. Do you think I can't tell whether you're capable or not? Stop this foolishness, Zhang Daniu retorted, skeptical of Xingchen's abilities, as he prepared to pour the water back. However, the next moment, he found himself witnessing a scene that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 9. The threat from Wang Ergo. Zhang Daniu was utterly astonished. His gaze fell upon Xingchen, who was sprinting away with a bucket brimming with spirit spring water. Indeed, he was running. Yi Shidi, are you truly that formidable? Zhang Daniu exclaimed, hardly believing his own eyes. Brother Daniu, I feel incredibly powerful today. Let us see who is stronger, Xingchen's audacious voice echoed, leaving Zhang Daniu momentarily speechless. You little rascal, then let us compete, he retorted, feeling a surge of defiance as he began to chase after Xingchen. At this moment, Zhang Daniu was a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, significantly stronger than an ordinary person, especially after consuming a bone-strengthening pill. Thus, he did not consider Xingchen a worthy opponent. However, as the race continued, Zhang Daniu was astonished to discover that, despite Xingchen appearing fatigued, he showed no signs of lagging behind. As dawn broke, Xingchen still kept pace with him. Yi Shidi, have you consumed all your bone-strengthening pills? Zhang Daniu inquired, perplexed. Yet that cannot be right. Even if you had taken them all, the effects would merely delay fatigue. Although numerous, the cumulative effect is quite limited. Looking bewildered, Zhang Daniu was at a loss for the source of this anomaly. Indeed, Brother Daniu, I consumed 6 bone-strengthening pills, Xingchen responded, aligning with Zhang Daniu's thoughts to avoid raising suspicion. Even after taking 6, you shouldn't be this powerful, should you? Zhang Daniu questioned, baffled. Perhaps each individual's constitution varies, Xingchen suggested, swiftly diverting the topic. Ah, Brother Daniu, we should hasten our work. It is already dawn. Oh, yes, work is paramount. Zhang Daniu nodded eagerly. The two resumed their vigorous efforts. As time passed, Xingchen finally began to lag behind. Seeing this, Zhang Daniu felt a sense of equilibrium return to his heart. Yi Shidi, if you find it too arduous, you may reduce your intake of spirit spring water, Zhang Daniu chuckled. I am fine, Brother Daniu, Xingchen panted heavily. Although the power of the mid-grade bone-strengthening pill was formidable, his small frame could not withstand such exertion indefinitely. As time wore on, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, and his steps grew increasingly heavy. You rascal, do not overexert yourself. Rest assured, we have completed nearly half of our task. We can afford to slow down, Zhang Daniu said, continuing forward with a smile, shaking his head. He thought it typical for a boy of Xingchen's age to be a bit headstrong. However, in the next moment, a faint sound of rushing wind reached Zhang Daniu's ears. To his astonishment, he saw Xingchen's figure dart past him at remarkable speed. No, Brother Yi. What are you doing? Zhang Daniu exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Daniu, I have regained my strength, Xingchen replied, having just consumed the second medium-grade strongbone pill. Instantly, the fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated like a receding tide. To Zhang Daniu, he could only offer a haphazard excuse. Did you sneak some spirit spring water? Zhang Daniu could only think of this explanation, his tone shifting to one of urgency. Rest assured, Brother Daniu, I would never do that. Xingchen's response eased Zhang Daniu's concerns. As time passed, Yi Xingchen and Zhang Dani finally set down the water buckets, their faces alight with joy. At last, we have completed the task. A smile broke across Zhang Daniu's weary visage. It's only noon. We can take a break and wait for Wang Ergu and the others to arrive. You truly are impressive. I underestimated you, Zhang Daniu mused. Though he remained curious about the source of Yi Xingchen's strength, the swift completion of their task quelled his inquisitiveness. Brother Daniu, let us go eat, Yi Xingchen said. His excitement palpable, yet the gnawing hunger in his stomach was his primary concern. All right, let us go eat, Zhang Daniu replied with a grin. However, just as the two were about to indulge, a voice rang out from the distance. Have you completed your task? Off to eat already? It was Steward Zhao, accompanied by a group of young men and women. Yi Xingchen immediately recognized that the youth was Wang Ergu, and beside him stood a rather graceful girl with almond-shaped eyes. Steward Zhao, we have completed our task. After you left last night, we took a break for an hour and then continued working until now, Zhang Daniu said with a smile. Why don't you, Steward Zhao, Brother Ergu, and Sister Yueling rest for a bit, while Brother Yi and I go eat something before we gather the spiritual herbs? Eat? Are you kidding? Will you starve to death if you skip a meal? As soon as Zhang Daniu finished speaking, Wang Ergu erupted in anger. First, gather the spiritual herbs, and only after you have finished that should you think about eating. Bang! Before Zhang Daniu could respond, Steward Zhao delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. How could Zhang Daniu, at the first level of qi refinement, possibly withstand the kick of Steward Zhao, who was at the third level? He crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Ergu, I will first check if they have completed their water-carrying task today. If not, I will break their legs. Please wait a moment, Steward Zhao said, ingratiating himself to Wang Ergu. Although Wang Ergu possessed a mixed spiritual root of mediocre quality, his older brother was a genius in the inner sect, which compelled Steward Zhao to shower him with flattery. Go ahead, I have some matters to attend to as well, Wang Ergu replied with a sly smile. All right, Brother Ergu. Please wait a moment. Steward Zhao cast a glance at Yi Xingchen. He was already well aware of the relationship between Yi Xingchen and Wang Ergu. In an effort to further ingratiate himself with Wang Ergu, Zhao, the steward, chuckled, Ergu, feel free. These menial workers are of little worth. Their deaths are inconsequential. Heh. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang Ergu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhao's pudgy face. No, Brother Ergu, I truly did not mean it. Zhao hastily knelt and prostrated himself, resembling a sycophant, utterly bewildered as to why his flattery had landed so harshly. Curse it, this rascal. Were it not for Wang Tung's intimidation, would I need to demean myself in such a manner? Zhao seethed inwardly, cursing Wang Ergu. Go about your business. And mind your words in the future. What do you mean by saying someone's death is of no consequence? Xingchen is my fellow townsman. How could I possibly allow him to perish? Wang Ergu, fully aware of Zhao's insinuations, shot him an impatient glare. He then turned back to Yi Xingchen, donning a beaming smile as if greeting a long-lost brother. Is that not Xingchen? Come, let Brother Ergu take a look at you. You've lost weight, truly pitiful. Wang Ergu's blatant mockery was not lost on Yi Xingchen. Clenching his fists in determination, he realized that should Wang Ergu succeed in beating him today, it would spell his doom. Not only would he be unable to cultivate immortality, but he would also be powerless to resurrect his grandfather. Chapter 10. Cleaning the alchemy room, Yi Xingchen was acutely aware that Wang Ergu would retaliate against him, yet he found himself compelled to submit. His grandfather had always said that when faced with troubles beyond one's capabilities, recognizing the situation was the wisest choice. In the current circumstances, with Wang Ergu's authority, even if he were to be beaten to a pulp, no one would dare to question it. Thus, Yi Xingchen had no option but to yield. Brother Ergu, do you have any instructions? Yi Xingchen approached with a courteous smile. Wang Ergu was taken aback. Oh, you weren't this polite back in the village. What else with the sudden change? He mocked playfully, gesturing for Yi Xingchen to come closer. Come, let Brother Ergu present you with a gift. What gift? Yi Xingchen's eyes sparkled with feigned innocence as he stepped forward. Stop. Yes, just like that. Stand straight. Wang Ergu commanded, halting Yi Xingchen from a foot away. Though perplexed, Yi Xingchen complied, recognizing the moment's gravity. Now, let Brother Ergu give you a kick. Heh. Wang Ergu smirked coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingchen furrowed his brow. Recognizing the situation was paramount. His grandfather had taught him that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge. He decided to let Wang Ergu revel in his arrogance for now and seek vengeance later. Brother Ergu, I'm standing straight, Yi Xingchen replied, feigning ignorance, eliciting giggles from Li Yueling, who had accompanied Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, this little fellow truly is a simpleton, she chuckled. Huh. Sisterly. This kid must be awestruck by my dominance. Just watch, Wang Ergu boasted, his confidence swelling with Li Yueling's laughter. Without a second thought, he delivered a powerful kick to Xingchen's chest. Although Wang Ergu had yet to break through to the first layer of qi refining, his strength had significantly increased. The force of the kick sent Xingchen flying 10 meters away. Brother Ergu is formidable, Li Yueling applauded, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes at Wang Ergu's brashness. Zhang Daniyu rushed to assess Xingchen's injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But it did not seem grave. Xingchen, since you've called me Brother Ergu, I suppose I should give you this kick today. After you gather the spiritual herbs, I'll grant you another, Wang Ergu sneered. You won't hold a grudge against your Brother Ergu, will you? Cough, cough. Of course not, Brother Ergu. I still wish to follow you. Xingchen replied promptly, recognizing the necessity of compliance. Zhang Daniyu dared not speak, though internally he cursed Wang Ergu. What kind of fellow is this? Aren't we supposed to bond over shared roots? At that moment, Manager Zhao arrived after inspecting the herb garden. Well, it seems you have indeed completed your task. Now, proceed to collect the spiritual herbs, he said, handing Zhang Daniyu a list. This list contains many herbs you've harvested before. If you encounter any unfamiliar herbs, come and ask me. If you make a mistake, don't blame me for my wrath. Off you go. Zhang Daniyu respectfully accepted the list, only to receive a kick from Zhao that sent him on his way, full of bravado. After Xingchen and Zhang Daniyu went to gather spiritual herbs, Li Yueling turned her gaze towards Steward Zhao, speaking from a position of authority. Please arrange for someone to clean the alchemy room tomorrow. Of course, Li Shiji, rest assured, Steward Zhao replied with a submissive smile. No need. Wang Ergu interjected with a grin. Let's assign Xingchen to do it. Then we shall heed the suggestion of junior Brother Ergu, Li Yueling agreed promptly, eager to curry favor with Wang Ergu. After all, he was backed by the talented inner disciple Wang Tong, and in the future, she might find herself reliant on him. Xingchen and Zhang Daniyu toiled under the blazing sun until dusk, finally finishing the harvest of all the spiritual herbs. Very good. Come, come, brothers, stand straight. Wang Ergu called out with a smile. Xingchen, understanding the situation, complied and stood at attention. However, Xingchen soon found himself sent flying by a swift kick from Wang Ergu. That makes 20 kicks, he noted, even as he disregarded the searing pain in his chest and mentally recorded the incident. Why note 20 kicks, you may wonder? Because he intended to repay this debt tenfold in the future. His grandfather had always said that when seeking revenge, one should at least return with 10 times the retribution or eradicate the roots of the grievance. Xingchen, I'm off now. I'll be waiting for you at the alchemy room tomorrow. Ha ha. Wang Ergu laughed arrogantly as he left with Li Yueling. Xingchen, however, wore a bewildered expression, and Zhang Daniyu furrowed his brow. Xingchen, you'll be cleaning the alchemy room tomorrow. I can handle fetching water by myself, Zhang Daniyu said. Huh, you two are worthless. Steward Zhao spat at them before hurriedly following after Wang Ergu. Daniyu, what exactly is the alchemy room? Xingchen asked, curiosity etched on his face. It's the place where elixirs are crafted. You'll find out tomorrow. But why does Wang Ergu always target you? Aren't you both from the same hometown? Is there some deep-seated enmity? Zhang Daniyu inquired, puzzled. There's no hatred. He simply disapproves of me. It's nothing serious, Xingchen replied. I don't believe he truly wishes me harm. Junior brother Yi, perhaps you should reconsider. This path of immortality is not for you. Your spiritual root is, well, it's rather lacking. Zhang Daniyu urged once more. Absolutely not, Xingchen declared with determination in his eyes. I must pursue the path of cultivation. I cannot abandon it now. Very well, just be cautious tomorrow, Zhang Daniyu said, unsure of what else to say. Afterward, the two returned for dinner before retiring for the night, utterly exhausted. Though Xingchen had the benefit of a mid-grade strong bone pill, his constitution was too frail, and after such an arduous day, it was no wonder he felt drained. In the midst of his weary slumber, Xingchen awoke to the fiery glow of dawn streaming through the window. He quickly rose, and, upon stepping outside, beheld the outline of a magnificent red sun rising on the horizon. Meanwhile, Zhang Daniyu had already risen to commence his work. After a hasty wash, Xingchen grabbed a quick bite in the dining hall before heading to the steward's hall. Are you Xingchen? Upon arriving at the entrance of the steward hall, Xingchen was addressed by a junior disciple. I am indeed Xingchen, he replied. Follow me. I shall escort you to the inner gate. The disciple, displaying impatience, urged. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Xingchen pouted slightly, refraining from further comment, and simply kept pace with the disciple. Half an hour later, under the blazing sun, they finally reached the outer gate area. The junior disciple reported to an outer sect disciple at the entrance, and Xingchen was soon led to the alchemy room. After ascending a lengthy staircase, they arrived before a pavilion, where the words Alchemy Room were prominently displayed above the door. Do not move from this spot. Wait for senior sister Li Yueling and senior brother Wang Ergu to arrive, the outer sect disciple instructed. Just stand there without fidgeting or wandering. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. With a cold remark, the disciple departed. Xingchen pouted again, his bright eyes surveying the surroundings, yet he dared not shift from his position. The phrase knowing the times echoed persistently in his mind. Chapter 11. The dog and the woman. Time trickled slowly by as Xingchen languidly awaited their arrival. However, despite the sun blazing overhead, neither Wang Ergu nor Li Yueling appeared. Xingchen endured the sweltering heat, not far from the shade of the eaves. Yet, he refrained from seeking refuge there. Who could tell if Wang Ergu was secretly observing him? An excuse could easily lead to a beating, which would be most unwise. With a flicker of thought, Xingchen considered this possibility, resigning himself to endure the relentless sun, remaining utterly still. At last, after another hour had passed, a sound of laughter echoed from under a nearby eave. It was the melodic laughter of Li Yueling, accompanied by Wang Ergu's jovial voice. Haha, Xingchen, I intentionally instructed my junior to tell you to remain still. It seems you truly did not move. You still have a place for your brother Ergu in your heart, don't you? Brother Ergu, you are my only family here. If I don't listen to you, whom should I heed? Xingchen replied, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Huh, Ergu, your fellow townsman appears rather dim-witted. 10 spiritual roots aside, he is quite foolish, Li Yueling mocked with a laugh. Ha ha, my sister speaks the truth. He is nothing but a simpleton. Sister, look at me. Wang Ergu approached Xingchen with a mocking expression. You think a useless person like you can pursue cultivation? Have you heard of the 10 spiritual roots, the harbinger of a short life? Brother Wang Tung has already informed me that you shall meet your end by the age of 16. TSK, just 3 years left before you join old man Yi. Haha, come, stand straight. Brother Ergu, I have not moved. Xingchen felt a fire igniting within him, yet he could not retaliate. Setting aside the fact that he could not defeat Wang Ergu, even if he could, survival would be impossible. After all, the other party was an outer sect disciple, with the formidable Wang Tung backing him. Xingchen reminded himself to endure. Haha, you are indeed wise to know your place. With a thunderous laugh, Wang Ergu delivered a swift kick, sending Xingchen sprawling. A splatter of crimson erupted from Xingchen's lips. All right, you may proceed to clean the alchemy room. Ensure every corner is spotless, or you shall face the consequences. Wang Ergu clapped his hands, commanding Xingchen with the disdainful air of one addressing a fool. Follow me. Worthless. Li Yueling chuckled derisively. Xingchen coughed violently twice, then rose to follow Li Yueling into the attic. After traversing a corridor, they entered a spacious hall, where 3 large alchemical furnaces stood amidst the suffocating haze, the floor covered in a thick layer of dust. You must clean the alchemy room thoroughly today. Gather all the dust and discarded elixirs, and take them to the back mountain before nightfall, or you shall find yourself in dire peril. Li Yueling stood at the entrance, flicking her sleeves before delivering a kick to Xingchen's rear. Xingchen stumbled and fell headlong into the alchemy room, his body crashing onto the dusty floor. His mouth filled with grime. Li Yueling sneered contemptuously and turned to leave. Xingchen's expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor. He rose to his feet, expelling the dust from his mouth before picking up a nearby broom to begin sweeping. With a swift motion, clouds of dust were stirred into the air, making it difficult for Xingchen to breathe. He had no choice but to remove his clothing to cover his mouth and nose. What is this? Elixirs? As he cleared the dust from the ground, Xingchen was astonished to discover numerous pitch-black elixirs scattered about, many indeed. He realized these must be the useless elixirs that Li Yueling had mentioned. Upon recognizing their nature, his interest waned. However, he recalled his Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. He wondered if this artifact could enhance these discarded elixirs. Perhaps he should take a few to experiment. Glancing around and finding no one, he thought it would be permissible to take some of the useless elixirs. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he crouched down and began rummaging through the dirt. A handful of discarded elixirs fell into his grasp. Then, with a flicker of thought, he sent the elixirs into the internal space of the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. After rummaging a couple more times, he resumed his sweeping, his mind focused solely on the experiment. Thus, he did not take many useless elixirs, as he held little belief that his Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron would enhance them. Inside the alchemy chamber, dust filled the air. Meanwhile, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling were engrossed in flirtation at the entrance. Ergu, should we go check on that kid? If he doesn't finish cleaning, we'll have to return tomorrow, Li Yueling suggested. No need. Our words to him are commands. If he doesn't complete the task, we'll have to deal with him, Wang Ergu replied, reveling in his recent happiness. Over the past few months, he had enjoyed unprecedented satisfaction. While others with mixed elemental roots could only serve as laborers, he, Wang Ergu, was an outer disciple. Wang Teng had even promised to promote him to the inner sect after a period of training in the outer sect. With Wang Teng as his backing, Wang Ergu thrived, attracting numerous admirers. He was living a life of joy. Li Yueling, realizing her plans were foiled, could only comply with Wang Ergu, harboring a growing disdain within her heart. Xingchen, drenched in sweat, appeared like a human-shaped lump of charcoal, having toiled for most of the day to clear the dust and debris to the back mountain. Afterward, he fetched water to clean the interior. By the time he exited the alchemy chamber, the sun had already set. You little waste, it took you this long to finish. Come here, and I'll give you a kick to let you leave, Wang Ergu chuckled. Xingchen, recognizing the situation, approached. Li Shiji, should we give him a kick? Wang Ergu looked at Li Yueling with a mischievous glint. Sure, let me try, she replied. Approaching Xingchen, she raised her long, beautiful leg. A swift kick landed squarely on Xingchen's chest. Bang! He was propelled several meters away. Xingchen was astounded. Li Yueling's strength was far more terrifying than that of Wang Ergu. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, if you're not dead. Hurry up and get lost. Wang Ergu laughed loudly. Ergu, let's go. Don't worry, my control won't kill him, Li Yueling said, not even glancing at Xingchen. Under the weight of Wang Ergu's insistent remarks, the two departed from the alchemy room. Xingchen wiped the blood from his face and calmly left. Spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of blood was nothing. Such minor injuries posed no significant threat to him. When he was in his early teens, he often pilfered eggs from the neighbor's yard and had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood more times than he could count. This trivial wound was nothing new to Xingchen. However, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling had now added 10 more entries to the ledger of grievances in his heart. You scoundrels, just wait, he seethed inwardly, clutching his chest as he departed. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, he encountered Zhang Daniu, who had just come back as well. Upon seeing Xingchen's disheveled and dirty appearance, Zhang Daniu paused, taken aback. Did you get beaten again? Daniu, it's nothing, I'm not dead. Xingchen replied with a calm smile. As long as you're fine, Zhang Daniu could only respond helplessly, for even if there were issues, he was powerless to intervene. Afterward, the two shared a meal before heading to the river for a wash, returning to their quarters afterward. Both were exhausted and fell asleep immediately. In the following days, thanks to the effects of 2 mid-grade strongbone pills, their tasks were not overly strenuous. They completed their assignments in less than half a day. That night, Xingchen stayed awake longer than usual. After securing the doors and windows, he retrieved the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. He wished to experiment with whether the Sanbao Ruyi Ding could enhance the useless pills he had collected from the alchemy room. Chapter 12. Even waste pills can be strengthened subsequently. Xingchen retrieved the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. He took out all the waste pills from the internal space of the cauldron. After a careful count, he discovered there were a total of 45 waste pills. Observing their general shapes and aromas, Xingchen was able to discern that among these waste pills, some were strengthening bone pills while others were qi cultivation pills. He then proceeded to classify these waste pills. Before long, Xingchen completed the categorization. Among the waste pills extracted from the alchemy chamber, 25 were strengthening bone pills and 20 were qi cultivation pills. After confirming that he had not made any errors in differentiation, Xingchen began to use the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to initiate the strengthening process. The meticulous classification was essential, as he feared confusing the two types of pills. After all, the value of qi cultivation pills far surpassed that of strengthening bone pills. Xingchen opened a book on the fundamentals of cultivation, which stated that within the Qingyun sect, one could exchange a low-grade strengthening bone pill for 6 contribution points, while a low-grade qi cultivation pill required 10 contribution points for exchange. The disparity in value was considerable. Gazing at the more than 40 waste pills before him, Xingchen's clear eyes sparkled with fervor. If only my treasure cauldron could enhance these waste pills, he mused, brimming with anticipation as he commenced the strengthening process. At this point, Xingchen was still relatively unfamiliar with the remarkable capabilities of the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, hence he proceeded with caution. Crucially, the cauldron would transform according to what was being enhanced. For instance, enhancing an axe and enhancing pills were entirely different matters. Therefore, Xingchen was uncertain what might transpire upon placing these waste pills within the cauldron. After positioning the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, Xingchen began to insert the pills. He first placed a waste strengthening bone pill into the treasure cauldron. No changes occurred. With 2 pills still unchanged, Xingchen remained composed and continued to insert a third. As the third waste pill was placed into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, his eyes widened with brilliance. Just as before, 3 beams of light emerged within the cauldron, intertwining in a familiar manner. Gradually, the luminescence dissipated, revealing a plump pill at the convergence of the 3 beams. With a joyous laugh, Xingchen did not need to lift it to see the distinctive pattern on the pill, an unmistakable mark of a low-grade pill. He was astonished that the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron could indeed evolve waste pills. Haha, Ruyi Cauldron, you are magnificent, Xingchen exclaimed, eagerly picking up the strengthening bone pill for an inspection. Confirming its authenticity, he realized it was indeed a low-grade strengthening bone pill. Let us do this again, Xingchen exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he reached for another waste pill to place into the Ruyi Cauldron. I wonder what kind of pill will emerge if I insert 4 waste pills. With such thoughts, he swiftly placed 3 more waste strengthening bone pills into the treasure cauldron. Upon placing 3 discarded pills into the cauldron, 3 beams of white light emerged. At that moment, Xingchen swiftly added another discarded pill, totaling 4. The instant the 4th pill was consumed by the swirling vortex, a new radiance appeared, resulting in a total of 4 luminous beams. Xingchen's clear gaze filled with exhilaration as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the dissipating light within the cauldron. As he waited, the 4 beams of white light within the Sanju Ruyi Ding quickly faded. Once they vanished, a single pill materialized at the convergence of the lights. Xingchen, brimming with excitement, promptly retrieved the pill. To his slight dismay, he noticed a singular pattern. It was yet another low-grade strengthening bone pill, just like the previous 3 discarded pills. The enhancement yielded a pill of the same inferior quality. However, in the next moment, Xingchen began comparing the 2 low-grade strengthening bone pills he had created. He observed that the one derived from 4 discarded pills was notably rounder and glossier, with a more pronounced herbal fragrance. It was evident that its efficacy surpassed that of the initial pill. With renewed enthusiasm, Xingchen proceeded to increase the quantity, placing 5 discarded pills into the Sanju Ruyi Ding. Soon, 5 beams of light emerged. As he waited, these 5 beams intertwined before gradually fading away. Ultimately, another pill appeared at the intersection of the lights. Xingchen quickly examined it. Once again, with 5 discarded pills, he had produced a low-grade pill. Upon comparison, he found that the low-grade strengthening bone pill formed from 5 discarded pills was significantly superior to that created from 4. Its aroma was even more potent. Xingchen noted that he still had 25 discarded strengthening bone pills left, with 13 remaining. He continued the enhancement process, this time inserting 6 discarded pills into the Sanju Ruyi Ding. As 6 beams of light appeared, he waited, watching as they intertwined and slowly dissipated. At the convergence of the 6 lights, an even more polished strengthening bone pill emerged. Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. He could faintly discern 2 clear patterns on the pill. This must be a mid-grade strengthening bone pill. His excitement mirrored that of a young lad who had surreptitiously pilfered a prized goose egg from the Li family in his little village. He hurriedly retrieved the mid-grade strengthening bone pill from the cauldron. The 2 patterns became increasingly distinct, identical to the mid-grade pill he had previously enhanced from 3 low-grade ones. With 7 discarded strengthening bone pills remaining, he was eager to continue. After stowing the newly created pill, Xingchen once again embarked on the enhancement process, this time placing all 7 remaining discarded pills into the Sanju Ruyi Ding. As he awaited the outcome, anticipation thrummed within him. 7 beams of light emerged, intertwining before dissipating. At the convergence of these 7 rays, a potent bone-strengthening pill materialized. Xingchen picked it up for inspection. It was indeed a mid-grade bone-strengthening pill. However, upon comparison, this particular pill boasted a superior quality than the previous one. Among the 25 discarded pills, following the enhancement through the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, the results yielded 3 low-grade bone-strengthening pills and 2 mid-grade ones. At this moment, Xingchen felt a blend of excitement and regret. The exhilaration stemmed from the revelation that the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron could indeed enhance discarded pills, while the regret arose from the realization that the quantity of discarded pills collected during this cleanup of the alchemy chamber was far too scant. With this thought in mind, his anticipation grew for Wang Ergu to summon him for another round of tidying up the alchemy room. He decided to further enhance the 3 low-grade bone-strengthening pills. Subsequently, Xingchen took the 3 low-grade pills and placed them into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron for enhancement. 3 beams of light emerged and, after their disappearance, a mid-grade bone-strengthening pill was produced. Now, Xingchen found himself in possession of a total of 3 mid-grade bone-strengthening pills. Surely, the enhancement of these mid-grade pills would yield high-grade ones? Given the potency of the mid-grade pills, one could only wonder what effects the high-grade pills would possess. With this thought swirling in his mind, Xingchen swiftly seized the 3 mid-grade bone-strengthening pills and, without a moment's hesitation, placed them directly into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. He then gazed at the cauldron, eyes brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding transformation within. Chapter 13. You are the child of fortune indeed. As Xingchen patiently awaited, 3 beams of light intertwined within the treasure cauldron, culminating in the emergence of a pill exuding a potent fragrance. Xingchen eagerly seized the pill, its surface adorned with 3 distinct patterns. This insignia unequivocally indicated it was a superior strengthening bone pill. Haha, what a remarkable treasure! Xingchen exclaimed, elated. He had experienced the effects of the medium-grade strengthening bone pill, and the efficacy of the superior grade left him even more anticipatory. He resolved to consume this superior pill the following day while fetching water, curious to discern the difference in effect compared to 2 medium-grade pills. Subsequently, Xingchen commenced the enhancement of the qi cultivation pill. On one occasion, he had placed as many as 7 pills into the cauldron for strengthening. This time, he took 8 discarded qi cultivation pills and placed them directly into the treasure cauldron. As he awaited the result, 3 whirlpools within the cauldron spun with great velocity. When 8 beams of light appeared and then dissipated, a single pill emerged. Upon inspection, Xingchen found it bore 2 patterns, still reflecting the quality of a medium-grade pill. Undeterred, he noted that he had 20 discarded pills remaining, with 12 still in hand. He proceeded to insert 9 more discarded pills into the cauldron. However, when the light faded, the pill produced was again a medium-grade qi cultivation pill. Xingchen felt no disappointment. While it remained a medium-grade pill, its quality was significantly superior to the one enhanced from the 8 discarded pills. Currently, Xingchen possessed 4 discarded qi cultivation pills. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to place all of them into the Sanbao Ruyi Cauldron, 2 medium-grade pills and 4 discarded ones. He was eager to see if this attempt could yield a superior qi cultivation pill. As the light within the cauldron dissipated, a single pill appeared. Xingchen swiftly picked it up for inspection. Haha, indeed it is a superior qi cultivation pill. He rejoiced. The 3 distinct patterns on the pill were clear, signifying its high quality. He had not anticipated that such an operation would successfully yield a superior pill. From the discarded pills he had brought from the alchemy chamber, he had now obtained 1 superior qi cultivation pill and 1 superior strengthening bone pill after enhancement. Xingchen calculated. After enhancing 25 discarded strengthening bone pills, he had only produced 1 superior strengthening bone pill. Similarly, from the enhancement of 20 discarded qi cultivation pills, he also obtained 1 superior qi cultivation pill. Xingchen felt a pang of regret. After all, he was still unaware of the full potential of the Sanbao Ruyi Cauldron, and achieving such results was already quite commendable. Now, he contemplated how wonderful it would be if Wang Ergu were to summon him again to clean the alchemy chamber. During the next cleaning, he would ensure to gather a greater quantity of discarded pills. This time, he had merely approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, resulting in such a meager haul. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Soon, Xingchen resolved to begin his cultivation. He first consumed the low-grade qi refining pill left by the knife and began his cultivation. After ingestion, a faint energy manifested within him. Xingchen promptly commenced his training according to the first layer of the fire spirit technique. However, after a brief period of practice, there was no noticeable change. Xingchen felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he remained undeterred. He still possessed a high-grade qi refining pill, though he was uncertain about its effects. Subsequently, Xingchen seized the high-grade qi refining pill and swallowed it whole. The pill melted upon entry, and soon after, a surge of energy emerged within his body. Xingchen immediately activated the first layer of the fire spirit technique to guide and refine the energy within him. As the technique was employed, he could distinctly feel the energy within him beginning to circulate in a rhythmic manner. It was unsurprising to him, since the fire spirit technique was of the fire attribute. It was reasonable to deduce that the energy within was being directed towards his fire spirit root. However, the speed of this energy flow was exceedingly sluggish. Xingchen remained patient, progressing steadily in his cultivation. His objective was to open up the fire spirit root's dantian. Once achieved, he would break through to the first layer of qi refining. As time passed, when Xingchen completed a full cycle of cultivation, 3 hours had quietly elapsed. Eventually, the energy within him dissipated entirely. However, a trace of energy had begun to coalesce in his dantian. Xingchen was unable to introspect at the moment. Thus, he could not ascertain the state of his dantian. Nevertheless, he was certain that the opening of his fire spirit root's dantian had not been successful. There was not a hint of movement, leaving him to ponder when he would finally achieve this breakthrough. Xingchen felt a wave of frustration. He needed to open 10 dantians to survive, or else he would only live to the age of 16. Having consumed a high-grade chi refining pill, yet still failing to open a single dantian, how difficult could it be to open 10? He thought to himself, heavens, will I truly not live past 16? The more he contemplated, the more despondent he became. Am I truly fated to be short-lived? Ergo, when will you next summon me to clean the alchemy chamber? The clarity in Xingchen's dark eyes was striking, and he even felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Ergu. The following day, when Zhang Daniu saw Xingchen, he was taken aback. Junior brother Yi, your cultivation level? Are you nearing the first layer of chi refining? You're progressing far too quickly. How much time has passed? Zhang Daniu found it hard to believe his own senses. Brother Daniu, I'm not quite sure what has happened. Perhaps I've just been fortunate, Xingchen replied, naturally withholding the information about the high-grade chi refining pill from Zhang Daniu. Although Zhang Daniu appeared amiable, Xingchen had come to understand the harsh realities of this world. His grandfather had advised him to remain cautious, and with the treasures he possessed, he could not afford to let his guard down. It was absurd to think that luck could elevate one's cultivation. If that were the case, one would be the child of destiny. Zhang Daniu jested, though his surprise was fleeting. Subsequently, the individual embarked on another day's endeavors. This morning, Xingchen rose and promptly consumed a high-grade strongbone pill. Moments later, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, far superior to the effects of 2 mid-grade strongbone pills, almost transcendent in nature. This was the most immediate sensation Xingchen experienced. Indeed, when he commenced his dive, it could be aptly described as a sprint. Zhang Daniu was unable to keep pace with him. However, to avoid raising any suspicions, Xingchen began to pant heavily after running several meters, even allowing himself to fall slightly behind Zhang Daniu. This scene elicited a chuckle from Zhang Daniu. You rascal, I thought you could fly. After just a few steps, you're already winded. Take it slow, true endurance is what counts. Being able to carry a full load of water is quite an achievement in itself. Xingchen, with his large, dark eyes twinkling, flashed a grin and quickly caught up. By the end of the day, Xingchen felt no fatigue, while Zhang Daniu was utterly exhausted. Yet, on the surface, Xingchen had to feign greater weariness than Zhang Daniu. The effects of the high-grade strongbone pill left Xingchen astounded. He had not anticipated such a vast difference compared to the mid-grade version. He estimated that it would take at least 10 mid-grade strongbone pills to achieve a similar outcome. Nevertheless, Xingchen's mind was preoccupied with the thought of Wang Ergu summoning him to clean the alchemy room. Indeed, 5 days later, Wang Ergu arrived, beaming with a smile. Brother Ergu, you've come. Xingchen greeted him with a joyful expression. Yes, I have come to give you a beating, as I am in a good mood these days. However, Wang Ergu's next words left Xingchen utterly bewildered. Chapter 14. The immortal who does not cultivate come, brother, stand firm. I, ergo, shall be gentle. It will be over swiftly. Wang Ergu sneered, looking down as he ordered Xingchen to stand still. Helpless, Xingchen had no choice but to endure. He was no match for Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, I am standing firm, Xingchen replied, displaying his understanding of the situation. Ha ha ha, as the old saying goes. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. You truly are a good brother of mine, Ergu. Bang. With a cold smile, Wang Ergu lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Xingchen flying. Xingchen, I shall return next time. Wang Ergu laughed heartily as he departed. Today, he had merely passed through the miscellaneous area, but upon realizing Xingchen was present, he sought amusement. Thus, Xingchen became the target of his venting. At that moment, blood trickled from the corner of Xingchen's mouth, and the humiliating scene drew sympathy from many of the other miscellaneous disciples. However, more were reveling in his misfortune. How did this fellow provoke Wang Ergu? He has Wang Tung as his backing. Has this lad lost his mind? It was said that Xingchen hailed from the same town as Wang Ergu. TSK. If even the townsfolk are so ruthless, one must be cautious not to offend Wang Ergu in the future. Junior brother Yi, are you alright? Zhang Daniu helped Xingchen to his feet. I'm fine, brother Daniu. Xingchen replied with a forced smile, swallowing his grievances. He could only hope to become stronger quickly. Despite being beaten by Wang Ergu, Xingchen still wished the latter would soon summon him to clean the alchemy room. As he waited, a month had flown by since he arrived at Xingchen sect. To Xingchen's astonishment, the effects of a high-grade strongbone pill had yet to dissipate after an entire month. The disparity between the various pills had seldom surprised him. Yet, during this month, he had not received a summons from Wang Ergu to clean the alchemy room. Instead, he was met with kicks every few days, leaving him feeling as though he had sustained internal injuries. Regardless of how many times Wang Ergu kicked him, he still hoped for a call to the alchemy room. He dared not inquire directly, lest Wang Ergu suspect his motives. His grandfather had taught him to think thrice before acting. Junior brother Yi, wait a moment. Let us visit the Elder Hall, Zhang Daniu said upon returning from a day's tasks. Brother Daniu, what do we need to go to the Elder Hall for? Yi Xingchen asked curiously. Junior brother Yi, it has been over a month now, and the end of the month is approaching. We can go to the Elder Hall to claim our contribution points. With contribution points, we can exchange for pills to cultivate, Zhang Daniu explained with a smile. After a hard month's work, this is what we've been striving for. You've just arrived at Xingchen sect and are yet to grasp the significance of contribution points. In time, you will understand. I had forgotten, Yi Xingchen lightly tapped his forehead, realizing that for the past month, he had been preoccupied with the thought of being summoned by Ergo to clean the alchemy room, completely neglecting the matter of their contribution points. Following this, he accompanied Zhang Daniu to the steward hall. Upon entering, they made their way to a side chamber. Inside, Yi Xingchen observed steward Zhao busily attending to tasks at the counter. The two refrained from urging him and waited patiently in silence. After a brief moment, Zhao finally completed his work, managing a rather unpleasant smile as he turned to Zhang Daniu. Oh, it's you, Daniu. What brings you here? Zhao inquired with a forced cheerfulness. Steward Zhao, my junior brother Yi and I are here to collect our contribution points. Zhang Daniu responded with a forced grin. Oh, is that so? Let me check, Zhao said, squinting his eyes as he opened a ledger. After a short while, he chuckled. Oh, Daniu, it appears your contribution points from last month have been entirely deducted. Wah, not a single point left. Zhang Daniu exclaimed anxiously. None at all. They were all deducted due to your failure to meet the task's requirements, Zhao declared, setting down the ledger and waving his hand dismissively. Go on now, and be more diligent this month, or you'll find your points deducted again. Steward Zhao, this, Zhang Daniu stammered, looking as if he wanted to protest, but was at a loss for words. What? Daniu, do you have any objections? Zhao's impatience flared at Zhang Daniu's hesitance. Do you dare to question this? You failed to meet the tasks and still expect to claim contribution points? Get out, get out. Zhang Daniu's face flushed crimson. Yet he dared not utter a word in response. After a moment of contemplation, he could only urge Yi Xingchen to leave. Yi Xingchen's dark eyes sparkled with clarity, perceiving the underlying truth. It was evident that Steward Zhao was unwilling to grant them their contribution points. However, he understood that circumstances were beyond his control. With Zhang Daniu in such a state, he dared not voice his thoughts. His grandfather had taught him that without strength, one should not overreach. Once outside the steward hall, Zhang Daniu wore a gloomy expression, embodying defeat. Upon returning to their residence, Yi Xingchen finally asked, Brother Daniu, do you think Steward Zhao is deliberately withholding our contribution points? Is he pocketing them for himself? Having spent a month in Xingchen sect, Yi Xingchen was acutely aware of the significance of contribution points, which were essential for nearly all disciples within the sect. Steward Zhao was no exception. Who else could it be? Zhang Daniu exclaimed, exasperated. In the past, he would only deduct 10 or so points at most, but this month, he took them all. That scoundrel deserves to be cursed. I was just about to exchange my points for a mid-grade chi-nurturing pill, but alas, it seems that is no longer possible. If only I had a high-grade chi-nurturing pill, I would surely break through to the second level of chi-nurturing, greatly increasing my chances of success with the outer sect. Zhang Daniu was filled with fury, yet he could only bottle it up inside. Yi Xingchen now understood that Zhang Daniu had already reached the first level of chi-nurturing, drawing ever closer to the second level. In the realm of external examinations, the disciples of menial status are afforded but a singular opportunity each year. However, to successfully pass this evaluation, one typically requires a cultivation level of at least the third layer of chi refinement. Only an exceptionally rare few manage to succeed with merely the second layer of chi refinement. As for those at the first layer, not a single menial disciple has ever achieved success. Yi Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. Brother Zhang, do you think it possible that Wang Ergu instigated Steward Zhao to act against us? The thought of Wang Ergu's continual antagonism towards him surfaced, coupled with Zhang Daniu's earlier remark that previously, deductions were typically limited to a mere 10 points. Last month's complete deduction cast a significant shadow of suspicion upon Wang Ergu. It matters not who is to blame. This Xingchen sect is scarcely a haven for menial disciples. Zhang Daniu sighed in resignation. Even if Wang Ergu orchestrated this, what difference would it make? We cannot afford to offend Steward Zhao, let alone Wang Ergu. Junior brother Yi, perhaps we should consider departing from this place. What hope remains for us in this pursuit of immortality? Zhang Daniu's voice was laced with a sudden sorrow. Yi Xingchen paused, sensing a tinge of melancholy in Zhang Daniu's tone. Nevertheless, he recognized Zhang Daniu's kind-hearted nature and resolved not to let his earnest brother leave. Despite the harshness of reality, Yi Xingchen possessed the Ruyi Ding, a treasure of great potential. He refused to believe he could not grow stronger. Given the opportunity to procure more elixirs, he was confident in his ability to refine potent medicines for his cultivation. Moreover, he cherished the kindness of his earnest elder brother and vowed never to forget his unwavering support. Chapter 15. Severely beaten by Li Yueling. Stay with us, brother Daniu. We shall have hope. Yi Xingchen implored earnestly. Look at you, over 30 now. If you return, you may only have a couple of decades left to live. With no wife by your side, a sudden illness could claim you. Here, you might take a gamble. His thoughts raced. Brother Daniu, you should truly remain. We will have our chance. Then I shall not depart. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Zhang Daniu felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, without the means to earn contribution points here, how could he exchange them for elixirs to cultivate? With despair, Zhang Daniu sighed deeply. If only I could acquire a high-grade qi refining pill. There will be a way, brother Daniu. Let us stay for now. Yi Xingchen, possessing the wondrous Ruyi Ding, was resolute that if Zhang Daniu heeded his advice, he would certainly assist him in growing stronger. However, he refrained from voicing his intentions outright, focusing instead on persuading Zhang Daniu to remain. Alas, at this juncture, I have no choice but to stay. That scoundrel, Steward Zhao, had best meet his end swiftly. Zhang Daniu sighed. Then, upon seeing Yi Xingchen's bright, clear eyes, shook his head in resignation. Ah, junior brother Yi, your 10 spiritual roots. Brother Daniu, I may be a bit lacking, but worry not. I shall strive diligently. Yi Xingchen understood Zhang Daniu's sentiments, and his gaze sparkled with renewed clarity. Alas, Zhang Daniu sighed again. If effort alone could yield results, the notion of 10 spiritual roots being a curse would not exist. Ultimately, persuaded by Yi Xingchen, Zhang Daniu chose to stay. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen eagerly awaited the summons from his canine brother to clean the alchemy chamber. Though he would face punishment, he missed his canine companion all the same. At last, after days of anticipation, Steward Zhao summoned Yi Xingchen to clean the alchemy chamber. Filled with excitement, he hurried to the chamber, where he first encountered Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. Come, Xingchen, stand over there. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingchen understood. I'm standing. Brother Ergu. Bang. A swift kick from Wang Ergu sent Yi Xingchen into the alchemy chamber, while Li Yueling erupted in laughter. Yi Xingchen could only curse the two of them inwardly. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Yi Xingchen's first task was to search through the accumulated refuse for discarded elixirs. After more than a month, there was an abundance of waste, primarily consisting of strong bone pills and qi refining pills. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen began placing the discarded pills into the space of his Ruyi Ding, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. As he swept the floor, he grabbed any discarded pills he spotted. By the time dusk fell, the alchemy chamber was finally clean. Though he had lost count of how many discarded pills he had collected, his heart swelled with excitement. Brother Ergu, sister Li, the cleaning is complete. Yi Xingchen, covered in dust and grime, announced from outside the alchemy chamber. I shall conduct an inspection now. Li Yueling scoffed disdainfully before striding directly into the alchemy room. However, the floor of the chamber remained damp, and as she walked, she left behind a trail of footprints. Yi Xingchen, it appears you have neglected your cleaning duties. Just look at these footprints. You are finished, she chuckled mischievously, circling the room before exiting. Yi Xingchen recognized that this woman was merely seeking trouble. He refrained from arguing, knowing that doing so would lead to a more severe consequence. The prudent course of action was to comply. Senior sister Li, I will clean it immediately, he said, hastily grabbing a cloth. Yet, Wang Ergu, standing nearby, intercepted him with a derisive sneer. Yi Xingchen, you scoundrel, you must face the consequences of your misdeeds. Stand there first. After I punish you, you can clean. Yi Xingchen's breath quickened, and he could only comply, bracing himself for Wang Ergu's impending strike. Just as Wang Ergu was about to act, Li Yueling interjected with a smile. Ergu, why not let me try my newly learned palm technique? Haha, senior sister, feel free. Wang Ergu replied, though he cautioned, just be careful not to kill this kid. Finding an excuse to cover it up would be easy, but I wouldn't be able to punish him afterward. Rest assured, Ergu, I know my limits, Li Yueling retorted with a cold smile directed at Yi Xingchen. Stand straight. Kid. Standing straight, senior sister Li, Yi Xingchen responded, displaying his awareness of the situation. Truly, he was a fool. Li Yueling smirked, raising her delicate wrist as a surge of spiritual energy radiated from her. In the next moment, she stepped forward and struck Yi Xingchen's chest with her palm. With a resounding thud, Yi Xingchen felt as though he had been struck by a charging bull. His small frame uncontrollably propelled several meters away, further than Wang Ergu's previous strike. Upon landing, he coughed up blood, feeling as if his very heart had exploded. Haha, it seems my palm technique is not only powerful, but my control over spiritual energy has reached new heights. Li Yueling laughed derisively before departing under Wang Ergu's smug gaze. With a soft splatter, Yi Xingchen spat out more blood as he struggled to rise, mentally recording the incident. After stumbling a short distance, he fell again, this time suffering more significant injuries. Thankfully, he was not mortally wounded. After lying on the ground for nearly half an hour, Yi Xingchen finally managed to get up and made his way to the servant quarters. It was not until nightfall that he arrived at his residence, where Zhang Daniu had been waiting outside. Upon seeing Yi Xingchen approach unsteadily, Zhang Daniu realized something must have gone awry. What happened, junior brother Yi? He inquired, knowing full well that Wang Ergu had likely been involved. Big brother Daniu, it's nothing. I was just struck by a palm from Li Yueling, but I'll survive, Yi Xingchen replied, his clear eyes filled with determination. Although blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth. You've sustained internal injuries, junior brother Yi, Zhang Daniu observed, quickly supporting Yi Xingchen as they entered the house. Subsequently, Zhang Daniu directly placed a medicinal pill into Yi Xingchen's mouth. It was a strengthening bone pill. Junior brother Yi. This strengthening bone pill not only enhances physical strength, but also aids in healing. I have another one here, and I shall give it to you. After administering one pill to Yi Xingchen, Zhang Daniu produced another. Yi Xingchen, not wishing to burden Zhang Daniu with unnecessary thoughts, reluctantly accepted it. However, the pill Zhang Daniu provided was of inferior quality, and its effects were vastly different from those of a superior strengthening bone pill. Had it not been for the superior pill Yi Xingchen consumed a few days prior, the recent beating from Li Yueling would have left him in a far worse state. For instance, after consuming the inferior strengthening bone pill that Zhang Daniu had just given him, he did not perceive any significant effects. Nonetheless, despite having sustained internal injuries from Li Yueling's assault, Yi Xingchen's mind remained preoccupied with the discarded pills he had acquired from the alchemy chamber. He was unaware of the exact number of discarded pills he had obtained, as he had not taken the time to count them at that moment. Chapter 16. A bountiful harvest under the meticulous scrutiny of Yi Xingchen. He counted the discarded elixirs acquired from the alchemy chamber, 158 discarded chi-enhancing pills, and 64 discarded strongbone pills. Once the inventory was complete, Yi Xingchen retrieved the Sanbao Ruyi Ding and commenced the enhancement process. Given the relatively lower value of the strongbone pills, he chose to enhance them first, as he was eager to further explore the wondrous capabilities of the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. Previously, he had maximized his input with 9 discarded chi-enhancing pills. This time, he began with 10 discarded strongbone pills. In no time, Yi Xingchen placed 10 discarded strongbone pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. 3 swirling vortices erupted, emitting 10 radiant beams of light until they finally dissipated. Unsurprisingly, a strong bone pill materialized within the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. Yi Xingchen promptly seized the elixir, which bore 2 distinct lines, indicating it was still a medium-grade strongbone pill. Although its quality surpassed that of the ones enhanced with 7 or 8 discarded strongbone pills, it remained within the realm of medium-grade elixirs. Setting the elixir aside, Yi Xingchen proceeded with the enhancement. Next, he placed 11 discarded strongbone pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. The outcome was once again a medium-grade strongbone pill. Following this, he added 12 discarded strongbone pills. This time, as the radiance faded, he sensed a remarkable difference. Upon inspecting the strongbone pill that emerged from the cauldron, he was astonished to find it was a high-grade strongbone pill. This revelation ignited a surge of excitement within him, as it became clear that 12 discarded pills were necessary to forge a high-grade elixir. The Sanbao Ruyi Ding was indeed a treasure of immense value. Driven by exhilaration, Yi Xingchen refrained from hastily inserting the discarded pills. Instead, he pondered his next move. With 31 discarded strongbone pills remaining, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he furrowed his brow. Since 12 discarded pills were required to enhance a high-grade elixir, the quantity needed for medium-grade enhancements was precisely half. To enhance low-grade elixirs, 6 discarded pills sufficed, indicating that at least 24 discarded pills would be necessary for the enhancement of top-grade elixirs. How astute I am, Yi Xingchen thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. He promptly collected 24 discarded strongbone pills and placed them into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. As anticipated, When 24 beams of light emerged from the three vortices and gradually faded, Xingchen's excitement began to swell. Upon the dispersal of the light, he beheld the elixir that had materialized before him, adorned with 4 lines. His heart raced as he grasped the elixir, confirming that the strongbone pill he had enhanced from 24 discarded pills was indeed a top-grade strongbone pill. Let's continue, he exclaimed with delight, as he swiftly added the remaining 7 discarded strongbone pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. The result, as expected, was a medium-grade strongbone pill. After careful calculation, with 64 inferior strongbone pills, Xingchen managed to refine them into 3 medium-grade strongbone pills, 1 high-grade strongbone pill, and 1 supreme-grade strongbone pill. He decided against further enhancing the strongbone pills, as he intended to gift Zhang Daniu the 3 medium-grade ones, while retaining the high-grade and supreme-grade pills for his own use. It was not that he was unwilling to bestow the high-grade pill upon Zhang Daniu. Rather, he feared that such a gesture might arouse suspicion. One must always be wary, a lesson frequently imparted by his grandfather. Although Zhang Daniu appeared honest and straightforward, Xingchen felt compelled to keep his guard up. The 3 medium-grade pills might already provoke doubt, let alone the high-grade ones. As for the supreme-grade pill, it would be foolish to present it without caution. Next came the enhancement of the qi refining pills. With the validation from his previous attempt, Xingchen found the process considerably simpler. He initially utilized 12 inferior pills to create 1 high-grade qi refining pill, as Zhang Daniu had expressed a need for one. Xingchen planned to refine it and present it to him at an opportune moment. After acquiring the high-grade qi refining pill, he was left with 146 inferior pills. This time, however, he placed 24 inferior pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding each time, aiming to refine supreme-grade pills. Naturally, he intended to use the supreme-grade pills for his cultivation, given their purity devoid of any impurities. However, after successfully refining a supreme-grade qi refining pill, Xingchen's mind began to race. Since the number of inferior pills increased the quality of the refined pills at each stage, he pondered why not use a greater quantity to enhance the supreme-grade pills for even better results? With this thought, he deposited 30 inferior pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. Yet, upon completion, he found no discernible difference in the supreme-grade qi refining pill. Both in quality and aroma, it was identical to the previous one. Did it mean that once reaching the supreme grade, increasing the quantity of inferior pills became futile? Contemplating this, Xingchen made another attempt, this time adding 5 more inferior pills. The outcome remained unchanged. The quality and fragrance were still the same. It became evident to him that the Sanbao Ruyi Ding indeed operated under such a rule. Consequently, after the refinement process, Xingchen obtained 1 high-grade qi refining pill and 3 supreme-grade qi refining pills, having consumed 101 inferior pills, leaving him with 47. A headache ensued as he realized he was just 1 pill short of refining 2 supreme-grade qi refining pills. In the end, unsurprisingly, utilizing the remaining 47 inferior pills, Xingchen refined 1 high-grade qi refining pill and 1 supreme-grade qi refining pill. Although he could choose to save the remaining inferior pills for future enhancements, he found himself contemplating his next move. However, the exceptional elixirs do not possess quality limitations. Although the 23 inferior elixirs were refined into superior qi-nourishing pills, under Xingchen's scrutiny, the quality of this superior qi-nourishing pill nearly rivaled that of an exceptional one. Yet, it bore only 3 distinct patterns. With this, Xingchen had completely refined all the inferior elixirs obtained from the alchemy chamber. Ultimately, his harvest comprised 3 medium-grade bone-strengthening pills, 1 superior bone-strengthening pill, 1 exceptional bone-strengthening pill, 2 superior qi-nourishing pills, and 4 exceptional qi-nourishing pills. By the time Xingchen had completed the enhancement of all the pills, the early hours of dawn were nearly at their close, and the horizon began to blush with the light of dawn. Xingchen promptly consumed the sole exceptional bone-strengthening pill. Although he had initially intended to delay its use, his injuries compelled him to ascertain whether this exceptional pill possessed enhanced healing properties. Indeed, upon ingestion, a surge of pure energy coursed through his limbs and bones, visibly accelerating the healing of his wounds. Furthermore, he sensed an increase in his strength. The effects of the superior pill lingered for a month, and Xingchen surmised that the efficacy of this exceptional bone-strengthening pill would endure for at least 2 months. With such results, he felt undaunted by the prospect of fetching water. Subsequently, Xingchen retrieved a medium-grade bone-strengthening pill and swiftly obliterated the patterns upon it. In doing so, he believed he could easily deceive Zhang Daniu, as the latter would likely harbor no suspicions. Chapter 17. A Breakthrough. Zhang Daniu's late-night visit. Has your injury improved? Zhang Daniu inquired as he arrived late at night. If you are unable to fetch water, I shall do it alone today. At that moment, Zhang Daniu's voice echoed from outside the door. Daniu, go, I'm fine. It's just a minor wound. Almost healed, Xingchen replied, opening the door. Here, Daniu, go. This strong bone pill is for you. Xingchen presented a mid-grade strong bone pill, its markings worn away. This is a strong bone pill. Where did you obtain it? Zhang Daniu asked, a look of confusion on his face. I found it in the alchemy room, Xingchen muttered absently. Found it. Zhang Daniu scrutinized the pill in hand. Noting its lack of markings, yet its quality surpassed that of a low-grade strong bone pill significantly. It must have been lost by one of the alchemists. Thank you. Yishidi. Although Zhang Daniu furrowed his brow slightly, he dismissed the thought, realizing that finding pills in an alchemy room was quite common. Nonetheless, it was rare to encounter a pill of such superior quality compared to low-grade ones. No need for thanks, Daniu, go. Let us fetch the water, Xingchen smiled. Thus, the two commenced their daily task. After Zhang Daniu consumed the strong bone pill given by Xingchen, his strength surged unexpectedly. Yishidi, the pill you provided is actually a mid-grade strong bone pill? I have taken one before, Zhang Daniu exclaimed in astonishment. Xingchen was taken aback. This revelation exceeded his expectations, as he had not anticipated that Zhang Daniu had previously consumed a mid-grade strong bone pill. He decided to continue with his charade. Daniu, go. I am unsure. I merely picked it up because it looked good, and it turned out to be a mid-grade strong bone pill. That is wonderful. Yishidi, you are indeed fortunate, Zhang Daniu mused thoughtfully. Yet, a sense of doubt began to creep into his mind. Did this young man truly possess such extraordinary luck? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Daniu could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, in the past couple of months, Xingchen's strength had increased dramatically, making labor seem effortless. There must be something peculiar at play. Could this young man possess some hidden treasure? Zhang Daniu pondered, contemplating the improbability of someone finding a mid-grade strong bone pill in the alchemy room. One pill might be plausible, but to have enough for continuous use over a month was far more suspicious. The more Zhang Daniu considered it, the more uneasy he felt. In the realm of cultivation, seizing opportunities and resources was something every practitioner desperately sought. At that moment, an unrecognized sense of compassion began to stir within Zhang Daniu. The two had been completing their tasks with remarkable efficiency every morning, a stark contrast to their previous efforts. By nightfall, Xingchen finally had the time to cultivate. This time, he consumed the finest high-grade qi cultivation pill he possessed. Subsequently, Xingchen began the slow process of refining it. The shortcomings of having 10 spirit roots were indeed profound. Each cycle through a complete zhou tian felt like an arduous endeavor. It was akin to enduring constipation, an agonizing struggle. In the end, a significant portion of the pill's energy dissipated, leaving him only able to refine a meager amount. Another day swiftly passed, and throughout the night, Xingchen found that the exquisite qi refining pill he had consumed had only managed to refine a minuscule fraction of its energy. His dantian remained as unyielding as a rock, showing no signs of movement. However, in the subsequent days, Xingchen grew wiser. Each night, he meticulously shattered the premium qi refining pill, consuming merely a small fragment for his cultivation. The energy contained within this superior pill far surpassed that of the ordinary ones. Even a diminutive piece was imbued with staggering and exceptionally pure energy. Thus, each evening, Xingchen engaged in this method of cultivation, observing commendable results, albeit at the cost of considerable wasted energy. Nevertheless, his gains were substantial. After approximately 10 days, he finally sensed a tremor within his dantian, akin to the quaking of a stubborn stone, accompanied by a powerful aura that expanded relentlessly. On yet another night, after consuming the last shattered fragment of the premium qi refining pill, he commenced his usual practice. Today, he felt a significant upheaval in his dantian. As the energy from the exquisite pill continued to be refined, the force within his dantian grew increasingly restless. At a certain moment, boom, Xingchen's body jolted, feeling an explosive surge of energy erupt from his dantian. In an instant, a formidable spiritual force surged forth, enveloping his entire being. He felt his strength multiply manifold. "Ha! I have broken through," he exclaimed, having finally reached the first layer of qi refinement. With a slight exertion, the abundant spiritual energy surged forth, signifying his newfound cultivation level. Simultaneously, Xingchen experienced the awakening of his spiritual consciousness, enabling him to introspect into his own body. What he first beheld were 10 meridians extending from his spine down to his dantian. Following these meridians, he observed that at the ends of these 10 channels, they appeared to connect to stone-like formations devoid of qi. Among them, only one stone had transformed into a fist-sized sphere of energy, filled with a fiery red spiritual force, emanating a faint essence of sentience. Are these my 10 spiritual roots? Do those stones represent the unrefined prototype of my dantian? And the transformed stone into an energy sphere must be the dantian of my fire spiritual root. Gazing at the newly awakened fire spiritual root dantian, Xingchen was filled with astonishment. He then turned his attention to the 10 meridians, noticing their varied colors, each representing a distinct type. At the forefront of these 10 roots, there was a singular, robust meridian that matched the combined width of the 10 spiritual roots. This revelation illuminated why his cultivation had been so arduous. Had he possessed merely one spiritual root, he could have directly connected to this singular robust meridian. Instead, this substantial channel had to diverge into 10, each meridian having been refined tenfold. As the absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed into this major meridian, Xingchen had to exert immense control to ensure that the energy was directed into the appropriate cultivation channel. Otherwise, the other meridians, akin to spiritual roots, would autonomously absorb spiritual power and energy. Without their guiding force, these roots would neither refine nor absorb the energy, ultimately fading away into oblivion. Observing the 10 spiritual roots within himself, Xingchen felt a surge of exasperation. However, he had finally opened a dantian, marking a breakthrough in the first layer of qi cultivation. If he could open 9 more dantians, he would ensure his survival. Suddenly, Xingchen furrowed his brow. He noticed a shadow seemingly hovering at his door, as if someone were leaning in, listening to the sounds within. Big brother Niu, is that you? The figure reminded him of Zhang Daniu, prompting his curious call. Chapter 18. Outer Gate Assessment. Oh, Junior Brother Yi, you are still awake? I was merely enjoying the breeze outside. You should get some rest. Outside, Zhang Daniu was momentarily taken aback, managing only a perfunctory response before promptly departing. Inside, Xingchen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He sensed something peculiar about Zhang Daniu. After some contemplation, he decided to withhold the high-grade qi refining pills from him for now. Having been here for nearly 2 months, he had grasped the ruthless law of survival that governed this place. Although Zhang Daniu appeared honest and straightforward, one could not be too cautious. Xingchen was also aware that Zhang Daniu's current cultivation level was at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. He resolved to consider giving Zhang Daniu the high-grade pills only after he himself broke through to the 2nd layer. The following day, when Zhang Daniu saw Xingchen, he was taken aback. He could distinctly perceive a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Xingchen that was nearly as formidable as his own. Junior Brother Yi, have you broken through to the 1st layer of qi refinement? Zhang Daniu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Brother Daniu. After 2 months of hard work, I finally achieved a breakthrough to the 1st layer of qi refinement, Xingchen replied, his star-like black eyes sparkling with clarity as he spoke, exuding an innocent joy. To break through the 1st layer in just 2 months, how impressive. It took me over a year to achieve the same. Zhang Daniu congratulated Xingchen on the surface, genuinely pleased for him. Yet, inwardly, he felt a twinge of unease. Xingchen possessed 10 spiritual roots, while he, Zhang Daniu, had only 3. In comparison, he felt rather mediocre. Xingchen was a different case altogether. 10 spiritual roots were deemed worthless. Yet, this so-called worthless individual had managed to break through to the 1st layer in a mere month or 2. Zhang Daniu recalled how he had struggled for over a year to attain his own breakthrough. This is truly strange. This boy is certainly not simple. Could he possess some hidden treasure? Or perhaps he stumbled upon high-grade qi refining pills in the alchemy room. No, that cannot be. Those alchemists are not fools. And they would not carelessly lose high-grade pills. Even if he were given 10 mid-grade qi refining pills, he could hardly achieve a breakthrough in just 2 months. Zhang Daniu pondered, increasingly bewildered. As night fell, Zhang Daniu approached Xingchen's room. Junior Brother Yi, how did you cultivate so quickly? Have you been secretly consuming high-grade pills you found in the alchemy room? He inquired in a teasing manner. Xingchen's clear eyes darted momentarily. He realized Zhang Daniu had begun to harbor suspicions. How should he respond? After a brief moment of reflection, he replied, Yes, Brother Daniu. I did find a few pills in the alchemy room. I gave you a strengthening bone pill last time, and I consumed the rest myself. Unknowingly, I achieved a breakthrough. At this point, Xingchen had no choice but to go along with Zhang Daniu's narrative. Did you truly find those pills in the alchemy room? What extraordinary luck you have. Zhang Daniu gazed intently at Xingchen. He sought to discern whether Xingchen was lying by gazing into his bright, clear eyes. However, after a prolonged scrutiny, he could only behold a pair of remarkably luminous orbs, as resplendent as the stars in the night sky, devoid of any hint of deceit. Moreover, with each flutter of Yi Xingchen's large eyes, they appeared even more crystalline. Rest easy, junior brother Yi. I am merely filled with curiosity, Zhang Daniu remarked with a smile before taking his leave, yet his heart was tumultuous. Akin to a cat's paw. Could it be true that one can stumble upon high-grade elixirs in the alchemy room? As days turned into weeks, Yi Xingchen's cultivation in the qi refinement stage grew increasingly steadfast. He contemplated participating in the outer sect assessment. After all, it was an annual opportunity, and the timing of the assessment was flexible. Should he fail, he could always wait for the following year. Although Yi Xingchen was aware that the odds were slim, his primary intention was to observe the nature of the outer disciples' evaluations, thereby allowing him to prepare for the next occasion. One day, Wang Ergu arrived at the miscellaneous work area seeking Yi Xingchen. Brother Ergu, you're here, Yi Xingchen exclaimed with delight, presuming that Wang Ergu had come to enlist his assistance in cleaning the alchemy room. However, this time, he was mistaken. To his surprise, Wang Ergu merely intended to administer a beating. Stand straight. I happened to pass by and thought I'd give you a good thrashing, he declared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yi Xingchen flying a couple of meters away. Spiritual energy? Wang Ergu was taken aback. You've actually broken through to the qi refinement stage? He was astonished, for he had received assistance from Wang Teng and had likewise attained the qi refinement stage. Yet, he had never anticipated that Yi Xingchen would also achieve this breakthrough. Did you stumble upon some treasure? Wang Ergu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he began to search Yi Xingchen, but after a thorough investigation, he found nothing. Zhang Daniu watched intently, and upon realizing that Wang Ergu found no evidence, he furrowed his brow. Could it be that junior brother Yi truly discovered elixirs in the alchemy room? Zhang Daniu pondered. Did you just get lucky and break through so effortlessly? Wang Ergu scrutinized Yi Xingchen with an unwavering gaze. I simply practiced diligently every night, and thus achieved my breakthrough. I've told you that possessing 10 spiritual roots is a sign of genius, yet you all remain unconvinced, Yi Xingchen replied, his clear eyes unwavering as he fixed his gaze on Wang Ergu, displaying no fear. His grandfather had taught him that one must remain composed even in the face of adversity. You're quite stubborn, a genius with 10 spiritual roots? Wang Ergu scoffed, and seeing that he had found nothing of interest, he chose not to delve deeper. In his eyes, Yi Xingchen was merely a child, incapable of harboring any significant thoughts. It seems you've indeed stumbled upon good fortune. Keep training, and let us see how many times you can withstand my hits next time, Wang Ergu said with a smirk before departing the miscellaneous work area. Brother Daniu, I wish to participate in the outer sect assessment. Please cover for me today. Yi Xingchen concluded. Yi Xingchen felt compelled to give it a try. Should he succeed in entering the outer sect, it would be even better. If he were to fail the assessment, it would merely serve as preparation for a second attempt. Junior brother Yi, Zhang Daniu said, I do not wish to discourage you. But although there is an opportunity each year after entering, it is evident that with the strength of merely the first level of qi refining, passing the examination is quite unattainable. I suggest you wait until you reach the second level of qi refining before attempting. Yet, Yi Xingchen's resolve remained unwavering. I still wish to give it a try. I want to see what the outer sect assessment entails. Very well, you may attempt it, Zhang Daniu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Yi Xingchen proceeded to the Hall of Elders to report. He was greeted by the same middle-aged man who had registered him during his initial entrance. Upon recognizing Yi Xingchen, Lu Feng expressed his surprise. You managed to break through to the first level of qi refining in just over 2 months. That is quite impressive. However, with only this level of cultivation, you will undoubtedly fail the assessment. I strongly advise you to wait until you reach the second level of qi refining before trying again, Lu Feng said, frowning with impatience. Uncle, I wish to give it a try, Yi Xingchen implored. Uncle, could you please assist me? Even if I fail, it's all right. I will be better prepared next time. All right, I shall take you there immediately. Lu Feng, unable to resist the earnestness reflected in the child's bright, spirited eyes, found himself softened by the respect this young boy showed him. After a swift registration, Lu Feng led Yi Xingchen to the square of the outer sect. Chapter 19. Opening the golden spiritual root and cultivating the dantian. The so-called outer sect square is, in fact, the very same place where Yi Xingchen underwent his spiritual root assessment. At this moment, numerous disciples are diligently practicing within the square. Some are engaging in martial arts, while others are honing their sword skills. Yi Xingchen's arrival attracted considerable attention. These miscellaneous disciples, with only a modicum of cultivation, aspire to take the assessment. How naive. This child seems to have merely reached the first layer of qi refinement. Who grants him the audacity to attempt the test? Oh wait. Isn't this the child who was deemed a short-lived spirit root with 10 attributes just 2 months ago. Remarkably, he has actually broken through to the first layer of chi refinement. Incredible. How did he manage to achieve this in just 2 months? It defies logic. In the square, some recognized Xingchen. Let us begin. If you fail, it's no matter. You can always try again next year. Do not feel pressured. After all, you have 10 opportunities. As long as you persevere, success will follow, Lu Feng advised. Rest assured, uncle. My grandfather always says that failure is the mother of success. Every setback is merely a lesson learned. You need not worry, Xingchen replied with remarkable composure. Uncle believes in you, Lu Feng chuckled, his demeanor reminiscent of a simpleton. Before long, the two reached the edge of the square. Xingchen's eyes sparkled with clarity as he gazed ahead at an extensive staircase. The staircase, a full yard in width, comprised 100 steps, blanketed with fallen leaves, as if it had not been traversed in ages. Do you see the staircase? As long as you can ascend all 100 steps, you will successfully enter the outer sect. Do not underestimate these steps. They are imbued with formations that will impose pressure upon you, Lu Feng explained patiently. All right then, uncle, I shall proceed, Xingchen replied, cracking his knuckles. He approached the challenge with an air of nonchalance, having no expectations. Soon, he began to ascend the staircase. Buzz. As Xingchen set foot on the first step, the entire staircase trembled, and an immense pressure descended upon him, engulfing him entirely. Xingchen suddenly felt as though he bore the weight of several hundred pounds, his feet feeling more than tenfold heavier. Is this the trial? Xingchen murmured, then resolutely stepped onto the second step. On the second step, although the pressure intensified, it remained within his capacity to endure. Curiosity drew the attention of several outer sect disciples nearby, who watched with amusement. This lad is truly ignorant. Let us see how far he can go, they jested casually. Undeterred, Xingchen continued to ascend the staircase. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and 4. He felt relatively untroubled until he reached the 10th step, where he had to channel his spiritual energy to counter the mounting pressure. With the aid of his spiritual force, he ascended to the 15th step in one breath. Upon reaching the 15th step, although beads of sweat adorned his brow and his bones creaked, he still found it within the realm of his endurance. Onward, Xingchen declared with clarity in his gaze, continuing up to the 16th step. Boom. However, as he ascended the 16th step, an irresistible force of terror descended upon him. Xingchen's small frame was hurled backward by this overwhelming power, causing him to tumble down the steps. Failure in the assessment. You've done remarkably well, no worries. Come back next time, Lu Feng consoled Xingchen. I'm fine. Xingchen replied, laughing heartily. Though he had gained some understanding of the staircase involved in the assessment, it was commendable that he had managed to reach the 16th step. Youngster, return after you break through to the 3rd level of chi refinement. You cannot pass the assessment now. However, I suspect that with your 10 spiritual roots, you won't even make it to that breakthrough, he chuckled. If you don't open 10 dantians, you'd be done for by 16, truly pitiable. Indeed, others had 10 opportunities and could wait a decade. If this lad couldn't open 10 dantians within 3 years, he would be out of chances altogether. Everyone, shut your mouths. Lu Feng suddenly barked at the crowd. The people in the square were taken aback. What was wrong with Elder Lu today? We were merely laughing at a lowly disciple. Was it necessary to defend him? Many were puzzled by Lu Feng's unusual behavior. Let us go, he said, leading Xingchen away from the square. Xingchen felt no pressure. To others, he might seem to have only 3 years left to live. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to open his 10 dantians within that time frame. In the following days, Xingchen focused his training on opening the dantians for his other spiritual roots. After all, merely advancing the cultivation of his fire spiritual root, while beneficial, would not suffice if he failed to open dantians for his other roots. He could indeed end up as a short-lived spirit. A month later, after consuming 2 top-quality elixirs, Xingchen successfully opened the dantian for his gold spiritual root, achieving the 1st level of chi refinement. However, this time, the cultivation technique he practiced was merely the foundational method he had received, which only covered up to the 3rd level of chi refinement. The dantian he opened was considerably smaller than that of the fire spiritual root, and the spiritual energy within was notably sparser. Nevertheless, it was still a successful opening. Thus, Xingchen had successfully opened 2 dantians. In the subsequent time, he dedicated himself to solidifying his cultivation of the gold spiritual root, while simultaneously enhancing his fire spiritual root. After some expenditure, he possessed 1 upper-grade chi refinement pill and 2 top-grade chi refinement pills left. He refrained from using them to open dantians for other spiritual roots since nearly 2 months had passed without Wang Ergo calling him to clean the alchemy room. Therefore, Yi Xingchen could only utilize the Qi refinement pills to elevate his fire spiritual root's cultivation for the time being. After all, only by improving his cultivation could he pass the outer sect assessment. Once he became an inner sect disciple, the resources available would multiply, increasing his chances of success. As for the remaining exquisite Qi-nourishing pill intended for Zhang Daniu, Yi Xingchen has momentarily abandoned such an intention. Upon noticing Zhang Daniu's unusual behavior, Yi Xingchen believes it is prudent to prioritize his own advancement first. Chapter 20. Damn it, who needs to cultivate immortality anyway? In the blink of an eye, 3 months have slipped by. During this period, Yi Xingchen has completely consumed the remaining 2 exquisite Qi refining pills, successfully elevating his cultivation to the second layer of Qi refinement. For Yi Xingchen, achieving this breakthrough has proven profoundly arduous. Not only did it take 3 months, but it also required the expenditure of 2 precious pills. Now he is left with just 1 superior Qi refining pill. Such consumption is beyond what an ordinary individual could endure. Fortunately, Wang Ergu had summoned him to clean the alchemy room on 2 occasions. Coupled with the assistance of the Sanbao Rui Ding, he has barely managed to reach the second layer of Qi refinement. Yi Xingchen shudders to think that without this treasured cauldron, he might very well have met his demise 3 years hence. Throughout these 3 months, Yi Xingchen has felt increasingly that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging the breakthroughs become, particularly for someone of his innate talent, possessing 10 spiritual roots. A veritable failure among failures. He cannot fathom the difficulties that lie ahead as he faces higher realms of cultivation. However, that is a matter for another day. Currently, Yi Xingchen's focus must be on opening 10 dantians. To accomplish this, he requires ample resources. Becoming an outer sect disciple would significantly increase his access to such resources. It would be ideal if he could discover a cultivation method suited to his 10 spiritual roots. Otherwise, relying solely on the most rudimentary foundational technique would only exacerbate the challenges of opening his dantians, and their stability post-opening would be precarious at best. For instance, while his golden spiritual root dantian has reached the standard of the first layer of Qi refinement, its spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of a fire spiritual root dantian at the same level. 2 entirely different concepts. Naturally, should he fail to find a suitable cultivation method, Yi Xingchen would have no choice but to begin training with this basic technique. Contemplating these vexing matters, Yi Xingchen's large eyes darted with a thought of his brother Ergu. He yearned to inquire of Wang Ergu when he might come to summon him for another round of cleaning the alchemy room. However, over the past few months, aside from the sporadic beatings he received from Wang Ergu, there had been no mention of cleaning the alchemy room at all. Yi Xingchen understood that he could not place all his hopes on this task. He must devise alternative strategies. Should he pilfer spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden? Or perhaps embark on learning alchemy himself? As these 2 notions surfaced in his mind, he soon found himself at a loss once more. The risk of being discovered while stealing from the medicinal garden could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Yi Xingchen was only familiar with 3 types of spiritual herbs. He also recognized that alchemy required the use of formulas. Having previously inquired of Zhang Daniu about the formula for Qi refining pills, he was met with blank stares. Zhang Daniu knew nothing, and Yi Xingchen had only heard of such formulas without ever having seen one. Thus, the prospect of learning alchemy appeared even more daunting. Compounding his troubles, over the past few months, he had accumulated a meager 30 contribution points. Zhang Daniu's situation mirrored his own, having also garnered just over 30 contribution points during the same period. With manager Zhao having confiscated all their contribution points, Zhang Daniu was in a state of despair, having contemplated fleeing several times, only to be dissuaded by Yi Xingchen. If Yi Xingchen wishes to concoct elixirs, he must possess a cauldron and the appropriate recipes for the task. Additionally, there is the matter of the fire source. Without a sufficient number of contribution points, it is impossible to exchange for a cauldron or the recipes. Most critically, he lacks the skill to refine elixirs. Yet, as Yi Xingchen pondered this, he swiftly realized that this particular detail might not hold much significance. What truly matters is that he simply needs to produce the elixirs, whether they are inferior or of high quality. However, just as Yi Xingchen was forming these intentions, Wang Ergu finally arrived at the miscellaneous area after 3 days. As per the usual custom, upon his arrival, Wang Ergu promptly delivered a hearty kick to Yi Xingchen. Yet, he quickly detected a change in Yi Xingchen's aura. Have you broken through to the second layer of Qi refinement? Wang Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. Did you consume some miraculous pill? With 10 spirit roots. How on earth did you manage to reach the second layer in just 6 months? Why am I still at the first layer? Speak up, do you possess some treasure? As he spoke, Wang Ergu began to search Yi Xingchen's person. This time, He stripped Xingchen of his garments in a frantic search, yet found nothing of note. Beside them, Zhang Daniyu furrowed his brow. Over the past 3 months, Xingchen's breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement had raised his suspicions. But no matter how he tried to extract information, Xingchen maintained his silence. The boy's eyes darted about with a feigned ignorance, making it impossible for Zhang Daniyu to glean any information, which left him exasperated. Now, with Wang Ergu having stripped Xingchen of his clothes and still finding nothing, Zhang Daniyu's confusion deepened. Could it be that this boy's 10 spirit roots were merely a facade? Or perhaps he had indeed stumbled upon some extraordinary high-tier elixirs in the alchemy chamber. After much contemplation, Zhang Daniyu could only entertain such possibilities. Subsequently, Wang Ergu ransacked Xingchen's room, but found nothing amiss. Hey, how peculiar. How on earth did you manage to break through? Wang Ergu was baffled with his intellect. He could not fathom how Xingchen had achieved this breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement. Damn it, you really have stepped in something foul. Get dressed and go clean the alchemy chamber. Wang Ergu could only curse in frustration. Upon hearing that he would be tasked with cleaning the alchemy chamber, Xingchen felt a surge of excitement. He had been waiting for this day for months. However, just as he was filled with exhilaration, Zhang Daniyu stepped forward to ingratiate himself with Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany Xingchen to clean the alchemy chamber? Upon hearing this, Xingchen's brows furrowed in concern as he immediately grasped Zhang Daniyu's intentions. If Zhang Daniyu were to accompany him, and they did not find any high-tier elixirs, would he not further suspect that Xingchen possessed some hidden treasure? No, he absolutely could not allow Zhang Daniyu to join him in cleaning the alchemy chamber. Yet, Xingchen had underestimated Wang Ergu's desire to probe into his affairs. As soon as Zhang Daniyu's words fell, Wang Ergu erupted in anger. What did you say? Repeat that. As I uttered. Bang. Just as Zhang Daniyu steeled himself to speak once more, Wang Ergu delivered a swift kick to Zhang Daniyu's abdomen. Are you presuming to instruct me in my duties? Wang Ergu exclaimed, his arrogance palpable as he pointed a finger at Zhang Daniyu. Only my brother is permitted to clean that alchemy room. Do you believe you possess the right to do so? You are hardly worthy. Wang Ergu had initially intended to leave Xingchen to handle the cleaning alone, and Zhang Daniyu's audacity to offer assistance was nothing short of a death wish. Xingchen, come, accompany your brother to the alchemy room. As long as I am present, no one shall contest your right to clean. It shall be solely your responsibility, Wang Ergu remarked with a sly smile. Zhang Daniyu stood there, bewildered, watching Xingchen and Wang Ergu depart. Who said I was there to help him? Zhang Daniyu lamented, his face a mask of grievance. Damn it, perhaps I should abandon this celestial pursuit altogether. Chapter 21. Li Yueling's mental assault, reduced to idiocy? Meanwhile, Xingchen trailed behind Wang Ergu, his excitement palpable. After months of neglect, the alchemy room was bound to be filled with countless discarded elixirs. However, frustration simmered within him as Wang Ergu insisted on being carried. Hurry up, Xingchen, you're too slow. The accumulation in the alchemy room has been building for months. I prepared it all for you. If you fail to complete your task, I shall surely make you pay. Wang Ergu shouted from Xingchen's back. Xingchen found himself at a loss. Though he could overpower Wang Ergu, the looming presence of Wang Tong made any thoughts of rebellion futile. Even if he had ascended to the third layer of qi refinement, like Manager Zhao, as long as Wang Tong remained, he would have no choice but to bide his time like Zhao. Fortunately, Xingchen had recently advanced to the second layer of qi refinement, allowing him to reach the alchemy room in no time. Li Yueling awaited their arrival as usual. Following the customary procedure, Xingchen stood at attention, enduring a playful kick from Wang Ergu before entering the alchemy room to commence cleaning. Yet, upon entering, exhilaration surged through him. After months of accumulation, the dust had formed a half-foot thick layer. Without hesitation, he began to sift through the debris in search of discarded elixirs. 1, 2, 10. As he collected the remnants, his heart raced with anticipation, though soon he lost count of how many he had gathered. However, the moment was short-lived. As Xingchen reveled in his scavenging, a furious shout from behind sent a shiver down his spine. With no time to think, he tossed the discarded elixirs onto the ground. How dare you, Xingchen? You're actually stealing discarded elixirs? You must be tired of living. Li Yueling reprimanded. Her brows furrowed. This kid is so foolish to steal discarded elixirs. What use could they possibly have? But he won't escape a beating today. Wang Ergu laughed heartily. Junior sisterly, this lad has already broken through to the second layer of qi refinement. Why not use him for some practice? Wang Ergu suggested with a grin. Has he truly broken through to the second layer? Li Yueling was taken aback. Wang Ergu nodded. Who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon to achieve such a feat in just half a year. He must possess some treasure. Li Yueling's brows knitted in concern. What treasure could he possibly have? I stripped him bare and found nothing. Wang Erge chuckled coldly. Is that so? Regardless, he won't escape a beating today. Useless brat, finish your cleaning quickly. We'll be waiting outside for you. I just learned a mental attack technique, and you shall be my test subject. Li Yueling sneered. Now that you have reached the second level of qi cultivation, you should be able to withstand this, even though I am currently at the 5th level. However, I will hold back. I hope you can endure it, lest you become a fool. Haha, senior sister Li. Your words have indeed piqued my curiosity. If that young man truly turns into a fool, it would be quite amusing. Wang Ergo chuckled heartily. Li Yueling scoffed disdainfully, remarking that this young man is merely a servant disciple. Should he manage to pass the assessment and become an outer sect disciple, I would hesitate to act so brazenly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergo narrowed his eyes and smirked. Rest assured, he will not become an outer sect disciple. Wang Ergo's thoughts raced. He initially intended to eliminate Xingchen, and now that the latter's cultivation had surged, he might indeed have the potential to become an outer sect disciple. Such an occurrence was something Wang Ergo would never allow. With this in mind, he coldly remarked to Li Yueling, Senior Sister Li, do not hold back. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Li Yueling sneered in response. Then he truly will become a fool, won't he? It matters not. That is precisely the outcome I desire. Wang Ergo continued to smirk. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room, Xingchen overheard every word exchanged between Wang Ergo and Li Yueling, as they brazenly conspired to transform him into a fool. What should I do? I cannot afford to become a fool. Xingchen's bright eyes darkened, and his expression turned grim as he pondered how to respond. After 6 months of diligent cultivation, Xingchen was no longer the naive youth he once was. He understood that Li Yueling spoke of a mental attack, intending to assail his consciousness and soul. He knew that the soul resides within the sea of consciousness, and his treasured Sanbao Ruyi Ding is also situated there. Ah, the precious Ding. Xingchen's mind raced. He recognized the Sanbao Ruyi Ding as a magnificent treasure, but was uncertain if it could safeguard his soul. Sanbao Ruyi Ding, can you protect my soul? Xingchen silently implored. However, despite his earnest thoughts, there was no change within the sea of consciousness. The Sanbao Ruyi Ding remained undisturbed, standing silently within his mind. The happenings within the sea of consciousness were clear to Xingchen. His bright gaze dimmed further. Am I truly destined to become a fool? Xingchen clenched his small white teeth resolutely, planning to resist if he sensed danger. He had no intention of becoming a fool. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating immortality? Subsequently, Wang Ergo and Li Yueling continued to supervise Xingchen as he cleaned the alchemy room, leaving him no opportunity to act. Once the cleaning was complete, he only gathered the discarded pills, the quantity uncertain but likely not insignificant. After tidying up the alchemy room, he stepped outside. Li Yueling sneered contemptuously, beckoning to Xingchen. Come out, you little thief. How dare you steal the elixirs? Wang Ergo could not help but smirk. Xingchen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly stepped forward. Relax, young man. I assure you, I shall be gentle. You may experience a fleeting dizziness, but it will soon pass, Li Yueling remarked with a cold smile before she closed her eyes. As Li Yueling shut her eyelids, a formidable wave of energy surged forth from her brow, instantly rushing towards Xingchen. His eyes widened in alarm as a perilous force suddenly collided with his forehead. In the blink of an eye, this menacing wave penetrated his consciousness. Xingchen was jolted, his mind momentarily clouded, his brows furrowed tightly, his face a mask of astonishment. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the dangerous wave crashed into the luminous orb of his soul deep within his consciousness. It's over, Xingchen thought instinctively. Soon after, his consciousness was ravaged by this formidable force. Xingchen felt as if his head were about to explode, and he promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 22. The turmoil within Zhang Danyu observed Xingchen, who had succumbed to slumber. Li Yueling smirked with disdain, retracting her psychic assault. What a waste. He could not withstand such a trivial attack. Sister Li, what is the current state of this fellow? Wang Ergo inquired with curiosity. His soul is gravely injured. Upon awakening, he is highly likely to be an imbecile, Li Yueling replied with a light-hearted laugh. Come, brother Ergo, let us depart. Whether this fool awakens depends entirely on his fortune. Li Yueling spoke as if recounting the plight of an ant, casting not a single glance at Xingchen. After delivering a kick to Xingchen, Wang Ergo followed Li Yueling out. Once the two had exited, a profound silence enveloped the vicinity for half an hour. Xingchen remained unresponsive. However, in the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to converge upon him, ultimately flowing into the center of his brow. The streams of spiritual energy that entered his sea of consciousness were swiftly consumed by the three whirlpools within the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. Subsequently, beams of light surged forth, emanating from the Sanbao Ruyi Ding, gravitating toward the luminous orb of his soul deep within the sea of consciousness. Eventually, the entire soul orb became enveloped in these radiant streams. In the blink of an eye, Xingchen's pallid visage began to regain color, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It was not until the spiritual energy dissipated that Xingchen languidly awakened. Is it night already? This pain is unbearable. That wretched woman, he muttered, rubbing his head. Surely I Haven Tea turned into a fool? Hastily, Xingchen delved into his sea of consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the luminous orb of his soul had expanded significantly. The orb appeared brighter than before. How has my soul become stronger? Xingchen pondered, releasing his consciousness tentatively around him, astonished to find it extending a radius of 5 zhang. A considerable enhancement from the 3 zhang he could cover when breaking through to the second layer of qi training. Could it be that an assault on my soul not only left me unharmed, but rather fortified my essence? Xingchen furrowed his brows, unable to fathom the reason behind this phenomenon. Resolutely, he decided to clear his mind. Overthinking only led to a throbbing headache. Thus, Xingchen resolved to rise and return home. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he found it was already deep into the night, and Zhang Daniu had been awaiting his return. Brother Yi, why have you returned so late? Were you troubled by Wang Ergu again? Zhang Daniu inquired. I was merely given a bit of a beating. Xingchen replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. That Wang Ergu deserves his comeuppance. Zhang Daniu cursed before curiously asking, Brother Yi, did you happen to find any elixirs in the alchemy chamber this time? This was the matter that truly concerned Zhang Daniu. Brother Yi, if you do find a qi training pill, please do share one with me. If I could obtain a medium-grade qi training pill, I might just break through to the second layer of qi training. Zhang Daniu, with a despondent expression, lamented, just a few days ago. I gathered enough contribution points to exchange for a mid-grade qi refining pill. If I could obtain another, I would be able to break through to the second layer of qi refining. Brother Yi, as we are brothers, we should share in both fortunes and hardships. You must not forget about me, Daniu, when you come into any benefits. As he spoke, a wave of melancholy washed over his face. Xingchen, whose gaze was gentle and clear, furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of profound sympathy. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and finally took out the last remaining high-grade pill he possessed. Here you go, Brother Daniu. This is what I found today. I cannot ascertain its grade, but you may have it. Since the intricate patterns on the pill had long been worn away, Xingchen spoke ambiguously. Thank you, Brother Yi. I, Zhang Daniu, will surely repay your kindness in the future, Zhang Daniu exclaimed, immediately recognizing that the quality of this pill far surpassed that of the mid-grade qi refining pill. He surmised it must be a high-grade qi refining pill and accepted it without hesitation. You should rest, Brother Yi. I will go and cultivate. Zhang Daniu called back excitedly as he hurried to his room, slamming the door with such force that it startled Xingchen. Xingchen promptly entered his dwelling, secured the doors and windows, and took out the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. He was still unaware of the extent of his gains from the alchemical chamber today. In his excitement, he had not realized how many inferior pills he had accumulated until he encountered Li Yueling. Soon, he emptied all the inferior pills from the cauldron. After categorizing them, he was astonished by the quantity he had amassed in such a short span. He had acquired 135 inferior qi refining pills and 82 inferior strengthening bone pills, along with several unfamiliar inferior pills that he decided to set aside for the moment. Subsequently, he commenced another round of refinement, placing 24 inferior pills into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron for enhancement. The process was completed swiftly. From 135 inferior qi refining pills, he produced 5 exquisite qi refining pills and 1 high-grade qi refining pill. From 82 inferior strengthening bone pills, he yielded 3 exquisite strengthening bone pills and 1 mid-grade strengthening bone pill. Particularly, the sight of the 5 exquisite qi refining pills filled Xingchen with exhilaration. With these 5 exquisite qi refining pills and 1 high-grade qi refining pill, I should be able to break through to the third layer of qi refining. He mused with a smile. Days passed, and during this time, Xingchen focused on solidifying his foundation at the second layer of qi refining. Although he had only practiced for half a year, he understood the importance of a strong foundation. After half a month, Zhang Daniu finally broke through to the second layer of qi refining. Naturally, Xingchen congratulated him and felt immense joy for his friend. Once Zhang Daniu achieved this milestone, he eagerly rushed off to take the assessment. However, what Xingchen awaited was the news of Zhang Daniu's failure in the assessment. Zhang Daniu, surprisingly, did not dwell on his disappointment. After all, it was commonly understood that only those who had reached the third level of qi refinement possessed a substantial chance of passing the evaluation. Thus, he quickly reconciled himself to the outcome. As time progressed, the aura emanating from Xingchen grew increasingly formidable. His cultivation gradually approached the third level of qi refinement. Zhang Daniu could sense Xingchen's advancement, while he himself remained stagnant. One particular night, sleep eluded Zhang Daniu. No matter how he tossed and turned, slumber evaded him. For his mind was burdened with concerns. His thoughts were consumed with perplexity. How could someone with 10 spiritual roots break through so swiftly? And those elixirs, did he truly find them in the alchemy chamber? Could this lad possess such extraordinary luck? Cultivators, by nature, defy the heavens, all while vying for the chance to ascend to immortality. Zhang Daniu murmured to himself intermittently, continually wrestling with his thoughts, as if he could not fully commit to a particular course of action. Chapter 23. Late Night Tribute to Dao Si. Zhang Daniu's challenge. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Daniu found himself unable to sleep. He whispered to himself, how could someone with 10 spiritual roots, as inept as I, grow so remarkably in such a short span? Approaching the third level of qi refinement, it's simply unfathomable. To stumble upon high-grade elixirs in the alchemy chamber is nothing short of miraculous. This lad must be deceiving me. He certainly possesses some hidden treasure. Yet where could this treasure be concealed? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Ah, the sea of consciousness. Yes, indeed. Certain extraordinary treasures can be refined within one's sea of consciousness. In that moment, Zhang Daniu leaped up, his face alight with excitement. Of course, this young man's treasures must be hidden within his sea of consciousness. There is no way he could have found high-grade elixirs in the alchemy chamber. I have visited that chamber twice, and all that lay within were worthless elixirs and dust. How could there be high-grade elixirs? He paused for a moment, contemplating. Forgive me, junior brother Yi, but this opportunity is one I must seize. I must become powerful. I must ascend to immortality. I must attain eternal life. Meanwhile, in Xingchen's quarters, he sat cross-legged in meditation. He still possessed 3 supreme qi refinement pills. Over the past half-month, he had consumed 2 of the high-quality elixirs. Though he felt his cultivation progressing, a significant gap remained before reaching the third level of qi refinement. During this time, he had been diligently consuming the supreme elixirs. And while he still had 1 high-quality pill remaining, his thoughts were occupied with Zhang Daniu. He planned to wait a while before seeking an opportunity to offer it to him. He was uncertain about Zhang Daniu's current thoughts towards him, especially regarding any suspicions he might have about the high-grade elixirs found in the alchemy chamber. However, after more than half a month, if Zhang Daniu had any doubts, he likely would have taken some action by now. Just then, Xingchen noticed a figure outside his door. The wooden door, adorned with paper lattice, allowed for a semi-transparent view. Without employing his spiritual sense, he discerned from the silhouette that it was Zhang Daniu. Xingchen's clear gaze flickered with a hint of caution. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Big brother Daniu, is there something you need? Junior brother Yi, I can't sleep. How about we pay tribute to Dao Si? Zhang Daniu's voice resonated. Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. At this late hour, paying tribute to the deceased? There must be something amiss. He pondered whether to go or stay. After a brief moment of deliberation, he reasoned that Zhang Daniu had treated him well and likely harbored no ill intentions. Yet, the notion of conducting a tribute to the deceased in the dead of night was indeed suspicious. Xingchen's clear eyes sparkled with shrewdness. A late-night tribute to Dao Si? If Big Brother Daniu harbors any malicious intent, tonight would be the ideal time for action. This is far too dubious. I must remain vigilant. I shall go and ascertain whether Big Brother Daniu intends to turn against me. Regardless, my cultivation has surpassed his by a considerable margin, sufficient to defeat him. Xingchen resolved firmly, rising from the corner to retrieve a sickle, which he promptly stowed within the Sanbao Rui Ding. This sickle, intended for harvesting spiritual herbs, would now serve as a means of self-defense. Having spent nearly a year at Qingyun sect, he had yet to accrue enough contribution points to exchange for artifacts. Even Zhang Daniu was in dire straits, possessing not a single artifact. Prepared, Xingchen opened the door, expressing his doubt. Brother Daniu, is it really appropriate to venture out at such a late hour? Not at all. Come accompany me, Shitty. I miss Brother Dao. Zhang Daniu replied with a serious demeanor. Oh, very well then, let us go. Xingchen, without further hesitation, consented. Brother Daniu, why do you carry that sickle? Xingchen inquired, astonished to discover that Zhang Daniu had a sickle in one hand behind him. Oh, I intended to tidy up Brother Dao Si's grave. Zhang Daniu had already concocted this excuse. By this time, the two had traversed over 100 meters. Brother Daniu, allow me to hold the sickle, Yi Xingchen suggested again. Why? Zhang Daniu questioned, perplexed. It's simply that I wish to carry it. It feels safer to have a sickle in the dead of night, Yi Xingchen stated, his clear eyes meeting Zhang Daniu's gaze. Under the moonlight, his dark pupils sparkled like stars against the night sky. Zhang Daniu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. In a sudden rush of thought, he discarded the sickle. Hey, we are now experts at the second level of qi refinement, unafraid of wolves or tigers. Besides, there is no need for a blade when tending to a grave. Come, Yi Shidi, you truly are timid. Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement, though he sensed Zhang Daniu's growing suspicion. Soon, they arrived at Dao Si's grave. After nearly a year, the grass atop his grave had grown several meters high. Alas, when Dao Si first entered Qingyun's sect behind me, he was so spirited, proclaiming he would surely become an immortal. And now, he has become nothing but dust before even entering the outer sect, Zhang Daniu lamented as he gazed at Dao Si's grave. Yi Xingchen's expression darkened. Over the past half-year, he too had come to understand the harsh realities of the immortal cultivation world. Zhang Daniu brought some food and 3 incense sticks. After paying their respects, he beckoned Yi Xingchen to sit beside him, and they began to converse. Seated across from one another, the cold night sky enveloped them as a full moon slowly retreated behind dark clouds. Yi Shidi, what brings you to Qingyun's sect? Zhang Daniu inquired. I have come to pursue immortality. Once I achieve it, I shall resurrect my grandfather, Yi Xingchen replied earnestly. His eyes filled with unwavering belief in the possibility of reviving his grandfather through the powers of an immortal. Now that sounds rather boastful. How can the deceased possibly be brought back to life? Zhang Daniu chuckled softly, adding, moreover, with your innate talent of 10 spiritual roots, how exceedingly difficult it would be for you to attain immortality. In my view, even the breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement seems somewhat implausible, yet you astonishingly approached the third layer within less than a year. Zhang Daniu shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, you truly are remarkable, Yi Shidi. You claim to have stumbled upon elixirs within the alchemy chamber, even high-grade qi refinement pills. This assertion, Zhang Daniu's expression suddenly turned serious. I, Daniu, cannot accept such a claim. Then, with a playful tone, he continued, could it be that you possess some treasure? Perhaps you would share it with your brother Daniu? I assure you, it will remain a secret. Yi Xingchen's demeanor had already grown solemn. He had indeed not misjudged the situation. Zhang Daniu's summons today harbored ulterior motives. Yi Xingchen replied, somewhat taken aback, Brother Daniu, I genuinely found those elixirs in the alchemy chamber. Why do you not believe me? Do you think I have hoarded them all without sharing? Furrowing his brow, Yi Xingchen reassured, rest assured, should I find any elixirs, I will not forget you. The next time I acquire some, I shall share half with you. Do you trust me, Brother Daniu? Chuckling, Zhang Daniu responded, oh, Yi Shidi, you take this too seriously. How could I possibly doubt you? I was merely jesting. Let us return. At that moment, Zhang Daniu confirmed his suspicions. Yi Xingchen must indeed possess something of great value. Since they had reached this point, he was prepared to take action. As he stood up, he seized the opportunity to grip Yi Xingchen's neck with a firm hold, channeling his spiritual energy as he forcefully struck his knee against Yi Xingchen's heart. Chapter 24. Has Zhang Daniu fled? Although Yi Xingchen had anticipated such a scene, he was still taken aback. He quickly summoned his spiritual energy for defense. Zhang Daniu's knee struck with tremendous force, making Yi Xingchen feel as though a colossal stone had crashed into his chest. However, thanks to the protection of his spiritual energy, he did not sustain any severe injuries. Although Zhang Daniu had acted first, his cultivation was not yet as profound as Yi Xingchen's. Moreover, neither of them had managed to practice the Taoist arts at this moment. The sheer might of Daniu's assault knocked Yi Xingchen to the ground. Daniu, what are you doing? Please, regain your senses, Yi Xingchen shouted, attempting to rouse the frenzied Zhang Daniu. Yet, Daniu was beyond hearing reason. He gripped Yi Xingchen's throat tightly. Junior brother Yi, do not blame me. I have no choice. I, too, seek immortality, he gasped. You must possess some treasure, perhaps hidden within your sea of consciousness? Zhang Daniu's breath was rapid, and for the first time, he was overwhelmed by panic. Close your eyes, junior brother. It will be quick, though you may feel a bit dizzy, he said, not waiting for Yi Xingchen to respond. His hands surged with spiritual energy, unleashing a formidable force. Yi Xingchen felt his breath cut off in an instant. Without hesitation, he summoned a scythe from the Ruyi Treasure Cauldron, gripping it tightly and striking with all his might towards Zhang Daniu's head. The scythe pierced through Daniu's skull. Ugh. Zhang Daniu's eyes widened in fury, the light within them rapidly fading. He stared at Xingchen in disbelief as life swiftly ebbed away. And he collapsed with a thud. Ah! Xingchen shouted in alarm, hastily pushing Danyu away. He scrambled back 10 meters, panting heavily. Danyu? He called tentatively, but received no response. He realized that Zhang Danyu was likely gone. What to do? Xingchen's mind raced in panic. After a long moment, he slowly began to regain his composure. After a brief silence, he approached the grave of Dao Si and began to dig. With the aid of the scythe, he quickly excavated a pit. He laid Zhang Danyu to rest within it and covered him with grass to obscure the sight. This should prevent discovery. Under the dim moonlight, Xingchen was drenched in sweat. Before departing, he offered a few words of solace to Zhang Danyu. Rest in peace, Danyu. You should not have acted so impulsively. Had you stayed with me, you would have grown strong in time. Wait for me. When I achieve immortality, I may come to resurrect you. By then, you will no longer be so reckless. With that, Xingchen took up the scythe and a foundational cultivation manual he had acquired from Zhang Danyu, along with several low-grade strongbone pills, and fled. In no time, he returned to his dwelling. After fetching a few scoops of water from the outdoor tank to cleanse the blood and dirt from his body, he entered the house. After shedding his garments, he plunged into bed, enveloped by the covers. Yet, throughout the night, Xingchen found himself unable to slumber. Big Nyo, please do not seek me out, if you must. Go find Wang Ergu, but do not come to me. In a daze, Xingchen managed to endure until dawn. As the first light of day broke, he hastily arose and made his way to the Hall of Stewards. The sky was tinged with pale hues, a time when he and Zhang Danyu typically began their labors. The grand doors of the hall stood wide open as Xingchen rushed inside, veering left into a side chamber. Steward Zhao. Upon entering the chamber, Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, for Steward Zhao was indeed present, albeit in a deep slumber. Xingchen, seizing the moment, leaned close to Steward Zhao's ear and shouted, Steward Zhao. The sound erupted like thunder, startling Zhao into a furious awakening. Upon recognizing Xingchen, Zhao's ire flared. He delivered a swift kick, sending Xingchen sprawling. What the hell is wrong with you? Have you deafened me? Xingchen grimaced in pain, but quickly scrambled to his feet. Noticing Xingchen's anxious demeanor, Zhao furrowed his brow. What is it? Speak clearly, or I swear I will make you regret it. Big Nyo is missing. Xingchen feigned urgency, though Zhao saw through his act. What? Zhao's anger surged. Are you seeking death? If he is missing, then he is missing. What is so strange about that? Every year, some errant disciples run away. Is this a surprise? Get lost, and do not disturb my meditation. But, carrying water alone is exhausting. At this, Xingchen's heart leapt with joy, though he continued to feign distress. Fine, you manage alone for now. Once others arrive, I will make arrangements. If you fail to complete your tasks, I will not hesitate to punish you. Now be gone. Wait, what is your cultivation level? At that moment, Zhao noticed Xingchen's nearing mastery of the 3rd level of qi refinement, leaving him bewildered. How is it that a waste with 10 spirit roots has progressed to nearly the 3rd level of qi refinement in less than a year? I am uncertain. Big Nyo provided me with some elixirs, and I have been diligently practicing, Xingchen replied, scratching his head, his large eyes gleaming with sincerity. The elixirs from Zhang Danyu? Do you not know where he has gone? Zhao glared at Xingchen. I am not aware. Last night, Big Nyo expressed disinterest in cultivation, and upon awakening today, he has vanished. Xingchen maintained a serious expression, his gaze clear, betraying no hint of deceit. It seems that rascal has fled, then it is of no consequence. Depart. Before long, Xingchen was left with no choice but to exit the Hall of Stewards. He realized that the sect showed little concern for the fate of errant disciples, whether they were lost or deceased, as evidenced by Zhao's indifference. Upon returning, Xingchen found himself alone, fetching water while contemplating his next course of action. Reflecting on the events involving Zhang Danyu, along with the behaviors of Wang Ergu and Steward Zhao, he realized that he could no longer afford to hastily advance in his cultivation. A rapid breakthrough could lead to his discovery, placing him in grave danger. Perhaps achieving the 3rd level of qi refinement might allow him to pass the assessment and gain entry into the outer sect. However, within the outer sect, while Steward Zhao might be unable to act against him, what about Wang Ergu? What if Wang Ergu were to become unhinged and eliminate him? Given the past connection between Wang Ergu and Wang Tong, a mere word from Wang Tong could easily shield Wang Ergu from repercussions, leaving Xingchen in peril. He harbored no fear of Wang Ergu himself. Rather, it was Wang Tong who instilled trepidation within him. If his rapid advancement in cultivation were to come to light, how would they perceive him? Chapter 25. The assessment. Once again Wang Ergu relayed the news to Wang Tong, who could easily dispose of him. Ultimately, Xingchen resolved to first open up his 10 dantians. However, he dared not utilize the remaining 3 exquisite qi cultivation pills for this purpose, as he was uncertain when Wang Ergu would summon him to clean the alchemy chamber. He needed to retain a contingency plan. Should 3 years pass without his ability to cultivate all 10 dantians, he would resort to these 3 exquisite pills to break through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Subsequently, he would undergo the assessment to join the outer sect and then proceed to develop the remaining dantians. Thus, Xingchen had to conserve enough medicinal pills to ensure his advancement to the 3rd level of qi cultivation. At present, aside from the 3 exquisite qi cultivation pills, he also possessed 1 superior qi cultivation pill, which could indeed be utilized to open a dantian. Consequently, the task of fetching water from the medicinal garden fell entirely upon Xingchen. During this time, he consumed the superior qi cultivation pill to cultivate his with spiritual roots dantian. Alas, the cultivation of 10 spiritual roots proved exceedingly arduous. Even with the assistance of the superior qi cultivation pill, Xingchen's with spiritual root dantian showed no signs of development. Helpless, he could only await Wang Ergu's summons to clean the alchemy chamber. Half a month later, Wang Ergu indeed arrived at the servant quarters. "Oh, you haven't turned into a fool yet?" Upon seeing Xingchen in good health, Wang Ergu was first astonished, then resorted to mockery. Li Welling had claimed that Xingchen had a 60% chance of becoming a complete idiot. Wang Ergu had not anticipated Xingchen's resilience. Subsequently, as was customary, Wang Ergu greeted Xingchen with a playful kick before departing with satisfaction. Witnessing that Xingchen's cultivation surpassed his own, yet dared not provoke him, Wang Ergu felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. As for the cleaning of the alchemy chamber, Wang Ergu made no mention of it, leaving Xingchen to continue waiting. After approximately 2 more months, Wang Ergu finally summoned Xingchen to clean the alchemy chamber again. He instructed Xingchen to complete the water-fetching task early that evening before proceeding to the alchemy chamber. One must admit, Wang Ergu was quite cunning. However, Xingchen found joy in the process. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of qi and aided by the exquisite strongbone pill, fetching 150 buckets of spiritual spring water felt like child's play. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, after enduring 2 playful kicks from Wang Ergu, Xingchen finally completed his task. This time, his gains were modest, as Wang Ergu had arrived early to oversee him. Fortunately, Wang Ergu was merely seeking trouble and did not uncover his theft of defective pills. This time, his haul included 80 defective qi cultivation pills and 82 defective strongbone pills. After reinforcing them with the Sambao Rui Ding, he acquired 3 exquisite qi cultivation pills and 1 superior qi cultivation pill. For the strongbone pills, he also obtained 3 exquisite and 1 superior. Armed with these 3 exquisite qi cultivation pills, Xingchen immediately commenced the development of his wood spiritual root. Half a month later, Xingchen achieved his long-desired ambition. He successfully opened his wooden spiritual roots dantian. He now possessed a total of 3 dantians. His golden and wooden spiritual roots had attained the 1st layer of qi refinement, while his fire spiritual root had reached the 2nd layer. This time, in his endeavor to open the wooden spiritual roots dantian, Xingchen expended 2 exquisite qi refinement pills, along with a previous superior qi refinement pill. Such a consumption was undeniably substantial, a burden far beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator. However, Xingchen merely needed to clean the alchemy room. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, Xingchen had spent 3 years at Qingyan sect. In the following 2 years, he still had not broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Consequently, both Steward Zhao and Wang Ergu had dismissed their suspicions regarding him. The label of waste frequently passed their lips. After all, in these 3 years, Wang Ergu had advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while Steward Zhao remained stagnant. Throughout these 3 years, Xingchen had grown significantly taller. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, combined with distinct facial features, revealed the disappearance of the baby fat that once adorned his face. He had now matured into a handsome young man. Despite not having broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Xingchen had made considerable progress. He had opened the dantian for all 10 spiritual roots 6 months prior. Over the past 2 years, Wang Ergu summoned him to clean the alchemy room approximately every 2 months. As a result, not only did he have a sufficient supply of pills, but he also saved over a dozen exquisite qi refinement pills. With the aid of these exquisite pills, Xingchen opened the water spiritual roots dantian in a year and a half, the earth spiritual roots dantian in a year and 8 months, and the wind spiritual roots dantian in a year and 11 months. After 2 years and 2 months, he successfully opened the thunder spiritual roots dantian. Until 6 months ago, he had opened the dantian for all 10 spiritual roots. However, in terms of cultivation, apart from the fire spiritual root, which reached the second layer of chi refinement, the powers within the other spiritual roots dantians were all at the first layer level. Next, Xingchen prepared to break through to the third layer of chi refinement. In his view, achieving this breakthrough now would elicit no skepticism from others. 1 month later, he consumed 2 exquisite chi refinement pills to break through to the third layer. Following this breakthrough, he spent another 2 months stabilizing his cultivation. He still possessed 12 exquisite chi refinement pills. Naturally, Xingchen dared not use them all at once to elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, should he advance too rapidly, Wang Ergu would surely relay the news to Wang Tong, who would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him by any means necessary. Thus, after stabilizing his cultivation, Xingchen proceeded directly to the assessment. Upon entering the deacon hall, he immediately encountered Steward Zhao. "Oh, is that not Xingchen? What brings you to the deacon hall?" Zhao's steward inquired with a teasing tone. "I am here for the assessment," Xingchen replied succinctly before heading to the counter. Zhao's steward furrowed his brow, and his divine sense unreservedly swept over Xingchen. "You've actually broken through to the third layer of chi refinement? Impressive indeed. The 10 spiritual roots. And yet you have managed to surpass such a formidable level of cultivation in just over 3 years. You are indeed remarkable." Zhao, the steward, remarked with astonishment, his expression growing somewhat grave. It took him decades to reach the 4th level of chi refinement, and in comparison to Xingchen, he felt utterly inadequate. Who, then, is the true inept? As Zhao's thoughts raced, his eyes narrowed, contemplating. There must be something unusual about this lad. I refuse to believe he possesses no treasures. Upon learning that Xingchen was to undergo the outer sect assessment, the disciple at the counter led her to seek out Lu Feng. Lu Feng resided in the rear courtyard of the deacon hall. When Lu Feng learned that Xingchen had indeed broken through to the third level of chi refinement, he too expressed mild surprise. "Were it not for my own testing of your spiritual roots, I would scarcely believe you possess 10. Lu, the steward, chuckled softly, then turned to Xingchen with a serious demeanor, saying, "Young one, I care not how you achieved this breakthrough. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, the key is modesty. Regardless of any fortunate encounters or treasures you may possess, remember to keep them concealed, I implore you. Your advancement to the third level of chi refinement brings me joy, yet your journey is only just beginning. Once again, the essence lies in modesty." "Very well. If you call me uncle, I shall impart a few more words of wisdom, and I hope you will heed my counsel. Come, let us proceed. I wish you success in your assessment for entry into the outer sect." Lu Feng smiled, and then led Xingchen to the outer sect square for her examination. Chapter 26. The Midnight Visit of Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao accompanied them on their journey. Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but paid it no mind. This time, Xingchen was filled with confidence. Soon, he commenced the assessment. The disciples gathered in the square to watch. "Is it this fated one again? He has actually broken through to the third level of chi refinement. Impressive indeed." A perceptive observer quickly discerned Xingchen's cultivation level, eliciting gasps of surprise. "This lad, he may very well succeed," someone remarked. Meanwhile, Xingchen had already begun ascending the staircase. As he stepped onto the first rung, a wave of pressure began to descend. However, Xingchen felt nothing. The weight felt as light as a feather falling from the sky, and his body remained unperturbed. Witnessing this, Xingchen's confidence in this assessment soared. This experience was incomparable to his previous trial 2 years prior at the first level of chi refinement. Before long, Xingchen reached the 50th step. It was only after this point that he felt a slight heaviness. Yet, he continued as if traversing level ground. Upon reaching the 90th step, he finally sensed a significant burden. However, to him at this moment, this weight was akin to carrying water when he first began his journey. Challenging, yet not overwhelmingly so. Subsequently, Xingchen ascended the 100th step, successfully completing the assessment. "Congratulations." Lu Feng's voice rang out first. "Congratulations." Several voices from around the square echoed in celebration. Xingchen, brimming with excitement, descended the staircase. "Prepare yourself today. Tomorrow I shall take you to the outer sect," Lu Feng said with a sincere smile. "Thank you, uncle," Xingchen replied, scratching his head. Now 17, he no longer resembled the naive boy of 13 or 14. His clear eyes held a newfound depth, no longer darting about with every passing thought. "No worries. Go prepare. I have witnessed a 10-spirit root entering the outer sect," Lu Feng remarked with a wave of his hand, smiling. After bowing respectfully, Xingchen returned to his dwelling. Today, he was free from the burden of fetching water, which afforded him a sense of leisure. With the prospect of entering the outer sect of Qingyun's sect tomorrow, he intended to pay a visit to Dao Si and Zhang Daniu. After procuring some offerings from the dining hall, he made his way to Dao Si's grave. After paying his respects, he sat down with a contemplative expression. Big brother Daniu, he murmured, sigh. I harbor much resentment towards you. But thinking back to the circumstances we faced together, my anger dissipates. Yet, it is futile to dwell on words now. If you had not acted so rashly, I would not forget you in the future. Alas, your impatience was your undoing. But then again, if I were in your shoes, would I have refrained from seizing opportunities? Enough of this. Let us not linger on it. Xingchen paused momentarily before continuing. And you, Dao Si, I barely had the chance to converse with you before that wretched steward Zhao took you away. At that moment, I was so frightened that I nearly fled. But it was only after Brother Nio's comforting words that I resolutely chose to remain. Rest assured, if I achieve immortality in the future, I shall undoubtedly return to revive you all. Yet, is there truly anyone in this world who can attain immortality? Over the past 3 to 4 years, although Xingchen still held the position of a mere servant disciple, he was no longer the Navi novice he once was. He had come to understand many aspects of the immortal cultivation world. Cultivating immortality is no simple feat. Rather, it is a perilous journey fraught with hardships. Especially for someone like him, deemed a waste, there seemed to be little hope. Sighing deeply, Xingchen paid his respects to Dao Si and Zhang Daniu before returning to his dwelling. While he would finally enter the outer sect the following day, he faced numerous challenges ahead, particularly concerning Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. Over the years, he had learned of Li Yueling's name and discovered that her father was an elder of the outer sect. Like Wang Ergu, they were individuals he could not provoke. However, one of the greatest advantages of entering the outer sect was the prohibition against disciples harming one another. Yet, Wang Ergu had an even more formidable figure above him, Wang Tong, a distinguished disciple of the inner sect. Over the past 3 years, he had learned that Wang Tong was one of the most outstanding disciples in the inner sect of Qingyun's sect. Such a status would allow him to eliminate an outer sect disciple without consequence. Xingchen was acutely aware of this. Nevertheless, he was determined to enter the outer sect. Only there could he access greater resources for cultivation. He had to heed Lu Feng's advice and remain discreet. It is only through humility that one can sustain a longer life. As night fell, Xingchen collapsed into slumber. Suddenly, just as he was on the verge of drifting into dreams, a knock echoed at his door. Who could it be? Xingchen felt a twinge of wariness. It's me, Brother Yi. I am Zhao Guanshi, came a familiar voice from outside. Xingchen was taken aback, uncertain why Zhao Guanshi sought him. Over the past 3 years, he had learned Zhao Guanshi's background. The man had attained the 4th layer of qi refinement. However, he was not an outer sect disciple, as he had been in the servant area for over a decade without breaking through the 3rd layer of qi refinement or passing the assessments, thus failing to enter the outer sect. Even now, at the 4th layer, he remained outside, needing to reach the 6th layer to qualify. Zhao Guanshi, do you require something? Xingchen inquired, his vigilance peaked, for the man was not to be underestimated. Their accommodations were designed to block divine senses. So neither Xingchen nor Zhao Guanshi had any idea of the other's activities. However, Xingchen could see the upper half of Zhao Guanshi's body through the door. The man was not wielding any weapons. Yet today, Xingchen had discerned Zhao Guanshi's ulterior motives. His visit must be to covet the treasures Xingchen possessed. With this thought in mind, how could Xingchen afford to be careless? He swiftly grasped his sickle, illuminated by the glowing orb of light conjured by the array within his room. Thus, Xingchen was aware that the outer sect could also perceive the shadow of his upper body. Naturally, knowing that the other party could see him, Xingchen had his own strategies. He first walked along the edge of the wall, then picked up the scythe from the corner. Subsequently, he slowly approached the door. Junior Brother Yi, where are you? Chuckled the steward Zhao, his voice cheerful, yet his eyes searched for Xingchen's silhouette through the door. In his other hand, he held a short sword, concealed behind his back. The moment Xingchen drew near the door, he would thrust it through the barrier. Although the door could block spiritual perception, it was merely a result of the formation's design, not an inherent quality of the door itself. This wooden door could easily be shattered with a single kick. However, Steward Zhao dared not act overtly. Although Xingchen had yet to become an outer sect disciple, his identity had been established, and he could not recklessly take a life. Moreover, the other party's cultivation level was considerable, compelling Zhao to resort to such tactics. Yet, he looked left and right, unable to catch a glimpse of Xingchen approaching to open the door. Junior Brother Yi, what on earth is this lad up to? Why hasn't he come to open the door yet? Steward Zhao grew anxious. Chapter 27. Has he passed the assessment with 10 spiritual roots? In his heart, Steward Zhao cursed vehemently, yet his lips curled into a smile as he called out, "Junior brother Yi, please open the door." However, what awaited him was a sickle that pierced through the wooden door, striking directly into his brow. Without uttering a sound, Steward Zhao succumbed to eternal slumber. Upon opening the door, Xingchen confirmed that Steward Zhao was devoid of life. He procured a sack, placed Steward Zhao within, and made his way toward the grave of Dao Si. Soon, Xingchen began to excavate a pit at Dao Si's grave, directly interring Steward Zhao within. During the burial, Xingchen searched through Steward Zhao's belongings, but found nothing of value except for his identity token. Upon examining it, he was taken aback to discover that Steward Zhao possessed over 700 contribution points. With his consciousness delving into the token, he transferred the contribution points to his own identity token. How infuriating! Were these points not deducted from us? Xingchen then cast Steward Zhao's token into the pit to be buried alongside him. After covering the grave, Xingchen restored Dao Si's grave to its original state. This time, he felt no panic. Upon returning, he fell into a deep sleep. The following day, Xingchen arrived early at the Steward Hall, where Steward Lu escorted him to the Outer Sect Steward Hall. Before long, they reached the Grand Hall of the Outer Sect Steward Hall, which was far more majestic than that of the servant area. Upon entering the hall, Xingchen noticed a multitude of people bustling about, each engaged in their own affairs at various counters. As he scanned the counters, his brow furrowed in surprise. He spotted two familiar faces, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. He had not anticipated encountering them here. Steward Lu led Xingchen directly to the counter where the two were stationed. "Steward Lu, what brings you here?" inquired a man behind the counter upon seeing Lu Feng. Wang Ergu and Li Yueling also turned to look, momentarily taken aback. They had not expected to see Xingchen here. The implication was clear. He had passed the Outer Sect assessment, or he would not be present. Indeed. Upon hearing the man's question, Lu Feng smiled. "I am here to register a disciple who has successfully passed the assessment." Haha. I never would have imagined that this so-called waste with 10 spiritual roots would actually pass the Outer Sect assessment. Wang Ergu laughed heartily, attracting curious glances from those nearby. "Ah, you've actually broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Quite surprising indeed. A waste with 10 spiritual roots achieving such growth in roughly 3 years." Wang Ergu sneered. "Tell me, boy, do you possess some hidden treasure? How else could you have progressed so swiftly? I, a genius with 3 spiritual roots, have only just managed to reach the 3rd level myself." Before Wang Ergu's words faded, astonished gazes turned toward Xingchen, as if pondering what treasures he might possess. Many inwardly scoffed at Wang Ergu's claims of genius, yet they refrained from provoking him, remaining silent. "What treasures can I possess? It's merely a stroke of luck." Xingchen forced a casual smile. "Huh, I don't believe it for a moment," Wang Ergu scoffed. "It is said that some individuals conceal their treasures within their dantian or sea of consciousness. Perhaps, second disciple Ergu, you could examine what lies within his dantian. As for his sea of consciousness, I had already delved into it a year ago and found nothing of note," Li Yueling chimed in. "What senior sister Li said holds true. Thus, I shall investigate what this young lad has hidden in his dantian." Wang Ergu immediately recalled Xingchen's possession of 10 spiritual roots. Wang Ergu was taken aback. "Young man, over 3 years have passed, and since you have not perished, that must mean you have indeed opened 10 spiritual roots, correct? To claim you possess no treasures? I hardly believe it. I have opened 10 dantian. Yet I truly have no treasures. Perhaps it is merely due to my innate talent for cultivation." Although Xingchen felt a surge of anger within, he maintained a facade of laughter. "Young man, whether or not you possess treasures, I shall ascertain by probing your dantian. Are you daring enough?" Wang Ergu jested. "Absolutely not." This time, Xingchen refused to yield. Who knows if Wang Ergu's consciousness would suddenly wreak havoc upon his dantian once it ventured within. If his dantian were truly destroyed, it would be utterly catastrophic. As for whether Wang Ergu would dare to end his life, Xingchen was unwilling to gamble on that. In such a case, should he perish, perhaps Wang Tung would intervene, and the matter would be swept under the rug. Therefore, Xingchen resolved not to relent this time. "You seek your own demise." Wang Ergu's expression darkened, and he aimed a swift kick. This time, Xingchen did not relent. He sidestepped and evaded Wang Ergu's blow. "You dare to dodge?" Wang Ergu's fury intensified. "Young man, you have grown bold, daring to resist." Wang Ergu sneered, then turned to Li Yueling, "Senior sister Li. Incapacitate this lad." "Very well," Li Yueling replied with a contemptuous smile, promptly taking action, fully obedient to Wang Ergu's command. Moreover, her prowess had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, making her more than capable of dealing with Xingchen. Indeed, the The disparity between Xingchen and Li Yueling was staggering. Their realms differed by 2 minor levels. Furthermore, the spiritual energy contained within his 10 spiritual roots dantian was incomparable to the single spiritual root wielded by Li Yueling. More crucially, Xingchen had yet to cultivate any spells. Thus, he was not a match for Li Yueling. Though he harbored a desire to resist, his abilities did not permit it. Bang! Gathering her spiritual energy, Li Yueling conjured a firebird that materialized out of thin air, immediately hurtling towards Xingchen. The speed was such that he had no time to react. The firebird collided with Xingchen's chest. A dull thud resonated as his body was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, as if his internal organs had shattered. Witnessing this, Wang Ergu grinned maliciously, preparing to advance upon Xingchen. Halt! At this moment, Lu Feng summoned his courage and spoke. Now that Xingchen has become an outer disciple, the rules of the sect prohibit outer disciples from engaging in mutual slaughter. Lu Feng could hardly bear to witness the unfolding situation. However, both Li Yueling and Wang Ergu were beyond his reach, which made him hesitate for quite some time before speaking up. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, Wang Ergu offered a sheepish smile, saying, "Elder Lu, you exaggerate. We are not engaging in mutual slaughter, merely sparring with junior brother Yi." Lu Feng, not only the elder steward of the outer sect, but also a formidable practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, was respected. Wang Tong had advised Wang Ergu that those below the foundation establishment stage could act with impunity, but it was wise not to offend those above it. Therefore, when Lu Feng intervened, Wang Ergu discreetly refrained from further aggression. Nonetheless, the gaze he cast upon Xingchen was no longer playful, but rather laced with a blatant intent to kill. What is happening? The atmosphere is thick with tension. Are you truly prepared to engage in conflict here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man entered through the hall's doorway. Upon seeing him, everyone displayed expressions of reverence. "Father, I was merely sparring with this fellow, and Elder Lu scolded us." Li Yueling immediately whined, her tone sweet. However, her words instantly darkened Lu Feng's expression. Chapter 28. The Azure Cloud Ranking, Wang Tong. Lu Feng, during the disciple sparring, why did you reprimand my daughter? And what of your nephew Wang? Li Tong's expression darkened. What right do you have to chastise them? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, I assure you, you shall not pass through this door. Li Tong cast a glance at the fallen Xingchen and furiously rebuked Lu Feng. Elder Lu, I did not scold your daughter. These two were unprovoked in their assault on this disciple. You may inquire with the other disciples if you do not believe me, Lu Feng asserted with a stiff resolve. Although he held the rank of an outer sect elder, his strength paled in comparison to Li Tong, a master in the late foundation establishment stage. While Lu Feng was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the disparity rendered him utterly unqualified to challenge Li Tong. Humph. Li Tong scoffed coldly and then addressed the crowd. I ask you all, is Lu Feng's statement true? Upon hearing this, the disciples within the deacon hall dared not utter a word. Neither Lu Feng nor Li Tong was someone they could provoke. Silence ensued. Li Tong smirked disdainfully and then fixed his gaze on Xingchen, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent. A palpable pressure bore down on Xingchen, its threatening intent unmistakable. Do you assert that they did not unjustly assault you? Xingchen furrowed his brow. He could discern that Lu Feng could not stand against Li Tong, and should he refuse to corroborate Lu Feng's account, Lu Feng might become Li Tong's target of animosity. Xingchen understood all too well that regardless of his response, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling would not relent. However, as an outer sect disciple, even if Li Tong, as an elder, wished to target him, he would not dare do so openly. Most importantly, Xingchen could not allow Lu Feng to suffer because of him. Thus, he resolutely declared, they did indeed assault me without cause. Oh, is that so? Dare you repeat that? A stronger wave of oppressive force surged towards Xingchen. In an instant, he felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Elderly, is it not a bit excessive to bully an outer sect disciple in such a manner? Perhaps I ought to pay a visit to the inner sect's law enforcement hall. Earlier, Lu Feng had thought that Xingchen might fear Li Tong's intimidation and refrain from supporting his words, but Xingchen's response brought great relief to Lu Feng. Observing this, Lu Feng no longer hesitated. Knowing Li Tong was a vindictive individual, having already offended him, he had no fear of adding to that offense. Very well. Lu Feng, it seems you have grown arrogant. Upon hearing Lu Feng's intention to visit the law enforcement hall, a flicker of deep trepidation crossed Li Tong's eyes, and he swiftly withdrew his oppressive aura. However, his gaze towards Lu Feng grew even more frigid. Lu Feng, remember your words today. Li Tong sneered coldly. Ignoring Li Tong, Lu Feng led Xingchen to the counter to register. However, Just as the attendant behind the counter was about to register Xingchen, Li Tong approached. "You proceed with your registration. Do not mind me," Li Tong coldly remarked to the man behind the counter. The attendant felt a chill run down his spine and began the registration process for Xingchen. Subsequently, Xingchen received an identity badge along with a manual for external disciples. However, as the man behind the counter was about to retrieve something else, Li Tong spoke in a low voice. "That's enough. It ends here. The elixirs and spirit stones have already been distributed. You may leave." Elderly, it is evident that you are deliberately making things difficult for this child. Newcomers are entitled to 3 medium-grade qi refining pills, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a basic spell. Is it truly necessary for you to act in such a manner? Lu Feng's face turned ashen. "What? I am the elder of the external disciplinary hall, while you are merely an elder of the servant area. Do you think you have the right to question me?" Li Tong reprimanded sharply. "Leave. I said he hasn't arrived. Come back in a month to collect it. Uncle, let us go." Over the years, Xingchen had become well acquainted with the rules of the external sect. Each external disciple receives monthly benefits of 3 medium-grade qi refining pills and 10 low-grade spirit stones. New entrants can claim their benefits on the same day they join. Yet, he realized that Li Tong was clearly refusing to grant him his due. Of course, he didn't particularly care, not to mention that medium-grade qi refining pills were of little use to him. Even if 3 of them were combined to form a superior-grade pill, the effect would be magnified. However, compared to the superior-grade qi refining pill he possessed, they were utterly insignificant. As for the low-grade spirit stones, Xingchen had never encountered them. Nevertheless, he understood that low-grade spirit stones were the most basic form of spirit stones. Such stones could be utilized for cultivation and served as the hard currency within the realm of cultivation, akin to silver in the secular world, being a medium of exchange. However, low-grade spirit stones held little value. The true worth lay in medium and superior-grade spirit stones. It was said that 1 medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade ones. Now that was a valuable commodity. "Huh, Lu Feng, I find you even less astute than a mere child. He knows how to recognize the times, yet you remain obstinate. Be cautious, or one day your cultivation may lead you astray, resulting in your demise." Li Tong scoffed derisively. Xingchen then urged Lu Feng to leave. "Alas, my child, you truly have a hard fate. I know that Wang Ergu and the inner sex prodigy, Wang Tong, are your fellow townsmen. But why do they harbor such animosity towards you?" Lu Feng shook his head. "Be careful if you ever leave the Qinyan sect. Now that you are an external disciple, even those from the inner sect dare not strike you at will. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall will not stand idly by. However, once you step outside the Qinyan sect, it's another story. Take care of yourself. I will take you to find a place to stay." Just as Xingchen and Lu Feng were leaving, Wang Ergu dashed out of the disciplinary hall. He promptly tossed out a palm-sized boat, which instantly expanded into a massive flying vessel. A prominent flag adorned the vessel, boldly inscribed with the words, "Qingyun Peak, 18th on the Qingyun rankings, Wang Tong." This simple line represented a distinguished identity. Upon seeing these words, Li Yueling, who had followed closely behind, was filled with admiration. Infinite aspirations flickered within her gaze. However, she was acutely aware that she lacked the merit to ascend the flying vessel alongside Wang Ergu, for she understood that Wang Ergu was destined for the inner sanctum. The vessel appeared unremarkable, yet adorned with that banner. It was bound for a realm to which she, Li Yueling, could not aspire. As Wang Ergu boarded the craft, it trembled slightly, instantly soaring towards the heavens. Soon, 6 towering peaks piercing the clouds emerged before him. The summits, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial paradise from a distance. The cascading waterfalls appeared breathtakingly majestic. Particularly, the central peak stood imperiously, akin to a colossal dragon surveying the world. Wang Ergu's eyes sparkled with golden light, reflecting his profound yearning. For these 6 grand peaks were the 6 principal summits of the Qinyan sect. Wang Tong resided atop the largest peak, Qinyan Peak, the very heart of the sect. Wang Ergu wore a proud expression, for who could have imagined that an outer disciple would gain direct access to the inner sanctum? Such privilege was beyond Li Yueling's wildest dreams. Not to mention Li Tong, the elder of the outer sect's affairs, who also lacked the liberty to enter at will. He was required to announce his presence prior to admission. Wang Ergu, however, was different. His vessel served as a decree of passage. It sailed directly through the grand entrance of the Qinyan sect, a majestic 100-foot gate. Thereafter, the vessel accelerated, heading straight towards Qinyan Peak. The inner disciples of the Qinyan sect, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with envy. Whispers of bemusement began to circulate. "Damn, that must be the outer disciple Wang Ergu," one remarked. "If it weren't for Wang Tong at the main peak, he'd be foolish to flaunt his entrance like that." he'd surely be met with dire consequences. Another agreed. Indeed, Wang Ting's talent is nothing short of extraordinary, having secured the 18th position in this year's Qingyun ranking competition. Wang Ergu is truly fortunate to have such a brother. Chapter 29. The fortune that belongs to him must be mine. Wang Ergo had indeed enjoyed a splendid journey, arriving without hindrance at the summit of Qingyun Peak to meet Wang Tung. Ergo, I have told you before, unless there is something of great importance, do not come to the inner sect. Once you become an inner sect disciple, you may visit whenever you wish. Wang Tung remarked with a hint of seriousness upon seeing Wang Ergo's cheerful demeanor. Elder brother, that lad Xingchen has passed the outer sect disciple assessment and has become an outer sect disciple, Wang Ergo announced. Oh, in the span of 3 years. Wang Tung's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. His presence was steady, his features handsome, and his tall figure radiated an air of elegance and strength, reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon hearing Wang Ergo utter Xingchen's name again, Wang Tung furrowed his brow slightly. This name was one he had nearly forgotten. However, he was somewhat taken aback upon learning that Xingchen had managed to pass the outer sect assessment. I never imagined that a waste with 10 spiritual roots could endure for 3 years without perishing and even become an outer sect disciple. He must possess some talent. Perhaps he has encountered an extraordinary opportunity, Wang Tung mused. Wang Ergo hesitated. Elder brother, I too find this lad rather suspicious. With my 3 spiritual roots, even with your assistance, I have only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yet this fellow has not only surpassed the 3rd level, but has also opened 10 dantians. He is truly exceptional. Elder brother, there must be something unusual about him. We should eliminate him and see what treasures he possesses. A sinister expression crept across Wang Ergo's face. How shall we proceed? Wang Ting shot a stern glance at Wang Ergo. Since he has become an outer sect disciple, we cannot harm him within the sect. Whether outer or inner sect disciples, harming one another is a grave taboo in the Qingyun sect. This is a rule that cannot be defied. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall will be your ultimate destination. With a faint smile, Wang Tung continued, this lad may simply be fortunate. Perhaps he has come across some miraculous elixir. 3 years have passed. He might have exhausted it by now. Of course, it is also possible that he has obtained some rare treasure, which piques my interest. This time, having secured the 18th position on the Qingyun ranking, I have certainly drawn the envy of many, and numerous rivals have emerged. Therefore, I shall not let any opportunity slip by. I must devise a way to seize the fortune that lies with this lad. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergo inquired, then, Elder brother, how shall we act? We must not rush, Wang Tung replied. There are still 3 years until this round of intersect assessments. Since this lad has managed to break through the 3rd level of Qi refinement in 3 years, it stands to reason that reaching the 5th level within this time frame should pose no difficulty for him. Wang Tung smiled. Each intersect assessment lasts 5 years, and I surmise this lad would not wish to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to wait 8 years for the next one. As for the qualifications needed to participate in the intersect assessment, I need not elaborate. Seeing the look in Wang Tung's eyes, Wang Ergo chuckled. Haha, I understand now, elder brother. You intend to strike when this lad is out hunting demon beasts, correct? Wang Tung nodded, affirming, indeed. While the internal examination is merely a trial, there exist 2 stringent criteria that must be met. Otherwise, participation is impossible. If Xingchen wishes to partake, he must first depart from the Qingyun sect. For the next 3 years, you must closely observe his movements. The moment he ventures out, you must inform me. For only by taking matters into my own hands can I feel assured. At that moment, Xingchen was busy selecting his abode. Under Lu Feng's guidance, the 2 arrived at a courtyard. This will suffice, uncle. I am quite fond of this place, Xingchen remarked with a smile. As outer sect disciples, each possessed their own individual courtyards. Numerous vacant courtyards were available, and Xingchen deliberately chose one situated at the mountain's edge. Lu Feng surveyed the area, nodded with approval, and then adopted a more serious demeanor. Then you should tidy up and settle in. Although disciples of the Qingyun sect are prohibited from harming one another or exploiting the weak, there exists a place within the sect where killing is permissible, the life and death platform. Do not be easily provoked into rash actions, for should you fall into a trap, no one will be able to assist you. I understand, uncle. Rest assured, Xingchen replied, revealing a row of small white teeth in an innocent smile. Though 3 years had elapsed, the clarity of his starry gaze had deepened slightly. Nevertheless, the flicker of brilliance within had not diminished. Take care of yourself, Lu Feng advised. Then produced 2 small notebooks. This contains a method that can be cultivated to the 6th level of Qi refinement, suitable for all practitioners. While it may not be as potent as those tailored for specific spiritual roots, it is certainly better than nothing. Additionally, here is a basic spell, the Fireball technique. Ordinarily, as a newcomer, you would receive a low-tier spell based on your spiritual root attribute. However, the old fellow Li Tong deliberately made things difficult for you, and I had no choice. Take it. Lu Feng's gesture touched Xingchen, who gratefully accepted the materials. Thank you, uncle. Do not worry, once I grow stronger, I shall repay your kindness. Haha, I look forward to your repayment. Lu Feng chuckled, waving goodbye, clearly perceiving Xingchen's words as jest. Xingchen smiled in return and began to organize his courtyard. By the time he completed his arrangements, night had fallen. The room was quite simple, furnished with a bed and some daily necessities. Lying on the bed, Xingchen began to peruse the outer sect regulations, learning what was expected of disciples. Initially, there were sect tasks. To earn contribution points, one needed to undertake assignments. The tasks for outer sect disciples could be freely chosen, encompassing a wide range, from managing the alchemy chamber to overseeing the medicinal garden or seeking specified spiritual herbs. There were many options, and to accept tasks, one must visit the task pavilion. Furthermore, there were monthly benefits. Outer sect disciples received 10 low-grade spirit stones and 3 medium-grade chi refinement pills each month. Such benefits were incomparably superior to those of the manual labor disciples. Subsequently, Xingchen observed the qualifications required for outer disciples to ascend to inner disciples. The criterion was participation in the outer sect's trials, held every 5 years. Achieving a ranking within the top 10 would grant successful entry into the inner sect. However, the trials were exceedingly arduous. Firstly, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of chi refinement to qualify. Furthermore, it was mandatory to venture out 3 times each year to hunt a demon beast of equivalent rank, bringing the carcass back to the Hall of Affairs for verification. Lastly, it was noted that matters of life and death were disregarded during the trials. Upon seeing these stipulations and the ominous final note, Xingchen understood the formidable nature of the trials. 3 years remained. Should he participate? Xingchen furrowed his brow. In the past, while residing in the servant quarters, he had heard numerous accounts regarding the trials for outer disciples seeking entry into the inner sect. He was well aware of their brutality. Now, upon reading the descriptions in the outer sect's regulations, he felt an even deeper sense of the trial's harshness and difficulty. It was also mentioned that each outer disciple was granted only 2 opportunities. Chapter 30. The Alchemy Trial. As long as one can produce inferior pills from the moment one enters the outer sect, the count of opportunities begins. Exceeding 2 complete trial periods results in the forfeiture of any further chances. The calculation starts from the day of entry into the outer sect, with a complete 5-year term constituting 1 opportunity. Should one join midway, the first attempt does not count. Thus, individuals like Xingchen are fortunate. For 3 years, he remains exempt from this count. It is only after 3 years that his opportunities commence. To put it plainly, Xingchen effectively possesses 3 chances. He may also participate in the upcoming trial after these 3 years, which remains outside this calculation. However, most individuals would hesitate to take part in this initial opportunity due to their insufficient cultivation level. Although the requirement is merely to reach the 5th level of chi refinement, very few dare to take such a risk. After all, the trial is a matter of life and death, with the 5th level being the absolute minimum. The highest permitted level is capped at the 12th level of chi refinement, a staggering gap of 7 minor realms. Thus, a practitioner at the 5th level entering the trial is akin to being cannon fodder. Consequently, Xingchen quickly extinguished such ambitions. Of course, this consideration also hinges on whether he can transcend to a higher realm by the 3-year mark. Should he attain the 10th level of chi refinement or above, he might contemplate participation. Missing this opportunity would entail a 5-year wait, during which entering the inner sect could significantly expedite his progress compared to remaining in the outer sect. Hence, Xingchen harbors some thoughts regarding the trial 3 years hence, contingent upon achieving his anticipated cultivation level. Shortly thereafter, Xingchen set aside the outer sect regulations. Not intending to embark on tasks immediately, his primary focus remains on cultivation. Although his novice benefits were confiscated by Li Tong, Xingchen now enjoys a degree of security. At the very least, Wang Ergu can no longer bully him at will. He feels capable of dealing with Wang Ergu, yet the formidable Li Yueling, who boasts both superior cultivation and mastery of spells, remains far beyond his current capabilities. Most daunting is the fact that Li Yueling's father is an elder of the outer sect. Wang Ergu is backed by Wang Tong, and the combined presence of Wang Tong and Li Tong leaves Xingchen feeling somewhat suffocated. Not only is Li Tong a respected elder of the outer sect, but he is also a formidable master at the foundation establishment stage, with even Lu Feng opting to evade his prowess. In Li Tong's eyes, Xingchen might not be regarded as more than an insignificant insect. However, what truly overwhelms Xingchen is the weight of Wang Teng's reputation. Through Wang Ergu's boastful remarks, he has learned that Wang Teng currently holds a prestigious status and formidable strength. According to Wang Ergu, Wang Teng is now a direct disciple of a prominent figure within the Xingchen sect. Such a status is exceedingly elevated, even among the inner sect disciples. Particularly recently, Xingchen heard Wang Ergu proclaim that Wang Teng has secured the 18th position on the Qingyun rankings for this cohort, a feat that has garnered significant attention from both the Qingyun sect and his master. After receiving a generous reward, the opponent's strength has ascended to a new level. The mere thought of Wang Teng achieving the 18th rank on the Azure Cloud ranking leaves Xingchen profoundly astonished. This Azure Cloud ranking, he has heard of countless times over the past few years, is a prestigious list specifically designed for disciples of the Azure Cloud sect under the age of 50. Those who manage to secure a position within the top 100 are truly exceptional individuals. Why is this the case? Because during each competition for the Azure Cloud ranking, the number of participants can reach as high as 100,000. These contestants are all selected prodigies from within the sect. Yet only the top 100 are chosen from among these gifted individuals. Thus, one can imagine the immense value of being listed among the top 100. As for Wang Teng's remarkable achievement of reaching the 18th rank, it is an almost unattainable feat. Every time Xingchen reflects on the chasm that separates him from Wang Teng, he feels as though an immense boulder weighs heavily on his chest, suffocating him with the urgency of his inadequacy. Were it not for Wang Teng, Wang Ergu would never dare to be so arrogant. If Wang Teng were absent, even in the servant area, Xingchen would have confidently sent Wang Ergu to Knife C's residence for a visit if he dared to provoke him. Shaking his head with a smile, Xingchen refrains from dwelling on these thoughts. For him, the most pressing concern is to enhance his strength. Currently, he possesses 12 exquisite qi refining pills, 1 superior qi refining pill, 3 exquisite bone strengthening pills, and 1 superior bone strengthening pill. He has accumulated a substantial number of contribution points, totaling approximately 800, thanks to the generosity of Steward Zhao and Zhang Daniu. As for cultivation techniques, aside from those gifted by Lu Feng, he has access only to Zhang Daniu's foundational methods. Unfortunately, he could not procure any techniques from Steward Zhao. Xingchen's plan is to first utilize the 12 exquisite qi refining pills to bolster his strength, eager to discover how much they can elevate him. However, he is wary of attracting unwanted attention due to a rapid breakthrough in his cultivation. As a 10-spirit root waste, he considers himself a failure. Yet he believes that with the accumulation of such extraordinary pills, his realm will surely ascend swiftly. To preclude any potential troubles following his advancement, he resolves to devise a strategy to refine pills himself. By mastering this skill, a rapid increase in his cultivation would provide a convenient excuse, should anyone inquire. He could simply attribute his progress to the pills he crafted. The notion of pill refining first crossed his mind while he was in the servant area, but he was hindered by a lack of resources. Now, however, his circumstances have changed significantly. Having entered the outer sect, he finds himself in a much more advantageous position. Not only does he possess contribution points, but he also has pills available for sale. The outer sect boasts a market, a privilege he was previously denied as a servant. But now he is eligible to participate. He intends to sell all of the bone-strengthening pills. Not only do they enhance strength, but they also serve as healing aids, making them valuable even to outer sect disciples. However, their worth may not be excessively high. He plans to inquire about their value at the market to ascertain their true potential. However, before heading to the market, Xingchen needed to make some preparations. After all, the quality of the strong bone pills in his possession was quite remarkable, 3 exquisite and 1 superior grade. Within the outer sect of the Qingyun sect, few could concoct such elixirs. The following day, Xingchen rose early. He intended to exchange for a mask at the outer sect, while also inquiring about the possibility of obtaining an alchemy furnace and a magical artifact. It was indeed unfortunate. Having reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he had yet to practice any spells or acquire even a single artifact. With an air of confidence, Xingchen made his way to the treasure pavilion for the exchange. Unperturbed by the prospect of being recognized, he was well aware that many individuals don masks to conceal their identities when visiting the outer sect's market, resulting in a significant number of patrons seeking masks at the treasure pavilion. Soon enough, Xingchen arrived at the treasure pavilion of the outer sect. The guardian of the pavilion was an elderly man, frail and stooped, yet he exuded an aura that sent a shiver down Xingchen's spine. From this old man, He sensed a presence akin to that of Lu Feng. In simpler terms, despite the old man's seemingly decrepit appearance, he could very well be a formidable foundation establishment expert. Young lad, please present your identity token, the old man called out as Xingchen approached the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Xingchen promptly produced his identity token. What do you wish to exchange for? The old man inquired, examining the token as he spoke. Chapter 31. Is this old man playing me? Grandpa, I would like to exchange for a mask that isolates one's consciousness. Xingchen stated his intention. Ah, you little rascal, how polite you are. Unlike some brats who only call me old man. The elder chuckled upon hearing Xingchen's respectful address. Aside from the consciousness-isolating mask, what else do you require? The old man beamed. Fear not, my dear, for I shall grant you a special favor. At these words, Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. Such a boon for merely addressing him as Grandpa. He resolved to conduct himself with utmost decorum. With this in mind, Xingchen replied with even greater politeness, Grandpa, I would also like a magical artifact. Is that all? The elder's amusement only grew at Xingchen's courteous demeanor. Yes, that is all I currently require, Xingchen affirmed. Very well, go ahead and choose. Once you have made your selections, return to me for the settlement. Rest assured, I will take good care of you, the old man instructed, gesturing towards a certain direction. Over there, you will find what you seek, the masks, and as for the magical artifacts, they are in that direction. All are clearly marked, so feel free to browse. Thank you, Grandpa. Xingchen expressed his gratitude promptly before heading towards the direction indicated by the elder. The first floor of the treasure pavilion was quite spacious. Xingchen soon arrived at the designated area, where he encountered rows of wooden shelves. On these shelves lay an array of masks, while opposite them stood several. Xingchen began by examining them. His interest in alchemy was merely a passing fancy. He did not aspire to produce high-quality elixirs, but rather, he simply wished to amalgamate various spiritual herbs into pills. However, despite this superficial pretense, he still harbored a desire to concoct superior quality elixirs. He was aware of the existence of an alchemy room outside, which also housed. Yet, over the years, Xingchen had become quite familiar with many of the outer sect's affairs. The alchemy room, which Wang Ergu had tasked him with cleaning, required a certain number of contribution points and spirit stones for each use. Currently, Xingchen lacked the requisite contribution points and spirit stones to pay. The crux of the matter was that his initial intent in pursuing alchemy was merely to maintain a fade. Thus, he had no need to visit the alchemy room. Speaking of the alchemy room, he felt a sense of anticipation. However, now that he had become an outer sect disciple, he found little opportunity to assist in its upkeep. The alchemy room was now overseen by Wang Ergu, and as an outer sect disciple, he was no longer called to clean it. Typically, others from the miscellaneous tasks area were summoned for such chores. Reflecting on the cleaning duties of the alchemy room made Xingchen feel rather nostalgic. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he chose to set aside those thoughts and patiently began selecting a. The before him were categorized by grade, all belonging to the realm of magical artifacts. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Xingchen inspected them and noted that a low-grade required 120 contribution points, while a mid-grade one required 240 contribution points. A superior alchemical furnace surprisingly required 480 contribution points. Xingchen couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering that with only 700 or 800 contribution points to his name, purchasing such a furnace would deplete nearly half of his resources. With a furrowed brow, he realized that he could only afford a lower-tier alchemical furnace. After all, contribution points were invaluable, and his alchemical pursuits were merely a fade. There was no need to invest in something overly extravagant. Having selected a lower-tier furnace, Xingchen began to peruse the various masks available. Each mask was categorized by rank, and each rank came with its own description. A lower-tier mask could shield against the consciousness of a Qi Refinement Level 3 cultivator and required 30 contribution points. A middle-tier mask could block the consciousness of a Qi Refinement Level 6 cultivator, costing 80 contribution points. The upper-tier mask could fend off the awareness of a Qi Refinement Level 10 cultivator and demanded 180 contribution points. As for the supreme-tier masks, they were conspicuously absent. There were also second-tier magical artifacts. A lower second-tier mask could resist the consciousness of an early Foundation Establishment cultivator and required 800 contribution points. Upon witnessing this price, Xingchen couldn't help but gasp. "Little fellow?" A strange voice suddenly echoed from behind him, startling Xingchen. Turning around, he discovered it was the elderly guardian of the treasure pavilion. "Grandfather, do you need something?" Xingchen replied, somewhat speechless, as the old man moved so silently. "Are you interested in that mask?" The old man glanced around and whispered. Xingchen nodded, he was indeed interested. This mask could block the consciousness of Foundation establishment cultivators. Far superior to a first-tier mask. Haha, just pick a second-tier upper mask, the old man said, his wrinkled face breaking into a grin that resembled a mischievous child's. Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he obediently selected a second-tier upper mask, capable of shielding against the consciousness of late Foundation establishment experts. Next, he proceeded to choose an upper-tier alchemical furnace. The old man maintained his playful smile. Xingchen did not hesitate and promptly complied. Soon, he set aside the lower-tier furnace and chose an upper-tier one instead. Grandfather, I also desire a magical artifact, Xingchen murmured. Over there, the old man gestured. Still smiling, Xingchen grinned, embracing the spirit of compliance, and chose an upper-tier sword. The 3-foot Qingfeng sword was indeed a superior magical artifact. When he reached the counter, Xingchen felt a nagging sense that he might need something more. However, upon considering the cost of these 3 items, he realized his contribution points were already insufficient. And thus he dismissed the thought. Yet, the old man crept up behind him, a knowing look in his eyes. Little fellow, you must be new to the outer sect. Am I right? He inquired, his face lighting up with warmth. Yes, grandfather. I entered through the servant assessment, and my parents are no longer with me. Nor is my grandfather. Seeing you reminds me of him, Xingchen replied, his eyes shimmering with a clear light as he gazed at the endearing old man. Truly reminiscent of his own grandfather. Alas, it appears that you are indeed a pitiable child. The old man could discern the sincerity in Xingchen's eyes. Child, you must desperately need this, do you not? The elder extended his weathered hand and gently patted Xingchen's shoulder. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his other hand, a storage pouch materialized upon the counter. Little one, I can only assist you to this extent. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. I wish you good fortune. The old man managed a benevolent smile, presenting a superior quality storage pouch, spacious enough to encompass a square yard. Take good care of it. Xingchen understood his implication and, without hesitation, grasped the pouch from the counter, promptly stowing away the alchemical furnace, the 3-foot Qingfeng, and the second-tier superior mask within it. Bring it here. Suddenly, the old man reached out toward Xingchen. The young lad was taken aback, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Is this old man playing a trick on me? Is this not meant for me? Xingchen's forehead was adorned with question marks. Ultimately, he relinquished the storage pouch to the elder. However, the old man waved his hand. Somewhat exasperated. Bring forth your identity token, you little rascal. Chapter 32. The little brat. Stop trying to get close. Xingchen suddenly realized and promptly retrieved his identity token. The old man accepted it, producing a jade plaque of his own, which he swiftly inscribed. Before long, he returned the identity token to Xingchen. Upon inspecting it, Xingchen was taken aback. His contribution points, which previously stood at over 800, had astonishingly doubled to over 1,600. Such a remarkable increase. Let us go? Let us go? Hurry along. The old man interrupted Xingchen's thoughts, waving his hand insistently. Glancing at the surrounding individuals engrossed in selecting items, Xingchen nodded in gratitude. Thank you, sir. After bowing respectfully, he made his way towards the counter. Observing the tall figure of Xingchen gradually disappearing outside the treasure pavilion, the old man shook his head in reflection. The path of immortality is long and tumultuous. In the end, I finally accomplished something meaningful. Having exited the treasure pavilion, Xingchen found himself contemplating new plans. He had anticipated that a mere courteous address would yield such generous rewards. Not only had he acquired 4 exquisite magical artifacts, with the mask being of the second-tier quality, but he was also thrilled by the increase in his contribution points. Thus, Xingchen concluded that respecting the elderly and cherishing the young was indeed a wise principle. Next, Xingchen intended to visit the Spirit Herb Pavilion in the outer sect. He decided against heading to the outer sect market to sell his exceptional strong bone pills for the time being. With over 1,600 contribution points at his disposal, he could exchange for numerous valuable items. He aspired to refine pills. Having a pill furnace was merely the beginning. He needed to learn the methods of alchemy, acquire the necessary formulas, and obtain the spiritual herbs. Such resources would likely be available within the Spirit Herb Pavilion. If he failed to find what he sought there, he could always venture to the outer sect market later. Before long, Xingchen arrived at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, which was only a few miles from the treasure pavilion. It, too, was a multi-storied building, 3 stories high. The flow of people entering and exiting was considerable. Xingchen quickly made his way inside. The guardian of the Spirit Herb Pavilion was yet another elderly man. Although not as aged as the old gentleman from the treasure pavilion, he was still well into his 70s. Recalling the favorable treatment he received earlier, Xingchen approached the counter and politely addressed him. "Sir, get lost." The old man retorted, rolling his eyes. "Little brat, stop trying to get close. Present your identity token." The old man's impatience was palpable. Xingchen sheepishly smiled and produced his identity token. "Go on, don't touch anything you don't need. If you break it, you'll pay for it with your life." After inspecting the identity token, the old man returned it to Xingchen with evident annoyance. Xingchen stood there, bewildered. This encounter was vastly different from what he had anticipated. With a wry smile, he turned towards the rows of shelves behind him. In the treasure pavilion, the old man had inquired about his needs, but this elder in the spirit herb pavilion showed no such inclination. Xingchen had no choice but to embark on his own quest for answers. Fortunately, the items within the pill pavilion were meticulously categorized. The first floor was dedicated to various spiritual herbs. After a brief glance, Xingchen ascended to the second floor. Although he required an array of spiritual herbs for alchemy, now was not the time to select them. His primary goal was to discover a method for refining pills. Thankfully, the pill pavilion was adorned with numerous directional signs. At the base of the staircase on the first floor, these signs indicated that the second floor housed an assortment of pills, while the third floor contained laying of resources, including alchemical techniques, pill formulas, and the essential fire sources for alchemy. Upon observing these signs, Xingchen realized he had overlooked a vital component of the alchemical process, the fire source. Indeed, his residence lacked a source of geothermal fire, necessitating his search for one to commence his pill refining. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of this so-called fire source. With determination, Xingchen proceeded straight to the third floor. At this juncture, he did not require pills. Rather, he sought various tools for alchemy. His goal was merely to produce subpar pills. After all, whether utilizing contribution points or spirit stones to purchase spiritual herbs was exceedingly costly. In contrast, refining his own pills would prove far more economical. The price of spiritual herbs was significantly lower than that of finished pills. Thus, if he could concoct pills himself, it would be incredibly advantageous. Although the pill pavilion was bustling with patrons, everyone was quietly engrossed in finding their desired items, allowing Xingchen to traverse to the third floor without attracting any attention. The second floor was the most crowded, while the third floor had only a couple of individuals searching for their own needs. Their indifference to Xingchen's presence was a welcome circumstance for him. Each floor was remarkably spacious, and the third floor was no exception. After surveying the area, Xingchen followed the signage to the section featuring alchemical methods. Before him lay a variety of techniques, each classified into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Unsure of which methods were preferable, he decided not to be selective, opting for the highest grade available. He first examined the contribution points required to exchange for these alchemical techniques. The inferior method required 10 contribution points. The medium method required 20, and the superior method demanded 40 points. This was indeed within his purchasing capacity. Without further deliberation, Xingchen seized a superior alchemical method and proceeded onward. Although his initial intent was merely to produce substandard pills, he harbored hopes of crafting high-quality elixirs. Hence, selecting a superior method was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Next, Xingchen made his way to the section housing pill formulas. The formula he sought was naturally that for the qi refining pill, as it was the most essential elixir for him at this juncture. In no time, he located the qi refining pill formula. To his astonishment, it required a staggering 100 contribution points. The price took Xingchen by surprise. Upon obtaining the formula for the qi refining pill, Xingchen proceeded to examine the other formulas. However, the plethora of types left him in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, each category came with an accompanying description, prominently highlighting the effects and purposes of the elixirs. Xingchen perused these with great interest. However, after reviewing a few, his enthusiasm waned as the pills were of no use to him. Subsequently, he made his way to the area marked as the source of fire. Upon arriving, Xingchen discovered that this so-called alchemical fire source consisted of various fire-gathering formations. He began to scrutinize the prices and information provided. The fire-gathering formations were categorized into 3 tiers: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The price for a lower grade formation was 50 contribution points, while the middle grade was priced at 100 points, and the upper grade commanded 200 points. The higher the grade of the formation, the more potent the flames it produced. After careful consideration, Xingchen decisively chose an upper-grade fire-gathering formation. With the formation in hand, he descended from the third floor. Now, all that remained was to prepare the spiritual herbs for the qi refining pill, after which he could commence his alchemical studies. However, to access the formula, he must first purchase it, and only after the elder removed the restrictions could he view the information contained within. Upon reaching the first floor, Xingchen approached the counter to settle his bill. The 3 items deducted a total of 340 contribution points. He sighed, reflecting on how, had it not been for the Elder of the Treasure Pavilion, he would not only have lost his contribution points, but would have also received an additional 800 points. Now, he found himself without sufficient contribution points to acquire these items. Shortly thereafter, the elderly guardian of the Elixir Pavilion lifted the restrictions on the formula. After receiving the formula, Xingchen extended his consciousness to explore the information within. He soon learned of the various spiritual herbs required, totaling 4 distinct types. After storing all the items in his spatial pouch, Xingchen set off to select the necessary herbs. Chapter 33. A breakthrough in Qi refinement within 4 months before long. Xingchen successfully located the required spiritual herbs. Fortunately, they were clearly labeled, otherwise, he would not have recognized them. According to the recipe, a single set of herbs could yield 3 elixirs. Calculating based on the Qi refinement pill, which required 10 contribution points for 1 low-grade pill. 3 pills would demand 30 contribution points. A single set of herbs, comprising 4 different types, amounted to 15 contribution points. Thus, it became evident that refining pills himself was the most economical option. However, the process of alchemy carried a risk of failure. This is why many individuals opted to exchange or purchase pills directly, as it was the safest approach. After all, should one attempt to refine pills and fail, the contribution points spent on herbs and spirit stones would be rendered futile. Yet, Xingchen was not like others. As long as he could successfully form the pill, even if it resulted in a defective product, it would still be worthwhile. Hence, he felt that choosing to refine pills was the wisest decision. Presently, he possessed over 1,200 contribution points and planned to purchase herbs for 40 sets of Qi refinement pills. The total deduction would amount to 600 contribution points, leaving him with 650 points. Before long, Xingchen exited the pill pavilion, witnessing the rapid depletion of his initial 1,600 contribution points. He marveled at how swiftly they were consumed and grew increasingly aware of their significance. Glancing at the 650 points on his identity badge, he resolved to first visit the Outer Sect's Scripture Pavilion to select a cultivation technique and spell. Although Lu Feng had gifted him a technique capable of advancing to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, along with a low-tier spell, the Fireball technique, both were of insufficient caliber. Moreover, with the Fire Spirit technique he had acquired, he could also cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He wished to explore the Scripture Pavilion to see if he could exchange for a technique corresponding to another spiritual root attribute. As for the technique gifted by Lu Feng, he would set it aside for now. After all, his 10 spiritual roots had successfully opened their dantian. Such a foundational technique, suitable for all spiritual roots, was far too rudimentary to compare with those specifically tailored to individual attributes. Therefore, he did not require it at this moment. Ultimately, techniques of that nature proved to be rather lackluster post-cultivation. He could save it for future enhancement with the Sambao Ruyi Ding alongside other techniques. Regarding the Fireball technique, while it possessed a certain degree of offensive capability, its power was limited. Xingchen had previously witnessed many Outer Sect disciples utilizing it in the square of the servant area. Its effectiveness was adequate against ordinary individuals, but it could hardly inflict any substantial harm upon cultivators. Thus, Xingchen recognized the necessity of cultivating a more potent spell. Soon, he arrived at the Scripture Pavilion. It stood 3 stories tall, and the number of individuals moving about appeared less than that of the Treasure Pavilion and Pill Pavilion. Upon entering the Scripture Pavilion, he found an elderly man behind a counter, who seemed to be in his advanced years. Approaching the counter, Xingchen politely addressed the elderly man, "Sir, you are here." The old man displayed no particular reaction and simply instructed Xingchen to present his identification badge. After confirming the badge, the elder informed Xingchen that he needed to seek spells according to the markings. Upon receiving the identification badge, Xingchen proceeded to search based on the indicated signs. The first floor housed techniques, while the second floor was dedicated to spells. Xingchen resolved to look for a spell first, uncertain of how many contribution points would be required for its exchange. If he were to redeem a technique and found himself lacking sufficient points for a spell, it would hinder his ability to cultivate magic. For him, mastering a spell was of utmost importance at this moment. The techniques could wait. After all, his fire spiritual root was already at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Other spiritual roots could be gradually cultivated once the dantian was opened. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Xingchen examined the various signs. He initially chose the area marked for offensive spells. While the first floor had only 1 or 2 individuals, the second floor was bustling with around 10 people, all selecting different spells. Xingchen began to review the spells available. Mountain Shattering Leg, bouncing bull fist, and others caught his eye. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a spell named Fire Wolf Technique. The description revealed its formidable power, indicating that it was well suited for those with a fire spiritual root. Upon cultivation, one could summon between 1 to 6 fire wolves to launch an assault, showcasing remarkable strength. It was classified as a mid-tier spell. Xingchen felt that this spell was indeed fitting for him. However, upon checking the cost, he was dismayed to find it required 200 contribution points. This price stung, yet he did not hesitate and chose the spell. Next, he ventured into the area designated for defensive spells. It wasn't long before he selected a defensive spell called Fire Spirit Shield. Also a mid-tier spell, it required 150 contribution points. Adding it up, the two spells amounted to 350 contribution points, which reduced Xingchen's total to 300 points. He then descended to the first floor, uncertain if 300 contribution points would suffice to purchase a technique. Soon, he found a technique suitable for those with a gold spiritual root, capable of reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Though the price was steep, Xingchen felt a sense of relief upon seeing it. The technique, known as Golden Spirit Formula, required 250 contribution points. After settling the payments, Xingchen was left with 55 points. Before long, he exited the library and returned to his modest courtyard. Once back, Xingchen decided to enhance his alchemy furnace, mask, storage bag, and 3-foot chain foam sword using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. However, upon placing the 3 artifacts inside, they were akin to the initial firewood knife and earthen bowl. Although they had been slightly fortified, the improvement was negligible. Xingchen understood why this cauldron was referred to as the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Only 3 identical items can significantly enhance one's power. Otherwise, if they differ, the effectiveness will be greatly diminished. Subsequently, he attempted to repeatedly take out and put away the items, yet only the first instance yielded any strengthening effects, while the subsequent attempts bore no results whatsoever. In his frustration, Xingchen had no choice but to first refine the 3 magical artifacts. It is only after this refinement that they truly belonged to him. Once these tasks were completed, nightfall had arrived. From there, Xingchen neither engaged in alchemical studies nor practiced spells or the Golden Spirit technique. His intention was to first elevate the cultivation of his fire spiritual root, which he deemed the paramount path. He still possessed 12 top-tier Qi refining pills and 1 mid-tier Qi refining pill, ample for several months of cultivation. Thus, that evening, Xingchen entered a state of seclusion. He began by consuming a mid-tier Qi refining pill for his training. It took him 3 days to thoroughly refine the mid-tier pill. On the 5th day, he commenced using the top-tier Qi refining pills for his cultivation. Days passed, and after a month, having consumed 4 top-tier pills, Xingchen achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 4th level of Qi refining. 4 months later, after consuming 7 more top-tier Qi refining pills, he advanced to the 5th level. Of the 12 top-tier pills and 1 mid-tier pill, only 1 top-tier Qi refining pill remained. Xingchen had not anticipated that the leap from the 4th to the 5th level would require the consumption of 7 top-tier pills. He wondered how many would be necessary to break through to the 6th level. However, after surpassing the 5th level, Xingchen felt invigorated and confident. Now, even if he faced Li Yueling, he should not find himself in the same predicament as before without spell support. Moreover, Xingchen now possessed spells. Once he successfully cultivated the Fire Wolf technique, he would have means to counterattack even against Li Yueling. Henceforth, all of Xingchen's thoughts were devoted to mastering the Fire Wolf technique. Chapter 34. The Art of Fire Wolves. The art of fire wolves belongs to the cultivation techniques associated with the fire spirit root. Upon mastering this technique, one can condense fire wolves using spiritual energy for offensive purposes. Once perfected, a practitioner can summon up to 6 fire wolves simultaneously, a formidable display indeed. However, before delving into the art of fire wolves, Xingchen must first master the fireball technique. As a fundamental spell, its power pales in comparison to that of the art of fire wolves. Nonetheless, practicing the fireball technique allows one to gain greater control over their spiritual energy, thereby simplifying the subsequent practice of the art of fire wolves. The method for cultivating the fireball technique is straightforward. Within a mere day, Xingchen successfully conjured a fireball. In the courtyard, a fireball materialized in the palm of his hand, flames swirling and radiating intense heat. Without hesitation, he hurled the fireball forth, which soared through the air and struck the ground with a resounding impact. The earth was left with a small crater, charred black from the searing flames. Although this display of power seemed impressive, it was, in reality, quite feeble, for he faced formidable cultivators rather than defenseless mortals. With that, Xingchen commenced his training in the art of fire wolves. Given his dissatisfaction with the potency of the fireball technique, He hoped the art of fire wolves would yield more gratifying results. A smile graced his lips as he began his practice. Days turned into nights, and after 3 days, he barely managed to control his spiritual energy enough to condense a singular fire wolf. It took him 10 days to proficiently summon one. In the courtyard, the flow of spiritual energy within Xingchen surged, intertwining within a 3-foot radius. In the blink of an eye, a fire wolf appeared, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. "Go," he commanded, and the fire wolf charged forth with tremendous force towards a massive boulder weighing 100 pounds. With a thunderous crash, the fire wolf collided with the boulder. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and to Xingchen's astonishment, the boulder shattered into pieces. What immense power! The realization that such force was his own creation filled him with exhilaration. 3 years prior, he could scarcely have imagined this. What might the power of the art of fire wolves be when fully mastered? His gaze burned with anticipation for the day he could achieve perfection in this technique. Consequently, Xingchen continued his training in the art of fire wolves. With the experience of summoning the first wolf, the subsequent attempts became significantly easier. As long as his spiritual energy held, he was able to condense them much more swiftly. Within 3 days, he summoned his second fire wolf. Continuing his practice, he was able to conjure 6 fire wolves in just 8 days. However, upon summoning the 6th fire wolf, he distinctly felt a drain on his spiritual energy. He understood this was due to his insufficient cultivation level. Had he reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, he would not have encountered such a limitation when summoning 6 fire wolves at once. In other words, if Xingchen were to engage in battle with another, employing his current cultivation level to unleash the fire wolf technique, he would find himself in dire straits should he attempt to summon 6 fire wolves in a single breath to assail his opponent. Should he fail to vanquish the enemy, he would be left to await his demise. Thus, Xingchen understood that with his current cultivation of the 5th layer of chi refinement, it was prudent to refrain from summoning 6 fire wolves all at once unless in a moment of utmost peril. Otherwise, he would face his own end while his foe remained unscathed. Regardless, Xingchen had finally acquired a means of self-preservation. Speaking of survival techniques, aside from offensive capabilities, defense held paramount importance. A formidable offense coupled with robust defense offered a dual assurance of safety. Therefore, the next endeavor for Xingchen would naturally be to cultivate the Fire Spirit Shield, a spell rooted in fire elemental essence. This technique allowed one to conjure a protective barrier of fire energy around oneself for defense. Upon reaching mastery, one could manifest 3 layers of the Fire Spirit Shield, each layer more potent than the last, with the layer closest to the body offering defense threefold that of the first layer. Upon perceiving this information, Xingchen felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly commenced his cultivation. The process of mastering the Fire Spirit Shield was significantly more straightforward than that of the Fire Wolf technique, even simpler than the Fireball technique. Within merely half a day's time, he had successfully conjured the first layer of the Fire Spirit Shield. At that moment, a protective barrier composed of fire energy enveloped his entire being. Although it had materialized, he lacked a subject for experimentation, so he resolved to wait for a later occasion to test it. Xingchen continued his cultivation. A day later, he manifested the 2nd layer of the Fire Spirit Shield. 2 days hence, he summoned the 3rd layer. Observing the 3 layers of the Fire Spirit Shield that cloaked him, Xingchen noted the 1st layer was significantly thicker, approximately 3 times the thickness of the 3rd layer. He deduced that the defensive capability of the 1st layer must indeed reach threefold that of the initial layer. Feeling the surge of his own strength, Xingchen experienced a surge of confidence. Achieving the 5th layer of chi refinement within a year of entering the outer sect surpassed the progression of many. With this breakthrough, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the upcoming outer sect trials. Although the trials were fraught with peril, where life and death hung in the balance, there remained over 2 years before their commencement. Given this trajectory, he pondered what stage of growth he might attain in 2 years. He resolved to exert himself diligently, striving to attain absolute strength for participation in the trials. However, there existed a rigid criterion for participation. One must have hunted 3 magical beasts of the same rank within a year. Calculating from the day he entered the outer sect to the start of the trials, he would have a span of 3 years. Thus, in addition to meeting the cultivation standards, he would need to achieve a record of 9 hunts against magical beasts of the same rank to qualify for the trials. He currently has 2 years remaining, so there is no need for haste. Although there are 3 opportunities each year, as long as he can achieve a record of 9 hunts of the same tier magical beasts within 3 years, he will still be eligible to participate in the assessment. However, despite this thought, Xingchen does not feel rushed. He understands that enhancing his cultivation is of utmost importance at this moment. Consequently, His next focus will naturally be on alchemy. In recent days, after practicing several spells, Xingchen found himself somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. Thus, after a 3-day respite, he began to delve into the art of alchemy. While he claimed to be resting, he was not idle. During his free time, he experimented with the Qingfeng sword. Lacking a specific sword technique, Xingchen merely attempted to envelop the Qingfeng sword with spiritual energy to augment its power. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword's potency significantly increased, yet it still paled in comparison to the might of the Fire Wolf technique. After experiencing this novelty, he sheathed the Qingfeng sword, realizing he would need to seek a sword technique to master in the future. Following this, Xingchen turned his attention to alchemy. In the courtyard, he first arranged the fire-gathering array. It is important to note that the fire-gathering array does not automatically summon spiritual fire upon arrangement. Rather, it requires 2 distinct methods of activation. Chapter 35. The Qi Refining Pill leapt to its demise. The Strongbone Pill committed suicide. The initial method to activate the fire-gathering array is to allow it to autonomously gather spiritual energy for an entire day. Once the formation is activated, it can operate with spiritual fire for a day. The second method involves utilizing spirit stones as a power source. Unfortunately, Xingchen is currently unable to employ this second method, as he possesses no spirit stones. After the fire-gathering array has accumulated a day's worth of earthly and celestial spiritual energy, Xingchen begins to study alchemy. During this day, he does not remain idle but diligently studies the alchemical techniques. The upper-grade alchemical manual is replete with intricate details, including how to open the furnace, control the heat, and refine spiritual herbs, among numerous other nuances. When he commences his studies the following day, Xingchen meticulously follows the prescribed methods, executing each step with precision. However, when he enthusiastically places the spiritual herbs into the furnace to begin refining, a tremendous explosion ensues, resulting in the furnace's destruction. As he attempts to refine the third spiritual herb, a moment of inattention causes the flames within the furnace to escape his control, leading to another deafening blast. Fortunately, his courtyard is secluded, with few neighbors, so no one witnesses his alchemical endeavors. Undeterred, Xingchen grows more resolute with each setback. Boom, boom. In the following days, the sounds of explosions frequently emanate from his courtyard. Occasionally, distant passers-by vaguely hear these blasts but dismiss them as nothing unusual, muttering about another fool who has blown up their furnace. At last, after 3 days, Xingchen achieves a semblance of success. After exhausting 6 portions of spiritual herbs, he finally manages to produce his very first batch of elixirs. However, his so-called success amounts to merely 3 useless pills, which differ from the inferior Qi refining pills that others typically consider a benchmark of achievement. Gazing at the 3 worthless pills in his hand, Xingchen feels a sense of satisfaction. They are still elixirs. With a little more effort, I should be able to refine some inferior pills soon, he muses excitedly. With renewed fervor, he continues his alchemical pursuits. Yet boom, boom. In the subsequent hours, despite 2 more explosions, he successfully refines all the exchanged spiritual herbs. Out of 40 portions, he has blown up 8 furnaces, yet succeeded in refining 34 batches, all of which are, regrettably, worthless pills. This is the extent of Xingchen's achievements, and he remains quite content. As for the 40 portions of spiritual herbs that led to 8 exploded furnaces, the reason he was able to succeed in 34 batches lies in the fact that those herbs that exploded rarely reached full refinement before the furnaces detonated. Thus, the incomplete herbs were amalgamated into 2 successful batches. Therefore, Xingchen is thoroughly pleased with his results, feeling that even a collection of worthless pills is no cause for concern. After all, being a novice, experiencing a failure of 100 or 80 furnaces is quite commonplace. Moreover, the more than 100 waste elixirs he had were indeed tangible. 34 furnaces yielded 3 elixirs each, summing up to 102. There was nothing more to discuss. After tidying up, Xingchen promptly took out the 3 Treasures Ruyi Ding to commence the enhancement. After the refinement of 102 waste elixirs, he procured 4 Supreme Qi Refining Pills and 1 medium-grade Qi Refining Pill. With these 4 Supreme Pills, Xingchen now possessed a total of 5 Supreme Qi Refining Pills. As for the medium-grade pill, he could sell it in the outer sex market. When it comes to consuming for cultivation, he would prefer to use the Supreme Qi Refining Pills, for he understood that they not only exhibited remarkable effects, but also contained exceedingly pure energy. Pills of lesser quality, comparatively, contain more impurities, which could easily lead to pill toxicity upon consumption. Thus, since he had acquired the 3 Treasures Ruyi Ding, he ought to elevate his standards. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the Ruyi Ding. Subsequently, Xingchen did not rush into cultivation. Haste makes waste. He had just broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. He felt it prudent to consolidate his foundation to avoid any superficiality in his realm. He deemed it necessary to refine more elixirs first, as cultivating with ample resources was undoubtedly the most promising path. The next day, after donning his mask, Xingchen proceeded to the market area of the outer sect. However, he had another task at hand, to collect his monthly supplies. Having been in the sect for 4 months and engrossed in cultivation, he had not found the time to retrieve his resources. Over these 4 months, he should be entitled to 12 medium-grade qi refining pills and 30 low-grade spirit stones. Excitedly, Xingchen made his way to the Hall of Executors, but from a distance, he spotted Li Tong, Wang Ergu, and Li Yueling entering the hall simultaneously. At that moment, Xingchen lost any desire to visit the hall. Li Tong would undoubtedly make things difficult for him. With this thought in mind, he promptly turned away. After all, he could claim his supplies once every 6 months or annually. There was no rush. Subsequently, Xingchen headed towards the outer sect market. After a brief walk of half an hour, he arrived at the bustling market area. Ah, come. Qi refining pills for sale. Qi refining pills at a bargain. Qi refining pills are soaring. Qi refining pills are a must-buy. Strong bone pills for sale. Nurturing yuan pills for sale, guaranteed to treat kidney deficiency and grant vitality. Upon catching sight of the market's outline, Xingchen was greeted by a symphony of hawkers' calls. In his view, the streets were teeming with people, stretching into the horizon. The cacophony of sales pitches was unending. Xingchen quickly immersed himself in the crowd, akin to a drop of water in the ocean, causing not a ripple and attracting no attention. Although he wore a mask, his expression bore astonishment. Among the throngs on the streets of the outer sect market, he noticed that at least half of the 10 individuals around him were also masked. There were numerous individuals adorned with masks identical to that of Xingchen. Xingchen felt as though these individuals were rather cunning. He navigated through the crowd, eventually arriving at a somewhat secluded spot. Without hesitation, he approached an unoccupied stall and settled in. He then produced a mid-grade qi refining pill and a mid-grade bone strengthening pill for sale, testing the waters with these 2 items. He possessed 3 additional bone strengthening pills, which he was also contemplating parting with. Although the bone strengthening pill enhanced physical strength and aided in healing, at present, Xingchen's greater need lay with the superior grade qi refining pill. Thus, he was willing to consider relinquishing the superior grade bone strengthening pill. As for the superior grade qi refining pill, it was a treasure to him at this moment. He displayed the 2 pills prominently on the counter. Why was he so audacious? The reason was that Xingchen had no apprehension of being robbed or of others taking advantage of the situation. The external sect's regulations had already detailed the conduct regarding such items. In the external sect market, theft and robbery were strictly prohibited, with violators facing immediate punishment by the enforcement hall. With such explicit regulations in place, Xingchen felt emboldened. After positioning the pills, he imitated the hawkers around him, calling out, come, qi refining pills for sale. Bone strengthening pills for sale. The qi refining pills are flying off the shelves, and the bone strengthening pills have met their demise. Though the words flowed easily, Xingchen felt a peculiar dissonance in his phrasing. Why would the qi refining pills leap to their end? And why would the bone strengthening pills choose to perish? Nevertheless, amidst his cries, a rather boorish-looking man approached and inquired, "Hey, brother, how much for those 2 pills?" Chapter 36. The Worn Jade Token, 10 spirits? A coarse man pointed at the 2 elixirs on the table. "Brother, what I have here are exquisite mid-grade qi refining pills and superior-grade bone strengthening pills." Xingchen spoke with confidence. This mid-grade qi refining pill is worth 30 contribution points, while the superior-grade bone strengthening pill is valued at 54 contribution points. Of course, you may also trade with spirit stones. Xingchen was well aware of the prices of these elixirs, as they were outlined in the outer sect rules. In the Qingyun sect, the worth of contribution points is equivalent to that of low-grade spirit stones, at a 1-to-1 ratio. What? However, upon hearing Xingchen's quoted prices, the man became indignant and spat. This mid-grade qi refining pill is 30 contribution points at the elixir pavilion, and here it is still 30 contribution points. Am I just wasting my time at the market? With a cold snort, the rough man turned and departed. "Hey brother, there's still the superior grade bone strengthening pill." Xingchen called out, but the man paid him no heed. This junior brother, in the market, the prices of these elixirs cannot be equated to those at the elixir pavilion. Otherwise, why would anyone come here when they could simply go to the elixir pavilion or the treasure pavilion for exchanges? Noticing Xingchen's bewilderment, a nearby vendor kindly offered a reminder. "Ah, I see now," Xingchen enlightenedly responded. "Then what would be the price of the mid-grade qi refining pill in the market?" And the superior grade bone strengthening pill? You must be visiting for the first time, right? You may not be aware, but the mid-grade qi refining pill generally sells for no more than 28 contribution points in the market. As for the superior grade bone strengthening pill, while it is rarely sold here, it has been known to sell for about 50 contribution points each, despite the Elixir Pavilion's price being 54. The vendor explained with a smile before returning to his own sales pitch. Xingchen glanced at the vendor's stall, which displayed an assortment of haphazard items, some of which still bore traces of dirt. He was taken aback, noticing the vendor seemed cautious not to let the dirt fall off, occasionally pinching the items with his fingers. What is this peculiar behavior? Hey, while you are setting up your stall, why are you peering at others? How much are you selling your elixirs for? Just as Xingchen was filled with curiosity, another man approached impatiently inquiring about the elixirs. The mid-grade qi refining pill is 29 contribution points, and the superior grade bone strengthening pill is 51 contribution points. Both spirit stones and contribution points are acceptable for trade. Xingchen stated his prices. I'll take the mid-grade qi refining pill for 25. The man began to haggle. Brother, that's far too low. The minimum is 28. Xingchen countered. Fine, it's a deal. As soon as Xingchen agreed to lower the price, the man promptly began to pay. In no time, Xingchen's identity token reflected an additional 28 contribution points. After the man collected the mid-grade qi refining pill, he turned his gaze towards Xingchen's superior grade bone strengthening pill. What is the price for this? 51 contribution points. 48. That is too low. It's at least 50. Deal. Soon, the man inquired about the exquisite strengthening bone pill. Do you have any left? If so, please bring me another one, he asked Xingchen. You have come to the right person, brother, Xingchen replied with a smile, producing an exceptional strengthening bone pill. However, he did not place it on the table. Instead, he revealed the intricate patterns on its surface for the man to see. He was not concerned about exposure. After all, within the sect, disciples were forbidden from harming one another, and the mask he wore would conceal his identity. Upon seeing the pill in Xingchen's hand, the man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his senior brother could refine such a high-quality elixir. Your alchemical skills are truly profound, he remarked, instantly changing his tone to address Xingchen as senior brother. In his eyes, this exquisite strengthening bone pill was undoubtedly crafted by Xingchen. The depth of his alchemical mastery promised a bright future, and thus the man felt compelled to treat him with utmost respect. Senior brother, what is the price? He asked eagerly, for this was an exceptional strengthening bone pill. Its effects surpassed those of the ordinary ones by several times, significantly enhancing strength and capable of healing severe injuries. You should be aware of the difficulty in refining such a pill. The price is the same as at the Alchemy Pavilion, no less, and I only have this one. Xingchen replied, visibly pained. If it weren't for the fortunate connection I see between us, I would not sell it to you. Well then, I agree, the man said after a brief hesitation. After all, this was an exceptional strengthening bone pill. Though it had a price at the Alchemy Pavilion, they, as outer disciples, were unable to exchange for it. He had not expected such good fortune at the outer market today. The price for a single exceptional strengthening bone pill required 144 contribution points at the Alchemy Pavilion. Thus, Xingchen's identity token was soon credited with an additional 144 contribution points. Senior brother, do you have any more? The man asked, his eyes glimmering with hope. Xingchen shook his head. No, such pills are exceedingly difficult to refine, and I was merely fortunate to produce this one. In truth, Xingchen possessed 2 more exceptional strengthening bone pills, but he had no intention of parting with them. With over 200 contribution points now in hand, he could manage for a while. The healing effects of the exceptional strengthening bone pill were remarkable, and Xingchen intended to keep them for any unforeseen circumstances. Disheartened by Xingchen's response, the man departed. Meanwhile, Xingchen's attention was drawn to a dilapidated jade tablet on the stall of the vendor beside him. The 2 characters inscribed upon it piqued his curiosity, 10 spirits. He wondered if these characters bore any connection to his own 10 spirit roots. Regardless of any potential relation, he resolved to purchase the item, as it might prove useful to him in some manner. Brother, how much are these trinkets worth? Xingchen's thoughts raced. He could not directly specify what he desired. It was imperative to first clarify his stance before proceeding. Ah, my friend, you are unaware that these are not mere trinkets. They are treasures I have unearthed from various ruins, possessing considerable value. Would you care to acquire 1 or 2? The man observed Xingchen approaching and immediately inquired, for he had yet to conduct any business that day, while Xingchen had swiftly sold 3 elixirs. None of these pique my interest, Xingchen replied dismissively, waving his hand with a smile. My brother, think of it as a treasure hunt. Perhaps if you purchase one, you may uncover a gem. Do you not wish to take the chance? The vendor continued to entice him gently. How do you price these assorted items of yours? Xingchen asked, his demeanor relaxed. Just to clarify, if they are overpriced, I am not interested. Chapter 37. The terrifying nature of the 10 spiritual bodies and 10 spiritual roots, junior brother. I see you are a straightforward person. How about this? I will sell you these items at a favorable price, for just 100 contribution points. You may select 5 items of your choice. Does that sound acceptable? The vendor smiled, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. That seems a bit expensive. Xingchen thought, recognizing the vendor's intention to deceive him. The items appeared to be nothing but worthless trinkets. Had it not been for the 2 characters 10 spirits inscribed on the worn jade tablet, he would have dismissed it altogether. In his view, it was hardly worth even a single contribution point. Junior brother, if you are truly interested, you can negotiate. I am open to offers, the vendor continued with a grin. Xingchen nodded, acknowledging the vendor's point. Although it was not a fixed price, he could indeed bargain. Do not hesitate to make your offer, the vendor encouraged. After a moment's contemplation, Xingchen boldly declared, 5 contribution points for 10 items of my choosing. What do you say? Of course, that is entirely feasible. You dare to negotiate, and I shall dare to sell. The vendor replied cheerfully, his smile stretching across his face. Curse it. I've just lost 5 contribution points to this fool, huh? The vendor chuckled inwardly, well aware that these were mere scraps he was selling, hoping to ensnare some unfortunate soul. It seemed he had indeed found a gullible target in Xingchen. Xingchen was taken aback. He had expected the vendor to raise the price, but to his surprise, the vendor agreed without hesitation. Is this fellow truly not trying to swindle me? Yet, it's only 5 contribution points. While it may be challenging for others to earn, it is relatively easy for me. Thus, Xingchen nodded in acceptance. Then I shall choose. Feel free, feel free. Haha, I will even throw in an extra item, allowing you to choose 11 in total. The vendor chuckled. Xingchen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Curse it. I am definitely being duped by this fellow. Unfazed, he proceeded to select 11 items at random, including the jade tablet. Before long, Xingchen had chosen his 11 items and departed. However, he did not return directly to his courtyard. With 270 contribution points in hand, he decided to continue his alchemical endeavors. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Pavilion, he spent 270 contribution points to acquire materials for 18 portions of chi-enhancing pills. Even if all were to turn out poorly, he would still yield 54 pills. After enhancing them with the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, he could potentially produce 2 top-tier chi-enhancing pills. Should fortune favor him, he might even craft several low or mid-tier pills, amplifying his gains. Once back in his courtyard, Xingchen retrieved the 11 worthless trinkets he had exchanged for 5 contribution points. After examining them for a considerable time, he could not discern any practical use. They were nothing more than a pile of refuse, aside from the jade tablet inscribed with the characters 10 spirits, which he had yet to investigate further. The remaining 10 items, no matter how he examined them, were nothing but scrap metal. However, a sudden inspiration struck Xingchen. He promptly retrieved the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding and placed all 10 items into the cauldron. Yet, when the brilliance from the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding subsided, it revealed merely 3 objects, all of which turned out to be ordinary stones. After half a day of study, they were still just 3 commonplace stones. If there was anything peculiar about them, it was that they seemed slightly harder than regular stones. Damn it, cursed merchants. Xingchen cursed vehemently. Fortunately, he had bargained down to 5 contribution points. Otherwise, he would have ended up losing his trousers. In the end, Xingchen took out a tattered jade tablet inscribed with the characters 10 spirits. He carefully wiped the dirt off its surface. However, he was left bewildered. To his astonishment, as he cleaned the jade tablet, the characters 10 spirits were also erased. Clearly, they had been written with ink. Cursed vendor. Xingchen erupted in another tirade. Although 5 contribution points were not significant to him, the feeling of being swindled left him infuriated. Had he fallen into a trap? Nevertheless, Xingchen quickly discerned that something was amiss. Despite the fine cracks that marred the jade tablet, they did not obscure the traces left by the characters 10 spirits. Even though the characters were gone, the imprint of the script remained. This was indeed strange, Xingchen thought, and he immediately began to investigate the jade tablet further. However, to the naked eye, he could not detect anything extraordinary about it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to employ his spiritual sense. This time, as Xingchen's spiritual sense made contact with the jade tablet, a surge of information flooded from it. Subsequently, this information was transmitted into his sea of consciousness. Xingchen's face was soon filled with astonishment, followed by sheer shock. He quickly absorbed all the information. The 10-spirit body. Xingchen was astounded. He had not anticipated that this jade tablet concealed a method known as the 10-spirit body. He He then began to digest all the information. The 10 spirit body. It was indeed related to his 10 spirit root. It is well known that the 10 spirit root is an absolute waste. Without an unexpected turn of events, one would remain hopeless in cultivating immortality throughout their life. Why? First and foremost, there is the inherent flaw. The 10 spirit root necessitates the opening of 10 dantians before the age of 16, otherwise, one would perish from the depletion of vital energy. Secondly, the 10 spirit root is chaotically intertwined. During cultivation, even if one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the amount of spiritual power that can eventually be refined is less than 1/10,000th of what was absorbed. Even after refining, due to the minimal quantity, the spiritual power faces a trend of disintegration upon entering the dantian. This is the very issue Xingchen would encounter without the aid of top-tier qi refining pills. Thus, these problems could all be resolved by the 10 spirit body. Chapter 38. The waste elixirs in the alchemy room are true treasures as long as one forges the 10 spirit body. One can amalgamate the spiritual energies of all elemental roots. During cultivation, one need only consume elixirs or absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to advance. Furthermore, it is possible to merge 10 dantians into a singular dantian shared by the 10 spiritual roots. The convergence of these 10 powers, once unleashed, possesses unparalleled might. However, the process of forging the 10 spirit body is somewhat arduous. Initially, one must blend all spiritual energies, allowing the 10 elemental forces within the body to coalesce and integrate into the 10 dantians. Once these 10 dantians are successfully fused, the 10 spirit body can be considered to have reached a preliminary stage. To achieve the fusion of the 10 spiritual energies and the dantians, a special elixir is required, the harmonizing spirit pill. The cultivation manual indeed contains the formula for this pill, which lists numerous spiritual herbs. Although Xingchen does not recognize many of them, it is evident that they are rare, high-grade spiritual herbs. Upon this realization, Xingchen, despite his excitement, reluctantly set aside his aspirations of cultivating the 10 spirit body for the time being. For now, he decided to focus on refining elixirs to enhance his cultivation. The following day, Xingchen commenced the alchemical process. Boom, boom. In the courtyard, he was taken aback. Upon igniting the fire, 2 furnaces exploded, black smoke billowing forth, causing him to cough incessantly. He had believed himself to have made significant progress, yet was taken by surprise when both furnaces detonated. Xingchen wore a look of disbelief. However, his subsequent alchemical endeavors proceeded smoothly. 3 days later, he successfully refined the remaining 16 portions of spiritual herbs. This time, out of 18 portions, 2 furnaces exploded, leaving him with 16 intact. He ended up with 13 waste elixirs and 3 inferior qi refining pills. To his astonishment, he had produced 3 inferior grade pills. This was indicative of a notable advancement in his alchemical skills. Next, Xingchen began to enhance his accomplishments using the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. The 13 waste elixirs totaled 39 pieces, while the 3 inferior qi refining pills amounted to 9 pieces. He first utilized 24 waste elixirs to craft an extraordinary qi refining pill. Subsequently, he set aside the remaining 15 elixirs and turned his attention to enhancing the 9 inferior pills. From 6 inferior qi refining pills, he succeeded in producing 1 superior qi refining pill. Considering the 3 remaining inferior pills equivalent to 9 waste elixirs, combined with the 15 earlier waste elixirs, he realized they precisely corresponded to 24 waste elixirs. With this thought in mind, Xingchen immediately commenced the enhancement process. He placed the 3 inferior qi refining pills into the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, followed by the 15 waste elixirs. As he anticipated, the radiance within the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron gradually faded. When Xingchen retrieved the elixirs from the cauldron, he was left dumbfounded. The qi refining pill crafted from 3 inferior pills and 15 waste elixirs turned out to be merely a superior qi refining pill. This was far beyond his expectations. Why had this occurred? Xingchen pondered in confusion. Nevertheless, he felt content with his accomplishments. Calculating it all, the 270 contribution points had yielded him 1 extraordinary qi refining pill and 1 superior qi refining pill. With the addition of this exquisite qi refinement pill, he now possesses a total of 6 such pills. However, even with these 6 exquisite qi refinement pills and 1 high-quality qi refinement pill, Xingchen felt that he still could not achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi refinement. In the ensuing days, Xingchen immersed himself in cultivation. A month passed swiftly. Throughout this month, he consumed all 6 exquisite qi refinement pills. Nevertheless, he found himself still a considerable distance away from reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. Currently, he had one high-quality qi refinement pill remaining. Instead of using it for cultivation, he intended to sell it at the market. The price for a single high-quality qi refinement pill was a staggering 90 contribution points. With 90 contribution points, he could purchase 6 portions of medicinal herbs for refining qi refinement pills. Even if he failed to refine successfully, he would still end up with at least 18 waste pills. Moreover, to enhance a high-quality qi refinement pill, only 12 waste pills were required. No matter how one calculated it, there was no risk of loss. If fortune favored him, producing 1 or 2 low or even mid-quality qi refinement pills would yield even greater profits. Aside from this high-quality qi refinement pill, he also possessed 2 exquisite strongbone pills. While the exquisite strongbone pills were not as valuable as the high-quality qi refinement pill, the 2 could still fetch a total of 100 contribution points. Subsequently, Xingchen intended to head to the outer gate market. However, as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly turned back. Sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, a smile crept upon his lips. "How foolish of me," he muttered to himself. "Why didn't I think of going to the alchemy room to refine pills?" Given his current status, as long as he offered sufficient contribution points, he could freely concoct pills in the alchemy room. Xingchen shook his head and chuckled at his oversight. Of course, he wasn't merely considering refining pills, but rather the waste pills within the alchemy room. That was what he truly needed. Although entering the alchemy room required the payment of contribution points, and the cost was not insignificant, it remained affordable for Xingchen. He recalled the rules regarding access to the alchemy room outlined in the outer gate regulations. To refine pills in the alchemy room, outer gate disciples were required to pay 100 contribution points each time. The alchemy room contained 3 pill furnaces. The first furnace was free to use, while the second furnace required an additional 50 contribution points, and the third furnace necessitated an extra 100 contribution points. The more expensive the furnace, the higher the success rate and quality of the pills produced. After paying 100 contribution points, a disciple could access the alchemy room for 3 hours. Once inside, with the door closed, the amount of waste pills taken would be entirely at their discretion. Just the thought of it filled Xingchen with excitement. However, he needed to earn 100 contribution points first to gain access to the alchemy room. His only option was to sell the pills he possessed. Before heading to the outer gate market, Xingchen had one more task to attend to. He is to collect his monthly supplies from the outer gate's deacon hall. Having been in the outer gate for half a year, he refrained from collecting them last time upon seeing Li Tong and his companions. Consequently, he has accumulated supplies for 6 months, which amounts to 18 mid-grade qi-nourishing pills and 60 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune. The 18 mid-grade qi-nourishing pills, when enhanced using the 3 treasures of the Ruyi Ding, could potentially yield 3 top-tier pills. Thus, even though Xingchen is aware that Li Tong and his associates might attempt to create difficulties for him if they were to find out, he still intends to collect his supplies. After all, as long as he remains within the boundaries of the Qingyun sect, these individuals would not dare to take his life lightly. Therefore, he harbors no fear. Naturally, he must first ascertain whether Li Tong and his group are present in the deacon hall. If they are, he will postpone his visit until tomorrow. Eventually, there will come a time when they are not around. Chapter 39. Accusations of Guilt. Soon, Xingchen arrived at the outer sect's steward hall. He deliberately strolled around at a distance, ensuring that Li Tong and his companions were absent before entering. He did not wear a mask, as the collection of supplies required the presentation of an identification badge. Upon entering the hall, Xingchen surveyed his surroundings, and after confirming that all was well, he approached the counter. "Senior brother, I am here to collect my supplies for the past 6 months. Xingchen addressed the man behind the counter. The man was not surprised. It was quite common for individuals to collect supplies for extended periods, and he had grown accustomed to it. "Please present your identification badge." You are the one with the 10 spiritual roots?" The man recalled Xingchen's name, as the 10 spiritual roots were somewhat renowned in the outer sect. "Indeed. Thank you for your assistance," Xingchen replied with a calm smile. "Very well, please wait a moment." The man did not comment further, as this was rightfully Xingchen's due. "Your supplies for 6 months consist of 18 medium-grade qi refining pills and 60 low-grade spirit stones, correct?" The man retrieved the specified quantities of pills and stones. However, just as Xingchen nodded, prepared to receive his supplies, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling unexpectedly emerged from behind the counter, conversing and laughing. The moment they spotted Xingchen collecting his supplies, Wang Ergu's eyes lit up. "Hold on," he sneered, striding to the counter and snatching a small pouch from the man's hands. "Oh, is that not Brother Xingchen?" Wang Ergu feigned surprise upon noticing Xingchen, a derisive smile playing on his lips. "It's been 6 months. How are you still alive? Hand over my supplies." Xingchen's expression darkened. The presence of these two was certainly unwelcome, and it appeared that retrieving his supplies would be a challenge. What? Are these your supplies? Wang Ergo mockingly raised the pouch. Scoffing, Xingchen, are you out of your mind? Is there a name on it that belongs to you? Huh. A waste with 10 spiritual roots. And you dare claim the belongings of junior brother Ergo as your own? Truly, you are a fool. Li Yueling joined in with her own scornful remarks directed at Xingchen. The commotion soon attracted curious glances from those nearby. Upon recognizing Wang Ergo and Li Yueling, the onlookers instinctively felt pity for Xingchen, especially upon hearing the mention of 10 spiritual roots. Whispers of schadenfreude began to circulate. This waste with 10 spiritual roots is indeed unfortunate. He has provoked the wrong individuals. Just wait to be utterly humiliated, Wang Ergo remarked disdainfully from behind the counter. Kid, don't speak carelessly. Claiming my belongings as yours is a reckless move. You are outright attempting to steal from me and dare to call it your own. As he spoke, Wang Ergo brazenly stowed the pouch into his storage ring, deliberately flaunting the ring on his finger. This was a gift from Wang Tong. And even Li Yueling lacked such an item in the outer sect. Wang Ergo, do not be overly presumptuous. This senior can attest that these resources rightfully belong to me. Xingchen assessed the value, which amounted to the equivalent of 3 exquisite chi-nourishing pills and 60 low-grade spirit stones. He was acutely aware of the slim chances he had. Knowing that Wang Ergo and Li Yueling would not relinquish them to him, he had no intention of resorting to violence. The time was not yet ripe. Although Wang Ergo and Li Yueling were not formidable adversaries, they were backed by Wang Tong and Li Tong. Nevertheless, he wished to make one final attempt. If someone would testify that the resources were indeed his, according to the rules of the outer sect, Wang Ergo and Li Yueling would dare not brazenly rob him. However, he felt a sense of futility, as the man stationed at the counter would likely not be bold enough to testify on his behalf. Indeed, when Xingchen suggested that the man bear witness, Wang Ergo merely scoffed, then turned his gaze toward the man. Did those resources belong to this little fellow? The man, caught in Wang Ergo's piercing stare, quaked with fear. Why yes, they are indeed junior brother Ergo's, not his, he replied with a sycophantic smile. Xingchen sighed in resignation, realizing that hope was lost. As for the others present, they would likely be of the same ilk, too intimidated to testify on his behalf. After some contemplation, he chose to abandon the matter. He would endure for now. His grandfather often reminded him that a true gentleman knows when to yield and when to assert, and this minor grievance was inconsequential. Having made his decision, Xingchen naturally wished to leave this place and turned to depart. Ha ha, you worthless fool, think you can leave? First, taste my fist. As Xingchen turned, Wang Ergo leaped from behind the counter, delivering a punch aimed directly at Xingchen's head. His cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Nourishing erupted forth. Aware that Xingchen was at least at the 3rd level of Qi Nourishing, he dared not be careless. The sound of the punch echoed. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xingchen unexpectedly pivoted and retaliated with a punch of his own. His internal spiritual energy surged forth in an instant. At the 5th level of Qi Nourishing, nearly reaching the 6th, his prowess astounded all present. The clash of fists resonated. Bang! To the shock of the crowd, Wang Ergo was sent flying by Xingchen's punch. Hiss! Isn't this lad supposed to be a waste with 10 spirit roots? Not only has he entered the outer sect, but he also possesses such formidable strength. 5th level of Qi Nourishing, almost 6th. How has he achieved this? Could it be that the spirit root assessment was erroneous? Perhaps he was not truly a 10 spirit root? Rumor had it that he encountered some fortuitous event that enabled his rapid breakthrough, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Otherwise, how could a 10 spirit root waste advance so swiftly? Such a person should remain in the servant area for life, wholly unworthy of belonging to the outer sect. Seeking death, you worthless fool. Who would have thought you could actually break through to the 5th level of Qi Nourishing? Today, you dared to attempt to rob junior brother Ergo of his pills and spirit stones, and now you lay hands on him. You are truly deserving of your fate. Li Yueling was equally taken aback. 6 months had passed, and she was still struggling at the 5th level of Qi Nourishing, while Xingchen was nearing the 6th. With a furious exclamation, Li Yueling stormed out, her energy surging with the intensity of someone on the brink of the 6th level of Qi cultivation. She unleashed a formidable water serpent of spiritual power, its girth comparable to that of a bull, hissing ominously as it darted forward, exuding an overwhelming force. It was utterly absurd. Did she truly believe that he was blind? Xingchen's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Li Yueling's venomous cunning, turning the tables against him with such audacity. It was nothing short of a fabricated accusation. If no one within the hall dared to bear witness, he would surely be wrongfully condemned. Confronted with Li Yueling's aggression, Xingchen resolved not to remain a passive target. He was acutely aware that even if he chose to retreat, neither Li Yueling nor Wang Ergu would spare him. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the outer sex Elder Hall, Li Tong was approaching alongside a man, their destination clearly set for the Elder Hall. Chapter 40. The Inversion of Truth by Li Yueling. You dare to insult a waste of 10 spiritual roots? Today, I shall render you powerless. In the grand hall of the Steward Hall, Li Yueling exuded a fierce aura, her spiritual energy surging forth, manifesting into a water serpent. You are still yet to cultivate any spells, are you not? Huh. What does it matter if you possess the 5th level of Qi refinement? Prepare for your demise. A chilling murderous intent glimmered in Li Yueling's eyes. However, she was acutely aware that within the Qingyun sect, even with her father's influence, it was impossible to kill Xingchen. Yet, if she could incapacitate him, with Li Tong's support and Wang Ergu's intercession on her behalf, she would likely escape any serious repercussions. The advantages would not only win over Wang Ergu, but also earn her favor with Wang Tong. Without any spells, you can only await your downfall, she taunted. Sister Yueling, incapacitate this scoundrel. With my presence, you shall face no consequences, Wang Ergu sneered. The surrounding onlookers erupted in malicious laughter, relishing in the misfortune of Xingchen. He had yet to cultivate any spells. Thus, he was doomed. Li Yueling's spell was a mid-tier technique, and the young man was finished. He had only himself to blame for provoking Wang Ergu, an ill-fated decision indeed. As the crowd reveled in the spectacle, Xingchen erupted with newfound power. Flames of spiritual energy surged within him, and to everyone's astonishment, he swiftly conjured a fire wolf. The flames roared fiercely atop the creature, its presence equally formidable as Li Yueling's water serpent. What in the world? He hasn't cultivated any spells. This is clearly a mid-tier spell. Li Yueling's brows furrowed in disbelief. At that moment, Xingchen, fueled by his fire spiritual energy, summoned a second fire wolf. Howl! The 2 fire wolves roared mightily, charging towards the approaching water serpent. In the next instant, a collision occurred, causing the very air to tremble. Subsequently, the fire wolves and the water serpent devoured each other, dissipating into the void. This confrontation ended in a stalemate. Neither Xingchen nor Li Yueling gained an advantage. However, as a wielder of 10 spiritual roots, Xingchen felt his spiritual energy depleting significantly after summoning the 2 fire wolves. If this continued, he would surely be unable to contend with Li Yueling in the long run. This was the inherent flaw of possessing multiple spiritual roots, and he bore the burden of 10. Witnessing this scene, Li Yueling's gaze turned even colder. A waste, I did not expect you to possess such a skill. Today, you shall witness. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her, emanating from the doorway. Li Tong's figure then appeared within the hall. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xingchen's expression darkened. Truly, misfortune comes in waves. He had not anticipated Li Tong's arrival. Yet the facts were undeniable. Wang Ergu had seized his belongings and had been the aggressor against him, while Li Yueling had also attacked first. Xingchen knew that Li Tong would undoubtedly show favoritism towards Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. However, the truth often surpasses mere rhetoric. Even if the opposing party were to show favoritism, they would not dare to act against him. Yet, what transpired next caused Xingchen's expression to darken instantaneously. As Li Tong entered the Hall of Elders, Li Yueling unexpectedly burst into tears. Wu, father. This Xingchen not only seeks to seize the resources of junior brother Wang Ergu, but he also intends to strike me. To Xingchen's astonishment, Li Yueling ran to the entrance, her face a picture of grievance as she lamented to Li Tong. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xingchen could hardly fathom the audacity of this woman. Her tears seemed almost contrived. The onlookers exchanged discreet glances of disdain. What? You claim that Xingchen stole Wang Ergu's resources and harmed you? We certainly did not witness such a thing. It was you who initiated the altercation. And it was Wang Ergu who was attempting to take from him. Must you be so duplicitous, woman? It is utterly shameless. Nonetheless, while the crowd silently condemned Li Yueling, they dared not voice their opinions. They were no different from Xingchen. They too feared Li Yueling's wrath. Thus, even upon witnessing her blatant distortion of the truth, no one stepped forward to defend Xingchen. Furthermore, Xingchen's fate bore no relevance to them. Wang Ergu, observing Li Yueling's antics, could not suppress a laugh. What a performer this woman is. Ha ha ha. This is precisely what is needed. Only in this way can we secure a pretext to dispose of this waste. He pondered. How could he have advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement in just 6 months? What secrets does he possess? On the surface, he played along. Elderly, you must duly punish this waste. He dares to pilfer my resources. He truly deserves it. Indeed, I cannot believe someone could be so audacious, Li Tong sneered. His mind as clear as day. He did not need to think to discern that Wang Ergu and Li Yueling had provoked Xingchen first. But what of it? As an elder of the outer sect, he wielded the authority to dictate matters as he pleased. Li Tong could also discern Xingchen's cultivation level. Upon noticing that Xingchen had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, nearing the 6th, Li Tong felt certain that Xingchen's potential was considerable. However, despite being tempted, he did not dare to be overtly brazen. Yet today, even if he could not eliminate Xingchen, Li Tong intended to peel away a layer of his skin. Thus, he erupted in fury. Xingchen, how dare you seize the property of your fellow disciples and inflict harm upon a senior sister? What punishment do you deserve? Kneel. With a thunderous voice, Li Tong unleashed a formidable pressure, reminiscent of the late stages of Foundation establishment, bearing down upon Xingchen. The sound was akin to thunderclaps in his ears, and he felt his body being forced to the ground. Elderly, it was Wang Ergu who first stole my resources. And it was Li Yueling who struck me first, Xingchen hastily retorted. Oh, who can attest to that? All I have witnessed is you attacking my daughter. She was brought to tears by your actions. You, insolent boy, dare to reverse right and wrong? Boom. Li Tong's oppressive aura descended once more. As Xingchen channeled his spiritual energy, he was astounded to discover that under such immense pressure, he was utterly unable to harness his power. At that moment, he found himself devoid of any opportunity for resistance. Was this the oppressive force of the late Foundation establishment stage? It was simply terrifying. This marked Xingchen's inaugural encounter with such a disparity in cultivation levels. Presently, as long as Li Tong wished it, he could easily bring about Xingchen's demise on the spot. It was not that Li Tong was unwilling. Rather, he was too apprehensive to act. After all, in front of so many witnesses, even if Xingchen had indeed appropriated Wang Ergu's resources or had taken action against Li Yueling, such transgressions were hardly deserving of death. Should he dare to execute a direct killing, even a cursory investigation by the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall would be sufficient to spell his doom, even if he possessed 10 lives. However, while he could not resort to murder, he could certainly impose severe penalties on Xingchen. Witnessing Xingchen in such a disheveled state, the assembly within the Grand Hall fell into an uneasy silence. It was blatantly evident that Xingchen was being deliberately targeted. Nonetheless, although everyone present was acutely aware of the situation, none dared to voice their thoughts. Xingchen, too, understood that no matter what he said, Li Tong would not allow him to escape today. Elderly, I wish to go to the Law Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing Xingchen's declaration, Li Tong was momentarily taken aback, retracting most of the oppressive aura he had unleashed. As an outer sect disciple, Xingchen was indeed prohibited from entering the inner sect at will. However, he was permitted to visit the disciplinary hall. If an outer sect disciple expressed a desire to go to the Law Enforcement Hall, the hall would take it seriously. When the hall conducted an inquiry, the truth of the matter would inevitably come to light. At that point, Wang Ergu might survive with the aid of Wang Tong, while Li Tong and his daughter would be left to face the consequences. Thus, having uttered those words, Xingchen had placed Li Tong in a precarious position, leaving him uncertain whether the message would reach the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Consequently, Li Tong's expression hardened. Curse it, this lad is quite astute. Nevertheless, Li Tong still felt emboldened to administer a light punishment to Xingchen. Chapter 41. Willingly accepting punishment. Upon hearing the words, Li Tong let out a cold snort. What? Do you doubt my impartiality? Without allowing Xingchen to respond, Li Tong angrily declared, Xingchen has seized Wang Ergu's possessions and assaulted Li Yueling, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. Thus, he deserves punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers in the Grand Hall reveled in schadenfreude. Xingchen was indeed stubborn. He could have simply endured the situation, yet he chose to escalate it to the Law Enforcement Hall. Now, one could only speculate about the nature of the punishment he would receive, though it was likely that Elderly would not impose a severe penalty. A beating was certainly inescapable. Despite Xingchen currently being a 5th-tier qi practitioner, the enforcer would also be of the same cultivation level, and the experience would be far from pleasant. This young man was indeed unfortunate. Such a punishment would leave no room for objection, even when the Law Enforcement Hall would later review the case. Within the hall, there were a few who sympathized with Xingchen, but they were few and far between. As for Wang Ergu and Li Yueling, their glee was palpable. You audacious fool, who gave you the gall to seize my belongings? You truly deserve your fate. Wang Ergu sneered. Li Yueling added with a scornful laugh, this worthless wretch. Who knows what stroke of luck allowed him to break through to the 5th tier in just 4 years? With a bit of strength, he dares to rob and even think of striking me. He is indeed deserving of punishment. Li Tong's expression darkened. Xingchen, you have abused your cultivation to oppress others, robbing Wang Ergu and assaulting Li Yueling. You are sentenced to 100 lashes and 10 days of fetching water in the servants' quarters. Do you accept this? Xingchen. Li Tong glared at Xingchen, his demeanor suggesting that the young man had committed an unforgivable crime. Xingchen's face turned ashen. Accept? What a ludicrous notion. You fabricate charges and then inquire if I accept them? What good would my refusal do? To be honest, this punishment was not excessively severe for Xingchen at this juncture. Yet, the insult was too much for him to swallow. It was Wang Ergo who had stolen from him first, and it was Li Yueling who had initiated the conflict. Now, the two had twisted the truth. And most importantly, no one in the hall was willing to testify on his behalf. Xingchen truly considered escalating the matter to the law enforcement hall. If he were to acknowledge the beating and accept the punishment, he would forfeit any future entitlements to provisions. However, an outer sect disciple wishing to approach the outer sect law enforcement hall was required to pay 300 low-grade spirit stones, a sum he currently lacked. Nonetheless, earning 300 low-grade spirit stones wouldn't take him long. The crucial point was that if the matter were to escalate to the law enforcement hall, Li Tong, Wang Ergo, and Zhao Yueling would also face consequences. It was well known that the law enforcement hall of Qingyun's sect was the most stringent and fair. After this incident, he believed that even if they sought to harm him again, they would think twice. Thus, Xingchen felt that while this matter might seem trivial, he genuinely desired to take it to the Elder Hall. Therefore, Xingchen would not endure any longer. Wait, just as Xingchen was about to voice his dissent, Wang Ergo abruptly interrupted him. Uncle Li, I believe we should impose an additional punishment on this young man. What punishment? Li Tong was taken aback, hoping that Wang Ergo would not take things too far. Otherwise, while Wang might emerge unscathed, he, Li Tong, would be in dire straits. To be honest, had it not been for Li Tong's own desire to covet the opportunities presented by Xingchen and his intent to curry favor with Wang Tong, he would not have considered punishing Xingchen at all, perhaps just a mild admonishment. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Ergo would insist on further punishment, which seemed rather unreasonable, especially with so many witnesses present. Naturally, these individuals dared not utter a word, but who could guarantee that they would remain silent once they departed? That was simply an impossibility. Uncle Li, I think we should make this young man clean the alchemy room 10 times. His evident defiance suggests that the initial punishment was too lenient, Wang Ergo remarked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Li Tong considered it not overly harsh. Xingchen, do you submit? At that moment, Xingchen fell silent. Not speaking was tantamount to admitting his fault. Bring him out and administer 100 strikes. Although Li Tong framed it as a question, he offered Xingchen no opportunity to respond. After hearing Wang Ergo's words, Xingchen, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Of course, he had to comply, for there was no alternative. After all, it was the alchemy room that he would be tasked with cleaning. Externally, Xingchen maintained an expression of rage, yet internally, he was elated. Ostensibly, he cast resentful glances at Wang Ergo and Li Yueling. Noticing Xingchen's gaze, Wang Ergo's delight only intensified. Huh, kid, I relish your inability to tolerate me while being powerless to retaliate. Indeed, witnessing his feeble demeanor is quite comical. Li Yueling seized the opportunity to mock him as well. Soon, within the enforcement hall, Xingchen found himself subjected to punishment. The external enforcement hall was quite rudimentary. Merely a courtyard overseen by outer disciples taking turns to guard it, a stark contrast to the inner hall. Kid, do not blame me. It is your own failure to see clearly that has led you to oppose me at every turn. In the courtyard of the enforcement hall, Wang Ergo no longer held back. Seeing Xingchen lying on the bench filled him with genuine joy. Shortly thereafter, a burly man, also at the 5th level of Qi refinement, entered the courtyard. Greetings, Brother Ergo. In the outer sect, Wang Ergo's reputation was such that it would not be an exaggeration to liken him to a deity. The outer disciples nearly bowed in his presence. One could only imagine the heights of his influence, all due to Wang Tong. As for the punishment, as long as he does not die, that is sufficient. Wang Ergo sneered. Observing the twitching corners of Xingchen's mouth, he assumed that Xingchen was seething with rage. The thought that Xingchen could do nothing but accept his fate only fueled Wang Ergo's arrogance further. You seem to have recognized the gravity of the situation. Now you understand fear, do you? Dare to provoke me again, and he shall be struck down. Li Yueling stood by, laughing coldly, while Li Tong remained a detached observer. Bang! The man had begun to carry out the punishment. Although he was not empowered by spiritual energy, the tremendous force behind each strike caused Xingchen to emit a muffled groan. Crucially, he was unable to channel his spiritual energy, otherwise, the blows would not count. He had to endure the punishment with his physical body alone. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Xingchen's cries of agony echoed through the air. In truth, he could have stifled his cries, but at that moment, he needed to appear as tormented as possible. It was imperative that Wang Ergu and Li Yueling believed in his suffering. Otherwise, after years of consuming superior bone-strengthening pills, his physique was significantly more robust than that of an average person. Thus, despite the fact that each strike delivered immense force, Xingchen was still able to withstand them. Bang, bang, bang. The 100 lashes soon passed. Xingchen's backside was left in a ghastly state, bloodied and raw. He was on the brink of unconsciousness, feeling as if the bones and flesh of his rear had become detached. Intense pain surged through him, causing him to grimace in agony. To his surprise, the initial strikes were somewhat tolerable, but after the 50th lash, he began to experience excruciating sensations of tearing pain. Nevertheless, the 100 lashes were finally completed. Tomorrow, he would fetch water, and in 10 days, he would clean the alchemy chamber under the supervision of the disciple of Ergu. Li Tong spoke in a deep tone before turning and leaving without a glance back. Ha ha ha, brother, we shall meet tomorrow. Wang Ergu laughed and departed alongside Li Yueling. Chapter 42. The Art of Alchemy. Once Wang Ergu and Li Yueling departed, Xingchen struggled to rise, limping back to his courtyard. Upon arriving, he approached the stone table with the intention of sitting down, only to momentarily forget his injuries, causing him to leap to an astonishing height of 3 zhang. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial for him. Without the need for any medicinal elixirs, Xingchen directly channeled his spiritual energy to heal himself. Soon, he felt a warm sensation emanating from his lower back, witnessing his wounds mend at a visibly rapid pace. Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If it weren't for the task of cleaning the alchemy chamber, he would have certainly caused a scene at the inner sect's disciplinary hall. The sight of the aftermath on his rear ignited a cold glint in his eyes, filled with a chilling intent. However, given his current weakened state, he had no choice but to endure. This time, 100 strikes as punishment had resulted in 10 cleaning sessions of the alchemy room, which Xingchen deemed worthwhile. With the fruits of these 10 sessions, he should be able to participate in this year's outer sect trials. As long as he secured a spot in the top 10, he would ascend to the inner sect. At that point, Wang Ergu and Li Tong would be of little consequence. Yet, Xingchen needed to create an illusion, one that would portray him as an alchemist. He aimed to make others believe that his strength was a result of consuming medicinal pills rather than mere fortune. Furthermore, he must restrain his own advancement, lest the inner sect become aware of the secrets he harbored. After all, during his years at Xingyun's sect, he had witnessed Lu Feng's disinterest in his fortunes. Otherwise, even the seemingly simple-minded Zhang Dainyu had contemplated murder in the face of the allure he possessed. Moreover, Xingchen needed to fabricate another illusion involving the so-called alchemy poison. Despite consuming top-tier elixirs daily, he would not develop any form of alchemy poison. However, should others discover that he was cultivating with such exceptional qi refinement pills, their suspicions would only deepen. After all, which alchemist could so effortlessly concoct such a plethora of premium elixirs for personal cultivation? Therefore, he must induce a genuine state of alchemy poison within himself, not merely a superficial guise. Otherwise, the numerous strong figures within Xingyun's sect would easily discern the truth behind his condition. Consequently, Xingchen had to take this risk. However, he needed to ascertain how to resolve the alchemy poison, lest he find himself in a perilous predicament. Inducing alchemy poison was a simple task. Consuming inferior elixirs or even waste pills would suffice. The following day, your injuries have healed already? Early in the morning, under Wang Ergu's watchful eye, Xingchen made his way to the outer sect. Upon seeing that Xingchen's condition had significantly improved, Wang Ergu's curiosity was piqued. I took 3 strong bone pills that I had saved up, and now I am nearly fully recovered, Xingchen explained. Is that so? Quite impressive. Wang Ergu, without any suspicion, acknowledged this, as Xingchen's cultivation had indeed surpassed his own. The injury itself is hardly significant, and with the assistance of the inferior strongbone pills, Wang Ergu finds it quite reasonable to feel this way. As for the 3 strongbone pills mentioned by Xingchen, Wang Ergu naturally believes they were accumulated by the former while working as a servant. Brother, do not harbor resentment towards me. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Those items are not safe in your possession. Allow me, Ergu, to keep them for you. Wang Ergu smiled all the way, as if yesterday's events had nothing to do with him. Xingchen, of course, played along. Even though he harbored murderous intent in his heart, he could not reveal it at that moment. Brother Ergu, I understand. After all, we are from the same village. And both you and Brother Wang Tong have treated me well. I will remember your kindness. Wang Ergu burst into laughter. Haha, that is the spirit. This is what makes you my brother. In the next moment, He shifted his tone and gazed intently at Xingchen. You've broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement in just a few years. Do you truly possess some great fortune? Or have you encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Do not worry, tell Brother Ergu, and I shall keep it a secret. Wang Ergu continued. Did you see that Li father and son? They suspect you possess great fortune. Tell me now, if you truly have such a fortune, place it in my care, and I shall ensure your safety. As for the Li family, they are insignificant. Had it not been for their daughter's beauty, they would not have dared to act against you yesterday. Just hand your fortune over to me. And when you venture out, oh no, throughout the entire Xingchen sect, if you invoke my name, who would dare to harm you? Even those unparalleled geniuses of the inner sect. Those elders you regard as lofty, who would dare to disrespect Wang Ergu? A slight smile tugged at the corners of Xingchen's mouth as he observed Wang Ergu's performance. Is he truly treating me as a fool? Still claiming to be good to me? Do you think invoking your name would be of any help? I fear that mentioning you might lead to my demise. Of course, despite the tumult of murderous thoughts within, Xingchen maintained an outward demeanor of perplexity. Brother Ergu, I truly have no fortune. What fortune could I possess? I've merely learned alchemy over the years, which is why I have been crafting pills to consume daily. Alchemy? You can refine pills? You are an alchemist. Wang Ergu was taken aback. Do you take me for a fool? You an alchemist? Truly, I can refine pills. Xingchen replied earnestly. Wang Ergu's expression darkened. Do not deceive me. If you do, your end will be quite grim. How could I dare deceive you? I genuinely can refine pills, Xingchen affirmed with conviction. Very well, then demonstrate your skills on another day, or I shall remain skeptical of your claims, Wang Ergu replied, half in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that this simpleton before him could indeed be an alchemist. He himself could not refine pills. Who would believe that this fool could? Very well, I shall demonstrate my skills to you another day, Xingchen replied with an air of calmness. Observing this, Wang Ergu furrowed his brow, beginning to harbor a degree of belief. Could this simpleton truly refine elixirs? If that were the case, then his cultivation must indeed be reliant on pills, thus negating any notion of fortuitous encounters. Goodness! How has this fool managed to master alchemy when I have struggled so? Wang Ergu began to doubt both his and Xingchen's innate talents. In no time, as the two made their way to the servants' area and the disciplinary hall, they chanced upon Lu Feng. What brings you here? Lu Feng inquired, puzzled to see Xingchen and Wang Ergu engaged in light-hearted banter. Ah, Elder Lu, it is quite the tale. This fellow dared to seize my elixirs yesterday and even assaulted Sister Li. Elder Li punished him with 100 lashes, requiring him to fetch water for 10 days and clean the alchemy room for another 10. Had I not interceded, he would surely have met a dire fate, Wang Ergu proclaimed, taking the lead in the conversation. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward Xingchen. Is that true? Young man, think carefully before you speak, he warned. To which Wang Ergu shot him a sidelong glance. Xingchen, ever perceptive, replied, Indeed, Uncle Lu, I was quite muddled yesterday and foolishly attempted to rob Brother Ergu. I accept my punishment willingly. Is it truly so? Do you possess such audacity? Lu Feng was skeptical, immediately sensing that the situation was not as it appeared. Enough of that, Uncle Lu, I must attend to my duties, Xingchen said, bidding farewell to Lu Feng. By the way, Elder Lu, it has been over half a year since I last saw Manager Zhao. Where has he disappeared to? Wang Ergu suddenly inquired. He has been missing for several months. I am quite at a loss, Lu Feng admitted, equally perplexed. After escorting Xingchen to the outer sect, he had returned only to find Manager Zhao untraceable. Xingchen, however, maintained an expression of indifference, his mind racing with thoughts. Half a year has passed. Surely, Manager Zhao has met a rather unfortunate end. That fool must be in quite the predicament, Wang Ergu scoffed, showing little regard for Zhao's fate. With that, Wang Ergu strode ahead, dismissing Lu Feng entirely. Farewell, Uncle Lu, Xingchen echoed, bowing slightly before hastily departing. Seeing Xingchen, who seemed so cheerful even after punishment, left Lu Feng bewildered. Could it be that he genuinely accepts his fate? Why does he appear so pleased? Lu Feng shook his head in confusion. Regardless of whether Xingchen was coerced, he found himself powerless to intervene. As for Li Tong, especially Wang Ergu, he was not someone to provoke lightly. Best of luck, young one. Lu Feng could only offer a reluctant blessing to Xingchen. Chapter 43. The Frenzy for Superior Qi Refining Pills in the Herb Garden, under the scorching sun. Wang Ergu was blissfully asleep inside the shed. In stark contrast, Xingchen was laboriously fetching water under the relentless heat. Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, with his current cultivation level, carrying a load of spiritual spring water felt effortless. Many of the low-ranking disciples, witnessing Xingchen's punishment of water fetching, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. After all, they recognized him. In the blink of an eye, Xingchen had ascended to the status of an outer sect disciple, while they remained as mere struggling servants. As the days swiftly passed, upon returning to his courtyard, Xingchen donned his mask and promptly made his way to the marketplace. He intended to sell a superior-grade pill and 2 exceptional strongbone pills without delay. Having learned that he would demonstrate pill refining to Wang Ergu, he understood the urgency of enhancing his alchemical skills. Should he produce a batch of inferior pills, Wang Ergu would doubt his abilities. Thus, it was imperative for Xingchen to elevate the likelihood of successfully crafting at least a low-grade qi refining pill. Otherwise, he would struggle to gain Wang Ergu's trust. Arriving at the marketplace, he sought out a stall and placed the pills prominently on the table. Although dusk was settling, the marketplace remained as bright as day, bustling with throngs of people. Seizing the moment, Xingchen boldly called out, "Come, come. Purchase superior qi refining pills. Exceptional strong bone pills." The superior qi refining pills have plummeted in price, and the exceptional strong bone pills have committed ritualistic self-sacrifice. With his mask on, Xingchen felt emboldened. It shielded him from the spiritual perception of late-stage foundation establishment experts, allowing him to be more audacious. The audacious cries drew the attention of many. In the outer sect marketplace of Qingyang sect, such flamboyant proclamations were not uncommon. Yet few dared to shout for both superior qi refining pills and 2 exceptional strongbone pills. "Hey, buddy, do you really have superior qi refining pills?" a man in the crowd queried as he approached. "Indeed, I do, my friend," Xingchen replied, lowering his tone as he presented the pill for the man's inspection. Upon seeing the 3 distinct lines etched clearly on the qi refining pill, the man's astonishment was palpable. "Wow, this is genuinely a superior qi refining pill. Senior brother, did you refine this?" he exclaimed, clearly impressed. "What's the price for your superior qi refining pill?" The man quickly scanned the surroundings and began to bid. Others soon noticed the qi refining pill in Xingchen's possession, confirming its authenticity as a superior grade item. Instantly, envy washed over the crowd. Superior qi refining pills were a rarity in the outer sect, although occasionally the pill pavilion would release 1 or 2. They were snatched up in the blink of an eye. After all, crafting such superior pills was no simple task. Consequently, the Qingyun sect reserved these superior qi refining pills primarily for inner sect disciples, leaving the outer sect disciples with only fleeting glimpses of such treasures. At this moment, the sight of Xingchen producing a high-quality elixir ignited fervor among the crowd. Were it not for the fear of repercussions, individuals would have rushed forth to seize it. Xingchen was acutely aware of the challenges associated with concocting such superior medicinal pills. Thus, he surmised that selling at the price set by the Alchemy Pavilion would pose no issues, for the qi-cultivating pill was indeed a necessity, unlike the strengthening bone pill. I bid 100 contribution points. However, just as Xingchen announced his offer, a man surged forward, calling out a higher bid. Within the Alchemy Pavilion, the price for a high-quality qi-cultivating pill was 90 contribution points. Yet this individual boldly proposed 100, exceeding the pavilion's price by 10 contribution points. Xingchen's eyes sparkled. This was unexpected. With a bid of 100 contribution points, he hesitated no longer and decided to sell. "Brother, do you not understand the order of bids?" Yet the individual who had inquired earlier was displeased. "What order?" "The highest bid wins. This senior brother has neither made an offer nor expressed intent to sell to you. My bid is entirely reasonable." The man sneered and extended his hand towards Xingchen. "Senior brother, sell it to me for 100 contribution points." 101, he countered, implying that the excess contribution points were of no concern to him. "Today, Zhao Si shall stand firm against you and see who possesses the greater contribution points." Zhao Si. The earlier bidder smirked disdainfully at Xingchen. "Senior brother, 101. I doubt anyone can surpass me." In response, Xingchen revealed a charming smile. Showing no inclination to agree, he was quite entertained by the spectacle of these 2 men competing over their contributions. The subsequent bidder, witnessing this exchange, gritted his teeth and raised his offer. 102 contribution points. How absurd. Who among us isn't nurtured by their parents? Do you think you alone possess contribution points? It was evident that the 2 were engaged in a battle of stubbornness. Xingchen remained unperturbed, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. "Are you provoking me?" Zhao Si retorted, his displeasure palpable. "I bid 150 contribution points. Come now, shout it louder. If you dare," mocked the other man. "Fine, I concede. It's yours." The man spoke with a sardonic laugh, as he clearly lacked the requisite 150 contribution points, leading him to reluctantly withdraw. "Humph. Pretending to be affluent without the means, how obvious you are." Zhao Si scoffed, directly presenting his credentials. Seeing no one else stepping forward to bid, Xingchen readily nodded in agreement. Soon, 150 contribution points were secured. Senior brother, is this truly a premium strengthening bone pill? Inquired the other man, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, brother, are you interested in purchasing? Xingchen smiled, lifting the exquisite strengthening bone pill for the man to inspect. Truly an exceptional chi cultivating pill. The alchemical skills of this senior brother are truly profound, the man remarked. What is the price for this premium strengthening bone pill? According to the Alchemy Pavilion's pricing, Xingchen replied, surveying the surroundings. Although the onlookers were astonished by the pill, none rushed to purchase it. Very well, senior brother, I shall take one. The man did not haggle and promptly made the payment. Soon, Xingchen's identity badge reflected an additional 144 contribution points. Subsequently, he produced a top-grade bone strengthening pill. It was the last one. Those wishing to purchase should act swiftly, as it was equivalent to the prices at the pill pavilion. Xingchen called out his price, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, someone stepped forward. The transaction was quickly concluded, adding another 144 contribution points to Xingchen's total. In all, he now possessed 308 contribution points. Xingchen felt that selling the high-quality chi cultivation pills was indeed more profitable. He speculated that if he were to sell the top-tier chi cultivation pills, the frenzy among buyers would be even greater. After selling the 3 pills, Xingchen hurriedly departed from the marketplace, making his way directly to the pill pavilion. Without a moment's hesitation, with his 308 contribution points, he purchased 20 portions of the spiritual herbs required for the chi cultivation pills. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xingchen immediately commenced alchemical operations. Boom! The first batch exploded. Xingchen's lips twitched in frustration, but he persisted. Boom! What the hell? Chapter 44. The alchemy failed, leading to a tenfold compensation. Xingchen was utterly bewildered, as yet again, 2 furnaces exploded the moment he ignited the flames. Fortunately, he had procured 20 portions of spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure such turmoil. Thankfully, as time progressed, Xingchen became increasingly cautious, and the entire alchemical process began to unfold smoothly. Of course, such smoothness merely indicated that there were no more furnace explosions. The subsequent batches of elixirs were uniformly substandard. In the past, such results would have been inconsequential, but now the stakes were different. He certainly could not confess to Wang Ergu that he was practicing with inferior elixirs. Thus, he had to ensure that he possessed at least a 50% likelihood of successfully concocting low-grade chi refining pills. Nonetheless, Xingchen still had time. After all, Wang Ergu would likely wait for him to tidy the alchemy room before allowing him to refine any pills. Consequently, during the following days, Xingchen dedicated all his time to alchemy after returning from fetching water. He aimed to refine at least 5 batches of elixirs daily. However, during the first 3 days, he found himself utterly speechless, perhaps due to his impatience. In those 3 days, he failed to produce a single low-grade chi refining pill, yielding nothing but inferior elixirs, and even suffered a few explosions. It wasn't until the end of the 3 days that he managed to utilize the 20 portions of spiritual herbs he had purchased. Out of 20 furnaces, he experienced 5 explosions, but successfully refined 16 batches. Regrettably, all 16 were mere inferior elixirs. In total, he had produced 48 inferior pills. Without delay, Xingchen took out his treasured Ruyi Ding and began the reinforcement process. He transformed the 48 inferior elixirs into 4 high-grade chi refining pills. At that moment, he was too preoccupied with acquiring more spiritual herbs to focus on his own cultivation. Upon returning on the 4th day, Xingchen hastened to the outer sect market. He casually approached a stall, displaying the 4 high-grade chi refining pills. He began to call out, "Come, come, purchase high-grade chi refining pills. High-grade chi refining pills at an unbeatable price." As his voice resonated, those nearby were instantly startled. Could this be the senior brother who had previously sold high-grade chi refining pills and exceptional strongbone pills? Eagerly, they thought, this time, I must secure a high-grade chi refining pill. This senior brother was truly impressive. He had managed to refine high-grade chi refining pills once more. Soon, a throng of people gathered around Xingchen's stall. "I can't believe it's you. You're incredible to have refined high-grade chi refining pills again. Your alchemical skills surpass many intersect elders." Compliments began to pour forth. Through their voices and masks, people recognized Xingchen as the individual from before. As he had not altered his voice or disguise, he deliberately crafted an identity as an alchemist. With 10 spiritual roots, his cultivation talent was poor, and his rapid progress could easily raise suspicions. Yet, if he were an alchemist with 10 spiritual roots, surely no one would doubt him. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The highest bidder prevails. This time, Xingchen refrained from setting a price himself. Instead, he raised his voice. Indeed, the effect was remarkable. Instantly, bids began to emerge. I offer 100 contribution points. 120 contribution points. 130 contribution points. When the bidding reached 130 contribution points, it came to a halt. Xingchen was not taken aback. After all, no one was acting out of spite this time. 130 contribution points, once. 130 contribution points, twice. Xingchen announced 3 times in succession, yet no one else spoke up. Ultimately, the first high-grade qi cultivation pill was sold for 130 contribution points. Come, let the bidding commence. Xingchen continued to call out. In truth, his exhortations were unnecessary. After all, high-grade qi cultivation pills were a fundamental necessity for everyone. Soon, bids began to trickle in once more. In the end, the remaining 3 high-grade qi cultivation pills were successfully transacted at 120 contribution points each. Xingchen's final tally for the 4 exquisite qi cultivation pills amounted to 490 contribution points. He was exhilarated, feeling as if he could acquire more cultivation resources without having to clean the alchemy room. Before long, Xingchen departed from the market, unnoticed by anyone, for the ability to concoct pills was quite commonplace. At most, the depth of his alchemical skills garnered a brief moment of attention. Subsequently, Xingchen visited the apothecary pavilion to exchange for 33 portions of spiritual herbs for the qi cultivation pills. With the 490 contribution points earned, plus the 8 from before, he had a total of 498 points. After purchasing 33 portions of spiritual herbs, he was left with merely 3 points. In the following 6 days, Xingchen diligently concocted more than 6 furnaces of pills each day. During this period, there were instances of explosions in the furnaces. However, over the course of several days, Xingchen experienced only 2 explosions. The remainder of the time, he successfully produced the desired pills. Naturally, a significant portion of the output comprised waste pills. On the 4th day, astonishingly, he managed to create 3 furnaces of low-grade pills in just 1 day. The 5th day yielded another 3 furnaces. By the 6th day, Xingchen finally produced a furnace of medium-grade qi cultivation pills, alongside 5 furnaces of low-grade pills. Such achievements were enough to invigorate Xingchen. In total, he had concocted 33 furnaces of pills, 2 explosions, 1 furnace of medium-grade qi cultivation pills, 3 pieces, 11 furnaces of low-grade qi cultivation pills, and 33 pieces, with 18 furnaces of waste pills, totaling 54 pieces. Afterward, Xingchen tidied up, gathering all the pills. He had now completed 10 days of intensive training. Tomorrow, he would need to clean the alchemy room. Xingchen was uncertain how many waste pills he would collect the following day. The next day, upon arriving at the alchemy room, Xingchen was surprised to find Wang Ergu and Li Yueling waiting for him. "You worthless slacker, hurry up." As soon as he neared the entrance of the alchemy room, Li Yueling began to berate him. "I heard from junior brother Ergu that you can concoct pills?" Li Yueling frowned. "You, with your 10 spiritual roots. How could you possibly be capable of alchemy? I find it truly hard to believe. Your arrival is quite timely. Please demonstrate your alchemical prowess to both me and junior brother Ergo." Xingchen, however, was not taken aback. He had anticipated that Wang Ergu would request him to concoct elixirs for his scrutiny today, a means to ascertain whether he indeed possessed the ability to refine pills. Xingchen was more than willing to oblige, for he recognized the necessity of dispelling their doubts. "Here are the 3 components required for the qi-nourishing pills. We shall see today if you can successfully produce the elixirs," Li Yueling stated coldly. Xingchen, maintaining his composure, accepted the ingredients and proceeded into the alchemy chamber. Wang Ergu, with a disdainful smirk, remarked, "Today, I shall witness whether you can truly concoct anything." "Junior brother Ergo, I can't shake the feeling that this fool is deceiving us," Li Yueling interjected, her brow furrowed. "He dares, if he fails in his endeavor. He shall owe us tenfold in compensation for our materials." "Heh." Li's sister, leaning closer, Wang Ergu chuckled mischievously, and Li Yueling's eyes lit up as she hurried over, knowing full well that Wang Ergu had devised some scheme to deal with Xingchen. Chapter 45. He cannot refine pills? In the blink of an eye, 2 furnaces of mid-grade qi refining pills had been prepared. In a conspiratorial whisper, Wang Ergo leaned towards Li Yueling and remarked, "Junior sisterly, if this good-for-nothing fails at pill refining today, we shall accuse him of stealing your spiritual herbs. We'll report this to Uncle Li and let this fool experience the helplessness of being ensnared by us." Wang Ergo's eyes gleamed with malice. Li Yueling nodded in agreement. "I shall heed your counsel, junior brother Ergo." Meanwhile, Xingchen entered the alchemy room and began to select a furnace. Without hesitation, he chose the third furnace, aware that it had a higher success rate. However, as he surveyed the third furnace, Wang Ergo obstructed him at the entrance, declaring, "Who permitted you to use the third furnace? You are only allowed to use the first one. Otherwise, how can we assess your skills?" Xingchen was taken aback. It was clear that Wang Ergo was deliberately making things difficult for him. "I insist on using the third furnace. If you do not trust my abilities, then I shall not refine at all," he retorted nonchalantly. "Oh, look at you, showing some pride," Wang Ergo sneered, his eyes narrowing in scheming delight. "Very well. Use the third furnace then." In the alchemy chamber, Xingchen glanced at the door, ready to close it. Once the door was shut, he could work undisturbed. Should he fail, he could promptly enhance the pills with his treasured furnace, rendering Wang Ergo and Li Yueling oblivious to his actions. "What? Are you truly going to close the door? Don't get too carried away." Wang Ergo's anger flared. "You worthless fool, you are to refine the pills in front of us. Otherwise, who would believe you are a true alchemist?" Li Yueling echoed his disapproval. Faced with their hostility, Xingchen reluctantly stepped back. "Junior brother Ergo, how can you believe this fool claims to refine pills?" Li Yueling scoffed. "I know not, but he insists he is an alchemist," Wang Ergo replied coldly, urging Xingchen to commence his work. After a moment of adjustment, Xingchen began his pill refinement. Despite the considerable progress he had made in the past 10 days, the presence of Wang Ergo and Li Yueling made him somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his nerves. He had to succeed this time, otherwise, Wang Ergo and Li Yueling would have ample reason to suspect he possessed some significant treasure. After meticulously examining the spiritual herbs provided by Li Yueling, Xingchen activated the formation beneath the furnace. This was no ordinary gathering fire formation. It was an array designed to summon the earth's fire. Refining with earth fire was far superior to using the gathered spiritual flames, leading to a significantly higher success rate. These insights had been gleaned from the outer sect regulations. With the earth fire rising, Xingchen systematically began to refine the spiritual herbs. The first herb was successfully processed, followed by the second. However, as he commenced the refinement of the third herb, a thunderous roar erupted. A resounding explosion erupted from the alchemical furnace, signaling the catastrophic failure of the first batch of elixirs. "Huh, I told you this fool couldn't concoct potions, right, second brother Wang?" Li Yueling laughed derisively. "Akin to a hen that has just laid an egg. Are you capable or not? If you aren't, then stop wasting our time." Wang Ergo joined in the mockery. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xingchen was equally bewildered. He couldn't fathom why every time he attempted to refine elixirs, the first batch would invariably explode. "You still have 2 chances. Kid, should you fail, you know the consequences," Wang Ergo sneered, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Xingchen took a deep breath and continued with his alchemical endeavors. Although a tinge of anxiety lingered, his operations proceeded remarkably smoothly this time. He successfully refined all the spiritual herbs without any mishaps. Witnessing this turn of events, both Wang Ergo and Li Yueling were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this so-called fool truly possessed the ability to refine elixirs? Li Yueling raised an eyebrow, noting that he seemed to be doing quite well. However, it was still too early to celebrate. They would reserve judgment until the elixirs were successfully formed. Wang Ergo squinted his eyes, directing his gaze at Xingchen. Could it be that this lad is genuinely relying on his own skills to refine elixirs? Does this mean he possesses no treasures at all? Wang Ergo shook his head, uncertainty clouding his thoughts, as Xingchen had yet to achieve success. Within the alchemical chamber, Xingchen furrowed his brow, having arrived at the crucial moment of the elixir's formation. This step was paramount in the alchemical process, for reasons unknown. Perhaps due to his heightened caution, every action unfolded seamlessly. Under his meticulous guidance, the elixir was quickly formed, and the purification process proceeded without a hitch. Until the final moment of emergence, Xingchen found himself in a daze. To his astonishment, the elixirs he had crafted were all of high-quality qi refining pills. 3 refined elixirs lay nestled in the palm of Xingchen's hand, their distinct markings clearly visible even to Wang Ergo and Li Yueling standing at the entrance. "Goodness, these are indeed high-quality qi refining pills. You truly can refine elixirs?" Wang Ergo exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he entered the alchemical chamber to examine the pills in Xingchen's grasp. Indeed, they were high-quality qi refining pills. "Hey, you worthless one, you really are an alchemist. It seems you managed to break through to the 5th layer of qi refining solely by consuming elixirs." Wang Ergo jeered, "I always said, how could a 10 spiritual root waste like you possibly break through to the 5th layer in just 3 or 4 years? Turns out you're just a pill-popping fool." Li Yueling also picked up the elixirs for inspection, confirming the same result: high-quality qi refining pills. This fool is indeed an alchemist. Li Yueling chuckled, then snatched the final high-quality qi refining pill from Xingchen's hand. Come now, let us refine this last batch. She pointed at the remaining spiritual herbs yet to be processed. Upon witnessing Li Yueling and Wang Ergu in such a state, Xingchen couldn't help but smile. As long as both believed he had consumed drugs to achieve a breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement, Xingchen was utterly delighted. Subsequently, before the two of them, he proceeded to refine his final batch. To his astonishment, the third batch of elixirs also turned out to be a medium-grade qi refinement pill. Good heavens, is my alchemical skill truly this remarkable? Xingchen found himself questioning his own abilities. This was simply astonishing. Li Yueling and Wang Ergu were equally taken aback. Unexpectedly, you truly are an alchemist, and your skills are exceptionally impressive. At that moment, even Wang Ergu was left in a state of disbelief. Li Yueling examined the elixir with awe. Now, let us tidy up the alchemical chamber, Wang Ergu commanded. Following this, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling departed from the chamber. Observing this, Xingchen's clear eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately set to work, employing remarkably bold techniques. Chapter 46. The Frenzied Refinement of Elixirs. This time, Xingchen was unlike his former self. He no longer needed to scour the alchemy chamber for discarded elixirs or laboriously gather them by hand. Now, the process was markedly simpler. He merely utilized his divine sense to sweep through the room, ensnaring the waste elixirs in his mental grasp before directly transferring them into the Sanbao Rui Ding. Since Wang Ergu and Li Yueling had departed, they had not returned. Even as Xingchen meticulously tidied the alchemy chamber, the duo remained absent. He speculated that they had gone to inform Li Tong and Wang Tong about his newfound alchemical abilities. Unperturbed by their absence, Xingchen completed his cleaning and promptly returned to his courtyard. Upon his return, he commenced an inventory of the discarded elixirs. His frenzied acquisition in the alchemy chamber had yielded an impressive quantity, the likes of which he had not seen before. He estimated that the chamber had not been cleaned in at least 3 months. Otherwise, such a volume of waste elixirs would not have accumulated. Upon counting, he discovered that there were 308 discarded qi refining pills and 159 discarded strongbone pills, including those he already possessed. The total of discarded qi refining pills reached 362. With such an abundance at hand, he resolved not to refine them into premium qi refining pills for his own cultivation. Instead, he deemed it essential to further enhance his alchemical skills, aiming to become a proficient alchemist capable of effortlessly producing mid-grade elixirs. Ideally, he aspired to attain the ability to refine high-grade elixirs with ease, for that would solidify his identity as an alchemist and dispel any notions of being merely a talentless individual relying on others. Thus, he prioritized his alchemical pursuits. Subsequently, Xingchen began the refinement process, intent on transforming all these discarded elixirs into mid-grade ones for sale. High-grade elixirs felt somewhat ostentatious. Despite donning a mask while traversing the marketplace, prolonged exposure could inevitably draw unwanted attention. Moreover, he had no pressing need for the minimal profit margin that high-grade elixirs provided. Before long, Xingchen successfully refined all the elixirs. He refrained from enhancing the low-grade qi refining pills, ensuring he had a few to bring to the marketplace. An inventory consisting solely of mid-grade qi refining pills would certainly raise suspicions. After the refinement, he procured 60 mid-grade qi refining pills, bringing his total to 63 when combined with the 3 mid-grade pills he had on hand. The count stood at 33 low-grade qi refining pills. The refinement of strong bone pills yielded 26 mid-grade variants, with not a single high-grade elixir amongst them. The following day, as dawn broke, Xingchen made his way to the outer gate marketplace. Come. Elixirs for sale. Mid-grade qi refining pills are flying off the shelves. Low-grade qi refining pills are in dire straits, and mid-grade strongbone pills are leaping from heights. After setting up a stall and displaying his wares, Xingchen began his enthusiastic calls. It wasn't long before curious onlookers approached. Are you that senior brother from the other day? Do you have any high-grade qi refining pills this time? Upon hearing the voice and catching a glimpse of the mask, someone recognized Xingchen. He had no intention of changing his mask or voice, for in the eyes of these individuals, he was merely an alchemist. Upon hearing inquiries about high-grade qi refining pills, Xingchen wore a troubled expression. Did you think concocting high-grade qi refining pills was that simple? It would be remarkable to even produce medium-grade pills. Brother, when can we expect high-grade qi refining pills? How on earth would I know? I'm not a deity. It's all a matter of luck, Xingchen replied with a chuckle. He could distinctly perceive the disappointment etched on their faces. However, none doubted his alchemical skills, as it was deemed entirely reasonable. After all, The difficulty of producing high-grade pills was exceedingly formidable. Even a prestigious sect like Xingchen sect could not meet the demand for high-grade qi refining pills, not just among outer disciples, but also within the inner sect. Brother, please give me 10 medium-grade qi refining pills. Soon, someone approached to purchase medium-grade qi refining pills. Unlike high-grade pills, medium-grade ones did not have a rush of buyers. They required a price reduction to entice customers. Furthermore, the sales pace was rather sluggish. By midday, Xingchen had managed to sell only 40 medium-grade qi refining pills and 10 medium-grade strongbone pills. Initially, no one inquired about the strongbone pills until he lowered the price by 2 contribution points, prompting some interest. As for low-grade qi refining pills, not a single one was sold. Xingchen felt quite exasperated. If he had high-grade or even exceptional pills, there would be no need for him to endure this arduous wait at the stall. It was only by nightfall that he sold all the qi refining pills. Exiting the outer sect's market, he made his way to the pill pavilion. Little one, your alchemical skills appear quite commendable, remarked the old man guarding the pill pavilion. Becoming increasingly familiar with Xingchen. Senior, how do you discern that my alchemical skills are commendable? Xingchen inquired, slightly puzzled, as the old man had not witnessed his alchemical processes. Is that even a question? You consistently purchase spiritual herbs, which necessitates a sufficient amount of contribution points and spirit stones. You must have been selling the pills you crafted at the market to accumulate those contribution points. Am I right? Furthermore, your success rate in producing medium-grade pills ought to be respectable, considering the low demand for low-grade pills at the market. The old man seemed to see right through him, as if he were wearing nothing but his undergarments. Indeed, Senior is astute. Xingchen complimented before he began selecting spiritual herbs. Soon, he returned to his courtyard. In the ensuing days, Xingchen immersed himself in frenzied alchemical endeavors. Each day, the courtyard was filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs, occasionally accompanied by loud explosions. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Xingchen's alchemical skills improved significantly, with his success rate for producing medium-grade pills reaching an impressive 50%. This rate of growth was comparable to that of a typical alchemical prodigy. Over the month, his daily routine revolved around the courtyard, the outer sect market, and the pill pavilion, tirelessly shuttling between these 3 locations. Once he crafted the pills, he would head to the outer sect to sell them. After changing his contribution points, he once again set off to the pill pavilion to purchase spiritual herbs for alchemy. Over the past month, the elixirs he sold in the outer sect's market predominantly comprised medium-grade pills. He had yet to sell a single superior-grade pill. Furthermore, during this period, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling sought his assistance in refining pills on 2 occasions. These 2 individuals exhibited considerable audacity, claiming it was a test of his abilities, while in reality, they were merely seizing the opportunity to have him concoct pills for them free of charge. Nevertheless, in order to maintain a facade of not offending them, Xingchen chose to overlook their antics. Moreover, the 2 had completely accepted him as an alchemist, which provided him with a profound sense of reassurance. This acceptance afforded him more time to cultivate and grow. Nonetheless, Xingchen still aspired to refine superior-grade qi-boosting pills. Achieving this would grant him a sense of ease and confidence. Otherwise, he would be hesitant to advance too swiftly, feeling compelled to restrain his cultivation. Therefore, moving forward, Xingchen was determined to continue his alchemical endeavors, resolutely aiming to produce superior-grade qi-boosting pills. Chapter 47. Embracing the poison of alchemy. However, to concoct a superior qi refining pill, one requires a significantly higher quality of spiritual herbs. Within the outer sect's alchemy pavilion, the herbs available are predominantly of inferior grade. The superior and even medium quality herbs are reserved exclusively for the inner disciples. This delineates the distinction between the inner and outer sect disciples. The finest resources are prioritized for the inner sect, leaving the remnants for the outer disciples. In the courtyard, Xingchen gazed at his identity token, revealing a gleaming smile with 2 rows of small white teeth. After a month of diligent effort, his contribution points had soared to over 18,000. Of course, aside from contribution points, he had not acquired any pills. Whenever he obtained pills, he would sell them in the outer sect marketplace to procure spiritual herbs for alchemy. Moreover, the pills he had refined were predominantly of medium grade, with not a single superior or exceptional pill to his name. Subsequently, Xingchen made his way to the alchemy pavilion, his intention clear, to purchase spiritual herbs. Young one, back again to procure more herbs? How many do you require? Our stock is running low, inquired the elder upon seeing Xingchen's arrival. Each time he visited, he would procure no less than 100 portions of herbs. Among the outer disciples, many were engaged in alchemy, and given the scarcity of resources, Xingchen often monopolized the herbs for the qi refining pill. Many other disciples had come seeking herbs for their own pill-making endeavors, only to find them out of stock. Senior, let us adhere to the usual arrangement. Whatever you have, I will take, Xingchen replied with a smile, aware that the alchemy pavilion had a limited supply, at most managing to gather over 100 portions for the qi refining pill. This time, after purchasing the herbs, he also needed to utilize the Sanbao Ruyi Ding for enhancement. Thus, the more he could acquire, the better. After all, once he brought them home, the quantity would nearly diminish by a third. However, this time, the elder shook his head. Alas, young one, you cannot monopolize this time. The outer sex alchemy pavilion restocks only once a month, for the remainder of the time. It is the responsibility of the outer disciples to undertake tasks to gather spiritual herbs. Each time you monopolize, the other disciples also need to refine their pills. Our Xingchen sect not only requires talented individuals with exceptional cultivation aptitude, but also aims to nurture a variety of alchemists. You wish to learn alchemy, but so do the other outer disciples, and thus you cannot monopolize the herbs. Otherwise, the other disciples will have no opportunity. How about this? You may purchase a maximum of 50 portions each month. I see you as an earnest child. This is the greatest limit I can offer you, the elder concluded. Xingchen furrowed his brow. The elder had reiterated this sentiment more than once. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Being able to purchase 50 portions of spiritual herbs each month was still commendable. Very well, senior, I shall procure 50 portions then. That's the spirit, young one. I understand your eagerness to enhance your alchemical skills. However, haste makes waste. One must not be impulsive. Moreover, you must also focus on your cultivation. Cannot place all your thoughts solely on alchemy. If your cultivation does not progress, what significance does it hold even if you become a master alchemist? With nothing but the capacity to gaze enviously at others, he proceeded to select the medicinal herbs before settling the payment. The elder smiled earnestly, imparting his wisdom. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, Xingchen replied politely, acknowledging the elder's truth that enhancing one's strength is paramount. However, regarding his cultivation of the fire spirit root, Xingchen felt no urgency. He intended to elevate the cultivation of his other spirit roots first. Should he advance too swiftly, Wang Ergu would surely grow suspicious, for in the latter's eyes, he was merely capable of refining mid-grade qi-nourishing pills. For a practitioner with 10 spirit roots to rely on mid-grade qi-nourishing pills to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement was no trivial feat before long. Xingchen selected 50 medicinal herbs, expending 750 contribution points in total. Upon returning to his courtyard, he retrieved the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to commence the enhancement of the herbs. All 50 herbs were of the lowest tier, classified as inferior grade. To concoct superior grade pills, Xingchen needed to elevate the quality of these herbs. At the very least, he required them to reach the mid-grade tier. Otherwise, given his current alchemical skills, attempting to refine superior grade pills from inferior grade herbs would be nothing short of fanciful. From the 50 herbs, Xingchen successfully enhanced 16 to mid-grade quality, leaving him with 2 inferior grade herbs. Next, he began the pill refinement process. He initially refined the unenhanced herbs as a warm-up. His alchemical techniques had improved to the point where refining herbs flowed seamlessly. Previously, every time he lit the furnace, there was a risk of an explosion. Now, such occurrences had become a thing of the past. He swiftly completed the refinement of 3 herbs, though he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the results. Of the 3 furnaces, only one produced a mid-grade qi-nourishing pill, while the remaining 2 yielded inferior-grade pills. This meant that his success rate for mid-grade pills was merely around 30%. A disappointing outcome considering his fervent dedication to learning. Nonetheless, Xingchen did not allow this to dishearten him. After a brief respite, he commenced refining mid-grade herbs. In the courtyard, the fire array operated continuously, flames billowing. Xingchen's techniques were quite adept as he refined each mid-grade herb. He sensed that crafting mid-grade pills was somewhat more challenging than working with inferior-grade ones. However, he felt no pressure from this. The 16 mid-grade herbs equated to 16 furnaces of pills. Within a day's time, he had successfully refined 5 furnaces. By the end of 3 days, he had completed the refinement of all 16 furnaces. Remarkably, there were no explosions during this process. Yet, his aspiration to create superior-grade pills remained unfulfilled. Out of the 16 furnaces, he had not produced a single superior-grade qi-nourishing pill. However, the proportion of mid-grade pills was exceedingly high. Perhaps this was due to Xingchen's refined alchemical skills, or it could be attributed to the improved quality of the medicinal herbs. From the 16 furnaces, he managed to produce 13 furnaces of mid-grade qi-nourishing pills and 3 furnaces of inferior-grade pills, the purity of which appeared to be nearly on par with mid-grade quality. Within the confines of 13 furnaces, 39 mid-grade elixirs were produced, while 6 furnaces yielded a total of 18 low-grade elixirs. In the courtyard, Xingchen furrowed his brow. Currently, he was permitted to procure only 50 portions of spiritual herbs from the elixir pavilion each month, a meager supply insufficient to meet his consumption needs. Xingchen first enhanced the elixirs, transforming 6 of the 39 mid-grade qi-nourishing elixirs into superior-grade variants. The remaining 3 mid-grade elixirs were left unrefined. From the 18 low-grade qi-nourishing elixirs, he managed to elevate 6 into mid-grade ones. His intention was not to sell these in the outer sect market, but for his personal use. To cultivate effectively, he needed to ingest low-grade elixirs to induce elixir poison within himself. Only by succumbing to this poison could he be perceived as a mere lowly practitioner with 10 spiritual roots in the eyes of Wang Ergu and his cohorts. A smile crept across Xingchen's face, revealing a set of pearly whites. The more Wang Ergu and his companions regarded him as a pitiful weakling, the safer he felt. After organizing his elixirs, the following day, Xingchen returned to the elixir pavilion, not to purchase more spiritual herbs, but to investigate which elixirs could counteract elixir poison. Even while crafting a fade of a hapless individual devoid of great opportunities before Wang Ergu and his ilk, he understood the necessity of being well-informed. He needed to comprehend the dangers posed by elixir poison and ascertain which elixirs could effectively purge it from his system. He could not act recklessly by consuming low-tier elixirs without understanding the ramifications. Failure to eliminate the poison could lead to dire consequences, ultimately resulting in his demise. Chapter 48. Joining the fire spirit peak upon arriving at the Alchemy Pavilion, Xingchen inquired with the elderly man at the counter. Due to their familiarity, the elder patiently informed him that the antidote for the poison was known as the clear spirit pill. He ascended to the 3rd floor of the pavilion, where the antidote recipes were displayed. Soon, he located the recipe for the clear spirit pill, which required merely 50 contribution points. The spiritual herbs needed for its preparation were all available for exchange within the pavilion. After acquiring the recipe, Xingchen chose not to purchase the herbs for crafting. Being a first-tier pill, he could concoct the clear spirit pill whenever necessary. Subsequently, Xingchen donned a mask and made his way to the outer sect marketplace, intending to seek out the spiritual herbs required for the qi refinement pill. Currently, he possessed over 17,000 contribution points, eliminating the need to earn more. His primary focus was on enhancing his alchemical skills. While he was not particularly eager to advance his fire spirit roots cultivation, he felt no hesitation in improving the cultivation of his other spirit roots. Once he elevated the cultivation of all 10 spirit roots, he would then consider training to forge the 10 spirit body, as a higher cultivation level significantly increased the success rate of the forging process. Therefore, he could afford to postpone the enhancement of his fire spirit root while advancing the others. Upon reaching the outer sect marketplace, Xingchen began searching for stalls selling spiritual herbs. However, to his dismay, after visiting 10 stalls without finding a single herb for the qi refinement pill, he resolutely abandoned his quest. With no other options, he returned to his courtyard, his brow furrowed in thought. He realized there was another avenue he could pursue, seeking out Lu Feng in the servant district. Although the herbs cultivated there were of lower tiers, they were abundant in those suitable for the qi refinement pill. Nonetheless, Xingchen hesitated at the thought of Lu Feng's rivalry with Li Tong. If Li Tong were to catch wind of this, not only would Xingchen face dire consequences, but Lu Feng would also suffer. After some contemplation, Xingchen decided against approaching Lu Feng, opting instead to wait until the monthly opportunity to purchase herbs at the Alchemy Pavilion. With the presence of the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding, he preferred to adopt a more cautious approach. Next, he resolved to enhance the cultivation of his other spirit roots before addressing the matter of alchemical pills, which did not concern him unduly. Typically, every month or two, Wang Ergu would summon him to clean the alchemy room. Moreover, as long as he presented 100 contribution points, he could access the alchemy room at will. With his mind made up, Xingchen focused on elevating the cultivation of his gold spirit root. In the confines of his room, Xingchen sat cross-legged, retrieving the method for the gold spirit technique and entering a state of cultivation. He chose to consume the mid-tier qi refinement pill rather than the superior variant for this endeavor. As time passed in his cultivation, Xingchen realized that the 10 spirit roots rendered low-tier pills more detrimental than beneficial. He recalled his prior experience with inferior qi refinement pills, where he had felt that the energy contained within these low-tier pills was woefully insufficient. Before he could fully absorb and refine it, the energy would dissipate gradually. After consuming the mid-grade elixir, particularly due to the excessive dosage, Xingchen could distinctly perceive the impurities contained within the pills accumulating rapidly within his body. It proved exceedingly challenging to dispel these impurities with his spiritual energy. Given his 10 spiritual roots, the energy from the mid-grade qi refining pills had not yet been refined before the impurities began to build up within him. While the energy could gradually dissipate if not fully refined, the impurities, in contrast, lodged themselves within his meridians, making it difficult to eliminate even his spiritual power. Observing this outcome, Xingchen felt compelled to first test the effects of the Qingling Dan. Although the Qingling Dan was known to eliminate pill toxicity, he remained uncertain of its efficacy. Should he find himself deeply afflicted by toxicity in the future, and the Qingling Dan fail to provide a complete cure, he would have no choice but to seek his grandfather's assistance in despair. Xingchen possessed 9 mid-grade qi refining pills, consuming 1 each day. After 9 days, he had accumulated the toxicity from these 9 mid-grade elixirs. Although his cultivation of the golden spiritual root showed slight improvement, such growth was nearly negligible. In other words, after consuming these 9 mid-grade qi refining pills, he had not experienced any significant increase in cultivation, while the toxicity had notably built up. By the end of the 9 days, red veins had appeared in his eyes. Xingchen could only manage a bitter smile. Truly experiencing the arduous challenge of cultivating with 10 spiritual roots, it was as if reaching the heavens was an insurmountable task. Not only was cultivation fraught with difficulty, but he was also faced with a dire fate predetermined by the heavens. If he did not awaken his 10 spiritual roots by the age of 16, he would meet his demise. This illustrates the unfortunate plight of having 10 spiritual roots. Xingchen felt he might be the most unfortunate person in the world. Bereaved of his parents since childhood and having lost his grandfather, he now faced the daunting challenge of cultivation. Fortunately, he still possessed the 3 treasures, the Ruyi Ding. Otherwise, it was likely that neither his grandfather nor even his great-grandfather would have recognized him. Xingchen then made his way to the pill pavilion. The elderly guardian of the pavilion was taken aback. "Little one, did I not say you could only purchase 50 qi refining pills each month? Why are you back again? Do not think you can deceive me. I am not easily swayed, not even by your grandfather." The old man exhibited a hint of pride. He had not anticipated that Xingchen was there to procure the ingredients for the Qingling Dan. "Senior, I am here to buy the ingredients for the Qingling Dan." Xingchen replied with a smile, the bloodshot veins on his eyelids immediately noticed by the old man. "You have been afflicted by pill toxicity. Quite normal. You youngsters often believe elixirs are wondrous. You consume them recklessly, but thankfully, the Qingling Dan exists, so the toxicity is not a significant issue," the elder chuckled. Subsequently, Xingchen selected 50 sets of ingredients for the Qingling Dan. The old man, witnessing this, wore a peculiar expression. "I must say, young one, others purchase 1, 2, or 3 sets at a time. Why do you always start with 50? Do you truly intend to consume the elixirs as if they were meals? Every remedy carries its own risks. Although the Qingling Dan is designed to eliminate pill toxicity, excessive consumption can also lead to toxicity." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "You certainly possess a bold spirit. However, as a promising outer disciple skilled in alchemy, you are indeed in a favorable position. Should you manage to enter the inner sect in the future, I would recommend you to Fire Spirit Peak, which is dedicated to nurturing disciples proficient in alchemy. Gaining admission there would open boundless prospects for you. Yet, the path to Fire Spirit Peak is fraught with challenges. One must at least be a second-tier alchemist to be considered, otherwise, you might as well abandon the thought. I intend to go to Fire Spirit Peak someday. It should not be overly difficult. I am a natural talent in alchemy," Xingchen boasted, full of self-praise. "Ah, you rascal. Claiming you're exceptional only makes you seem more foolish. I, with my old bones, still hope to witness your completion of the assessments. However, I sense that for you. Aspiring to enter the inner sect through sheer cultivation, well, let us not dwell on that." The old man shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Having conversed frequently with Xingchen, he was well aware of the boy's 10 spiritual roots. Thus, he held little faith that Xingchen, with such an extraordinary condition, would successfully pass the evaluations to gain entry into the inner sect. Chapter 49. The fragrance of the superior qi-enhancing pill. Before long, Xingchen returned to his courtyard. The old man's words ignited a spark of ambition within him. He truly yearned for the inner sect's Fire Spirit Peak. After all, his cultivation was inextricably linked to medicinal pills. However, it was still premature to dwell on such aspirations. His foremost priority remained the enhancement of his cultivation and alchemical skills. Subsequently, Xingchen began to fortify the 60 portions of clear spirit pills he had purchased. Initially, he selected only 50 portions. But after contemplating the necessity of using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to further reinforce the herbs, he opted to acquire 10 additional portions. Fortunately, the old man had not imposed any restrictions on other herbs. Before long, Xingchen successfully upgraded the 60 portions of low-grade clear spirit pills into 20 portions of medium-grade pills. Although he was limited to purchasing only 50 portions of qi-enhancing pill herbs each month, he still managed to produce a greater quantity of pills. This was due to his ability to concoct other varieties, such as clear spirit pills or strengthening bone pills. While these pills were not particularly marketable in the outer sex marketplace, offering superior or even exquisite grade pills would certainly change the narrative. Nonetheless, Xingchen was not inclined to draw attention to himself at this moment. With Wang Ergu and Li Yueling nearly disregarding his existence, he needed to proceed with caution. Moreover, he was not in dire need of contribution points, thus rendering such ostentation unnecessary. Afterward, Xingchen set up his cauldron to begin the alchemical process. The clear spirit pill was a first-tier pill, requiring only 3 types of herbs for each concoction. The method for crafting it was significantly simpler than that of the qi-enhancing pill. Xingchen was capable of refining 10 batches of clear spirit pills in a single day. However, despite the simplicity of the process, by the time he completed the 20 portions of herbs 2 days later, he had yet to produce a single superior clear spirit pill. He did, however, manage to yield 16 medium-grade pills, 3 low-grade pills, and even experienced 1 explosion during the process. He was taken aback. The fact that refining clear spirit pills could be so much simpler yet still lead to a cauldron explosion was quite revealing. It underscored his lack of experience, indicating that he still had much to learn. Next, he began to enhance the clear spirit pills using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. From the 16 batches of medium-grade clear spirit pills, he successfully produced 8 exquisite clear spirit pills. As for the remaining 3 batches of low-grade clear spirit pills, totaling 9, he combined them, resulting in just 1 superior clear spirit pill. After storing the pills, Xingchen retreated indoors and sat cross-legged. He then consumed 1 exquisite clear spirit pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and Xingchen was astonished. He had yet to commence the refining process when he felt the accumulation of pill toxins within him begin to dissipate under the onslaught of a powerful energy. In that moment, Xingchen remained still, refraining from actively refining the energy of the clear spirit pill. Instead, he allowed its energy to autonomously assist in purging the pill toxins from his body. He was curious to see if the energy could eliminate the toxins without his intervention. What unfolded next did not disappoint him. In just a few breaths, he witnessed the results. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness enveloping his entire being. Hastily, he turned his focus inward. Indeed, the toxic energy within him had been entirely purged by the essence of the cleansing spirit pill within just a few breaths. Witnessing such an effect, Xingchen was filled with exhilaration. This meant he was free from lingering worries. Even if he were to fall victim to poison again, he could rely on the cleansing spirit pill for detoxification. Subsequently, Xingchen could proceed with his plans. His immediate objective was to elevate the cultivation of his golden spiritual root. He still possessed 6 top-tier qi refinement pills, though he was uncertain to what extent these would enhance his golden spiritual root's cultivation. Drawing from his experience with the fire spiritual root, he found that his progress with the golden spiritual root encountered no significant obstacles. After consuming all 6 qi refinement pills, his golden spiritual root cultivation had successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Given that the spiritual energy of the other roots within his dantian was exceedingly sparse, Xingchen prioritized solidifying the spiritual energy within his golden spiritual root's dantian. Otherwise, an unstable foundation could lead to dire consequences in the future. A month swiftly passed. Xingchen's first order of business was to visit the pill pavilion to acquire 50 portions of spiritual herbs for refining qi pills. He also procured the corresponding cultivation methods for the other 8 spiritual roots. Each of these methods was named similarly to the golden spirit formula and the fire spirit formula. With each root bearing its own spirit formula, each method was capable of guiding him to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Once the methods were prepared, Xingchen dedicated his time to simultaneously enhancing the cultivation of his other spiritual roots while improving his alchemical skills. As days turned into months, another year passed. Over this year, at the beginning of each month, Xingchen promptly visited the pill pavilion to purchase 50 portions of spiritual herbs. However, since his goal was to concoct high-quality qi refinement pills, he utilized the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to enhance the spiritual herbs into medium-grade elixirs. During this period, every couple of months, Wang Ergu would come to request Xingchen to clean the alchemy room. Initially, Wang Ergu's justification was under the guise of punishment, given that Xingchen had been penalized by Li Tong to clean the alchemy room 10 times. However, Wang Ergu was pleasantly surprised when Xingchen showed a keen sense of propriety, willingly flattering him, saying, "Brother dog, should the alchemy room ever become messy, just call on me to clean it without hesitation, and feel free to come by whenever you wish to refine pills." Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu had no reason to refuse. During this time, Wang Ergu also realized that Xingchen's alchemical skills were remarkably impressive, even going so far as to commend him, saying, "Impressive indeed." Throughout this year, Xingchen's cultivation of the other spiritual roots progressed to the 5th layer of qi refinement, though his fire spiritual root remained stagnant. Meanwhile, as his cultivation advanced, the redness in his eyes intensified, clearly indicating the manifestation of poison within him. Throughout the past year, he has frequently consumed various mid-grade qi refining pills for his cultivation. Consequently, the toxicity from the pills has deepened significantly. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ergo and Li Yuling could hardly contain their delight. They observed that despite being afflicted by the pill toxicity, Xingchen's cultivation had stagnated over the year. They regarded him as a complete failure, boldly asserting that he would remain at this stage for the entirety of his life. On one particular day, a remarkably potent fragrance of elixirs permeated Xingchen's courtyard, more intense than ever before. Within the alchemical furnace, a fierce blaze roared, and Xingchen wore a grave expression. Throughout the year, he had diligently endeavored to enhance his alchemical skills, yet he had not succeeded in concocting a single high-grade pill. At this moment, he summoned all his focus, meticulously refining the elixir. The pursuit of alchemy is exceedingly arduous, with each elevation in grade presenting formidable challenges. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic failure, especially as there was already an indication of producing a high-grade qi refining pill, discernible from the rich aroma wafting through the air. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from Xingchen's courtyard, Wang Ergo and Li Yuling approached together. "Disciple Ergo, why is there such an intense fragrance of elixirs? It seems to emanate from that wastrel's courtyard," Li Yuling remarked in astonishment. "It resembles the scent of a high-grade qi refining pill," Wang Ergo responded, equally taken aback. Could it be that this failure has now mastered the art of crafting high-grade qi refining pills? Chapter 50. Ergo? Eliminate him. As the fragrance of medicinal herbs grew ever more intense in the courtyard, the smile on Xingchen's face expanded with palpable excitement. At a certain moment, he bellowed with fervor, and the alchemical furnace swung open. 3 lustrous and perfectly formed pills soared forth, landing gently in his palm. Observing the 3 pills adorned with distinct markings and a brilliant sheen, Xingchen could not suppress a triumphant grin. "I have succeeded. A high-grade qi-nourishing pill. How splendid." His eyes shimmered with a glimmer of aspiration. Despite the bloodshot appearance due to the poison from the pills, his exhilaration was unmistakable. The ability to concoct high-grade pills would grant him the freedom to advance without restraint. Although the efficacy of high-grade pills paled in comparison to that of supreme-grade ones, their effects were nonetheless formidable. With these, he could accelerate his breakthroughs without inviting doubt from others. However, he understood that even while consuming a high-grade qi-nourishing pill, he must carefully maintain the fade of being deeply afflicted by pill poison. After all, high-grade pills, though beneficial, still contained impurities that could lead to the accumulation of further poison. Yet, just as Xingchen reveled in his triumph and envisioned a bright future, a raucous laugh echoed from outside the courtyard, belonging to Wang Ergu, who seemed to be in a state of foolish delight. Xingchen's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Having spent over 5 years at Qingyun's sect, his temperament had grown markedly steadier. Although he wished to avoid a confrontation with Wang Ergu, circumstances dictated otherwise. He was still quite weak and needed to tread carefully. As long as Wang Ergu and Li Lingyue were alive, he could not surpass Li Tong and Wang Tong. Thus, in the presence of these individuals at Qingyun's sect, it was wise for him to act with prudence and humility. Nevertheless, he believed in himself, confident that one day he would eclipse them all, effortlessly overpowering them. Who would have thought my brother Xingchen could concoct high-grade qi-nourishing pills? Even some elders in the inner sect are incapable of such a feat. If you were an inner sect disciple right now, with your alchemical skills, you could easily ascend to Holing Peak. Alas, you're merely a waste with 10 spiritual roots, and your cultivation at the 5th level of qi nourishing is only due to consuming pills. Your fate is likely to remain as an outer sect disciple for life. Wang Ergu sneered as he entered the courtyard, a look of derision plastered across his face. He snatched the 3 high-grade qi-nourishing pills from Xingchen's hand. "Let me see if these are truly high-grade pills." After scrutinizing the pills, he nodded in disbelief. They are indeed high-grade, chi-nourishing pills. It seems this waste has some skill after all. Initially laced with disdainful mockery, his expression soon shifted to one of avarice. Brother, these 3 pills, surely you wouldn't deny them to me, would you? Since we are brothers, take them without hesitation. Xingchen exhibited no hesitation. He had anticipated that Wang Ergu would respond in such a manner. Junior brother Ergu, allow me to see, he requested. Li Yueling, intrigued, received a pill and examined it closely. Upon confirming that it was indeed a superior chi refining pill, she expressed her astonishment. Who would have thought, you, a waste with 10 spirit roots, possess such remarkable alchemical talent? Impressive indeed. Why not assist me in concocting a batch? Li Yueling scoffed. Prepare the spiritual herbs yourself. As an alchemist, you surely aren't short of funds. That masked figure frequently seen in the outer sex market, selling pills. Isn't that you? Don't assume junior brother Ergu and I are unaware. We've overheard your voice on several occasions during our clandestine visits to the market. Furthermore, no one in the outer sect sells as many pills as you do, and they are consistently of medium quality. With a dismissive smirk, Li Yueling issued a command. In 3 days, prepare a batch of superior chi refining pills for me. No, Xingchen replied immediately, his refusal resolute. While he was aware of the need for tact, he felt it necessary to assert himself on this occasion. Damn it. This insufferable woman is not only arrogant, but utterly shameless. To demand that I produce superior chi refining pills in 3 days, all while expecting me to provide the spiritual herbs? She truly believes she is above all. Xingchen's aim was to ensure that Wang Ergu and the Li family, as well as Wang Teng in the inner sect, no longer viewed him as possessing great fortune. With his objective achieved, he understood that outer sect disciples could not casually provoke or humiliate one another. His previous displays of compliance were strategic, designed to facilitate his plans. Yet he now felt compelled to demonstrate his stance. Ah, young brother, are you getting ahead of yourself? Wang Ergu remarked, taking possession of the superior chi refining pills from Li Yueling and casting a derisive glance at Xingchen. What is this? Now that you can refine superior chi refining pills, you dare to be so arrogant? It is an honor for you to assist me in alchemy. Don't be ungrateful. Witnessing Wang Ergu abscond with all 3 superior pills without offering her a single one, Li Yueling's ire flared. Yet, she understood the outer sex rules and refrained from openly humiliating Xingchen. However, Li Yueling had her own methods. Her spiritual energy surged, revealing her cultivation at the 7th level of chi refining. Over the past year, while Xingchen remained stagnant, Li Yueling had ascended from the 5th to the 7th level of chi refining. Even Wang Ergu had reached the 6th level of chi refining, though this was not due to his innate talent, but rather the assistance of Wang Teng, which had expedited his growth. Kid, tell me, if we were to beat you now, what? Still want to try that trick? Xingchen interrupted Li Yueling's shameless grin. With a playful smile, he declared, this time, whether the matter is great or small, I will certainly accompany you to the law enforcement hall in the inner sect to see who holds the justification. Xingchen was not jesting, although he lacked 300 low-grade spirit stones. However, he possesses a significant amount of contribution points. Over the past year, he has effortlessly amassed a considerable fortune without engaging in any tasks. Presently, he boasts more than 30,000 contribution points. Within the inner sect's law enforcement hall, one can utilize contribution points for payment, even in the absence of spirit stones. He remained skeptical, questioning how Li Yueling and Wang Ergu could continue to act so arrogantly after his declarations. Come on, brother, let's not take this too seriously. Senior Sister Li is merely jesting, he chuckled. How about this? In light of my connection with Brother Dog, you might consider assisting Senior Sister Li. As Xingchen's words resonated, even Wang Ergu could not dismiss them, beginning to mediate the situation. How about this, brother? You won't need 3 years. Just 10 days will suffice. Senior Sister Li is quite busy utilizing it. At this moment, Wang Ergu appeared to embody the essence of a good Samaritan. Does that sound feasible, brother? His gaze shifted, scrutinizing Xingchen with a hint of amusement. Why not simply eliminate this waste? If he were to perish, we could easily claim he attempted to seize your superior grade chi refining pill. Li Yueling covertly communicated to Wang Ergu. Her voice dripped with malice as she continued. After all, no one is watching, and it was he who refined the superior grade chi refining pill. Ultimately, we can spin the narrative however we desire. Chapter 51. The 10 Spirit Techniques this time. However, Xingchen found himself making a concession. He resolutely agreed. He understood that there was no escaping this reality. As long as he remained in the outer sect, he would live under the shadow of these individuals. If they truly went mad and caused his demise, he would be left defenseless, vulnerable to whatever narrative they chose to spin. Would the law enforcement hall of the inner sect truly intervene on behalf of a mere waste with 10 spirit roots against the likes of Wang Ergu? Even if they were punished, what good would it do him if he were already dead? Moreover, an idea began to take shape in Xingchen's mind. He pondered what it would be like if Wang Ergu and Li Yueling were also afflicted by elixir poison. Just as he was ruminating on this, Wang Ergu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, how about we go hunt some equally ranked demonic beasts together another day?" "Yes, yes, Yi Shidi, join us in hunting demonic beasts of the same rank." Li Yueling chimed in with an unexpected laugh. "Are you two participating in this year's outer sect trial?" Yi Xingchen furrowed his brows. Noticing that Wang Ergu and Li Yueling did not possess particularly high cultivation levels, yet they seemed quite eager. "Indeed, the outer sect trial is approaching rapidly. We must prepare." Wang Ergu's eyes glinted with a subtle, mischievous delight as he added, "Aren't you joining us for this trial, brother? If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 5 years. We thought it would be beneficial to have you along. More hands make light work, and we can look out for one another." "Ergu's right. With the three of us hunting together, we can share the spoils," Li Yueling echoed, laughing in agreement. Wang Ergu had already conspired with her. With the outer sect trial imminent, they intended to use this as an excuse to invite Yi Xingchen to hunt demonic beasts, with the ulterior motive of ensuring he wouldn't return once they ventured out. "Enough, enough. I shall not go. My strength is inadequate. I am too weak." Yi Xingchen resolutely declined, having no intention of participating in this year's outer sect trial. With only a year left, he had only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. His power was insufficient. He planned to wait for the next trial, when he would be better equipped to handle the challenges. Even if he could not rank among the top 10, he at least wanted to ensure he had the strength to survive. Yi Xingchen's strategy was to proceed cautiously. He was determined to cultivate sufficient strength before participating. Even if he were to break through to the 7th or even 8th level of Qi refinement within the year, he still held no intention of joining. He had long since discerned Wang Ergu and Li Yueling's intentions. These two were still plotting against him. With their back-and-forth banter, Yi Xingchen saw through their scheme entirely. Thus, he had no intention of acquiescing. Wang Ergu and Li Yueling seemed to have anticipated his refusal. Wang Ergu chuckled, "Brother, what are you afraid of? Whether hunting demonic beasts or participating in the trial, you have me and senior sister Li to protect you. Don't be timid. Indeed, Brother Yi, with Brother Ergo by your side, you need not worry. The greatest danger lies only in the hunting of demonic beasts. As for the trials, rest assured, no one would dare to harm Brother Ergo. Should he desire it, many would willingly relinquish their positions among the top 10, provided that we accompany him. Brother Ergo has mentioned that he wishes for both of us to secure spots within the top 10, thus ensuring our smooth entry into the inner sect. Once we enter the inner sect, we shall become core disciples of the main peak, Qingyan Peak. Therefore, Brother Yi, you can feel completely at ease following us. There is no danger for you whatsoever." Li Yueling spoke with an air of confidence, her words flowing eloquently. However, Yi Xingchen remained unmoved, responding simply with 3 words, "I will not go." "Brother, this is such a splendid opportunity, Ergo, even in my current state. Do you still wish to see me perish?" Yi Xingchen interrupted Wang Ergu's words with a grave tone. "Well, what?" Wang Ergu was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. "Who the hell wants to see you dead? That is simply not the case." Wang Ergu's face flushed with embarrassment, as Yi Xingchen's words had struck directly at his thoughts. "Regardless, I shall not go. My strength is still insufficient. Perhaps I will wait for the next opportunity." Yi Xingchen spoke softly. "Hey, how could you be so ungrateful? If you don't go, then don't. With your current weakness, without my assistance, you can forget about entering the inner sect. Senior sister Li, let us depart." Wang Ergu erupted in anger, waving his hand and calling for Li Yueling to leave. "Useless. You shall remain here for eternity." Li Yueling added her own insult. Yi Xingchen merely curled his lips. He had no intention of going. Having successfully diverted their attention, he aimed to focus on his own growth. Missing this opportunity did not faze him, for he knew he had 2 more chances ahead. Subsequently, Yi Xingchen retrieved the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron and laid out all the exclusive techniques for his spiritual roots. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and these techniques were already etched in his mind. Once he achieved the 6th layer, these techniques would no longer be necessary. Thus, he wished to see what kind of technique would be enhanced if he placed these techniques into the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. In total, there were 10 techniques. Yi Xingchen first placed 3 of them into the cauldron. Soon enough, the 3 Treasures Ruyi Cauldron produced a refined technique. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a high-grade first-tier technique named 3 Spirits Art. This technique could directly advance one from the 1st layer of Qi refinement to the 12th layer. Suitable for cultivation with 3 types of spiritual roots, Although the use of a harmonizing spirit pill was necessary during cultivation, Xingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the harmonizing spirit pill would prove so beneficial to him. Initially, it was required for forging the 10 spirit body. And now this 3 spirits art also necessitated the pill for assistance. He found himself at odds with the harmonizing spirit pill. If 3 techniques could be enhanced into the 3 spirits art, what might happen if all 10 techniques were refined together? A thought sprang forth in Xingchen's mind. Subsequently, he placed the remaining 7 cultivation methods, along with the 3 spirit formula, into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. After a radiant flash, another cultivation method emerged. Enhanced from within the cauldron, Xingchen hurriedly retrieved the method to examine it. Lo and behold, it was indeed a technique suitable for practitioners with 10 spiritual roots, as well as being applicable to all types of spiritual roots. The practice required the consumption of harmony pills to assist in the process. This technique was named the 10 Spirit Formula. During cultivation, the celestial energy absorbed from the heavens and earth would be evenly distributed among the 10 spiritual roots without any wastage. Moreover, the 10 Spirit Formula possessed an additional capability compared to the 3 Spirit Formula. After cultivation, it allowed one to manifest any particular spiritual root's prowess at will, rather than merely reflecting the strength of the highest spiritual root as other methods did. Upon discovering this information, Xingchen could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 52. Journey to the Fire Spirit Peak. Thus, Xingchen could utilize the weakest spiritual root to conceal his true cultivation level. When the time approached the external disciples trial, approximately a year later, he would then transcend the lesser spiritual root. Once one of the 10 spiritual roots had broken through, the remaining roots would become relatively easier to advance. As long as Xingchen retained one spiritual root untranscended to mask his cultivation, it would be akin to gaining wings. This would further render him invisible to the likes of Wang Ergu and others. However, at this moment, Xingchen's priority was to refine the Harmony Spirit Pill. He was uncertain whether the Apothecary Pavilion for external disciples would possess the necessary spiritual herbs for the Harmony Spirit Pill. Fortunately, the formula for the Harmony Spirit Pill was already recorded within the techniques of the 10 spiritual bodies, sparing him the need to purchase it anew from the pavilion. Before long, Xingchen arrived at the Apothecary Pavilion, coincidentally on the first day of the month. He initially selected 50 portions of chi refining pill herbs before turning his attention to the herbs for the Harmony Spirit Pill. Yet, after searching for a considerable time, he could not locate the most essential herb, the Harmony Spirit Flower. This flower was the primary ingredient for the Harmony Spirit Pill and was indispensable. Young one, what spiritual herb are you searching for? You've been at it for quite a while. Perhaps I can assist you, inquired the elderly guardian of the pavilion. Unable to suppress his curiosity. Senior, I am looking for the Harmony Spirit Flower, Xingchen replied candidly, without hesitation. The Harmony Spirit Flower? The old man chuckled and shook his head. You've come to the wrong place, my lad. There are no Harmony Spirit Flowers in the outer sect. With a wistful smile, he continued, this flower is notoriously difficult to cultivate and can only be found atop the Fire Spirit Peak in the inner sect. You might want to give it a try. The elder's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Xingchen's eyes. But upon recalling that outer disciples were barred from entering the inner sect, he furrowed his brow and asked, Senior, as an outer disciple, what must I do to gain entry into the inner sect? It's quite simple, the elder replied. You merely need to accept a task from the task pavilion related to the Fire Spirit Peak. Upon your arrival there, you can directly explain your need for the Harmony Spirit Flower, and they should be willing to assist you. The elder smiled. The individuals at Fire Spirit Peak are generally amiable. They frequently aid outer disciples seeking herbs, as long as the requests are not excessively costly. However, you will need to expend contribution points. The price of the Harmony Spirit Flower is somewhat steep. A single inferior grade flower will require 100 contribution points. So prepare yourself accordingly. That is no issue. Thank you, Senior. I shall go and have a look tomorrow, Xingchen replied with a smile. With 100 contribution points per flower, he could acquire 300 inferior grade Harmony Spirit Flowers. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to earn a few more contribution points before venturing to the Fire Spirit Peak. After all, upon acquiring the inferior grade flowers, he would need to enhance them using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. It would be best to accumulate 50,000 contribution points before setting out. At that point, he could bring back 500 inferior grade Harmony Spirit Flowers. Subsequently, Xingchen completed his purchase of 50 portions of chi refining pill herbs, and then procured 50 additional herbs for the Harmony Spirit Pill. There are still 100 potent bone-strengthening pills available. Over the past year, Xingchen acquired the formula for the bone-strengthening pill, allowing him to refine medium-grade pills for sale in the market. The total expenditure on all elixirs amounted to 1,750 contribution points. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xingchen promptly ignited the alchemical furnace. As long as the fire array remained operational, he could continue the pill-making process for nearly 3 days. His dexterity in the craft had significantly improved, leading to an enhancement in the quality of the pills produced. Next came the refinement of the elixirs. After the enhancement, Xingchen made his way to the market. Once he sold the pills, he proceeded directly to the Alchemy Pavilion. He was resolute in his goal of accumulating 50,000 contribution points without pause. In the process of earning these points, Xingchen also purchased a comprehensive tome on elixirs and another on spiritual herbs to study diligently. Within the tome on spiritual herbs, he discovered the specific herb capable of rapidly inducing pill toxicity, a plant known as poisonous headgrass. This herb was colorless and tasteless, rendering its toxic effects imperceptible. When incorporated into pills, it would amplify the toxicity effect. Upon this revelation, Xingchen revealed a gleaming smile. Since he needed to concoct pills for Li Yueling, he naturally sought to acquire some poisonous headgrass, which was available at the Alchemy Pavilion. Although the grass was toxic, it also possessed remarkable healing properties. However, for Xingchen, the toxicity was all that mattered. After procuring the poisonous headgrass, he began crafting pills for Li Yueling. With his alchemical skills, it was a simple task to add a touch of the grass into a superior qi cultivation pill. Additionally, he prepared a batch for Wang Ergu. This time, Xingchen swiftly produced 2 superior qi cultivation pills. Both pills contained a hint of poisonous headgrass, and he grinned, wishing both of them continued success. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Wang Ergu and Li Yueling arrived as expected to collect their pills. "Kid, it seems your alchemical skills are genuinely impressive," Li Yueling remarked with a beaming smile, having received 3 superior qi cultivation pills, praising Xingchen. "Dog brother, these 3 are for you." Xingchen then presented 3 more qi cultivation pills to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu was taken aback, glancing at Xingchen with a hint of curiosity. Why was this lad suddenly so considerate? It seemed he was attempting to curry favor. This waste, though increasingly astute, caused Wang Ergu to smirk inwardly. Upon seeing the 3 superior qi cultivation pills in Xingchen's hand, his eyes sparkled. After all, Wang Ting only provided him with 3 superior pills each month. Not bad, kid. You're becoming quite savvy. Rest assured, Dog Brother will look after you in the outer sect, Wang Ergu chuckled. Soon after, the pair departed without any further incident. Xingchen gazed at the departing figures of the two, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned their expressions marked by the affliction of Dan poison. A fortnight later, Xingchen arrived at the outer sect's mission pavilion, having accumulated a commendable total of 50,000 contribution points. Within the mission hall, a plethora of tasks were available, ranging from the procurement of various spiritual herbs to the hunting of ferocious beasts, or even labor at the principal peaks of the inner sect. Soon enough, Xingchen's gaze fell upon a task concerning the management of spiritual herbs, issued by the Fire Spirit Peak. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the assignment, which offered a generous reward of 400 contribution points. While this sum was relatively modest for Xingchen, it was a considerable bounty for others. The deadline for the task was set at 10 days. The distance from the outer sect to the inner sect spanned over 1,000 miles. Lacking a flying apparatus, Xingchen found himself in need of renting a flying vessel. Such vessels were indeed available for purchase at the Treasure Pavilion. Yet their exorbitant prices, amounting to tens of thousands of contribution points, rendered them unattainable for him at present. Consequently, he opted to lease one instead. The rental fee for a flying vessel was a mere 10 contribution points per day, totaling 100 for the entirety of the 10 days. However, even with a small vessel, traversing the distance of 1,000 miles would still necessitate the expenditure of 10 inferior spirit stones. Thus, Xingchen exchanged 100 contribution points for 100 inferior spirit stones. Ultimately, after accounting for the task's reward of 400 contribution points, he would net approximately 380 points. With a chuckle, Xingchen remained unfazed by the calculations. Chapter 53. A narrow path for rivals. As Xingchen emerged from the task pavilion, he held in his hand a small vessel, no larger than a palm. This was the so-called flying boat. Channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the craft, it instantly transformed, growing into a vessel that spanned over 2 zhang in length. A sense of exhilaration washed over Xingchen. He had never before ridden in such a boat. After surveying the vessel, he leapt aboard and placed 10 low-grade spirit stones into the 10 recesses within. Immediately, the flying boat emanated a radiant glow and soared into the sky. Though he had never ventured into the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sect, he was familiar with its general direction. Before long, he found himself confronted by 6 towering peaks. Their majestic forms pierced the clouds, presenting a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of an earthly paradise. Xingchen was filled with wonder. He recognized these 6 great peaks as the principal summits of the Qingyun sect. Even from hundreds of miles away, he could sense the rich spiritual energy enveloping him, a stark contrast to the environment of the outer gate. The sight of those imposing peaks stirred profound aspirations within him, for they represented the dreams of all disciples, both auxiliary and inner. Ascending these 6 peaks was synonymous with achieving great success. Soon, Xingchen beheld a grand mountain gate, towering to a height of 100 feet. Was this indeed the entrance to the Qingyun sect? How magnificent it appeared! With a look of astonishment, he guided the flying boat to descend gently. The task instructions indicated that he needed to land and register before entering the sect. Wang Ergu often boasted to him that he could enter the inner gate without registration. Xingchen wondered if there was any truth to that claim. Before long, Xingchen's vessel alighted beneath the gate. He then proceeded to a bustling pavilion just outside. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous outer gate disciples coming and going. Upon entering the pavilion, Xingchen began the registration process. It went smoothly, and upon completion, he received a pass. He then boarded the flying boat once more, continuing his journey toward the inner sanctum. As he traveled, his gaze wandered, absorbing the sights around him. For years, he had remained in the outer gate and the auxiliary district, and the opulent pavilions, cascading waterfalls, and elegant structures before him were a feast for his eyes. A vision he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a spirit bird with a wingspan of 10 zhang soared overhead, leaving Xingchen in awe. Before long, he approached the 6 principal peaks. As he gazed upon the tallest of them, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He recognized it as Qingyun Peak, the very place where he had first entered the Qingyun sect via the teleportation array at its base. He also knew that Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan resided atop Qingyun Peak. He frequently heard Wang Ergu boast of Wang Teng's extraordinary prowess, claiming that defeating him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Xingchen harbored no doubts. After all, Wang Teng was a formidable figure, having ascended to the 18th rank on the Qingyun ranking. To others, he was but a mere ant in comparison, a humble cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. Fortunately, he was not headed to Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, encountering Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan might have led to further ridicule at their hands. From a distance, the 6 main peaks appeared to be closely situated, yet in reality, each was separated by hundreds of miles. Huling Peak was easily recognizable. It seemed to emanate flames from its towering summit. Soon, Xingchen found himself approaching the vicinity of Huling Peak, where he could already sense a faint wave of heat approaching him. It was said that atop Huling Peak lay a natural volcano, from which spiritual fire ascended. Once enhanced by the formations of Qingyun sect, this spiritual fire could be channeled throughout the entirety of Huling Peak, providing the inhabitants with the means to refine elixirs. Xingchen's anticipation grew, as his cultivation heavily relied on elixirs. Thus, if he were to enter the inner sect, Huling Peak would undoubtedly be his first choice. Moreover, he had heard that the individuals residing there were amiable and possessed pleasant manners. Before long, Xingchen landed at the foot of Huling Peak, where a portal awaited him. Although not as grand as the main entrance of Qingyun sect, this portal was still imposing, towering several dozen feet high. Beside it stood a quaint pavilion. After Xingchen presented his passage token and task plate, he followed a disciple of Huling Peak through the portal. This time, he had to walk, as flying vessels were not permitted. They ascended a lengthy staircase, climbing for over 1,000 meters, until he was brought to the Hall of the Elders at Huling Peak. Wait here, someone will come to guide you. Do not wander off, or you may find your legs broken, the disciple warned sternly before departing. Xingchen's clear eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't it said that the people of Huling Peak were easygoing? Could the rumors be false? Threatening to break someone's legs was hardly friendly. With no choice but to comply, Xingchen stood obediently in a corner. He waited anxiously. Yet no one arrived to fetch him. In the grand hall of the elders, he scrutinized every newcomer, hoping one would be there for him. At that moment, a burly man burst into the hall like a whirlwind. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Xingchen's eyes brightened, thinking this might be his escort. He quickly focused on the man's gaze. I am Xingchen. What are you staring at, kid? Your name means nothing to me. Do you wish to challenge me on the life and death stage? A mere 5th layer qi refining fighter from the outer sect, right? Keep staring, and I'll make sure your eyes are crushed, the man retorted, glaring fiercely. His overwhelming aura enveloped Xingchen, making him feel as though he faced a primordial beast. He instinctively shrank back, realizing this man was certainly not there for him. Confused, he pondered how the people of Huling Peak were said to be so pleasant. yet each one seemed more volatile than the last. Just as Xingchen was lost in thought, three figures entered the hall, one man and two women. His attention was once again captured. However, upon catching sight of the man and woman among the trio, Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. For those were two faces that were both familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. It was none other than Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan. Xingchen was perplexed as to how these two had appeared in this place. After several years apart, Wang Teng had grown even more gallant and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Zhao Lingyan stood gracefully, her stature proud and elegant, radiating an undeniable beauty. The other woman, clad in white, appeared ethereal and enchanting, her smile capable of captivating hearts. As the three engaged in light-hearted banter, Wang Teng suddenly furrowed his brow, his perceptive instincts kicking in. He turned to meet Xingchen's gaze. Xingchen, is that you, kid? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned before he spoke dismissively. Xingchen, Zhao Lingyan and the other woman echoed in unison. Xingchen was taken aback. He did not recognize the other woman. Why were they so astonished to call him by name? Ah, it's you, little brother. It's been years. Have you grown up? You've certainly become more handsome, Zhao Lingyan remarked, first with mild surprise, then with a condescending smile. But aside from being handsome, you seem rather useless. I heard you've taken up alchemy? Judging by your complexion, have you overdosed on pills? You must be quite poisoned. Yet, a little pill poison isn't the end of the world. After all, reaching the age of 16 should be a blessing. But it seems this poison will be difficult to expel. You'll likely need a premium Qingling pill for that. Unfortunately, you might still be facing demise. Zhao Lingyan laughed heartily, her gaze towards Xingchen filled with the same contempt one might reserve for an insignificant insect. Chapter 54. A bitter countenance at this moment. Xingchen's eyes were bloodshot and severely congested, presenting a most woeful sight. In truth, he had been meticulously controlling the poison within his body. Had he not, he would have long since perished. In stark contrast to Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan, Xingchen leaned despondently against the wall, exuding an air of utter destitution. Upon witnessing Xingchen's disheveled state, Wang Teng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Look at you, in such a pitiful condition, truly a waste of space. To have survived thus far with 10 spiritual roots only highlights the heavens' pity upon you. Yet you still engage in such reckless endeavors, foolishly thinking that as a worthless being, you could transcend your limitations through mere pills? What a delusion. Wang Teng's face was adorned with pride, and his words dripped with sarcasm. By the way, junior sister Zhao, junior brother Wang, do you know this junior brother? At that moment, another young woman inquired curiously, casting a sidelong glance at Xingchen, devoid of arrogance, and even offering him a nod and a smile. Xingchen, intrigued, noted the surprise she had shown upon hearing his name. Indeed, senior sister Chen, you may not be aware, but this little waste is actually a fellow townsman of junior brother Wang. She chuckled. Back in the day, he was just a little brat. Who would have thought that after a few years, he has grown into an adult? Alas, aside from his looks, he is utterly lacking in merit. Still dreaming of defying the heavens with his 10 spiritual roots. What an ignorant fool. Zhao Lingyan laughed lightly. A few years ago, when I visited his hometown with junior brother Wang, this little rascal even tried to board my flying vessel, only to be unceremoniously ejected. Had it not been for his grandfather's letter of recommendation from 10 years of servitude, we would never have crossed paths with him. However, looking at this lad, even if he were to open 10 dantians, he likely has but a few days left to live. The ignorant waste truly believes he can refine elixirs. Thoughtlessly consuming pills, he deserves whatever fate befalls him. The young woman beside them felt a twinge of discomfort at Zhao Lingyan's acerbic remarks. She furrowed her brow and turned to Wang Teng. I hadn't realized this junior brother was also a fellow townsman of junior brother Wang. Senior sister Chen, it would be best to refrain from mentioning such compatriots. We should proceed. The matter of alchemy is pressing. By the way, senior sister Chen, you just referred to this lad by name. Do you happen to know him? Wang Teng asked, momentarily taken aback. I do not know him. I only learned his name today. He has come to our Fire Spirit Peak on a mission, Chen Wanyan replied with a captivating smile, her beauty almost overwhelming as she turned to Xingchen. Junior brother, my name is Chen Wanyan. Come with me. I never imagined you were also an alchemist. However, junior brother Wang and junior sister Zhao are correct. You have indeed succumbed deeply to the poison. You must be more vigilant in the future. Thank you, senior sister Chen. I will be careful from now on, Xingchen replied, surprised that Chen Wanyan was there to escort him, not expecting to be in the company of Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan. Junior brother, you are likely only able to concoct low-grade chi refining pills, are you not? The impurities in such pills are quite abundant. You must exercise control and not rely on them excessively. Chen Wanyan smiled gently. feeling it necessary to remind the seemingly pitiable junior disciple before her. Seeing Xingchen in such a dismal state tugged at her heartstrings, especially upon learning that he possessed 10 spiritual roots. She silently shook her head, acknowledging that with such a meager innate talent, even consuming high-grade elixirs would yield little success. She could not comprehend why Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan harbored such animosity towards this young lad. Although she refrained from inquiring further, she had a modicum of understanding regarding Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng's dispositions. Witnessing Xingchen's plight stirred her compassion. She resolved to present him with a couple of high-grade Qingling pills after he completed his task, offering what little assistance she could. However, as Chun Wanyan contemplated this, Wang Teng smirked with a hint of amusement, stating, "Sister Chun, you may be unaware, but I have heard that this lad can refine mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Though his spiritual roots may be deemed worthless, his talent in alchemy is indeed formidable." Wang Teng recalled that 6 months prior, when Wang Ergu had sought him out, he mentioned Xingchen's ability to concoct mid-grade qi-gathering pills. At that time, Wang Teng had been somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that a waste with 10 spiritual roots could possess such alchemical prowess. It was no small feat to independently refine mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Initially, he speculated that Xingchen must harbor some great fortune, but now, upon observing Xingchen's condition, plagued by pill toxicity, Wang Teng was convinced that there was no significant fortune to be found. "Yi Jr., you can refine mid-grade qi-gathering pills?" Chen Wanyan exclaimed in surprise. "It seems your alchemical talent is quite exceptional. If you succeed in ranking among the top 10 in the outer sect trials, you are welcome to join our Fire Spirit Peak. You will not regret it." Her smile was sincere. "All right, Sister Chun, I will strive for that. Fire Spirit Peak is indeed my aspiration," Xingchen replied with a smile, having already contemplated joining Fire Spirit Peak. He had never before encountered someone as amicable as Chun Wanyun during his 5 or 6 years at Qingyan sect. "Humph, you foolish boy. This is merely Sister Chen's polite flattery. Did you truly believe you earned her favor?" Zhao Lingyan scoffed, covering her mouth in mockery. "It seems you remain oblivious after all these years. Sister Chun is only extending such courtesy because of Wang Teng's influence. Can't you see that? How foolish you are." Wang Teng echoed her disdain. "Sister Zhao is correct. Setting aside your meager cultivation that precludes you from ranking among the top 10 in the outer sect trials. Even if you could, what difference would it make? The rules of Fire Spirit Peak dictate that only those with spiritual roots of upper grade or above must be able to refine upper grade qi-gathering pills to qualify for membership. With your alchemical skills, you are not qualified." Chun Wanyan furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng were so vehemently antagonistic towards Xingchen, particularly Wang Teng. "As a fellow townsman, your lack of assistance is one thing, but to add insult to injury is truly incomprehensible. Could it be that Wang Teng feels embarrassed by the fact that his compatriot, Yi Shidi, has outshone him?" Chen Wanyun found herself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Xingchen was quite satisfied within. His decision to embrace the Dan poison had proven to be remarkably astute. The results were manifesting. Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng were firmly under the impression that his breakthrough was solely the result of his own alchemical prowess. The so-called fortuitous opportunities subtly led them to overlook the truth. My aspiration is to ascend to Fire Spirit Peak and become an alchemist, a high-ranking alchemist at that." With this thought, Xingchen shrugged, indulging in grandiose fantasies. He was aware that Wang Ergu had yet to disclose to Wang Teng that he could concoct superior qi-boosting pills. He pondered how Wang Teng would react if he were to learn of his ability to craft such high-quality elixirs. "Yi Shidi, come with me," Chen Wanyan said, no longer engaging with Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan. Subsequently, the group entered a courtyard. Inside, a girl of about 18 or 19, resembling Chun Wanyan to some extent, was deeply focused on refining her elixirs, her expression grave. The rich aroma of the medicinal concoction wafting through the air was unmistakable to Xingchen. It was the scent characteristic of intermediate qi-boosting pills. Chapter 55. "Sister, I'm about to explode." The young girl in the courtyard initially wore a grave expression. However, upon seeing Xingchen and his companions, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Sister, please help me. This superior grade elixir is the crucial step, yet I keep failing. Please tell me what I should do next." The girl anxiously implored Chen Wanyan. Xiao, listen to me. First, steady your mind." Chun Wanyun instructed as she observed the trembling Dan furnace before the girl, its flames dancing restlessly. She quickly guided Chen Xiao. Xingchen furrowed his brow. He recalled that during his own attempts at refining superior grade elixirs, he too encountered difficulties at this very stage of purification. Now before him, Chen Xiao was at the pivotal moment of refining from a medium grade elixir to a superior one. Yet this time, Xingchen immediately discerned the issue. He noticed that although the flames within the furnace were agitated and appeared furious, it was a classic case of inadequate heat. What needed to be done now was to promptly intensify the fire. Otherwise, not only would the purification fail, but it could also lead to an explosive disaster. What's this? Just as Xingchen was absorbed in his observations, Zhao Lingyan sneered from the side. They are refining a superior-grade elixir, and you, who can only concoct medium-grade ones. Do you really think you can comprehend it? Xingchen shot a glance at Zhao Lingyan, but chose to ignore her. After all, in terms of strength, he was at an absolute disadvantage. This woman seemed to be like a lunatic, as if she derived comfort from belittling others. In his pursuit of growth and stability, Xingchen resolved to disregard such petty provocations. He understood the necessity of discretion in the outer sect, and here, he recognized that it was best to remain prudent. Zhao Lingyan possessed strength that could easily overpower him. Who knew what kind of backing she had? Thus, Xingchen kept Lu Feng's advice firmly in mind, to remain low-key. Otherwise, he genuinely wished to confront this woman with a few choice slaps to relieve his frustration. Senior Sister Zhao, please stop belittling this kid. The fact that he can manage to brew medium-grade elixirs is already pushing his limits. How could he possibly grasp the refinement of superior-grade ones? Wang Teng scoffed disdainfully, dismissing Xingchen. I find it rather disgusting to witness his pretentiousness, as if he truly understands, Zhao Lingyan derided. Chen Wanyan took note of Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng's remarks. She glanced at Xingchen and was momentarily taken aback to see him maintaining a calm demeanor. It is often said that young people are easily provoked, even if their strength is lacking. Yet this young lad remained composed, which suggested he was not as simple as he appeared. However, Chen Wanyan had no time to ponder further. Her younger sister, Chen Xiaoxiao, had repeatedly failed in refining the superior-grade elixir and was on the verge of succumbing to inner turmoil. Chen Wanyan was determined to help her sister overcome this critical juncture. Boom. The next moment, the flames before Chen Xiaoxiao erupted violently, spilling over the entire furnace, while the earth fire beneath surged ferociously. Xingchen furrowed his brow as he observed Chen Xiaoxiao struggling to suppress the flames, clearly on the verge of losing control. This was evidently a misguided approach. In his initial attempts at alchemy, he too had feared that an overly fierce fire would incinerate the elixir. Consequently, he would promptly extinguish the flames, clearing the furnace of fire, but this only resulted in failure or the production of mediocre-grade pills. It was only later that Xingchen discerned the correct method. At such moments, one should not quench the flames, but rather intensify their vigor. This was the only way to successfully refine the impurities within the elixir to the level of a superior qi-enhancing pill. Sister, I'm about to explode. What should I do now? The furnace trembled violently, and Chen Xiaoxiao grew increasingly anxious. Chen Wanyan, her brow tightly knitted, appeared to be recalling her own experiences in similar situations. Like Xingchen, she was capable of refining superior-grade pills, though she had only recently begun her journey. Having produced fewer than 10 superior pills, most of which were achieved under her master's guidance. Chen Xiaoxiao's predicament was one that Chen Wanyan had encountered before, and she remembered that she had ultimately failed. Her master had advised that extinguishing the flames was the safest option, albeit with a certain probability of failure. Intensifying the flames carried a significant risk of an explosion, yet if controlled properly, the success rate for pill production was higher. However, when faced with such a scenario, Chen Wanyan had attempted to amplify the flames only to have the elixir engulfed in flames. Subsequently, she had adopted a more cautious approach, immediately extinguishing the fire, which consistently allowed her to produce at least mediocre pills. Little sister, extinguish the flames. With this thought, Wanyan decisively instructed Chen Xiaoxiao to do so. No. Xingchen instinctively interjected, having assumed that Chen Wanyan would advise Chen Xiaoxiao to intensify the flames. In his mind, he believed that Chen Wanyan, like himself, was adept at refining superior pills and would handle such matters with ease. However, he had somewhat overestimated her abilities. This was clearly a sign of an incomplete mastery of the craft. As Xingchen's words fell, everyone turned to look at him. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao had no time to spare for Xingchen's opinion. She promptly heeded Chen Wanyan's advice and began to extinguish the flames. As the fire was withdrawn, the elixir within the furnace began to take shape, rendering any further purification of its impurities impossible. Soon, the ground fire was extinguished, and Chen Xiaoxiao opened the furnace. Ultimately, she produced 3 finished pills, but the single line indicative of a lower-grade pill revealed their inferior nature. This time, she had not even managed to retain the quality of a mediocre-grade pill. Little sister, take a few days to rest before refining again. Patience is key. Chen Wanyan consoled her. All right, sister, don't worry. I'm utterly exhausted now. Even if you urged me to refine, I wouldn't succeed, Chen Xiaoxiao replied helplessly. However, her gaze soon shifted to Xingchen, causing him to pause. This woman? Does she have eyes for me? That seems plausible. Despite possessing 10 spiritual roots, I am, on the whole, considered to be quite handsome and remarkably dashing. Are you from the outer sect? Engaged in a task, perhaps? What did you mean by do not? Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, eagerly awaiting Yixing's response. The other three also turned their gazes towards him, equally curious about why Yixing had made such a remark. You can't possibly mean that you want junior sister Xiaoxiao to refrain from accepting the fire, can you? Zhao Lingyan mocked. A person who can only concoct mid-grade pills attempting to put on airs. Mid-grade pills? Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately filled with disappointment. So he can only refine mid-grade pills. In that case, it is truly disheartening. With a resigned pout, Chen Xiaoxiao lost interest in Xingchen. It seems that over the years, you have not altered your foolish ways. Wang Ting shot a glare at Yixing. Do you even recognize your surroundings? What gives you the right to speak here? In the courtyard, perhaps only Chen Wanyun harbored a different perspective. She regarded Yi Xingchen with a serious expression, resembling someone seeking guidance. Junior brother Yi, although we have only just met, I sense you are not an impulsive person. Your earlier statement must have been made with purpose, correct? Indeed, Yi Xingchen replied, nodding lightly. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, their eyes converging upon Yi Xingchen. Chapter 56. Has Sister Chen lost her mind? What do you truly mean when you say you don't want to extinguish the flames, junior brother Yi? Chen Wanyun inquired with increasing curiosity. What I intend to convey is that we should not douse the fire, Yi Xingchen replied with a smile. Not extinguish the flames? Chen Wanyun furrowed her brows, questioning the rationale behind such a notion. If we do not temper the fire, the furnace will explode, young man. With such fervent flames. Do you not feel as if you have gained insight? Zhao Lingyan scoffed derisively. Sister Chen, are you truly hoping to extract profound alchemical wisdom from this fool? It is quite amusing, really. This incompetent, barely capable of concocting a mid-grade qi-nourishing pill, what could you possibly expect him to articulate? Sister Chen, there is no need to engage in further dialogue with this lad. What could he possibly comprehend? It would be prudent for you to commence the alchemy process. You mentioned you would assist us in crafting the spirit-building pill. We have not hesitated in our decision, Wang Tung remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Xingchen. Let us allow junior brother Yi to speak, for his ability to formulate mid-grade qi-nourishing pills already signifies his extraordinary potential, Chen Wanyun countered, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Junior brother Yi, pray tell, why should we not extinguish the flames? Speak up, lad. Even Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze filled with expectation. In the scenario we just encountered, I believe that not only should we refrain from extinguishing the flames, but we should also intensify the fire to the utmost capacity. At that moment, Zhao Lingyan erupted into laughter. Young man, it appears you are truly ignorant. To suggest intensifying the flames is laughable. Even if I, Zhao Lingyan, am not adept at alchemy, I can discern the absurdity of your statement. Sister Chen, it is truly unnecessary to waste time on this lad. Zhao Lingyan was thoroughly amused by Yi Xingchen's words, finding them utterly ridiculous. Even Chen Xiaoxiao turned up her nose, expressing her disdain. Wang Tung shook his head, choosing to refrain from further commentary. At this juncture, even Chen Wanyun found Yi Xingchen's assertions to be rather implausible. You are quite audacious, young man. Regardless, I shall proceed to assist them in crafting the spirit-building pill. Although disappointed in perceiving Yi Xingchen's words as ludicrous, Chen Wanyun did not belittle him, instead teasing him with a smile. In response, Yi Xingchen chose not to elaborate further. Whether they chose to believe him or not was of no consequence to him. His brows furrowed slightly as he contemplated the spirit-building pill they mentioned. He had encountered references to such a pill in his comprehensive tome on alchemy. It is an auxiliary aid during the foundation-building phase. The fact that Zhao Lingyan and Wang Tung sought Chen Wanyun's assistance in concocting the spirit-building pill indicated that they were preparing for foundation establishment. The mere thought of this possibility left Yi Xingchen astounded. Wang Tung's talent appeared to surpass even his own expectations, and the same could be said for Zhao Lingyan. The more exceptional their talents, the greater their prowess, which posed an ever-increasing threat to Yi Xingchen. Should he fail to surpass them, a tragic fate may await him. Yet, these individuals no longer harbored doubts about the great fortune that lay within their grasp. Nevertheless, during the outer sect trials, he would inevitably reveal his true prowess. At that juncture, would anyone still believe that his ascension was solely attributed to mid-tier qi refining pills or high-tier pills? Unless he could concoct supreme-grade elixirs himself, it would be challenging to gain their trust. Even though the effects of high-tier pills should not be underestimated, they inherently possess flaws. Moreover, as a cultivator with 10 spiritual roots, relying on high-tier pills to traverse each realm would only lead to an unstable foundation, resulting in superficial achievements. In contrast, elixirs refined using the Sanbao Ruyi Ding, which enhance the potency of supreme-grade pills, would yield significantly different outcomes. Such elixirs not only exhibit formidable effects, but also ensure that one's cultivation remains solid. With each breakthrough, Xingchen would be able to thoroughly stabilize his cultivation. To evade suspicion, he had but one recourse: to personally refine supreme-grade pills. However, the challenge of crafting such elixirs was daunting, a thought Xingchen scarcely dared to entertain. For now, he could only take one step at a time. As long as he remained within the Qingyan sect, he would be safe. Yet, this was hardly feasible. The moment he expressed a desire to participate in the outer sect trials, he would be compelled to venture out and hunt ferocious beasts of the same rank. In those instances, the peril of battling the beasts might not be the most formidable threat. The gravest danger would likely stem from individuals like Wang Tong. He could not be certain whether Wang Ting still harbored intentions to eliminate him. Regardless, he understood that he must be thoroughly prepared before embarking on the hunt for beasts of equal standing. Meanwhile, Chen Wanyue, after a brief moment of disappointment, resumed her alchemical endeavors. Chen Xiaoxiao observed and learned nearby, while Wang Tong and Zhao Lingyan retreated to a corridor, engaging in idle banter. Only Xingchen patiently awaited Chen Wanyuan's assignment of his tasks. "Hey, my sister is refining high-tier spirit-building pills. Since you know how to refine pills, why not come over and learn?" Chen Xiaoxiao called out, noticing Xingchen's earnest demeanor. "All right," Xingchen responded, stepping forward to observe Chen Wanyuan's pill refining process. In truth, he had always been attentive, especially since he had yet to witness anyone else refine pills. However, after watching for a while, he felt that this amiable senior sister Chun's alchemical skills appeared to be inferior to his own, merely in terms of technique. She lacked the proficiency he possessed and seemed overly cautious in her approach. Despite having a master to guide her, she seemed less adept than this self-taught alchemist. Pay close attention. Although my sister is currently honing her skills, she has successfully refined no less than 10 batches of high-tier pills, and her failure rate is minimal. Chen Xiaoxiao remarked with a hint of pride. "If you manage to enter the fire spirit peak in the future, allow me to mentor you, as you seem somewhat pitiable." "Thank you, senior sister," Xingchen replied with a smile, displaying his pearly white teeth, choosing not to delve into matters of seniority. Understanding the importance of timing, he deemed it wise to address Chen Xiaoxiao as senior sister, regardless of her being younger than him. Suddenly, the furnace before Chen Wanyun erupted with a tremendous blaze, flames surging violently. As they reached the stage of refining the superior elixir, the flames suddenly became erratic. Xingchen and Chen Xiaoxiao were both taken aback. Even the boastful Wang Tong and Zhao Lingyan hurried over. Was failure imminent? Wang Tong, though surprised, did not exhibit much astonishment. The purpose of their concoction of the spirit-building pill was initially for Chen Wanyun to gain experience. It seemed that Sister Chen still had much to learn. A trace of disdain flickered in Zhao Lingyan's eyes, her tone tinged with sarcasm. At this moment, Chen Wanyun found herself in a state of confusion, confronted by an unforeseen complication at this critical juncture. The only option before her was to extinguish the flames. However, recalling Xingchen's words, she felt as though she now had two choices. One was to follow her customary approach and simply douse the fire. The other was to heed Xingchen's advice, not only to maintain the flames, but to intensify them. "Junior brother Yi, if I were to follow your suggestion, would it truly lead to success?" Chen Wanyun inquired of Xingchen. Was Sister Chen losing her mind? Even now, she sought counsel from this incompetent? Zhao Lingyan furrowed her brow, casting a scornful glance at Xingchen, seemingly perplexed by Chen Wanyun's decision. Chapter 57. This waste truly surprises you. Had better think carefully before you speak. Wang Tong glared at Xingchen. Xingchen was equally taken aback by Chen Wanyun's unexpected inquiry. He chose to disregard the remarks made by Zhao Lingyan and Wang Tong. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Xingchen replied, "Senior Sister Chen, I cannot guarantee your success, but if you follow my instructions, your chances will increase significantly. The specifics, however, depend on your execution." Why does it feel as though this fool has said something, yet said nothing at all? Zhao Lingyan furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! You cannot even assure success, yet you dare to boast. You truly are the epitome of ignorance. Sometimes I wish I could just slap you." Wang Ting shot a furious glare at Xingchen. "There is no need for such anger, both of you," Chen Wanyun interjected, her elegant brow knitted in thought. "I believe what junior brother Yi has said is true. Rest assured, if I ruin your spiritual herbs, I shall compensate you." With that, Chen Wanyan ceased speaking and began to follow Yi Xingchen's guidance. In the next moment, under her spiritual energies enhancement, the flames in the alchemical furnace surged violently. Chen Wanyan intended to merely experiment, but when the fire suddenly intensified, she was astonished to see the previously dull pills within the furnace transform into smooth, lustrous orbs. The impurities that had plagued her were obliterated in an instant by the roaring flames. Quick, start to reduce the fire. As Chen Wanyan reveled in her elation, Yi Xingchen's voice rang out. Without a moment to ponder, she hurriedly complied with his instructions. Is this kid truly capable? Zhao Lingyan was taken aback. It seemed this young man possessed a modicum of talent for alchemy, Wang Teng grudgingly acknowledged. Chen Xiaoxiao, too, wore an expression of astonishment. If only I had followed your advice earlier, junior brother Yi. You are indeed a genius. Isn't it a bit premature to praise him, Xiaoxiao? The elixir is not yet complete, Zhao Lingyan remarked with a frown. However, just as she voiced her dissent, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs began to waft from the alchemical furnace, swiftly permeating the entire courtyard. Has it succeeded? Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully. It truly succeeded. Junior brother Yi, you are indeed a genius. At that moment, even Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they recognized that fragrance. It was unmistakably the scent of a high-grade spirit-consolidating pill. Open. With a gentle command, Chen Wanyan lifted the lid of the furnace, and 3 green pills, resembling precious orbs, soared out, landing gracefully on a jade plate she held. A hint of excitement flushed her jade-like cheeks as she approached her companions, presenting the plate. Each pill bore 3 distinct patterns, signifying their success. Is it truly successful? Zhao Lingyan could hardly believe her eyes. Wang Teng narrowed his gaze, fixing his stare on Yi Xingchen. Can you concoct high-grade pills? Indeed, Yi Xingchen replied without hesitation, fully aware that Wang Ergo would eventually divulge this information to Wang Teng. Not only did he not shy away from the truth, but he also intended to be quite forthright about it. Only in this manner, when he eventually breaks through, will Wang Teng and the others harbor no doubts. Indeed, the superior spirit-building pill is remarkable. You are truly extraordinary, talented junior brother. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao no longer underestimated Yi Xingchen. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Thank you, junior brother Yi. Without your assistance, I might have remained trapped in this stage for several years. My master, too, had overlooked this step until now, and at last, we have clarified it. Chen Wanyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude toward Yi Xingchen. At this juncture, Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng obediently fell silent. As the facts were evident, they could not deny it. A discarded talent with 10 spirit roots possessing such astonishing alchemical abilities was indeed surprising. Zhao Lingyan hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating a sarcastic remark directed at Yi Xingchen. Junior brother Yi, please wait a moment. After I refine 2 more batches of spirit-building pills, I shall take you to carry out a task. Chen Wanyan's gaze was imbued with an unspoken warmth, genuinely appreciative of Yi Xingchen. Young man, since you speak so confidently, why not attempt to refine a batch yourself? Just as Chen Wanyan was about to continue her alchemical work, Zhao Lingyan remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanyan, Wang Teng, and Chen Xiaoxiao's expressions brightened. Wang Teng was eager to see if Yi Xingchen could indeed refine superior pills. Chen Wanyan and Chen Xiaoxiao simply wished to witness Yi Xingchen's alchemical prowess. However, Yi Xingchen declined outright. Perhaps it is best to refrain. If I ruin your pills, I lack the spirit herbs to compensate you, and I am prone to causing explosions during the refining process. Yi Xingchen shrugged his shoulders, displaying a hint of helplessness. Rest assured, you need not compensate. Just proceed with the refinement. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Yes, be bold in your refinement. You shan't be liable for any losses, Zhao Lingyan echoed. Talented junior brother. Why not refine a couple of batches to see? Both brother Wang and sister Zhao have encouraged you. Proceed boldly. Chen Xiaoxiao's face was filled with anticipation. Junior brother Yi. It is worth a try. Chen Wanyan smiled softly, her gaze radiating warmth. In truth, all of them harbored a glimmer of hope. Very well. I shall give it a try, Yi Xingchen said with resignation, then proceeded toward the alchemical furnace, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips, barely perceptible to others. Soon, Yi Xingchen adeptly ignited the furnace. With a flick of his consciousness, the earth fire surged forth, witnessing the emerald flames emerge. Yi Xingchen was slightly taken aback. This azure earth fire was far superior to the spiritual fire he had summoned using the gathering fire array. If he could harness such flames, his success rate would undoubtedly increase. The fierce flames roared as Yi Xingchen skillfully began to refine various spirit herbs. In the gazes of Chen Wanyan and Chen Xiaoxiao, there was not a hint of flaw in Yi Xingchen's techniques. Although Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan were not well versed in the art of alchemy, they were nonetheless astonished. In their eyes, Xingchen truly possessed a certain skill. However, a flicker of murderous intent unconsciously passed through Wang Teng's eyes. This waste truly can refine superior pills? This technique, this poise, could this still be the discarded talent with 10 spirit roots? Upon witnessing Xingchen flawlessly refine all the spiritual herbs until the elixir took form and proceeded to purify it without the slightest error, Wang Teng's gaze was filled with intense jealousy. He had not anticipated that Xingchen possessed such profound alchemical skills, surpassing even some of the elders from other peaks. Despite his own attempts to learn the art of alchemy over the years, he regrettably realized his talent was rather mediocre, leading him to abandon the pursuit altogether. This young man seemed to deserve death. Why, you may ask? There was no reason. He simply deserved it. A mere insect, why should he prance before him? Wang Teng's expression turned contemptuous, regarding Xingchen as one would regard an insignificant pest. However, just as such thoughts festered within Wang Teng's mind, a tremendous noise erupted in the courtyard. Had the furnace exploded? Wang Teng was taken aback, as were the others. Yet, they soon observed Xingchen intensifying the flames. At this moment, he had reached the final step in purifying a high-grade elixir. If he could stabilize this step, success would be his. Almost there. The talented junior brother is truly remarkable, Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, clapping her hands in astonishment. This seemingly useless individual was indeed quite extraordinary. Zhao Lingyan, too, found herself compelled to acknowledge Xingchen's alchemical prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Wanyan wore a look of deep satisfaction. Witnessing Xingchen succeed in forming the elixir brought her joy, and she felt genuinely happy for him. Yet, just as the group held their diverse thoughts, another resounding explosion echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. Chapter 58. Gentle Sister Chun and bewildered Xingchen as the dark smoke billowed upwards. Wang Teng and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be? The furnace has exploded? Zhao Lingyan wore an expression of astonishment. After all, just moments ago, Xingchen appeared on the verge of success, only to have the furnace detonate unexpectedly, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. It was not just her. Wang Teng, Chen Wanyan, and Chen Xiaoxiao shared the same sentiment. They had all been anticipating Xingchen's creation of a high-grade spirit pill, yet were instead met with a catastrophic failure. I'm sorry, it's a failure, Xingchen remarked, his face smeared with soot, revealing only his star-like dark eyes and a row of small white teeth. Seeing the shock on their faces was only to be expected. There was nothing surprising about it, for he had intentionally caused the explosion. Trash is indeed trash. I never believed you could truly concoct a high-grade pill. What a farce, wasting our precious spirit herbs, Zhao Lingyan remarked, her tone laced with disdain. How laughable. Wang Teng scoffed, feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing Xingchen's blunder. Talented junior brother, what on earth happened? Chen Xiaoxiao questioned, seemingly struggling to comprehend how Xingchen could have failed so spectacularly. Failures are a part of the process. Alchemy is never a guaranteed success. Chen Wanyan offered with a smile. Perhaps Xingchen was just a bit nervous. Shall we continue? Xingchen said with an awkward grin. Chen Wanyan then turned to Wang Teng and Zhao Lingyan, inquiring, what do you two think? This is nothing but a waste. Who would dare let him attempt alchemy again? Zhao Lingyan retorted angrily. We put considerable effort into acquiring the herbs for this spirit pill. Continue, Wang Teng replied with a nonchalant smile. Go ahead and refine it again. If you ruin it, you one team need to compensate. Just be bold and don't be nervous. After some contemplation, Wang Teng thought perhaps Xingchen truly was a bit anxious. He was curious to observe, granting Xingchen another chance, to see whether he would succeed or fail again. If he failed once more, it would confirm that Xingchen's alchemical skills were rather mediocre. Junior brother Yi, since Wang has said so, you should carry on. Chen Wanyan encouraged, not yet willing to give up. In her view, with such a solid theoretical foundation in alchemy, Xingchen's practical skills should not fall short. She was eager to afford him one more opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Taking a deep breath, Xingchen summoned the flames. He proceeded with utmost caution while refining each herb. Until the pill began to take shape and he commenced the purification of the high-grade pill, he encountered no errors. However, in the final step, as the flames began to boil, boom. As anticipated, under Xingchen's efforts, dark smoke erupted once again. Look, I told you so. This fool is merely amusing himself. How could he possibly concoct a pill? Zhao Lingyan, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, You useless fool. Do you have any idea how many tasks you would need to complete to gather enough contribution points for that spirit-building pill? Each one costs 10,000 points, a staggering amount. Junior sister Zhao, interjected Chen Wanyan, frowning slightly. There's no need to blame junior brother Yi any further. We had agreed on this before. Chen Wanyan continued. Perhaps I could compensate you with 2 spirit-building pill ingredients? Junior sister Chen, you misunderstand. My regret lies in our misplaced trust in this good-for-nothing. He is utterly incapable of concocting any high-quality elixirs. I suspect his earlier claims were nothing but nonsensical chatter. Your success in alchemy is solely due to your own skills. The thought of Xingchen having squandered 20,000 contribution points in 2 failed attempts made Zhao Lingyan seethe with rage. Although they had a much easier time earning contributions compared to outer disciples, her frustration only intensified with each passing moment. Junior sister Zhao, let it go. It's pointless to bicker with a fool. Since we've agreed not to pursue this matter, let's not waste any more words on him. We should return now. With a glare at Xingchen, Wang Teng turned away and departed. Zhao Lingyan could only huff in annoyance before following suit. Talented junior brother. What is the matter with you? Are you truly that anxious? Chen Xiaoxiao approached, chuckling at Xingchen's soot-blackened face. I am indeed quite nervous, rest assured. I shall undoubtedly succeed next time, Xingchen replied, flashing a confident smile that revealed his small, white teeth. Good luck with that. Who would dare ask you to refine pills again? Chen Xiaoxiao laughed once more. Junior brother Yi, allow me to take you to wash up, and then I will assign you a task. Chen Wanyan shook her head with a smile. You rascal, perhaps you really are too anxious. What is it with Zhao Lingyan and Wang Teng? They seem to have it out for you. How did you offend them? Chen Wanyan added, if you share the details, I might be able to mediate. No need, senior sister Chen. I have not offended them. They are likely just envious of my alchemical skills. Xingchen replied with a grin. He certainly would not allow Chen Wanyan to intervene, as Wang Teng's temperament would only make matters worse, putting him in greater danger. Very well. Come with me, then. Xiao, you should take a break. There is no need to rush the alchemy process. After giving her this advice, Chen Wanyan led Xingchen away. Xingchen was brought to a courtyard infused with the fragrance of flowers. While it was also a courtyard, it was several tiers above the outer disciples' quarters. Yet, it remained simple, featuring only a bamboo house. The courtyard was equipped with an alchemical furnace, which filled Xingchen with admiration. Indeed, the Fire Spirit Peak had alchemical furnaces in nearly every courtyard. Junior brother Yi, please have a seat while I fetch some water for you, Chen Wanyan said softly with a smile as she entered the bamboo house. Thank you, senior sister Chen. Xingchen murmured, feeling a bit dazed as he sat at the jade stone table in the courtyard. As he gazed at the graceful silhouette entering the bamboo cottage, a warmth inexplicably flowed through Xingchen's heart. He stole a glance inside, catching a fleeting glimpse of that exquisite curve, yet he dared not intrude. Having lost his mother at a tender age and lacking a sister, Chen Wanyan was the first woman to show him such kindness. With a soft sigh, Xingchen diverted his gaze. The memories of his years at Qingyun sect settled his dark eyes into calmness. He understood that one must not judge solely by appearances. Junior brother Yi, the water is ready. You should wash up. Look at how dirty you are, Chen Wanyan said, emerging with a basin. Her smile warm as she placed it upon the table. Initially, Xingchen intended to tend to his own needs, but he noticed that Chen Wanyan had already taken the initiative to wring out a towel. Subsequently, she unfurled the towel and, with him momentarily at a loss, began to wipe his face. A delicate fragrance, mingling with the floral scents of the courtyard, wafted through the air. Sister Chen, Xingchen's fists clenched, his legs trembling. He had never experienced such a sensation before, and his mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Chen Wanyan meticulously helped to cleanse his face of the grime, and soon, a fair and handsome visage emerged before her. Ah, quite handsome indeed. Chen Wanyan teased with a playful smile. Thank you, sister, Xingchen replied, somewhat dazed. There's no need for such formality, junior brother Yi, she responded with a smile. Let me take you to the medicinal garden. By the way, since you are adept at alchemy, might you require any spiritual herbs here at Fire Spirit Peak? If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me. I will do my utmost to assist you. At her words, Xingchen's gaze brightened with clarity. Chapter 59. The Alchemical Prodigy of 10 Spiritual Roots, Sister Chen. I have come this time to exchange contribution points for harmony flowers, Xingchen stated. Oh, how many do you require, junior brother Yi? Chen Wanyan inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. You aren't planning to use them to concoct harmony pills, are you? Their efficacy lies in balancing the spiritual energies of multiple roots. Upon recalling that Xingchen possessed 10 spiritual roots, Chen Wanyan understood his predicament. Indeed, Sister Chen, the harmony pills are beneficial to me, Xingchen replied with a smile. I need 500 low-grade harmony flowers. I wonder if I can exchange for such a quantity at once. 500? That is indeed quite a lot, Chen Wanyan exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback, but quickly added, however, I can assist you. Rest assured, once you complete your task, I will ensure you can exchange for 500 harmony flowers. Really? Thank you, Sister Chen. I will certainly repay your kindness in the future, Xingchen said, his excitement evident. And how do you plan to express your gratitude? Junior brother Yi? Chen Wanyan teased. Xingchen was momentarily at a loss. He truly had nothing to offer in return. The only thing that came to his mind was a premium elixir. Perhaps you could offer yourself in gratitude? Xingchen stammered, his face turning crimson. Just teasing you. Why are you blushing so? Chen Wanyan chuckled at his bewilderment. With that, she moved ahead, revealing her alluring figure. Xingchen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, though he quickly brushed it aside. For him, the foremost task was to become stronger. Before long, Xingchen followed Chen Wanyan to the medicinal garden at Fire Spirit Peak. Upon witnessing the expanse of the garden, his eyes lit up. Before him lay a vast field of harmony flowers. Having seen illustrations of the flowers in the compendium of spiritual herbs, he immediately recognized them. Moreover, he estimated that more than half of the flowers had reached the mid-grade tier. Junior brother Yi, your task is to oversee the array of these harmony flowers, Chen Wanyan announced as she approached a clear area. In the center of the space was an array, with a pool of spiritual spring water at its core. This array can operate for half a day with each cycle and requires 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Just ensure the array runs continuously. Chen Wanyan then produced a storage bag. Inside are 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, sufficient for 10 days of operation. Take it, consider this storage bag a gift from me. I already have a storage bag, Sister Chen. Xingchen scratched his head. I know, since you can refine mid-grade and even high-grade pills. Earning contribution points must be easier for you than for other outer disciples. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking for 500 harmony flowers right away. Accept it. Having an extra can be quite convenient. Chen Wanyan smiled enchanting, causing Xingchen to blush once more. Very well, you shall guard this formation. It must not cease its operation. As soon as you observe the aura dimming, you must promptly insert the spirit stones. Do you see those grooves on the ground? Place the spirit stones within them. Chen Wanyan instructed earnestly. Hand me your identity token. Upon hearing this, Xingchen retrieved his token and handed it to Chen Wanyan. All right, Junior brother Yi, you will keep watch here while I attend to the matter of the harmony flowers for you. You are quite ambitious. Asking for 500 harmony flowers right off the bat, Chen Wanyan teased with a smile before departing from the medicinal garden. Thank you, Senior Sister Chen. Before Xingchen could express his gratitude, Chen Wanyan's figure had already vanished from sight. 500 flowers seemed rather excessive. Yet, he had little choice. After all, he was purchasing inferior harmony flowers. Upon returning, he intended to enhance them using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, which would inevitably reduce their quantity. While it was possible to exchange for medium-grade harmony flowers, Xingchen was aware that they required 500 contribution points each. Thus, utilizing the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to enhance the inferior harmony flowers proved to be far more economical. After surveying the area, Xingchen commenced the operation of the formation. He produced 100 inferior spirit stones and systematically placed them into the grooves on the ground, 2 stones per groove. Once all the grooves were filled, a humming sound resonated. In the next moment, a luminous membrane suddenly manifested above the ground, enveloping the entire harmony flower field. Subsequently, slender columns of water emerged from the spiritual spring at the center, merging into the formation's light barrier. Instantly, mist began to rise throughout the harmony flower field, and the flowers themselves began to thrive. Witnessing this scene, Xingchen marveled at the advanced cultivation techniques employed on the Fire Spirit Peak, which were incomparable to those of the outer sect. He found this task quite effortless. Meanwhile, after leaving the medicinal garden, Chen Wanyan ascended to the grand hall at the summit of Fire Spirit Peak. Inside the hall, a beautiful woman sat at the foremost position, eyes closed in meditation. Wanyan, you've arrived? As Chen Wanyan entered, the woman opened her eyes, her enchanting gaze fixed on the entrance. Wanyan, have you made all the arrangements? You must ensure those outer sect disciples do not take this lightly, she said with a hint of seriousness. Master, I have encountered a prodigy. Chen Wanyan entered, her excitement palpable. Oh, what prodigy has captured my disciples' admiration? Do tell, the woman responded playfully. You may not know this, but the outer sect disciple overseeing the harmony flower formation today is actually a genius alchemist. He can already concoct superior grade pills. Chen Wanyan spoke with fervor, as if she were speaking of herself. Despite Xingchen having experienced 2 failed attempts, Chen Wanyan believed he would surely succeed in refining superior grade pills. Oh, is that truly the case? The woman's eyes brightened. What is his spiritual root talent? Well, 10 spiritual roots. However, master 10 spiritual roots? A genius in alchemy? The beautiful woman abruptly interrupted Chen Wanyun's words. Indeed, master, he is truly an alchemical prodigy. Nonsense. The beautiful woman once again cut Chen Wanyun off. What significance does such talent hold if one can only concoct superior qi refinement pills? If he cannot open 10 dantian by the age of 16, he will meet an untimely end. The beautiful woman gasped in astonishment. So, he must still be under 16? Such remarkable alchemical talent is indeed monstrous. Yet how unfortunate. How lamentable. The beautiful woman expressed her regret. Master, he is already at the 5th layer of qi refinement, having long since opened 10 dantian. That lad appears to be of a similar age to Xiao Xiao. Chen Wanyun furrowed her brow slightly. What? The beautiful woman was astonished once more. How did he manage to achieve such a breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement? He claimed to have transcended through self-concocted elixirs, but alas. He is now afflicted with Dan poison, which poses a considerable danger. Chen Wanyun said with a hint of melancholy. Master, he is indeed an alchemical genius, and I recommend taking him as your direct disciple. Moreover, master, he is also a fellow townsman of Wang Tong. Though it seems he is at odds with that Wang Tong for reasons unknown. That Wang Tong and Zhao Lingyan seem to target him at every turn, Chen Wanyun added. Chapter 60. Allow me to accept a useless disciple, truly a filial son. Are you also from Wang Tong's hometown? The beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed somewhat exasperating. One Wang Tong was a prodigy beyond compare, while the other, as you described, possessed 10 spiritual roots. Alas, what is the point of accepting another disciple? The beautiful woman replied with a hint of irritation. I see you wish to make a jest at your master's expense. Zhao Qiuyan has taken in a genius like Wang Tong, and here you are, asking me to accept a useless disciple. Truly, you are quite filial. Although, as you mentioned, his talent in alchemy is commendable. In this world, strength is paramount. Our fire spirit peak is already on the decline. If I were to take in another useless disciple, wouldn't Zhao Qiuyan find it utterly amusing? Enough, just leave. You, my child, would do better to practice your alchemy. But master, he depart now. The beautiful woman closed her enchanting eyes once more. Seeing this, Chen Wanyun had no choice but to retreat helplessly. Subsequently, she made her way towards the elder hall. Meanwhile, Xingchen steadfastly maintained his post in the medicinal garden. Each day, he would gaze vacantly at the sprawling field of harmonizing spirit flowers before him. He pondered how wonderful it would be if he could freely harvest them. However, he understood all too well that such a thing was utterly impossible. As time passed day by day, Chen Wanyun visited once. She exchanged a few words with Xingchen before departing. Xingchen remained uncertain whether she truly intended to assist him. Were it not for his trust in Chen Wanyun's integrity, he might have suspected she had absconded with his contribution points. 10 days later, Xingchen had finally completed his task. At that moment, Chen Wanyun arrived in the medicinal garden. Congratulations, junior brother Yi, on completing your task, she said with a smile. Yet, Xingchen was still preoccupied with thoughts of the harmonizing spirit flowers. He scratched his head and asked, Senior Sister Chen, where are the harmonizing spirit flowers I requested? He was quite direct in his inquiry. I've prepared them for you. Look how anxious you are, Chen Wanyun teased with a smile. Then produced a storage bag along with Xingchen's identity badge. Here are 500 mid-grade harmonizing spirit flowers. Your contribution points are just sufficient to cover the cost. What? Xingchen exclaimed, Senior Sister Chen, I only wanted the low-grade harmonizing spirit flowers. My 50,000 contribution points should not suffice, right? How did you manage to acquire mid-grade flowers? That is not for you to worry about. In the future, should you require any spiritual herbs, feel free to seek me out in the inner sect. As long as it is within my capability, I will assist you, Chen Wanyun replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Senior Sister. I will certainly repay your kindness, Xingchen expressed sincerely. Knowing that it was Chen Wanyun's assistance that made it possible to obtain 500 mid-grade harmonizing spirit flowers, as they typically required 500 contribution points each. The total for 500 would amount to 250,000 contribution points. What a tremendous favor. Xingchen could only express his gratitude to Chen Wanyun. All right then, I shall await your gratitude, Chen Wanyun said playfully. I will surely repay you, Senior Sister. Senior Sister, I shall take my leave now. Thank you. Xingchen's expression was sincere, though his heart brimmed with excitement. With these harmony flowers, his cultivation would surely improve. Go ahead. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Chen Wanyun replied with a wave and a smile. Farewell, Senior Sister, Xingchen said as he departed. Observing his receding figure, Chen Wanyun shook her head with a smile. Ah, you rascal, along with your 50,000 contribution points, I have been deducted a total of 150,000. I wonder how you will repay me in the future, she mused with a gentle smile. Upon his return, Xingchen first employed the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to enhance all the medium-grade harmony flowers into superior-grade ones. Why, you ask? Because the likelihood of refining superior-grade pills from superior-grade herbs is significantly higher than that from medium-grade ones. Although the probability of producing superior pills from medium-grade herbs is not negligible, it pales in comparison to that of superior herbs. Therefore, Xingchen deemed it necessary to strengthen them once more. Ultimately, from 500 medium-grade harmony flowers, after the enhancement process with the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, he obtained 166 superior-grade harmony pills. In essence, this translates to 166 furnaces of harmony pills. However, after enhancing the harmony flowers, Xingchen contemplated the other herbs required for the harmony pills. Before heading to Fire Spirit Peak, he had exchanged for 50 additional herbs necessary for the harmony pills, albeit all of them were of inferior quality. These herbs needed to be upgraded to the superior tier, otherwise, the mismatch in herb grades would render the superior grade harmony flowers ineffective. Reluctantly, he proceeded to enhance the remaining 50 inferior grade herbs into superior grade ones. In the end, he successfully refined 8 superior grade herbs and 1 medium grade herb. Following this, Xingchen began the process of pill refining. His alchemical skills had reached a masterful level, albeit only concerning first-tier pills, as he had yet to attempt the second tier. With 8 superior-grade herbs in his possession, the success rate of producing superior pills was exceedingly high. Ultimately, from the 8 superior-grade herbs, he successfully yielded 7 furnaces of superior harmony pills, though one furnace met with a catastrophic failure. The explosion was the result of Xingchen's attempt to see if he could produce an exceptional harmony pill. The outcome was evident. The furnace exploded. Nevertheless, from the remaining furnace containing medium-grade herbs, he also produced a superior harmony pill. Xingchen's mastery over the crafting of superior pills was now second nature to him, a testament to his relentless dedication to alchemy over the past year. Additionally, the success rate of higher-tier herbs contributed to his achievements. If he could utilize inferior herbs to craft superior pills, he would truly be considered a master in the field. However, such a feat was akin to challenging Wang Teng in a duel at this stage. He surmised that even Chen Wanyan's master would find such a task daunting. In total, 8 furnaces of superior qi refining pills resulted in 24 superior harmony pills. Xingchen once again utilized the Three Treasure Ruyi Cauldron to enhance his abilities, resulting in the acquisition of 8 exquisite harmonization pills. The thought that these precious elixirs were exchanged for 50 portions of inferior spiritual herbs left him shaking his head in disbelief. His innate talent demanded an exceedingly daunting amount of resources for cultivation. However, he mused that as long as he could grow stronger, these challenges would not pose insurmountable obstacles. Subsequently, Xingchen did not immediately embark on the cultivation of the 10 spirit techniques. Rather, he yearned to experiment with the cultivation of the 10 spirit body. He intended to first merge 2 of his dantians and 2 spirit roots. His plan was to break through the cultivation of 1 spirit root before revealing the cultivation of the other, assessing its viability. Should this prove feasible, he would then proceed to cultivate the 10 spirit body, thereby enhancing the efficacy and speed of his training. With a clear strategy in mind, Xingchen commenced the forging of the 10 spirit body. The initial step in this process was to integrate the spiritual energy between the spirit roots. Following this, he would merge the dantians and subsequently the spirit roots. In the confines of his chamber, Xingchen sat cross-legged and promptly ingested a harmonization pill. Then, he initiated the first step according to the principles of the 10 spirit body, beginning the fusion of the spiritual energies of his 2 chosen spirit roots. He first opted to merge the energies of the gold spirit root and the wood spirit root. Although there was inherent conflict within the spiritual energies of the roots, it did not represent a true elemental clash. Thus, any pairing of spirit roots for fusion was permissible. Chapter 61. The golden and wood spiritual roots. Upon consuming the harmonization pill, Xingchen felt an emergence of energy within him. This energy was remarkably tranquil, as if anything it encountered would be gently embraced. Indeed, the energy of the harmonization pill imparted such a sensation to Xingchen. Subsequently, he began to mobilize the spiritual powers of both the golden and wood roots. After drawing forth 2 streams of spiritual energy, he commenced their fusion with the aid of the harmonization pill. Xingchen initiated contact between the 2 distinct attributes of spiritual energy. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, in the next moment, a series of muffled sounds reverberated within him. The instant the 2 energies met, they began to repel one another fiercely. Xingchen, wary of the slightest misstep, swiftly enveloped the conflicting energies with the power of the harmonization pill, attempting to merge them once more. Bang! Bang! The clash of the two energies erupted again with ferocity. However, this time, with the assistance of the harmonization pill, Xingchen found the process considerably less arduous. Yet, achieving a complete fusion of the two attributes remained a formidable challenge. Time gradually slipped away. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours passed, and still, Xingchen had not succeeded. It was not until the sun rose the following day that a sigh of relief echoed from within the room. After a day's labor, he had finally managed to blend the two attributes of spiritual energy. At this moment, it was evident that the energies of his golden and wood roots were intertwining harmoniously within him. Next, Xingchen needed to merge the two spiritual roots into a singular dantian. This step proved to be significantly more challenging than the fusion of spiritual energy. He surmised that even a top-tier harmonization pill would not suffice for this endeavor. Rather than proceeding immediately, he chose to rest for 2 days before commencing the merger. The first task in merging the dantian was to use the fused spiritual energy to forcefully breach the barriers of the two dantians. This step was perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to the shattering of his dantian. Xingchen sat cross-legged once more, consuming the harmonization pill. He then enveloped the two dantians of the golden and wood roots with the energy of the harmonization pill. With sheer force, he began to draw the two dantians together. This step was surprisingly straightforward. In the blink of an eye, he fused the two dantians. However, the paramount challenge lay in amalgamating them into a single dantian. Once the two dantians were merged, Xingchen began to manipulate the spiritual energy within, launching a dual assault against the barrier that held the two dantians apart. Bang! Bang! As the spiritual energies converged upon the barrier of the dantian, the sounds within Xingchen's abdomen resonated like the beating of drums, reverberating with thunderous intensity. Simultaneously, a piercing pain surged through his core, leaving traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, Xingchen harbored no intention of halting. Instead, he pressed on with even greater fervor. He understood clearly that surrender was not an option. He must grow stronger to seize control of his destiny. Who does not regard him as merely an insignificant insect? Perhaps at any moment, he might wish to extinguish his own existence. In such a case, he would be no more, and what could the law enforcement hall of the Xingchen sect do, no matter how stern? Thus, he dared not relinquish even a sliver of opportunity to grow stronger. Bang! Bang! Xingchen endured excruciating pain as he collided against the barrier of his dantian. Once, twice, 10 times. Time gradually flowed by, and Xingchen lost count of how many times he had impacted the barrier. At a certain moment, his pallid face succumbed to unconsciousness. It was not until several hours later that he regained awareness. He disregarded his own condition and immediately turned his focus inward. He beheld that within his dantian, the two realms had not yet merged. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Xingchen's dark eyes. Witnessing this scene, he knew he must first restore his state before continuing. Another day passed. Xingchen finally restored himself to his peak condition. He then commenced the second attempt at merging his dantian. Although the previous attempt had failed, the violent impacts had left spiderweb-like cracks upon the barrier of the golden wood spirit roots dantian. Bang! Bang! After consuming another fusion pill, Xingchen once again harnessed his spiritual energy for the assault. An hour later, a dull sound echoed. Xingchen's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. He observed that a substantial fissure had appeared on the barrier of the golden wood spirit roots dantian. Bang! Bang! With renewed vigor, he struck again. The cracks on the dantian barrier widened further. Boom! When the fissures on both dantians reached a critical point, the two streams of spiritual energy collided with a tremendous force. However, the anticipated fierce repulsion failed to materialize. Instead, the energies from the two distinct elemental dantians began to merge swiftly. Seeing this scene, Xingchen recognized his success. From this point onward, he merely needed to fully integrate the two dantians. This step was relatively simple. In just 2 hours, Xingchen completely fused the two dantians into one. At this moment, the golden wood spirit root now shared a singular dantian. This new dantian was approximately double the size of the previous two singular spirit root dantians. The spiritual energy within this unified dantian was also twice as potent as that of the single spirit root dantian. Yet, the final step remained unaccomplished, the fusion of the two spirit roots. Xingchen consumed another fusion pill before commencing the integration. The most significant challenge of the 10-spirit body lay in merging the two dantians. However, the subsequent step of integrating the spirit roots was considerably more manageable. Following a methodical approach, Xingchen, through diligent effort, successfully merged the golden wood spirit root in just 2 hours. At this moment, The number of spirit roots within Xingchen's body had diminished from 10 to 9, with one spirit root being approximately twice the size of the others. This marked the successful fusion of the golden wood spirit root. Now, it was time to assess the effects of his cultivation. Xingchen smiled, then resumed alchemical refining. He aimed to concoct the finest qi refining pills. Initially, he employed the Sanbao Ruyi Ding to enhance the 50 spirit herbs procured this month for the refinement of qi pills. Ultimately, from the 50 inferior-grade herbs, he succeeded in refining 16 medium-grade herbs. The remaining 2, however, could not be enhanced, as the Sanbao Ruyi Ding required 3 components for each enhancement. Thus, Xingchen had no choice but to refine the remaining 2 inferior-grade herbs. From the last 2 batches of elixirs, he predictably produced 6 medium-grade qi refining pills. With his current alchemical skills, he was still unable to concoct superior-grade pills from inferior-grade herbs. Subsequently, Xingchen began the refinement of the remaining 16 medium-grade herbs. His alchemical prowess had become remarkably adept. This time, with 16 batches of qi refining pills, he astonishingly encountered no failures. All 16 batches yielded superior-grade qi refining pills without exception. In the end, the outcome of the 50 spirit herbs resulted in 48 superior-grade qi refining pills and 6 medium-grade ones. Without hesitation, Xingchen immediately utilized the Sanbao Ruyi Ding to enhance these pills. After the enhancement, he ultimately obtained 17 supreme qi refining pills. With the supreme qi refining pills in hand, Xingchen then set about enhancing the cultivation of his wood and metal spiritual roots, or any of his spiritual roots, as he desired. Chapter 62. Wang Ergu and others arrive with ill intentions before enhancing his cultivation. Xingchen decided to experiment and ascertain whether he could freely exhibit the prowess of any of his spiritual roots. At this moment, the cultivation he displayed was no longer that of the original fire spiritual root, but rather that of the metal spiritual root. After all, each of his spiritual roots had attained the 5th level of qi refinement. Consequently, the manifestation of his cultivation should automatically align with the sequential order of the 5 elements. The metal element, being foremost, was thus the cultivation he currently revealed. In the next moment, Xingchen directly activated the cultivation of his wood spiritual root. To his delight, it was indeed feasible. However, when he did not actively control it, the cultivation displayed swiftly reverted to that of the metal spiritual root. Shaking his head, Xingchen resolved to first master the 10 spiritual techniques before assessing the results. The 10 spiritual techniques could be cultivated from the 1st level of qi refinement to the 12th. Xingchen initially devoted a day to thoroughly comprehending the first 5 levels of this technique before embarking on the enhancement of his metal spiritual roots cultivation. Upon achieving this understanding, he had effectively cultivated to the 5th level of the 10 spiritual techniques. He then attempted to switch the manifestation of his spiritual roots cultivation. And indeed, as described in the 10 spiritual techniques, he could seamlessly transition to exhibiting the prowess of any spiritual root. Even the fused metal and wood spiritual roots could be switched. Furthermore, without active control, the displayed cultivation would not revert back to the original metal spiritual root. Next, he was eager to discover whether he could still switch to other spiritual root cultivations after advancing his metal spiritual root. With the assistance of top-grade qi refinement pills, Xingchen managed to elevate his metal spiritual roots cultivation to the 6th level of qi refinement in just 1 month. This time, utilizing the 10 spiritual techniques, he required only 3 top-grade qi refinement pills to break through. With the successful advancement of his metal spiritual root to the 6th level, he immediately attempted to switch to the cultivation of other spiritual roots. To his delight, even though his metal spiritual root was now at the 6th level, he was still able to exhibit the prowess of other spiritual roots, even in the absence of active control, without reverting to the metal spiritual roots cultivation. Witnessing such results, Xingchen was filled with excitement, experiencing the speed and efficiency of cultivating the 10 spiritual body in conjunction with the 10 spiritual techniques. He chose not to enhance the cultivation of his other spiritual roots just yet. Instead, he decided to continue forging his 10 spiritual body. Given the remarkable cultivation speed he experienced, he planned to complete the forging of the 10 spiritual body before further combining it with the 10 spiritual techniques. His next objective was to fuse the water spiritual roots dantian with that of the metal and wood spiritual roots. He currently possessed 4 top-grade harmonization pills, which he estimated would suffice to complete the fusion of the water spiritual root. As expected, after consuming the 4 top-grade harmonization pills over the next 3 days, Xingchen successfully merged the water spiritual root. Gazing at the dantian of the metal, wood, and water spiritual roots, now 3 times larger than the others, Xingchen felt an even greater anticipation for the successful forging of the 10 spiritual body. The fusion of the water spiritual root was complete. The next step involves the fusion of the fire spirit root. However, the spirit fusion pills he possessed have been entirely consumed, necessitating the preparation of new ones. Moreover, his contribution points have been depleted. Thus, Xingchen must first focus on earning contribution points. Currently, he has 80 low-grade spirit stones, which he acquired through contribution points during his visit to the Fire Spirit Peak. In addition to these 80 low-grade spirit stones, he also possesses 100 doses of strong bone pills, which were previously purchased. He can refine these strong bone pills for sale in the marketplace, thereby generating the necessary contribution points. Subsequently, Xingchen retrieved the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, utilizing 30 doses of low-grade medicinal herbs. He successfully enhanced them into 10 doses of medium-grade herbs. As for the remainder, he chose not to enhance them, as selling all high-grade strong bone pills would be excessively ostentatious. During his recent visit to the Fire Spirit Peak, Xingchen had noticed Wang Teng observing him as he refined pills. When he was on the verge of success, he could see the glint of malice and envy in Wang Teng's eyes. Conversely, when he failed, Wang Teng merely sneered. This prompted Xingchen to remain vigilant. Until he possesses the power and status to contend with Wang Teng, he must exercise caution. However, he cannot be overly discreet, as Wang Teng is already aware of his capability to craft high-grade pills. While Wang Teng may perceive his success rate as minimal, it is evident that Wang Ergo will also seek to validate his own proficiency in crafting high-grade pills. Therefore, Xingchen decided to sell 2 to 30 high-grade strong bone pills in batches, believing this would not provoke Wang Teng's ire. Furthermore, the crafting of strong bone pills is significantly simpler than that of qi refining pills. With this resolution, Xingchen promptly commenced the refinement of strong bone pills. Initially, he prepared 10 doses of the medicinal herbs, enhancing them using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron before beginning the actual refinement process. After enhancement, he possessed 10 doses of medium-grade strong bone pills and 70 doses of low-grade herbs, allowing him to refine 80 batches of strong bone pills. With his current proficiency in alchemy, refining 10 batches a day is quite manageable. During periods when the fire-gathering array lacked energy, he utilized his remaining low-grade spirit stones to sustain its operation. After 8 days, Xingchen consumed 40 low-grade spirit stones and successfully refined the 80 batches of strong bone pills. All 10 batches of medium-grade herbs yielded 10 batches of high-grade strong bone pills, while the remaining 70 batches of low-grade herbs produced 70 batches of medium-grade qi refining pills without fail. In total, he acquired 30 high-grade strong bone pills and 210 medium-grade strong bone pills. If he sells them all, he stands to make a modest profit, which greatly pleased Xingchen. As night fell, he resolved to venture to the outer sex marketplace the following day. That evening, instead of meditating, Xingchen fell into a deep slumber, enjoying a restful night's sleep. The next morning, he rose early, feeling elated. However, he was puzzled by the incessant twitching of his right eyelid, leaving him uncertain about its cause. Logically, as a cultivator and a 5th-level qi refinement expert, such trivial ailments should not afflict him. However, upon rising early in the morning, he noticed that his right eyelid was twitching. His grandfather had once said that a twitching left eyelid signifies wealth, while a twitching right eyelid denotes fortune. Thus, he reassured himself that it was nothing to be concerned about. With a self-deprecating smile, Xingchen proceeded to freshen up before setting out to sell the strong bone pill. Unbeknownst to Xingchen, several hundred meters away in his courtyard, a group of 4 approached, laughing. "Ergu, aren't you taking this a bit too far? After all, he is an alchemist who could aid us in refining elixirs. Such assistance is highly coveted. Yet, you insist not only that he provides the spiritual herbs himself, but also that he concocts 10 batches of pills for each of us daily. Furthermore, to resort to violence if he refuses is clearly an act of deliberate oppression." Among the quartet were Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man, appearing brawny yet somewhat simple-minded, wore a puzzled expression as he listened to Wang Ergu's words. Li Yueling furrowed her brow in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Ergu, we must not be so excessive. Otherwise, the intersex law enforcement hall will not spare us." Observing the concerned expressions on Li Yueling and the others, Wang Ergu merely grinned widely. Chapter 63. The Siblings, Little King Kong, Big King Kong haha. Today you all should boldly heed my words. As long as you do not kill him, everything will be fine. Wang Ergu laughed maniacally, declaring, "You may not know, but my elder brother is now an elder of the intersex law enforcement hall. He once told me that as long as we do not kill Xingchen, we can leave everything else to him. Is that true? Junior brother Ergu, that is splendid news. Senior brother Wang Teng has indeed become an elder of the intersex law enforcement hall. How impressive. Li Yueling's eyes sparkled with admiration. The other male and female companions were equally astonished, their expressions lighting up with intrigue. Very well, since junior brother Ergu has spoken, we shall follow your lead, boomed a robust man with well-developed limbs, laughing heartily. A glimmer of disdain flashed in Wang Ergu's eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. Soon, the four approached Xingchen's courtyard. 100 meters away, Wang Ergu and his companions spotted Xingchen stepping out of the courtyard, a smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, Xingchen noticed them. His expression shifted as he finally understood why his right eyelid had been twitching. It was evident that Wang Ergu and his group were not here with good intentions. However, Xingchen felt unperturbed. For the intersex law enforcement hall was renowned for its strictness. He could hardly believe that Wang Ergu and his companions would dare to kill him. As long as they did not take his life, the rest was inconsequential. Well, if it isn't junior brother Yi, where are you off to? Li Yueling teased him playfully. Brother, do not leave just yet. I, brother dog, have a matter to discuss with you. Please help us refine a few batches of elixirs before you attend to your other affairs, Wang Ergu said with a cold smirk. Brother dog, I currently have no time. Xingchen replied, his expression troubled. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Being able to refine elixirs for junior brother Ergu is a privilege. Do not overstep, or I shall break your legs. The muscular man, Wu Gang, retorted furiously. He was notorious in the outer sect, known for his formidable strength, earning him the nickname Little King Kong. Senior brother Wu Gang, you are somewhat mistaken. It is about helping all of us refine elixirs, not just for Wang Ergu. Please clarify, so as not to frighten my brother, Wang Ergu remarked with a playful demeanor. Xingchen's gaze darkened, while his eyelid no longer twitched. Unease began to settle in his heart. It seemed he would have to lie low today. Brother dog, what kind of elixirs do you wish to refine? Xingchen resigned himself to the situation, recognizing the futility of escape. Haha, I told you, my brother is the most accommodating. You were skeptical, Wang Ergu said with a mischievous grin. Here's the deal, starting today, the four of us require you to refine 10 batches of top-quality qi cultivation pills for each of us every day, and you must supply the medicinal herbs yourself. Now, do you agree, or shall I take your refusal? Wang Ergu gazed at Xingchen with a playful expression, leisurely awaiting the latter's response. The other three individuals also regarded Xingchen with similar amusement. Young lad, did you hear what junior brother Ergu said? Will you comply or not? Speak up. We are not pressuring you. Answer boldly, Li Yueling said with a dismissive laugh. Indeed, a waste of a 10-spirit root. Why not respond to junior brother Ergu? Another woman taunted disdainfully. Xingchen recognized the two accompanying Wang Ergu, a man named Wu Gang and a woman named Wu Yan. The siblings were somewhat renowned within the outer sect. Wu Gang, noted for his formidable strength, was referred to as the Little Diamond, while Wu Yan was even more powerful, earning her the title of the Big Diamond. The thought of their nicknames made Xingchen feel somewhat apprehensive. He was also aware that Wu Gang's intellect was somewhat lacking, often behaving like a fool. Upon hearing Wang Ergu's demands, Xingchen was certain these individuals were indeed looking for trouble. They expected him to concoct 10 batches of high-grade qi-nourishing pills in a single day and supply spiritual herbs. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. However, he felt helpless. He could not contend with any of them. He was somewhat bewildered, considering the imposing presence of the law enforcement hall within the Qingyan sect. Did Wang Ergu truly dare to act against him? Casting a glance at the Wu siblings, Xingchen surmised that Wang Ergu intended to manipulate them into confronting him. Young lad, have you stuffed your ears with mosquitoes? Junior brother Ergu is asking you a question. Will you agree or not? Speak plainly, Wu Gang said impatiently. His anger palpable. No, Xingchen replied, hands raised in refusal. There was no need for him to utter any more pitiful pleasantries. Wang Ergu had clearly come seeking trouble today, so attempting to yield gracefully would be futile. It was better to stand firm. To hell with it. A man must be resolute. At worst, I shall be beaten to death by these people. He resolved to confront the situation head-on, knowing that showing weakness would be of no avail. Huh, did you all hear that? This scoundrel actually dares to refuse me. Attack! Wang Ergu sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Wu Gang erupted with a roar, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, akin to a fierce beast lunging towards Xingchen. Xingchen felt a wave of cold sweat. How on earth could he fight back? I will report this to the law enforcement hall, he declared, still hoping to gauge whether his words would hold any weight. Unfortunately, the present circumstances were different. His declaration only elicited scornful laughter from the group. Wang Ergu was even more brazen, commanding, Wu Gang, break his legs. Understood, Wu Gang grinned savagely, charging at Xingchen with renewed ferocity. A fierce gale swept through the air, causing Xingchen's scalp to tingle. Fire Spirit Shield, he exclaimed, hastily activating his Fire Spirit Shield. Fiery spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his body. He directly summoned 3 layers of the Fire Spirit Shield. Fire Wolf Technique. With that, Xingchen swiftly unleashed the Fire Wolf Technique, conjuring 6 ferocious fire wolves in one breath. Howling like fierce tigers, the 6 fire wolves roared across the heavens and earth, charging recklessly towards Wu Gang. Ha ha ha, kid. This spell is impressive, but it's a pity you're up against me. Despite the seemingly formidable presence of the 6 fire wolves, Wu Gang laughed maniacally. To Xingchen's astonishment, Wu Gang swung his fist, as large as a cauldron, and with a surge of golden spiritual energy erupting from it, he struck out with a single punch. Under the might of that golden fist, the 6 fire wolves crumbled as if they were mere straw dogs. Where did such terrifying power come from? Damn it! Xingchen was left in utter disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled towards the servant area. Although he was shielded by the Fire Spirit Shield, Wu Gang's strength surpassed anything he could have imagined. To remain would mean certain death. However, just as Xingchen had sprinted less than 100 meters, an unexpected sensation of dread washed over him. He quickly looked up, his expression one of shock. There stood Wu Yan, having somehow appeared behind him, arms bared and ready. Chapter 64. A scene of desolation upon those arms. Muscles bulged prominently, adorned with golden veins resembling coiling dragons, quite a spectacle to behold. In an instant, Wu Yan's arms surged with the same golden spiritual energy. Then, with a forceful punch, Xingchen found himself with no time to react, absorbing the full impact of Wu Yan's blow with his small frame. Bang! Xingchen was utterly astonished, feeling as if he had been struck by a colossal beast. A terrifying force engulfed his body, shattering his 3-layered Fire Spirit Shield. He was propelled over 100 meters away, his internal organs feeling as if they were on the verge of destruction. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Where did this woman acquire such immense strength? Xingchen's face was a mask of disbelief. It was utterly unfathomable. This power was simply too horrifying. Wu Yan appeared to be even smaller than him, but the difference lay in her pronounced chest. Could that be the source of her strength? The more Xingchen pondered, the more absurd it seemed. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as Wang Ergu and his companions were already charging towards him. The 4 of them unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Xingchen, frantically assaulting him. We'll beat you to a pulp, you worthless wretch. Sisterly. Don't actually kill him. That would be troublesome. The voices of the assailants gradually faded from his ears as Xingchen succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and eventually, Xingchen stirred back to consciousness. Coughing, he wondered, am I still alive? Thank goodness for that. His body was a tapestry of bruises, swollen in various places. The slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Ah, my leg is broken. My hand is fractured too. Each attempt to move his limbs elicited a wail of agony. His left hand and right foot were both broken, and several ribs had cracked as well. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Xingchen's eyes, but quickly dimmed. He was acutely aware that without strength, any rage or resentment was utterly ludicrous. He limped back to the courtyard, determined to retrieve a high-grade strongbone pill. However, he soon discovered that his storage bag had been taken. Those vile scoundrels. They not only attacked him, but also stole his belongings. I swear I shall not rest until I avenge this. The realization that his storage bag was gone fueled his fury even more. It contained over 200 mid-grade strongbone pills, 80 low-grade spirit stones, 10 high-grade strongbone pills, and 1 high-grade clear spirit pill. These were intended for sale at the outer sect market, but now they had fallen into the hands of Wang Ergu and his cohorts. Fortunately, he had stored some in the Sambao Ruyi Ding, or else everything would have been lost. At that moment, within the Sambao Ruyi Ding, aside from the remaining 14 supreme qi refining pills, there were 158 high-grade harmonizing pills and 20 high-grade strongbone pills, 7 supreme clear spirit pills, as well as a high-grade storage bag. The various cultivation techniques that Xingchen practiced were, of course, carefully stored within the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. He was determined to visit the inner sect's law enforcement hall. He could no longer endure the current situation. Having regained a modicum of strength, he did not attend to his injuries or cleanse his body. He made his way directly to the outer sect's steward hall, limping and battered. To his surprise, he found Li Tong present in the grand hall of the outer sect. What happened to you? Li Tong exclaimed, astonished by Xingchen's disheveled state. Clearly, he was unaware of the incident involving Wang Ergu and his companions. Xingchen paid him no heed, blood still trickling from his lips. He approached the counter resolutely. I wish to go to the inner sect's law enforcement hall, he stated to the man behind the counter. Li Tong's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. After glancing at Xingchen, he left the steward hall with a grave demeanor. He did not attempt to stop Xingchen, for it was against the sect's rules to impede an outer sect disciple's journey to the inner sect's law enforcement hall. Doing so would invite the most severe disciplinary actions. You need to pay 300 contribution points, the man at the counter remarked, taken aback by Xingchen's appearance. I possess 10 high-grade strongbone pills, which, according to regulations, can be exchanged at the steward hall for 400 contribution points. Xingchen presented the 10 high-grade strongbone pills, eliciting astonishment from the man. At this moment, these pills were his only means of acquiring contribution points, and he was unperturbed by any potential attention. After all, Wang Ergu and his associates were already aware of his ability to refine high-grade pills. In short order, the man facilitated the exchange, granting Xingchen 400 contribution points. After paying the requisite 300 points, he received a law enforcement token. He subsequently exchanged the remaining 100 contribution points for spirit stones, and, after renting a flying vessel at the law enforcement hall using 10 low-grade spirit stones, he departed the outer sect. Meanwhile, Li Tong sought out Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. What foolishness is this? Ergu, Yueling, how could you be so brazen in dealing with that boy? He admonished, flustered. He is now headed directly to the inner sect's law enforcement hall. Prepare yourselves for the consequences. Do not worry, Uncle Li, Wang Ergu replied dismissively. My elder brother is currently serving at the law enforcement hall. That worthless boy will be of no consequence there. He continued with a sneer, you may not be aware, but this was precisely what my brother instructed me to do. He said he would be waiting for Xingchen at the law enforcement hall. Just sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. Is that so? Li Tong's serious demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. However, he soon shook his head. I sense that this will not be so simple. The severity of the inner sect's law enforcement hall is beyond your comprehension. The hall master, Xingchen, is notoriously strict and impartial, and while Wang Tingxian is undoubtedly gifted and favored by the sect, the path ahead remains perilous. However, this is limited to the Qingyun Peak, where the law enforcement hall is overseen by the elders of each main peak. The various primary peaks of the Qingyun sect are engaged in both open and covert rivalries, making the current situation rather difficult to navigate. Li Tong's face was still etched with concern. Junior brother Wang Er, my father was right. Is there truly no issue? At this moment, Li Yueling's gaze sharpened. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Upon hearing Li Tong's words, even Wang Er felt a twinge of insecurity. He spread his hands, feigning calmness, but both Li Tong and Li Yueling could perceive his trepidation. After pondering for a moment, Wang Er sneered, rest assured. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, we still have the Wu siblings, right? There is no cause for alarm. Oh, what about those two siblings? Li Tong's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, father, it was Wu Gang and Wu Yin who confronted Xingchen, and even junior brother Er couldn't dissuade them. Li Yueling responded with a flicker of insight. Very well, under these circumstances, you need not bear the primary responsibility. With the assistance of young master Wang Tingxian, even if you face penalties, they shall not be overly severe. At this, Li Tong finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Xingchen was making a hasty retreat towards the inner sect, appearing quite disheveled. In his haste, he coughed up blood several times along the way, presenting a woeful sight. Chapter 65. The sky is falling before long. Xingchen arrived at the inner gate. Upon witnessing his disheveled state, the passing disciples of the inner gate were struck with astonishment. What on earth happened to this fellow? They murmured, judging by his attire. He appeared to be an outer gate disciple. It seemed he had been beaten in the outer gate and had come to the inner gate's law enforcement hall to seek redress. Goodness, how tragic, they remarked. Curiosity piqued about which outer gate disciple had the audacity to disregard the rules of the Qingyun sect. This was bound to lead to dire consequences. The punishments in the law enforcement hall were no trifling matter. Isn't this the so-called 10-spirit root waste from the outer gate? Did he truly get beaten? Someone sneered, treating Xingchen's plight as mere entertainment. As Xingchen presented his law enforcement order, he encountered no obstacles. No one dared to impede his progress. Witnessing this, Xingchen felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, believing that the law enforcement hall of the inner gate could indeed assist him. Swiftly, he made his way to the foot of Qingyun Peak, for the law enforcement hall was situated there. With the aid of the law enforcement order, he soon stood before a grand hall, the law enforcement hall of the inner gate. As he gazed upon the magnificent structure, his eyes sparkled with fervor. He quickened his pace to the entrance and entered the hall without hindrance. The individuals inside were taken aback at the sight of his battered form. Did this lad steal someone's wife? How could he be so thoroughly beaten? They wondered. He must have come to seek justice from the law enforcement hall. Surely, he did not steal someone's wife. Truly unfortunate. Approaching the counter, Xingchen produced his law enforcement order. Young disciple, please wait a moment. The elder will be here shortly, said the man behind the counter, unable to bear the sight of Xingchen's condition. Each step felt like agony to Xingchen as he coughed up blood, feeling as though his insides were further shattered. Hearing those words, he slumped to the ground, awaiting assistance. Before long, Xingchen observed an elder clad in a black robe approaching. Noting the elder's serious demeanor, he felt a glimmer of hope. Young man, please recount your ordeal, the elder instructed, his expression stern as he gestured for Xingchen to share his story. With clarity, Xingchen recounted how he had been brutally assaulted by Wang Ergu and his companions, who had also seized his storage bag. How despicable. Please wait here. I shall summon those individuals immediately. If your account holds true, they shall experience the consequences of the law enforcement hall, the elder declared, his anger palpable upon hearing Xingchen's tale and witnessing his dire state. In that moment, Xingchen's hope swelled further. The efficiency of the law enforcement hall did not disappoint him. Soon, Wang Ergu and his 3 companions were summoned to the grand hall. Upon seeing Xingchen in such a woeful condition, they couldn't help but chuckle, though a sense of unease began to creep in, for they did not see Wang Teng among them. Even the usually composed Wang Ergu felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly upon witnessing the law enforcement team on both sides. Wang Ergu felt a deep sense of insecurity. Li Yueling, Wu Gang, and Wu Yin were equally filled with trepidation. Could they truly be found guilty? At that moment, an elderly man brought forth a chair, sitting sternly before the group, his indifferent expression instilling further fear in Wang Ergu and the others. You would do well to speak truthfully. Should you utter any falsehoods, and the facts be revealed, the punishment will be tenfold. Observing the trembling bodies of Wang Ergu and his companions, the elder reiterated his warning with a grave tone. Seeing this scene, Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the situation had stabilized with the elder's serious demeanor. However, just as Xingchen contemplated the potential consequences for Wang Ergu and his companions, a familiar figure entered the hall of law enforcement. Upon seeing this face, Xingchen felt as though the sky had fallen. The figure was clad in the same black robe as the elder of law enforcement, none other than Wang Teng. As Wang Teng stepped into the hall, Wang Ergu and the others immediately relaxed. Big brother, Master Wang. They greeted him with utmost reverence, especially Li Yueling and Wu Yin, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Following Wang Teng's entrance, another graceful figure appeared in the hall, Zhao Lingyan. She cast a disdainful glance at Xingchen, her expression filled with contempt. After a cold smile, she positioned herself nearby, seemingly there to enjoy the unfolding drama. Xingchen, however, managed a wry smile, finding calm in the realization that some things were beyond his control. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. Ah, Master Wang, you have arrived as well. The elder of law enforcement greeted Wang Teng with a warm smile. I was concerned that this individual might slander a good person, so I came to observe. Wang Teng chuckled, nodding conspicuously at Wang Ergu and the others. Understanding the support he had, Wang Ergu's confidence surged. Speak boldly. The Hall of Justice will never wrong an innocent person, Wang Teng asserted with a serious demeanor. With this encouragement, Wang Ergu glanced at Xingchen before boldly proclaiming, We have been wronged, elder. The reason we confronted this lad was due to his theft of our spiritual herbs, which incited our wrath. Wang Ergu spoke with unwavering composure. Indeed, it was he who initiated the conflict. Otherwise, we would not have acted. Is this true? The elder of the Hall of Justice inquired, narrowing his eyes. I believe my brother speaks the truth. I know this lad's character well. He has been known to pilfer eggs for his grandfather since childhood. My brother's claims cannot be mere fabrications. Wang Teng interjected, cutting off the elder's response. Master Wang, you are being somewhat hasty. The elder's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that simply because Wang Ergu is your brother, his words are beyond question? The elder of the Hall of Justice stated solemnly. How is it that you believe I am biased toward my brother? Wang Teng gazed directly at the elder of the law enforcement hall, exuding an air of formidable authority. If you harbor doubts, you may summon the other 3 to testify. Why question his words? Wang Teng's expression darkened. How ludicrous. Those 3 are all within Xingchen's circle. Who would believe their testimony? At this, Zhang Lai of the law enforcement hall scoffed dismissively, clearly implying that Wang Teng sought to shield Wang Ergu. Unfortunately, the elder of the law enforcement hall underestimated Wang Teng's resolve. Ignoring the elder entirely, Wang Teng coldly declared, You may not believe, but I do. What of it? Do you oppose? I suspect you are the one showing favoritism toward this useless wretch. You. Wang Teng's audacity instantly provoked the elder of the law enforcement hall. The elder retorted furiously, Very well, if you insist on this course. Let us withdraw and allow the other elders to handle this matter. Not at all. If you refuse to address this issue, I am more than capable of managing it myself. Wang Teng's demeanor was now unabashedly confrontational, leaving the elder with little room for misunderstanding. Meanwhile, atop Fire Spirit Peak, Chen Wanyan had also heard of Yi Xingchen's predicament. She promptly summoned Chen Xiaoxiao and made her way to a courtyard at the summit of the peak. Uncle Hong, she called out upon spotting a tall, imposing middle-aged man within the courtyard, her voice laced with urgency. Chapter 66, Hope? Child, why are you in such a hurry? The middle-aged man was none other than Hong Xingchen, the head of the law enforcement hall. Master Hong, a new outer disciple has joined your law enforcement hall. I implore you to take his case to heart, Chen Wanyan stated, revealing the situation regarding Yi Xingchen. It seems you have a bit too much leisure time, my dear. A waste with 10 spiritual roots. What need have you to concern yourself so? Hong Xingchen chuckled softly. Though you claim his alchemical talent is commendable, with 10 spiritual roots, how much potential can he truly have? How many more years can he even live? And even if he lives longer, what difference does it make? He shook his head, smiling. Master, I beseech you, Chen Wanyan pleaded playfully. Rest assured, since I am aware of the matter, I shall pay a visit, Hong Xingchen replied with a smile. And together with Chen Wanyan, they made their way to the law enforcement hall. Not far behind, Chen Xiaoxiao followed with a playful smile. At this moment within the law enforcement hall, Yi Xingchen could only await the fate that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Wang Teng was embroiled in a heated argument with the elder of the law enforcement hall. Wang Teng, do not presume that just because you have the sect master's favor, you can act with impunity. This is the law enforcement hall. You cannot act recklessly here. The elder's anger was palpable. At the very least, we must ascertain the truth. Otherwise, if you continue with such rashness, I will report you to the hall master. Truth? How laughable, Wang Teng scoffed, dismissive of the elder's words. The truth is whatever my brother Ergo says. Upon uttering this remark, Wang Ergo puffed up with pride, feeling as if he were soaring. With admiration evident in the gazes of Zhao Lingyan and Li Lingyue, Wang Teng approached Yi Xingchen. Upon seeing this, Yi Xingchen could no longer remain seated. He hastily fled, knowing full well Wang Teng's intent was to harm him. But where could he possibly run? As he passed by Zhao Lingyan, she smirked disdainfully and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending Yi Xingchen crashing back. Wang Teng appeared directly behind him. Yi Xingchen, alarmed, quickly activated his fire spirit shield, revealing his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refining. Without any surprise, Wang Teng struck down upon Yi Xingchen's back with a single palm. Bang! Under the weight of that overwhelming power, Yi Xingchen's fire spirit shield shattered like mere paper, and he felt as if his entire body was about to disintegrate, soaring through the air like a kite cut from its string. Wang Teng, you are far too reckless. The law enforcement elder, enraged, struck out, his terrifying aura emanating the might of a foundation establishment expert. How? Do you truly believe yourself to be an elder? Wang Teng sneered in return. I'll address you as elder out of respect, otherwise, you are nothing. Boom. Wang Teng erupted with force, revealing his own foundation establishment strength. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, those around were struck with astonishment. Wang Teng, indeed, was the 18th on the Qingyun ranking, and it was surprising to see him achieve foundation establishment so swiftly. The upcoming competition for the Qingyun list promises to be even more captivating. When did you establish your foundation? The law enforcement elder wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Wang Teng, however, merely responded with a cold chuckle before ruthlessly striking out with his palm. Boom. The two palms made contact instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave that rippled through the surroundings. Those nearby were repelled by this force, while the law enforcement elder staggered back, his face a mask of horror. How could this be? The elder gasped, feeling his internal organs boiling, a fierce power lingering within him, refusing to dissipate. Wang Teng, disregarding the law enforcement elder, turned his gaze towards Yi Xingchen. At that moment, Yi Xingchen was coughing up blood, his complexion ashen, severely injured. It seemed Wang Teng had no intention of sparing him. You bring disaster to others, yet dare to bite back? You deserve to die? Wang Teng seethed with rage, astonished that Yi Xingchen had managed to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Could it truly be that he relied on pills for this breakthrough? Wang Teng found it hard to believe and speculated that perhaps Yi Xingchen had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. It was better to eliminate him now. This was an excellent chance he could not afford to miss. Yi Xingchen, sensing the murderous intent in Wang Teng's eyes, felt utterly powerless to resist, especially in the face of the terrifying power Wang Teng displayed at the foundation establishment stage. Despair consumed him. Grandfather, I can no longer revive you, so I shall seek you out instead. Despite his hopelessness, Yi Xingchen's dark eyes remained fixed on Wang Teng. Go ahead and kill me. The path of cultivation is utterly exhausting. You should end my life today and deny me any chance for survival, or else I shall return tenfold. Huh, merely an ant, daring to shake the tree. To Wang Tong, Xingchen's words were nothing more than a jest. Die, go accompany your grandfather. Wang Tong unleashed another palm strike. A spiritual energy imprint crashing down. Before the imprint even arrived, a fierce wave of energy surged forth, causing Xingchen's garments to billow and his hair to flutter. He felt an intense sense of impending death. What he did not realize was that within his consciousness, the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding seemed to resonate as well. The vessel trembled slightly, and 3 whirlpools began to spin, light emanating from them. Boldness. However, in the next moment, a furious voice echoed throughout the law enforcement hall, causing the entire chamber to shudder. Wang Tong's assault was extinguished in the wake of this wrathful outburst. Instantly, the 3 treasures Ruyi Ding within Xingchen's consciousness fell silent once more. Who gave you the audacity to recklessly slay fellow disciples within the law enforcement hall? At the entrance, Hong Xintian strode in, his face a deep shade of anger. Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao followed closely, rushing towards Xingchen. Junior brother Yi, are you all right? Chen Wanyun exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of Xingchen's condition as she enveloped him in her embrace. Chen Xiaoxiao hurried over as well. I am fine, thank you both for your concern. A warm current flowed through Xingchen's heart, filled with gratitude. For he knew it was Chen Wanyun who had summoned help. Soon after, Xingchen could no longer withstand the exhaustion and fainted in Chen Wanyun's embrace. Alas, this young man was indeed fortunate to have the concern of 2 stunning beauties. Such treatment was something I would gladly accept, even at the cost of my life. Witnessing this scene, the disciples in the grand hall were filled with envy, each one wishing to exchange places with Xingchen. Meanwhile, upon seeing Hong Xintian, Wang Tong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Hong. In the presence of Hong Xintian, Wang Tong dared not challenge him. For not only was Hong Xintian the Grand Elder of the Fire Spirit Peak, but he was also a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Despite his arrogance, Wang Tong refrained from being reckless. One should not presume that a modicum of talent and the attention of the sect grants one the freedom to act without restraint, as the saying goes. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Hong Xintian initially intended to speak a few courteous words on behalf of Xingchen, but upon seeing the unconscious figure on the ground and learning of his 10 spirit roots, he chose to remain silent. Hong Xintian fixed his gaze on Wang Tong. Although Wang Tong was in a bowing position, his eyes reflected no fear. He met Hong Xintian's stare with equal intensity. Elder Hong, as the elder of the law enforcement hall, I possess the authority to address errant disciples. Is there any impropriety in that? Wang Tong replied calmly. Errant. Who has erred? Hong Xintian strode forward and took a seat, scrutinizing Wang Tong. Tell me, who has committed an error? Have you ascertained the truth of the matter? Speak. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Hong Xintian, sweeping toward Wang Tong like an unstoppable tide. Under such immense pressure, Wang Ergo and his companions were left terrified, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 67. The Master's Mandate. In contrast to Wang Tong, who bore an exceedingly grave expression, he managed to stabilize himself after retreating several steps under such immense pressure. His posture remained dignified, standing tall and unwavering despite the formidable aura emanating from Hong Xintian. How absurd! Observing this, Hong Xintian contemplated exerting his pressure once more, but his actions were interrupted by a sharp voice from outside the hall. Hong Xintian, how dare you bully the weak? Immediately, a wave of power surged into the hall, directly alleviating the pressure on Wang Tong. Hong Xintian paused, seemingly anticipating such an intervention, and swiftly withdrew his oppressive aura. Shortly thereafter, a striking woman clad in red entered the grand hall. Ah, you have arrived, Aunt, Zhao Lingyan exclaimed, her lips curling in displeasure. If you hadn't come, my junior brother Wang Tong would have been bullied by Elder Hong. Fear not, for I am here. No one shall dare to harm him, the woman declared as she approached Wang Tong, fixing her gaze upon Hong Xintian. You seem quite imposing. Do you really believe that in my absence you can freely torment my disciple? This woman was none other than Wang Tong's master and Zhao Lingyan's aunt, Zhao Yunxiu, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect and its principal peak, Qingyun Peak. Pray tell, does Peak Master Zhao intend to flout the sect's regulations to shield your disciple? Hong Xintian replied, maintaining his composure as he narrowed his eyes at Zhao Yunxiu. Mind your words, Hong Xintian. Do not come here and unjustly label me. I am not swayed by such tactics, Zhao Yunxiu retorted fiercely. Is it not within my disciple's rights, as an elder of the disciplinary hall, to discipline errant disciples? You mentioned that my disciples' actions warrant investigation. Do the testimonies of these numerous witnesses not suffice to demonstrate the wrongdoing of this individual? Zhao Yunqiu extended a slender finger, pointing directly at Xingchen, though her gaze did not linger upon him. Do not attempt to twist the narrative. These individuals have already provided their statements regarding Xingchen's misconduct. Do you not find your words laughable? Hong Zhentian snorted disdainfully, choosing to ignore Zhao Yunqiu. Elder son, retrieve the illusion array and have these individuals enter it. The truth will soon be revealed. He directed his gaze towards the elder of the disciplinary hall who had confronted Wang Teng earlier. That is unacceptable. Entering the illusion array can inflict harm on their souls. Elder Hong, is it truly necessary to resort to such measures for a trivial matter? Wang Teng immediately countered. Upon hearing the mention of the illusion array, Wang Ergo and his companions were momentarily stunned, as they were aware of its implications. However, Wang Ergo recognized that Wang Ting merely sought to defend himself. For while the illusion array could cause some damage to the soul, it was not irreparable. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Teng's retort, Hong Zhentian merely chuckled. That is of no consequence. Once they emerge from the illusion array, should they not have harmed Xingchen, I shall reward each of them with a soul-nourishing pill. But Wang Ting wished to argue further, but was halted by a glance from Zhao Yunqiu, who signaled him to remain silent. Wang Teng furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ergo, who instantly understood the cue and reacted accordingly. It is he. Wang Ergo pointed at Wu Gang, seething with anger. Everything is Wu Gang's doing. He is the one who attempted to seize Xingchen's elixir and then enlisted our assistance. Upon being pointed at, the brawny Wu Gang furrowed his brow. Although Wang Ergo had previously instructed him to take the blame should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Wu Gang felt a twinge of apprehension at this moment. However, considering that failing to shoulder this responsibility would incur Wang Teng's displeasure, he resolved to bear the burden himself. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, Master, it was my foolishness that led me to attempt to rob junior brother Yi of his elixir. They are entirely innocent. I beseech your forgiveness. Wu Gang hastily knelt down, his face etched with remorse. What's this? Even now, you wish to absolve yourself, to pin the blame on someone else? Observing this scene, Hong Zhentian seemed to see through the charade, letting out a disdainful snort. Prepare the formation. Hong Zhentian exuded an aura of authority, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Elder Hong, do not overstep your bounds, Wang Teng interjected, his brow furrowing as he fixed a piercing gaze on Hong Zhentian. Zhao Qiyun's expression also darkened. You, Hong, must not be excessive. Do you realize the standing my disciple has in the Master's eyes? I have committed no transgression. I merely act according to the rules. Hong Zhentian's countenance darkened. What does the Master's regard have to do with this? Activate the formation, he commanded once more. Elder Sun also reacted, having now retrieved the illusionary formation. Wait, Wang Teng revealed a sinister smile. Elder Hong, are you truly intent on proceeding in this manner? And if so, what of it? Hong Zhentian's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Wang Teng. Young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance. What is youth without a touch of audacity? Wang Teng retorted with a cold smirk, then raised his hand, revealing a white jade token emblazoned with two prominent characters, Master's Order. The moment the token appeared, everyone in the Grand Hall was taken aback, astonished that Wang Teng possessed such a decree. Many were aware that Wang Teng had been a disciple for less than a decade, yet in this brief span, he had ascended to the 18th position on the Qingyun ranking amidst the scrutiny of many seasoned prodigies. The fact that he had even received the Master's Order spoke volumes of his terrifying potential. Even Hong Zhentian's expression grew solemn. He seemed to have underestimated Wang Teng. He had not anticipated Wang Teng would acquire the Master's Order, a distinction reserved for those of extraordinary merit. Throughout the history of Qingyun sect, the only individuals to receive the Master's Order were candidates for the next sect leader. This indicated the immense potential Wang Teng possessed, warranting such an honor from the sect master. Yet, the occupants of the hall had little time to dwell on their astonishment. They all understood that to behold the Master's Order was akin to encountering the Master himself. In unison, everyone bowed in respect towards the token in Wang Teng's hand, exclaiming, "We have seen the Master." A series of sounds resonated through the air, as both Hong Zhentian and Chun Wanyun respectfully rose to pay their respects. This gesture was, in fact, an acknowledgement of Wang Teng, a potential candidate for the next leader of the Qingyun sect. After all, the sect adheres to a principle. Encountering the sect leader's order is tantamount to meeting the sect leader in person. The bearer of the sect leader's order wields authority equivalent to that of the sect leader, akin to an emperor surveying his realm. Ah, Hong Zhentian, how unexpected it must be for you to realize that my disciple now occupies a position beyond your casual intimidation. Zhao Qiyun wore a proud expression, casting a disdainful smirk towards Hong Zhentian. I, by the decree of the sect leader, command that since Wu Gang has acted in this manner and has expressed remorse, He shall be confined to face the wall for 10 days. No one shall voice any objections, Wang Tung proclaimed firmly, wielding the sect leader's order with an unmistakable authority. Elder Hong, what say you? Do you support this decision, or do you oppose it? Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on Hong Xingchen. Hong Xingtian's expression darkened, as turbulent emotions swirled within him. To impose a mere 10-day confinement as punishment after inflicting such grievous harm seemed almost trivial. Upon hearing Wang Tung's decree regarding Wu Gang, those surrounding them were taken aback, yet none dared to speak out. Hong Xingtian's face turned ashen, feeling utterly helpless. With the sect leader's order presented, he was compelled to acquiesce, finally grasping the source of Wang Tung's audacity. It was clear now that he held the sect leader's order. Chapter 68. Absurd punishment. I concur. Hong Xingtian inhaled sharply, surrendering to the circumstances. Even if he harbored dissent, he could only confront the sect leader of Qin Yun's sect directly. Wan Yun, please escort him. This matter shall conclude here, he stated with resignation. Chen Wanyun's gaze narrowed. She understood the futility of her attempts to alter the outcome. With a sigh, she lifted Yi Xingchen in a princess carry and made her way to the entrance of the steward's hall. Naturally, Wang Tung would not impede their progress any further. Hong Xingtian's willingness to compromise brought him a measure of joy. Any further attempts to obstruct Yi Xingchen would only provoke his ire. Regrettably, he had refrained from ending Yi Xingchen's life, convinced that the young man harbored some secret. Thus, with Yi Xingchen's departure, the matter was left unresolved. 3 days later, upon awakening, Yi Xingchen discovered himself in a bamboo cottage that exuded a delicate fragrance. He noted that his injuries had significantly healed, though remnants of medicinal residue lingered in his mouth, the flavor reminiscent of the strong bone pill. Gazing out at the somewhat familiar courtyard, realization dawned upon him. Chen Wanyun had come to his rescue. Junior brother Yi, you're awake. You rascal. You've been asleep for 3 days, do you know that? Chen Wanyun entered the courtyard and spotted him at the window. Chen Xiaoxiao followed her in, playfully adding, You ought to thank my sister. She chewed the medicine and fed it to you with her own mouth. Chen Xiaoxiao was quick with her words. Chen Wanyun shot her a disapproving glance. You silly girl. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Chen Xiaoxiao pouted and made a face at her sister. In light of their banter, Yi Xingchen felt an even deeper gratitude for Chen Wanyun. Thank you for saving my life, senior sister, he expressed earnestly. To him, she was indeed his savior. Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao entered the cottage, where Chen Wanyun presented Yi Xingchen with another exquisite strong bone pill. Take this one, and you should be nearly recovered. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Xingchen accepted it without hesitation and consumed the pill. Be mindful, junior brother Yi. My sister worked hard to obtain this precious strong bone pill. You must refine it properly, Chen Xiaoxiao teased with a grin. Yi Xingchen nodded with a smile and began to circulate his spiritual energy to refine the pill. Before long, he had absorbed nearly all the medicinal essence. Subsequently, Chen Wanyun informed him of the outcome of the entire affair. Upon hearing that Wang Tung had presented the sect leader's order and understanding its significance, Yi Xingchen could only feel a mix of envy and astonishment. As for Wang Erga's lack of punishment, it merely entailed Wu Gang's 10 days of confinement. After learning about the sect leader's decree, Yi Xingchen comprehended the situation. His expression remained calm, devoid of anger. If there was blame to be assigned, it lay solely in his own weakness, rendering him vulnerable to bullying. Only through strength could he alter his fate. Without the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding, he would have felt despair, especially considering that Wang Tung was not only well established in his foundation, but also held favor within the Qin Yun sect, even obtaining the sect leader's order. On the surface, he appeared to lack the qualifications to rival Wang Tung. However, possessing the mystical Ruyi Ding changed everything. Although Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao believed that Yi Xingchen had no chance of turning the tide, they would never voice such sentiments, as expressing them would inflict an unbearable blow to him. Currently, the two women could only attempt to console Yi Xingchen. Junior brother Yi, do not worry. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will surely grow stronger, Chen Xiaoxiao reassured him. Yet, as she spoke, a tinge of doubt crept into her own heart. After all, possessing 10 spiritual roots was an exceedingly daunting challenge. Senior sister Chen, I must take my leave, Yi Xingchen declared as he rose from his bed. He needed to cultivate with utmost urgency. The overwhelming talent of Wang Tung weighed heavily upon him. Junior brother, take this. Your Dan poison is quite severe and must be eradicated swiftly, Chen Wanyun said, her expression fraught with concern as she presented him with 3 superior Qingling pills. Thank you, senior sister Wanyun. I, Yi Xingchen, will never forget your kindness. I will repay even the smallest favor with great gratitude. And to you, senior sister Xiaoxiao, your immense grace shall remain etched in my memory, Xingchen said earnestly, bowing respectfully. Very well then. We shall await your gratitude, junior brother, Chen Xiaoxiao teased. Farewell. Senior sisters Wan Yun and Xiao Xiao, Xingchen bid them goodbye with a fist salute before departing the courtyard. Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao did not attempt to retain him, for outer disciples were not permitted to linger within the inner sect. Watching his slender figure fade away, Chen Wanyun sighed deeply. I can only wish for you, junior brother Yi, to overcome all obstacles and grow stronger. How could Wang Ting ever hope to bring you to ruin? She shook her head in confusion, unable to comprehend it fully. It was rumored that Wang Tong harbored doubts about Xingchen, who possessed 10 spiritual roots, believing that not only could he cultivate them within 3 years, but also elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement. Thus, he suspected that Xingchen held significant fortune, prompting his desire to target him. It seems that only after discovering Xingchen's proficiency in alchemy, even crafting superior pills, did Wang Tong cease his suspicions. Chen Xiaoxiao added. I have heard of this as well. Wang Tong is truly despicable, especially considering they are fellow townsmen, Chen Wanyan replied, her frustration evident. Xingchen quickly returned to the outer sect, utilizing 6 superior strong bone pills to refine 2 exceptional strong bone pills for consumption. 3 days later, after refining the 2 exceptional pills, Xingchen's injuries were completely healed. Next, his plan was to earn contribution points, and then concoct the harmony pill to forge the 10 spirit body. After all, only by achieving the 10 spirit body and combining it with the 10 spirit formula could he accelerate his cultivation. This time, all Wang Tong brought him was despair. Even the law enforcement hall had no recourse against him, leaving Xingchen devoid of any lingering hope. Thus, he must grow stronger with the utmost speed. Only by entering the inner sect and becoming an inner disciple could he ensure his own safety. Yet, just as Xingchen pondered this, Wang Ergu and his companions approached from a distance. Wang Ergu, Li Yueling, Wu Gang, and Wu Yin, all present. Xingchen's expression darkened. Didn't they say that Wu Gang would be punished to face the wall for 10 days? Clearly, that is not the case. The other party has not been subjected to such a penalty at all. Although Xingchen felt a surge of anger, he did not outwardly express it. After all, facing the wall was merely a trivial punishment. What Xingchen sought was far more significant than this futile reprimand. Oh, brother, you're back? He exclaimed. Haha, fear not. Fear not. Wang Ergu sneered with even greater arrogance, while the other 3 regarded him with disdain and amusement. Chapter 69. The familiar call of vendors. Fear not, brother. We are not here to harm you, Wang Ergu assured as he settled beside Xingchen. Indeed, junior brother Yi, we are not so malevolent. Our visit this time is solely to offer our apologies, Li Yueling chimed in, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Yes, junior brother Yi. It was wrong of us to strike you, so do not be upset. After all, we did not bring about your demise, Wu Gang added with a chuckle. Wu Yin also joined in the laughter. Precisely, junior brother Yi. Our sole purpose here is to apologize. You need not feel any trepidation. We have all expressed our contrition, and since you are still among the living, do you not think it time to forgive us? Wang Ergu quipped with a playful smile. You have misunderstood. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Xingchen replied, his smile appearing quite genuine. It was merely a trivial matter, one I did not take to heart. Haha, splendid. This means junior brother Yi has forgiven us, Wu Gang exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Wang Ergu smirked. You ought to consider whose brother you are dealing with. How could he not be magnanimous? I knew junior brother you would not be petty about it, especially since he is still alive, Li Yueling remarked with a grin, casting a teasing look at Xingchen. Will you still assist us in alchemy henceforth? At this, the gazes of the other 3 turned towards Xingchen, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Good grief, not again. Do not misinterpret our intentions, junior brother. This time, if you choose not to help us with alchemy, we shall not resort to violence. You may respond with complete assurance, Wang Ergu said with a cold smirk. Our request is modest. We merely require you to concoct a batch of superior qi refining pills for us within a month. Wang Ergu added with a playful grin. Surely, my brother would not decline such a simple request, would he? Let us not frighten junior brother Yi. A person of his generosity will undoubtedly acquiesce, Li Yueling teased, covering her mouth. Very well. Xingchen, without further contemplation, responded affirmatively. He had intended to assist these individuals regardless. He would gladly produce 1 batch, or even 3 batches over a month. Haha, I knew my brother would agree. You all doubted me. Wang Ergu patted Xingchen's shoulder heartily. By the way, about those spiritual herbs? Xingchen replied decisively. Haha, splendid. I knew my brother possessed the wisdom to seize the moment. We shall take our leave now. Focus on your cultivation. Indeed, Even a 10-spirit root can become formidable with diligence. There is hope for you yet. Wang Ergu remarked with a sardonic smile as he and his companions departed. Junior brother, do not fret about your 10-spirit root. As an alchemist, you lack for elixirs. If one proves insufficient, take 10, and if 10 are inadequate, consume 100 at once, and you will surely break through. Li Yueling called back playfully as they exited. What Sister Li said is accurate. The toxicity of pills is trivial. As long as you can grow stronger, its effects will be negligible. Yi Xingchen smiled, affirming, I shall certainly refine more elixirs for my use in the future. Farewell, brother Yi, Li Yueling said with a bemused smile, as if regarding a fool. Before taking her leave, by the way, my friend, the alchemy room needs tidying up again. You shall attend to it immediately. I trust you will not refuse. Wang Ergu, not far off, turned back with a grin. Brother Ergu, you need not speak so formally. I will clean it every 2 months henceforth. Without your prompting, Yi Xingchen replied, his smile growing more astute. Ha ha, indeed a good brother. Off you go, we shall return first. Wang Ergu's triumphant laughter echoed. Once the group departed, Yi Xingchen promptly made his way to the alchemy room. Without the oversight of Wang Ergu and Li Yueling, he set about clearing out the discarded elixirs. Within less than half an hour, he had completed the task. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Xingchen began to tally the spoils of his labor. This time, he had amassed the following discarded elixirs: 261 qi refining pills and 131 strongbone pills. After completing the count, Yi Xingchen commenced the enhancement process. His intention was to first procure spiritual herbs to concoct 158 harmony pills within the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. Thus, he refrained from enhancing them into superior qi refining pills. To avoid drawing too much attention, he decided against enhancing all into top-quality qi refining pills. Instead, he utilized 120 discarded superior qi refining pills to create 10 superior qi refining pills. The remaining discarded qi refining pills were all enhanced into medium-quality qi refining pills. After this enhancement endeavor, he was left with 10 superior qi refining pills, 23 medium-quality qi refining pills, and 14 superior strongbone pills, totaling 24 when combined with the 10 just created. Yi Xingchen felt a surge of joy. Once these elixirs were sold, he would accrue a substantial number of contribution points. The following day, Yi Xingchen arrived early at the outer sect market. He casually selected a stall, displayed his elixirs, and began to call out, "Come one, come all. Elixirs for sale. Qi refining pills at a discount. Strongbone pills at a bargain." The familiar cries echoed once more. Many familiar faces brightened at his words, for they knew well that among the entire outer sect market, only this gentleman offered elixirs of the finest quality. Chapter 70. Intentions. Yi Xingchen's cries soon attracted a throng of people. Upon witnessing the genuine high-grade elixirs, they rushed to make purchases. The high-grade qi-nourishing pills were particularly sought after. In the blink of an eye, 10 such pills were sold out. These pills were offered at their original price. Within less than 2 hours, nearly all of Yi Xingchen's prepared elixirs were gone, leaving only 2 high-grade bone-strengthening pills unsold. However, as Yi Xingchen presented the bone-strengthening pills, his pupils constricted. Not far away, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling were approaching him. "Haha, brother, you've come to buy elixirs again. Don't think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask." Wang Ergu stepped forward and removed Yi Xingchen's mask, revealing a handsome visage to the crowd. "Yi Xingchen, the one with 10 spirit roots? Wow, I never imagined that the so-called waste with 10 spirit roots could actually be a genius in alchemy. Truly astonishing. It's hard to believe that this fellow possesses such formidable alchemical skills. He is indeed a prodigy. I heard he barely escaped with his life after a serious injury at the Intersect Law Enforcement Hall, and he has recovered so quickly? You know nothing. I heard that this kid was taken away by the talented disciple Chen Wanyun from the Fire Spirit Peak. What a lucky fellow." Whispers of astonishment and intrigue erupted around them. Meanwhile, Li Yueling picked up the 2 high-grade bone-strengthening pills from the table. "Junior brother Yi, you will surely gift me these 2 high-grade bone-strengthening pills. One to you?" Li Yueling smirked with disdain. "If senior sister desires them, take them." Yi Xingchen replied without an inkling of refusal, having realized the audacity of these 2 individuals. "Haha, junior brother Yi truly knows how to read the room," Li Yueling said with a playful smile, then promptly pocketed the 2 pills. "Brother, how many contribution points and spirit stones did you earn this time?" "Let me take a look," Wang Ergu remarked, his gaze fixated on Yi Xingchen's identity token. "I'll transfer 200 to you. Feel free to use it. The remainder I need for purchasing materials to refine more high-grade elixirs," Yi Xingchen replied, acknowledging the situation. "Haha, brother is wise. I appreciate it," Wang Ergu said with a mischievous grin, quickly producing his identity token. Soon, His token reflected an increase of 200 contribution points. I also want 200 contribution points. Li Yueling added, producing her own identity token, her gaze fixed on Yi Xingchen with intrigue. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen transferred another 200 contribution points to Li Yueling. Though his actions appeared decisive, his inner ledger had begun to pile up. Haha, junior brother Yi is so obedient. Li Yueling remarked with a comment that made Yi Xingchen feel repulsed, pleased by his compliance. All right, brother, keep working hard. We'll come to collect the elixirs another day. You're busy. After reaping their benefits, Wang Erge smiled and departed with Li Yueling. Onlookers could only sympathize with Yi Xingchen, for many in the outer sect market had also fallen victim to Wang Erge's extortion. In their eyes, Yi Xingchen was considered relatively fortunate, having proactively offered 400 contribution points to settle matters. Some unfortunate souls, however, were not so lucky, occasionally finding themselves completely drained by Wang Erge. While many aspired to join the inner sect's enforcement hall, Wang Erge merely extorted their contribution points, and it was inconceivable that the enforcement hall would expel him from the Qingyan sect. Furthermore, Wang Erge's patron, Wang Tong, was a prodigious disciple within the inner sect. Even if one were to approach the enforcement hall, any slight punishment meted out to Wang Erge would likely invite even harsher retaliation. Thus, as long as these outer sect disciples wished to remain in the Qingyan sect, they had no choice but to comply with Wang Erge. Consequently, no one dared to report Wang Erge to the inner sect's enforcement hall, particularly after Yi Xingchen's experience there. The outer sect disciples were even less inclined to seek recourse. After Wang Erge departed, Yi Xingchen did not linger. This time, he sold his 10 superior qi refining pills at the price set by the pill pavilion, 90 contribution points each, totaling 900 contribution points. The price for intermediate qi refining pills at the pill pavilion was 30 contribution points each. However, in the marketplace, no one would purchase them at their original price, necessitating a sale at 28 contribution points each. In total, he garnered 644 contribution points, leading to a cumulative total of 1,500 contribution points from the qi refining pills. However, the situation was less favorable for the strongbone pills, as their price was significantly lower than that of the qi refining pills. The pill pavilion priced 24 superior strongbone pills at 48 contribution points each, but he reduced the price to 45. With 2 taken by Wang Erge, he sold 22, earning 990 contribution points. Thus, the total contribution points from selling pills amounted to 2,534. After being extorted of 400 by Wang Erge and Li Yueling, he was left with 2,134 contribution points. It was infuriating to contemplate, yet Yi Xingchen could only swallow his anger. Upon exiting the marketplace, Yi Xingchen swiftly made his way to the pill pavilion. He needed to refine the remaining 158 spirit unification pills, the ingredients for a single spirit unification pill. Without the spirit unification flower, cost 30 contribution points each, meaning he required additional pill production for sale in the marketplace. 158 portions would thus amount to a considerable sum. Moreover, he would need to enhance all these spirit herbs to superior quality with his Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to match the superior spirit unification flower in his possession. Only then would the success rate for refining superior spirit unification pills be maximized, since the herbs available for purchase at the outer sect's pill pavilion were all of inferior quality. He calculated that he would need to acquire 6 times the amount of herbs originally required, with each portion of spirit herbs costing 30 contribution points. 158 portions would total 2,370 contribution points, and 6 times that would equate to 14,220 contribution points. Fortunately, he possessed the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Otherwise, this would represent an astronomical figure for him at present. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to undertake tasks from the task pavilion. Moreover, in these past few years, he has not ventured to the outer gate steward hall to claim his provisions. Had he done so, the accumulation over these years would have been substantial. However, he need not contemplate this, for it was long since pilfered by that scoundrel Wang Erge, leaving him with nothing to claim. Thus, he has no recourse but to concoct elixirs to exchange for contribution points at the outer gate marketplace. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, he has amassed over 2,000 contribution points. With the presence of the treasured Ruyi Ding, acquiring over 14,000 contribution points does not appear to be an insurmountable task. Chapter 71. Rising Malice. Upon arriving at the pill pavilion, Yi Xingchen first procured 50 portions of spirit herbs for the qi refining pill, for it was the most sought-after item in the outer sect's marketplace. Regrettably, he was limited to purchasing only 50 each month. Subsequently, he expended all remaining contribution points to acquire the spirit herbs for the strengthening bone pill, which cost 10 contribution points per portion. After acquiring the 50 portions for the Qi refining pill, he had 1,384 contribution points left. Thus, he managed to purchase 138 portions of the spirit herbs for the strengthening bone pill. After settling the transaction, Xingchen did not linger and promptly returned to his courtyard. Be cautious, young one. While elixirs are indeed marvelous, they carry their own perils. Your pill toxicity is becoming increasingly severe, cautioned the elder overseeing the pill pavilion, noticing the almost frenzied gleam in Xingchen's eyes. Thank you for your sage advice, senior. I will take heed, Xingchen replied with a smile before departing the pavilion. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xingchen immediately commenced alchemical work. This time, he refrained from enhancing any spirit herbs directly. After some calculation, he deduced that if he were not aiming to concoct superior-grade pills, there was no necessity for immediate enhancement of the herbs. It sufficed to enhance them post-refinement. The outcome would remain unchanged. For the ensuing period, Xingchen immersed himself in fervent alchemy, crafting over 20 batches daily. It took him half a month to complete the refinement of all the spirit herbs he had purchased. To his astonishment, none of the 180 batches failed, and all resulted in medium-grade pills. 50 batches of Qi refining pills yielded 150 medium-grade pills. In the meantime, Xingchen became aware that Wang Ergu and his companions were coming to collect superior-grade Qi refining pills. Thus, he extracted 24 medium-grade Qi refining pills to refine into 8 superior-grade ones, before reintegrating the remaining materials and adding some toxic herbs to prepare for the others. Consequently, the 150 medium-grade Qi refining pills were reduced to 126. The 138 batches of strengthening bone pills produced 414 medium-grade pills. This time, Xingchen chose not to remain inconspicuous. He reflected that since Wang Ergu was already aware of his dealings in the marketplace and the other outer disciples recognized his identity, coupled with Wang Teng's lingering malice towards him, there was no longer a need for subtlety. Indeed, maintaining a low profile was futile, so he opted for a more prominent stance. Xingchen then employed the Sanbao Rui Ding, enhancing all the pills to superior grade. After the enhancement, he obtained 42 superior-grade Qi refining pills and 46 superior-grade strengthening bone pills. With a gleaming smile revealing his pearly whites, he anticipated the profits from selling these pills, which would replenish his contribution points. In the following 3 days, the outer sect marketplace reverberated with Xingchen's calls. Come. Superior-grade Qi refining pills for sale. Superior-grade strengthening bone pills available. All are exquisite superior-grade elixirs. Do not miss out, or you may find yourself in despair. This time, Xingchen didn't even bother to don a mask, for it would serve no purpose. Even if he did, they would still recognize him. Therefore, such an act would be superfluous. All the items he sold were of superior quality elixirs, and their sales velocity was remarkably swift. Within a mere day, his stock of superior quality Qi condensation pills was completely depleted. As for the superior strengthening pills, only 10 remained. Just as Xingchen contemplated selling these last 10 and calling it a day, a shadow fell over his countenance. Wang Ergu and Li Yueling had once again arrived at the outer market, and their intentions were unmistakably directed towards him. Xingchen hastily concealed the 10 superior strengthening pills on his table. Brother, why have you tucked away your elixirs? That seems rather ungracious. Are you concerned I might rob you? Wang Ergu's playful tone carried a hint of mockery. Little did he know, Xingchen's actions had not escaped the keen eyes of Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. With a knowing smile, Wang Ergu approached Xingchen's stall. My friend, as soon as I entered the market, I heard your calls. I never imagined your alchemical skills had improved so much. You've managed to concoct such a multitude of superior quality elixirs. How many have you sold today? Wang Ergu jested, extending his palm to reveal his identity token. This was a blatant invitation for Xingchen to share some contribution points with him. Onlookers quickly grasped the situation, yet despite their disapproval of Wang Ergu's shamelessness, they dared not voice their thoughts. They could only lament Xingchen's misfortune, as it seemed he was the sole target of both Wang Ergu and Li Yueling. The fact that Xingchen was a compatriot of Wang Ergu and Wang Teng further complicated matters, leaving the crowd to shake their heads in sympathy. Xingchen, well aware of the dynamics at play, had already produced his own identity token and swiped it against Wang Ergu's, instantly adding 200 contribution points to the latter's account. Brother Ergu, please take care of this. Xingchen managed a polite smile. However, he did not stow away his token, for Li Yueling stood nearby, and he anticipated she would also request her share of contribution points. Yet, to Xingchen's surprise, Li Yueling did not present her identity token. Instead, she regarded him with an air of leisure. Xingchen was taken aback, and in the next moment, Wang Ergu chuckled knowingly. Xingchen, Look at how much you've sold today, and yet you've only given me this paltry amount. Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar?" At this, Xingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiped another 100 contribution points to Wang Ergu. "Brother Ergu, I truly have little left." No, no, no. You've sold only superior quality elixirs today. How could I not know how much you've earned?" Wang Ergu teased, raising a hand to indicate a larger sum. This, very well. With a sense of resignation, Xingchen swiped an additional 200 contribution points, totaling 500. Internally, he could only curse his predicament, especially with Li Yueling still watching with keen interest. Two audacious individuals, reveling in their impudence. Little did they know that Xingchen had meticulously noted their transgressions. He had thought that Wang Ergu would be satisfied after receiving 500 contribution points. However, the latter showed no signs of departing. "I am utterly at my wit's end," Xingchen lamented. "Alas, Xingchen, do you truly believe that I am an easy man to please?" Wang Ergu retorted. "I have no use for your contribution points. Did you not just pocket 10 superior bone-strengthening pills? Those are of great value to me. You understand, don't you?" Wang Ergu gazed at Xingchen with a knowing look. With no alternatives left, Xingchen complied and produced 10 superior bone-strengthening pills. Ah, splendid. This is what true camaraderie looks like. Only after accepting the 10 pills did Wang Ergu depart, content. Meanwhile, Li Yueling, witnessing Wang Ergu's refusal to share even a single bone-strengthening pill with her, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, she concealed her displeasure and presented her identity token to Xingchen. "Junior brother, I am also owed my share, this amount," she said, indicating the number 6 with her fingers. Xingchen erupted in frustration. "I see you are quite the shrewd one indeed." Reluctantly, he transferred 600 contribution points to Li Yueling. "Junior brother Yi is quite generous," she remarked with a hint of disdain, inciting Xingchen's ire. "Farewell, my friend. We shall return," Wang Ergu called back, waving as he left. Chapter 72. Blessings for the Foundation Establishment Master to live a century this time. Xingchen's gains were considerable. He acquired 42 superior qi refining pills, each worth 90 contribution points, totaling 3,780 contribution points. Originally, there were 46 strong bone pills, but Wang Ergu took 10, leaving him with 36 to sell. At 45 contribution points each, that amounted to 1,600 contribution points. Had he not allocated 1,100 contribution points to Wang Ergu and Li Yueling, his contribution points would have exceeded 5,300. Now, however, he was left with merely over 3,700. In the outer sex market, qi refining pills were in high demand and held significant value. What frustrated Xingchen, however, was that the old man at the pill pavilion permitted him to purchase only 50 doses of qi refining pills each month. He intended to persuade the old man to allow him to buy a full batch this time. Soon, Xingchen arrived at the pill pavilion. "Hey, you're back so soon. Are the pills you concocted that easy to sell?" The elder behind the counter chuckled upon seeing Xingchen. "Old man, how have you been? I hope you are in good health and enjoying your meals," Xingchen politely inquired at the counter. "I'm quite well," the elder replied, momentarily taken aback. "But I haven't eaten for many years." "Wait, do you have something on your mind?" the elder suddenly realized. Xingchen proceeded to the medicinal herb area to see how many qi refining pills were available. Upon seeing the mountain of herbs, his eyes lit up. The entire shelf was laden with medicinal herbs, appearing to contain at least several hundred doses. This sight thrilled Xingchen. If he could secure the elder's consent, he would undoubtedly profit handsomely. With this thought, Xingchen returned to the counter. "Aren't you going to select any herbs?" the elder asked, slightly puzzled. "Old man, let us make a deal," Xingchen smiled. "A deal? What could you possibly offer me?" the elder asked with curiosity. "Old man, what is your current cultivation level? Why can't I discern it?" Xingchen queried. "Huh, you little rascal, I am a foundation establishment master. For a qi refining 6th-layer cultivator like you, it would indeed be astonishing if you could see through my cultivation," the elder engaged in banter. "Tell me, how old are you this year?" Xingchen pressed. 80? He frowned. "Incorrect, guess again." 70. "Wrong. 60? Huh, you little one, why do you only guess downward? Can't you consider upward?" The elder glared playfully. "Goodness, old man, are you 90? Xingchen exclaimed. "My grandfather passed before reaching 90, yet you appear so vigorous." At this moment, Xingchen genuinely felt a pang of nostalgia for his grandfather. "Old man, seeing you reminds me of my grandfather. You're in such great shape. I wish you a long life of 100 years. Who are you cursing? You little brat, how infuriating." As Xingchen's words lingered in the air, the elder cast a displeased glance at him. "I am 148 years old today, and you dare wish me longevity? Is that not tantamount to wishing for my premature demise?" Yet, the old man was not genuinely angry. He held a certain admiration for Xingchen. Astonished, Xingchen thought, 148? I truly misjudged him. However, considering the elder's status as a foundation establishment expert, he felt a sense of understanding. Yet, Xingchen's brow furrowed as he inquired, Grandfather, if I recall correctly, the lifespan of a foundation establishment expert typically exceeds that of an ordinary person, often reaching 150 years. Does that imply? The elder sighed. You are correct. In 2 more years, my time will come to an end. Hearing this, the elder's mood darkened slightly. I remember when I first joined the Xingchen sect, I was brimming with youthful vigor, much like you young ones today. Eventually, I succeeded in becoming an inner disciple and smoothly achieved foundation establishment. You may not comprehend the pride I felt at that moment, believing that immortality was within reach. Yet, time has slipped away like grains of sand, and I find myself stagnant. Once vibrant, the elder now appeared aged. Even now, I remain at the initial stage of foundation establishment, likely to remain so until my time is up. It is only now that I understand the challenges of cultivation. The dream of immortality is shared by many, yet in the end, we are all reduced to mere bones. The elder then raised 2 fingers. You may not be aware, but in this outer sect, there exists the treasure pavilion and the scripture pavilion. Those 2 old fellows have but a year and 3 years respectively before their time arrives. At least I shall have company. The 3 of us entered the outer sect together, and it seems we shall depart to meet our ancestors together as well. Oh, if only we had 3 superior foundation establishment pills, we might take another step forward and reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, thus extending our lifespans by another 30 years. Alas, in the entire Xingchen sect, there are only a few alchemists capable of refining such pills. Even if one were miraculously produced, it is unlikely that we would be the fortunate recipients. Well, living to 150 is not without its merits. Grandfather, I can refine superior foundation establishment pills. While the elder wore a look of melancholy, Xingchen boldly declared this revelation. What? What did you just say? The elder seemed to mishear Xingchen's assertion. I said I can refine superior foundation establishment pills, Xingchen replied, his expression innocuous. You can refine superior foundation establishment pills. The elder was taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. Away with you, you little rascal. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Superior foundation establishment pills are not so easily produced. Indeed, esteemed elder, I possess the genuine ability to concoct supreme foundation establishment pills. I speak no jest. Xingchen stated solemnly, his countenance grave. Observing this, the elderly man's murky eyes widened in astonishment, 2 beams of brilliance flashing forth. You, young lad, do you truly mean what you say? The elder seemed to clutch at a lifeline, intently fixating on Xingchen. Indeed, grandfather, I assure you I can forge them. If you provide me with 10 portions of foundation establishment medicinal herbs, I shall undoubtedly create them for you. Xingchen replied earnestly. You young rascal must not be deceiving me. The elder trembled once more. Xingchen nodded emphatically. I truly can produce them, esteemed elder. I swear, should I be lying? May the celestial demons consume my heart. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. 10 portions of herbs, is it? Wait 3 days, and I shall deliver them to you, the elder exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. By the way, young friend, what compensation do you require? The elder was well aware that there are no free meals in this world. Grandfather, I merely seek your assistance with a small favor. With his goal achieved, Xingchen beamed with a smile. Chapter 73, The Transaction with the Elder Senior. May I purchase all the spirit herbs for the chi refinement pills available in the Alchemy Pavilion? Xingchen rubbed his hands and spoke earnestly. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Ah, so this is the scheme you have in mind. Can you truly concoct superior foundation establishment pills? Senior, given your condition, why not take a chance? I would never deceive you. As a mere chi refinement novice, how could I dare to mislead a foundation establishment master like yourself? Xingchen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the elder squinted his murky eyes and pondered for a moment. You have a point. Given my state, I might as well take a gamble. Very well, you may exchange for all the spirit herbs for the chi refinement pills. Thank you, senior. Xingchen's eyes brightened with excitement. However, you better not be deceiving me, or I shall teach you a lesson that will dissuade you from tricking the elderly again. The elder warned sternly, noticing Xingchen's enthusiasm. Rest assured, senior, I am not boasting. With my alchemical skills, while I cannot ensure a complete success, I am confident in a 70% chance. Just wait patiently for me to present you with the superior foundation establishment pills, Xingchen declared, imbued with a sense of bravado. Although he might not be able to produce the superior pills directly, he could utilize the Sanbao Ruyi Ding to enhance any inferior pills into superior ones. Hence, he felt undeterred by the elder's admonition. I hope you are not merely bragging. Do not let this old man down. The elder chuckled, waving him off with a smile. Go on, select your spirit herbs. Very well. Xingchen grinned and began to choose the herbs. Before long, he had collected all the spirit herbs for the Qi refinement pills from the shelves. Fortunately, the first floor of the Alchemy Pavilion was deserted, otherwise, onlookers would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, the quantity of spirit herbs Xingchen had gathered was quite substantial, at least several hundred. Upon his calculations, the stock of spirit herbs for the Qi refinement pills amounted to an impressive 389. He could have directly requested herbs for the Harmony pill, but those were not easily sold in the outer sectes market. By refining these several hundred spirit herbs into pills, he could effortlessly earn the 14,000 contribution points he needed. Thus, Xingchen planned to make a substantial profit before purchasing the herbs for the Harmony pill. The elder was taken aback by the sheer quantity of spirit herbs Xingchen had amassed. You truly are an alchemical enthusiast. Although you possess 10 spiritual roots, as long as your alchemical skills are exceptional and you can produce enough superior pills, you too can grow as powerful as others. Xingchen smiled and produced his identity token for the elder. Young one, this is insufficient, the elder remarked, noticing that Xingchen's contribution points amounted to only 4,300. Yet, with 389 spirit herbs, the total cost surpassed 5,800 contribution points. After deducting the points from Xingchen's token, he still fell short by over 1,500. Senior, would it be possible for me to owe you the difference? Xingchen asked, scratching his head awkwardly. Sigh, very well. I shall place my trust in you this time, young lad. I will compensate for your 1,500 contribution points. A glimmer of anticipation surfaced in the elderly man's murky eyes as he retrieved 3 portions of foundational elixir herbs from his storage pouch. These herbs were of superior quality, boasting a remarkably high success rate for concoction. Yet, the challenge of refining them into top-tier elixirs was undeniably formidable. Take, for instance, the alchemists of the Xingchen sect. Even the esteemed leader of the Fire Spirit Peak would find it nearly impossible to produce a premium elixir from these 3 herbs. Hence, I am eager to witness the extent of your true capabilities, the old man said earnestly. Lacking any substantial hope, I had not prepared herbs for foundational elixirs beforehand. Take these 3 herbs to practice and warm up. In 3 days, I shall prepare 10 more portions of foundational elixir herbs for you. Senior, please wait a fortnight. I will fetch the herbs myself. You will not be disappointed in half a month, Xingchen replied confidently. I may need to refine elixirs continuously for the next 15 days, so I kindly ask for your patience. Rest assured, trust me, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Youth is often accompanied by bravado. I hope you can truly deliver. I shall await your return for half a month, the elder chuckled softly, seemingly skeptical of Xingchen's claims. Shortly thereafter, Xingchen departed the Alchemy Pavilion, brimming with excitement. Initially, he had not intended to prepare herbs for the enhancement of Qi elixirs. However, due to the necessity of refining foundational elixirs, he resolved to seize the opportunity to elevate his alchemical skills. Upon returning, he produced the Sanbao Ruyi Ding and commenced the enhancement of the Qi elixir herbs. Xingchen successfully upgraded all the Qi elixir herbs to mid-grade quality. His goal was to concoct upper-tier Qi elixirs. Thus, mid-grade herbs sufficed, as anything of a higher grade would be superfluous. Ultimately, from 389 portions of low-grade Qi elixir herbs, he enhanced 129 into mid-grade quality. 129 portions translated to 129 batches. Should he succeed in producing upper-tier Qi elixirs from them, Xingchen would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. He then set to work refining the elixirs, prioritizing the Qi elixirs over the foundational ones. In just 10 days, he completed the refining of 129 batches of elixirs. This endeavor yielded remarkable results. Xingchen was elated, for the success rate was astonishingly high, surpassing his wildest expectations. 129 batches of Qi elixirs yielded a staggering 100 upper-tier elixirs, while the remaining 29 batches were uniformly mid-tier. Not a single batch failed or exploded. It seems my alchemical skills have indeed progressed. I am truly a prodigy in the art of alchemy. Alas, my spiritual root leaves much to be desired. The heavens have opened a window for me, yet have sealed the door shut. Such is my lamentable fate. Thankfully, I possess the Sanbao Ruyi Ding, or else I might have met my end at the hands of fate. Xingchen smirked, a hint of pride in his alchemical talent. Subsequently, he enhanced all 29 batches of mid-grade Qi refining pills into superior grade ones. In total, there were 87 mid-grade Qi refining pills, and after the enhancement, he obtained 29 superior grade pills. Thus, From 129 batches of qi refining pills, he ultimately amassed 329 superior-grade pills. If sold in the marketplace at 90 contribution points each, that would yield over 29,000 contribution points. A smile crept onto Xingchen's lips. Even after purchasing the spiritual herbs needed for the harmony pill, he would still have over 10,000 contribution points left. However, at that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How foolish of me. I don't even need to go to the marketplace." Xingchen suddenly began to mock himself. Chapter 74. The unyielding scroll of the king. Xingchen had a sudden inspiration, contemplating the notion of submitting the elixirs he had crafted to the elixir pavilion. Previously, he had feared exposure, but now he harbored no such trepidation. Having already divulged to the elder at the elixir pavilion that he could concoct supreme foundation establishment pills, what further reservations could he possibly maintain? Nonetheless, he was aware that submitting elixirs to the pavilion would entail a discount. Yet, in order to avoid the distasteful encounters with Wang Ergu and his ilk at the market, he resolved to present these elixirs to the pavilion. Upon reviewing the outer sect regulations, he observed that only elixirs of superior grade and below were subjected to discounts. There was no mention of whether supreme-grade elixirs would incur such deductions. He surmised that even if supreme elixirs were discounted, it would likely be less than the deductions applied to other elixirs. Thus, he decided to proceed, confident that the enhancement of supreme elixirs using the Sanbao Rui Ding would not result in a loss. Without further hesitation, Xingchen commenced the enhancement process. Ultimately, from 329 superior qi refining pills, he successfully refined 109 supreme qi refining pills, leaving him with 2 superior pills. Once he had completed the enhancement of all qi refining pills, he promptly stored all the elixirs within the Sanbao Rui Ding. Since the last incident where Wang Ergu and his companions had seized his storage bag, he had refrained from utilizing it for storage. However, to avoid drawing attention, he still wore the superior storage bag at his waist, which contained merely a few useless pills and some inferior spiritual herbs. After securing the elixirs, Xingchen began the process of concocting foundation establishment pills. As a second-tier elixir, this was his first attempt at such a formulation, and his expression grew slightly grave. Nevertheless, drawing upon his experience in refining qi refining pills, he found the process somewhat manageable. In the courtyard, spiritual flames danced as the spiritual herbs within the alchemical furnace were successively refined. Upon completely refining all the necessary herbs for the foundation establishment pills, Xingchen let out a long sigh of relief. He approached the final step of pill formation with utmost caution, and the process unfolded smoothly, culminating in success. A smile graced Xingchen's lips as he beheld his creation. However, as he prepared to purify the pills, the furnace suddenly trembled, flames surged, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Thus, the first batch of foundation establishment pills met with failure. Despite this setback, he managed to salvage the defective pills. Contemplating the 3 charred pills in his hand, Xingchen pondered deeply and ultimately discerned where the flaw lay. It turned out that during the purification phase, he had neglected to intensify the flame, as the heat required for refining foundation establishment pills was naturally greater than that needed for qi refining pills. Having identified the issue, Xingchen set about concocting a second batch of foundation establishment pills. The processes of refining the herbs and forming the pills proceeded smoothly. At last, he arrived at the purification stage once more. Drawing from the lessons of his prior failure, this time the black smoke that rose in the courtyard was not as dense. Nevertheless, the second batch also concluded in failure. Xingchen remained undeterred. He possessed unwavering faith in his alchemical talent. The failures were simply attributed to his lack of prior experience in crafting second-tier elixirs. Moreover, the alchemical furnace he possessed, along with the quality of the spiritual fire gathered by the fire array, was rather insufficient. Most crucially, he had only 3 elixirs to practice with, a quantity too meager that justified any failures he might encounter. After pondering for a moment, Xingchen, brimming with confidence, commenced the refinement of his third batch of foundation establishment pills. This time, he could draw upon the experience of his 2 prior failures. The adage once bitten, twice shy did not apply here. Xingchen was resolute in his belief that this third attempt would not end in failure. As time gradually passed, Xingchen meticulously proceeded with the refinement of the third batch of foundation establishment pills. Each step, from the refinement of the spiritual herbs to the formation of the pills, was executed flawlessly. When he reached the purification stage, he took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and began the process. This time, he felt that each action was nearly perfect. Moments drifted by until, at last, he exclaimed, "Open." His excitement crescendoed as the alchemical furnace before him swung open, revealing 3 lustrous pills that rolled into his palm. To his astonishment, they were indeed mid-grade foundation establishment pills. Huh, I knew I was a genius in alchemy, Xingchen exclaimed, thrilled to see the distinctive 2 stripes on each pill. He had not anticipated that his third batch would yield such high-quality elixirs. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, the furnace had not exploded. Otherwise, the elder would surely have doubted his capabilities. After all, following an explosion, he had no surplus pills to reinforce. Without delay, Xingchen summoned the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to enhance the foundation establishment pills. With 3 mid-grade foundation establishment pills and 6 inferior pills at his disposal, he reasoned that the 3 mid-grade pills were equivalent to 18 inferior ones. And combined with the 6 inferior pills, he had a total of 24 inferior pills. He was uncertain if he could elevate them to superior foundation establishment pills, but he was confident that, once reinforced, the outcome would certainly yield at least superior pills. As long as he could present superior foundation establishment pills to the elder, he would surely earn the elder's trust. With this thought in mind, Xingchen proceeded with the enhancement, placing all the foundation establishment pills into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. When the radiance from the cauldron subsided, he beheld a pill that resembled white jade, adorned with 4 stripes. A smile crept across Xingchen's lips. He had succeeded. And indeed, the enhancement had produced a superior foundation establishment pill. Quickly, he stored the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron and transferred 100 superior chi-gathering pills, along with the newly acquired superior foundation establishment pill, into his storage pouch before hastening towards the pill pavilion. It was now the dead of night, and Xingchen knew that while the elder was a formidable foundation establishment master, his despair over unfulfilled breakthroughs had rendered him rather apathetic. The pavilion was likely closed for the night, the elder having succumbed to slumber. On several occasions, Xingchen had visited the pavilion at such late hours, only to find the elder fast asleep, requiring him to knock on the door to rouse him. Now, Xingchen dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. The threats posed by Wang Teng and his cohorts loomed over him like a guillotine, and should Wang Teng lose control, his life would be in grave peril. He needed to cultivate his strength with utmost urgency. Before long, Xingchen arrived at the pill pavilion, only to find its doors firmly shut. At this hour, no other outer disciples were present, as they were well aware of the elderly gentleman's habits and rarely ventured here at such times. Thud, thud, thud. Xingchen was undeterred. With him here, these old men would not enjoy their slumber. Elders, open the door. It is I, Xingchen. Please awaken and let me in. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to knock insistently. Before long, the door of the pill pavilion swung open. An elderly man glared at him, exclaiming, "What on earth do you want, young lad? It's the dead of night. Do you wish to deprive an old man of his sleep? While you have bright futures ahead, I am already in my twilight years. Can't you allow this old man a moment of peace?" The elder was clearly irritable from being roused. "Elder, let us discuss inside. I have brought you something wonderful." Xingchen replied, a grin spreading across his face. "I told you I wouldn't disappoint." He stepped into the pill pavilion without waiting for a response. Upon hearing his words, the elder's clouded eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement. He understood perfectly what Xingchen was referring to. Surely, it could only be the foundation establishment pill. Could it be that this young man has truly concocted a superior foundation establishment pill? If so, he would indeed be a prodigy in alchemy. The elder's gaze burned with fervor as he closed the door of the pill pavilion behind them. Chapter 75. Continuous explosions in the furnace. Young friend, have you truly refined an exceptional foundation establishment pill? Upon closing the door and turning around, the elder eagerly inquired of Xingchen. Not quite. Xingchen feigned a shake of his head, accompanied by a helpless smile. At his words, the elder's murky eyes immediately dimmed, a flicker of disappointment washing over him. Hee. I was merely jesting, senior. Behold this, Xingchen said with a grin, revealing a foundation establishment pill adorned with 4 distinct lines before the elder's astonished gaze. Instantly, the elder's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, his breath quickening as he reached out, trembling, to take the exquisite foundation establishment pill from Xingchen's hand. As he scrutinized the pill, the elder's excitement escalated further. Indeed, this is truly an exceptional foundation establishment pill. Ha ha ha, splendid. I cannot believe you have actually managed to refine such a treasure. We old fellows are not destined to perish. With this pill, we shall surely attain another breakthrough. The elder's voice grew hoarse with unrestrained enthusiasm. Senior, while your joy is palpable, please refrain from such language, Xingchen replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh. Yes, young friend, I apologize for my outburst. Perhaps you should scold me instead, the elder, still caught in his excitement, suggested. Let's not. I am but a child. It hardly seems fitting, Yi Xingchen responded with a shrug. Senior, I wish to submit this pill in exchange for contribution points. What do you think? Of course, how could I refuse? What pill do you wish to submit? The elder's tone remained laden with anticipation. His gaze fixed upon the Foundation Establishment pill. Young friend, I shall take custody of this Foundation Establishment pill, the elder declared, his face lighting up with a beaming smile. Please, do keep it, Senior. It rightfully belongs to you. Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Yes, yes indeed. Though aware it was his own. The elder's excitement only intensified at Yi Xingchen's words. With utmost care, the elder extracted a jade vial, depositing the exquisite Foundation Establishment pill within before stowing it away in his storage bag. Only then did he turn to Yi Xingchen with curiosity. What pill do you wish to submit? An exceptional qi refining pill, Yi Xingchen replied with a smile. Oh, an exceptional qi refining pill. How many do you possess? The elder asked, his astonishment palpable as he contemplated the possibility of other outer sect disciples presenting merely ordinary qi refining pills. 100, Yi Xingchen stated casually. However, the elder was left dumbfounded by the revelation. What? 100? The elder exclaimed in disbelief. 100 exceptional qi refining pills? Are you certain? Could there be any doubt? Yi Xingchen quipped, before directly pouring out the remarkable qi refining pills from his storage bag. As the exquisite pills rolled forth, the elder's face was a canvas of astonishment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Hold on, my young friend, do not pour it out just yet. Such precious elixirs, especially these top-tier qi refining pills, must be stored in jade vials. Please wait a moment. The elder hurriedly gestured to halt Yi Xingchen's actions. Oh, Yi Xingchen was indifferent. After all, he usually either placed the pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding or tossed them into his storage bag after concocting them. Before long, the elder retrieved several jade vials, carefully transferring all the exquisite qi refining pills into them. Each vial contained 10 pills, totaling precisely 10 vials, which amounted to 100 top-tier qi refining pills. Originally, he had 109, but Yi Xingchen decided to submit just 100 for now. He still possessed 14 top-tier pills, and with the additional 9, he would have 23 in total. He intended to hold on to these, for after handing in the 100 pills, the contribution points he would earn would be sufficient to exchange for the spirit herbs required for the harmonizing spirit pill. If he needed more contribution points in the future, he could always earn them as long as he had the means. Besides, he had already established a good rapport with the elder, so future dealings would surely be influenced by their friendship. Senior, what is the submission price for the top-tier qi refining pills? At this moment, Yi Xingchen was most concerned about the price. The elder smiled upon hearing the question. The market price for high-grade qi refining pills is 90 contribution points, while the submission price is 75. For top-tier qi refining pills, the market price is 270 contribution points, and the submission price is 250. This time, I shall give you the full price, considering the significant favor you have done for me. All right. Yi Xingchen naturally did not hesitate and agreed readily. Subsequently, the elder calculated the points for him based on 270 contribution points. For 100 top-tier qi refining pills, that came to 27,000 contribution points. What else do you wish to exchange for, my young friend? After transferring the contribution points to Yi Xingchen's identity token, the elder inquired. I would like to exchange for the remaining spirit herbs for the harmonizing spirit pill, Yi Xingchen replied. How many? The elder asked with curiosity. 500 portions. What? Upon hearing the quantity Yi Xingchen requested, the elder's expression twitched, his face filled with astonishment. Young friend, you are truly remarkable, always purchasing hundreds of portions at a time. It seems you are clearing out our stock. The elder chuckled helplessly, then proceeded to assist Yi Xingchen in selecting the spirit herbs for the harmonizing spirit pill. Soon, 500 portions of herbs were packed into Yi Xingchen's storage bag. Looking at the now empty shelves, the elder sighed with resignation. You really did not need to request so many. Also, you have gathered enough of the main ingredient for the harmonizing spirit pill, the harmonizing flower, right? The elder inquired with curiosity. Yes. Yi Xingchen smiled and added, Senior, what about the 10 portions of foundational dan herbs? Please give them to me. I will help you refine the top-tier Foundation Establishment pills. I have been ready for this, just waiting for your arrival. The elder beamed with a smile. Now completely confident in Yi Xingchen's alchemical skills, and promptly handed over the prepared 10 portions of herbs to him. The 10 Foundation Establishment pills, akin to the previous batch, were all of exquisite quality. The success rate of pill formation was remarkably high, and buoyed by the prior experience of producing mid-tier Foundation Establishment pills. Yi Xingchen felt invigorated and unburdened by any pressure. Farewell, esteemed elder, he bid the old man before returning to his courtyard. The following day, Xingchen commenced his alchemical endeavors. He first employed the Sanbao Ruyi Cauldron to enhance 10 superior-grade spiritual herbs for the creation of the harmonizing pills. To warm up, he refined 10 batches of harmonizing pills, showcasing his increasingly refined alchemical skills. With the exceedingly high success rate of superior-grade herbs, he successfully produced 10 batches of harmonizing pills without a single failure. Gazing upon his 10 batches of pills, though none were of the finest grade, Xingchen remained exuberant. Indeed, my alchemical skills have become ever more proficient. Now, let us see if I can produce superior-grade foundation establishment pills. After a brief moment of adjustment, Xingchen began the refinement of the foundation establishment pills. With remarkable ease, he navigated the process in the courtyard, encountering no obstacles. However, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the alchemical furnace, leaving Xingchen bewildered. What on earth went awry in the process? Chapter 76. The peculiar three objects. Xingchen was utterly bewildered. This time, he had inadvertently detonated 5 cauldrons of foundational elixirs. The elder from the pill pavilion required at least 3 top-grade chi refinement pills to advance to the mid-foundational stage. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had completely ruined 5 cauldrons, failing to salvage even a single defective pill. Gazing at the remaining 5 cauldrons of spiritual herbs, Xingchen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was uncertain whether he could concoct even 2 top-grade foundational pills from them. Should he detonate another cauldron, he would truly be unable to produce the required 2 top-grade foundational pills, which would certainly complicate his explanation to the elder. Carelessness. It must be my carelessness that led to this failure, Xingchen muttered to himself. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to continue his alchemical endeavors. Boom, boom. Damn it, I'm done. Whoever wants to refine can do it themselves. Xingchen found himself even more perplexed as he inadvertently set off 2 more explosions. He sensed that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of the problem. Subsequently, he inspected the fire-gathering formation and the alchemical furnace, both of which appeared to be in perfect order. There was, however, a minuscule crack on the furnace. Aside from that, no other issues were apparent. The delicate fissure did not seem to affect the alchemical process, yet Xingchen couldn't help but attribute the continuous explosions to it. Still, he found himself at a loss as to why the detonations had occurred in succession. Onward. There are 3 cauldrons left. I refuse to believe they will explode as well. With determination, Xingchen pressed on with the remaining 2 cauldrons of foundational elixirs. However, after refining all the spiritual herbs, he noticed the crack on the furnace had indeed widened. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted. This time, the detonation was catastrophic, shattering the entire alchemical furnace. Amidst the billowing black smoke, Xingchen's face resembled that of a charcoal briquette. Could it truly be that crack? He pondered in disbelief. Having ruined 9 out of 10 cauldrons of foundational elixirs, Xingchen was at a loss for how to explain this to the elder. Yet, he had no choice but to steel himself and head to the pill pavilion. Without a furnace, he needed to procure a new one from the treasure hall. With the spiritual herbs for foundational pills depleted, he resolved to seek out the elder to see if he had any remaining herbs for foundational elixirs. Soon enough, without even cleaning himself, Xingchen brought the shattered remnants of the furnace to the pill pavilion. Elder, it is not uncommon for explosions to occur in alchemy. It is entirely my fault for not inspecting the furnace closely enough to notice the crack, which led to the destruction of 9 cauldrons. Xingchen hastily explained to the elder at the counter. Upon seeing the fragments of the alchemical furnace on the table, the elder did not appear angry. I understand. Explosions in alchemy are unavoidable. Since you managed to refine the first top-grade foundational pill, I have faith that you can produce the second as well. Although the elder's expression bore a hint of disappointment, he nonetheless placed all his hopes on Xingchen. My young friend, I have a modest request. The elder said after a moment of contemplation, smiling gently. Senior, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate. There is no need for embarrassment. Xingchen said confidently, I will assist in any way I can. It is indeed such a young friend, the elder continued. The Scripture Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion wish to request your assistance in refining foundation establishment pills. Please let us know what compensation you require, and we shall accommodate your needs. The elder spoke with hopeful anticipation. Ah, senior, you are too kind. This is but a trifling matter. I will gladly accept without any form of reward. Moreover, the elder from the Treasure Pavilion has already bestowed kindness upon me. Xingchen replied with a smile, readily agreeing to the request. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of those 2 old fellows, the elder exclaimed joyfully, before producing a storage bag. Young friend, within this bag are 30 portions of spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pills. Do not feel pressured. If you fail, we can procure more herbs. The elder chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Senior, I guarantee that I shall not fail this time, Xingchen replied confidently. Now, if you will excuse me, I must head to the treasure pavilion to purchase an alchemy furnace. After taking the storage bag, Xingchen bid farewell. Before long, he arrived at the treasure pavilion. Presenting his identification token, the elder guarding the pavilion's entrance brightened at the sight. Ah, it is you, young friendy. I have heard that you can refine exquisite foundation establishment pills. Truly, you are a remarkable young talent. I was just about to trouble you to refine 3 of those exceptional pills for me. I am aware, Senior, and you can rest assured that I will certainly assist you. The thought of the elder's generous offer made Xingchen feel a sense of kinship, akin to that of a beloved grandfather. What magical artifacts do you require, young friend? The elder inquired. Yet, Xingchen did not respond immediately. Instead, he curiously gazed at 3 weathered objects displayed on the counter. These items resembled sails or banners. What are these, Senior? He asked with intrigue. The elder paused, realizing the 3 small objects he had just been handling. In Xingchen's perception, these items seemed to exude a mysterious aura, which felt somewhat uncanny. 2 of the objects bore inscriptions. One featured the character for 10,000, an ancient script that Xingchen could recognize, while the other displayed the character for banner. The remaining object, however, was severely damaged, piquing Xingchen's curiosity even further. I have no idea what these are, the elder admitted with a helpless smile. They were submitted by an outer disciple, and despite my efforts to study them, I have been unable to discern their purpose. They await a fated individual. He then turned to Xingchen and said, If you find them appealing, you may take them. Oh, thank you, Senior. I too sense that these items possess a certain uniqueness, as if they harbor some mysterious power. Xingchen replied, Indeed, I suspect they might be the flags of a formidable formation. Young friend, take them as you wish. Very well. Xingchen accepted without hesitation, promptly storing the 3 peculiar objects. Senior, I still require 3 alchemy furnaces. Xingchen expressed his intent. Alchemy furnaces? I recall you purchased a superior grade one last time. The elder inquired with curiosity. The furnace exploded. Xingchen chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Ah, the mishaps of alchemy are indeed commonplace. To purchase 3 at once. It seems my young friend is keen on ample preparations, the elder remarked, unfazed by Xingchen's request for 3 furnaces. He proceeded to assist Xingchen in selecting 3 superior-grade alchemy furnaces. Regrettably, the outer sect only offered furnaces of magical artifact level. If only there were those of spiritual artifact quality, the success rate of concocting elixirs would surely improve, the elder lamented. Fear not, esteemed elders, await my good news. Xingchen reassured, understanding the elder's concerns regarding his ability to produce top-tier foundation establishment pills. This time, he was determined to avoid any explosions, at the very least. He aimed to create some subpar pills. Furthermore, his intention behind acquiring 3 furnaces was to enhance them using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. With the 3 magical artifact level superior furnaces reinforced, they should transform into an exceptional grade alchemy furnace, thereby significantly increasing the success rate of his concoctions. Subsequently, Xingchen retrieved his identity token to proceed with the payment. My young friend, simply take it. I shall cover the cost for you, the elder smiled. Very well. Thank you, Senior, Xingchen replied gratefully, feeling no hesitation as he was in dire need of contribution points. Before long, Xingchen departed from the treasure pavilion. Upon returning to his chamber, he took out the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron and began the reinforcement process. Rather than enhancing all 3 superior-grade alchemy furnaces at once, he eagerly presented the 3 small items before him. Chapter 77. The Banner of 10,000 Souls. Xingchen initially examined the 3 small artifacts, yet after a prolonged study, he could not discern their purpose. Aside from sensing an unusual aura emanating from them, he gleaned little else. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. He understood that these objects must possess significant value. Perhaps, as the elder had suggested, they were flags of a formidable formation. Consequently, Xingchen placed the 3 artifacts into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Soon, beams of light radiated from within, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. What emerged from the cauldron was, astonishingly, a black banner, prominently emblazoned with the 3 striking characters, 10,000 souls. Xingchen furrowed his brow. Uncertain of the nature of this enhanced banner, he resolved to study it further. The banner was merely the size of a palm. One side inscribed with the characters for 10,000 souls, while the other bore a design reminiscent of a black hole. Upon casting a casual glance, he felt a sudden dizziness wash over him, as though his very soul were attempting to escape his body. A profound sense of shock and trepidation welled up within him. However, after a thorough examination, he still could not ascertain the banner's utility. Realizing he lacked the luxury of time, he decided to stow it away. Just as he was about to do so, the banner unexpectedly expanded into a massive flag, measuring nearly 10 feet in length and width. The sudden transformation sent a shiver down his spine. Then, a surge of information emanated from the banner, directly infiltrating Xingchen's mind. He absorbed the vast knowledge. And after a considerable duration, his expression grew increasingly astonished. Upon comprehending the information, he discovered the incredible powers of the 10,000 Souls banner. He had not anticipated its formidable and enigmatic nature. It could imprison the souls of all beings. It possessed the ability to forcibly extract and separate another's flesh and soul, entombing them within the banner itself. The souls, once confined, would serve as sustenance for the banner. The more flesh it consumed, the more potent the banner became, enhancing its capacity to bind even mightier souls. Once a soul was captured, the master of the 10,000 Souls banner could command these spirits to engage in combat. The souls ensnared within could be manipulated at the whim of the banner's master, subjecting them to the torment of soul devouring. Furthermore, these spirits could consume one another to grow stronger, akin to nurturing a venomous creature. Xingchen was left in utter disbelief. The 10,000 Souls banner was undeniably a malevolent artifact. He had only heard tales that such sinister instruments were cultivated by practitioners of dark arts. Yet here he was, in possession of one. He pondered, if he were to refine and utilize such a tool, would it not lead him down the path of darkness himself? This is truly a monstrous artifact. If I were to wield it, would I be pursued by the righteous? Xingchen fell into deep contemplation. Alas, to hell with the notions of righteous and demonic paths. Cultivating immortality is an act of defiance against fate itself. I have already transcended from the 10 spirit roots. What is there to fear? Refinement. Without a hint of hesitation, Xingchen resolved that whether it be the demonic or the righteous path, the pursuit of immortality is inherently rebellious, and he harbored no trepidation. Thus, Xingchen commenced the ritual of refining the Wansoul banner. Presently, the Wansoul banner was merely a low-grade magical artifact, yet Xingchen felt no concern, for as it ensnared more souls and consumed more flesh, its power would burgeon. Its grade would evolve accordingly. Hence, the low-grade Wansoul banner was distinctly different from other low-grade artifacts. The refinement process of the Wansoul banner was not as straightforward as that of other artifacts. It required the infusion of soul power. Xingchen needed to condense a fragment of soul energy, infusing it into the Wansoul banner, where it would coalesce into a primordial soul entity. Henceforth, the entire Wansoul banner would be governed by this soul entity. Within the realm of the Wansoul banner, Xingchen's soul entity would reign supreme, wielding control over all the forces contained therein. At this moment, Xingchen sat cross-legged, having successfully infused a fragment of soul energy into the Wansoul banner. Simultaneously, he beheld the world within the Wansoul banner. It was a realm shrouded in a gray mist, saturated with an eerie and terrifying force. The soul energy he had infused felt as though it was on the verge of being obliterated by this ominous power. However, the Wansoul banner remained a masterless object at this juncture. The eerie and terrifying forces were disorganized, resembling a cloud of scattered sand. Xingchen's soul energy swiftly penetrated the depths of the gray world. There, he discovered a luminous orb, the source of the eerie and terrifying power. He immediately directed his soul energy to envelop the orb, initiating the refinement process. The orb exhibited no resistance, allowing Xingchen to refine it at will. As time elapsed, his soul energy began to merge gradually with the orb. After a day, Xingchen's soul energy had completely integrated with the orb. At that moment, the orb became the primordial soul entity of the Wansoul banner. He was filled with exhilaration as he attempted to manipulate the terrifying forces within the realm of the Wansoul banner. Indeed, with a mere thought, the horrific energies began to coalesce under his command. Xingchen could effortlessly shape these menacing forces into any form he desired. Swords, spears, halberds, anything could be manifested. A smile graced Xingchen's lips. He was eager to witness the formidable might of the evolved Wansoul banner. However, it remained rather feeble at present, perhaps even slightly challenging for cultivators at the first or second level of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, it matters not. Xingchen will undoubtedly evolve the soul banner to a terrifying stage in the future. Subsequently, he stored the soul banner within his consciousness, where it would harmonize more profoundly with his soul, facilitating greater mastery in its manipulation in the days to come. Next, Xingchen employed the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to enhance his alchemical furnace. After the enhancement, he indeed acquired a top-tier alchemical furnace of artifact level. In the realm of cultivation, various magical artifacts are categorized as follows: magical tools, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. Each category is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades. It is said that beyond spiritual treasures, there exist even more formidable magical treasures, although Xingchen is not entirely clear on the specifics. This is all the knowledge he possesses at present. Once he fortified the alchemical furnace, Xingchen embarked on yet another round of alchemy. This time, he did not begin with the preparation of harmony pills as a warm-up. Instead, he directly ignited the furnace to concoct foundation establishment pills. Despite wielding an exquisite alchemical furnace, Xingchen felt a twinge of apprehension. The previous series of furnace explosions had left a lingering shadow in his heart. Just as he was preparing to commence the alchemical process, voices from outside the courtyard reached him. Wang Ergu and his companions had arrived once more. Xingchen hastily concealed the exquisite alchemical furnace, his expression darkening. Xingchen, how dare you betray us? You are doomed. Wang Ergu's furious shout echoed from within the courtyard. Brimming with wrath, Xingchen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Chapter 78. Power, imminent upon witnessing the furious expressions of Wang Ergu and his companions. Xingchen initially felt a tinge of curiosity. However, as he observed the crimson hues in their eyes, mirroring his own, comprehension dawned upon him. It became evident that the affliction of Dan poison had seized them, prompting their ire towards him. Brother Ergu, what troubles you? Let us converse calmly. Anger only harms the body, Xingchen remarked with a hint of melancholy. Harm the body? How dare you utter such words? Wang Ergu retorted, his frustration igniting further. The anger of Li Yueling and the Wu siblings, Wu Gang and Wu Yan, only intensified. Recently, all of them had consumed the superior qi refining pills concocted by Xingchen, yet they now found themselves afflicted with Dan poison, which prompted their collective confrontation. Speak. Did you provide us with defective pills? Why have we all succumbed to Dan poison? Wang Ergu seized Xingchen's collar, his voice laced with fury. Dan poison. Xingchen feigned innocence. I am as afflicted as you. What more can I do? The four were momentarily taken aback, for Xingchen's words held merit. If he too was suffering from Dan poison, then their condition was indeed understandable. Junior brother Ergu, his reasoning is sound, Wu Gang admitted, albeit begrudgingly. Damn it. Reason or not, it's still his fault. Wang Ergu exclaimed, delivering a fierce kick to Xingchen's abdomen. Xingchen was propelled 10 meters away, a searing pain radiating from his midsection, compelling him to silently take note of the incident. With no recourse to the sect's law enforcement hall, he resolved to settle the score later. Regrettably, his Wanhun banner was still too weak, and utilizing such a formidable artifact within the Qiyun sect was perilous, lest he be branded a dark sorcerer and hunted down. Otherwise, he would have relished the thought of using their blood and souls as offerings. I'll join in, Wu Gang declared, delivering another kick that sent Xingchen sprawling. Spitting blood, Xingchen could only continue to tally the grievances in his mind. From now on, I shall never consume this fool's pills again. A veritable waste, masquerading as an alchemical genius, only to produce inferior products. We're leaving. May you perish. Now it's clear why your affliction is so severe. You deserve your fate, Wang Ergu cursed before departing, realizing that with Xingchen also afflicted, there was no one else to confront. Watching them retreat, Xingchen rose helplessly, resigned to reorganizing his materials to continue crafting foundation establishment pills. Upon hearing Wang Ergu's vow to cease consuming his pills, he found solace in the prospect of solitude. He then ignited the flames to resume his alchemical pursuits. In the courtyard, ethereal flames danced, and Xingchen swiftly found his focus. One by one, he refined the spiritual herbs. This time, the concoction of foundation establishment pills proceeded remarkably well, without any incidents of furnace explosions. Perhaps due to the high-grade quality of the alchemical furnace, he astonishingly produced a mid-grade pill with his first attempt. It seemed that the success rate had notably increased. Xingchen continued his endeavors, achieving consecutive mid-grade foundation establishment pills for 3 successive furnaces, until the 4th yielded a low-grade variant. Incidents of explosions or failures were entirely absent. Moreover, with the 5th and 6th furnaces, he again produced mid-grade foundation establishment pills. A smile graced Xingchen's lips, yet a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered as he murmured, if only I could concoct a high-grade foundation establishment pill, my alchemical skills would be even more formidable. His aspiration remained set on high-grade pills, and in the ensuing days, he directed his efforts towards this goal. However, until the 5th day, after completing the refinement of all foundation establishment pills, he still had not succeeded in producing a high-grade variant. Nevertheless, Xingchen was not disheartened. for he could sense his growth. In total, he had refined 32 furnaces of foundation establishment pills. The 2 batches he had previously refined, combined with the 30 provided by the Elder, amounted to precisely 32 doses of spiritual herbs. This round of alchemy had yielded a commendably high success rate for mid-grade foundation establishment pills. Ultimately, out of the 32 furnaces, 2 had exploded for various reasons, leaving him with 17 mid-grade pills, 10 low-grade pills, and 3 failed attempts. Subsequently, Xingchen retrieved the 3 Treasures Ruyi Ding and commenced the enhancement process. The results of this round of foundation establishment pills were as follows: 9 failed pills, 30 low-grade pills, and 51 mid-grade pills. Xingchen first focused on enhancing the 51 mid-grade foundation establishment pills, resulting in 8 high-grade pills. He retained 3 mid-grade pills. The 30 low-grade pills, after enhancement, produced 2 high-grade pills, leaving him with 6 low-grade pills. Consequently, he now possessed 10 high-grade foundation establishment pills. And with the one he had previously given to the Elder, the total reached 11. According to the Elder, with 3 high-grade pills, they could achieve a breakthrough, which meant that the 3 individuals would require 9 high-grade pills. Next, Xingchen enhanced the 9 failed pills, resulting in 3 low-grade foundation establishment pills. Combined with the remaining 6 low-grade pills, he now had 9 in total. He then refined these 9 low-grade pills into 3 mid-grade pills. Along with the initial 3 mid-grade pills left, he had a total of 6. Xingchen further utilized 3 mid-grade pills to create 1 high-grade pill. As for the remaining 3, he chose not to enhance them. Otherwise, he could have transformed the 6 mid-grade pills into 1 high-grade pill from the outset. His reasoning was clear. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of the 3 elders. After all, it would seem rather unusual for him to present the elderly gentleman with an entire collection of exquisite foundation establishment pills. Thus, Xingchen felt compelled to proceed in this manner. He already possessed 11 top-tier foundation establishment pills, which should suffice for the 3 elders to make a breakthrough. Even if they failed to do so, he could assist them once more in refining pills. Subsequently, Xingchen took the 11 exquisite foundation establishment pills, along with 1 superior and 3 medium-grade pills, to present to the Elder of the Pill Pavilion. Inside the Pill Pavilion, upon receiving the 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills from Xingchen, the Elder's face lit up with exhilaration, his breath growing rapid with excitement. This fervent display nearly caused Xingchen to lose his composure. "Elder, please take care," he felt compelled to remind him. "Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, my young friend. I apologize. I have lost my decorum," the Elder responded, beaming with joy. After examining the 10 exquisite pills, he carefully stored them away. With a grateful smile, he continued, "My young friend, your kindness cannot be expressed in words. In the future, you may exchange for as many spirit herbs for refining chi pills as you desire. Should your contribution points occasionally fall short, it is of no consequence. You may defer payment." "Thank you, esteemed Elder," Xingchen replied with a smile, realizing that this arrangement would prove immensely beneficial to him. Soon after, Xingchen returned to his courtyard. Upon his arrival, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he immediately commenced the refinement of the harmony pills. The urgency of gaining strength loomed large before him. Chapter 79. Frenzied Cultivation. Xingchen possessed the remaining 148 Spirit Unity pills. Prior to refining foundation establishment pills, he had successfully crafted 10 batches of Spirit Unity pills, each yielding high-quality elixirs with exceptional success rates. After concocting the foundation establishment pills, he found the process of refining first-tier Spirit Unity pills to be remarkably effortless. In no time, he produced yet another batch of top-tier Spirit Unity pills. To his astonishment, subsequent batches also resulted in superior elixirs. Xingchen couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. The gains from this round of refining foundation establishment pills were indeed substantial. Crafting first-tier Spirit Unity pills felt as enjoyable as a game. However, in the following days, he occasionally produced mid-tier Spirit Unity pills. Despite his significant progress, the success rate for top-tier elixirs was not absolute. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and Xingchen completed the refining of all Spirit Unity pills. Ultimately, from 158 batches, he achieved 114 top-tier Spirit Unity pills, while the remaining 18 batches yielded solely mid-tier ones. In total, he amassed 420 top-tier Spirit Unity pills and 54 mid-tier ones. Subsequently, Xingchen retrieved the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron to begin the enhancement process. After enhancing the 420 top-tier Spirit Unity pills, he obtained 140 exceptional Spirit Unity pills. From the 54 mid-tier Spirit Unity pills, he acquired 9 exceptional ones. Altogether, this This resulted in 149 exceptional spirit unity pills, sufficient for forging 10 spirit bodies. The next day, within his chamber, Xingchen commenced the forging of the 10 spirit bodies. This time, he was integrating the fire spirit root. After consuming 5 exceptional spirit unity pills without success, it was only upon taking the 6th that he successfully merged with the fire spirit root. Perhaps with each additional spirit root integrated, the difficulty escalated. In the ensuing days, Xingchen diligently remained indoors, forging the 10 spirit bodies. Time passed, and one by one, his 10 spirit roots gradually fused together. Fortunately, due to a serendipitous turn of events, Wang Ergu and his companions, having suffered from pill poison, ceased their requests for him to refine elixirs, sparing him from interruptions. In their eyes, Xingchen appeared to have become a complete failure, as they were aware that his reliance on elixirs for cultivation would eventually lead to his demise from the pill poison. Thus, they seemed to dismiss Xingchen entirely, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. After a month, Xingchen finally succeeded in merging his 10 spirit roots with 10 dantians. At this moment, he had transformed into a singular spirit root and a single dantian, signifying the successful forging of his 10 spirit bodies. As he gazed inward, his expression shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing the fusion of his 10 spirit roots and 10 dantians. Logically speaking, despite the considerable quantity, Xingchen realized that, when compared individually, they amounted to merely a tenth of a normal person's single spirit root. In essence, he has integrated 10 spirit roots and 10 dantians, resulting in a capacity comparable to that of a typical single spirit root. However, what he perceives at this moment is quite different. He had not anticipated that the amalgamation of 10 spirit roots and 10 dantians, according to the 10 spirit body method, would yield a capacity that is 100-fold greater than that of the original singular spirit root and dantian. This implies that the current capacity of his integrated spirit roots and dantians is 10 times that of the original total. In other words, his spirit roots and dantians are now 10 times more potent than those of an ordinary cultivator with a single spirit root. What does this signify? It means that the spiritual energy within his dantian will be 10 times more substantial than that of a regular cultivator. And his combat power will also be augmented by a factor of 10. How terrifying is that? It is said that exceptionally gifted cultivators possess dantians with capacities several times greater than those of their ordinary counterparts. Especially for prodigies like Wang Tong. What level of terror must they embody? Xingchen is unaware of how his current dantian capacity compares to that of the talented disciples of the Qingyan sect, let alone a genius like Wang Tong. He knows that they will inevitably cross paths in the future, and when they do, it will be a battle to the death. What Xingchen must do is diligently strengthen himself. Even if his spiritual energy may not rival that of Wang Tong, as long as his cultivation surpasses Wang Tong's, it will suffice to eliminate this threat. However, the thought of the currently exuberant Wang Tong fills Xingchen with immense pressure, for Wang Tong is truly extraordinary. Having secured one of the only 10 prestigious sect leader tokens within the Qingyan sect, a place teeming with talent, such brilliance is nothing short of astonishing. Nevertheless, Xingchen quickly dismisses thoughts of the future. What he must focus on now is to grow stronger in the shortest time possible, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Having successfully forged the 10 spirit body, he is now ready to embark on his cultivation journey. With the combination of the 10 spirit body and the 10 spirit technique, Xingchen is eager to discover the results of his training. With 23 premium qi refining pills remaining, he is not in a rush to procure spiritual herbs for pill refinement. Xingchen sits cross-legged, consumes a premium qi refining pill, and begins to cultivate using the 10 spirit technique. After an hour, he reveals an expression of astonishment, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon commencing his training, he feels an ineffable difference compared to before. The efficiency of his cultivation has transcended all previous experiences. In the past, refining a single premium qi refining pill could take him half a day, yet this time, within less than an hour, he has completely refined the pill without any waste. However, what perplexes Xingchen is that despite having refined the premium qi refining pill without any loss, he perceives no increase in his cultivation level. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within his dantian remains unchanged. Xingchen speculated that the reason behind his lack of reaction after completely refining a supreme qi refining pill was due to the expansion of his dantian. Without further contemplation, he resolved to verify this through rigorous practice. Thus, Xingchen entered a fervent state of cultivation. However, this intense training phase lasted merely 3 days, as he swiftly exhausted all 23 supreme qi refining pills during this brief period. Through these 3 days of relentless practice, Xingchen finally discerned the reason for his slow progress in cultivation. It was revealed that he was simultaneously nurturing the growth of 10 spiritual roots, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. Previously, had he refined those 23 supreme qi refining pills, he could have easily advanced from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refinement, even if not entirely. Yet now, even with the complete refinement of these 23 pills, he found himself still a considerable distance from a breakthrough. Nonetheless, considering his dantian was now 10 times larger than before, Xingchen felt a sense of relief. It merely required the consumption of a few more supreme qi refining pills. Once he achieved a breakthrough, the benefits would be immeasurable. As for the supreme qi refining pills, they were hardly a challenge for him. Thus, Xingchen plunged into an even more fervent mode of cultivation. Chapter 80. For years, unyielding breakthrough? In the absence of medicinal pills, he sought to exchange for spiritual herbs at the Alchemy Pavilion to concoct his own. Lacking contribution points, he opted to produce mid-grade qi refining pills for submission to the Alchemy Pavilion. The choice of mid-grade over superior-grade qi refining pills was deliberate. The exceptional pills he had submitted days prior had stirred considerable commotion, causing a ripple of astonishment throughout the outer sect. The sudden appearance of such top-tier pills in the Alchemy Pavilion left many puzzled, while the elder in charge remained tight-lipped. Although the intrigue did not lead to further inquiries, the allure of his qi refining pills incited a frenzy among the outer disciples, leading to a rapid enhancement of their abilities. Notably, Wang Ergu and Li Yueling were among those who exchanged the most. It was evident that their powers would soon soar. Thus, Xingchen continued to produce mid-grade qi refining pills for submission to the Alchemy Pavilion, where the elder compensated him at the original price, ensuring he never lacked for contribution points. Currently, Xingchen's life revolved around the path between his residence and the Alchemy Pavilion, rendering visits to the outer sect market unnecessary. Moreover, it appeared that Wang Ergu and his companions had forgotten about him, sparing him from any troubles. This fortuitous turn allowed Xingchen to focus on his growth. Time flowed gently, and a year passed swiftly. The day of the outer sect trial arrived once more. However, Xingchen had no intention of participating. Over the year, he had ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement, yet his golden spiritual root remained at the 6th layer. Despite the simultaneous growth of all 10 spiritual roots during his cultivation, he could still selectively cultivate and break through any single one. Thus, he refrained from elevating his golden spiritual root, maintaining the appearance of being at the 6th layer. He was aware that Wang Ergu and Li Yueling also seemed disinclined to participate in this round of trials, perhaps due to insufficient strength or other reasons. They had not extended invitations for him to join either. For an entire year, they had not sought him out. Their absence allowed Xingchen a rare tranquility to cultivate diligently. Yet, he understood that haste could hinder progress. Thus, he sometimes refrained from rushing his cultivation. Occasionally, he visited the Alchemy Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, or the Scripture Pavilion to engage in light-hearted banter with the 3 elderly sages. The 3 elders regarded Xingchen as their savior, for with the aid of the superior foundation establishment pills, they had made remarkable advancements, breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Each had gained an additional 30 years of life, rejuvenating their spirits. As time flowed like a fleeting dream, for years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Xingchen had now been at Qingyun's sect for a decade. At this juncture, he had transformed from a mere errand boy into a strikingly handsome young man. Beneath his sword-like eyebrows, his eyes gleamed with a clarity tinged by a hint of profundity. His tall and graceful figure exuded an aura of remarkable elegance. Over the course of 4 years, Xingchen's cultivation had ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. Except for his golden spiritual root, which remained at the 6th level, all his other spiritual roots had broken through to the 10th level. However, Xingchen did not appear particularly joyful, for he was troubled by how to achieve further breakthroughs. His cultivation had surpassed the 10th level of qi refinement 2 years ago, yet he found himself unable to advance any further. Over the past 2 years, he had consumed an innumerable amount of premium elixirs, but his cultivation showed no signs of growth. He had sought counsel from the 3 elderly sages of the Pill Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Scripture Pavilion, yet they were at a loss for answers. Ultimately, the 3 elders mentioned that within the secret realm of the outer sect competition, there seemed to exist a rare herb known as the 10-spirit grass, which might assist Xingchen in his breakthrough. Thus, today, Xingchen resolved to cease his arduous training, as he found no hope of advancement. He pondered whether this predicament arose from his golden spiritual root. If the 10-spirit grass failed to facilitate a breakthrough, perhaps only the inner sect could offer the means for progress. Xingchen's cessation of cultivation was not solely due to his inability to advance, The outer sect trial was fast approaching, with only a year left to prepare. Since further breakthroughs seemed unattainable, he would have to participate in the trial to gain entry into the inner sect. Presently, Xingchen harbored absolute confidence in his own abilities. His cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement positioned him as a distinguished figure among the outer disciples participating in the trials. After all, those who could become outer disciples did not possess the same remarkable talents as their inner sect counterparts. Most outer disciples were rather unremarkable. Furthermore, each outer disciple was granted merely 2 opportunities to partake in the trials every 5 years. Thus, in a span of over a decade, many individuals struggled to even reach the 8th level of Qi refinement, let alone the 10th. Some might barely manage to break through to the 5th level within that decade, just qualifying for the trials. Nonetheless, despite all being outer disciples, there were a few exceptional individuals among them, such as Li Yueling and the Wu siblings, who stood out within the outer sect. None of them had participated in the previous outer sect trials, and this would be their final opportunity to do so. They were compelled to take part. Therefore, should Xingchen choose to enter this year's trials, he would inevitably encounter them. However, Xingchen felt no trepidation. Should they cross paths, he would decisively eliminate them, capturing their souls within the soul-controlling banner to bolster his own strength in battle. Although he was uncertain of their current prowess, Xingchen was not without preparation. Setting aside the fact that his spiritual power was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if they possessed some innate talent and a more robust spiritual force, they would still be incomparable to him. Xingchen held this assurance firmly. In this iteration of the outer sect trial, Xingchen can confidently assert his fearlessness towards any adversary. However, mere cultivation prowess is insufficient to participate in the trial. He must equip himself with various strategies. For instance, the evolution of the 10,000 Souls banner stands as his primary method for enhancing his strength. Furthermore, he intends to master formidable spells and other life-preserving techniques. Particularly concerning these life-saving measures, he cannot afford to be negligent. For the trial's rules dictate a perilous reality where life and death are intertwined. Despite his unwavering confidence, he remains acutely aware of the potential dangers. This time, as he prepares for the trial, his foremost concerns are Li Yueling, Wu Gang, and Wu Yan. Wu Yan, especially, is renowned as the Great Diamond, a reputation that instilled a lasting shadow of fear in Xingchen several years ago due to his overwhelming power. With the passage of 4 years, Wu Yan has surely grown even more formidable, and Xingchen must devise a strategy to contend with him. Additionally, Wu Gang, Wu Yan's elder brother, is not to be underestimated, and Li Yueling is likely equally formidable. In summary, his participation in this trial is destined to be a treacherous endeavor. As for Wang Ergu, Xingchen has heard that he was taken to the inner sect by Wang Teng several years prior. Nevertheless, he cannot dismiss the possibility that Wang Ergu may still participate in this round of the outer sect trial, or that Wang Teng might summon more individuals to confront him. Xingchen can only hope that Wang Teng views him merely as a minor nuisance, disregarding him entirely. Subsequently, Xingchen made his way towards the outer sect's scripture pavilion, intending to first study several powerful spells before making further preparations. Given the last 5 years, he must embark on 15 hunts of equally ranked demonic beasts to qualify for the trial. Thus, in addition to mastering spells, Xingchen must undertake other preparations. Registering for hunts at the Deacon Hall will inevitably alert Li Yueling and the others to his departure from the Qingyan sect. Therefore, venturing out to hunt demonic beasts poses an exceedingly perilous undertaking for Xingchen. Chapter 81. The Soul-Settling Needle, Li Yueling's anger subsequently. Xingchen made his way directly to the scripture pavilion, intending to select a few spells for cultivation. Over the past 4 years, his alchemical skills had ascended to unprecedented heights, enabling him to concoct high-grade foundation establishment pills with a commendable success rate. With his proficiency in alchemy, he could effortlessly enter the fire spirit peak. However, he was required to participate in the outer sect trials. Among the 10 spiritual herbs, he saw the potential for a breakthrough and could not afford to relinquish that opportunity. In the past decade, Xingchen had single-handedly elevated the Dan Medicine Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion, and Lu Feng's cultivation level to the late foundation establishment stage. Notably, Lu Feng's cultivation had nearly reached perfection, instilling a sense of awe. Even Li Tong had to treat him with greater respect upon meeting. Lu Feng's aspirations had also risen. Previously, he had merely hoped to break through the late foundation establishment stage like Li Tong. But now he sought to transcend into the Golden Core realm and join one of the inner sect's main peaks as an elder. Even the other 3 elders harbored similar ambitions. Xingchen, with unwavering confidence, vowed to assist them in realizing their dreams. Now, upon seeing Xingchen, the group regarded him as if he were their own son, extending immense support to him. As Xingchen approached the scripture pavilion, he was greeted by the sounds of joyous laughter emanating from the treasure pavilion. The proximity allowed him to hear the merriment clearly, which struck a familiar chord within him, prompting his curiosity to lead him toward the source. Upon arriving at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he was astonished to find Lu Feng and the three elders engaged in lively banter. Upon spotting Xingchen, they waved him over. Haha, Xingchen, I have wonderful news to share. Old Man Feng from the treasure pavilion has broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from the golden core realm. Lu Feng exclaimed with glee. Congratulations. It appears that Senior Feng has a promising future ahead. Should he break through to the golden core stage, he could attain the status of an elder in the inner sect's main peak. Truly a cause for celebration. Xingchen responded, equally delighted. After all, this old man Feng was the very person who had opened doors for him at the treasure pavilion, and witnessing his breakthrough brought Xingchen great joy. This is all thanks to you, Xingchen. Were it not for your assistance, I would have long since been 6 feet under, old man Feng said, his face brimming with excitement and gratitude upon seeing Xingchen. Senior Feng, please do not say that. You have aided me greatly as well. We merely support each other. Xingchen replied with a smile. By the way, Xingchen, it has been a while since we last saw you. Have you been in seclusion? Lu Feng inquired curiously. I have come to the scripture pavilion to select a few spells for cultivation, as I plan to participate in this year's outer sect trials, Xingchen explained. Oh, you're not waiting for the next session? What about your cultivation level? It seems you are still at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Given Xingchen's manifestation of a golden spiritual root, Lu Feng could only perceive his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement. It seems increasingly challenging to make a breakthrough. I must devise a strategy. Perhaps the 10-spirit herb could indeed assist me in achieving this. Xingchen feigned a look of helplessness, concealing his other spiritual roots cultivation levels from the others. Upon hearing this, the expressions of his companions grew somewhat somber. Witnessing Xingchen's demeanor, they felt a pang of sadness. However, reflecting on the perils of the trial and Xingchen's cultivation level, they began to harbor concerns. Alas, Xingchen, is your 6th layer of Qi refinement not a bit too perilous? Elder Feng remarked with evident worry. Fear not, I shall prepare some life-preserving measures. I do not seek to place in the top 10, I merely wish to acquire the 10-spirit herb and withdraw, Xingchen replied with a calm smile. After hearing this, his companions felt somewhat reassured, yet they remained helpless. Since Xingchen could not break through, he could only seek alternative solutions, and there was little they could offer. After all, the 10-spirit herb was a rare elixir, non-existent even in the inner sect, as there was no demand for it, and the Qingyun sect would not expend effort cultivating it. Xingchen, have you not prepared any magical artifacts? Elder Feng inquired. Very well, I shall select a couple of magical artifacts, Xingchen replied with a smile, then began to browse the treasure pavilion. Lu Feng and the others assisted him in choosing, attempting to help him find more powerful artifacts. However, the external sect's treasure pavilion primarily housed mid-grade artifacts, with very few high-grade ones available, leading to a rather monotonous selection devoid of any exceptional artifacts that would catch their eye. Of course, while they were all mid-grade artifacts, this did not pose a problem for Xingchen. He merely needed to select 6 mid-grade artifacts, which he could then enhance into a top-grade artifact using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Thus, Xingchen appeared quite nonchalant as he browsed. He first selected 6 mid-grade Qingfeng swords. To enhance a mid-grade artifact using the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, he would typically require 6 pieces. However, Xingchen possessed 1 high-grade Qingfeng sword, which equated to 3 mid-grade artifacts within the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Hence, theoretically, he needed only to select 3 mid-grade Qingfeng swords. Yet for the sake of caution, he resolved to purchase 6. After all, his understanding of the rules governing the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron was merely speculative. Subsequently, Xingchen chose 6 pieces of soft armor, also mid-grade artifacts, primarily for defense. Then, his eyes brightened as he spotted a peculiar artifact resembling an embroidery needle. The name inscribed upon it piqued his interest. It read Soul Fixing Needle. This needle is quite impressive, Xingchen remarked with a smile. Xingchen, this soul-fixing needle is a powerful imitation of a special spiritual treasure. There are many replicas, including magical treasures, spiritual tools, and artifacts. The replicas in the category of artifacts have their potency nearly negligible, and this one is merely a mid-grade artifact, thus of little practical use. Elder Feng explained with a tender patience, as if he were addressing his own grandson. I have a penchant for such unusual trinkets. With a smile, Xingchen said nothing further. He contemplated that if the soul-fixing needle were used in conjunction with the 10,000 souls banner, it would likely yield astonishing results. Thus, he promptly acquired 6 soul-fixing needles, taking them all. However, at that moment, a figure ascended to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. This individual happened to witness Xingchen with the needles and was immediately filled with fury. "You worthless fool, put down my soul-fixing needles. Who allowed you to take them?" The angry voice belonged to none other than Li Yueling. After several years, Li Yueling had blossomed into a graceful beauty, yet her tone remained as acerbic as ever. Upon recognizing Xingchen, her initial curiosity swiftly transformed into heightened rage. "I never imagined you, a useless wretch, had not been poisoned to death by the elixir toxins." Humph. Still at the 6th level of qi refinement, truly a picture of ineptitude. Li Yueling exclaimed, her anger rooted in her connection to Xingchen. It stemmed from when Wang Ergu had suggested she participate in the outer sect trials, promising that after eliminating Xingchen, she would be made a core disciple of the Qingyun sect's master peak. Although she had harbored doubts about Wang Ergu's words, the thought of Wang Tang's status compelled her to believe him. Yet, Li Yueling was troubled by the fact that Xingchen had no intention of participating in the outer sect trials, and within the sect, she dared not harm him. Thus, encountering him now ignited her fury. "Put down those soul-fixing needles, you good-for-nothing. How dare you aspire to wield such a special artifact? It is mine," Li Yueling scolded, her words laced with disdain. Xingchen furrowed his brows slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This insufferable woman seemed to think she could treat him as she did in the past, expecting him to endure her insults. Extending his consciousness, he discerned that her cultivation surpassed his by 1 level, at the 11th stage of qi refinement. He wondered if her spiritual energy was as robust as his own. Should they engage in combat, the outcome was uncertain, and Xingchen was indeed curious to test his strength. Chapter 82. Ascending the Life and Death Platform. How could you, a wretched being raised by a mother yet deprived of proper guidance, be unaware of the order of precedence? You dare to claim this treasure chamber as your own. Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he decisively stowed away 6 soul-settling needles. Li Yueling, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that this so-called waste would dare to insult her, shattering her worldview. "How dare you, you worthless fool? No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner throughout my life. You truly deserve death." Li Yueling's fierce demeanor belied her cowardice, her eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. "I shall rid the world of you, you useless scoundrel." Li Yueling, incensed, was already seething from being outsmarted by Wang Ergu, and now, Xingchen's defiance ignited her fury further. As she prepared to unleash her spiritual energy, an icy scoff from Old Feng interrupted her. "How dare you cause a ruckus in my treasure chamber?" Old Feng's wave of his hand unleashed a terrifying force that sent Li Yueling staggering back several paces. "You old fool." Li Yueling intended to retaliate, but the recollection of Li Tong's stern warnings quelled her anger. Regardless of whether it was Lu Feng or the elders of the treasure chamber, the scripture chamber, or the pill chamber, their prowess rivaled that of Li Tong. In the past, when their abilities were lesser, she might have dared to reprimand them. But the situation was markedly different now. Li Tong had often cautioned her against provoking these individuals. "You will pay for this, waste. Just you wait." Li Yueling spat in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. "What is the matter? Are you enraged? That is precisely what I relish, seeing you unable to tolerate me, yet powerless to eliminate me." Xingchen shrugged with a playful smile. "Very well, continue to act brazenly. I wager you won't make it out of this treasure chamber." Li Yueling, consumed by rage, stormed off, but Xingchen knew she would undoubtedly be waiting for him outside. He chuckled, utterly unfazed. Now that Lu Feng and the others had grown in strength, they no longer feared Li Tong, and his own power was on par with Li Yueling's. Should she dare to provoke him, he would no longer hold back. After all, the names of these individuals had already been inscribed in his ledger, and he would settle the score sooner or later. In fact, their names had even been recorded in the soul-collecting banner. It was a pity that he and the soul-collecting banner were currently too weak, otherwise, he would gladly collect them one by one. "Xingchen, that woman will certainly be waiting for you outside. Would you like us to assist you?" Lu Feng's expression grew serious. "Your strength is too feeble. If she strikes, it may prove troublesome." Unfazed, Lu Shu, "She is of no consequence. Just ensure that you intercept Li Tong when he attempts to act against me." Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor. "As for Li Yueling, should she dare to make a move, I will ensure she experiences profound regret." "Xingchen, we can manage Li Tong, but can you truly contend with Li Yueling?" Lu Feng asked gravely. "Do not worry. I possess the strength to handle her. Just focus on restraining Li Tong," Xingchen replied with a smile. Although he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, he would not hesitate to retaliate if Li Yueling chose to attack. Subsequently, He selected 6 shield-like magical artifacts before departing from the treasure pavilion. Upon exiting, Xingchen did not spot Li Yueling's figure and, after extending his consciousness to scan the surroundings, he paid it little heed. Following this, Xingchen accompanied the elderly guard of the scripture pavilion, Old Song, to select spells, with Lu Feng joining them as well. Xingchen's method of choosing spells was rather straightforward. After all, the scripture pavilion for outer disciples predominantly contained mid-tier first-level spells. Thus, he did not concern himself with the potency or attack methods of the spells. Given that he possessed 10 spiritual roots, he could cultivate spells of any attribute. And with the enhancement of the Three Treasures Ruyi, his selection process was casual. This nonchalant approach left both Lu Feng and Old Song momentarily taken aback. However, having known Xingchen for quite some time, they understood the rationale behind his actions, and although curious, they refrained from questioning him further. Xingchen continued with his selections, which expanded due to his intention to utilize the Three Treasures Ruyi for enhancement. He chose 12 offensive spells, 6 defensive spells, and 6 speed-enhancing spells. Xingchen, with such a multitude of selections, do you believe you can master them all? Lu Feng inquired, his expression one of intrigue. Uncle Lu, I have my plans. Xingchen replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. Soon, Lu Feng accompanied Xingchen towards his courtyard. However, midway, Li Yueling indeed intercepted Xingchen's path. A crowd of outer disciples had gathered around, evidently aware that Li Yueling was awaiting him. Xingchen, do you dare to engage in a fair contest with me? Li Yueling sneered, pointing at him. Today, I am determined to give you a good thrashing, and with Elder Lu present, along with these fellow disciples as witnesses, we shall have a fair match. Rest assured, I won't kill you, as this is not the life and death arena. I know you wish to eliminate me, but I am certain you wouldn't dare step into the life and death arena. Today, we shall compete here. The thought of Xingchen's earlier insults in the treasure pavilion only fueled her anger. You, a mere 11th layer chi refining practitioner, dare to speak of a fair contest? How laughable. I refuse to engage. Xingchen, however, dismissed her with indifference, paying her no mind. You worthless fool, what do you intend to do? Li Yueling retorted in anger. I knew you wouldn't dare. With your 6th layer chi refining strength, I could crush you with a single slap. As a man, do you take pleasure in being a coward? You are such a waste. It's no wonder you've made no progress over the years. The poison in your body must have already begun to affect your mind. Such a worthless being should not have long to live. Li Yueling spat her scornful words, aiming to provoke Xingchen into accepting her challenge. Observing Xingchen's unresponsive demeanor, she felt a sense of helplessness within. This worthless individual. Wang Ergu urged me to eliminate him, but one must have the opportunity to do so, no? This good-for-nothing does not venture out on missions nor participates in external trials. How am I to strike? That fool Wang Ergu genuinely believes I would act directly against this waste of space. Does he think me foolish? Eventually, I would be the one to take the blame, and I refuse to do that. If I could provoke this worthless creature into a match today, I would swiftly end his life. What of Lu Feng witnessing it? I would simply claim it was an unfortunate accident, even if I were summoned to the enforcement hall. What of it? Besides, I have already compromised myself for Wang Ergu. I refuse to believe that imbecile would not show a hint of sentiment. However, the thought of Xingchen being unyielding leaves Li Yueling disheartened. After all, she understands that Xingchen is well aware of his own cultivation level. A contest between a 6th layer chi practitioner and an 11th layer chi practitioner is nothing short of seeking death. Thus, Li Yueling felt quite despondent. Yet, just as she contemplated the potential failure of her plan, Xingchen astounded her with his words. As for the contest, let it be. However, I find the death platform intriguing. Tell me, if we were to ascend the death platform and I were to kill you, your father wouldn't he go mad and hunt me down, would he? Chapter 83. Meeting on the life and death platform. As Xingchen's words fell, astonishment enveloped the crowd. If they had been holding fruit, it would have surely dropped to the ground. Each individual gaped in disbelief, only to be met with waves of disdainful murmurs. What does this young man mean? Does he truly wish to challenge Li Yueling on the life and death platform? Has he lost his mind? A mere cultivator at the 6th level dares to confront a master at the 11th level, and on such a platform no less? This lad does not appear foolish. Having previously endured bullying from Wang Ergu and Li Yueling, he demonstrated patience and resilience. Yet now, he speaks of the life and death platform with such audacity. Is he out of his senses? Has the poison of the Dan truly clouded his mind? What a fool. Not only the others, but even Lu Feng wore an expression of shock. Xingchen, this is no jest. That is the life and death platform. Lu Feng suspected that Xingchen had been provoked by Li Yueling, prompting such foolish words. Uncle Lu, fret not. I intend to quell her arrogance. Yi Xingchen retorted with an amused smirk. Li Yueling, meanwhile, furrowed her brow, seemingly unable to grasp Yi Xingchen's words. It was unexpected. What did you just say? She inquired uncertainly. I said I am willing to go to the life and death platform. Yi Xingchen replied with a playful smile. Are you certain? What? Are you afraid? Yi Xingchen scoffed. Huh, why would I fear? I merely worry about accidentally killing you, a worthless fool. With renewed excitement, Li Yueling confirmed her understanding. If Yi Xingchen dared to ascend the life and death platform, she would have the opportunity to eliminate him, thus paving her way to the inner sect's first peak. Although her talent was mediocre, her aspirations were far beyond that of a mere ordinary disciple. She yearned to become a core disciple within the inner sect. Only core disciples could access greater cultivation resources and training, elevating their status above that of ordinary disciples. I admire your bravery. Let us proceed to the life and death platform now. Rest assured, we are all fellow disciples. Even on the platform, I shall hold back. Li Yueling said with a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed a deep-seated contempt. Not just yet, Yi Xingchen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of refusal. Wait a few months. I must refine some spells to ensure I can defeat you. At present, I have not cultivated any spells, and one misstep could lead to my demise at your hands. Yi Xingchen spoke earnestly. He currently possessed only his cultivation level, devoid of any spells, and was indeed at a lower realm than Li Yueling. To ascend the life and death platform relying solely on brute strength would surely result in his defeat. Although his spiritual energy might surpass hers, he could not guarantee victory with such a slight advantage. If he was to confront her on the life and death platform, his aim was to eliminate Li Yueling. He planned to arrange this confrontation 1 to 2 months prior to the outer sect trials, at which point revealing his true strength would bear no consequence. As long as one enters the fray, the cultivation levels of other spiritual roots will be unveiled. Thus, even if he must ascend to the life and death platform, he will defer this moment, at least until he returns from hunting the same-tiered demonic beasts. Otherwise, should he eliminate Li Yueling, he would be relentlessly pursued by Li Tong upon exiting the Xingchen sect, which would be unbearable. Very well. I can wait for you to refine your spells, but you must at least provide me with a timeline, for I too must prepare, lest you inadvertently end my life. Li Yueling smiled playfully, her gaze toward Yi Xingchen akin to that of someone regarding a corpse. Await my notification, rest assured, within 3 months at the earliest, or at most half a year, I shall meet you on the life and death platform. Uncle Lu, let us depart, Yi Xingchen declared, disregarding Li Yueling entirely. Do you dare to toy with me? Li Yueling fumed, stamping her foot as she watched Yi Xingchen's retreating figure, convinced he lacked the courage to face her on the life and death platform, believing he was merely toying with her. However, upon hearing Yi Xingchen's serious words, she began to believe him a little more. Rest assured, I am not jesting. We shall meet on the life and death platform. Very well, I shall await that moment. Li Yueling's eyes narrowed before she took her leave. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was consumed with concern for Yi Xingchen. Xingchen, do you truly intend to confront this woman on the life and death platform? Are you certain you are not merely provoked? Do you recall what I told you when you entered the inner sect? Do not let anger drive you to the life and death platform, for there, only one side can emerge alive. Even surrender is not an option. You young ones are easily provoked, which is not a commendable trait. Yet, I perceive you possess restraint. Why, then, this impulsiveness? Lu Feng, resembling a concerned father, earnestly advised Yi Xingchen, hoping he might reconsider. Uncle Lu, fret not. I have endured for many years. How could I act impulsively now? I have my plans. Fear not. I shall certainly slay that woman on the life and death platform. Yi Xingchen smiled confidently, exuding assurance. Seeing this, Lu Feng ceased his admonishments. Very well, since you are so confident, I have nothing further to say. However, remain vigilant. Even if you surpass Li Yueling, be prepared for her to employ underhanded tactics. This is something you must never forget. Complacency could prove disastrous. Although deceitful means are forbidden on the life and death platform, when faced with life-threatening peril, such considerations often vanish. Many have experienced this firsthand. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng continued, moreover, since you are so resolute about confronting Li Yueling, your true strength must not be lacking. Li Yueling may not think much of it, but Li Tong will surely analyze the situation. Should Li Yueling disclose your intention to face her, Li Tong will undoubtedly scrutinize the matter. Thank you for your counsel. Uncle Lu, I shall be thoroughly prepared. Yi Xingchen's gaze was tinged with gravity. Lu Feng was right. He must prepare thoroughly. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its utmost effort, and he could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, as Lu Feng had predicted, When Li Yueling revealed that Yi Xing intended to confront her on the life and death platform, her words sparked a frown from Li Tong, who appeared increasingly solemn. Did this young man possess some hidden strength? Yueling, are you certain that this young man is still at the 6th level of qi refinement? You must not underestimate him. The life and death platform is no trifling matter. If necessary, we can forego that core inner sect disciple position. With your talent, you could easily become an ordinary inner sect disciple on your own, Li Tong stated in a grave tone. Rest assured, father, that waste has shown no growth over the years. If he dares to step onto the life and death platform, I will be able to kill him. Li Yueling retorted dismissively, her eyes gleaming with fervor and a certain yearning. In her mind's eye, the striking figure of Wang Tong, with his ethereal elegance, surfaced vividly. Chapter 84. Cultivating the 10-spirit sword technique. Each time Li Yueling beheld Wang Tong, her gaze mirrored that of a mortal in the presence of a deity, filled solely with admiration and reverence. Particularly upon glimpsing Zhao Lingyan beside Wang Tong, her heart surged with envy. She yearned to embody the essence of a woman like Zhao Lingyan, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Tong. As for Wang Ergu, he was but a mere stepping stone in her path. Yet, Yi Xingchen emerged as her greatest obstacle to success. Now, having finally encountered the foolish Yi Xingchen, who dared to challenge her on the life and death stage, she could hardly let this splendid opportunity slip away. After parting ways with Lu Feng, Yi Xingchen proceeded to the alchemy room to tidy up. Uncertain of who currently managed the chamber, he had grown accustomed to cleaning it at the appointed time. Yi Xingchen surmised that it was Li Yueling overseeing the facility, as 3 years prior, it coincided with Wang Ergu's entry into the inner sect. Li Yueling had suddenly approached Yi Xingchen, reminding him not to neglect the alchemy room's upkeep, a request he willingly acquiesced to, recognizing the importance of maintaining harmony. Though he currently lacked for high-grade qi refining pills, he was more than eager to garner additional rewards. In less than an hour, Yi Xingchen completed his cleaning. Upon returning to his courtyard, he promptly retrieved the Sanbao Ruyi Ding to commence his enhancement endeavors. Without hesitation, he cast an assortment of refined qi pills and potent bone-strengthening pills into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding, neglecting to tally their quantity. Subsequently, he began enhancing the various magical artifacts and spells he had procured. He first extracted 3 mid-grade Qingfeng swords from his collection, along with his original superior-grade Qingfeng sword, placing them all within the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. As the brilliance within the ding shimmered, a Qingfeng sword emanating spiritual light materialized. However, to his dismay, the sword that emerged was not a superior artifact, but rather another mid-grade Qingfeng sword. Yi Xingchen chuckled softly, acknowledging his failure. The Sanbao Ruyi Ding did not adhere to conventional rules, effectively consuming 2 of his mid-grade swords in vain. With no other recourse, Yi Xingchen refrained from further enhancing the Qingfeng sword, retaining 3 mid-grade swords for future endeavors. To acquire a superior-grade Qingfeng sword, he would require either 6 mid-grade swords or 3 superior-grade ones. This experience led Yi Xingchen to perceive a flaw in the Sanbao Ruyi Ding's mechanism, indicating a lack of consistency. Next, he placed 6 shields into the Sanbao Ruyi Ding. These shields were mid-grade artifacts, akin to those used in the mortal realm, resembling the shields of warriors. Of course, while their forms were similar, their powers were incomparable. These mid-grade shields were capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 5th-level qi refiner. As anticipated, the result of his efforts yielded a superior-grade shield, which bore the name Vajra Shield. After retrieving the Vajra Shield, Yi Xingchen commenced the enhancement of the soul fixation needle. This needle was unique. Though its power was not particularly formidable, it possessed an eerie quality. Once the soul fixation needle struck an adversary, it could momentarily immobilize their soul, lasting for the briefest of breaths. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere half-breath. In the midst of battle, even an instant can alter the course of events. Thus, although the soul-stabilizing needle may not possess great power, its utility is undeniable. He recalled that Li Yueling practiced a technique for attacking the spirit, and her desire for the soul-stabilizing needle likely pertains to its application in conjunction with her cultivation. Yi Xingchen must remain vigilant. Several years ago, that woman nearly rendered him senseless. While he possesses the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding, it is prudent to take additional precautions. The most effective strategy, indeed, is to cultivate his own spiritual awareness to surpass that of his adversary, thereby ensuring his own safety and potentially counterattacking. However, there is no urgency at present. He plans to first cultivate the spells he has acquired before visiting the scripture repository to seek techniques for enhancing soul power. Before long, Yi Xingchen completed the enhancement of 6 mid-grade magical tools, resulting in the acquisition of a top-grade soul-stabilizing needle. The mid-grade soul-stabilizing needle can instantaneously immobilize the spirit of a Qi refinement cultivator at the 6th level, so the top-grade variant should, in Xingchen's estimation, be capable of similarly immobilizing those at the 11th or even 12th levels. Ultimately, he also enhanced 6 sets of defensive soft armor magical tools, culminating in a set of top-grade soft armor. Following this, Xingchen promptly began the ritual of refining the enhanced magical tools. However, he refrained from refining the upper-grade Qingfeng sword, as he intended to procure 3 mid-grade Qingfeng swords from the treasure pavilion to refine into a top-grade version. Thus, he focused his efforts on refining the diamond shield, the soul-stabilizing needle, and the top-grade soft armor. After half an hour, Xingchen successfully completed the refinement of the 3 top-grade magical tools. Upon finishing, he commenced the enhancement of the spells he had purchased, which included 12 first-tier mid-grade offensive spells. Without meticulously examining these spells, he proceeded directly to enhance them. The 12 mid-grade offensive spells were just sufficient to transform into 2 top-grade offensive spells. Soon, Xingchen successfully enhanced the first of these formidable offensive spells, known as the 10 Spirits Force. This technique comprises 12 layers, enabling the practitioner to unleash a force corresponding to the attributes of 10 spiritual roots, a truly formidable feat. Those with 10 spiritual roots can fully harness the potential of the 10 Spirits Force. A smile graced Xingchen's lips. The spells enhanced by the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding seemed tailor-made for him. You truly are a great treasure, he mused while affectionately stroking the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding. After his moment of excitement, Xingchen continued with his enhancements. Soon, as the brilliance from the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding flickered, another offensive spell emerged, the 10 Spirits Sword Technique. Xingchen grinned widely, without needing to glance. He knew that this too was crafted for him by the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding. He took out the 10 Spirits Sword Technique without opening it for review, knowing he would eventually cultivate it in due time. With 2 offensive spells in his possession, Xingchen turned his attention to enhancing defensive spells. In no time, he placed the 6 first-tier defensive spells he had acquired into the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding. As the radiance subsided, a first-tier top-grade defensive spell materialized, the 10 Spirits Shield. Once again, it was a custom-tailored experience. After a smile, Xingchen promptly produced 10 Spirit Shields, which he did not examine, and set them aside. Following this, he proceeded to enhance his speed-based spells. Subsequently, Xingchen placed the 6 first-tier mid-grade speed spells he had purchased into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Before long, he acquired a first-tier top-grade speed spell, Gale Steps. The name itself hinted at its connection to swiftness. Beaming with delight, Xingchen stored the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Next, he contemplated which spell to cultivate first. He decided to begin with the 10 Spirit Sword Technique. He recalled his grandfather's tales of celestial beings who could cleave the heavens with a single sword strike, a notion that had always captivated him. Although he was not a celestial being, he held a special affection for the sword. Thus, after putting away the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron and the other spells, Xingchen took up the 10 Spirit Sword Technique to delve into its study. However, upon reading the introductory information, a frown creased his brow. Chapter 85. The terrifying 10 Spirit Force. Xingchen was taken aback by the information mentioned above, which indicated that cultivating the 10 Spirit Sword Technique with a perfected 10 Spirit body would exponentially amplify its power. He had not anticipated such a hint. His current 10 Spirit body was merely at the minor completion stage. The 3 elements, dantian, spiritual roots, and spiritual power, were interwoven, yet the manifested spiritual power remained disparate. Once he cultivated the 10 Spirit body to perfection, the unleashed spiritual force would coalesce into a formidable 10-in-1 spirit power. In combat, the unification of 10 forces would yield terrifying might. However, advancing to the perfected stage of the 10 Spirit body was no trivial matter. The minor completion stage merely required a basic integration of spiritual power to achieve equilibrium among the 10 attributes. Yet, to reach the perfected state, a comprehensive fusion and refinement of the 10 attribute spiritual power was necessary. Furthermore, a rare herb known as fusion spirit grass was essential for the optimal integration and refinement of the 10 attribute spiritual power. The outer sect's alchemy pavilion of the Qingyun sect did not possess this herb, and when Xingchen inquired with the elder of the inner sect's alchemy pavilion, it appeared that they too lacked this precious resource. Xingchen remained unperturbed. In the absence of the fusion spirit grass, he could continue to practice the 10 Spirit Sword Technique as is. He could always refine his 10 Spirit body to perfection once he acquired the herb in the future. Subsequently, Xingchen began to peruse the principles of the 10 Spirit Sword Technique. After mastering it, a single strike would unleash the 10 Spirit power. capable of manifesting 10 streams of sword energy. Upon reaching perfection, even those at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage would pose no threat. Its might was indeed formidable, befitting a top-tier sword technique. With a smile, Xingchen commenced his training. 3 days later, in the courtyard, he executed a strike, sending forth a wave of sword energy that cleaved through a solid boulder 10 meters away. This was the sword energy derived from his cultivation of the 10-spirit sword technique, ignited by golden spiritual power. Witnessing such formidable prowess, Xingchen felt immense satisfaction. He surmised that this single strike would prompt caution even from cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. Without pausing, Xingchen continued his practice of the 10-spirit sword technique. Once he could unleash 10 streams of sword energy in a single strike, it would signify his success in mastering the technique. However, achieving 10 streams of sword energy in one strike was no simple feat before he knew it. A month had slipped by. In the courtyard, Xingchen, brimming with excitement, unleashed a strike forward. In an instant, 10 streams of sword energy surged through the air, crashing forward with a thunderous roar. The 10 streams of energy struck the ground, creating deep fissures several meters long. Yet, that was not the end. As the streams of sword energy intertwined, they erupted with a resounding blast. However, the power of the explosion was somewhat scattered and lacked focus. Had Xingchen wielded the perfected 10-spirit body, the 10 streams would have coalesced more harmoniously, resulting in a more magnificent explosion. Alas, his 10-spirit body was still at the minor completion stage. Nevertheless, he was already quite content with the current potency of the 10-spirit sword technique. In his perspective, the formidable aura just now would compel even an ordinary 12th level chi refinement practitioner to exert themselves desperately in resistance. After all, with tenfold the spiritual power of an average practitioner, he found himself slightly unsteady after executing the 10-spirit sword technique merely once. He estimated that he could manage at most 3 applications of the 10-spirit sword technique before succumbing to exhaustion. However, he would not employ the full force of the 10-spirit sword technique unless faced with an extraordinary peril with his spiritual energy. Even half the might of the technique should suffice in a life-and-death struggle against an ordinary practitioner. Next, Xingchen began to cultivate the second spell, 10-spirit force. Upon perusing the initial chapter of the technique, he encountered similar assertions as those in the 10-sword technique. Notably the idea that mastery of the 10-spirit body would double its potency. With a wry smile, he turned the pages to examine further. The practice of 10-spirit force involved refining one's 10 elemental spiritual energies, subsequently manifesting them through punches, palms, or any medium. Upon successful cultivation, 10-spirit force could enhance the physical body, with greater strength leading to more formidable displays of power. The 10-spirit force comprises 3 forms: mountain-splitting force, life-snatching force, and 10-spirit force. The mountain-splitting force possesses the might to cleave mountains, while the life-snatching force boasts unparalleled explosive power, capable of delivering a lethal blow in close combat. Its instantaneous eruption is several times more potent than the mountain-splitting force. The 10-spirit force, with its cumulative strength of 10, proves even more terrifying, excelling in close-quarters combat, though its consumption is significantly greater, warranting caution in its use unless in dire situations. Upon reading these descriptions of 10-spirit force, Xingchen felt immense satisfaction. He promptly commenced his training. Perhaps due to the forging of his 10-spirit body, he encountered little difficulty mastering these techniques. In less than 10 days, he successfully cultivated 10-spirit force to a consummate level. In the courtyard, Xingchen bellowed, 10-spirit force, mountain-splitting force. Channeling his spiritual energy, vibrant streams of energy surged from his palm, displaying 10 distinct colors. He then struck down upon a prepared stubborn stone. Boom! As his palm descended, the air erupted violently. With a resounding crash, his hand struck the stubborn stone. Crack! The stone, weighing over 100 pounds, shattered explosively beneath his palm, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, with a cloud of dust rising from its center. What appeared to be a simple strike contained such terrifying power that Xingchen himself was taken aback. He gazed at his palm in astonishment. This was merely the first form of 10-spirit force, the mountain-splitting force. He had yet to unleash the life-snatching force and the 10-spirit force. Soon, he approached a massive stubborn stone, one that was at least twice the size of the previous one, weighing over 200 pounds and resembling solid iron. It was hard to fathom that a mere mortal could shatter such a stone. 10-spirit force, life-snatching force. Xingchen shouted, driving his fist toward the formidable stone before him. As Xingchen's fist surged forth, a formidable wave rippled through the surroundings, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Boom! Then, with a resounding force, Xingchen struck the stubborn rock. Bang! Crack! This time, unlike the previous application of the mountain-shattering technique, the stone did not merely shatter. Instead, it erupted from its very core, splitting the entire 200-pound boulder into fragments. This raw and brutal display perhaps exemplified the might of the fatal technique. Next, all eyes were on the 10-spirit technique. A satisfied smirk played on Xingchen's lips as he reflected on the earlier result. At that moment, the courtyard was devoid of any rocks for further experimentation. He approached a massive tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace. 10-spirit technique. Xingchen bellowed, directly executing the third form of the 10-spirit technique. Channeling the technique through his fist, streams of spiritual energy surged forth, and within an instant, he felt a sense of emptiness within his body. He had not anticipated the terrifying consumption of spiritual energy that the 10-spirit technique demanded, seemingly more daunting than the 10-spirit sword technique. With a look of astonishment, Xingchen examined the multicolored auras enveloping his fist, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Surely, this power must be considerable? With that thought, Xingchen unleashed a ferocious punch against the towering tree before him. Chapter 86. The greatest danger comes from Wang Tung with a resounding crash. A formidable wave of energy reverberated through the void, as Xingchen, astonished by his own power, struck down a colossal tree with a single punch. Subsequently, a torrent of rampant spiritual energy coursed through the trunk. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the tree, which 2 men could barely encircle, shattered as if torn apart by divine lightning. Such terror indeed. Beholding the remnants of his handiwork, Xingchen couldn't help but smile. However, he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The exertion of unleashing 10 successive spiritual techniques had taken a toll, even on him. Upon returning to his courtyard, he began to recuperate before promptly diving into the study of a new spell, 10-spirit shield. This was a defensive spell. Previously, he had mastered the fire spirit shield, but its feeble defenses offered him little assistance. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the more potent 10-spirit shield. The preamble of the 10-spirit shield echoed the same words as the 10-spirit swordsmanship. Xingchen, with a hint of resignation, chose to disregard this. Turning his attention to the subsequent information, the details regarding the 10-spirit shield left him astounded. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable for Xingchen. When perfected, the 10-spirit shield could withstand the full force of an initial stage foundation establishment attack. The sheer magnitude of this defensive power was staggering. The disparity between the initial stage of foundation establishment and the chi refinement stage was immense, underscoring the might of the 10-spirit shield as protection. The 10-spirit shield could manifest 10 layers of defense, with the final layer composed of earth spirit energy. This ultimate layer, being the strongest, would absorb the shattered energies of the previous defenses, thereby reinforcing its own resilience. Upon encountering such information, Xingchen felt a surge of excitement. Clad in a set of exquisite armor, he envisioned the synergy between it and the 10-spirit shield. With such terrifying defenses, even a master of the initial foundation establishment stage might struggle to overcome him in just a few blows. With a smile, Xingchen commenced his training in the 10-spirit shield. The process of mastering a defensive spell proved to be straightforward. Within 3 days, he had condensed 10 layers of spiritual defense. However, he faltered at the final step, the earth spirit energy layer, which was meant to absorb the energies of the shattered defenses. After another 3 days of unsuccessful attempts, he reluctantly decided to postpone further training until a later time. Casually, he demonstrated the 10-spirit shield, then unleashed the second form of his 10-spirit fist, the lethal strike, upon it. Bang, bang, bang. Under his relentless assault, the 10 layers of the 10-spirit shield crumbled one after another. It was not until he reached the layer of gold spirit energy that his onslaught met with formidable resistance. After delivering a flurry of over 10 strikes, the gold spirit defense finally shattered. Ultimately, Xingchen refrained from continuing his assault and instead directed the earth spirit energy layer to consume the dissipated energies of the gold spirit layer. Regrettably, he failed. No matter how diligently he attempted to manipulate the chaotic golden spiritual energy, he was unable to succeed until it dissipated entirely. Ultimately, Xingchen had no choice but to concede. After a brief recovery, he resumed his cultivation of the final spell, Gale Steps. This speed-oriented technique is vital in combat, where swiftness is paramount for both ambushes and retreats. There exists a saying in the secular world, in all martial arts, speed is invincible, a truth that resonates even within the realm of cultivation. The preface to Gale Steps echoed the same sentiment, which Xingchen chose to disregard. The description of Gale Steps was considerably simpler. Upon reaching mastery, One could traverse a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, a speed that was indeed formidable. The distinction between gale steps and teleportation was virtually negligible, although 1,000 meters may not seem significant to a cultivator. Achieving such a distance instantaneously is likely beyond the reach of even foundational stage practitioners. The difficulty of mastering gale steps was not particularly high, especially in comparison to the 10-spirit sword technique and 10-spirit force, which were far more demanding. In merely 3 days, Xingchen had grasped the basics, and within 8 days, he had attained mastery. In the courtyard, phantoms flickered as Xingchen executed gale steps, effortlessly circling the yard multiple times. When he finally halted, numerous afterimages lingered in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Xingchen revealed a bright smile, his expression a clear indicator of his elation. Prepared, he was ready to hunt beasts of the same tier. I should gather my supplies, he murmured, making his way toward the alchemy pavilion. He first procured 200 spiritual herbs for the revitalizing pill, a crucial potion for restoring spiritual energy. Subsequently, he acquired 100 herbs for the strong bone pill, an essential remedy for healing. As for the chi refinement pills, he had ample supplies on hand. Thus, he harbored no concerns about lacking elixirs while cultivating in the wild. Moreover, Xingchen discovered that since forging his 10-spirit body, he could rely solely on absorbing the natural spiritual energy for his growth, albeit at a notably slow pace. This revelation brought him considerable joy. Be cautious, young one. Your situation appears dire, cautioned the elder of the alchemy pavilion as Xingchen took his leave. Fully aware of the young man's impending intentions and the tensions with Wang Teng and others. Rest assured, senior, I can manage. Xingchen replied with a smile before departing from the pavilion. He then proceeded to the scripture pavilion, where he selected 6 mid-tier spells, including one that focused on spiritual consciousness attacks. He was acutely aware that during this excursion, not only Wang Teng and Wang Ergu would pose a threat, but even Li Yueling might turn against him. Although he might not regard Li Yueling's combat prowess as formidable, he could not afford to underestimate her mastery of spiritual attacks. Afterwards, Xingchen carefully selected 6 middle-grade spells for concealing his cultivation before departing from the scripture pavilion. Be cautious, little one. Do not let your guard down, the elder of the pavilion solemnly advised. No worries, Xingchen replied with a smile, then made his way towards the treasure hall. Xingchen, feel free to take whatever you need, Elder Feng of the treasure hall remarked, his expression slightly grave. In addition to magical artifacts and elixirs, you should also consider preparing some formations and talismans. Although the outer sex treasure hall primarily contains low-tier talismans and basic formations, they can still prove useful at times. All right, I shall take a look, Xingchen nodded with a smile. He believed that when it came to means of preserving his life, it was better to have an abundance than to lack. His greatest concern was not Li Yueling, but rather Wang Teng. If Wang Teng were to personally confront him, it would indeed be perilous. Chapter 87. The examination commences. Xingchen arrived at the treasure pavilion with the intention of acquiring a flying vessel. Upon hearing the words of the old man Feng, his interest was piqued, prompting him to venture towards the talisman section. However, the variety of talismans available in the outer pavilion was quite limited, primarily consisting of low-tier attack talismans. After perusing the selection, he found only 3 talismans that caught his eye. 2 of these were offensive talismans. One was the fireball talisman, which, upon activation, could unleash a fireball to strike at foes with moderate force. The other was the explosive talisman, capable of creating a detonation with slightly greater power than the fireball, though still not particularly formidable. The third was the concealment talisman, which was rather impressive as it could obscure one's presence, rendering them undetectable. Nevertheless, all 3 were merely low-grade talismans, their efficacy being rather limited. For instance, the low-grade concealment talisman could only mask the aura of cultivators below the 3rd level of chi refinement, making it easily discernible to those of higher cultivation. However, Xingchen possessed the 3 treasures Ruyi Ding, enabling him to enhance the potency of these talismans. Consequently, he purchased 100 of each of the 3 talismans. Afterward, he proceeded to the array section. Acquiring high-tier items in the outer pavilion proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, after examining numerous formations, he settled on 2. One named the Fiery Blaze Array, which could unleash a barrage of flames upon the enemy, and the other, in stark contrast, was the Icebound Array, capable of drastically lowering temperatures to freeze adversaries. The simultaneous use of these 2 arrays exemplified the duality of ice and fire. Both formations were classified as low-tier, first-grade arrays, thus rather weak. Hence, Xingchen purchased 12 of each array, allowing him to forge a superior first-grade formation. Feng, having grown accustomed to Xingchen's extensive purchases, inquired with genuine concern, "What else do you require, Xingchen?" With a smile, Xingchen replied, "I still need a flying vessel and 3 mid-tier Qingfeng swords." Subsequently, he began selecting the flying vessel and the mid-tier Qingfeng swords. The 3 mid-tier swords were intended for the enhancement of a superior Qingfeng sword, of which he already possessed 1 high-grade and 3 mid-grade. Thus, acquiring 3 mid-tier swords would enable him to forge a superior one. As for the flying vessel, he sought a low-tier, first-grade artifact, which was notably slow, covering merely 2,000 miles in an hour. Unfortunately, only 3 vessels remained in the treasure pavilion. Consequently, he could only enhance a mid-tier flying vessel. Nonetheless, this was still commendable, as a mid-tier flying vessel could traverse 4,000 miles in an hour, which was not insignificant. Before departing the treasure pavilion, Feng offered several admonitions, urging him to exercise caution. Upon returning, Xingchen promptly retrieved the 3 treasures Ruyi Ding and commenced the process of enhancing the talismans. In the end, 100 of each of the 3 talismans, Fireball Talisman, Explosive Talisman, and Concealment Talisman, were meticulously refined, yielding 8 exceptional talismans of each type. The Supreme Fireball and Explosive Talismans, once activated, unleashed a power comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivation level of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. The Concealment Talisman, when employed, enabled the user to evade the probing of divine consciousness from a practitioner at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. After enhancing the talismans, Xingchen proceeded to fortify the Blazing Fire Array and the Icy Cold Array. Both formations were elevated to the pinnacle of their craft. When engaged in combat, they could rival the full-force assaults of practitioners at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Unlike the exceptional talismans, which were consumable and could only be used once, the formations could be utilized repeatedly. Following the enhancement of the arrays, Xingchen busily concentrated on refining the spiritual herbs for the revival elixir and the strengthening bone pill. From 200 inferior-grade spiritual herbs, he produced 33 superior-grade herbs for the revival elixir, while from 100 inferior-grade herbs for the strengthening bone pill, he obtained 16 superior-grade herbs. In total, he yielded 49 superior-grade herbs within 2 days. Each of the 49 cauldrons produced flawless superior-grade pills, with not a single failure or explosion. Ultimately, the refined pills were further enhanced, resulting in 33 exquisite revival elixirs and 16 exceptional strengthening bone pills. The healing efficacy of the exceptional strengthening bone pill was well recognized. As for the exquisite revival elixir, consuming a single pill could restore a practitioner at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, who was drained of spiritual energy, back to their peak condition. However, Xingchen's circumstances were somewhat unique, as his spiritual energy was equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner. In a state of depletion, it might require the consumption of 10 revival elixirs to restore his energy to its zenith. Thus, the 33 exquisite revival elixirs he possessed might only suffice for 3 uses in his depleted state. With a wry smile, Xingchen stored the pills and resumed his relentless enhancements. This time, he focused on 2 spells. Ultimately, 6 inferior-grade psychic attack spells were refined into a first-tier exceptional spell known as Soul Destruction Technique. Upon seeing the name of this spell, Xingchen sensed its formidable nature. Indeed, upon examining the spell's information, he was astounded. The Soul Destruction Technique, once cultivated, allowed the user to condense their divine consciousness to launch an attack on the enemy, capable of shattering their sea of consciousness. This was rather terrifying. He recalled that Li Yueling's psychic attack had to first locate his soul before launching an assault. However, the Soul Destruction Technique was much more straightforward and brutal. If it penetrated the opponent's sea of consciousness and their defenses were insufficient, it could lead to an instantaneous collapse. In such a scenario, the opponent would be rendered devoid of combat capability, potentially reduced to a state of utter idiocy in the blink of an eye. Finally, he turned to the 6 concealment spells. After enhancement, he obtained an exceptional spell called Spirit Concealment Technique. Once cultivated, this spell could evade the divine consciousness probing of practitioners at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refinement, proving to be exceptionally powerful. Subsequently, Xingchen promptly commenced the cultivation of these 2 spells. A few days later, on a serene morning, Xingchen's figure appeared at the entrance of the outer sect's Deacon Hall. His purpose for the day was to register at the Deacon Hall, after which he intended to venture out to hunt beasts of the same rank. Over the past few days, he had successfully mastered both the soul-slaying technique and the spirit concealment art. At times, Xingchen considered himself a prodigy. Aside from his slightly inferior spiritual root, his aptitude for spell cultivation was remarkably strong. Most of these spells he had perfected within just a few days. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement provided by the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding that made his cultivation effortless and exceedingly smooth, except for the 10-spirit shield, which he had yet to cultivate to the point of absorbing the spiritual energy of other defensive layers using his earth's spiritual root. He had essentially grasped all other spells comprehensively. Arriving at the entrance of the Deacon Hall, Xingchen shook his head with a smile, recalling that he had not visited this place in several years. Without hesitation, he entered the main hall of the Deacon. He did not see the figures of Li Tong and Li Yueling. Naturally, he preferred that these individuals did not discover his outing, for their presence outside Qingyun's sect posed significantly greater dangers. However, Xingchen quickly shook his head with a smile, acknowledging that avoiding detection by Li Yueling would be exceedingly difficult. After all, registration necessitated the presentation of his identity token. Xingchen soon arrived at the counter. "I wish to undergo the qualification assessment for this season's outer sect trials," he stated. The man behind the counter immediately extended his hand for Xingchen's identity token. Chapter 88. The Revelation of Cultivation. Xingchen found himself in a predicament. To qualify for the outer sect trial, one not only had to present an identity token, but more crucially, undergo a cultivation level assessment. After all, without such testing, the risk of cheating was significant. Higher-tier cultivators could easily hunt lower-tier beasts. Oh, so it is the disciple with 10 spiritual roots. What is this? Are you unable to contain your eagerness to participate in this trial? Let us first assess your cultivation level, remarked the man behind the counter with a dismissive smirk, perceiving Xingchen merely as a weakling at the 6th level of qi refinement. To him, the assessment was merely a formality. However, as Xingchen placed his hand upon the testing artifact, a resonant hum filled the air. A radiant halo emerged, instantly revealing the mark of the 10th level of qi refinement. You have actually broken through to the 10th level? The man gasped, and his exclamation drew curious glances from those nearby. Upon learning of Xingchen's identity, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Isn't this the so-called waste with 10 spiritual roots? How has he managed to reach the 10th level? Murmured the onlookers. I have yet to achieve such a breakthrough. Why should he be any different? It was rumored that this lad was an alchemist, capable of concocting high-quality qi refinement pills. Have you not noticed that he appears to be suffering from pill toxicity? Surely, his cultivation stems from drug use, some speculated. Indeed, it was a possibility. However, it was undeniable that he possessed a modicum of talent to have achieved such a breakthrough through the use of drugs. In my view, he is merely a fool, sacrificing his very essence for the sake of cultivation. This toxicity will eventually claim his life, others remarked. Initially, the crowd was taken aback, but as they pondered Xingchen's ability to craft high-quality pills, they began to accept the situation. Observing his apparent toxicity, they could not help but chuckle derisively. Disciple Yi, you truly are remarkable, risking your life for a breakthrough. That pill toxicity, TSK, I am impressed, one exclaimed. The man behind the counter, once astonished, now regarded Xingchen with disdain. It appears you are simply a born failure, relying solely on pills to enhance your cultivation. Xingchen smiled, tacitly acknowledging the implications of drug use for his advancement. Do not jest, dear disciple. The paths to greatness are manifold. Utilizing pills is but one of them. If it leads to a breakthrough, what does it matter? A mere hint of toxicity is trivial. With a stronger cultivation, I can purge the toxins, he retorted. The man began to register Xingchen for the trial. You understand the requirements for the qualification assessment, do you not? This cycle spans 5 years, with 3 hunts of equal-tiered beasts each year, culminating in 15 trials. You may complete them in several attempts or all at once. Here, take this jade token, he said, handing Xingchen a token. This token will monitor your entire hunting process. Simply toss it into the air while hunting, and it will activate the array to oversee your actions. Subsequently, present this token at the Steward Hall for verification. Subsequently, Xingchen exchanged for 1,000 inferior spirit stones. In no time, the man completed the transaction for him. All right, be gone. I hope you don't end up torn apart by a beast. He sneered as he returned Xingchen's identity token, his words dripping with disdain. Xingchen's lips twitched, and after retrieving the token, he promptly retorted, I wish you the realization of your dreams, senior brother. Farewell. With a playful smile and a slight lift of his mouth, Xingchen exited the Hall of Deacons, leaving the man behind the counter visibly agitated. You worthless fool. Just wait until I make you regret this, the man smirked before departing from the counter, hastening towards Li Yueling's residence. After leaving the Hall of Deacons, Xingchen did not immediately depart from the Qingyun sect. Instead, he utilized the 1,000 inferior spirit stones to refine them into 83 superior spirit stones with the aid of the Sambao Ruyi Ding. It was only when night descended that he boarded a flying vessel. This vessel, a medium-grade magical artifact, was enhanced from 3 inferior-grade flying boats and could traverse 4,000 miles in an hour. However, the consumption of spirit stones for a medium-grade flying vessel was considerable, requiring 10 inferior spirit stones for every 500 miles. Yet, as he was currently using superior spirit stones, he was uncertain how far he could travel. The sight of expending a full 10 superior spirit stones would surely astonish onlookers, and he wondered if he would be condemned for such extravagant waste. However, Xingchen was not preoccupied with this. Rather, he was concerned about whether he was being followed. His immediate priority was to conceal himself, as being discovered would place him in a precarious position, fraught with danger. Xingchen's destination was the Beast Mountain, located thousands of miles away, where all outer disciples of the Qingyun sect were required to hunt beasts of the same rank. Meanwhile, as Xingchen departed, Li Yueling had arrived at the main peak of the Qingyun sect, beneath Qingyun Peak. She had been waiting there for an entire day, yet still had not seen Wang Ergu or Wang Teng. Upon learning that Xingchen intended to hunt beasts of the same rank and participate in the current outer sect trials, she hurried to the inner sect to find Wang Teng and Wang Ergu. However, after waiting all day, she had not laid eyes on either of them. At that moment, Li Yueling was filled with impatience, her heart ablaze with anger. She longed to confront Wang Ergu. In the past, when they were in the outer sect, he would often affectionately call her little Yaya. Now, he had the audacity to adopt a lofty demeanor, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. She had never experienced such humiliation. Finally, as night fell, Wang Ergu's figure finally appeared. "Oh, little Yaya, my apologies. I was delayed by some matters. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Surely, you aren't upset?" He teased with a grin as he approached. "You know, with my current status, not just anyone can request an audience with me. Only you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother. Junior brother Ergu, how could I possibly be angry? You jest." Li Yueling replied, suppressing her frustration. Li Yueling suppressed the anger simmering within her, and subsequently informed Wang Ergu about Xingchen's breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement and his venture to hunt beasts of the same rank. To her surprise, this scoundrel possessed a modicum of ability, albeit achieved solely through the use of pills to enhance his cultivation. He remained, in essence, a good-for-nothing. Wang Ergu, initially astonished, soon dismissed the matter with disdain. With a haughty sneer, he remarked, "That waste is no different from an ant in my eyes. To bring such trivial matters to me, you truly are unworthy of any significant role." Wang Ergu shot Li Yueling a glare and continued, "I have made myself clear. No matter what means you employ, as long as you eliminate that worthless fool, I can make you a core disciple of Qingyun Peak. Fail to do so, and you can forget about attaining such status." He smiled with a hint of amusement before growing impatient, adding, "Enough. Do not disturb me again unless absolutely necessary. Junior sister Huang is waiting for me." Heh. Without waiting for Li Yueling to respond, Wang Ergu left, consumed by his own thoughts. Once she regained her composure, fury surged in Li Yueling's eyes. "That scoundrel, so he has found a new flame," she thought, her anger boiling over as she stomped her feet in frustration. "Xingchen, I will ensure your demise," Li Yueling declared fiercely. Upon returning to the outer sect, she immediately sought out the Wu siblings. Chapter 89. The Pursuit of 37. 2 hours later, in the outer sect area, figures were seen boarding flying vessels. An astonishing sight that left many in disbelief. A cursory glance revealed that all these individuals possessed cultivation levels exceeding the 10th layer of Qi refinement, with many being former outer sect disciples who had failed to qualify for entry into the inner sect despite enduring 2 trials. Although they had not distinguished themselves in those trials, their accumulated strength over the years, some spanning a decade or even decades, was undeniably formidable. A considerable number of individuals, no fewer than several dozen, hurriedly departed from the outer sect area, their intentions shrouded in mystery. In a secluded corner of the outer sect, as she observed the departing figures, Li Yueling's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. "Useless wretch, I wonder if you will survive this time," she mused with a sinister smile. This time, she had gathered a total of 37 individuals to pursue Xingchen, including the Wu siblings. All of them boasted cultivation levels exceeding the 10th layer of Qi refinement, with some of the former outer disciples having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, mere steps away from establishing their foundation. With such power, she found it implausible that Xingchen could return alive. Li Yueling had sought out these individuals under the guise of Wang Teng's authority, bypassing Wang Ergu, and proclaiming that a bounty had been issued by Wang Teng. Anyone who managed to slay Xingchen would be granted entry to Qingyun Peak, becoming a core disciple of the inner sect. Upon hearing of such enticing prospects, the group erupted with enthusiasm, particularly the former disciples who saw a glimmer of hope and became even more fervent. Moreover, she had deliberately misrepresented Xingchen's cultivation level as that of the 6th layer of qi refinement, leading them to believe that this was an extraordinary opportunity bestowed by the heavens, inciting their frenzy. As for why Li Yueling refrained from pursuing him herself, she had her own calculations. She could not ascertain the full extent of Xingchen's strength. Although he was merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement, one realm beneath her, she could not afford to underestimate someone bold enough to challenge her on the life and death arena. If she were to personally hunt Xingchen and falter, it would be her demise. More importantly, she did not wish to serve as cannon fodder for Wang Teng and Wang Ergu. Should they succeed in killing Xingchen and her involvement be revealed, Wang Teng would undoubtedly cast her as the scapegoat. Thus, Li Yueling deemed it most prudent to issue the bounty in Wang Teng's name, orchestrating a scenario where, upon Xingchen's demise, she could present her merits to Wang Teng while remaining devoid of any personal risk, a truly advantageous scheme. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Qingyun's sect, Wu Gang and Wu Yin had paused atop a mountain peak. Elder brother, why do you suppose Li Yueling has not come in person? Does she not harbor the deepest hatred for Xingchen and wish to see him dead? It strikes me as rather odd, Wu Yin remarked, her expression grave. Wu Gang, however, was dismissive. Sister, have you forgotten? Li Yueling claimed she was too occupied. We need only deal with that brat ourselves. A mere waste at the 6th layer of qi refinement can be crushed effortlessly. Now that he is outside the sect, we have no cause for concern. Dear brother, do not forget that Xingchen is an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. If discovered, our fate would be dire. Li Yueling harbors malicious intentions. I fear she may betray us. Wu Yin furrowed her brow. Rest assured, little sister. He instigated our actions. Should we face punishment, he cannot escape unscathed. Her attempts to distort the truth will be futile unless Wang Teng offers her unwavering support. Yet, in my view, a person of Wang Teng's caliber would never assist her. The last time he aided Wang Ergu, he already violated sect rules. Do you truly believe he can act with impunity simply due to his status? Moreover, it is unnecessary for him to risk himself for Li Yueling, Wu Gang replied. Upon hearing Wu Gang's words, Wu Yan's expression shifted to one of realization. She glanced at him and teased, who says my brother is brawn without brains? He seems quite astute after all, Little sister, I am not boasting. At times, I can be quite clever, Wu Gang chuckled. Let us hurry. That woman Li Yueling will not only target us. If we delay, Xingchen may very well meet his demise. Wu Gang laughed heartily. Fear not, brother. The Beast Mountain range is vast. Finding a single individual is no simple task. Or else Li Yueling would not have summoned so many. However, we must hasten. If we can become core disciples of Qingyun Peak, our futures will be transformed. Wu Yin remarked, eagerly rubbing her hands together, her powerful demeanor radiating strength. In stark contrast to the Wu siblings' apprehensions, the others were engulfed in excitement. Yet, some harbored doubts about Wang Teng's commitment to his promises. On a flying vessel, 3 men hastily made their way to the Beast Mountain range. Brother, should we not fear that Wang Teng may not fulfill his promise? And what of that wretched woman Li Yueling? Are her words even credible? Do not worry, little brother. I have my own plans. That waste is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Killing him would be akin to squashing an ant. Even if Wang Teng does not grant us the status of core disciples, as long as we remain prudent, we can still win his favor. As for whether Li Yueling's words are true or not, it is of little consequence. Have you forgotten how Wang Ergu sought to eliminate Xingchen during his time as an outer disciple, ultimately causing a stir in the inner sect's law enforcement hall? Brother is right, they agreed. He, my younger brother, truly understands me. At that moment, a similar scene unfolded aboard many flying vessels. Yet, these individuals viewed Xingchen as nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, lacking in fear. Thus, even those who doubted Wang Teng remained unconcerned. The following day, deep within the Beast Mountain range, miles away from Qingyun's sect, Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of the 37 pursuers seeking his life. Nevertheless, he was already on guard, knowing well that Li Yueling would not relent. He even suspected that Wang Teng and Wang Ergu from the inner sect might turn against him. Xingchen harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Wang Teng. As long as the latter refrained from making a move, the others posed little threat. However, he remained prudent. Upon entering the Beast Mountain range, Xingchen did not immediately seek out beasts of the same rank to hunt. He was acutely aware that the combat prowess of beasts surpassed that of humans at the same level. Thus, he would not recklessly pursue equally ranked creatures. Instead, he resolved to first hunt beasts of a lower cultivation level, which he deemed a far more judicious approach. Moreover, his foremost objective at this juncture was not the slaying of beasts of equal rank, but rather the evolution of his soul banner. Once the soul banner underwent evolution, it would undoubtedly become his most formidable trump card. Therefore, hunting beasts of a lower cultivation level not only significantly mitigated risk, but also facilitated a swifter completion of hunts, ultimately aiding in the evolution of his soul banner. Chapter 90. The first evolution of the soul banner. Half an hour later, in a secluded valley, Xingchen crouched low, concealed within a patch of grass. Several hundred meters ahead, a silver-backed wolf demon lay in deep slumber, drool pooling beneath it. This creature was a first-tier demon beast, with a cultivation level barely reaching the 4th stage of Qi refinement. Such strength posed little threat to Xingchen. Even though demon beasts were typically more formidable than humans of the same rank, the disparity in their realms rendered the situation less daunting. Nonetheless, Xingchen remained vigilant, mindful of the possibility that this silver-backed wolf demon might have companions, as wolves are inherently social animals. A moment of carelessness could lead to being surrounded by a pack, resulting in dire consequences. However, after careful observation, he confirmed that this silver-backed wolf was indeed a solitary creature. After waiting patiently for a considerable time and ensuring that there were no allies nearby, Xingchen resolved to act. His spiritual awareness extended within a radius of 100 meters, and still, no companions of the wolf demon appeared. With that, he sprang into action. From the underbrush, Xingchen erupted forth like a cannonball. The sleeping silver-backed wolf sensed an imminent threat, awakening instantly and howling in alarm. By the time the wolf emitted its first cry, Xingchen had already unleashed his attack. A surge of fiery spiritual energy coursed through him, manifesting as 6 fire wolves that charged directly at the silver-backed wolf demon. The echoes of their ferocious roars reverberated through the forest. The 6 fire wolves, displaying overwhelming ferocity, collided with the solid frame of the wolf demon. In a moment of sheer terror and rage, the silver-backed wolf howled again, only to be torn apart by the relentless assault of the fire wolves. Within the blink of an eye, the creature was utterly obliterated, its body shattered into pieces. Xingchen had initially intended to deliver a finishing blow, but upon witnessing the swift demise of the demon, he found himself momentarily stunned. Was he truly that powerful, or was the wolf demon simply too weak? This first encounter left Xingchen feeling somewhat perplexed. He had exerted himself to the fullest. In his estimation, the wolf demon's lower cultivation level was to blame. Otherwise, he would have unleashed more formidable techniques, such as the 10-spirit sword art, instead of merely the fire wolf technique. Reflecting on the encounter, he realized that even this spell had perhaps been executed with excessive force. What an unfulfilling experience, Xingchen chuckled ruefully, dismissing further thoughts as he swiftly collected the wolf demon's remains and core. Although the commotion had been minimal, it could still attract the attention of other demon beasts. Before long, Xingchen found a relatively secluded hollow in the mountains. He summoned forth the soul banner, which, upon its emergence, emanated an eerie aura. The banner swayed in the breeze, exuding a faint yet strange power. Xingchen was taken aback to observe that even the ants and caterpillars on the ground scurried away in desperation upon the banner's arrival. Was it truly that terrifying? Xingchen grinned widely before retrieving the corporeal remnants and the demon core of the silverback wolf demon. Although referred to as a body, it was merely a collection of fragmented pieces. However, the essence contained within served as nourishment for the Wandering Soul's banner. Subsequently, Xingchen commanded the Wandering Soul's banner to consume the flesh and blood of the silverback wolf demon. Under his guidance, an eerie aura emanated from the banner, enveloping the remnants of the wolf's body like a shroud of black mist. In the blink of an eye, the sinister vapor dissipated, returning to the Wandering Soul's banner, leaving not a single hair of the silverback wolf demon behind. Was this not excessively terrifying? Xingchen was taken aback, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The more formidable the Wandering Soul's banner became, the greater the assistance it would provide him. In the next moment, Xingchen observed that the Wandering Soul's banner was now enveloped by a series of strange auras. He could distinctly perceive the changes within the banner after it had consumed and refined the flesh and blood of the silverback wolf demon. The internal space of the Wandering Soul's banner stabilized considerably, and its mysterious power had intensified compared to before. However, upon closer inspection, Xingchen noted that the Wandering Soul's banner remained at the stage of a low-grade magical artifact. In other words, despite its slight evolution from devouring and refining the silverback wolf demon's flesh, it had not yet surpassed the limits of a low-grade artifact. Xingchen felt no disappointment. Being in the Beast Mountain range, he was presented with ample opportunities to further evolve the Wandering Soul's banner. Once the Wandering Soul's banner settled and the strange aura retracted, Xingchen produced the demon core of the silverback wolf demon. Typically, The soul of a demon beast resides within its core. For each soul, the wandering soul's banner confines. Xingchen effectively gains an ally. Although the silverback wolf demon was not particularly strong, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, he intended merely to conduct an experiment, curious to see how potent the soul of the silverback wolf demon would become under his influence after being confined by the wandering soul's banner. As before, under Xingchen's control, an eerie aura emanated from the wandering soul's banner, enveloping the demon core of the silverback wolf demon. The core shattered under this strange power, and a spectral figure emerged, identical to the silverback wolf demon, clearly its soul. Howl! The soul of the silverback wolf demon emitted a furious roar, but to no avail. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it was ultimately subdued and confined within the wandering soul's banner by the ominous aura. Seeing this, Xingchen immediately directed his consciousness into the space of the wandering soul's banner. Inside, the soul of the silverback wolf demon was restless, thrashing about in a desperate struggle. Observing this scene, Xingchen smiled with amusement. Once confined within the wandering soul's banner, he had myriad ways to deal with the soul of the silverback wolf demon. With a smile, he focused his thoughts, and within the space of the wandering soul's banner, 3 chains materialized, each adorned with a peculiar flame. The moment the 3 chains emerged, the spirit of the silverbacked wolf demon trembled as if it had encountered its nemesis. Boom! In the next instant, the chains descended with a thunderous crash, piercing directly through the essence of the silverbacked wolf demon. Howl! A moment later, the anguished cries of the silverbacked wolf demon reverberated throughout the realm of the myriad souls. At that moment, as the chains penetrated its spirit, an eerie flame erupted violently, completely engulfing the soul of the wolf demon. Howl! Howl! Heart-rending wails of suffering echoed in the space of the myriad souls. As time passed, the spirit of the silverbacked wolf demon grew increasingly ethereal. With a mere thought, Xingchen withdrew the chains. In the next heartbeat, the spirit of the silverbacked wolf demon found itself prostrating before the essence conjured by Xingchen. This was precisely as it should be. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. A smile graced Xingchen's lips as he surveyed the realm of the myriad souls. Meanwhile, his mind began to ponder, contemplating how he would deal with Wang Tong, Wang Ergu, and Li Yueling should they enter the domain of the myriad souls. Chapter 91, Discovery? Subsequently, with a mere thought, Xingchen summoned a mark that materialized within the realm of the soul banner, and it swiftly embedded itself into the essence of the silverback wolf demon's soul. This time, even if separated from the soul banner, as long as it remained intact, and the primal soul within it did not perish, Xingchen would possess the ability to dominate the silverback wolf demon's soul. Should he wish, he could obliterate the demon's essence in an instant or confine it permanently with but a thought. Fear not, little wolf. Xingchen reassured while gently caressing the essence of the silverback wolf demon. Since you are the first soul I have tamed, you shall be my leader henceforth. I shall empower you, so strive diligently. At that moment, it seemed as though the silverback wolf demon's soul comprehended Xingchen's words, wagging its tail in apparent agreement. Yet, the torment it endured was a secret only it could fathom. The agony from being bound and scorched by those chains was excruciating, and had they persisted for just a few more breaths, its very essence might have been obliterated. It was not a matter of surrendering to Xingchen, but rather one of sheer terror. The human-s artifact was truly formidable. Having met its demise, it now faced the prospect of its soul being subjected to enslavement and torment. The silverback wolf demon was engulfed in sorrow, unable to voice its plight. Afterward, Xingchen withdrew from the soul banner, having experienced its remarkable utility. He then resolved to seek another target, intending to command the wolf demon's essence in battle to assess its efficacy. Naturally, he anticipated that it would not be overly powerful, considering that the silverback wolf demon's original form was merely akin to a human at the 4th layer of chi refinement. Thus, Xingchen planned to seek out similarly tiered beasts to experiment with. Half an hour later, Xingchen discovered his next target, a python, measuring 2 zhang in length. Also categorized as a first-tier early-stage demon beast, possessing strength comparable to that of the silverback wolf demon. Hissing, Xingchen found himself in a standoff with the massive serpent, which flicked its forked tongue. Suddenly, a plume of blue mist erupted from the python's maw, shooting towards Xingchen like an arrow. The foliage along its path withered rapidly under the toxic vapor. Realizing the danger, Xingchen hastily retreated, conjuring the fire spirit shield. When the undeterred blue mist struck the shield, it was instantly evaporated by the flames, causing no harm to Xingchen whatsoever. In the next moment, he summoned the soul banner once more, commanding the silverback wolf demon's essence to confront the giant python. Roar! The wolf demon's essence radiated an eerie aura, its cry resonating with a menacing and spectral quality. Upon witnessing this, the distant python instinctively recoiled, yet Xingchen would not allow its escape. The soul banner quivered above, launching forth as the silverback wolf demon's essence boldly pursued the serpent. As the giant python realized escape was futile, it immediately retaliated, unleashing a plume of blue mist from its maw. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, choosing not to allow the silverbacked wolf demon's soul to evade, but instead directing it to charge forward. He surmised that since it was a soul entity, it should be immune to such ordinary snake venom. Although the silverbacked wolf demon existed as a soul, its consciousness remained intact. Upon witnessing the python's venom spewing forth, it instinctively attempted to evade, only to discover that it could not control its own soul form. Damn human! The silverbacked wolf demon seethed internally, realizing its soul could only be maneuvered by Xingchen. Frustration bubbled within, yet it felt utterly powerless. With a roar of defiance, the silverbacked wolf demon succumbed to the blue mist. However, in the next moment, the blue mist struck its soul form like an arrow, merely repelling it without inflicting any substantial harm. Seeing this, Xingchen felt a surge of joy and hastily commanded the silverbacked wolf demon's soul to charge at the giant python, hissing in frustration at its attack falling short. The python anxiously flicked its tongue, then lashed its tail towards the silverbacked wolf demon's soul. Ethereal blue energy shimmered upon the tail, and Xingchen directed the wolf demon's soul to sink its teeth into the python's tail. The immense force sent the silverbacked wolf demon's soul reeling, yet it clung tenaciously to the python's tail. Xingchen swiftly harnessed the peculiar power of the 10,000 Souls banner, enhancing the silverbacked wolf demon's soul. In the next instant, empowered, the wolf demon bit through the giant python's tail. Hissing in pain, the python immediately began to retreat, but Xingchen would not allow it an escape. The 10,000 Souls banner trembled and soared forth, with the silverbacked wolf demon's soul swiftly following. Striking at the python's vulnerable point, Xingchen commanded the wolf demon's soul to attack the python's head. The eerie energy emanating from the 10,000 Souls banner began to corrode the python's corporeal form. Before Xingchen's eyes, the parts of the python's body affected by this strange force began to dissolve, albeit slowly, but visibly. The corrosive effect seemed to inflict an indescribable agony upon the giant python, causing its massive body to tremble uncontrollably, its mouth agape as its tongue flicked in distress. Meanwhile, the silverbacked wolf demon bit through the python's neck. In the next moment, the colossal python collapsed, lifeless. Xingchen then commanded the 10,000 Souls banner to consume the python's remains. After devouring the python's flesh and blood, the power of the 10,000 Souls banner surged once more. Though still classified as a low-grade magical artifact, it was now tantalizingly close to achieving mid-grade status. Following the consumption of the python's essence, Xingchen also imprisoned the creature's soul within the 10,000 Souls banner. As the soul of the giant python entered the soul banner, it remained restless. Just as Xingchen was about to take action, the soul of the silverbacked wolf demon seemed to catch a whiff of some delectable earthly treat. It lunged straight at the giant python, viciously biting into its soul. Caught off guard, the python's soul rapidly became increasingly ethereal. In the next moment, the python's soul began to retaliate. Yet the wolf demon's soul proved to be even more formidable. Over time, the python's soul could hardly withstand the onslaught. Xingchen did not intervene. The souls imprisoned within the soul banner were akin to nurturing a poison. Whether the silverbacked wolf demon's soul devoured the python's or vice versa mattered little to Xingchen. After all, the surviving soul would emerge even stronger. As night fell, in a secluded cave, Xingchen was diligently practicing the 10-spirit shield. The Earth Spirit power defense layer consistently failed to absorb the energies from the other defensive layers, and he needed to swiftly cultivate the 10-spirit shield to perfection. The Beast Mountain was fraught with peril at every turn. Suddenly, Xingchen furrowed his brow. He detected fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from outside the cave. He promptly employed the spirit concealment technique and hid deep within the cavern. Brother, where do you think that worthless Xingchen could be? If someone gets there first, we will lose this tremendous opportunity. The two of us can only rely on this chance to enter the inner sect. Soon, a voice resonated from the cave entrance, followed by the entrance of two men. Chapter 92. The cursed Xingchen. Rest assured, the Beast Mountain range is vast. It won't be so easy to locate him. Let us take a respite here for the night and search for that boy tomorrow, given that he has come to hunt beasts of his own rank. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he is likely only lingering around the periphery of the mountain range. Even if someone gets there first, it remains uncertain whose hands that boy's head will ultimately fall into. One of the men, however, remained unconvinced and proceeded to sit against a large rock within the cave. Little did he know, at that very moment, Xingchen was hiding behind the very boulder he leaned against. Upon witnessing the man sit down, Xingchen felt a jolt of anxiety, but fortunately his concealment technique was remarkably effective, and the two seemed oblivious to his presence. Xingchen refrained from acting recklessly or immediately probing the cultivation levels of the two men. Uncertain of whether others lurked outside, he knew he must exercise caution. Should he be cornered by more adversaries within the cave, his life would indeed be forfeit. I understand your intent, elder brother. You wish to let the little bird come to roost, am I right? The man who had first spoken chuckled with amusement as he sat down opposite his companion. Concealed in the shadows, Xingchen kept his entire form hidden behind the rock. Elder brother, it seems 37 individuals have arrived this time. I have counted meticulously. I never expected that Li Yueling would gather such a multitude. Does a mere waste of the 6th level of Qi refinement truly warrant such a crowd? It is utterly absurd. With so many seeking the prize, there will be little to go around. Could it be that Li Yueling has deceived us? Perhaps that waste possesses a cultivation beyond the 6th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, that woman, much like Wang Teng and Wang Ergu, wishes to eliminate Xingchen yet did not come to the Beast Mountain range herself. This is rather peculiar. Elder brother, you are overthinking this. A mere 10 spiritual roots waste, relying on a handful of elixirs, can reach what heights? Even if his cultivation is not low, what does it matter? We are both experts at the 10th and 11th levels of Qi refinement. Even if Xingchen's cultivation matches ours, what of it? Cultivation derived from consuming drugs is bound to be superficial. Indeed, it appears that Li Yueling believes it challenging to find an individual in this vast Beast Mountain range, hence gathering such a multitude. It is said that among the strongest, there are even those at the 12th level of Qi refinement. And the Wu siblings are not even the mightiest. It seems our own cultivation levels face considerable difficulty in claiming that waste's head. The two men conversed boisterously within the cave, their spirits somewhat dampening as they reached this point in their discussion. Meanwhile, Xingchen gleaned considerable information from their dialogue. First, he learned that Li Yueling had indeed summoned 37 individuals to pursue him, demonstrating an exceptionally malicious intent. Second, he discerned the cultivation levels of the two men before him, one at the 10th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 11th. Such levels posed a manageable challenge for Xingchen. While the outer sect had some talented disciples, they were incomparable to those of the inner sect. Thus, in terms of combat prowess, he faced no considerable pressure confronting these two individuals alone. As long as Xingchen ascertained that these two lacked companions, he could take action. Alas, how delightful it would be if we could find that rascal Xingchen here, eliminating the need for a lengthy search. We could simply slay him and depart with his severed head. A man across from the boulder where Xingchen concealed himself chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Xingchen furrowed his brow. You truly possess a wild imagination. Such fortune is exceedingly rare, remarked another man with a grin. Subsequently, the two settled into meditation, and the cavern descended into silence. With their torches ignited, Xingchen could discern the positions of the two men even without employing his spiritual sense. He was confident that once he struck, he could eliminate them in a single blow. However, Xingchen opted for caution and refrained from immediate action. After half an hour, both men entered a state of deep meditation, utterly unguarded. During this time, Xingchen observed no signs of any companions approaching. In the next moment, he resolved to act decisively. With a resounding boom, Xingchen unleashed a torrent of violent spiritual energy that swept through the entire cavern. Instantly, the two men awakened. But just as they opened their eyes, Xingchen invoked the 10-spirit strike, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the man leaning against the boulder. The other man, upon opening his eyes, was horrified to see two embroidered needles magnified within his vision, which then pierced directly into his forehead. These needles were, of course, the soul-binding needles that Xingchen had summoned simultaneously with the 10-spirit strike. The man ensnared by the soul-binding needles suddenly fell into a daze, while the head of the other man was reduced to a mist of blood by Xingchen's strike. The fierce spiritual energy surged forth, and Xingchen immediately executed the Gale Step, appearing before the other man like a vengeful deity. Without hesitation, he slashed with his Qingfeng sword, and the other man met his demise as well. To slay two adversaries of equal cultivation in such a fleeting moment would surely astonish any onlooker, for such an achievement is nothing short of harrowing. Xingchen, however, wore a grave expression, he knew this was not a place to linger. He needed to vacate the premises swiftly. He promptly summoned the 10,000 Souls banner, directly absorbing the corpses of the two men into its space. At this moment, within the 10,000 Souls banner's domain, the spirit of the silverback wolf demon had completely devoured the soul of the giant python. The spirit of the silverback wolf demon had grown considerably stronger, comparable to that of a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement. Upon witnessing the two corpses materialize within the 10,000 Souls banner's space, the spirit of the silverback wolf demon charged forward like a ferocious beast. An eerie aura enveloped the two men's bodies, commencing their refinement. Simultaneously, their souls were forcibly separated from their corporeal forms by this strange energy. The two, now in their spiritual forms, gazed in terror at the unfamiliar surroundings, their faces displaying unmistakable expressions of dread. Then, they witnessed the spectral form of a wolf demon lunging toward them, akin to a malevolent spirit preying upon its victims. Meanwhile, Xingchen had no time to concern himself with the happenings within the soul banner. After collecting the storage bags of the two men into his own, he intended to depart the cave. However, at that moment, a man entered the cave, and the next instant, his gaze met Xingchen's. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if time itself had frozen. The man's eyes darted around the cave, and upon noticing the bloodstains, he was instantly taken aback. You are Xingchen? The man, seemingly having seen Xingchen before, after a brief pause, exclaimed his name in astonishment. Without hesitation, the man turned and fled, shouting loudly, Xingchen is here. Quickly come. Xingchen is here. That damned Xingchen. He is only at the 6th level of chi refinement. He has slain my elder brother and second brother. Chapter 93. Are you a demon cultivator? The man seemed acutely aware that he was no match for Xingchen. Abandoning any thoughts of confrontation, he fled while shouting in desperation, hoping to attract more companions. Among the trio of brothers, he was the weakest, barely having reached the 10th level of chi refinement. Their expedition to the Beast Mountain was initially intended for mere amusement, yet he had not anticipated that Xingchen would slaughter both his elder and second brothers. The horror was palpable. Xingchen wore a grave expression. He employed the wind step technique twice in quick succession to close the distance to the man. The latter had maximized his speed. When Xingchen appeared, almost like a specter, the man was struck with terror. He unleashed a spiritual attack in a futile attempt to impede Xingchen. With a single stroke of his sword, Xingchen emitted 10 beams of sword light that illuminated the heavens, effortlessly obliterating the man's spiritual assault. Are you not at the 6th level of chi refinement? The man gasped in disbelief, realizing that Xingchen had attained the 10th level. The overwhelming force of Xingchen's attack plunged him into despair. In a moment of sheer horror, the 10 beams of sword light pierced through his body. They converged and detonated in the void before him, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the remnants of his body flying. As he landed, his breath had already ceased, his face frozen in a mask of terror, eyes wide open in death. In Xingchen's palm, a palm-sized soul banner materialized, and eerie chains emerged, binding the man's remains within the confines of the banner's space. Just then, from the distant night sky, streaks of spiritual light rushed toward him. Xingchen's expression darkened. The man's cries had indeed drawn the attention of others. He needed no further contemplation. These individuals were undoubtedly outer disciples of the Qingyan sect. Haha, I see him. Quick, pursue. It's Xingchen. Damn. This kid really knows how to hide. Wait, is there a strange aura lingering about? Never mind. Let us take him down first. Some were already closing in on Xingchen, who had ascended to his flying vessel. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the night sky as his craft soared deeper into the Beast Mountain. Xingchen gazed into the night sky, noticing a multitude of beams illuminating the area within a 10-mile radius, at least 17 or 18 vessels. Haha, kid, there is no escape for you now. You might as well surrender your head. Indeed, today you won't be getting away. It would be wise to comply. We can grant you a swift end, otherwise, should we capture you, we will certainly extract your soul and refine your bones. Ha ha ha, just hand over your head to me. Wait, why is this kid's vessel so fast? Is it a mid-grade magical artifact? When did the outer sect start allowing the purchase of mid-grade vessels? Xingchen's countenance was as dark as the depths of water. These people truly saw him as their prey. How absurd to demand his head. Even more ludicrous was the notion of extracting his soul and refining his bones. What utterances of ferocity and malice are these? Were it not for the increasing number of flying vessels appearing in the skies, Xing would have certainly confined those who spoke such words within the soul banner, subjecting them to torment. Those with courage, follow me. Xingchen bellowed, accelerating his vessel. Fortunately, his flying craft was a medium-grade magical artifact, while the vessels of these outer sect disciples were merely of inferior grade, thus unable to match his speed. He quickly left them far behind. Once the beams of light pursuing him faded into the darkness, Xingchen descended to the ground. In the night sky, the roars of beasts echoed through the mountains, many of which were unsettling to hear. Without the aid of divine consciousness, one could hardly see a hand in front of oneself within the forest. He was apprehensive of encountering formidable demon beasts and feared being surrounded by numerous adversaries. Thus, Xingchen dared not recklessly venture deeper into the demon beast mountain range. He could only descend into the forest to conceal his presence and seek a hidden refuge. He had been contemplating the soul banner, which now contained 3 souls of cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Once fully refined, the soul banner could evolve once more, potentially becoming a medium-grade magical artifact. Before long, Xingchen discovered a secure location, whereupon he completely concealed himself. Above him, beams of light occasionally traversed the sky. After waiting for 2 to 3 hours without the sight of any beams, he began the evolution of the soul banner. His divine consciousness entered the space within the soul banner, only to be met with astonishment. Within the realm of the soul banner, the 3 souls he had just encountered were engaged in a fierce battle with the spirit of a silverback wolf demon. Although the spirit of the silverback wolf demon seemed to possess only the strength of a 6th level Qi refinement, it was able to fight back against the 3 souls, unrestrained by the eerie aura that typically suppressed it. The spirit of the silverback wolf demon was enveloped in a strange energy, periodically exhaling beams of silver light imbued with this mysterious aura. Each time a silver beam appeared, the other 3 souls fled in disarray, as if they harbored an innate fear of the silverback wolf demon's assault. Xingchen understood the reason behind this phenomenon. It was all due to the peculiar energy within the soul banner. In the current space of the soul banner, the silverback wolf demon fought with ease, while the other 3 souls were constantly under the weight of this strange force. The attacks of the silverback wolf demon contained the very essence of this eerie aura, thus instilling fear in the other 3 souls. However, due to their formidable cultivation, they did not find themselves at a complete disadvantage. Subsequently, Xingchen commanded the silverback wolf demon to cease its attack. Upon seeing Xingchen's spirit, the 3 souls rushed towards him in a frenzy. "You worthless wretch! You shall pay for this! We will kill you!" The 3 souls, enraged at the thought of their physical forms being refined by the eerie energy, were beside themselves with fury. However, in the next moment, the 3 individuals were horrified to discover that Xingchen merely gestured with his hand, rendering their soul forms immobile in the void, as if ensnared by some enigmatic force. How could this be? They were on the verge of tears, bewildered by their inexplicable presence in this place, having emerged only to be savagely torn apart by a wild wolf. Xingchen, what is the meaning of this? We are all fellow disciples. How could you bring us into this bizarre realm without fearing retribution from the Qingyan sect? One among them spoke with righteous indignation. Indeed, Xingchen, your cruelty towards your fellow disciples will invoke heavenly wrath. Why won't you release us? This realm must be a space within some treasure of yours. If you set us free, we shall vow to keep your secret. Please, return our physical forms to us. The trio implored urgently. Yet, Xingchen merely smiled with a hint of amusement. Do not be foolish. Should you escape, what could you possibly achieve? Your souls will dissipate with time. So it is far better for you to remain here at my command, fulfilling your purpose. Serve your purpose? What do you mean? You vile fiend. To manipulate the souls of others. Are you a practitioner of dark arts? The 3 were struck with terror. Wait a moment. A wicked smile crept across Xingchen's lips. Once I refine your physical forms, I shall come to deal with you. Chapter 94. Voices in the dark. Xingchen paid little heed to the 3 individuals who, despite their dire predicament, still attempted to maintain their airs. At this moment, their souls were utterly immobilized, forced to witness as Xingchen manipulated an eerie aura to refine their corporeal forms. A demon cultivator. You are indeed a demon cultivator. Only one of your kind would behave thus. You wretched scoundrel, your cruelty knows no bounds. They cried. Ah, you truly intend to refine our bodies. You are despicable. You shall face divine retribution for this. How outrageous. To think that within our righteous ranks, a demon cultivator like you would emerge. Upon witnessing Xingchen brazenly refining their physical forms, the 3 souls succumbed to a frenzy. Yet, Xingchen remained unfazed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What does it matter whether I am a demon cultivator or not? It is merely a reflection of one's character. I have endured countless grievances within the Qingyan sect. My disposition is hardly malevolent. Of course, those who have wronged me will be held accountable. These individuals excelled in hurling accusations. Yet in the realm of the 10,000 Souls banner, what good would it do to scream their lungs out? Under Xingchen's control, the bizarre powers swiftly refined their physical forms amidst their vehement curses. In the next moment, the 10,000 Souls banner quivered slightly, expanding its space. And the sinister powers drifting within seemed to strengthen significantly. This marked the evolution of the 10,000 Souls banner from a low-grade magical artifact to a mid-grade one. Finally, it had reached the mid-grade stage. Xingchen beamed with exhilaration, having refined the corporeal forms of 3 individuals at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The 10,000 Souls banner had ascended a rank. Instantly, the 3 souls felt the oppressive weight of the eerie powers, intensifying their dread. What is happening? Xingchen. Brother Yi, let us speak reasonably. You have already refined our bodies. Surely, mercy begets mercy. Please release our souls. Brother Yi, we were foolish. I implore you. Grant us this one reprieve. The trio finally recognized the gravity of their situation and promptly began to appease him. However, in response to their pleas, Xingchen merely wore a harmless smile. I have already stated that you are neither golden core cultivators nor nascent soul experts. If you were to leave this place, your souls would swiftly dissipate. It is far wiser to remain here. With a playful smirk, he concentrated, summoning chains imbued with a strange flame, which, as if possessed of their own volition, surged towards the souls of the 3 men. The trio was struck with panic, desperately attempting to flee, yet escape was futile. Cursed Xingchen, we shall haunt you even in death. They bellowed, and in the next moment, chains pierced through their souls, followed by the bizarre flames enveloping them entirely. Observing this scene, the silver-backed wolf demon shrank back, its eyes reflecting sheer terror. It dared not approach, retreating to a safe distance, where it lay down to witness the unfolding drama. Ah, Xingchen, cursed be you, for you are a malevolent cultivator. That wretched woman, Li Yueling, is not a mere practitioner of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. We have been deceived by her. She is nothing short of a demonic cultivator. Is this truly a being with 10 spiritual roots? Within the space of the 10,000 Souls flag, anguished cries resonated. As the 3 unleashed a torrent of curses upon Xingchen, the eerie flames rising from their soul forms were terrifyingly potent, threatening to obliterate them. Yet, they felt an unyielding torment emanating from the very depths of their souls, and amidst such agony, they remained painfully lucid. At that moment, they seemed to be ensconced in the depths of hell, enduring the tortures of soul refinement. Despite their vitriol and screams, Xingchen remained unfazed. In the next instant, he commanded the silverback wolf demon to pounce upon them, devouring their soul forms. Ah, cursed Xingchen, may you meet an untimely demise. The lies spoken by that vile woman, Li Yueling, are all fabrications. She is a demonic cultivator. The 3 howled in terror and rage, their eyes filled with venomous hatred. They loathed Xingchen, but their disdain for Li Yueling was even greater. They now comprehended that it was she who had lured them to the Beast Mountain. They finally understood why Li Yueling had not accompanied them. She had already known of Xingchen's terrifying power. Had they been aware of his true nature, they would have never ventured here, even at the cost of their lives. They had expected to confront a mediocre practitioner of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, only to discover a being of unimaginable dread. Even death would not grant them respite. Their bodies were refined, their souls tormented, leaving them bereft of any chance of reincarnation. Despair engulfed them entirely. Meanwhile, Xingchen observed the fluctuations in the silverback wolf demon as it consumed the essence of their souls. Bound by chains, the 3 could do nothing but endure the onslaught of the demon. As time passed, the silverback wolf demoness strength visibly increased. Witnessing this, Xingchen's expression brightened. However, once the demon's power reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, its growth abruptly halted. Regardless of how much it devoured, it remained stagnant. Xingchen furrowed his brow. Could it be that the mid-grade magic tool, the 10,000 Souls flag, was inhibiting the silverback wolf demon's advancement? Contemplating this possibility, Xingchen ordered the demon to cease its consumption of the 3 souls. At that moment, 2 of the individuals were still in a relatively stable condition, albeit weakened, as they had not been devoured. The 3rd, however, was less fortunate. On the brink of extinction, it seemed as if he would vanish at any moment. Yet, a smirk crept upon Xingchen's lips as he inscribed a mark deep within the souls of the 3. The surrounding mysterious power began to converge upon the faltering soul, and enveloped by this enigmatic force, it gradually regained vitality. Xingchen, you shall pay dearly for this. Even as ghosts, we will not spare you. They cursed, their defiance unwavering. Upon witnessing the recently restored soul forms and berating himself, Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a smirk. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the eerie flames surged with greater fervor. Ah! The three soul forms let out a harrowing wail. Junior Brother Yi, we implore you, spare us. We shall heed your every command. Junior Brother Yi, we beseech you, we yield. Junior Brother Yi, we will be at your service henceforth. At last, the trio united in their pleas for mercy. Hearing their words, Yi Xingchen smiled with a hint of amusement. I am pleased to see your acknowledgement of your faults, yet I find your tone rather displeasing. You shall endure the torment of soul refinement for now. As his words fell, Yi Xingchen withdrew his consciousness from the space of the 10,000 souls banner. Gazing into the pitch-black night sky, he fell into contemplation. At this moment, hunting the same tier of demonic beasts was not his foremost concern. The pressing matter was to resolve the current crisis. 37 individuals remained, 3 of whom he had already slain, leaving 34. As he pondered how to navigate this perilous situation, he also contemplated the potential strength of the 10,000 souls banner after devouring and refining the souls and bodies of these 34 individuals. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xingchen resolved to first hunt lower-tier demonic beasts to evolve the 10,000 souls banner. Naturally, should he encounter isolated disciples of the Xingchen sect, he would invite them into the banner. However, when engaging in battle, employing the 10,000 souls banner necessitated absolute certainty. Otherwise, should they escape and report to the Xingchen sect, he could be branded a demonic cultivator and hunted down. At that moment, the formidable members of the Xingchen sect would spell his doom. How treacherous this path of celestial cultivation is, Yi Xingchen mused, increasingly vexed. Nonetheless, having endured for over a decade, he possessed the patience to see this through. I shall hunt lower-tier demonic beasts to evolve my 10,000 souls banner. After all, time is on my side. As he murmured to himself, the inky darkness of night gradually receded. Yi Xingchen intended to depart from the area when suddenly, a voice echoed, chilling in nature. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. Young man, are you a disciple of the Xingchen sect? A ghostly female voice accompanied by a cold breeze sent a wave of dread through him. The abruptness of it all was startling. Chapter 95, The Destruction of a 10-Year Family Boom. Yi Xingchen's consciousness erupted, sweeping through every blade of grass and tree within 100 meters. Who? Come out. I can see you. Leaning against a towering tree, Yi Xingchen's heart raced, the 10-spirit shield already manifested, exuding an aura of vigilance. After all, this sudden occurrence in the desolate wilderness would make anyone apprehensive. What weighed heavily on Yi Xingchen's mind was that his consciousness traversed the area, and every detail was visible to him. Even the battle between the worker ants and the queen ants on the ground was crystal clear, yet he could not perceive anything else unusual. The sound had seemingly originated from behind him, yet all that lay there was the ancient tree, devoid of anything else. Could it be that this ancient tree had come to life? Yi Xingchen immediately took a few steps back. Do not be afraid, little brother. I mean you no harm. The ethereal voice of a woman echoed once more. Who are you? Yi Xingchen's spiritual energy surged, ready for combat. Little brother, you have yet to answer my question. Are you a disciple of the Xingchen sect? Upon hearing the woman's inquiry again, Yi Xingchen furrowed his brow. From her words, he deduced that she was also a member of the Xingchen sect. Could she be here to hunt him down? Yet, he could not see her presence. Was she truly so terrifying? Or was she using a concealment talisman? I am a disciple of the Xingchen sect. What of it? If you intend to pursue me, do not hide in the shadows. If you lack the courage, do not come seeking death. Though slightly anxious, Yi Xingchen felt no fear. These outer disciples were at most at the peak of the qi refinement stage. His spiritual energy was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator, leaving him with little to dread. The mere invisibility of his opponent was what unsettled him. Do not be tense, little brother. I will not harm you. Let me ask again. Are you an outer disciple or an inner disciple of the Xingchen sect? The woman's voice resonated around him, sending shivers down Yi Xingchen's spine as it echoed from above and around him. Were it not for his status as a cultivator, unafraid of ghosts and spirits, he might have fled. Yet, her words left him puzzled. Did she not recognize him as Yi Xingchen, or was she not here to hunt him? This conundrum left him baffled. You do not know me? Yi Xingchen inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Little junior brother, you jest. How could I possibly know you? The woman chuckled softly. Then do you know Yi Xingchen? Yi Xingchen sought to discern whether she was indeed there to hunt him. I do not know him, little junior brother. Your words are quite amusing. Now, please answer my question. Are you an outer disciple or an inner disciple? The voice pressed on. I am an outer disciple. What of it? Yi Xingchen replied, frowning. Oh, then do you know someone named Zhao Lingyan? The woman inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingchen's previously calm spiritual energy surged anew. It seemed the woman in the darkness sensed the shift in his demeanor. He chuckled, observing the tension in his junior disciple. Could it be that he held a grudge against Zhao Lingyan? The woman smiled slightly, seemingly hinting at something. What about you? Do you also harbor animosity towards her? Xingchen retorted. Of course, I loathe her for having killed her, as well as her aunt, that old witch. Xingchen's words seemed to ignite the woman's fury, her tone imbued with murderous intent. Xingchen frowned slightly, uncertain of the truth in her statement. Yet, the veracity was of little concern. After all, Zhao Lingyan was in league with Wang Tong, intent on his demise. There was no need for him to speak in veiled terms. It appears we share a common goal. I, too, wish to deal with that woman, Xingchen revealed, showcasing his white teeth in a grin. Ah, it seems I did not misjudge. The enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. Encountering you today, junior brother, is truly a stroke of fortune for Qingzhu, the girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with exhilaration. What do you mean? Xingchen was bewildered. Her laughter felt predatory. Junior brother, I implore you to save me, to liberate me from this predicament. Her voice was laced with urgency, as if fearing rejection. I can assist you in dealing with these individuals, ensuring they cannot escape. Oh, how do you intend to help me? Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Your soul banner possesses tremendous demonic energy, given your current cultivation. You would not dare to use it openly, would you? By the way, I am Su Qingzhu, also a disciple of the inner sect of Qingyan sect. You may call me by my name or refer to me as senior sister. What is your name, junior brother? Let us get acquainted. In the darkness, Su Qingzhu introduced herself with a playful smile. Indeed, I cannot wield my soul banner at this moment. Should I do so, Qingyan sect would surely brand me as a demonic cultivator. I am Xingchen. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Su. Xingchen was aware that he had previously mentioned the soul banner, yet he found it curious how Su Qingzhu came to know of it. However, this revelation put him in a precarious position. He could either eliminate Su Qingzhu or save her. Yet, as of now, he had not even laid eyes on this senior sister, making it difficult to decide. Senior sister, please reveal yourself so we may converse. Xingchen maintained his vigilance. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black forest, a flicker of spiritual light appeared 10 meters away, followed by the emergence of a spectral form. It was a graceful silhouette with exquisitely defined features. One could easily surmise that if this soul had a corporeal body, she would undoubtedly be an unparalleled beauty. However, Xingchen's expression was one of astonishment. You are senior sister Su? I had no idea you were also a spectral being. What? Have you encountered other spectral entities, junior brother? Su Qingzhu's brow furrowed slightly at his remark. I've seen a few. Let's return to the matter at hand, senior sister. Your current state does not seem optimal. How do you plan to assist me against those individuals? Xingchen remained cautious, teasingly adding, and how can I trust you, senior sister Su? Junior sister Yi. Allow me to share my tale, and you shall come to believe in me. Su Qingzhu spoke, a trace of sorrow evident in her voice. At the tender age of 10, my family met its demise, and I found myself at the Qingyan sect. Xingchen listened attentively to Su Qingzhu's narrative. After a prolonged silence, he appeared to be lost in thought. Upon hearing her story, he expressed deep sympathy for her plight. It was revealed that Su Qingzhu was once a scion of a prestigious family within the Great Yin Kingdom. Tragically, in the year of her 10th birthday, her family was obliterated, leaving her to venture alone to the Qingyan sect. With her extraordinary talents, she ascended to the status of an inner disciple and became a core member of the sect, residing at the peak known as Qingyan Peak. However, during an unfortunate clash with Zhao Lingyan, she fell victim to a covert attack orchestrated by Zhao Lingyan herself. In a shocking turn of events, Zhao Lingyan's aunt intervened personally, leading to Su Qingzhu's demise. Ultimately, it was only through the use of a certain secret technique that Su Qingzhu managed to preserve her soul. Senior sister Su, I am inclined to trust your words, but given your current state, how can you assist me? Do you possess any other secret arts? Xingchen inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Chapter 96. The medium box of treasures. Rest assured, junior brother Yi, I have my own methods. However, I must also trust you. At present, I am but a soul, utterly powerless. If you were to harbor any ill intentions, what would become of me? Although Su Qingzhu yearned to depart this place, she had only just met Xingchen and was uncertain whether to trust him to rescue her. Very well, let us part ways then. Xingchen shrugged, turning away without hesitation. He harbored a degree of wariness towards Su Qingzhu. As they were strangers, he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. After all, he was already treading on thin ice, and he had no need for a burden. As for dealing with the remaining 34 individuals, as long as he was not encircled, he possessed ample means to confront them. Since Su Qingzhu did not trust him, there was no need for him to offer explanations. Alas, junior brother, why must you be so resolute? Sister is merely fearful that you do not genuinely intend to save me. Let us discuss this properly. Seeing Xingchen turn to leave, Su Qingzhu felt a surge of urgency. Her greatest wish was to escape this place. If she did not leave soon, her soul would dissipate into nothingness with the passage of time. Enough, there is nothing to discuss. Let us go our separate ways. Xingchen shook his head with a smile, showing no inclination to pause. Junior brother, I believe in you. Su Qingzhu furrowed her brow, speaking anxiously, truly fearing that Xingchen would disregard her. However, as soon as her words fell, Xingchen halted his steps. Sister, if you trust me, then you must heed my guidance. If you agree, I shall take you away from this place. If not, we shall part ways. I shall give you a quarter of an hour to contemplate. Xingchen smiled enigmatically, pausing to await Su Qingzhu's decision. Su Qingzhu bit her lip, and even as a soul, Xingchen could perceive the struggle etched upon her face. Very well, I trust you, junior brother. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingzhu made her decision. Given the current predicament, she could only gamble on Xingchen's goodwill. Sister Su, I know you are taking a chance, but I must say, you have made the right choice. Xingchen smiled benignly, raising his palm to reveal the soul banner, which appeared in his grasp. Now, please step into my soul banner. This, junior brother, what is this? Su Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning to one of indignation. She could not fail to recognize that Xingchen's soul banner was a peerless artifact, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to hunger for souls. Do not worry, sister. Entering will only benefit your soul. I would never harm you. Xingchen chuckled lightly. Sister, please make your decision swiftly. My time is limited. Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhu furrowed her brows deeply, but after a moment, she finally nodded. Very well, I trust you, junior brother. That is more like it. With a thought, Xingchen activated the soul banner, and strange energies surged forth, enveloping Su Qingzhu. She offered no resistance and was drawn into the soul banner by the enigmatic aura. Meanwhile, Xingchen noticed that Su Qingzhu held an exquisite jade box, roughly the size of a palm. Unbothered, Xingchen settled into a meditative posture, allowing his consciousness to enter the realm of the 10,000 souls banner. Upon entering this enigmatic space, Su Qingzhu was immediately struck by a shocking scene as her soul materialized. Before she could fully comprehend the dim surroundings, chains descended from the void, piercing through 3 souls on the ground. What horrified Su Qingzhu further was the sinister flames that ruthlessly engulfed these impaled souls. The air was filled with anguished wails, evoking an atmosphere akin to the depths of hell. A profound fear emanated from the depths of her soul, causing her soul form to tremble. Despair enveloped her in an instant. In the next moment, Xingchen's condensed soul appeared before Su Qingzhu. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. Do not fear, senior sister. He reassured with an innocent smile. I have promised not to harm you. But first, you must accept a mark from me. Only then can the power within this space nurture your soul under my control. Very well, junior brother. Do as you wish, Su Qingzhu replied, her heart steeped in despair, yet compelled to take a gamble. With her consent, Xingchen hesitated no longer, quickly forming a mark that entered her soul. Instantly, Su Qingzhu sensed a peculiar sensation, as the strange energy around her began to converge towards her being. In the next moment, a comforting warmth enveloped her. Her nearly exhausted soul began to rejuvenate, bursting forth with a rich vitality. At that moment, Su Qingzhu finally relaxed, realizing that Xingchen had not deceived her. He genuinely sought to save her. Senior sister, you may now share how you intend to assist me. Xingchen smiled. Do you see this jade box in my hand? Su Qingzhu raised her palm, and Xingchen's gaze turned curious, fixating on the box nestled in her hands. Senior sister, what miraculous purpose does this jade box serve? Xingchen inquired, intrigued by the potential power of such a small object. This box is known as the medium box, she explained. The medium box? Xingchen exclaimed, bewildered. Unbeknownst to you, junior brother, this medium box is a magical artifact I crafted using secret techniques, containing a space of medium within, Su Qingzhu elaborated. Once summoned, it creates a medium space that ensnares those within, rendering them utterly undetectable from the outside world. However, due to my limited cultivation and the low-grade materials I procured, this box possesses limited capabilities. It is merely classified as a high-quality artifact. Upon the summoning, although the golden core cultivators could discern no clues, the strength of the medium's spatial confinement could only ensnare cultivators below the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, do not fret. I am aware of a location within the Beast Mountain range where one can procure the materials necessary for the evolution of the medium box. Once acquired, I am confident in my ability to forge this box into a spiritual artifact. At that juncture, Even those in the early stages of Foundation establishment would find it impossible to escape once ensnared within the medium's spatial confines. Moreover, once summoned, even the divine consciousness of a nascent soul master would be incapable of detecting the medium's space. Such a treasure? Yi Xingyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Su Qingzhu elaborated on the wondrous capabilities of this medium box. He was captivated. If he were to possess such a medium box, he would no longer endure the indignities at Qingyun's sect, and it would be astonishing if the likes of Wang Ergu and Li Yueling could still breathe. As for Wang Tong, he remained a formidable opponent. Even with the medium box, he would not stand a chance against him. Nonetheless, upon hearing Su Qingzhu's words, Yi Xingchen was genuinely stirred. What was there to fear about being unable to defeat Wang Tong? It was merely a matter of time. Already possessing the three treasures of the Ruyi Ding, if he were to add a medium box to his arsenal, would he not become an unstoppable force? With this thought in mind, Yi Xingchen, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired of Su Qingzhu, "Sister Su, let us set forth at once to seek out the materials." Chapter 97. Does junior brother Mo Fei have a story? A cacophony of anguished cries echoed hauntingly within the space of the 10,000 souls banner. Junior brother Yi, why do you treat these souls in such a manner? Su Qingzhu expressed her dismay, her gaze fixed on the three tormented spectral entities before her. Though they were mere souls, she understood that certain agonies were unbearable, even for them. Oh, these are my three friends. They wish to experience the pain of soul refinement. So I obliged them, Yi Xingchen replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. What? Su Qingzhu's expression morphed into one of shock. Yi Xingchen, may you meet a dreadful fate. Upon hearing his words, the three souls ensnared by eerie flames erupted in fury. Su Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly, her astonishment palpable. They brought this upon themselves. There is no need for concern, senior sister, Yi Xingchen remarked with a casual smile. Very well, junior brother Yi, let us proceed. Su Qingzhu said, forcing herself to avert her gaze from the three souls, pierced by chains. After exiting the 10,000 souls banner, Yi Xingchen followed the direction indicated by Su Qingzhu. The journey was fraught with ferocious beasts, yet Yi Xingchen adeptly evaded them. Remarkably, he encountered none of the outer disciples of Qingyang's sect. An hour later, Yi Xingchen finally arrived at his destination, a desiccated riverbed. However, as soon as he landed, he heard Su Qingzhu's voice tinged with exasperation. Oh no, it seems Zhao Lingyan has truly depleted the essence stones. Yi Xingchen frowned at the sight of a deep pit before him, disheartened by her words. Without the essence stones, he could not enhance the essence box. With the box in Su Qingzhu's possession, it could only trap cultivators below the 10th level of qi refinement, rendering it nearly useless to him. Only by augmenting the essence box to a more formidable state, even reaching the level of spiritual energy, could he exert his will within Qingyun's sect. Upon hearing that Zhao Lingyan had emptied the essence stones, Yi Xingchen felt a profound sense of helplessness. Throughout their journey, Su Qingzhu had recounted the reasons behind Zhao Lingyan's animosity. It turned out that after Su Qingzhu joined Qingyun's sect, she had formed a close bond with Zhao Lingyan. When Zhao Lingyan learned that Su Qingzhu could craft essence boxes, she sought Su Qingzhu's assistance and requested to be taught her family's secret arts. After Su Qingzhu tactfully declined to share her secrets, Zhao Lingyan harbored resentment and ultimately ambushed her in the Beast Mountain range. Following Su Qingzhu's injury and escape, Zhao Lingyan's aunt personally intervened to deal with her. Ultimately, Su Qingzhu managed to preserve her soul with her essence box. At this moment, Yi Xingchen could hardly contain his disappointment. To speak candidly, the essence stones and the essence box were critical to his very existence. Regrettably, with Zhao Lingyan having entirely depleted them, he could only lament his misfortune. However, just as Yi Xingchen wallowed in despair, Su Qingzhu spoke up, Junior brother Yi, do not lose heart. I know of another location where essence stones can be found. A few years ago, I discovered 2 such places. But when I intended to extract them, I was ambushed by Zhao Lingyan. In another location, she would certainly remain unaware that the quality of the medium stones there is considerably inferior, yielding only low-grade medium stones. Otherwise, the medium box created would possess a higher grade. Low-grade medium stones, if remelted into my medium box for refinement, may increase the width of the medium space. Yet it is unlikely that the grade would improve. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. As long as I can procure more medium stones, that suffices. A mysterious smile graced Yi Xingchen's lips, for his greatest fear was the inability to locate medium stones. As for the grade of the stones, for him, possessing 3 or more would suffice to enhance to a higher grade. Subsequently, Yi Xingchen set off towards the second location as directed by Su Qingzhu. After 2 hours, he arrived at the designated site, a valley. However, Upon approaching the valley, he discerned signs of others' presence. As he drew nearer, he observed two figures engaged in excavation within the valley, laughing excitedly as they worked. "Hey, brother, we've struck it rich this time. Who would have thought that in pursuit of that waste, Xingchen, we would stumble upon medium stones instead?" One exclaimed. "These are treasures for crafting storage rings. Although they are all low-grade medium stones, each stone can essentially forge a low-grade storage ring. As for storage pouches, one stone could likely yield 10 high-grade pouches. What a profit! How many have we found, brother?" The two men, both appearing to be in their 20s, were brimming with excitement. One was quite talkative, while the other was more taciturn. 15 stones, the quieter one replied after a brief hesitation, his impatience evident. "Why aren't you happy? You finally found so many medium stones. We should be celebrating," the loquacious one observed, sensing something amiss in his companion's tone. "I am pleased. Let us continue digging. Do not dwell on such thoughts. You're smaller, so you should dig at the front." "I cannot fit in," the quieter man replied, despite their having already excavated a 10-meter deep cavity that appeared quite spacious. "All right, brother. You, with your large frame, I told you to lose some weight, but you wouldn't listen. Now you see the advantages of being slender. This time, let me have 2 more stones." "Enough, dig faster. I am robust, not overweight. I'll give you 5 stones later," he retorted with a laugh. "Thank you in advance, brother." Observing this scene from the edge of the valley, Xingchen felt something was amiss. The two men in the valley, a chatterbox and a reticent one, seemed to harbor ulterior motives, particularly the quieter one, who exuded a shrewd demeanor. The talkative fellow appeared utterly oblivious to the other's unusual behavior. "Yishidi, shall we adopt a strategy of waiting for the right moment?" Su Qingzhu's voice echoed in Xingchen's mind. "Indeed, Su Shiji, your insight is astute. I share the same intention. These two clearly have ulterior motives, especially the taciturn one, who seems rather calculating." Xingchen smiled playfully. "But, junior brother, are you capable of dealing with these two? Can you take on both at once?" Su Qingzhu expressed her concern. "Rest assured, senior sister Su. Even if they are at the peak of the chi refinement stage, should I find myself unable to defeat them, I can certainly escape. Moreover, I suspect their cultivation levels have not yet reached that pinnacle," Xingchen replied confidently. "To think junior brother Yi is so formidable. Truly impressive. How many years have you been at Qingyun sect?" "Your aptitude must be extraordinary," Su Qingzhu remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone at Xingchen's self-assuredness. "I have been at Qingyun sect for over 10 years, initially as a deacon disciple." Xingchen chuckled, a trace of bitterness flickering in his dark eyes as he spoke. "Oh, in just over 10 years, you have grown to a level where you do not fear 2 masters at the peak of the chi refinement stage, and you started as a deacon disciple? By all accounts, with such cultivation in a mere decade, your spiritual root talent should be exceptional. At the very least, a dual spiritual root. How could you have begun as a deacon disciple?" Su Qingzhu questioned, puzzled. "Dual spiritual root? Huh." Xingchen chuckled lightly. "Could it be that you possess a single spiritual root, junior brother? Yet that would allow entry into the inner sect directly. Has the Qingyun sect raised its standards for discipleship? No. Could it be that junior brother has a story to tell?" Chapter 98. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother? In response to Su Qingzhu's perplexity, Xingchen flashed a grin. "I am the legendary 10 spiritual roots." 10? 10 spiritual roots? Su Qingzhu was taken aback. "Yishidi, are you serious? 10 spiritual roots? Truly? Absolutely genuine," Xingchen chuckled. This revelation caught Su Qingzhu off guard. She had never imagined that Xingchen could possess the fabled 10 spiritual roots. However, upon further reflection, she was even more astounded. This meant that Yishidi was exceptionally gifted, for one must establish 10 dantians before the age of 16 to survive. Considering this, it appears that not only did you establish 10 dantians before turning 16, but you also advanced to such a formidable level of cultivation within a mere decade. Truly terrifying," Su Qingzhu remarked in astonishment. "Yet, your crimson eyes suggest you may be afflicted with dan poison, and it seems rather severe." Su Qingzhu discerned that Xingchen was indeed suffering from dan poison. "I am originally an alchemist. Encountering some dan poison is quite normal. Fear not, I can cure it," Xingchen reassured her. "Yishidi is also an alchemist? I never expected that. I wonder to what extent your alchemical skills have reached," Su Qingzhu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as her interest in Xingchen deepened. "One could say I'm a second-tier alchemist," Xingchen replied candidly, recognizing their shared fate. There was little to conceal. "Second-tier alchemist?" Su Qingzhu was once again astounded. "You can concoct foundation establishment pills?" "Indeed, I can generally produce high-grade foundation establishment pills," Xingchen smiled. Today?" Su Qingzhu was thoroughly astonished by Xingchen. You truly are extraordinary. Is it possible that only someone with 10 spiritual roots could achieve this? You surpass even those with single spiritual roots. To be honest, aside from my mixed spiritual roots, my other talents are quite commendable, Xingchen said with a smile, his gaze drifting towards the valley. It seems they have finished digging, Xingchen remarked, preparing for action. Shitty, do you require me to summon the medium box? Su Qingzhu's tone grew slightly serious, her concern for Xingchen evident. It can be summoned. I am also eager to experience the unique properties of this medium box, even if it can only restrain cultivators at the Qi refining 10th layer. Nevertheless, it matters not. Even if they are at the peak of Qi refinement, they will have no chance of breaking the medium box with me present, Xingchen stated with unwavering confidence. Su Qingzhu slightly pursed her lips, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating her eyes, and she harbored no doubts about Xingchen's words. Very well, I trust you, Shitty. Meanwhile, in the Sand Mountain Valley, after the two men thoroughly searched and confirmed that no medium stones remained, they ceased their digging. Senior brother, we have excavated everything. Let us withdraw, the loquacious man said, his face alight with excitement. All right, Shitty, we shall exit immediately. The taciturn man wore a cold smirk, and in the next instant, he erupted with force, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at the other man's head. Junior, let us be brothers in our next life. The loquacious man, who had been laughing arrogantly, was abruptly silenced with a sharp gasp as he looked down in horror to find a long blade piercing through his dantian. You. The taciturn man gazed at his verbose counterpart in astonishment, hardly believing his own eyes. You foolish fool, what schemes did you think I was unaware of? To your demise. You wish to ambush me. Take heed in your next life. With a disdainful sneer, the loquacious man withdrew the blade and delivered a swift kick, toppling the silent man. The latter's eyes widened in fury, unable to close in death. From a distance, Xingchen and Su Qingzhu witnessed this scene, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Junior Yi, it seems we underestimated. The cunning one is indeed the talkative one, Su Qingzhu remarked with a faint smile. Xingchen also grinned, realizing that they had mistakenly assumed the taciturn man would prevail over the loquacious one. It appeared that the latter was the true trickster. Both of them possessed the same cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement, rendering them inconsequential. Once they engaged, their levels were exposed, Xingchen stated. However, he could not afford to dwell on this any longer. Sister Su, prepare for action. Allow me to witness the prowess of your medium box. With a sudden burst of energy, Xingchen unleashed his swift wind steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he swiftly arrived at the entrance of the hole where the two men had been digging. Inside, the man was elatedly gathering his spoils when he sensed the rushing wind beside him, causing him to bolt towards the entrance in sheer panic. As he glimpsed a figure flash past the entrance, his expression turned grave. So, you wish to play the role of the lurking predator? He thought, his face darkening as he channeled spiritual energy into his long blade, charging towards the exit. However, the moment he stepped out, the world around him transformed instantaneously. The once lush valley was now a stark gray expanse. What in the world is this? A mirage array? He exclaimed in shock, swinging his blade in a flurry of light, but it met with no resistance. In the next moment, a figure clad in the same outer sect disciple attire of Qingyun's sect appeared 10 meters away. The man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a familiar, playful demeanor. This brother is quite unfamiliar. You've brought me into this illusion array upon our first meeting. Isn't that a bit excessive? It's merely a few medium stones, no need for such grand gestures. I concede, take half of the stones. Am I not being generous? He said with a casual smile, tucking his long blade away into his storage pouch, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xingchen, undeterred by the presence before him, raised his hand, summoning the Wandering Soul's banner, which emanated a formidable aura of malevolence above his head. The dark energy rippled around him, instantly causing the man's expression to shift to one of grave concern. As fellow practitioners, why not experience the might of my artifact? Xingchen remarked with a playful smile. Are you a demon cultivator? The man's countenance darkened. I am indeed the Xingchen you have been tirelessly seeking, Xingchen replied, a grin gracing his face as he deftly commanded the Wandering Soul's banner to charge at the man. The man was taken aback by the strange energy radiating from the banner. Xingchen, you are a demon cultivator. You are doomed. The Qingyun sect will not spare you, he exclaimed angrily. Yet, Xingchen paid him no heed, the banner swirling ominously with bizarre energy. Moments later, several presences, equally formidable as the man's, burst forth from the Wandering Soul's banner. Xingchen summoned 3 spectral entities to engage him, accompanied by the silverback wolf demon. as the eerie energy enveloped the surroundings. The man's heart raced with trepidation. The uncanny aura swiftly approached him, and he found himself ensnared by its grip. In that moment, he was horrified to discover that under the influence of this strange energy, he felt his very soul being uncontrollably drawn outward. What in the world is happening? The man was engulfed by fear, and the next instant, as he beheld the three spectral figures emerging from the wandering soul's banner, his eyes widened in disbelief. Big brother, second brother, third brother, what the hell? How can you be here? How did you become souls? When did you die? Where are your physical bodies? Chapter 99. All bearing the surname Yi Run, my fourth brother. It's a trap, a deceit. We have all been deceived by that wretched woman, Li Welling. Yi Xingchen is a demon cultivator. You must flee quickly, or you will share our fate. The three spectral entities howled in fury upon seeing the man. Yi Xingchen, however, wore a look of astonishment. We are all family. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's voice, the three spirits immediately began to plead. Brother Yi, I implore you, spare my brother. It is all our fault. If we remain, we shall heed your every command. Brother Yi, we have but this one brother left. Please, Brother Yi, show mercy. Tears streamed down the faces of the three spirits as they beseeched him. We are all here. Isn't it wonderful for a family to be reunited? As a family, we ought to be together. A playful smile graced Yi Xingchen's lips, but his expression swiftly turned cold. If there is a path to death, then the outcome is clear. Before the spectral beings could respond, Yi Xingchen directly manipulated the eerie aura surrounding them, delving into the depths of their souls. In the next instant, the three spirits, who had retained their consciousness, were transformed into malevolent phantoms, howling as they lunged at the man. Despite being mere souls, under the influence of the sinister aura, their power matched their peak capabilities. Except for the spirit consumed by the silverback wolf demon, the other two retained their full strength. The man opposite them was already paralyzed with terror. The three approaching malevolent spirits rendered him speechless. After all, they were his brothers. Ah, Yi Xingchen, you will pay for this. I will kill you. The man, no longer wearing a playful grin, erupted in a frenzy of rage, unleashing waves of spiritual energy as he surged forward. He chose not to confront the three vengeful spirits directly, but aimed to capture the leader, charging towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen perceived the man's intentions clearly. Though unafraid, he recognized the simplicity of a more effective method and prepared to exploit it. As the man charged, the silverback wolf demon lunged at him. At this moment, the wolf demon was equivalent to a Qi refinement level 8 being, although not as powerful as the man. The ominous aura enveloping it deterred the man from approaching. In comparison, the man's combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. More terrifyingly, in an instant, the three malevolent spirits had already reached above the man's head. They seemed to struggle momentarily, pausing above him. With a cold snort, Yi Xingchen intensified the eerie aura flooding into the three spirits. Instantly, the last vestiges of their rationality vanished, and they lunged toward the man in a frenzy. The man attempted to evade, but this time, he could not escape, as he was engulfed by the relentless assault of the spirits. In an instant, the other two malevolent spirits and the silverback wolf demon pounced upon him, the sinister aura overwhelming him entirely. Within the ethereal space, only the man's desperate and chilling screams echoed. Yet, within less than 10 breaths, the entire space fell eerily silent. Yi Xingchen retracted the enigmatic aura of the 10,000 Souls banner, as the man's physical form was directly refined by this mysterious energy, causing a soul to rise. The man initially gazed around in confusion, believing he had perished. However, he quickly spotted Yi Xingchen, the three malevolent spirits, and the soul of the silver-backed wolf demon. Yi Xingchen, I shall slay you. Upon regaining his composure, the man lunged angrily at Yi Xingchen. In response, Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a smirk, and chains erupted from the 10,000 Souls banner, piercing through the man's soul. An eerie flame ignited instantaneously. Ah! The man screamed in agony as Yi Xingchen, with a mere thought, drew the man's soul into the 10,000 Souls banner. Sister Su, you may retract your medium box now. This object is indeed a peculiar treasure. Yi Xingchen picked up the man's storage pouch and, upon inspection, discovered over 100 gray-white stones exuding a mysterious aura, which immediately captured his attention. He took one out for examination. Is this the medium stone? Yi Xingchen inquired, a curious smile gracing his face. Indeed, that is the medium stone. Junior brother, how many are there? At that moment, Su Qingzhu had already retracted the medium box, and Yi Xingchen reappeared in the valley. 103 inferior medium stones. Yi Xingchen stated, then questioned Su Qingzhu, if all these inferior medium stones are refined into a medium box, what rank of medium box could be produced? Generally speaking, Inferior medium stones can only yield inferior or mid-grade medium boxes. To forge a higher-grade medium box, superior medium stones are required. For a medium box of spiritual tool grade or above, high-grade medium stones are essential. As for size, a single inferior medium stone can create a medium box with an internal space of merely 3 feet. Conversely, a mid-grade medium stone can produce a box with an internal space of approximately 3 zhang. My medium box utilizes mid-grade medium stones, consuming over 30 of them, and its internal space is roughly 90 zhang. Su Qingzhu remarked softly, her heart fluttering slightly at the sight of Xingchen, as the earlier scene of him dispatching the man lingered vividly in her mind. Let us depart. I do not seek a mere artifact-grade medium box. It would be preferable to craft one of spiritual tool grade. Xingchen's enigmatic smile caused Su Qingzhu to furrow her brow slightly. Junior brother, these are all inferior medium stones. Crafting a spiritual tool-grade medium box may be quite challenging, Su Qingzhu expressed, frowning. Let us give it a try. Perhaps success awaits. Xingchen replied with a smile. After storing the silent man's physical form in the 10,000 souls banner, he prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, a figure aboard a flying vessel passed through the valley and halted upon spotting Xingchen. Youngster, what brings you here? Have you found that Xingchen? Upon seeing Xingchen clad in the same attire as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, the man inquired indifferently. Do you not recognize me? Xingchen, pointing to himself, responded with a playful smile. Am I supposed to know you? I was merely asking if you have seen that fellow Xingchen. If you have, do not keep it to yourself. The man retorted impatiently. To be honest, I do know where that Xingchen is. Xingchen, with an innocent demeanor, replied, Oh? Upon hearing this, the man on the flying boat was momentarily taken aback, his expression instantly transforming to one of excitement. Junior brother, it suddenly dawns on me. We seem to have crossed paths before. I believe I truly know you. Your name is... What is it? The man furrowed his brow, pretending to ponder. Xingchen smiled. My surname is Yi. Indeed, we have met. The man was taken aback. You are certain? You share the same surname as that Xingchen. You cannot possibly be that Xingchen, can you? The man's expression was peculiar, seemingly devoid of suspicion. Xingchen was momentarily stunned, promptly revealing his cultivation level. I am a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, while that fellow is merely at the 6th level, a mere novice. How could I possibly be him? Oh, haha, greetings, brother Yi. To be candid, I also share the surname Yi. The man chuckled while scratching his head. Xingchen's pupils constricted. You cannot be telling me you are that Xingchen. Chapter 100. I am Yi Fan Junior brother. You jest. It is merely a coincidence that I share a surname with that wasted talent. My name is Yi Dan Dao. And what do you go by, my brother? The man introduced himself, curiosity evident in his inquiry about Xingchen. I am Yi Fan, Xingchen replied, a smile gracing his lips. A splendid name. Upon hearing it, I can tell that my junior brother is extraordinary. The man complimented him before continuing. Junior brother, where might Xingchen be found? Fear not, I shall not vie for his head. You may engage him first. Should you falter, I shall step in to vanquish him. If I successfully enter the inner sect, I shall not forget you. Do you have any companions? Xingchen surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile playing on his lips. None. I am here alone. Such a delightful opportunity is best enjoyed without a crowd. What of you, junior brother Yi Fan? Do you have any companions? The man appeared taken aback. Actually, Xingchen's smile widened, preparing to reveal his identity, when suddenly he furrowed his brow. Oh no, this is bad. Someone is coming. The man sensed the shift in the atmosphere as well. Moments later, 2 flying boats descended from the sky above the valley. Spotting Xingchen and his companion, they landed directly before them, revealing a total of 6 individuals. Do you two have any leads on Xingchen? One man aboard the flying boat inquired, while the others scrutinized Xingchen and Yi Dan Dao. In response, Yi Dan Dao was about to shake his head when Xingchen unexpectedly took 3 steps back, pointing at the man. This fellow is Xingchen. Everyone was taken aback. You are Xingchen? Instantly, the expressions of those aboard the flying boat turned hostile. Are you out of your mind? How could I possibly be Xingchen? Yi Dan Dao was caught off guard, never anticipating Xingchen's bold move. I am a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement. That waste only cultivates at the 6th level. Yi Dan Dao promptly revealed his cultivation level to prove his innocence. Witnessing this, the 6 individuals aboard the flying boat were also momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting to Xingchen. You dare to toy with us? Seeking death, are you? One individual glared menacingly. Ridiculous. He is indeed Xingchen. I have seen him before. It is undoubtedly him. To my knowledge, Xingchen's current cultivation level is the 10th level of Qi refinement. We have all been deceived by Liu Ling. Xingchen fervently asserted. You are spouting nonsense. I have declared I am not Xingchen. Yi Dandao was becoming increasingly anxious. Stop your denial. You claim you are not Xingchen. Then tell me, what was your surname? Xingchen shrugged. My surname is Yi, the man replied, but as the words left his mouth, he realized the inconsistency and quickly turned to the 6 men on the flying boat. I share the surname Yi, but my name is Yi Dandao. Ah, yes, indeed. You are Yi Dandao, not Xingchen. Xingchen spread his arms in amusement, looking at the 6 men on the flying boat. You all heard it. He is not Xingchen, but Yi Dandao. I suggest you gentlemen depart, as I wish to have a proper chat with this Yi Dandao. Xingchen had not anticipated that these individuals would be unfamiliar with both himself and the person beside him, Yi Dandao. Was this not fortuitously falling into his own trap? You young fool, do you think we are simpletons? You wish to lure the tiger away from its mountain, do you? Upon hearing Xingchen's words, someone aboard the flying vessel immediately retorted. You are Xingchen, correct? And this is Yi Dandao? I never would have imagined that you, a mere waste, have managed to break through to the 10th level of chi refinement. Quite remarkable indeed. It was rumored that this young man was an alchemist, likely having resorted to medicinal concoctions to elevate his cultivation. Regardless of how he achieved his breakthrough, capturing his head was the priority. Several aboard the vessel were already rolling up their sleeves, preparing for action. Esteemed brothers, I assure you I am not Xingchen. Please, listen to me. Yi Dandao hurriedly protested. Indeed, I believe you. You are not Xingchen, you are Yi Dandao. No need for your evasions. I trust you. Xingchen replied with a playful smile. Shut your mouth. I am not evading. Yi Dandao is my true name. Yi Dandao exclaimed, on the verge of tears. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. Looking at Xingchen, as if he had found hope, he sneered, esteemed brothers. This young man also carries the surname Yi. He is Yi Fan. I suspect he is indeed Xingchen. Ah, yes. I am Xingchen. You are not. Is that sufficient? In response to Yi Dandao's accusation, Xingchen shrugged, entirely in agreement. This scene caused those aboard the vessel to glance at Xingchen before losing interest entirely. Observing this, Yi Dandao became increasingly frantic. Brothers, I truly am not Xingchen. Indeed, you are not. No one has claimed you are, Xingchen remarked with a teasing smile. Shut up, Yi Dandao cried in exasperation. He felt as though the more he spoke, the more peculiar the situation became. Brother, this man may indeed be Xingchen. Someone aboard the vessel fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Dandao. Kill him. Seize his head first, the leader of the group commanded coldly. You 3, dispose of this man. Leave Xingchen to us, the leader instructed others on a different vessel. Afterward, it matters not. We shall forfeit this head to you if need be. Xingchen feigned difficulty, grimacing. You are quite astute, but should we slay Xingchen, you will be aware of our betrayal of our brethren. Do you think we would have any reason to spare you? The leader of the vessel scoffed disdainfully. I assure you, I shall reveal nothing to anyone, Xingchen swore, raising his middle finger. Only the dead can keep secrets. Kill. The leader's command rang out, and the other 3 men charged towards Xingchen. Seeing this, Xingchen decisively fled. Chase him. Do not let him escape. The leader bellowed. The 3 men pursued Xingchen, while the leader and 2 others charged directly at Yi Dandao. Curse you, Yi Fan. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Yi Dandao lamented. On the verge of tears, Sister Su, prepare to open the medium box. In the escape of Xingchen and Su Qingzhu, the latter inquired gravely, Yi Shidi, do you believe you can contend with the 3 of them? At that moment, the 3 pursuers revealed their formidable cultivation levels, 2 at the 10th layer of chi refinement and 1 at the 11th. It matters not. You need only to open the way. Xingchen replied without a hint of hesitation. Not to mention that his spiritual power surpassed theirs. Even the Wanhun banner was an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Before long, Xingchen had traversed 3 miles, but suddenly, he came to a halt, awaiting the approaching trio. Kid, you've stopped running? One of them sneered. That's quite fitting. Since you're destined to die, we might as well grant you a swift end. As the 3 soon closed in, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in their eyes, and they lunged at Xingchen with their swords drawn, 3 beams of sword light slicing through the air towards him. Yet, Xingchen remained unperturbed, his expression calm and tranquil as he silently awaited their attack. How peculiar! Why does he not evade? One of the pursuers mused, while the other 2 dismissed him with scorn. In their eyes, Xingchen was already a corpse awaiting its final rest. Chapter 101. The evolution of the 10,000 souls banner. The sword lights crisscrossed as the 3 individuals prepared to strike down Xingchen. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To their astonishment, Yi Xingchen's figure vanished in an instant. What on earth? The three exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, as their astonishment lingered, the scene around them abruptly transformed. They found themselves in a stark, grayish-white world, their expressions filled with confusion. Suddenly, a chill ran down their spines, and their hair stood on end simultaneously. An eerie aura began to permeate the air, cackling. In the next moment, terror engulfed them as three spectral entities lunged toward them from above. Before they could comprehend the bizarre atmosphere surrounding them, they were horrified to witness their flesh beginning to dissolve within the strange essence. Even more dreadfully, they felt as though their souls were attempting to escape their bodies. In a state of panic, they swiftly channeled their spiritual energy to fend off the uncanny presence, successfully keeping it at bay. This unsettling scene was, of course, a result of Yi Xingchen unleashing the 10,000 Souls banner. Observing that the trio's spiritual energy could repel the eerie essence, Yi Xingchen felt a twinge of helplessness. The current strength of the 10,000 Souls banner was still insufficient. Even cultivators of the 10th layer of Qi refinement could resist the strange aura if they reacted in time. Nevertheless, with three spectral entities and the spirit of the silverback wolf demon still present, he felt little concern. Indeed, even without the 10,000 Souls banner, Yi Xingchen could handle these three, but given his location in the Beast Mountain range, he preferred to utilize the banner rather than deplete his own strength. Currently, two spectral entities remained unrefined within the 10,000 Souls banner. However, he lacked the time to refine them now, as Su Qingzhu's medium box was merely a superior grade artifact. Capturing three cultivators above the 10th layer of Qi refinement in one fell swoop was feasible, but should they react, they could very well break the spatial confines of the medium box. At that point, more individuals might be drawn to the scene, posing a significant danger to Yi Xingchen. Thus, his immediate objective was to ensnare the three into the 10,000 Souls banner. Meanwhile, the trio had also spotted Yi Xingchen not far away. Yet, their focus was diverted to the three spectral entities and the spirit of the silverback wolf demon, which they were now embroiled in combat with. Cackling, "Ah, it's you. Niumatsi. You've also come for this kid. How delightful. Come, join us in the 10,000 Souls banner." The three spectral entities cackled maniacally. Upon hearing the chilling laughter, the trio was bewildered. These spectral entities recognized them? They appeared somewhat familiar. Wait, don't tell me these three spectral entities resemble the Zhang brothers. They seem to have recognized the faces of the three spectral entities. Cackling, indeed, it is we. Since we are fellow disciples, let us not part ways today. You might not know, but he is the Yi Xingchen you have been searching for. Boom. The three soul bodies erupted once more, enveloped in demonic energy, rendering them increasingly formidable. The trio valiantly resisted, engaging in a fierce struggle where neither side seemed to gain the upper hand. The silver-backed wolf demon occasionally launched surprise attacks. However, it was utterly impossible to eliminate the three men in a short span of time. What? Yi Xingchen? How could Yi Xingchen possess such an enigmatic artifact? Is he a demonic cultivator? The three were taken aback. Suddenly, a chill coursed down their spines as Yi Xingchen, like a specter, materialized behind the man at the 11th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, the trio was exhausted from contending with the three soul bodies and the silver-backed wolf demon. Completely unprepared for the impending assault, 10 spirit techniques, deathly strike. Yi Xingchen unleashed a devastating punch, his unparalleled strength instantly shattering the chest of the Qi refinement 11th level man. Simultaneously, he employed the soul-severing technique. In an instant, the three men felt as though they were struck by heavenly thunder within their consciousness. They momentarily halted, a piercing pain radiating through their heads. The man at the 11th level of Qi refinement had already met his demise. As for the other two, in that fleeting pause, they were assailed by the three soul bodies, who savagely tore at them, an eerie aura enveloping the scene. Their physical forms began to disintegrate. With Yi Xingchen's involvement, the trio was swiftly overwhelmed, defeated in the blink of an eye. Yi Xingchen felt immense satisfaction with his combat prowess against these ordinary cultivators of the same rank. He could effortlessly crush them in both close-quarter and range combat. At that moment, he longed to test his strength against the likes of Wang Tong, a fellow genius of the same rank, to see who was more formidable. The three men, now entirely refined by the sinister aura, had their soul bodies ascend, their faces etched with terror. Observing this, the remaining three soul bodies and the silver-backed wolf demon's soul body surged forward, eager to tear and consume. Yi Xingchen hastily intervened, commanding the 10,000 Souls banner to unleash chains that pierced through the remaining three soul bodies. A harrowing wail echoed from within the medium box. Yi Xingchen's consciousness entered the realm of the 10,000 Souls banner. In a brief moment, he refined the initial two physical forms. Instantly, the 10,000 souls banner trembled, the eerie aura intensifying, and the internal space expanded once more. The 10,000 souls banner advanced, evolving from a mid-grade artifact to a superior-grade artifact. A smile graced Xingchen's lips as he commanded the 10,000 souls banner to lower chains that pierced through all the soul bodies, an ominous flame rising. The anguished cries once again filled the space of the 10,000 souls banner. Junior brother Yi, we have become your servants. Why do you continue to treat us this way? The Zhang brothers, initially bewildered at the prospect of being pierced by chains and subjected to the strange flames, questioned Xingchen in disbelief. These individuals had ventured in seeking their own demise, destined to endure the torment of soul refinement for at least a year and a half. Xingchen chuckled, then cast several seals into the 5 newly emerged soul bodies. What? Xingchen, your malice is truly insidious. How does this differ from descending into the abyss? We harbor no profound enmity, yet your treatment of us will surely invoke divine retribution. Xingchen, your wickedness shall undoubtedly entangle you in karmic consequences, leading you to the depths of an unfathomable hell. The Zhang brothers once again unleashed their venomous curses. Xingchen, how could you disregard our shared bond and subject us to such torment of the soul? You will face divine punishment, obliterated in both form and spirit. The other souls echoed the same furious denunciations. It seems my punishment has not been severe enough. Xingchen furrowed his brow, and with a mere thought, the eerie flames erupted even more violently. Instantaneously, he could hear the agonizing cries of the souls being melted down. This scene caused Su Qingzhu, who was watching from the side, to frown deeply, her own soul trembling slightly. The harrowing sounds echoed continuously. In that strange fire, Xingchen could perceive the souls beginning to collapse. However, just as their essence was on the verge of disintegration, an unusual aura from the soul banner suddenly enveloped them, solidifying their spiritual forms. This was an experience far worse than death. Descending into hell? No, this was 100 times worse. Xingchen then manipulated the soul of the silver-backed wolf demon, initiating the devouring of the remaining souls. He was eager to discover how far the soul banner, now an advanced artifact, could elevate the wolf demon's spirit. Subsequently, Xingchen departed from the confines of the soul banner. Now, whenever he summoned it, it transformed into a formidable weapon of destruction. Among the 37 pursuers, 8 had already entered the soul banner. What might happen if he were to capture the remaining 29? Xingchen grinned wickedly and instructed Su Qingzhu to stow away the medium box. He then promptly returned to seek out the other 4. Chapter 102. Ancestral Legacy. When Xingchen returned to the valley, he found no trace of the 3 individuals who had confronted Yi Dandao. Instead, a headless corpse lay on the ground. It was evident that this headless body belonged to Yi Dandao. After a brief survey to confirm the absence of others, Xingchen approached the lifeless form. With a slight smirk, he directly absorbed the headless corpse into the wandering soul banner. There was nothing further to discuss. The physical body would be refined, and the soul would be processed over the course of a year and a half. After all, these individuals had come to kill him, so he felt no need for courtesy. Yi Fan. Within the wandering soul banner, upon encountering the spirit of Yi Dandao, the latter wore a look of utter bewilderment. In truth, I am Xingchen. Xingchen chuckled with amusement, manipulating the chains to pierce through Yi Dandao's spirit, unleashing a strange flame that began to consume and refine the soul. Ah, I never imagined you were truly Xingchen. You have caused me great suffering. Yi Dandao shrieked in anguish. Xingchen paid no heed to his cries, instead employing a bizarre aura to muffle the sounds of their torment. He then withdrew his consciousness from the realm of the wandering soul banner. He needed to find a more secluded spot to craft a medium box. Only a stronger medium box would allow him to better wield the wandering soul banner, which he had grown increasingly fond of. Although it bore some semblance to demonic cultivation, he could not afford to be concerned with such matters. Those who entered had all wished him dead. Anyone who sought to end his life would find themselves within, and he would bear no guilt over it. Not only these few, but even the entirety of the Qingyun sect, should they wish to eliminate him. He would not hesitate to consign them all to the wandering soul banner. If no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong them. If anyone offends me, their entire family shall gather within the wandering soul banner. He grinned maliciously, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, Wu Gang berated a man while gazing at Yi Dandao's severed head. This is not Xingchen at all. You've killed the wrong person. What good is this? The 3 individuals who had slain Yi Dandao quickly approached Wu Gang and his sister, the leader brandishing the severed head. The leader was Wu Gang's cousin, eager to ingratiate himself for the sake of Wu Yan. However, upon seeing the head, Wu Gang launched into a tirade. Cousin, I don't know this Xingchen either. If only you had drawn his likeness, we wouldn't have made this mistake. After kicking Yi Dandao's head aside in frustration, the leader replied helplessly. Wu Gang shot a glare at the man but then smiled, producing a bird the size of a pigeon along with a piece of white paper. What kind of bird is this? The man asked curiously. This is a spirit shadow bird. It can seek out individuals based on their likeness and return to inform me. Wu Gang grinned. I never expected to encounter such a bird in the Demon Beast Mountain range. It seems that the worthless Yi Xingchen is destined to meet his end at my hands. Sister, please draw that useless image, Wu Gang said, turning to Wu Yan. After a nod from the latter, she began to sketch. Soon, Yi Xingchen's likeness sprang to life on the paper. Wu Yan's artistic skills were commendable, resembling the real person by at least 90%. Wait, isn't this the person who escaped in the valley? Wu Gang's cousin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in regret. Have you encountered him? Wu Yan furrowed her brow. Indeed. Yan's sister, I had 3 companions pursue him back then, but I am unaware of the outcome, the man replied, visibly vexed. He cannot escape, Wu Yan remarked, frowning. After showing the image of Yi Xingchen to the spirit shadow bird, Wu Gang released the bird into the air. Let us proceed to that valley you mentioned, Wu Yan declared promptly. Subsequently, under the man's guidance, Wu Gang and Wu Yan arrived at the valley. Hey, wasn't that man's corpse supposed to be here? Why is it missing? Wu Gang's cousin questioned, a look of confusion painting his face. Perhaps it was devoured by wild beasts. Let us follow the direction you indicated. He cannot have gone far, Wu Gang suggested. Thus, the group embarked on the path Yi Xingchen had taken in his flight. But despite their efforts, they found no trace of him. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of Wu Gang and his companions' relentless search for him. Inside a cave, he began to utilize the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding to enhance the medium stones. He felt no need to conceal the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding from Su Qingzhu, as she depended on him for survival. Each time he placed 12 inferior medium stones into the Ruyi Ding, a superior medium stone emerged, leaving Su Qingzhu in awe. I never imagined my junior brother possessed such a remarkable treasure. It seems wise to follow you, she jested with a smile. Where did you acquire such an extraordinary artifact? Junior brother? You truly are a person of great fortune, Su Qingzhu said with a playful smile. An ancestral heirloom, Yi Xingchen replied with a grin. Oh, could it be that your family belongs to that reclusive grand lineage? Su Qingzhu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she found Yi Xingchen increasingly enigmatic. I've heard tales of an ancient family in the cultivation realm, surnamed Yi. I wonder if there is a connection, she expressed with astonishment. I'm not quite sure. Yi Xingchen replied ambiguously, further intriguing Su Qingzhu. However, she refrained from probing too deeply, fearing to provoke his ire. Before long, Yi Xingchen had successfully enhanced 8 superior medium stones and 1 upper-grade medium stone using 103 inferior medium stones, leaving just 1 inferior medium stone remaining. Sister Su, we can begin crafting the medium box now, Yi Xingchen said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having experienced the wonders of the medium box, he was eager to possess one himself. Junior brother, I am currently a soul entity and unable to complete the task of crafting the medium box. Su Qingzhu replied with a resigned smile. What should we do then? Yi Xingchen asked, momentarily stunned, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Junior brother Yi. Su Qingzhu said after a moment's contemplation, I shall impart to you the secret technique of our Su family. Sister Su, this is your family's secret art. I harbor no covetous intentions. Do not assume that because you are currently in a precarious situation, you can bestow this technique upon me. I am not one to usurp what belongs to others, Yi Xingchen murmured. Junior brother Yi, you misunderstand me. At present, I am unable to forge the medium box and can only pass on this secret technique to you. This is also for my own benefit. For your strength is essential to ensuring my safety, Su Qingzhu explained her reasoning. Very well, Sister Su, I assure you that I will not let you suffer a loss. Yi Xingchen replied with a mysterious smile. Perhaps I could even enhance your family's secret art. Really? Su Qingzhu exclaimed with delight. Initially, she harbored doubts. But upon glimpsing the Three Treasures Ruyi Ding before Yi Xingchen, her skepticism faded entirely. Subsequently, Su Qingzhu imparted her family's secret technique to Yi Xingchen. She felt a twinge of nostalgia, reflecting on how the secret art that Zhao Lingyan could never obtain was now being willingly shared with another. Chapter 103. The refinement of the medium box. Before long, Yi Xingchen acquired the secrets of the Su family's mystical arts, known as the medium space technique. However, upon obtaining this knowledge, he refrained from immediate cultivation. Instead, he retrieved 3 jade slips, inscribing the medium space technique upon each. Indeed, Yi Xingchen intended to record the technique on the 3 jade slips and subsequently enhance them using the Three Treasure Ruyi Cauldron. After all, The cauldron required 3 items for amplification, and this was his only option. He harbored concerns about the success of this endeavor, as he had never attempted such a thing before. Su Qingzhu observed quietly, refraining from inquiries, understanding that Xingchen had his own reasons for proceeding in this manner. Soon enough, the 3 jade slips, each etched with the medium space technique, were placed into the cauldron. As the brilliance dissipated within, a single jade slip emerged from the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. Although Su Qingzhu had anticipated this move, she was nonetheless astonished to witness the emergence of a jade slip. Realizing that the cauldron could indeed enhance techniques, Xingchen retrieved the slip from the cauldron, and his consciousness immediately penetrated into it. In no time, a technique superior to the medium space technique materialized in his mind. This advanced secret art was named medium domain space technique. The addition of the word domain signified significant alterations to the original method, whereas the previous medium space technique could merely refine a medium box for use. The new medium domain space technique allowed for the inscribing of formidable killing formations within the ring box, capable of obliterating any adversaries who dared to enter the medium space. However, both the refinement of the medium box and the inscribing of formations necessitated more and higher-grade medium stones. Su Junior Sister, this is for you. After committing the knowledge of the medium domain space technique to memory, Xingchen handed the jade slip to Su Qingzhu. Is this truly for me? Su Qingzhu, who had been daydreaming, was taken aback, eager to discover the full capabilities of the enhanced medium space technique. Of course, it is yours by right, belonging to the Su family. Perhaps you will one day use this secret art to elevate your family's standing. Xingchen replied with a generous smile. Very well. Then I must thank you, Junior brother. This is an immense favor for our Su family, one we shall not forget. Su Qingzhu accepted graciously, her desire to learn the refined technique evident as she recalled Xingchen's astonished expression earlier. She knew that the so-called medium domain space technique must be far superior to the original. Indeed, upon absorbing the technique from the jade slip, Su Qingzhu's expression transformed to one of astonishment. What a powerful secret art. Thank you, Junior brother. She expressed her sincere gratitude once more. Su Junior Sister, you are too kind. You have gifted me the medium space technique. I merely assisted in its enhancement. Thus, we are even. With a smile, Xingchen did not take the credit for himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he began his training in the medium domain spatial technique. Although it was a secret art, the practice posed no significant difficulty. Within 3 days, Xingchen had comprehended the medium domain spatial technique thoroughly. Subsequently, he commenced the crafting of the medium box, guided by Su Qingzhu's experience. The process of creating the medium box was not akin to concocting pills, which required a multitude of spiritual herbs. Instead, crafting a medium box necessitated merely a piece of medium stone. One would first forge the box and then infuse it with other medium stones to enhance its evolution. This time, Xingchen aimed to produce a medium box of spiritual weapon caliber. Hence, he utilized only the finest quality medium stones. As the higher the grade of the medium stone, the superior the quality of the crafted box. In total, he had acquired 8 exquisite medium stones for reinforcement. Xingchen had no intention of practicing on lesser stones. Under Su Qingzhu's guidance, he directly took out one of the premium medium stones to begin the crafting process. The method of refining the medium stone was rather unique. Unlike the alchemical process, which required the spiritual herbs to be melted with intense flames, this technique involved directly casting a series of incantations into the medium stone, causing it to undergo a certain transformation. In the cave, as Xingchen channeled incantations into the medium stone, it gradually began to change under their influence. As time elapsed, the seemingly impenetrable medium stone could be molded into any shape. Thus, Xingchen could form it into a box or a sphere, as long as the resulting object enclosed all 4 directions. After some contemplation, he decided to shape the first medium stone into a spherical object. While the success rate of crafting a spiritual weapon caliber medium box from a premium medium stone was notably high, Xingchen remained cautious. To successfully create a spiritual weapon caliber medium box, one must infuse 1,000 incantations. If even one incantation were to fail, all efforts would be in vain. On the first day, Xingchen managed to successfully integrate 100 incantations. On the second day, he added 50 more. By the third day, however, he could only incorporate 20 incantations. From that point on, he began to perceive the challenge of crafting a spiritual weapon caliber medium box. In the ensuing days, he found that he could fuse a maximum of 20 incantations into the medium stone before it resisted further integration. On the 10th day, the medium stone was finally shaped into a sphere. With hundreds of incantations integrated, He could sense that the space within this medium box had reached approximately 100 feet. The medium box had now attained the pinnacle of artifact caliber, and the next step would be to reach the realm of spiritual weapon caliber. However, the challenges ahead were even more formidable. For 3 consecutive days, Xingchen was unable to successfully integrate a single incantation, which led him to feel a sense of disappointment. As far as he knew, the most formidable individual in the Xingchen sect was its leader, a terrifying nascent soul powerhouse. If one wishes to utilize a medium box within the Xingchen sect without detection, it is imperative to possess a medium box of spiritual artifact caliber. Otherwise, a medium box of mere magical artifact level can only evade the consciousness of golden core cultivators, and the associated risks are exceedingly high. Do not fret, junior brother. Su Qingzhu hastily reassured upon noticing Xingchen's expression of disappointment. In truth, you have already succeeded. The inability to merge at present is merely due to the medium stone not yet fully integrating with the incantation. With a little patience, it shall merge once more. Xingchen nodded, recognizing that this was the only course of action available to him. He understood the principle. Yet he was acutely aware that the subsequent integration of the incantation would prove even more challenging, and a moment's inattention could lead to the shattering of the medium stone. He could only hope for a smooth integration of all incantations in the future. Meanwhile, outside the cave where Xingchen and Su Qingzhu resided, a bird the size of a pigeon alighted upon a branch. With a soft coo, the bird's call echoed, startling both Xingchen and Su Qingzhu within the cave. Chapter 104. Introduction to the Medium-Grade Spirit Toolbox. Is that the sound of birds? An owl? Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. It must be a bird. Surely no one has discovered our presence. Su Qingzhu furrowed her brow, struggling to recall which mystical beast might produce such a sound. However, in the ensuing time, neither of them heard that sound again, and they soon dismissed it from their minds. A day later, on the 3rd day, Xingchen continued to infuse the medium box with incantations. To his surprise, everything proceeded smoothly. In just one day, he managed to integrate over 100 spells into the forming medium box. He speculated that after a day's interval, the medium stone had fully merged with the previous incantations, making the process significantly easier. However, when the next day arrived, Xingchen found the task to be arduous once more. He could only infuse 20 spells into the medium stone that day. Remembering how the process had become easier after a day's break previously, he decided to wait another day before attempting to infuse spells again. True to his expectations, after a day, he found it effortless to integrate over 100 spells into the medium stone once again. Thus, Xingchen had grasped this pattern. From then on, he consistently chose to infuse spells into the medium box every other day. As anticipated, after each interval, the process became increasingly simple, allowing him to integrate a multitude of spells with ease. In the subsequent days, during his resting periods, Xingchen commenced the forging of a 2nd and 3rd medium box. This spectacle left Su Qingzhu somewhat perplexed. Junior brother Yi, why do you not use these medium stones to create a single medium box? The more medium stones you employ, the greater the space within, resulting in enhanced stability. Utilizing a single superior medium stone to forge a box may trap a foundational stage cultivator, but it could be breached swiftly. Conversely, employing 2 medium stones would yield a box that, even if discovered, would resist being broken through by a foundational stage cultivator with mere efforts. If you were to utilize all 8 of your superior medium stones to forge a single box, I assure you that even a mid-foundational cultivator would find it a daunting task to breach its defenses. Thus, I advise you to create 1 medium box using your 8 superior stones. Quality trumps quantity. Su Qingzhu spoke earnestly. I understand this, Xingchen replied. However, I possess a precious cauldron. Given my current cultivation level, the most I can achieve with the medium domain spatial technique is a low-grade spirit toolbox. Yet, if I forge 3 low-grade spirit toolboxes using these 8 superior medium stones, and then enhance them with my cauldron, would it not yield a medium-grade spirit toolbox? Xingchen smiled softly, contemplating that the medium box of moderate quality should be able to withstand the spiritual probing of a mid-stage nascent soul. He pondered whether the leader of the Xingchen sect was at the early or mid-stage of the nascent soul. He also wondered if there were any other formidable presences within the sect apart from him. Xingchen's smile deepened, and upon noticing this, Su Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Junior brother, what does your crafting of this medium box have to do with the cultivation level of the Xingchen sect's leader? Do you intend to use it within the sect? With this in mind, I must ascertain the extent of the pinnacle existence in the Xingchen sect. Xingchen murmured with a smile, though a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Su Qingzhu furrowed her brows slightly. She could tell that Xingchen must have enemies within the Qingyun sect, and their identities and strengths were not to be underestimated. She had suspected this ever since Xingchen was pursued. What puzzled her was how someone with 10 spiritual roots could provoke such powerful foes. Could it be due to the treasure cauldron before her? Su Qingzhu's thoughts turned to Xingchen's treasure cauldron. As time passed, with a firm grasp on the rules of crafting medium boxes, Xingchen found the process increasingly effortless. However, he did not allow himself a moment's respite. He diligently alternated between crafting 3 medium boxes each day. Before long, a month had slipped by. Inside the cave, Xingchen had 3 medium boxes before him, 1 spherical and 2 cubic, all of which were low-grade spiritual medium boxes. Junior brother, is it time to enhance them now? Su Qingzhu asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xingchen nodded with a smile, then placed the 3 low-grade spiritual medium boxes into the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a top-quality medium box of moderate grade emerged. Xingchen's face lit up with excitement. With this item, as long as he remained undetected, he could utilize it within the Qingyun sect. Upon inspection, Xingchen discovered that the internal space of his medium box was dozens of times larger than Su Qingzhu's. Nearly 3,000 zhang in width. Such vast space, and remarkably stable. I estimate that even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to breach this medium box. Su Qingzhu also probed into the medium box, astonished by the space within. If only more medium stones could be integrated, wouldn't it become even stronger? Xingchen smiled knowingly. In theory, yes, Su Qingzhu replied thoughtfully. I still possess 1 medium-quality stone and 1 low-quality stone. I plan to refrain from integrating them into the medium box for now, and instead use them later to inscribe formations within it. Xingchen pondered for a moment, taking another look at the medium box before putting it away and entering the 10,000 souls banner. Once inside, he immediately checked on the strength of the silver-backed wolf demon. At this point, the silver-backed wolf demon had experienced a significant surge in power, reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. In total, there were now 10 souls of cultivators above the Qi refinement stage within his 10,000 souls banner. This represented an even greater source of power. Certainly, this soul entity, unlike cultivators capable of wielding spells, possesses a significantly diminished power. However, bolstered by the enigmatic force, it remains formidable. He estimates that, even without his intervention, the Wanhun banner alone could rival those who have achieved the pinnacle of Qi refining. At this moment, the souls tormented by the process of soul refinement were kneeling before Xingchen, pleading for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Xingchen chose to disregard them, instead withdrawing from the Wanhun banner. It was time to depart. A month had passed, and he wondered whether those individuals had left. A faint smile graced Xingchen's lips as he exited the cave. Upon emerging, he refrained from taking a flying vessel, heading towards the outer disciples of the monster beast mountain, which totaled 37. Now, calculating, only 28 remained. If encountered alone, it would be manageable, but he feared a simultaneous assault. Although he possessed a medium-grade spirit artifact and the fearsome Wanhun banner, facing 28 experts above the 10th level of Qi refining was no trivial matter. The 9 individuals he had captured within the Wanhun banner were all above the 10th level of Qi refining, leading Xingchen to deduce that those pursuing him into the monster beast mountain were likely all of similar cultivation, perhaps even including past outer disciples who had reached the pinnacle of Qi refining. Suddenly, amidst the forest, Xingchen heard a peculiar bird call. He paused, momentarily taken aback, yet dismissed it as merely a bird the size of a pigeon. Shaking his head with a smile, he continued on his way. Junior brother Yi, I believe I know what that bird is, Su Qingzhu remarked, for she, unbound by the Wanhun banner, could still hear the sounds of the outside world even while within its confines. Chapter 105. The effect of the 10 spirit techniques on the body. Oh, Sister Su, what kind of bird is this? What makes it so special? Xingchen inquired, slightly puzzled. Junior brother Yi, it appears you are in peril, Su Qingzhu replied gravely. This bird is known as the spirit shadow bird. It possesses the ability to track individuals based on their likeness and aura. If I am not mistaken, it is likely about to send word. Send word? Xingchen was taken aback. Goo goo. At that moment, the small bird in the sky let out another call before soaring into the heights. Is it going to send word now? Xingchen furrowed his brow, realizing that he had drawn the attention of those outer sect disciples, who would likely arrive shortly. Junior brother Yi, what do you intend to do? Once this bird locks onto you, it can locate you within a 50-mile radius. Evading it swiftly is no simple task, Su Qingzhu expressed her concern. Xingchen, however, smiled with a hint of mischief as he contemplated. I shall not flee. Junior brother Yi, this is no jest. With so many adversaries, how do you plan to handle them alone? A confrontation will surely attract more individuals. It is perilous, Su Qingzhu urged. Fear not, I possess the medium box. I can summon it first, and when they arrive, I will deal with them one by one. Do not forget, the medium box can restrain anyone at the will of its master, Xingchen asserted confidently. The numbers do not intimidate me. Their strongest members are merely at the perfection of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Even if they detect us, their strength is insufficient to breach my medium box. That is indeed the case. Since you have made your decision, I can only acquiesce, Su Qingzhu jested. With a subtle smile, Xingchen summoned his medium box, and his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, a month had passed, and they had yet to locate that waste. Could it be that he was devoured by a beast? On a hill, Wu Gang wore a frustrated expression, having not anticipated that, despite the spirit shadow bird's assistance, they had failed to uncover Xingchen's whereabouts after a month. That brat came primarily to hunt beasts of his level, with his 10 spirit roots. How formidable could he truly be? It was not outside the realm of possibility for him to meet his end in the belly of a beast, Wu Yin sneered. Cousin, I believe Yin Mei is correct. That boy is nothing but a waste, relying on potions to elevate his cultivation. One can only wonder how hollow his strength truly is. Perhaps his flesh has turned into the dung of beasts, Wu Gang's cousin chimed in with a laugh. Hearing this, Wu Gang nodded slightly. In his view, even at the 10th level of Qi refinement, Xingchen was merely a weakling. Let us continue our search. This time, that wretched Li Yueling did not come personally, which surely indicates her fear. That deceitful woman has fooled us all. During this trial, I shall make her experience my strength, Wu Yin declared, grinning with his iron fist raised. Indeed, Sister Yin is impressive. Wu Gang's cousin gazed at Wu Yin in admiration, utterly captivated by her elegance. Suddenly, a distinct bird call echoed from the sky. In an instant, Wu Gang and his companions were invigorated. The spirit shadow bird had returned. Could it be that it had caught a glimpse of that useless wretch? Wu Yin sprang to her feet, her powerful frame trembling, causing even the gentle breeze to part. The bird's call resounded once more, and the spirit shadow bird circled above Wu Gang and his friends before soaring into the distance. Follow it, Wu Gang exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The spirit shadow bird must have discovered that wretch. Spread the word and gather more people. With a smile, Wu Gang's cousin departed. Brother, it seems many seasoned competitors have arrived, including 3 whose strength has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, the 12th level. It won't be easy for us to seize the opportunity. Why are you still spreading the news? Wu Yan asked, perplexed. In response, Wu Gang ruffled Wu Yan's hair affectionately. Sister, though I may appear brawnier than you, my intellect is no less sharp. Rest assured, it matters not who kills Xingchen. What truly matters is who claims the bounty on that wretch's head. Moreover, once we locate Xingchen, any action will inevitably attract the attention of those competitors. Even if we kept it quiet, they would come. It's safer to draw them in early. Otherwise, after we eliminate Xingchen, these competitors might strike us from behind. In the Demon Beast Mountain range, do you think they would show mercy just because we share the same sect? Wu Gang smirked. The Qingyan sect, while having its law enforcement hall, fundamentally values power and talent. Talent is paramount. Remember the last time Xingchen stirred trouble with the law enforcement hall? Even the upright Hong Zhentian was ultimately dealt with by Wang Tong. Thus, within the Qingyun sect, as long as one possesses talent and garners the sect's attention, everything else falls into place. If one is deemed useless, the sect will not concern itself with such matters. Once these individuals step outside, the notion of camaraderie dissipates. Wu Gang's brow furrowed. Furthermore, it's peculiar that Li Yueling, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for Xingchen, has not personally sought to eliminate him. I suspect that wretched woman might harbor some trepidation regarding Xingchen, possibly knowing things we are unaware of. Perhaps Xingchen has not only broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, but also possesses formidable combat prowess. Why not allow those competitors to test the waters first? Ah, I see now. Brother, your wisdom continues to impress, Wu Yin remarked, her respect for her sibling growing. Wu Gang's analysis was astutely accurate. She had sensed something amiss, but with his insight, she swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Meanwhile, on another side, Xingchen sat cross-legged within the confines of the medium box's space. At this moment, he was diligently cultivating the Earth Spirit Power defense layer of the 10-Spirit Shield. To his astonishment, after 3 attempts, he succeeded. Following these trials, the Earth Spirit Power defense layer was finally able to absorb the shattered spiritual energy from other defenses. For Xingchen, this was a delightful unexpected gain. Once he fully mastered the 10-Spirit Shield, he began to channel the 10-Spirit energy to refine his physical body. A sharp pain surged through him as the 10-Spirit energy entered his body, causing him to wince slightly. It felt as if knives were scraping against his bones. However, despite the agony, the results were unmistakable. Within just a few breaths, he sensed his physical form enhancing. Wow, this sensation filled Xingchen with excitement. Meanwhile, outside the medium box space, a bird the size of a pigeon soared into the sky, circling above. The Wu siblings quickly arrived at the location. "Where is he?" Wu Gang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he released his spiritual awareness, only to find no trace of anyone. Chapter 106. The Arrogant Man with a Crooked Nose. Why can't we see anyone? In the forest, Wu Gang looked around in confusion, while Wu Yin furrowed her brow tightly. The only sight was the spirit shadow bird circling in the sky, yet they could not catch a glimpse of Xingchen. Brother, could it be that this creature has made a mistake? Wu Yin glanced at the spirit shadow bird in the sky. It shouldn't be the case. If it were mistaken, it wouldn't keep circling here, Wu Gang replied with a furrowed brow. Let us search around. The two of them scoured the area for dozens of miles, but still could not find Xingchen. Brother, there is not even a trace left behind. This wretched bird must have erred, Wu Yin said impatiently. It seems this creature has indeed made a mistake, yet why does it continue to circle here? It's quite perplexing, Wu Gang pondered, gazing at the spirit shadow bird still flying above in confusion. Goo goo. Unbeknownst to Wu Gang and his sister, the spirit shadow bird was also bewildered, making a confused sound. It could still sense Xingchen's aura in the vicinity, but could not see him. Suddenly, from above the forest, a dark swarm of flying boats descended. Among them, a robust man with a large black mole on his face burst into laughter. Haha, Wu Gang. It seems you are quite astute, not wishing to keep all the spoils to yourself. What about that useless fellow? Rest assured, if I acquire the head, I will not forget you and your sister, he boasted. Wu Gang's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards the speaker. My Yokoe. You can be assured that I know you are relying on this opportunity to make a comeback and enter the inner sect. I can forego claiming that useless fellow's head, but if you succeed, do not forget my benefits, Wu Gang replied with a smile that concealed his true feelings. Haha. Then I shall thank you, junior brother Wu Gang, for your generosity. If I, Mo Da Hu, secure the head, I will surely express my gratitude. A towering man stepped forward, laughing heartily. What? Mo Da Hu, do you think your meager strength can guarantee you the head of that boy? Ma Yokoe sneered disdainfully. What is the matter? Ma Yokoe, when did you become so arrogant? Let me tell you, that boy's head is mine today, another man approached, his crooked nose revealing a haughty demeanor. Upon seeing him, a flicker of apprehension crossed the faces of Ma Yokoe, Mo Da Hu, and the Wu siblings. As time passed, more individuals congregated in the forest. Almost all the outer sect disciples pursuing Xingchen had arrived at this location. Everyone, we should first locate that useless Xingchen before discussing the bounty. Isn't it a bit too hasty to covet his head without even finding him? Wu Gang cautioned the crowd. Indeed, where is Xingchen? Wu Gang, are you deliberately deceiving us? Ma Yokoe's expression darkened. Am I so idle as to deceive you? What benefit would that bring me? Wu Gang retorted disdainfully, before recounting the situation with the spirit shadow bird. Upon hearing Wu Gang's words, the group lifted their gazes to the sky, where the spirit shadow bird continued to circle. Logically, since the spirit shadow bird possessed such abilities, it should not have made an error. However, within a radius of several dozen miles, there was no sign of Xingchen. Could it be that the lad had burrowed underground? Ma Yokoe said in a low voice. This is hardly a challenge, Wu Gang. Since you have control over the spirit shadow bird, simply summon it and delve into its mind to uncover the truth, Mo Da Hu suggested. At this point, it seems we have no other option. However, should we fail to locate Xingchen, the spirit shadow bird would serve no purpose, Wu Gang replied helplessly. Before calling back the spirit shadow bird and probing into its mind, he discovered that the boy had indeed been seen here by the spirit shadow bird, but the reason for his sudden disappearance remained a mystery. Ultimately, the question is, where has that brat gone? Ma Yokoe inquired, puzzled. How should I know? Perhaps he sensed something amiss and decided to hide. Wu Gang frowned in response. Meanwhile, within the medium space, Xingchen had long ceased his cultivation. With a width of nearly 3,000 zhong, he was acutely aware of everything occurring outside. He counted and found that exactly 28 individuals had arrived, neither more nor less. Moreover, he observed that these individuals were all within the confines of his medium space. It could be said that, should he wish, he could instantly draw them into his medium space. However, to be prudent, he decided to launch a surprise attack first, aiming to weaken their strength before proceeding. Furthermore, Xingchen resolved to target the strongest among them, as attacking the weaker ones would be futile. With this thought in mind, Xingchen unleashed his divine consciousness. extending it beyond the medium space to envelop the entire forest. In an instant, all individuals fell within the reach of his divine awareness. Almost simultaneously, he discerned the cultivation levels of these individuals. Outside, a man with a crooked nose shouted in fury, Who the hell is probing with divine consciousness? What a nuisance. He had just felt someone audaciously scanning him with divine awareness, a brazen act he found intolerable. Others in the forest shared his sensation of the divine fluctuations. Have you all been scanned by someone's divine consciousness? The crooked-nosed man inquired, noticing the expressions of Wu Gang and the others. Each of them nodded, affirming his question. Could it be that the waste, Xingchen, is lurking in the shadows, watching us? Ma Youkuei furrowed his brow. It is possible that this worthless fool dares to spy on us. Xingchen, come out. I swear I will carve you into pieces today. The crooked-nosed man bellowed. I suspect this lad merely released his divine consciousness by accident. With so many of us here and our formidable strength, how could that fool dare to recklessly probe into our affairs? Emodahu scoffed disdainfully. Boom. However, just as Emodahu's words fell, a formidable consciousness swept forth. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. It was him. It must be that waste. A blatant provocation directed at us. Capture him and witness as I dismantle his limbs. Emodahu seethed with fury. Search for him. This brat must be lurking nearby. The consciousness of the 10th level of Qi refinement is no more than 100 feet in strength. He could be hiding in some corner, too frightened to move. The man with the crooked nose echoed his anger, a long sword materializing in his hand as he began to scour the surroundings. Others joined in the search, each confident in their own cultivation, seemingly having underestimated Xingchen, thus remaining completely unguarded as they combed the area. In the medium space, Xingchen's expression grew slightly grave. He had not anticipated that among the outer disciples, apart from the formidable Wu Gang siblings, there were several individuals whose strength surpassed that of the siblings. Notably, 3 of them had reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Such power compelled Xingchen to take them seriously. His plan was to eliminate those 3 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement first. Even the Wu Gang siblings would have to be dealt with later. At that moment, the exquisite artifact, the Qingfeng sword, had already manifested in Xingchen's grasp. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he moved closer to the man with the crooked nose. Chapter 107. The Slaying of the Wu Gang Siblings. Xingchen, cease your evasion. I can see you. Come forth, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I swear I will carve you piece by piece, proclaimed the man with a crooked nose, brimming with arrogance, wielding a longsword as he carelessly slashed at the weeds before him. Unbeknownst to him, Xingchen was mere paces away. Come out, you useless wretch with 10 spirit roots. I can see you, and your head shall be mine. The man with the crooked nose sneered, his confidence palpable. Meanwhile, within the ethereal space, Xingchen approached the arrogant figure, sensing his disdain and arrogance. A smile crept across Xingchen's face as he quickened his pace. In no time, he stood beside the man with the crooked nose, as if separated by nothing more than a thin veil, while Xingchen could perceive every detail of the scene. Others, including the man himself, remained blissfully unaware. Xingchen, stop hiding. I can see you. The man with the crooked nose snapped, his impatience escalating as he swung his sword, sending shards of stone flying. Xingchen, amused, replied in a low voice, Fear not. I can see you as well, but your life is forfeit. The next moment, the man froze, a deep voice echoing in his ears. Xingchen, he exclaimed with glee, yet, thud, thud, thud. In an instant, horror washed over his face as he witnessed a long sword piercing through the air towards his abdomen with alarming speed. A chill coursed through him, as if his very essence was shattering. Attempting to muster his spiritual energy for defense, he suddenly felt the sword flick upwards, and he beheld his own head soaring away. With a dull thud, his head hit the ground, leaving a look of disbelief etched upon his features, his eyes wide open in shock. By heavens, Xingchen has been found. Come quickly, we have located him. At this moment, a companion of the fallen man, witnessing the head soaring through the air, gasped in astonishment before realizing it was Xingchen's doing. As he called out, figures rushed towards him. However, all they could see were the corpse and the severed head of the man with the crooked nose. Nothing else was visible. As for Xingchen, he was but a phantom, unseen. What a fool. He thought himself so formidable, yet he was slain by a mere waste of the 10th layer of Qi refining. What a disgrace. Ma Youkuei scoffed, kicking the fallen body with disdain. In his eyes, the man with the crooked nose had merely fallen victim to a sneak attack from the hidden Xingchen. Others shared the sentiment, none suspecting that Xingchen possessed such a miraculous spatial artifact. This fool must be lurking nearby. We should be cautious lest we become his next victims. Ma Yokoe remarked with a sneer. Suddenly, a curious sound broke the tension. What was that? Ma Yokoe pondered, his attention drawn to a slick noise, while those around him gazed at his waist. To his horror, blood had begun to stain his garments. Wow, what is this? Where did this blood come from? Who struck me from the shadows? Do not let me catch you, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. You despicable wretch. Ma Yokoe, taken aback, clutched his waist, a myriad of complex emotions crossing his face. He had no time for further contemplation and hurried to a large tree to channel his spiritual energy for healing. At this moment, the crowd seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, exchanging bewildered glances amongst themselves. Ma Yokoe, I warned you about your arrogance, yet you refused to listen. Now look at the predicament you found yourself in. Truly, you deserve it, mocked Imo Dahu, relishing the spectacle while others refrained from deriding Ma Yokoe. Brother, I sense something amiss, Wu Yan remarked, his brows furrowed, and a grave expression adorning his fair visage. It might be an ambush. Just as Wu Gang's words hung in the air, a sharp sound pierced through, drawing the attention of the onlookers, who instinctively checked their own waists in alarm. With a sudden thud, Imo Dahu collapsed, his eyes wide open, lifeless from a throat slash. An expression of sheer astonishment swept over the crowd as they grasped the bizarre nature of the situation. This is bad. There must be a ghost. It's certain there's foul play afoot. Panic-stricken, some began to retreat. What sorcery is this? It must be that useless Xingchen, hiding and striking from the shadows. Fear gripped the faces of all present. Within the medium space, after eliminating the three strongest opponents, Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ma Yokoe remained alive, he was rendered incapable of fighting back. The only formidable adversaries left were the Wu siblings. Despite raising their suspicions, these individuals were still ensnared within the confines of the medium space. Xingchen then approached Wu Gang and Wu Yan. Brother, something feels off. Is it truly Xingchen who is attacking? Wu Yan expressed gravely. Perhaps we should vacate this place. It's too eerie. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed. Indeed, we should leave at once, Wu Gang agreed. And the siblings began to prepare for their exit from the forest. Yet, despite their swift movements, they failed to escape the medium space's grasp in a timely manner. Observing this, Xingchen activated his wind step and pursued them. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Wu siblings. 10 Spirit Sword Technique. Xingchen unleashed a strike towards Wu Yan, manifesting 10 radiant blades that engulfed her. Aware of Wu Yan's greater strength compared to Wu Gang, Xingchen prioritized his attack on her. Outside the medium space, Wu Yan and Wu Gang were taken aback, with Wu Yan feeling a surge of intense danger that set her on edge. Huh! Wu Yan shouted, as a formidable surge of spiritual energy enveloped her body. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 blades of light descended upon her hastily erected defense. In the astonished gaze of Wu Yan, her defensive barrier shattered instantaneously. Subsequently, 10 beams of sword light merged into one, piercing through her form directly. Boom. The 10 beams exploded within her chest, sending Wu Yan hurtling backward, a terrifying void manifesting upon her torso. Under the furious glare of Wu Gang, Wu Yan met her demise. I shall kill you. Wu Gang, consumed by rage, went mad, striking wildly at the void. Waves of violent spiritual energy poured forth like a tempest. The others looked on in horror at this scene. Within the medium space, Xingchen's eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed the soul-severing technique to assault Wu Gang's consciousness. In the next moment, the frenzied Wu Gang became momentarily dazed. In that fleeting instant of bewilderment, his throat was pierced by a sharp azure sword. As Wu Gang's dazed gaze regained clarity, his vitality swiftly waned. His robust form collapsed thunderously, lifeless beyond measure. Run! Outside the medium space, someone screamed in terror, and all fled in panic. Faces etched with fear. Want to escape? Did you consult me first? Xingchen smiled wickedly. Chapter 108. The Arrogant Plea with a Mere Thought. Xingchen manifested the medium space, enveloping the surrounding mountains and forests within a nearly 10,000-meter radius. Without exception, all individuals who had ventured into this woodland were ensnared within it. Amidst the bewilderment of the remaining 23, as they surveyed the grayish-white world before them, a chilling laughter resonated from the void, akin to that of a devil's arrival. Instantly, a horde of malevolent spirits surged forth, ferociously attacking and devouring everyone in their path. At this moment, Xingchen directly manipulated the soul banner, transforming the souls within into these malevolent entities, devoid of any self-awareness. Bolstered by an overwhelming and eerie aura, these spirits became exceptionally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, 3 individuals were caught off guard, their physical forms refined into nothingness by the bizarre energy. while their souls were mercilessly consumed by the vengeful spirits. However, the current soul banner was insufficient to elevate the strength of these malevolent spirits beyond the 10th level of Qi refinement. Thus, Xingchen had no choice but to restrain these entities from further devouring, redirecting their aggression towards the next target. What in the world is this place? Oh! Some cried out in terror, yet many quickly regained their composure, channeling their spiritual energy to resist the uncanny aura while battling the vengeful spirits. Although their strength was not inferior to Xingchen's, and their numbers were considerable, to him, they were akin to mere chickens and dogs. He executed the Gale Steps, leaving behind only a series of afterimages in the space. With the 10th spirit technique, the Fatal Strike, like a specter, as they fought against the vengeful spirits and the eerie aura, he appeared behind them. The second form of the Fatal Strike was unleashed. Each execution of this technique claimed a life. Bang! Bang! Ah! Ah! Within the medium space, the cries of agony echoed, followed by the thuds of bodies collapsing, subsequently refined by the eerie energy. A multitude of souls ascended in bewilderment. After a prolonged duration, silence finally descended upon the medium space. Yet, it was short-lived, as cries of despair soon filled the air once more. Xingchen commanded the soul banner to lower chains, piercing through these souls and drawing them into the banner, including the initial 5 individuals, the Wu siblings, and the first 3. Even Ma Yokuei, who had been healing beneath a tree, was sent away by Xingchen's fatal strike. Upon entering the soul banner, Xingchen first muted the harrowing cries, then began to inspect the souls contained within. Indeed, under his scrutiny, a total of 37 souls had entered the soul banner without exception. Following the refinement of their physical forms, the soul banner advanced once again, now classified as a high-grade artifact. Xingchen also commanded the soul of the silverback wolf demon to commence its consumption. Ultimately, the strength of the silverback wolf demon evolved to the 12th level of Qi refinement before it ceased. However, Xingchen's brow furrowed in concern. He discovered that among the 37 souls before him, 17 remained unpierced by the chains. At this moment, these souls were ensnared by a peculiar aura, while an enigmatic flame was refining them as if attempting to extinguish their very essence. All these souls underwent a similar transformation. Under the influence of the strange aura and the uncanny flames, their souls were gradually being obliterated. This time, the mysterious force no longer aided in the restoration of these souls, but instead facilitated their complete annihilation. The soul energy, transformed from their essence, coalesced into a luminous orb of spiritual power, floating within the realm of the soul banner. Xingchen understood the reason behind this phenomenon. The soul banner was not capable of infinitely accommodating souls. To host more souls, it was imperative to evolve the soul banner to a higher tier. The number of souls pierced by chains indicated the current capacity of the soul banner. Clearly, with its status as a top-tier magical artifact, it could only sustain up to 20 souls, while any excess would face obliteration. The power of these obliterated souls could only be amalgamated within the soul banner, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity of souls. In the next moment, Xingchen concentrated, exerting control to prevent the refinement of these souls. He withdrew the barrier, and instantly, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the space of the soul banner. Junior Brother Yi, please spare us. Junior Brother Yi, we were wrong. Junior Brother Yi, have mercy. I was deceived by that vile woman, Li Yueling, into venturing into the Beast Mountain. I beg you spare me. Voices of pleading erupted forth. Xingchen, however, disregarded their entreaties, a smirk playing on his lips. No matter how much you desire my head, it is of no concern to me now. My soul banner can only accommodate 20 souls. The choice is yours. Only the strong shall survive while the weak are eliminated. I await your favorable news. As his words echoed, he conjured a barrier of strange energy to muffle the cries of the souls. Simultaneously, the chains binding all the souls were retracted. In an instant, 37 souls began to ravenously devour one another. Under Xingchen's observation, the 3 souls possessing the cultivation of the 12th layer of Qi refinement proved to be the most formidable, closely followed by the siblings, Wu Gang. Xingchen refrained from intervening in their consumption and directly exited the realm of the soul banner. He stored the medium box and retrieved the surrounding fleet of flying vessels. Having dealt with these individuals, his next objective was to slay the beasts of the same tier. A smile graced Xingchen's lips. Li Lingwei could never have anticipated that the 37 individuals she had incited to venture into the Beast Mountain would become part of his soul banner. This significantly elevated Xingchen's power. However, he felt a tinge of regret that Li Yueling and Wang Ergu had not arrived. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly occupy a space within the soul banner as well. Yet, Xingchen reassured himself that there would be ample time in the future. Since the day he acquired the Soul Banner, he had long prepared the positions for Wang Teng, Wang Ergu, and Li Yueling. None would escape. In Xingchen's profound, dark eyes, a cold, indifferent, murderous intent flickered. He had begun to settle the scores he had meticulously recorded in his heart. The accounts with the Wu siblings had already been resolved. Thus his mental ledger was diminished by at least 1 or 2 entries. With a smile, Xingchen vanished into the forest. This time, he had no intention of warming up. Instead, he sought to directly hunt down demon beasts of the same rank. It was calculated that he needed to slay a total of 15 demon beasts, which was no trivial task. After all, when it came to vanquishing demon beasts of the same tier, he could not utilize the Soul Banner. Above a spiritual sea, Xingchen deftly maneuvered a superior-grade flying vessel, leisurely searching for his targets. The superior-grade flying vessel beneath him was, of course, a product of his enhancements on the vessels of those individuals. He had managed to refine 1 exquisite flying vessel and 2 superior-grade vessels. To avoid drawing too much attention, he opted for the superior-grade vessel. His current gains were merely the value of these vessels. As for other elixirs and techniques, he had not reaped much. Even with contribution points, 30 individuals had managed to assemble only a little over 3,000 points. Additionally, there were about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xingchen shook his head with a smile, understanding their plight. After all, these individuals were outer disciples, living frugally, and were somewhat impoverished. To acquire a few flying vessels, some contribution points, low-grade spirit stones, and over 30 storage bags was already quite commendable. At that moment, however, Xingchen furrowed his brow. In the distance, a flying vessel appeared. In the blink of an eye, he found himself only a few hundred meters away from it. The opposing vessel came to a halt, revealing a man and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s. One of the women had a pale complexion, seemingly injured. "Hey, outer disciple of Qingyan sect, do you have any strongbone pills? Lend us some," the man on the opposing vessel called out arrogantly, having recognized Xingchen's attire. Xingchen frowned. Who would seek assistance in such an audacious manner? Chapter 109. Battling the Giant Python. Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance. The 3 individuals opposite him were clad in identical attire. Upon noticing the insignia on their garments, a flicker of astonishment surged within his gaze. He had not anticipated that these 3 were disciples of the Zhuyang sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Daiyan kingdom. Moreover, the symbols on their clothing indicated that they were inner disciples of the Zhuyang sect. Much like the Qingyan sect, the Zhuyang sect also belonged to the esteemed trio of sects within the Daiyan kingdom. It was quite unexpected for him to encounter members of this sect today. "Hey, are you deaf? Do you possess any strongbone pills? If so, lend us one. We are the talented inner disciples of the Zhuyang sect. You, a mere outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, are fortunate to have the chance to befriend us today. Consider it a blessing. If you have a strongbone pill, please produce it, and we will repay you tenfold in the future." Seeing that Xingchen remained unresponsive, the man opposite him grew increasingly impatient, exuding an air of superiority, as if issuing commands to Xingchen. "Junior brother, we seek assistance." "It would be unwise to act so rudely," remarked a woman in green beside him in a low voice. "Cough, cough. Junior brother, my second senior sister speaks wisely. We are in need of help. You cannot be so overbearing," added a pale-faced woman, her voice subdued as she coughed lightly. "Senior sister, second senior sister. This fellow is merely an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect. It is his good fortune to associate with us, yet he remains so obstinate. It truly infuriates me," declared the man with unwavering confidence, his gaze surveying Xingchen with haughty disdain. When out in the world, one should maintain courtesy, especially when one seeks assistance. What if the outer disciple of the Qingyan sect possesses skills that rival ours? The woman in green, noting the man's obstinacy, felt a twinge of displeasure. She quickly adopted a sincere smile and turned her attention to Xingchen. "Esteemed senior brother, my senior sister has been injured by a beast. If you happen to possess a strongbone pill, we kindly ask that you sell us one. Price is not a concern." The woman's words did not evoke any aversion from Xingchen. However, he remained silent, releasing his spiritual sense to scan the cultivation levels of the trio before him. In an instant, their levels were laid bare before him. The man and one of the women were at the 11th level of Qi refinement, while the injured woman had attained the 12th level of Qi refinement at its peak. All 3 of them surpassed his cultivation level. In the past, before Xingchen had forged his 10 spirit body, he would have felt somewhat apprehensive faced with such levels. However, now they seemed trivial. Even without the use of the Wan Hu Fandan, he believed he could contend with all 3 without issue. Assuming they did not possess talents akin to the exceptional Wang Teng, Should they possess such extraordinary gifts, their spiritual energy would undoubtedly be formidable. In that case, a confrontation with all three would be far more precarious. At that moment, the trio on the flying vessel furrowed their brows. Senior sister, second senior sister. This fellow actually dares to scan us with his spiritual sense. He is truly courting death, the man said, his expression darkening as he directed his anger towards Xingchen. Presumptuous. How dare you indiscriminately use your spiritual sense to scrutinize us? Have you a death wish? Fool. Xingchen cast a scornful glance at the man before departing in his flying vessel. How frustrating it was to solicit assistance in such a manner. He felt quite disheartened and was determined to disregard the group. However, the man's displeasure was palpable as he witnessed Xingchen's indifference. Just as he was about to voice his objections, he was interrupted by the woman in the blue attire. Senior brother, if you possess a strong bone pill, I implore you to sell us one. I would be most grateful, she beseeched. No need for thanks. Your manners are commendable, unlike some imbeciles, Xingchen retorted, tossing a high-quality strong bone pill towards her after casting another glare at the man. He then strode away. The woman swiftly caught the pill. Please do not leave, the man exclaimed angrily. Junior brother, do not act rashly, the injured woman admonished, and seeing her ire, the man suppressed his fury. Thank you, senior brother. May I have your name? I shall express my gratitude in person at Xingyun's sect, the injured woman called after Xingchen. There's no need. It was merely a trivial act, came Xingchen's indifferent response. Senior sister, this is indeed a high-quality strong bone pill. I never anticipated such generosity from this senior brother. Your injuries will surely heal swiftly, she exclaimed, marveling at the pill in her hand. Little did she know, this high-quality strong bone pill was the most basic one Xingchen possessed. Meanwhile, Xingchen resumed his quest for equally ranked demonic beasts to hunt. Perceiving the earlier incident as a mere interlude, he arrived at the edge of a tranquil pool, sensing a considerable energy fluctuation emanating from its depths. Beside the pool, a small demonic beast was drinking water. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long giant python erupted from the water's surface, its gaping maw clamping down on the small beast and dragging it beneath the surface. Xingchen's expression brightened. The python was a late-stage first-tier demonic beast, comparable in strength to a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Recognizing a fortuitous encounter, he had no intention of letting this giant python escape. With that resolve, Xingchen retrieved a jade token meant for surveillance and hurled it into the sky. The token soared to a height of 100 zhang, radiating a wave of energy that began monitoring the area. He then approached the pool, without any warm-up, wielding his exquisite Qingfeng sword, and struck directly at the water. Boom! A wave of sword energy plunged into the depths, stirring up a tumultuous 3-zhang wave. In the next instant, the water python leaped out, lunging at Xingchen with a vicious bite. It expelled a stream of water arrows, carrying a foul stench that signaled their toxicity. Xingchen swiftly evaded the water arrows and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, sending ripples of energy slicing through the air towards the python's head. Hiss! The giant python, though seemingly fierce, was deeply wary of the sword aura unleashed by Xingchen, refraining from a direct confrontation. With a swift contraction of its body and a graceful lift of its head, it evaded Xingchen's sword energy. However, this was precisely what Xingchen intended. With a burst of speed, he executed the Gale Step, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he leapt like a specter, landing directly atop the python's head. The Qingfeng sword erupted with brilliant radiance, and Xingchen struck downward with intent to slay the beast. In his mind, the giant python was destined to perish. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him. To his astonishment, the python's tail, imbued with thunderous power, swept towards him with ferocity. Bang! There was no escape. Xingchen was struck squarely by the serpent's tail. A dull thud resonated as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Bewildered, he felt as though his arm had been shattered by the python's onslaught. A grave miscalculation. Xingchen grimaced, realizing he had underestimated the creature before him. Meanwhile, amidst Xingchen's fierce battle with the python, 2 women and a man from Jiuyang sect hurried towards him aboard a flying vessel. Sister, are you certain you are unscathed? Inquired the azure-clad woman, her voice laced with concern for the injured companion. My injuries are nearly healed, thanks to that senior from Xingyun's sect. I must personally express my gratitude to him in the future, replied the wounded girl earnestly. At that moment, her complexion was rosy, showing no signs of her earlier affliction. Dressed in pristine white, her slightly disheveled hair only accentuated her allure, surpassing the azure-clad woman in beauty. We must acquire that water spirit snake flower. This time, we must devise a comprehensive plan to eliminate those 4 giant pythons, the white-clad woman murmured. Chapter 110, a single word, delight. By the edge of the pond, Xingchen and the enormous python were engaged in a fierce battle. At last, he had the opportunity to experience the formidable combat prowess of a magical beast. Indeed, it was far more powerful than any human of the same rank. Yet, today the python was unfortunate to encounter him. Xingchen exhibited unparalleled valor. The Qingfeng sword unleashed a series of formidable sword energies, compelling the python to evade. With a resounding thud, Xingchen seized an opportunity, delivering the first move of the 10 spirits technique, the mountain-cleaving strike, directly upon the python's head. The massive creature swayed and collapsed to the ground. However, it did not succumb to Xingchen's blow. Instead, it persevered, shaking its head, and, after spitting a jet of water at Xingchen, swiftly retreated into the pond. Afraid, are we? Huh? Xingchen grinned. This confrontation with the python had been immensely satisfying. He felt his combat experience had significantly increased. Entering the pond, I shall slay you too. Xingchen smirked, sword in hand, as he approached the water's edge. Just then, his expression shifted as he turned to glance behind him. Soon, a colossal flying vessel appeared within his sight. Who else could it be but the trio from the Jiang sect? Xingchen was perplexed as to why they had returned. Be careful, senior brother. There are 4 giant pythons in that pond, warned a woman in white aboard the vessel. 4? Xingchen's eyes brightened. All of them are late-stage first-tier magical beasts? Indeed, we had previously encountered these 4 creatures, and we had retreated only because my senior sister was injured. Now that we have returned, we intend to devise a plan to eliminate these beasts. The woman in green quickly cautioned, so, senior brother, do not approach the pond just yet. The strength of those 4 creatures is formidable. Once we have formulated a plan, we can confront them together. Kid, do you covet the water spirit snake flower from that pond? A man with an arrogant demeanor glared at Xingchen. Let me inform you that we spotted the water spirit snake flower first. My senior sister requires it to heal her latent injuries, so you cannot touch it. Xingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of the water spirit snake flower in the pond. This herb was used to mend the latent injuries of water spiritual roots and held significant value, though it was of no use to him. However, the audacious tone of this Jiang sect fool irked him greatly. According to his absurd assertion, since they had seen it first, it rightfully belonged to them. Was it typical for inner disciples of such sects to be so arrogant? Xingchen's expression darkened. Is that so? Just because you saw it first, it is yours? What a fool. I declare that the water spirit snake flower is mine. You, seeking death. The man, enraged at being provoked by merely an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, fumed, as if he had suffered a great indignity. Junior brother Tung, could you not be so rude? There's no need for such harsh words. This senior brother kindly offered me a medicinal pill. Aren't you making him feel disheartened? The white-clad woman frowned slightly and shot a glare at the man before offering a gentle smile to Xingchen. Senior brother, since you require the water spirit snake flower, please take it. I shall search for it anew. As for the 4 giant pythons in this pond, we can assist you in slaying them. She paused and inquired. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? I am Qin Rushua. Senior brother, I am Feng Xiaoyu. The green-clad woman chimed in eagerly. The man, however, wore a contemptuous expression, for he held those outer sect disciples of the Jiang sect in the lowest regard, let alone disciples from other sections. Senior brother, this is my junior brother, Tung Wuji, Qin Rushua said, tugging at Tung Wuji's robe while smiling brightly. Xingchen, he replied with a grin, not bothering to conceal the fact that he did not need the water spirit snake flower. Upon hearing that Qin Rushua intended to aid him in slaying the giant pythons, Xingchen firmly disagreed. He was there to complete the assessment, and assistance from others would not count. Thus, he stated earnestly, Junior Sister Qin, I can handle these giant pythons alone. No assistance is required. Please, carry on with your own tasks. What? What did you just say? You intend to slay these 4 beasts by yourself? Have you lost your mind? Tung Wuji erupted in laughter, his face filled with mockery. Kid, are you trying to show off in front of my senior sisters since they're here? Enough. Xingchen's expression darkened. If you remain silent, no one will consider you a fool. You dare insult me? You seek death. The man seethed in fury, his aura surging as he stepped forward, pride radiating from him. If I don't beat you to the point that even your parents fail to recognize you, I am not Tung Wuji. Junior brother, must you create such a ruckus? It's one thing to speak to senior brother Yi, but when he retorts, you can't bear it? This is utterly unreasonable, Qin Rushua admonished, displeased. If you don't rectify that foul temper of yours, do not accompany us next time you venture out, Feng Xiaoyu added, her expression stern. You? He is insulting me. And you, my senior sisters, are aiding an outsider? Tung Wuji complained. I don't care. I must teach this fellow a lesson today. or I will feel stifled. Without waiting for Qin Ruxue and Feng Xiaoyu to respond, Teng Wuji jumped off the flying boat. Then, with a resounding explosion, the cultivator of the 11th layer of Qi refinement revealed himself. Kid, you dare insult me? I will make you pay the price. Remember my name, Teng. As Teng Wuji arrogantly charged at Yi Xingchen, spewing even more audacious words, he suddenly felt a rush of wind by his ear. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's figure appeared before him, leaving Teng Wuji in shock. Before he could react, a punch from Yi Xingchen sent him flying. His pupils dilated in astonishment. It felt as if he had been struck by a ferocious beast. How can a mere outer sect disciple possess such terrifying strength? Teng Wuji crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. A tempest of emotions surged within his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and Teng Wuji realized with dread that it was too late. Yi Xingchen, like a phantom, leapt into the pit and fiercely stomped down on Teng Wuji's face. I'll crush you, you fool. Do you think being an inner sect disciple makes you superior? You look down on others? You inner disciples from those grand sects believe yourselves to be above all, don't you? Thud, 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 as Yi Xingchen furiously berated him. His feet relentlessly pounded Teng Wuji's handsome face. Ah, help. I won't dare again, I won't dare again. Teng Wuji was nearly in tears, shocked by Yi Xingchen's ferocity. He had expected a mere minor challenge, only to find himself confronting an iron wall. You won't dare? Yi Xingchen smirked. You're not merely unwilling, you're terrified. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xingchen had no intention of halting his assault. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within him, as if the pent-up anger he had harbored for so long was finally unleashed. The singular feeling he experienced was one of pure exhilaration. Chapter 111. Battling the 4 giant pythons. Why would you provoke such individuals? Brother, I was wrong. Help me. Teng Wuji's face was filled with terror as he gazed into the madness reflected in Yi Xingchen's eyes, a chill creeping over him. Brother Yi, please cease your actions. Brother Yi, spare him, both Qin Ruxue and Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled by Yi Xingchen's frenzied display. They hurriedly interceded on his behalf. Observing that neither of them intended to intervene, Yi Xingchen eventually relented. Was I mistaken? Yi Xingchen's eyes glimmered with a chilling indifference as he questioned Teng Wuji. I was wrong, brother. I admit my mistakes, Teng Wuji replied, on the verge of tears, hastily acknowledging his errors. Despite the searing pain on his face, he dared not display any hint of anger. Moments ago, he had sensed the murderous intent in Yi Xingchen's gaze, and he surmised that should he provoke him again, a lethal response would be inevitable. Mistaken indeed. Learn some manners. Do not look down upon the outer disciples. I despise individuals like you who wield authority through the might of others. Yi Xingchen clapped his hands and proceeded toward the water pool. Brother Yi, we should devise a plan before taking action. A rash move could spell danger. Those 4 giant pythons are exceptionally formidable, Qin Ruxue cautioned, her face etched with concern. Although Yi Xingchen's earlier performance had astonished them, she reasoned that he merely possessed the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Previously, the 3 of them had failed to vanquish the 4 giant pythons in the pool, and she could not fathom that Yi Xingchen could succeed. Brother Yi, do not underestimate the situation, Feng Xiaoyu added, her heart in turmoil. She wished to voice her concerns about Yi Xingchen's recklessness, but feared inciting his wrath. As for Teng Wuji, he dared not utter a word, gripped by fear. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how an outer disciple could possess such overwhelming strength. Moreover, he could not fathom why he had provoked such a fierce reaction with merely a few taunts. Thank you for your kind intentions, sisters. I have come to the Demon Beast Mountains on a mission. I must slay beasts of the same rank as part of my assessment. Yi Xingchen elucidated to Qin Ruxue and Feng Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, the 2 women finally grasped the situation. I see. It appears Brother Yi is preparing for the inter-sect trial of Qingyun's sect. Given Brother Ye's prowess, it is only fitting, Qin Ruxue remarked with a smile, clearly aware of the sect's regulations. Nevertheless, recalling the formidable 4 giant pythons in the pool, she expressed her concern. Brother Yi, those pythons are not to be trifled with. Are you certain you can handle them alone? Fear not. After a fierce battle, I shall emerge victorious, and if not, I can always retreat. Yi Xingchen replied with a serene smile, unperturbed. He was fully aware of the python's ferocity, yet he relished such challenges. He yearned to experience the intensity of life and death combat. Now he understood that the cultivation world was far more brutal than the mundane realm, and inevitable battles for survival lay ahead. Whenever an opportunity arises, he naturally seeks to experience it, accumulating combat experience in the process. Observing Yi Xingchen resolutely approaching the water pool, Qin Ruxue shook her head and smiled. aware that no amount of persuasion would alter his determination. Senior sister, is Yi Shixiang being too reckless? Feng Xiaoyu inquired with a slight frown. Perhaps he possesses confidence in his own strength. Qin Ruxue replied with a wry smile, her understanding of Yi Xingchen remaining elusive. With the Qingfeng sword in hand, Yi Xingchen appeared at the edge of the water pool. Despite the presence of 4 colossal pythons, the one he had previously battled was severely injured and would not pose much of a threat. He merely needed to focus on the other 3. Rather than testing the waters with sword energy, Yi Xingchen seized a stone, channeling his spiritual power and hurling it forcefully into the center of the pool. Bang! The splash soared several meters high, creating a whirlpool in the water below. Yi Xingchen immediately spotted a massive dark shadow moving beneath the surface. Splash! Hisses! In an instant, the 4 giant pythons erupted from the water's surface. 4 venomous water arrows shot directly toward Yi Xingchen. He cast several fireball spells that evaporated the venom. Meanwhile, the 4 pythons lunged at him with ferocity. In a heartbeat, Yi Xingchen engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 pythons. With the Qingfeng sword in hand, the blade emanated a radiant light, and he executed the wind step to perfection, creating afterimages around him. To the astonished gazes of Qin Ruxue and the others, Yi Xingchen exhibited no signs of being at a disadvantage. Logically, the combat prowess of monstrous beasts far surpasses that of human practitioners at the same level. Yet, Yi Xingchen demonstrated no indication of faltering. This scene left Qin Ruxue and her companions utterly astounded. Senior sister, is Yi Shixiang truly a disciple of the outer sect of Qingyan sect? Feng Xiaoyu asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I am not entirely certain. This level of power is not characteristic of an outer sect disciple. It is exceedingly formidable, Qin Ruxue remarked in astonishment. He must be an inner sect disciple, otherwise, how could he possess such overwhelming strength? He must undoubtedly be an inner sect disciple of Qingyan sect. Teng Wujin, who had now joined Qin Ruxue and Feng Xiaoyu, declared with fervor. Seeing Teng Wujin, Qin Ruxue and Feng Xiaoyu exchanged knowing smiles. What is it, Teng Shidi? Has the iron plate finally struck home? Feng Xiaoyu teased. I have told you countless times not to underestimate anyone, yet you stubbornly refuse to heed my warnings. How do you feel about it now? Receiving a lesson is beneficial. Otherwise, you would continue to look down on those outer sect disciples of Zhuyang's sect, or even the ordinary inner sect disciples. Let us see if your disposition changes after this, Qin Ruxue added with a gentle smile. I was merely careless earlier, otherwise, I would certainly have been able to defeat him. Teng Wujin initially appeared embarrassed, but soon his expression shifted to one of arrogance, his tone defiant. The next moment, a resounding explosion erupted. In the distance, Yi Xingchen, engaged in a fierce battle with 4 colossal pythons, seized the opportunity to unleash the 3rd form of the 10 spirit force, striking one of the pythons squarely on its head. To the astonishment of Qin Ruxue and her companions, the massive head of the python shattered into a mist of blood. The trio collectively inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of such power. How frightening. Earlier, when we faced these beasts, didn't you, senior sister, merely leave a small gash on one of their heads with a single sword strike? Yet now, Brother Yi has crushed a python's skull with his bare hands. Truly terrifying. Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Qin Ruxue shot a glance at Teng Wuji. Junior brother Teng, do you now realize that your earlier nonchalance was a grave error? Teng Wuji's mouth twitched in silence, unable to retort, and could only silently berate himself. Watching Yi Xingchen effortlessly subduing 3 pythons, Teng Wuji felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What were you thinking, provoking such a formidable individual? So what if he is an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect? Are outer disciples not worthy of respect? I must learn to refrain from underestimating others. Suddenly, a look of shock flickered in Qin Ruxue's eyes, capturing Teng Wuji's attention. He quickly raised his gaze. Good heavens! Teng Wuji slapped his own face in disbelief. Chapter 112. The three-headed behemoth under the gaze of Qin Ruxue and her companions. Yi Xingchen unleashed a sword strike, sending forth 10 brilliant beams of sword light that tore through the void with terrifying might, cleaving the head of a colossal serpent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The residual force of those 10 beams did not diminish. Instead, they became even more resplendent, ultimately. Before the astonished eyes of Qin Ruxue and her friends, they effortlessly obliterated the head of another gigantic serpent. Following this, the 10 beams erupted in a thunderous explosion, causing the serpent to be severed into several pieces. A horrific wave of energy rippled outward, propelling the last serpent, yet to be vanquished, into the air. In the next moment, Yi Xingchen's ethereal figure appeared above the serpent's head without warning. With a swift swing of his Qingfeng sword, The serpent's massive head plummeted to the ground. In that instant, four colossal serpents were vanquished by a single stroke from Xingchen. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Ruxue and her companions stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. Sister, is he truly a disciple of the outer sect of Qingyan sect? Feng Xiaoyu murmured in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruxue bit her lip, her expression one of disbelief. He must indeed be an outer sect disciple of Qingyan sect. However, his strength is astonishingly formidable. With such prowess, not only would he surpass the outer sect disciples of our Zhiyang sect, but even the elite among the inner sect disciples. The disparity between us and him is simply insurmountable. His cultivation may not exceed ours. Yet the combat power he has displayed rivals that of the top 20 on the Zhiyang ranking. Qin Ruxue articulated her thoughts, to which Feng Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. As for Tung Wuji, he dared not utter another word, feeling that any further comments would only lead to his own humiliation. While Qin Ruxue and her companions were still in shock, Xingchen, having stored the remains of the four serpents, turned his gaze toward the water pool. His consciousness penetrated the depths of the pool, where a stunning blue flower, resembling a water snake, caught his attention. Could this be the water spirit snake flower? Although he was aware of its properties, Xingchen had never encountered it in person. The water spirit snake flower held no value for him, and once harvested, it needed to be used within 10 days, otherwise its efficacy would diminish significantly. Thus, as he had no use for it, there was no need to procure it and waste it. He glanced at Qin Ruxue and her companions, a playful smile gracing his lips. Qin sister, I shall leave the water spirit snake flower to you. Remember, you now owe me a favor. With a teasing smile, he turned to depart. Yi Shixiao, don't you need the water spirit snake flower? Qin Ruxue asked in surprise. I have no need for it, Qin Shimi. You may take it. I wish you success in mending your spiritual root's hidden injury. Farewell. Yi Xingchen waved his hand, his figure gradually receding into the distance. Yi Shixiao, I now owe you 2 favors. I will come to find you at Qingyan sect. When the time comes, feel free to ask how I might repay you. Qin Ruxue's voice chimed like a lark. Agreed, came Yi Xingchen's voice from afar. Feng Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and remarked, Senior sister, what would you do if Brother Yi asked you to pledge yourself to him? What? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruxue displayed a look of mock reproach. Her brows knitted together as she shot a glare at Feng Xiaoyu. You foolish girl, are you out of your mind? How could Brother Yi ever make such a request? Qin Ruxue's gaze drifted towards the retreating figure of Yi Xingchen, her brow still furrowed. If he were to indeed make such a proposition, how would she respond? Surely not. Surely not. Brother Yi would never be so shameless. As time progressed, Yi Xingchen diligently sought out fierce beasts of comparable strength to hunt. With a spiritual force tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator, he found combat against these equally ranked beasts to be a rather effortless endeavor. However, today marked the occasion where Yi Xingchen faced a genuine battle that tested the very limits of life and death. He was battered and bruised, his body riddled with wounds, some still oozing blood. Had it not been for the consumption of a top-tier strongbone pill, his injuries would have been far more grievous. Today, he encountered 3 formidable beasts, the ironback bulls, whose defensive prowess was nothing short of terrifying. At last, Yi Xingchen faced worthy adversaries. These 3 ironback bulls proved to be even more formidable than the 4 massive pythons he had encountered days prior. Of course, their strength lay primarily in their defense. Frustratingly, neither his 10-spirit fist nor his 10-spirit swordplay could inflict lethal damage upon the ironback bulls. Moo! Observing the 3 ironback bulls stomping furiously before him, Yi Xingchen spat out a mouthful of blood and charged forward once more. Over the past few days, he had accumulated considerable combat experience, and now, facing these bulls, his skills were put to the ultimate test. Moo! Boom, boom, boom. The 3 ironback bulls, towering like small mountains, exuded fury as they thundered toward Yi Xingchen. Feeling the earth tremble beneath him, Yi Xingchen's expression turned grave. He needed to pinpoint the bulls' vulnerabilities to launch an effective attack. Otherwise, breaking through their defenses with sheer strength would be an insurmountable challenge. Yi Xingchen had long identified the bulls' weakest point, their underbelly. Another vulnerable area was the center of their foreheads. Moo! At that moment, the 3 ironback bulls loomed directly before Yi Xingchen, charging at him with their formidable iron horns. Left with no choice, Yi Xingchen evaded their assault. However, thanks to his mastery of the 10-spirit fist and his abundant spiritual force, he possessed considerable strength. Although he was dodging, each of his counterattacks could still repel the massive bodies of the ironback bulls. With each strike of the Qingfeng sword against the ironback bulls, though it did not inflict severe injuries, the sheer force compelled the bulls to feel pain and caused their colossal forms to stagger. Armed with this advantage, Yi Xingchen seamlessly combined his attacks with the wind step technique. In an instant, he found himself at the belly of an iron-backed bull and then thrust his azure sword forward. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Yi Xingchen's face twisted in disbelief. His azure sword had failed to pierce through the iron bull's abdomen, merely leaving behind a superficial wound. However, the very presence of a scar indicated that this area was significantly weaker than the others. Yi Xingchen sought to strike again. Yet, two other iron-backed bulls charged towards his position. As he narrowly evaded the horns of the two bulls, the third iron-backed bull was not as fortunate, being sent flying by the force of the others. Goodness, what a trio of colossal beasts. Witnessing this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. He knew he must seize this opportunity. Chapter 113. Li Yueling dares not ascend the life and death platform, seizing the opportune moment. Yi Xingchen positioned himself at the precise spot where the iron-backed bull was destined to land, just as it was descending. As the formidable creature was still 3 zhang above the ground, Yi Xingchen propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, executing the 10 spirit sword technique. 10 beams of radiant sword light surged skyward, striking fiercely at the abdomen of the iron-backed bull. Bang! 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 The 10 sword lights collided with the creature's belly. Yet to Yi Xingchen's astonishment, they failed to breach its robust defenses. However, in the next instant, as the 10 beams converged into a singular force and detonated against the iron-backed bull's abdomen, a triumphant smile finally illuminated Yi Xingchen's face. Under such overwhelming might, the once formidable defense that had plagued him was shattered at last. In the aftermath of the explosion, the iron-backed bull's abdomen was left with a gaping hole, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the attack. Moo! The creature, now reeling in pain, plummeted to the earth like a meteor, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The iron-backed bull lay there, gasping for breath, on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xingchen finally exhaled in relief. Once its defenses were breached, the remainder of the challenge became considerably less daunting. Meanwhile, a pair of iron-backed wolf demons charged at Yi Xingchen with unrelenting ferocity. He swiftly employed the wind step technique to evade their advances, for he had no desire to be impaled by their iron horns, which would surely result in a grievous wound. This time, utilizing similar tactics, he seized every opportunity to strike at the wolves' vulnerable abdomens. Boom! At a critical juncture, Yi Xingchen once again unleashed the 10 spirit sword technique. Initially, the 10 beams failed to penetrate the iron-backed bull's defenses, yet the subsequent convergence and explosion inevitably resulted in a significant rupture in the targeted creature's belly. With both iron-backed bulls now incapacitated, the remaining one posed no threat to Yi Xingchen. After a brief span of time, the forest reverberated with yet another thunderous sound as the final iron-backed bull succumbed to the ground. Thus, Yi Xingchen had successfully vanquished all 3 iron-backed bulls. His rigorous examination of hunting 15 monsters of the same rank was accomplished with ease. First, he stored the remains of the 3 iron-backed bulls in his storage bag before seeking a tranquil spot to consume a bone-strengthening pill for his injuries. The following day, he returned to the Xingchen sect. The most significant achievement from this excursion was the evolution of the Wanhun banner to the upper-grade magical artifact stage. During the past 10 days, he had not inspected the status of the souls within the banner and was unaware of which spirits had survived. He intended to assess them upon his return to the Xingchen sect. Once back, he would also initiate the refining process of the monster carcasses he had slain over the days. After confirming his success at the Elder Hall, he would be free to dispose of the monster remains and cores at his discretion. A total of 15 late-stage first-order demon beasts, both their corporeal forms and souls, were refined through the 10,000 Souls banner. After this process, he estimated that the banner would evolve into a top-tier magical artifact. Upon returning to the Xingchen sect, Yi Xingchen proceeded directly to the Outer Gates Deacon Hall, where he began the verification of his completed tasks. Everything went smoothly, and he encountered no sign of Li Yueling and her son. However, just as Yi Xingchen was about to leave the Deacon Hall after verifying his tasks, he was taken aback to find Li Yueling approaching him head-on. Yi Xingchen, how have you returned? Li Yueling exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as if she had seen a ghost. In her mind, there was no way he could have returned, as she had dispatched so many individuals to the Demon Beast Mountains, convinced that he was doomed to perish. Yet now, seeing him appear unharmed, her composure faltered. Surprised to see me here, are you? I take it my return has caught you off guard? Yi Xingchen replied with a playful smile. You must be astonished to see me alive. I'm merely curious. Your fate is of no concern to me. Li Yueling retorted, her brow furrowing as she dismissed him and entered the Deacon Hall, her mind racing with disbelief. She could not fathom how Yi Xingchen had escaped the pursuit of 37 hunters, a reality that shattered her understanding. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. She resolved to wait for Wu Gang and the others to return before she inquired further, as this situation defied all logic. Meanwhile, Xingchen paid her no mind and returned to his courtyard, where he commenced the evolution of the 10,000 Souls banner. Upon entering the banner, he was astonished to discover that, in addition to the silver-backed wolf demon, there were now a total of 20 soul entities present. Each of these souls possessed strength equivalent to the 12th level of Qi refinement. Xingchen recognized that among the remaining soul entities were the Wu siblings, as well as 3 former outer sect disciples of the 12th level who had also survived. The other extinguished souls had transformed into soul energy, coalescing into a luminous orb floating in the void of the 10,000 Souls banner. This orb represented the embryonic form of the 10,000 Souls body, and Xingchen was uncertain how much soul energy would be required to fully materialize it. As he observed, it appeared that the remaining soul entities were undergoing some transformation. Although they had survived and their strength had notably increased, their self-awareness had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, upon seeing Xingchen's own soul entity, these souls lunged at him fiercely, as if intent on devouring him. In response, Xingchen concentrated, causing chains to descend from the void of the 10,000 Souls banner, piercing through these soul entities. Then, the peculiar flames continued to refine them. As long as these soul entities retained any self-awareness, he would utilize the strange flames to obliterate their consciousness. Otherwise, once their power grew, they would become difficult to control. As the eerie flames surged upwards, a series of anguished cries echoed through the air. Xingchen swiftly silenced these sounds and began to utilize the physical forms of the demon beasts to evolve the soul banner. Time flowed inexorably onward, and soon only a month remained until the outer sect trial. During this period, Xingchen successfully refined the bodies of the demon beasts, elevating the soul banner to the level of an exquisite magical artifact. However, within the space of the soul banner, it could only accommodate 20 soul entities, each having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The surplus spiritual energy from the demon beasts was absorbed into the luminous sphere of the soul body, yet despite this influx, there was no discernible change in the sphere's appearance. Xingchen understood that to solidify the soul body, an immense reservoir of spiritual energy was essential. Now, Xingchen prepared himself for the upcoming outer sect trial. As for the wager of life and death he had made with Li Yueling, she had reneged on her promise. Perhaps she had grown fearful, for the 37 individuals she had sent forth had not returned, leaving her in a state of trepidation. Understanding her reluctance to face the trial, Xingchen bore no ill will. After all, Li Yueling was also slated to participate in the outer sect trial, and there would be ample opportunity for him to confront her then. Chapter 114. Despair for Xingchen? In the ensuing days, Xingchen found himself merely awaiting the arrival of the outer sect trial. As for any further preparations, he deemed them unnecessary. His expedition to the Beast Mountain had left his supplies largely intact, and among the disciples participating in the outer sect trial, his strength undoubtedly ranked within the top 10. Thus, he felt no pressing need for additional preparations. Each day, he devoted his time to refining his physique through the 10 spirit essence, which yielded remarkable results. Concurrently, he took this opportunity to consume a premium clear spirit pill, effectively purging all traces of pill toxicity from his body. Moreover, his cultivation and fire spiritual root had directly ascended to the 10th level of Qi refining. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yueling, wearing a face of anxiety, hurried to the inner sect to meet Wang Ergu. Upon encountering him, she expressed her concern that none of the 37 individuals he had dispatched to hunt down Xingchen had returned. This revelation startled Wang Ergu. "Are you certain of your findings? Not a single one returned?" he questioned incredulously. "Junior brother Ergu, I have verified it thoroughly. None of the 37 returned. I suspect they may have fallen victim to the toxic hands of that waste, Xingchen. He must possess some formidable hidden abilities," Li Yueling replied gravely. "Junior brother Ergu, we ought to report this matter to senior brother Wang Tong." "That is unnecessary," Wang Ergu retorted dismissively. "This trivial matter does not warrant alarming my elder brother." "Very well. You may return. Both my brother and I will attend the outer sect trial. As for your earlier concerns, I shall inform my brother." With that, Wang Ergu departed without waiting for Li Yueling's response. Left in a state of agitation, she could only stamp her feet in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Her sole desire was to ascend to the inner sect's core disciples, and should an opportunity arise, she would eliminate Wang Ergu without hesitation. Ultimately, she returned to the outer sect, her expression clouded with dismay. The thought of confronting Xingchen on the life and death platform filled her with dread. She suspected that the 37 had indeed fallen to his treacherous machinations. Despite her own formidable nature, she dared not face Xingchen on that platform, enduring the scorn of others in silence. At that moment, Li Tong approached his daughter, noting her somber demeanor. Linger, are you perhaps worrying needlessly? How could that boy Xingchen be so formidable? Those were 37 individuals, all possessing greater cultivation than he. I find such an occurrence utterly implausible. Father, you do not understand. After much contemplation, I fear that the 37 may have perished at Xingchen's hands. He must be concealing some powerful means, Li Yueling confessed, her anxiety palpable. With only a month until the outer sect trial, if he truly harbors some potent abilities, I am in grave peril. Ah, I see now, Ling. This is what troubles you, Li Tong remarked with a faint smile. Father, how can you jest? My life is at stake in this trial. I may not survive. And you find cause to laugh? Li Yueling exclaimed in frustration. Rest assured, how could I ever disregard the life and death of my precious daughter? Li Tong reassured her with a gentle smile. Li Tong smiled, then spread his palm, revealing a small figure the size of a palm within his grasp. What is this? A puppet? Li Yueling furrowed her brow, but excitement surged through her moments later. Father, is this the puppet you mentioned that is in the initial stage of foundation building? Do you intend for me to take this puppet to participate in the trial? Indeed, as long as you bring this puppet, Xingchen will pose no threat to you. So what is there to fear? Li Tong replied with an affectionate smile. Rest assured, Father, with this puppet in hand, Xingchen is as good as dead, Li Yueling declared, her face alight with enthusiasm. Fortunately, the rules of the outer sect trials allow for life and death without consequence, and within that secret realm. Those outside will have no knowledge of what transpires inside, so you may act boldly, Li Tong said with a grin. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Wang Erge's words, Wang Tung displayed a look of disdain. Ergu, you must have been deceived by that woman. How could that waste possess such formidable strength? It is utterly ridiculous. Big brother, I agree. It is merely that foul woman Li Yueling speculating wildly. How could that waste possibly slay 37 people? Wang Erge scoffed. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the day of the outer sect trials arrived. On this day, the outer sect square was teeming with countless individuals, with Xingchen among them, waiting in the crowd, inconspicuous amidst the throng. As time slowly elapsed, half an hour later, 6 enormous flying boats approached. The crowd recognized these as belonging to the 6 main peaks of the inner sect, which always sent representatives to the outer sect trials. Those who participated and ranked in the top 10 would have the opportunity to choose a main peak to join. Ah, the inner sect representatives have arrived. If I make it into the top 10, I shall definitely join the Fire Spirit Peak. I aspire to become an alchemist like that wasty Xingchen, one remarked. Hehe. Should I be among the top 10, I would select the Cloud Mist Peak. I hear there are many more women in that main peak, another added. Yet, as cultivators, how can we covet beauty? If I enter the top 10, I shall certainly join the Eternal Sky Peak, where one can cultivate the longevity method. Even if one cannot become an immortal, one could extend one's life by 1,000 years. I choose the Setting Sun Peak, where I can learn the art of weapon crafting. I have a passion for it. Hehe, if I am among the top 10, I will choose the Fiery Cloud Peak, as the Fiery Cloud scripture suits me well. Should I make it to the top 10, I would opt for the Azure Cloud Peak, which possesses the highest inheritance of the Azure Cloud sect. Alas, the difficulty of becoming a core disciple of the Azure Cloud Peak is exceedingly high. When the 6 massive flying boats came into view, the square erupted with fervent voices. Xingchen also looked up, feeling a twinge of envy. Each of those boats could very well be of high-grade spiritual artifact quality. Naturally, he believed that in the future, he too would possess such treasures. Soon, the 6 flying boats hovered several dozen meters above the square, and cold, indifferent gazes swept across the entire area, seemingly devoid of interest. As Xingchen lifted his gaze, he immediately noticed that both Wang Tung and Wang Erge from Qingyun Peak were intently watching him, their eyes locking onto his. However, he did not catch sight of Zhao Lingyan. In that moment, Wang Erge made a mocking gesture across his throat, while Wang Tung regarded him with a scornful glance. Ignoring the two, Xingchen turned his attention to the flying vessel belonging to Holing Peak, where he spotted 2 familiar figures, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao. Junior brother Yi, we await your good news. Make sure to choose Holing Peak if you enter the top 10. Chen Xiaoxiao called out with a smile, waving at him from the flying vessel. Chen Wanyun also offered an encouraging smile, filled with anticipation. Junior brother Yi, we will be here waiting for the good news of your success in the top 10. In response, Xingchen smiled and nodded, affirming, I will definitely choose Holing Peak. Huh, brother, this fool really thinks he stands a chance, believing he can make it into the top 10. How laughable. Wang Erge scoffed with disdain from the Qingyun Peak vessel. I will ensure he understands the meaning of despair, Wang Tung remarked with a sly smile. Chapter 115. An Inescapable Calamity? Shortly thereafter, 3 elderly men with silver hair appeared in front of the square. Xingchen smiled, recognizing them as the 3 venerable elders from the outer sect's Scripture Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Alchemy Pavilion. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's outer sect trial. One of the elders announced. The rules of the trial are simple. Seize the identity tokens of others, regardless of life or death. The final rankings will be determined by the number of identity tokens acquired. Those who place in the top 10 may freely choose to join any of the 6 main peaks in the inner sect. Let the trial begin. As the elders' words echoed through the air, the 3 old men produced their respective formation plates. Subsequently, luminous barriers materialized around the square. Witnessing this, all the outer sect disciples hurriedly rushed into the light. Xingchen also began to move forward. However, the next moment, a chilling voice darkened his expression and reverberated throughout the arena. From the deck of a flying vessel belonging to Qingyun Peak, Wang Tung proclaimed with an air of authority. If anyone among you can seize Xingchen's identity token, regardless of your final ranking, I, Wang Tung, promise that you shall enter Qingyun Peak and become a core disciple. Furthermore, whoever manages to capture Xingchen's identity token and ensures he remains in the trial's secret realm forever, I shall form a brotherhood with that individual. Boom. At this declaration, the entire square erupted with commotion. What? Such an opportunity exists? Haha, isn't this Xingchen just the waste with 10 spirit roots? How can he provoke Wang Tung to offer such a reward so blatantly? What a pitiable fellow. Nonetheless, I find his identity token rather enticing. This is indeed a tremendous fortune. Securing Xingchen's identity token will lead to great success. Wang Tung, in front of so many witnesses, would surely not go back on his word. I must have that identity token. TSK. This practically seals Xingchen's fate. Unless he chooses not to participate in this trial, how could he possibly abstain? I recall that he still has 2 opportunities left. Even if he opts out this time, Wang Tung will likely make the same proclamation in the next trial. Should he forfeit all chances to compete, he would remain forever in the outer sect, with no hope of entering the inner sect unless he breaks through to the golden core stage. However, achieving such a breakthrough is exceedingly arduous, especially for someone with 10 spirit roots. Thus, it is improbable that he will abandon the trial. Of course, it now appears that his only chance for survival may lie in retreating. Otherwise, upon entering the secret realm, even if he willingly offers his identity token, he could still be hunted down. Truly, this young man is caught in a lamentable predicament. Meanwhile, as the crowd buzzed with excitement, Li Yueling felt an immense joy upon hearing Wang Tang's words. At this moment, she was convinced that once Xingchen entered the trial's secret realm, he would not emerge alive. This waste truly is unfortunate. It seems senior brother Wang has taken my words to heart. Surely, it was that rascal Wang Ergu who informed senior brother Wang, prompting this course of action. Li Yueling gazed up at Wang Tung, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. On the flying vessel above Fire Spirit Peak, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao wore somber expressions. Sister, Wang Tung is truly ruthless. How could he utter such words? Junior brother Yi is in danger, Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed indignantly. Chen Wanyun, equally exasperated, replied, I fail to comprehend why Wang Tung harbors such animosity towards junior brother Yi. Is he not aware of the principle of leaving a path for others? He still has a way out? This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. His astonishing talent will likely secure him a place among the top 10 in the next Qingyun ranking. Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and remarked. It is said that the sect leader has even praised Wang Tung, claiming he possesses the demeanor of an immortal. It is truly astonishing. Does this fellow's talent truly reach such extraordinary heights? Hearing this, Chen Wanyun frowned. What if he possesses a remarkable bearing? Wang Tung is narrow-minded. Surely he cannot go far. At this moment, not only Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, but others on the flying vessels of the main peaks also expressed their astonishment. Youngster, you have already violated the rules. One should leave a path for future encounters. Your actions are excessively ruthless. In front of the plaza, Old Feng from the Treasure Pavilion cast a murky glance at Wang Tung and sighed helplessly. Faced with Wang Tang's blatant disregard for the rules, they had no means to intervene. After all, the trials inherently involved life and death. Although Wang Tung had breached the rules, they could do nothing against him. A waste, in my eyes, is but an ant. I merely uttered a trivial remark. Thus there is no violation of the rules. Wang Tung scoffed disdainfully. Old Feng shook his head, choosing not to argue further with Wang Tung. Meanwhile, numerous gazes searched the crowd for Xingchen. Eventually, someone inadvertently exposed Xingchen's location, causing all eyes to converge upon him. Xingchen smiled wryly, yet displayed little fear. In the next moment, he smirked playfully, channeling his spiritual energy to project his voice across the entire plaza. Indeed, I am Xingchen. Rest assured, I shall not withdraw from the competition. Should anyone wish to pursue me, Xingchen, I welcome all challengers. However, I do fear that those who seek to hunt me might find themselves in an unfortunate predicament. Haraha, how absurd. Yet, before Xingchen finished speaking, derisive laughter echoed throughout the plaza. This fellow must have lost his mind. How dare he speak so boldly? Does he think such words will intimidate us? This lad had just demonstrated his spiritual energy, revealing that he had already broken through to the 10th level of chi refinement. For someone with 10 spiritual roots to reach such a level, even if he had relied on pills to enhance his cultivation, such speed was indeed remarkable. Yet, cultivation attained through such means must surely be superficial. Even if it were not, could he truly intimidate us with his 10th level of chi refinement? What a grand joke. Isn't this lad afflicted by pill poison? How come he appears unharmed now? This young man appears to be extraordinary. However, at this moment, he has become the target of many. Regardless of his capabilities, he is likely to face inevitable peril. While others ponder their thoughts, Xingchen resolutely strides toward the luminous barrier. To pass through the veil of light, one must possess an identity token. Without it, entry is impossible. The crux of this trial lies in seizing these tokens, rendering them the most coveted possession for all participants. In the square, countless individuals traverse into the shimmering barrier, and Xingchen steps into one of them as well. With a gentle tremor, the barrier shudders, and his figure vanishes. Sister, should he truly enter? Is he not afraid? Chen Xiaoxiao expresses her concern upon witnessing Xingchen's silhouette disappear. Chapter 116. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Chen Wanyun stared blankly at the vanishing figure of Xingchen. Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's inquiry, she sighed helplessly. This fellow is far too impulsive. Even under such circumstances, he still insists on proceeding. What a foolish person. At that moment, even Chen Wanyun couldn't help but voice her criticism. How could this junior disciple of Yi be so naive? Once these individuals enter the secret realm, they will undoubtedly pursue him with fervor. Yet he appears utterly unconcerned. Does he possess some hidden advantage? Chen Xiaoxiao, exasperated, remarked, but with so many people, even if he does have a safeguard, it won't suffice against them, will it? This is a competition involving tens of thousands. It is incredibly reckless. What a dimwit. On the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Teng and Wang Ergu were equally astonished that Xingchen would recklessly participate in the trial. Brother, that lad is doomed. I can't wait to see how he handles this. These people will go mad at the sight of him. If they kill him, they become your sworn brothers. What a temptation. They will go absolutely berserk. Wang Ergu sneered. Wang Teng scoffed derisively. Let him die. This will truly spell the end for the Yi family. At that moment, on the flying vessels of other main peaks, murmurs of discussion echoed. This lad must be insane. Even Wang Teng has warned him. Yet he dares to enter, truly oblivious to his own mortality. It was no surprise that these outer disciples were raving mad. Wang Teng's cunning was indeed lethal. Devising such a scheme, it would be a miracle if this boy survived. Rumor had it that this 10-element root practitioner hailed from the same hometown as Wang Teng. Having previously stirred trouble at the Intersex Law Enforcement Hall, one could hardly fathom the depth of their enmity. Within the secret realm, Xingchen's figure appeared atop a mountain peak. Just as he began to survey his surroundings, he noticed figures materializing on the surrounding peaks. At least a dozen figures descended close to him, some merely tens of meters away. Upon spotting these individuals, they too recognized him. Initially indifferent, one of them soon furrowed his brow. Isn't that Xingchen? What luck I have to encounter this fellow right away. Is this not a grand opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens? That Wang Teng is destined to be my brother by fate. You're dreaming. As long as I'm here, no one shall claim his life or identity tag. Both are mine. The group erupted in exuberant laughter, their excitement upon seeing Xingchen surpassing that of encountering a stunning beauty. Their raucous voices rapidly spread, and a dozen figures lunged forward, intent on attacking Xingchen. Xingchen's lips twitched. The frenzy with which they regarded him resembled that of discovering an extraordinary treasure. He quickly assessed his surroundings and leaped into a small valley, summoning his medium box, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. In truth, he could have dealt with these dozen individuals even without the soul banner. His primary concern was attracting more adversaries, at which point escape would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had his own strategy in mind by summoning the medium box. For although he found himself in a small secret realm, it was not entirely isolated from the outside world. However, the abilities possessed by the Golden Core Masters and even the nascent soul experts of the Qingyun sect were beyond his imagination. He wished to experiment. When he summoned the medium box, he wondered if it would elicit some distinct fluctuations. If such a commotion were to arise, he would have to contemplate whether to employ the medium box within the secret realm. Where on earth is he? How did this fellow suddenly vanish? He can run so fast. Soon, a dozen figures appeared in the valley where Xingchen had leapt down, yet they were perplexed to find that he had inexplicably disappeared. The area within several hundred meters was barren, but they could not spot Xingchen's silhouette. The group began searching the vicinity, but after nearly half an hour, they still had not located him, leaving them utterly baffled. Could it be that this young man has the ability to fly or vanish in a thin air? How peculiar that he has simply disappeared. While the dozen individuals from the outer sect were desperately searching for him, Xingchen was immersed in the medium space, attuning himself to any unusual fluctuations that might arise. However, as he awaited, no peculiar disturbances manifested. Thus, he could ascertain that utilizing this medium space within the secret realm would indeed go undetected by those outside. Consequently, he felt no fear of anyone. With over 20,000 participants in the competition, given sufficient time, he would allow the 10,000 souls banner to evolve into a formidable entity. Suddenly, piercing screams and the sounds of battle erupted from the outside world. Xingchen furrowed his brow and quickly checked, then a playful smile spread across his face. It turned out that the individuals outside, unable to find him, had already begun to engage in combat. Xingchen grinned. This was precisely the spectacle he relished. The more fervently they fought, the more delighted he became. He leisurely awaited the opportune moment to strike once they had sufficiently exhausted themselves. After several hours of quiet anticipation, the clamor of battle outside finally subsided. To arrive and immediately acquire 16 identity tokens. What a promising start. Outside the spatial confines of his ring, a man, utterly unscathed, was ecstatically scavenging for spoils and identity tokens. This individual was quite the cunning one, showing not a single mark of injury, earning Xingchen's admiration. Among those sprawled on the ground, some had perished, while others were gravely wounded. "Senior brother, please spare me. I will give you my identity token, everything you desire," implored a disciple, gravely injured and lying on the ground. Do not worry, junior brother, I have no intention of killing you. Since you have surrendered your identity token, how could I harm you? Do not overthink it, he replied with a chuckle. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. The injured man promptly produced his identity token along with his storage pouch, displaying a keen awareness of the situation. Very well, junior brother, you may leave now. Go seek a teleportation array to exit, said the man with a grin, having acquired the identity token. Thank you, senior brother. The injured man hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his pallid face betraying his pain, yet he mustered the strength to rise and walked in a determined direction. Within the trial's secret realm, numerous small teleportation arrays existed. As long as one wished to depart from this enigmatic domain, they could seek out a teleportation array at any moment. However, disciples who chose to leave within 3 days would automatically forfeit their participation in the competition, even if they possessed the most identity tokens. Such achievements would be rendered null and void. In essence, if one aspired to a ranking, they must endure until the 3 days had elapsed, regardless of the number of identity tokens acquired. The senior brother bid farewell. The injured man turned back repeatedly to express his parting words. Travel safely, junior brother. The man smiled, but in the next instant, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He took a few strides and appeared behind the injured man. As the injured man turned, terror gripped him. Senior brother. With a swift motion, a head severed from its body flew into the air. The injured man had not even uttered a word before meeting his demise. You truly are remarkably naive. Rest in peace. The man chuckled, casting a glance around before preparing to depart. Chapter 117. The number of identity tokens, however, just as the man, filled with excitement, prepared to depart, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his waist. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a horrifying sight. A long sword had materialized from thin air, piercing through his body. What in the world is this? He exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the sword was withdrawn, causing him to stagger backward until he collapsed onto the ground. With a sickening sound, as soon as he sat down, the sword pierced through his throat. The man, his face a mask of terror, stared at the bloodied blade, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable appearance of the sword. Yet, he had no time to ponder, for his life force was swiftly fading away. In the blink of an eye, he was dead, no longer able to draw breath. Moments later, a shadowy figure appeared, stealthily approaching. It was Xingchen, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He immediately began to tidy up the battlefield, first gathering the physical bodies of all the fallen into the soul banner. There were a total of 16 individuals, and correspondingly, 16 identity tokens. This material box is truly remarkable. Sister Su, encountering you is indeed a tremendous fortune, Xingchen thought to himself, reveling in his good fortune as he jested with Su Qingzhu, who resided within the Soul Banner. Junior brother Yi, meeting you is also my greatest blessing. Su Qingzhu responded with a playful smile, genuinely happy for Xingchen. At that moment, she felt immense gratitude for having met him and trusted him initially. Witnessing Xingchen's temperament and methods, she seemed to glimpse boundless hope. Subsequently, Xingchen entered the Soul Banner, directly manipulating the mysterious power to refine the bodies of the outer disciples. After the refinement, the Soul Banner remained at the level of a top-tier magical artifact. As for the souls of those 16 individuals, due to the restrictions of the Soul Banner, he could only refine them and integrate them into the luminous sphere of the soul body. Even amidst their desperate pleas for mercy, he remained coldly indifferent, devoid of any compassion or guilt toward them. Half an hour later, Xingchen exited the Soul Banner. His immediate objective was to seek out the 10-spirit herb. As for other precious spiritual medicines, he had not given them a thought within this secret realm. After all, a new batch of individuals would enter every 5 years. What could possibly remain in this secret realm? The demand for the 10-spirit herb was relatively low, so there was still a possibility that some might be left behind. Otherwise, he held little hope. Xingchen was uncertain of the direction in which the 10-spirit herb lay. He could only search gradually. However, while in pursuit of the 10-spirit herb, he was also on the lookout for Li Yueling, determined to eliminate that woman at all costs. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xingchen, a large luminous screen hovered in the outer plaza. Within its glow, names began to appear, a total of 100 names displayed, each followed by the number of identity tokens they had acquired. Curious eyes scrutinized the massive screen. However, the gathered individuals exhibited a certain lack of interest for them. The number of identity tokens held by an individual was of no concern, particularly aboard the flying vessels of the 6 main peaks. Their sole purpose was to observe which of the outer disciples would choose to join their respective peaks. Should a choice be made, they would escort the chosen individuals to register. If not, it mattered little to them. After all, these outer disciples were regarded as mere mediocrities by the 6 main peaks. What Qingyun sect truly required were those gifted inner disciples. The outer disciples merely served to fill the ranks. At this moment, however, a name began to emerge in the lower corner of the immense light screen. Eventually, it became clear, and upon its revelation, it astonishingly leapt forward. In an instant, it soared above the 80th position, then the 70th, the 50th, the 30th, and finally the 8th position. Xingchen's name settled at 8th place, accompanied by the indication of 16 identity tokens. Gasp! Xingchen. Oh my, how could Xingchen's name appear in 8th place? Goodness! This lad has swiftly accumulated such a remarkable number of identity tokens, 16 in total. Such speed is truly remarkable. The moment Xingchen's name appeared, it elicited gasps of astonishment. A multitude of gazes from the 6 main peaks converged upon Xingchen's name. Look, sister, Yishidi's name has appeared, and it's 8th place with 16 identity tokens. How impressive! Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement surpassing even her own achievement of 8th place. Chen Wanyan had also long been acquainted with Xingchen's name. This young man was indeed surprising. Acquiring 16 identity tokens in such a short span was no small feat. However, the current ranking was merely preliminary. It would stabilize after 3 days. She hoped Yishidi could maintain his standing. While Chen Wanyan felt joy, a deeper concern for Xingchen lingered. She genuinely feared he might encounter unforeseen mishaps. Seeing his name brought her some relief, though the current ranking did not signify much. It did indicate that Xingchen was safe for now. On the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Tung and Wang Ergu gazed in astonishment at Xingchen's name on the light screen. Brother, this so-called waste has actually reached 8th place. It seems he possesses some measure of strength, Wang Ergu remarked, frowning. Wang Tung pondered briefly before scoffing. This doesn't signify much yet, while it is somewhat surprising. I am certain he will perish within. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel of Yunxia Peak, a breathtakingly beautiful figure frowned slightly before soaring directly to the vessel of Holing Peak on her sword. It was evident that she was a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. With a graceful demeanor and hair tied in a ponytail, she exuded an aura of elegance and prowess. Sister Wanyun, junior sister Xiaoxiao, it appears that this young man Yi is quite remarkable, having swiftly acquired 16 identity tokens. Should he secure a place among the top 10, I shall certainly extend an invitation for him to join us at Yunxia Peak. At that time, Sister Wanyan, do refrain from competing with me. Ji Qingyue approached Chun Wanyun and Qin Xiaoxiao, playfully jesting. Alas, Upon hearing Ji Qingyue's playful remarks, Chen Wanyun's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of helplessness. With a resigned smile, she replied, I do hope this young man can indeed make it into the top 10. I would willingly let him go if it meant inviting him into our fold. However, now that Wang Teng has stirred up trouble, this young star may be in peril. My only wish is for him to emerge alive. As Chen Wanyun spoke, her exquisite visage grew increasingly grave and concerned. Seeing her worry for Xingchen, Ji Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Sister Chen, could it be that this young man Yi is your long-lost brother? Ji Qingyue raised her brows, teasing anew. You are out of your mind, do not jest so. Chen Wanyun chided gently, you silly girl, always spouting such wild nonsense. I merely feel that junior brother Yi is quite pitiable. Of course, his alchemical skills are also quite astonishing. I simply wish to see talent flourish. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xingchen found himself in peril. Chapter 118. What sin did this kid commit in his past life within the secret realm? Xingchen's expression darkened. At this moment, he found himself encircled by dozens of adversaries. Indeed, he was surrounded. An unexpected turn of events as he had not anticipated a melee of this nature occurring here. In his urgency to seek the 10 spirit grass, he inadvertently stumbled into this fray, and before long, someone bellowed his name, causing all eyes to converge upon him instantaneously. Thus, he was directly encircled. Upon glancing around, Xingchen noted that there were at least 50 individuals in the vicinity. Such a force was insurmountable for him. Even if he summoned the myriad souls banner, he would still be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he could not deploy the medium box at present. Should he do so, all these people would simultaneously manifest within his medium space. Although he could extract individuals from the enclosure one by one, if these 50 joined forces to attack him concurrently, he could easily be reduced to ashes. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, he had no choice but to flee. Naturally, apart from running, he considered another option, to first envelop these individuals within the medium space, isolating himself outside of it, and then execute stealthy strikes. However, this approach bore significant risks. While he could indeed shroud these 50-plus people, swiftly eliminating them would be unfeasible. As time passed, the danger would escalate. If they discovered the barriers of the medium space, their united assault would far exceed the might of a single late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Despite the vast differences between cultivation realms, he was confronted by over 50 individuals, many of whom, though weaker than the 10th level of Qi refinement, included several who had achieved the pinnacle of the 12th level. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about any additional capabilities they might possess. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from such an action, should his medium box be compromised. Not only would its existence be revealed, but his future endeavors within the Qingyun sect would become exceedingly difficult. Consequently, Xingchen resolutely dismissed this alternative. Moreover, prolonged engagement would undoubtedly attract even more attention. After careful consideration, he concluded that his only viable course was to retreat, creating distance before invoking the medium box. He needed to establish at least 1,500 zhang of separation to safely deploy the medium box, as it would expand outward from his position. Ha ha ha, kid. Hand over your identity token to me, and I may spare your life. One adversary taunted. Though I feel sympathy for you, today, your head is as good as mine. The unfortunate lad finds himself in a dire predicament, with over 50 individuals vying for his life. Nevertheless, his head indeed holds considerable value. Haha, young man. Do you have any last words? Speak them now, for I have never encountered someone as woeful as you in my lifetime. What misdeed did you commit in your past life to warrant such misfortune? It is said that you hail from the same hometown as Wang Teng. Yet he now seeks to annihilate you. The conditions he offers are simply too enticing for anyone to resist. Therefore, do you have any final words to share? If not, we shall be compelled to take action. On reflection, this unfortunate fellow must have committed some grievous sin in his previous existence. Otherwise, he would not have been born with 10 spiritual roots, now cornered by Wang Teng's words. Truly, he is ill-fated. The onlookers regarded Xingchen with the same morbid curiosity one might reserve for the dead, their faces adorned with mockery. Indeed, many had already made their choice. They sought his identity token, not his life. With a grave expression, Xingchen contemplated how to escape the encirclement. He realized he must act first. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that one direction led to the deep mountains and vast lakes, undoubtedly the most suitable route for his escape. He resolved to break through in that direction, and once he had established a safe distance, he would summon his exquisite flying vessel. At that point, pursuing him would become a daunting challenge for his assailants. I'll go first. At last, someone could no longer contain their impatience. Unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy that surged towards Xingchen, Young man, I shall claim your life, the assailant cackled, revealing a cultivation level of the 12th layer of chi refinement. Among the participants, this prowess would certainly rank within the top 10. To him, Xingchen appeared as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. Very well, I shall take your life first, Xingchen shouted defiantly, retaliating with equal fervor. The onlookers observed the scene with an air of detached amusement, seemingly convinced of Xingchen's impending demise. This lad dares to resist. He truly does not grasp the gravity of his situation. Does he not recognize this man? He is Guxian, a paragon among the outer disciples, formidable in strength. It is rumored that Wu Yin wished to compete with him, aiming to win through sheer power, yet she was utterly defeated. Her bones shattered by a single strike from Guxian. His might is indeed terrifying. Xingchen must have lost his wits. A waste of a cultivator with 10 spiritual roots, who only ascended to the 10th layer of chi refinement through the use of pills, dares to confront Guxian head-on. Such arrogance will surely lead to his demise at Guxian's hands, and he must not be allowed to retain his head. Witnessing Xingchen's audacity in challenging Guxian, the crowd erupted in laughter. However, amidst their mockery, their spiritual energy swirled and converged, subtly drawing closer to both Xingchen and Guxian. Xingchen discerned their intentions. They feared Guxian might claim his head, hence they were preparing to seize the opportunity for themselves. Young man. To perish at my hands today would be your fortune. Come forth and offer your life. With a disdainful sneer, Guxian regarded Xingchen with utter indifference. Suddenly, to Guxian's astonishment, Xingchen erupted with an overwhelming surge of power. Kill! Xingchen shouted fiercely, unleashing his most formidable attack, the 10-spirit sword technique. In an instant, he wielded a long sword that cleaved through the air, unleashing 10 formidable beams of sword light that rent the very fabric of reality asunder. What terrifying chi refinement! And 10 beams at that. This young man is no ordinary opponent, Guxian exclaimed, his smile vanishing in an instant as he realized the gravity of the situation and hastily sought to evade the onslaught. The onlookers were equally astonished. How could this young man possess such a fearsome sword technique? Surely, it could only be the might of a top-tier spell of the first rank. My goodness, this sword technique is mine for the taking. It is astonishingly powerful. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd of over a dozen individuals winced in agony, clutching their heads as they felt as if their consciousness was being violently assaulted. It was as though their very minds were on the verge of exploding. Chapter 119. The Escape. Guxian also possessed remarkable agility. Observing this, Xingchen merely smiled with intrigue. Moments ago, he had unleashed the 10-spirit sword technique, directly followed by the soul-severing technique to assault the consciousness of these individuals. At this juncture, his mental prowess allowed him to simultaneously target a dozen or so foes, which sufficed for his purposes. In the next instant, Xingchen executed the Gale Step. Concurrently, he fervently channeled his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward with the ferocity of a wild beast towards those he had assailed. The onlookers were so taken aback that they merely caught fleeting glimpses of afterimages materializing in the void. Subsequently, they witnessed a dark figure swiftly collide with the dozen individuals clutching their heads in agony. In an instant, Xingchen's silhouette appeared hundreds of meters away. The crowd gasped in astonishment as his form vanished once more, leaving only ephemeral traces in the air. This is bad. Xingchen has escaped. Quickly, everyone pursue him. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Finally, someone reacted. Instantly, the group of dozens pursued him with fervor. Xingchen's expression turned grave. He dared not linger even for a moment and immediately activated the Gale Step once more. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared a kilometer away. At this point, he had perfected the Gale Step to its zenith, yet such exertion was a significant drain on his resources. Although his spiritual energy was abundant, prolonged use would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Moreover, he needed to conserve his strength for unforeseen circumstances. Should the Gale Step deplete too much of his energy, he would be ill-prepared to confront any threats. He soon realized that his pursuers were not lacking in speed either, closing in on him with alarming quickness, leaving him no time to summon his flying vessel. Reluctantly, he had to exert the Gale Step once more with full force. As afterimages flickered into existence, Xingchen's figure reappeared yet again a kilometer away. Seeing the group of dozens far behind, he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to summon his exquisite flying vessel. Young man, do you truly believe no one can catch up to you? Allow me to enlighten you. I have also trained in agility, and my trifecta of spiritual roots includes a wind root, Guxian mocked, appearing mockingly 10 zhang away from him. Though your agility appears superior, I possess a low-tier wind root as an advantage. What do you have to compare with me? Your head is destined to be mine today, Xingchen sneered repeatedly. Is that so? If you wish to claim my head, then keep up. Do not fall behind. Xingchen retorted with a smile, glancing at the pursuing group. He immediately activated the Gale Step to widen the distance between them. Xingchen was indeed formidable, yet he was merely an outer sect disciple with limited talent, which meant little to Xingchen. His primary goal was to prevent the group behind him from catching up. As for Xingchen, even if enveloped in a medium space, he would merely serve as sustenance for the 10,000 souls banner. Ha, young one, your speed is commendable, yet my cultivation surpasses yours. Although my spells may not reach the pinnacle of your mastery, I will not be left behind. Xingchen executed the Gale Step repeatedly, managing to distance himself from the dozens of pursuers behind him. However, Xingchen clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, always managing to catch up. Xingchen had no time to summon his exquisite flying vessel. His predicament was far from optimistic, for this secret realm housed not only the few dozen behind him, but also a staggering number of participants, potentially reaching 20,000. If more were to be attracted, he would be compelled to recklessly summon the medium box. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, Xingchen wished to avoid such an occurrence. At this moment, he was calculating the distance. Thanks to his frenzied execution of the Gale Step, he had already managed to create a gap of 1,000 zhong between himself and his pursuers. With just 500 zhong more, he could summon the medium box, and as for Xingchen, he harbored no fear. Moreover, amidst this intense exertion, Xingchen noticed that Xingchen appeared to be growing weary, indicating that such a drain was indeed a significant burden for him. As for Xingchen himself, he experienced no such issues, for his spiritual energy was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. This level of exhaustion was trivial for him and would not impact his combat prowess. 300 zhong. Xingchen continued to silently calculate the distance. Young one, I wonder how long you can run. Your 10 spiritual roots must be nearly depleted. Haha. Behind Xingchen, Xingchen was drenched in sweat, his complexion slightly pale, feeling as though he had expended about 50% of his spiritual energy. In this life and death competition, the consequences of depleting one's spiritual energy were dire, and he would not allow such a fate to befall him. However, he perceived Xingchen before him merely as a waste with 10 spiritual roots. Having exhausted half of his own energy, surely the opponent would soon be drained as well. With this thought, Xingchen pushed himself to accelerate, intending to catch up to Xingchen, claim his life and identity token, and depart immediately. As for the individuals trailing behind, their stamina had diminished just as much as his during this prolonged pursuit. Thus, Xingchen was unfazed by the prospect of them catching up to him. Like Xingchen, he was more concerned about attracting other participants. Young one, you cannot escape. Haha. Xingchen laughed derisively, yet he was under the illusion that Xingchen, with his seemingly tireless appearance, did not resemble someone on the brink of exhausting their spiritual energy. This boy is suspicious. Xingchen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But upon recalling that Xingchen was merely a feeble 10-root cultivator, he dismissed the notion with a scoff. Haha, young one. You must be consuming a spirit recovery pill to sustain such exertion, right? As an alchemist, you must have quite a stock of them. Let us see just how many you have. With that, Xingchen retrieved a low-grade spirit recovery pill from his storage bag and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged slightly, yet he had merely consumed a low-grade recovery elixir, resulting in a limited restoration of his powers. Xingchen dared not delay any further. If he failed to catch up with Xingchen, he would have no choice but to concede, for his own life was of paramount importance. Should he exhaust his energy in a battle with Xingchen, even if he succeeded in slaying his opponent, it would only serve to benefit another. At this moment, Xingchen paid no heed to Xingchen. How dare he claim superiority in the use of recovery elixirs? His own spiritual energy was barely diminished. Moreover, even if it were, he possessed 33 exquisite recovery elixirs. Were it not for the fear of attracting others, he could easily outlast the dozens pursuing him. 100 zhong. A smirk graced Xingchen's lips. He had already created a distance of at least 1,400 zhong from the individuals trailing him. 50 zhong. 30 zhong. In the palm of Xingchen's hand, a medium box had materialized. Chapter 120. The disappearance of brother Ye's named 20 zhong. 10 zhong. Xingchen silently calculated the distance, and in the next moment, he dashed forward several hundred meters with the swiftness of a gale. His figure abruptly came to a halt. Xingchen, who had been left 200 zhong behind by Xingchen, was momentarily taken aback at the sight before him. Haha, kid, why have you stopped running? Xingchen sneered, believing that Xingchen must have exhausted his spiritual energy. Otherwise, no one would pause in such a life-and-death situation. With this thought, Xingchen's own spiritual energy surged, and his speed increased once more. Suddenly, Xingchen was astonished. The scene before him had inexplicably transformed. The world around him had turned a dull gray. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Xingchen was still within his line of sight. The dozens of pursuers who had been fervently chasing after him had vanished without a trace. Although he sensed something was amiss, seeing Xingchen still within his gaze reassured him. To him, nothing mattered more than Xingchen. Even the prospect of marrying the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world would not tempt him. At that moment, Guxian observed that Xingchen not only had not fled, but had instead turned to face him, a harmless smile adorning his face. "Are you so intimidated by my might that you've lost your wits?" Guxian scoffed derisively, and without hesitation, he struck out, unleashing his power without delay. As his spiritual energy surged, his fists brimmed with violent force, launching a flurry of strikes toward Xingchen. "You're already a dead man. Do you not realize this?" In the next moment, as Guxian unleashed his assault, Xingchen's voice, laden with an eerie tone, echoed out. This declaration momentarily stunned Guxian, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within him, as if something was profoundly wrong. "What a farce! Prepare to die," Guxian retorted coldly, recklessly advancing upon Xingchen. Suddenly, within the grayish-white expanse, a black flag, roughly a zhong in size, manifested. The immense flag erupted with an array of strange energies. These peculiar energies sent a shiver through Guxian's very soul, a chilling sensation racing from his feet to the crown of his head. "Hee. Guxian, since you've come, you shall remain." A series of eerie laughter emanated from the obsidian flag. Guxian felt an icy chill run down his spine. The laughter oddly familiar, as though it recognized him. What in the world? The void trembled, and before Guxian's astonished gaze, spectral figures surged forth from the black flag, each carrying an unsettling aura as they lunged toward him. What on earth is happening? Guxian's face turned pale with terror, feeling as if his very soul might escape his body. In the face of this scene, he was utterly paralyzed by fear. In a panic, Guxian, rather than confronting the spectral entities, turned tail and fled. "Once you've come, do not leave. Instead, descend into my myriad souls banner." Just as Guxian attempted to escape, Xingchen's eerie laughter rang out, and his figure materialized before Guxian. The deadly strike. Xingchen directly unleashed the second style of the 10 spirits technique, the fatal strike, delivering a powerful punch that struck Guxian squarely in the chest. Guxian's face contorted in shock as he was sent flying, his chest caving in under the force, an overwhelming power surging within him, wreaking havoc. Just as Guxian, still in disbelief, had not yet touched the ground, phantoms of souls emerged from the void, descending upon him like vengeful spirits. In his terrified gaze, they began to tear at him mercilessly. An eerie force engulfed him. "No! Ah!" A piercing scream echoed, and in the blink of an eye, Xingchen was astonished to witness a soul slowly ascending. The surrounding spirits, sensing the delectable essence, rushed forward to devour it. No, Guxian's soul was equally filled with bewilderment and dread, yet in mere moments, under the assault of 20 spectral entities, his essence was swiftly torn asunder. However, due to the constraints of the Wanhun banner, these souls could not consume the strength of Guxian's spirit. Instead, the essence they devoured overflowed, being absorbed by the Wanhun banner, ultimately merging into the luminous mass of souls. In a flash, the seemingly formidable Guxian was utterly annihilated. Not only did his physical form perish, but his very soul was also obliterated. Xingchen stood there, momentarily stunned, a grave expression crossing his features. It must be acknowledged that the Wanhun banner was indeed a malevolent artifact. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he found solace in the fact that the Wanhun banner's methods, albeit ruthless, targeted those who sought his demise. What need had he to ponder such matters? The path of cultivation was inherently transgressive. Since the Three Treasures Ruyi had bestowed upon him the Wanhun banner, what further deliberation was warranted? Once he set aside his thoughts, a smile graced Xingchen's lips as he cast his gaze toward the realm beyond the medium space. Those outside the medium space were already rendered dumbfounded. A cacophony of bewildered voices filled the air. Where did that person go? This is absurd. I saw both of them just moments ago, yet in the blink of an eye, they vanished. This is truly strange. Could they have flown away or slipped through the earth? Impossible. Even if their speed is extraordinary, they couldn't have disappeared instantly, could they? Something is amiss. As the crowd expressed their confusion, they searched high and low for Xingchen and Guxian. Yet, no matter how fervently they sought, neither Xingchen nor Guxian could be found. Within the medium space, a sly smile danced upon Xingchen's lips as he gripped the exquisite Qingfeng sword, preparing to seek out a target for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the plaza. The luminous screen in the sky gradually dimmed the name of Xingchen, until finally, it plummeted beyond the top 100. His name was no longer visible on the screen. With Xingchen's name vanished, it seemed that the so-called waste was indeed just that. His earlier rank of 8th had been merely a stroke of luck. A mere individual with 10 spirit roots has already achieved the remarkable feat of qualifying for the outer sect and daring to partake in the outer sect trials. We need not concern ourselves with him. Indeed, were it not for Wang Tong, who would care about such a waste? Immediately, voices arose. As many were keenly aware of the fluctuations in Xingchen's name, this individual targeted by Wang Tong. Upon the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, one said to the other, "Elder brother, look, that waste Xingchen's name has vanished. I wager he has been eliminated." Wang Ergu sneered in amusement. Wang Tong had also noticed the disappearance of Xingchen's name and scoffed disdainfully. A waste remains a waste. He can never amount to anything. He merely obtained a handful of identity tokens by sheer luck, likely stumbling upon someone else's fortune. Indeed, this waste must have merely stumbled upon those 16 identity tokens. Wang Ergu remarked with derision, entirely oblivious to the fact that he, too, had primarily relied on pills to enhance his cultivation. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel of Holing Peak, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao wore grave expressions. "Sister, Yi Shidi's name has vanished." Chapter 121. Another wave of arrivals. Chen Xiaoxiao murmured, "This lad, without his name visible, leaves us in uncertainty about his fate." Chen Wanyun's beautiful eyes reflected a grave concern as she replied, "Just now, his name gradually faded into silence. It did not vanish instantaneously. Moreover, the identity tokens linked to his name have not been reset, indicating that he is likely in no immediate peril. In my opinion, this junior brother Yi possesses certain capabilities. You need not worry. The 16 identity tokens he previously acquired were not merely a stroke of luck. Beside them, Ji Qinghua hastily reassured Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, her words stemming from genuine sentiment, for she truly believed that Xingchen held some talent. At that moment, the immense light screen above the square captured the attention of many, particularly the foremost name, which drew universal intrigue. The name displayed was Mo Kaixing, whose associated identity tokens had reached an impressive count of 90. Currently reigning supreme, even the second-place contestant trailed significantly behind, holding only 69 tokens, 21 fewer than Mo Kaixing. Remarkably, among the top 10, Li Lingyue's name ranked 9th, with 42 tokens to her credit. The 6 major peaks now exhibited heightened interest, and voices arose from various flying vessels. The current rankings carried substantial weight, unlike earlier when a mere 16 tokens could secure 8th place, a notion now deemed laughable. The 8th position now required 48 tokens, starkly contrasting the earlier contender who, despite fortune, was merely an unfortunate player. Mo Kaixing, indeed a prodigy, if he maintained this performance, might contend for the top 2 spots, proving himself no less than the average inner sect disciple. On the Qingyun Peak's vessel, Wang Ergu noted Li Yueling's name, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this wretched woman could secure 9th place? She appears formidable. Wang Ergu, since you have taken her under your wing, you must be responsible for her, regardless of her performance. Ensure she enters Qingyun Peak." Wang Tong interjected with seriousness. "Brother, I merely intend to amuse myself. That wicked woman is far from what she seems." Wang Ergu retorted with a disdainful smile. "It matters not. Those who cultivate must adopt any means necessary." Wang Tang's eyes glimmered with sharp intensity as he surveyed the other vessels, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall heed your advice, brother," Wang Ergu conceded. Mo Kaixing, at present, seems quite promising. If he can maintain this momentum, I might cultivate him for my own use. He could become a formidable ally. Wang Tong smiled lightly, his gaze deep and expansive, akin to the vastness of the starry sea. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xingchen was fervently engaged in battle, having already vanquished more than 10 adversaries in this brief span. With a series of chilling cries echoing through the air, a sense of dread engulfed the area. What on earth is happening? Is there a ghost lurking? Who is behind this treachery? Amidst the chaos, a voice erupted in furious outrage, only to be met by the sickening sound of a long sword piercing flesh, leaving those who remained standing in utter shock as they collapsed to the ground. "Gather around. This place is tainted. There is definitely something amiss." The urgency in the voice prompted the remaining individuals to cluster closer together. After a prolonged period of relentless hunting, it became apparent that someone had made a wise decision. Upon hearing the call, those who had not yet succumbed to the ground, with expressions of sheer terror, moved toward the source of the voice. It must be said that this tactic was remarkably effective, complicating matters for Xingchen. The next moment, a voice resonated. intensifying the gravity of his expression. Everyone, stay alert and be prepared to strike. The instant you sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy or the sudden appearance of a long sword, unleash your most formidable attack. This shadowy rascal must possess some extraordinary artifact to remain concealed. Do not be afraid. After this declaration, the remaining individuals seemed to find their resolve, beginning to channel their spiritual energy in preparation. In the midst of this, Xingchen found himself hesitating to act recklessly. He took stock of the situation and realized that there were still over 40 people outside. The collective strength of these 40 individuals, as he observed, was inferior to the 37 who had pursued him in the Monster Beast mountain range. Moreover, he could discern that some among them were already contemplating retreat, yearning to escape this place, yet were too intimidated by Xingchen to find their way. Nevertheless, his countenance remained grave. Although the strength of these 40 individuals was less formidable than that of his earlier pursuers, the setting was markedly different. They were within the secret realm of the outer trial, where the presence of others could be summoned at any moment. He needed to conclude this confrontation swiftly, otherwise, prolonged engagement would inevitably attract more individuals. The greater the number, the more susceptible his medium space would be to exposure. Should his possession of the medium space become known, a myriad of complications would ensue. Once exposed, regardless of how many witnesses there were in this secret realm, he would have to eradicate any potential threats. Failure to do so would make him exceedingly vulnerable, particularly to Zhao Lingyan and her aunt, who would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Thus, Xingchen was compelled to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. However, as he strategized, a frown creased his brow. His frustration mounted as he realized that his thoughts had summoned yet another wave of figures outside the medium space. At least 30 or 40 individuals had appeared, forming a team, an occurrence quite common in the outer trial. After all, many individuals, lacking in strength, often banded together to forge a united front against danger. Soon, these individuals reunited with the remaining 40 or so. What transpired? What is your situation? Upon witnessing a dozen bodies sprawled across the ground and seeing the remaining group gathered together, each bearing a grave expression, some even trembling with fear, the newcomers were utterly perplexed, their demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Nothing much, we just had a fierce battle with a group earlier, upon seeing you. We must naturally be on guard. One voice emerged from the gathering crowd, with others echoing in agreement. Indeed, do not think you can take advantage of us. We are not easily intimidated. You best refrain from setting your sights on us. We are not mere clay to be molded. Do you see those individuals on the ground? Their identity tokens are ours. You would do well not to touch them. Voices resonated among the crowd, yet none dared to mention the incident of the ambush. Instead, they deliberately highlighted that the identity tokens of the fallen had not been taken. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the newcomer's eyes brightened. What are identity tokens? They are the key to determining the rankings this time, and there lay at least a dozen of them on the ground. Naturally, they were stirred by the prospect. We may not confront you, but those identity tokens are ours, one person remarked with a grin, striding directly toward the fallen bodies. Soon, a scramble ensued as they began to vie for the tokens. You shameless lot, these are our spoils of war. Someone from the gathered group exclaimed in anger. However, upon closer inspection, all present revealed a smirk of disdain, watching intently as the others reached for the identity tokens. At that moment, the assembled group of over 40 harbored a singular thought. They could only hope that those lurking in the shadows would launch a surprise attack on those attempting to seize the identity tokens. Chapter 122. All remain yet. The hopes of these individuals were utterly dashed. At this moment, Xingchen did not intend to take action. Rather, he contemplated how to retain all those present. However, the crowd was too vast, numbering at least 80 individuals. If these 80 were to unite, even cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment would find themselves with no choice but to flee. After some reflection, Xingchen opted not to act hastily. Instead, he decided to bide his time and observe whether these individuals would depart. After all, his medium space had not been exposed, and thus he felt no concern regarding their intentions. Outside the medium space, he watched as newcomers seized the identity tokens of those on the ground, unscathed by any ambush. The assembled group of around 40 exchanged bewildered glances. This was peculiar. Moments ago, they had been engaged in a fierce battle, yet now there was an unsettling silence. Had the hidden figures retreated upon seeing their numbers? The 40 were left in a state of confusion, unsure of what had transpired. What were they truly afraid of? With such cowardly demeanor, they ought not to partake in the trial. It was laughable. A bunch of timid souls, and we, with fewer numbers, need not fear them. After retrieving the identity tokens and observing the wary expressions of the 40 nearby, The newcomers burst into derisive laughter. Get lost. Who among you frightens us? You dare think we would be intimidated by you? The assembled 40 shouted in anger. Huh, we are not leaving just yet. We want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves, declared a leading man among the 30 newcomers, prompting his companions to halt. A bunch of fools. If you refuse to leave, await your demise. Amidst the gathered 40, a few curses echoed, but they ceased to concern themselves with the departure of the others. The two groups remained at an impasse. As time slowly passed, Xingchen grew increasingly impatient within the medium space. He could no longer afford to wait. Attracting more individuals would only heighten his peril. However, he could not resort to stealthy attacks one by one, for the numbers were overwhelming, rendering such actions excessively dangerous. He resolved to first deal with this new wave of arrivals. Once he enveloped these newcomers within the medium space, he would then confront the earlier group. Although there were around 30 individuals, he felt no pressure with the evolved soul banner at his disposal. After all, the peculiar powers contained within the soul banner and the manifested souls were formidable. Confronting these mostly lower-tier cultivators was relatively effortless. Buzz. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly manipulated the medium space to envelop the 30-odd newcomers. In an instant, before the astonished gazes of the 40, the 30 vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? There is something peculiar about this place. It must be something sinister. 30 individuals have vanished without a trace, and it is utterly bizarre. Run. At last, someone could no longer contain their fear and attempted to flee. Suddenly, as they made their escape, a long sword appeared out of thin air and pierced through their throat. In an instant, the sword was drawn back and vanished. Here it comes again. He is still here. The remaining 40 individuals stood in stunned silence. They collectively launched an assault. Someone roared, and the group swiftly reacted, attacking the spot where the sword had manifested. Yet, their strikes bore no fruit. There was nothing but emptiness. However, amidst their attacks, a faint shadowy barrier emerged in the void, only to disappear in the blink of an eye. What on earth? Did you all see that? It seemed to be a barrier wall. Just like when we attacked moments ago, that wall reappeared. How strange. In the ethereal space, Xingchen, wielding a long sword, had just pierced the throat of that individual before withdrawing and leaving the location. By the time the others realized what had transpired, he had already distanced himself significantly. Let us all attack this point. It must be a formation set by that scoundrel, creating a barrier wall, thus concealing him from our view. If we combine our efforts to strike at this point, we shall surely breach the barrier and capture that nefarious wretch. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the 40 individuals outside directed their attacks towards a single point. Xingchen felt the ethereal space tremble. As the attacks landed, the barrier wall re-emerged. There is someone there. It must be him who brought us here. Kill him. Simultaneously, the 30 individuals engulfed by the ethereal space finally caught sight of Xingchen and charged towards him. Xingchen's expression grew serious. Although the 40 outside were attacking together, none possessed the strength of a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Nevertheless, he needed to weaken their power. Otherwise, if any unexpected events occurred and the barrier was broken, he would be besieged by 70 or 80 foes. In such a scenario, his chances of survival would be grim. With this thought in mind, Xingchen retrieved 8 high-grade fireball talismans he had prepared during his recent expedition to the Beast Mountain Range. In the next moment, he hurled them towards the group of 40 outside. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the ethereal space, fireballs descended like meteors, crashing down with immense force. Instantly, over a dozen individuals were engulfed by hundreds of fireballs. The high-grade fireball talismans unleashed a power equivalent to that of a 10th-layer chi refinement expert. Most of the individuals outside were below that level. Faced with such might, they could only flee as far as possible. Of those consumed by the fireballs, only 3 managed to escape, while the rest were incinerated. In the blink of an eye, the 40 individuals outside diminished to around 30. Witnessing this scene, Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he is no longer concerned about the barriers of the medium space being breached. Young man, it was you who brought us here. You truly possess remarkable courage to face over 30 of us alone, utterly oblivious to the peril. Let us eliminate him at once. At this moment, the group of more than 30 individuals that had entered the medium space charged forward. Xingchen smiled faintly, and in the next instant, an eerie aura began to permeate the air as the Wanhun banner materialized above his head. Hiss! Subsequently, 20 spectral entities erupted from the Wanhun banner, lunging directly at the advancing crowd. What on earth? These are indeed ghosts. A cacophony of horrified voices erupted, but before they could react, the 20 spectral entities had already plunged into the throng. In an instant, anguished screams filled the air, while Xingchen, undeterred, activated his wind step, vanishing from his original position. Chapter 123. Your actions will bring divine retribution in the ethereal realm. Xingchen seemingly overestimated the prowess of these individuals. With the synergy of his soul banner, over 30 of them were slaughtered as effortlessly as mere poultry. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of them lay dead or wounded. The remaining few, within mere breaths, were devoured by the ferocious souls. Witnessing this scene, Xingchen contemplated briefly and deemed it only natural. Not to mention that many among these 30 were cultivators below the 10th level of Qi refinement. His soul banner had evolved significantly since its earlier days in the Monster Beast Mountains. The 20 soul entities he commanded now possessed the strength of the 12th level of Qi refinement, posing no challenge against the 30 adversaries. After vanquishing this group, Xingchen felt no inclination to linger and, with a mere thought, enveloped all the individuals outside. The cries of despair echoed as, within half an hour, the 30 souls were once again reaped. Xingchen promptly stored their corporeal forms within the soul banner before withdrawing from the ethereal realm. Recognizing that this was not a place for prolonged stay, before long, he discovered a relatively concealed valley. Ensuring there was no danger, he immediately entered the soul banner. Having just slain over 100 individuals, he anticipated that refining their corporeal forms would enable the soul banner to undergo another evolution. Filled with such thoughts, Xingchen was brimming with excitement, envisioning the soul banner evolving to the level of a spiritual artifact. He was unaware of the capacity of a spiritual artifact-level soul banner to contain souls. "Junior brother Yi, we performed commendably today. Please let us go," pleaded Wu Gang and Wu Yin as they floated over to intercede upon Xingchen's entry into the soul banner. Xingchen was taken aback. "How dare you speak such words? Plead for mercy? Have you forgotten how you should have aided Wang Ergu and Li Welling against me? You should consider yourselves fortunate that I have not entirely obliterated you, merging you into the souls." Boom. Xingchen's expression turned cold as he manipulated chains to pierce through their soul entities, an eerie flame erupting forth. "Ah!" The two cried out in agony. Initially, Xingchen had no intention of paying them heed, but he was taken aback by their audacity to beg for mercy. "Rest assured, Wang Ergu and Li Welling will certainly come to keep you company." Xingchen smirked, then began to manipulate the strange energy to refine the 100 corporeal forms before him. The newly arrived 100 soul entities fell into a stunned silence upon witnessing the plight of Wu Gang and Wu Yan. However, as they beheld Xingchen brazenly refining their corporeal forms before their very souls, their patience reached a breaking point. In a moment of fury, they charged towards Xingchen's soul entity, while the original soul entities watched on with gleeful schadenfreude. Indeed, when those hundreds of soul bodies surged forth, an otherworldly flame cascaded down like a tempest, swiftly engulfing them. The air was soon filled with anguished cries. The original soul bodies, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in derisive laughter. How tragic! They had yet to discern who wielded dominion over the myriad souls within the banner. Oh, if only all the disciples of the outer sect could be drawn in, it would provide us with company. Better yet, if all members of the Qingyan sect could be ensnared, if we cannot thrive, let them not thrive either. The original soul bodies cackled ominously, unperturbed by their antics. Xingchen focused intently. Under his guidance, the hundreds of corporeal forms had already been refined to a considerable extent. After a brief interval, he successfully completed the refinement of these corporeal entities. In an instant, the space of the myriad souls banner trembled, expanding exponentially. The eerie aura and bizarre flames intensified once more. At this moment, the myriad souls banner had evolved from a top-tier magical artifact to a lower-grade spiritual tool. Xingchen was filled with exhilaration, pondering how many soul bodies the banner could now accommodate and to what level their powers might ascend. Congratulations, junior brother Yi, on the evolution of the myriad souls banner. At this juncture, Su Qingzhu expressed her heartfelt congratulations to Xingchen, her delight evident at his burgeoning strength. With the sustenance of the myriad souls banner, her own prowess had ascended to the 12th level of Qi refinement, surpassing Xingchen's current capabilities. She wondered what heights these soul bodies could now reach. Xingchen smiled, promptly commanding the soul of the silverback demon wolf to begin devouring the newly arrived soul bodies. Simultaneously, he summoned the chains within the myriad souls banner. With a resounding boom, the void shook, and robust, jet-black chains fell like meteors. Originally numbering 20, the chains now exceeded 100. This indicated that the myriad souls banner could now harbor over 100 soul bodies. Xingchen then awaited the evolution of the silverback demon wolf. As time passed, the wolf consumed 10 soul bodies without achieving a breakthrough. However, Upon devouring 30, a transformation finally occurred. A ferocious roar echoed, and the wolf's aura surged dramatically. It had grown several times larger than before, and a rune began to manifest upon its soul body. Was this the strength of the Foundation establishment stage? Xingchen felt a surge of excitement. He was certain that the silverback demon wolf soul body now possessed the power equivalent to the early stages of Foundation establishment. Though this strength was not his own, it was akin to his own prowess, as he could manipulate the wolf at will. Under Xingchen's scrutiny, he noted that while the silverback demon wolf's power had significantly increased, its consciousness had become increasingly muddled and chaotic, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Xingchen remained indifferent, as long as the souls became powerful. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the other souls. He removed the chains binding Wu Gang and Wu Yin, saying nonchalantly, "You may now devour one another. I only require souls at the Foundation establishment level. As for how many of you will survive, that depends on your own abilities." Xingchen, your actions are exceedingly cruel, one of the souls protested. By forcing us to consume each other, even if we become powerful in the end, our consciousness will be stripped away. Do you not think such actions are utterly immoral? Another echoed. Indeed, you will incur heavenly wrath for this. Upon witnessing the transformation of the silverback demon wolf, these souls immediately voiced their objections. Xingchen, you cannot proceed in this manner. Yes, what you are doing is no different from those sinister cults. Release us, or we shall curse you even as our souls dissipate. Chapter 124, Ranked First. Xingchen, do you possess no sense of morality? Although we seek your head, you are still alive, are you not? Indeed, we have been incited by Wang Tong. We are all brothers of the same sect. Why must you be so ruthless? Your current actions bear no distinction from those of the demonic path. Seeing that Xingchen remained silent, the souls began to accuse him, some adopting a lofty and righteous demeanor. Morality, demonic path, brothers of the same sect. Xingchen chuckled with amusement. When you came to claim my life, did you not consider these things? Why bring them up now? Are you fools? Or do you take me for one? Xingchen's expression turned cold as he pointed a finger, causing several dark chains to descend and swiftly pierce through the souls that had spoken so arrogantly. Immediately, strange flames erupted, accompanied by rising black smoke and a chorus of anguished cries. Ah, Xingchen, even in death, we shall not spare you. Do you have anything else to say? I shall grant you the opportunity to voice your thoughts. Xingchen smiled enigmatically, yet no soul dared to utter a word. It seems you have no objections. Let us begin. I only require souls of Foundation establishment stage. In 3 days, I shall return. If any souls below Foundation establishment remain, they shall be directly refined. With a smile, Xingchen withdrew from the Wanhun fan. Upon exiting, he began to tally his spoils. Before him lay an array of storage bags, numbering no less than 100. These bags were, of course, pillaged from the fallen, each representing an individual and their identity token. Xingchen promptly extracted the identity tokens from all the storage bags. Before long, a pile of tokens accumulated, totaling 96. Including the original 16 he possessed, he now held a total of 112 tokens. Though he had amassed over 100 tokens, Xingchen was not naive enough to believe this would secure him a place among the top 10. With tens of thousands competing, possessing merely 100 tokens would not guarantee entry into the top ranks. Even with 1,000, it remained uncertain. Thus, Xingchen was still in need of more identity tokens. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, at the outer gate plaza, the Chen sisters were deeply anxious. Ever since Xingchen's name had faded into silence, it had not reappeared, prompting their worries. Sister, do you think Yishidi could be in trouble? Chen Xiaoxiao asked, her face filled with concern. He will be fine. His strength is considerable, Chen Wanyun replied softly, though her tone lacked conviction. Do not fret. Perhaps his identity tokens have not yet ranked within the top 100, which is why he has not appeared on the light screen. Ji Qingwei reassured them from the side. The name of Yishidi suddenly emerged, provoking a chuckle from Chen Xiaoxiao, who excitedly pointed at the luminous screen above her head. Both Chen Wanyun and Ji Qingwei were taken aback and promptly looked up. Not only they, but also Wang Tong, Wang Ergu, and everyone else were captivated by the appearance of Xingchen's name. The once dormant characters on the luminous screen sprang back to life, as his name unexpectedly leaped from beyond the top 100 to within the top 50. How could this be? Yishidi has already reached beyond the 50th position? Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. The current top 50 possess 31 identity tokens, so it is likely that Yishidi has acquired some gains. Chen Wanyun remarked with a smile of relief. Yishidi's name is still climbing. Ji Qingwei gasped. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly looked, their expressions brimming with joy. At this moment, everyone was astonished, for Xingchen's name was ascending far too rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it soared directly into the top 30. On the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Teng and Wang Ergu were equally astonished. Brother, what kind of fortune has this kid stumbled upon? Could it be another stroke of luck? Wang Ergu questioned in bewilderment. It cannot merely be luck, Wang Teng replied, his expression turning serious. This waste's name continues to rise, now reaching the top 10, surpassing Li Welling. Currently, Li Welling possesses 48 identity tokens. It is improbable that this waste could amass so many tokens purely by chance. It appears this waste is not as simple as he seems. Could it be that he possesses some hidden treasure? A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Teng's profound gaze. I seem to have gravely underestimated this waste. I should not have taken him lightly. What shall we do now? Wang Ergu's face tightened. What else can we do but wait for the outcome? If this waste perishes in the secret realm, then everything will be resolved. Should he fail to rank within the top 10, even if he cannot become an inner disciple, I will find a way to eliminate him, Wang Teng murmured indifferently. Since he is now our enemy, we cannot afford to let him slip away. But what if this waste enters the top 10 and successfully becomes an inner disciple? Wang Ergu asked again. Then we shall wait for an opportunity, if it arises. I will stop at nothing to eliminate him, Wang Teng replied coldly. Brother, look, that waste's rank has actually soared to first place. Wang Ergu gasped, astonished. 112 identity tokens. This is simply terrifying, he exclaimed, pointing at the luminous screen in shock. How can this be? Wang Teng observed everything unfold. Mo Kaixing had just broken 100. Unexpectedly, this waste directly acquired 112 identity tokens. It seems almost unreal. Surely he hasn't resorted to some unscrupulous means to cheat? Wang Ergu appeared incredulous that Xingchen's name could ascend to the first position. It is impossible to cheat. Within this secret realm lies a formidable array, and only by reaching the Yuaning realm can one discern the intricacies of the formation and alter its structure. Thus, everything here is indeed authentic. Moreover, upon exiting, one must verify both the quantity and authenticity of the identity tokens. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. We had all underestimated this seemingly useless individual. Perhaps those 37 who pursued him into the Beast Mountain range truly met their demise at his hands. But how could this be possible? At that moment, Wang Teng was equally perplexed. If his suspicions were correct, how terrifying must Xingchen's combat prowess be? Wang Teng considered his own spiritual energy to be several times stronger than that of an average cultivator. Yet even he would not dare claim he could slay 37 experts at the 10th layer of Qi refinement if he were in Xingchen's realm. Such a feat was utterly unattainable. This so-called waste must possess some dreadful means, and since enmity has already been established. Chapter 125. The backlash of Wu Gang and others. He can no longer be allowed to grow. He must perish. A chilling aura surged within Wang Teng's eyes, causing Wang Ergu beside him to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, everyone was astonished to witness Xingchen's name ascend to the first position. How could this seemingly useless individual be so terrifying? Surely, this achievement cannot be attributed solely to luck? Who, for heaven's sake, labeled him a waste? I vehemently disagree. He may possess 10 spiritual roots, but he is certainly no failure. Otherwise, how could he possibly attain the top rank? It's no wonder Wang Teng desires to eliminate this brat. Now I comprehend. Amidst the collective astonishment, on the flying vessel of Fire Spirit Peak, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao wore expressions of sheer excitement. Junior brother Yi is simply formidable beyond belief. Who would have thought he would claim the first position? How did he acquire over 100 identity tokens? Chen Xiaoxiao, filled with curiosity, remarked. It must require the slaughter of over 100 individuals to obtain such an abundance of identity tokens, right? In response, Chen Wanyun shook her head and smiled. Xiaoxiao. That's not quite how it works. Although junior brother Yi has amassed so many tokens, it does not necessarily indicate he has slain that many people. Consider this. If those he defeated also possessed numerous identity tokens, wouldn't that explain it? Ah, yes, right. How could I have overlooked that? Chen Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly, observing the delighted expressions of Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao. Ji Qingyue shook her head with a smile. One might think that junior brother Yi is your actual sibling. Given the extent of your concern for him, truly, that lad is fortunate. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xingchen was busy sorting through other resources. Ultimately, his efforts yielded approximately 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. He also collected a total of 120 low-grade Qi refinement pills. The martial techniques he discovered were trivial, consisting of only basic methods, rendering them of little use to him. However, he did acquire over 100 storage bags. After inventorying his resources, Xingchen did not leave the valley. He remained there for 3 full days, employing the 10 spirit force to refine his physical body. Though the duration was brief, the influence of the 10 spirit force resulted in a slight enhancement of his physique. Yet, he found himself without the time to further refine. On the third day, he finally entered the space within the 10,000 souls banner to assess the situation. Upon entering, he was taken aback by what he saw. In the space of the 10,000 souls banner, only 4 soul entities remained. All others had vanished, and even the luminous mass of the souls floating in the void had disappeared. The silverback demon wolf was nowhere to be found either. However, the 4 remaining soul entities pleased Xingchen, as he sensed they had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Even as the master of the soul banner, he found himself enveloped in an aura of peril before the 4 spectral entities. This formidable presence equated to the power of 4 foundational stage masters, a force potent enough to enable Xingchen to confront the other outer sect disciples within this secret realm. To his astonishment, among these 4 souls, he recognized the siblings Wu Gang and Wu Yan. He had not anticipated that the pair had actually survived. This revelation truly caught him off guard. He recalled how the siblings often bullied the outer sect disciples, and their survival, having evaded a fatal ambush, was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, there was another individual among them, Wu Gang's cousin. This discovery led Xingchen to surmise that these 3 must have aided one another in order to endure. What of the 4th individual? What was their connection to them? Xingchen inquired, casting a detached glance towards the other spectral entity. I am also Wu Gang's cousin, the entity responded timidly. Upon hearing this, Xingchen's lips twitched. So, they were indeed family. It seemed that when the going gets tough, kinship prevails. United, they were formidable. However, Xingchen remained unfazed by these familial ties, for he harbored but a singular ambition, to amplify the power of the soul banner. Observing that while the souls of Wu Gang and the others emanated a formidable energy, their consciousness appeared somewhat disoriented and chaotic, he was indifferent. Ultimately, these individuals would transform into malevolent spirits. Once they entered the soul banner, their fate was sealed as instruments for his use. Unless he chose to assist them in retaining their consciousness, they would inevitably succumb to corruption. Junior Brother Yi. The soul of the silverback demon wolf and that of the soul banner's essence have been devoured by the 4 of them. Su Qingzhu remarked with a resigned smile as she approached Xingchen. In the realm of the soul banner, only Su Qingzhu could traverse freely. No matter how powerful the other souls were, they could not harm her, allowing her to relish her time within the soul banner. Not only could she nurture her own soul, but she could also cultivate, achieving 2 objectives at once. Seeing Xingchen, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. Su Qingzhu's words did not take Xingchen by surprise. He nodded with a smile, lamenting the loss of the nascent form of the soul banner. However, it was of little consequence, as it had yet to coalesce. Utilizing it for their growth would suffice for now. Suddenly, an explosive force erupted from the 4 souls nearby, launching towards Xingchen. It appeared they had prepared for this moment, moving with astonishing speed that left him no time to react. The terrifying power unleashed by the 4 spectral entities astonished both Xingchen and Su Qingzhu. Die, Xingchen. The soul banner shall be ours to command. Haraha. Kill him. The souls of Wu Gang and his companions roared, charging furiously. Xingchen's expression darkened. They were attempting to turn against him. It seemed that due to his insufficient cultivation and weaker spiritual power, these souls were daring to retaliate against him. These individuals have forgotten that Xingchen is the true master of the 10,000 souls banner. How laughable! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to confuse the minor with the major? Xingchen's expression darkened, with a mere thought. 4 pitch-black chains descended from the void of the 10,000 souls banner. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 dark chains, imbued with an eerie aura, had already suppressed the souls of Wu Gang and his companions before they even landed. Without hindrance, the chains pierced through the essence of their souls, and the terrifying might that once emanated from them was abruptly quelled. In the next moment, strange flames surged forth, engulfing the 4 souls entirely. A chorus of anguish screams erupted, yet Xingchen silenced them within his mind, though a heavy sense of foreboding settled upon him. Chapter 126, Meng Yinsong. A grasshopper on the same boat. Xingchen did not anticipate that once these spiritual entities reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, they could retaliate against him. Within the myriad souls banner, he could suppress them. However, once outside, attempting to manipulate these spirits in battle would be exceedingly perilous. At this juncture, he realized that relying on his cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, along with his spiritual power, to control foundation stage spirits was an arduous task. He dared not recklessly command these spirits to break free from the myriad souls banner to engage in combat. Otherwise, should a backlash occur, he would find himself in an irreparable predicament. In the face of such urgency, his immediate priority was to seek out the 10 spirit grass to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to be besieged again, he would have no choice but to flee. If he could escape, it would be fortunate. If not, he would inevitably become a victim of another's blade. The thought that someone else might acquire the Myriad Souls banner and he might end up as one of its souls was enough to cause Xingchen great distress. Before long, Xingchen departed from the Myriad Souls banner. After tidying himself up, he resumed his search for the 10 spirit grass. Throughout the ensuing days, he diligently sought the grass, becoming increasingly cautious to avoid being ambushed again. Yet, after several days, he had not even caught a glimpse of the 10 spirit grass. This led him to question whether such a resource truly existed within this secret realm. However, just as his hopes were waning, several days later, he finally spotted traces of the 10 spirit grass amidst a grove. Before him, there grew a dozen or so plants resembling lotus flowers, each bearing a single blossom and 3 leaves. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that these were indeed 10 spirit grasses, albeit of a lower grade, merely inferior 10 spirit grass. With only 13 plants in total, if he were to enhance them using the 3 Treasures Ruyi, he could potentially obtain a superior 10 spirit grass. He pondered whether this, when combined with a high-grade Qi refinement pill, could elevate his cultivation to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Xingchen did not dwell on these thoughts for long. His discovery indicated that the secret realm did indeed harbor 10 spirit grass, suggesting that other areas might also contain this precious herb. He promptly prepared to harvest the grass. However, just as he was about to do so, his expression darkened. Upon raising his head, he beheld a man approaching with a faint smile. The man's initial demeanor was one of detached amusement, but upon recognizing Xingchen, his expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly followed by a broad smile. Xingchen furrowed his brow, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. "Junior brother Yi, do not misunderstand. I bear no ill will," the man hastily clarified upon noticing Xingchen's hostile gaze. "Fool," Xingchen retorted with a scornful remark. The man was taken aback. "Junior brother Yi, why do you resort to insults? I truly mean no harm. My name is Meng Yunsong. I trust you have heard of me?" Xingchen's brow furrowed once more. Indeed, he had heard of Meng Yunsong. Rumored to be another prodigal with 4 types of spirit roots, all of inferior quality. Though not as inept as himself, he was still perceived as a waste among others, akin to the most ineffectual of the lot. However, this Meng Yunsong is quite remarkable. He is also an alchemist, reputedly capable of concocting superior Qi-enhancing pills. For this reason, he has astonishingly ascended to the 12th layer of Qi refinement in less than a decade since his entry into the outer sect. Of course, Xingchen has heard that this fellow was merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement before joining the Qingyun sect, seemingly entering the outer sect directly. He never anticipated encountering this individual today. Yet, what significance does knowing his name hold? Xingchen frowned, stating, "I am aware of your name. But what relevance does that bear? Alas, junior brother Yi, do you not perceive that we are akin to grasshoppers in the same boat?" Meng Yunsong chuckled. "Do you not feel a sense of mutual recognition?" Hearing Meng Yunsong's words, Xingchen could only smile self-deprecatingly. "Since my arrival at Qingyun sect, I have yet to encounter anyone who shares such sentiments. There are plenty who wish to see me dead. If you do not wish to perish, I suggest you leave." Xingchen's voice turned grave. "Junior brother Yi, I truly empathize with your plight. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Are you in dire need of 10 spirit herbs?" Casting a glance at the 10 or so 10 spirit herbs on the ground, Meng Yunsong smiled enigmatically. "I am aware that there are 10 spirit herbs in abundance there, and their quality surpasses those found here. I do not exaggerate. They are at least of medium grade, but it depends on whether you believe me." Upon hearing this, Xingchen narrowed his eyes, pondering, "How can I trust you?" "I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens," Meng Yunsong replied earnestly, his tone growing more sincere. "Junior brother Yi, we both understand that individuals like us, whether in the outer or inner sect, are often met with disdain. What I propose is that we become partners and grow together. Your strength is commendable. As long as we collaborate, we can surely gain entry into the inner sect." Meng Yunsong continued with conviction, "You must realize that even if we can enter the inner sect, with our qualifications, we would be among the lowest tier. Even if we qualify for the Fire Spirit Peak, that place prioritizes innate talents above all else. There are numerous alchemists like us who can only concoct superior Qi-enhancing pills, making us the least significant. Unless we can produce higher-tier pills with exceptional success rates and quality, we will likely remain overlooked. For they believe that our talents will not sustain us on the path of cultivation." Meng Yunsong appeared somewhat agitated. "Thus, what I propose is that we become allies or even brothers, wherever we may be, We can support each other within our capabilities. I understand your skepticism, but I have a way to demonstrate my sincerity. With that, Meng Yunxing produced a piece of paper and began to sketch. Before long, a detailed route map took shape. Meng Yunxing directly tossed the parchment to Yi Xingchen, saying, "Brother Yi, this marks the location of the 10 spirit herb that I am aware of. Follow this route to seek it out. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I can accompany you if you wish, but if you prefer solitude, then venture forth alone, and you shall discover my sincerity in due time." Yi Xingchen received the map and examined it. Upon seeing the route, he realized it spanned at least several hundred miles from his current location, leaving him momentarily perplexed by Meng Yunxing's intentions. However, after scrutinizing the parchment, he chose not to discard it, but instead tucked it away. Observing this, Meng Yunxing smiled and inquired, "Brother Yi, do you require my company?" "That won't be necessary. I can proceed alone. Rest assured, if your words ring true and that place indeed harbors the 10 spirit herb, I shall not disappoint you," replied Yi Xingchen, resolutely declining the offer before raising his hand in farewell and departing. "Very well, I shall await your good news, Brother Yi," Meng Yunxing called after him. As he watched Yi Xingchen leave, while the latter remained undeterred, taking one step after another. Chapter 127. Under siege once more, Yi Xingchen remained perpetually poised for action, acutely aware of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of men, rendering any belief in Meng Yunkeo's integrity utterly implausible. However, this time, Yi Xingchen's assumptions proved misguided. Even after he had distanced himself, watching Meng Yunkeo's figure fade into the horizon, there was still no sign of movement from him. Could it be that what he had spoken earlier was indeed heartfelt? Yi Xingchen furrowed his brow, releasing his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings, only to find an unsettling silence. After several thorough checks revealed no disturbances, he finally exhaled in relief and proceeded along the designated path marked on the map. Yet, a sense of vigilance lingered within Yi Xingchen. While he adhered to the route outlined on the map, he deliberately deviated from it on numerous occasions, opting to circumvent potential dangers. Throughout his cautious journey, he encountered no significant threats, and though he crossed paths with one or two individuals, they merely passed by, allowing him to evade their gaze with ease. Eventually, Yi Xingchen arrived at the final location indicated on the map, still unscathed by any unforeseen events. At this moment, he found himself on a rugged hillside, and as he beheld the abundant presence of 10 spirit herbs nestled among the rocks, his expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this rocky expanse would be entirely filled with 10 spirit herbs, and as Meng Yunxiao had described, they were all of medium grade. Yi Xingchen estimated that there were at least 300 plants to be harvested. Overwhelmed with excitement, he refrained from immediate collection, opting instead to meticulously survey the surrounding area before commencing the gathering of the 10 spirit herbs. Before long, with a heart full of exhilaration, he had successfully harvested every last herb in the vicinity. Upon tallying his findings, he discovered a total of 337 plants, and with the 13 he had previously collected, his grand total stood at precisely 350. Yi Xingchen was elated. With these 350 10 spirit herbs, he believed he could achieve a breakthrough. His most formidable asset lay in the soul banner, and thus, he needed to strengthen himself to command the souls within it effortlessly during battle. After completing the harvest, he prepared to depart without delay. However, just then, his expression darkened as he cast his gaze in a specific direction, only to be met with the sight of dozens of figures emerging into view. Another assembled team had materialized. Yi Xingchen's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This group numbered no fewer than 40 individuals. Given that he could not recklessly utilize the soul banner, he resolved to flee without hesitation. Unfortunately, evasion had become too late, as they had already spotted him. "Hey kid, don't leave," one of the figures shouted from afar. Yi Xingchen paid them no heed, activating his wind step to its fullest extent, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing a kilometer away. With a mischievous smile, he thought, "Calling out to me not to run? Are they eager for a thrashing?" The group behind him was taken aback. "Damn, this kid is really bold. He just bolted. His speed is astonishing. We are a group of over 40. Who among us is not afraid? In this secret realm, everyone is here for the identity tokens. Only a fool would not flee. However, since we have spotted him, what else is there to say? Let us pursue. Even a mosquito is worth a meal. If only we could find that useless Yi Xingchen. Whether we obtain his identity token or his head, it would be more rewarding than claiming the top position. That useless fellow has likely already been dealt with. We shouldn't hold our breath. After so many days, if we were to encounter him, we would have done so by now." A chorus of cold laughter and disdainful voices echoed around. Although these individuals were not slow, Yi Xingchen, empowered by the Gale Step, vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. Damn, this kid is incredibly fast. His spell is indeed formidable, granting him such terrifying speed. Let us stop. There is no point in pursuing him any longer. He has disappeared. After Xingchen's figure faded, they intended to abandon the chase. Yet, in the next moment, just as they were about to give up, they saw Xingchen's figure returning. How is it that he has come back? The 40-odd individuals were utterly perplexed. However, it quickly dawned on them that behind Xingchen emerged a dark mass of people, appearing to number in the hundreds. My heavens, how can there be so many? Run, we are no match for them. The crowd, astonished, began to prepare for flight. Yet, in the next instant, someone spotted Xingchen and exclaimed with excitement. Isn't that Xingchen? It's actually him. Xingchen. The crowd abruptly halted in their tracks, their gazes converging on Xingchen's figure. Indeed, many recognized him. It's really him. Let us kill him. What a tremendous opportunity. Someone shouted with exhilaration. However, they soon noticed the hundreds behind Xingchen advancing towards them. We should retreat. There are too many of them. We cannot contend with this. The leader of the group spoke gravely. Xingchen wore a look of frustration. As soon as he dashed forward, he spotted a throng of hundreds approaching from a distance. Instantly, his expression darkened, and he turned to flee. Yet, among this multitude, some had recognized him. This is bad news. He could only run as far as possible. Fortunately, with the Gale Step enhancing his speed, his survival was no longer uncertain. Upon seeing the group of about 10 that initially pursued him, Xingchen had a sudden inspiration and smiled mischievously. Cousin, second cousin, these people are after us. Please help me stall them, and we will regroup shortly. Xingchen called out, his voice clear for all to hear. What nonsense is this fool spouting? The leader of the pursuing group was taken aback. What cousins? Brother, it seems this lad is intentionally leading them astray. This tactic is known as diverting the floodwaters eastward. Someone remarked. Diverting the floodwaters eastward? The leading man's countenance darkened. Damn it, this useless fool truly deserves his fate. Yet at that very moment, Xingchen's figure had already appeared a kilometer away. Pursue him, the leader bellowed, prompting his companions to immediately rush forth. However, in the next instant, they were besieged by hundreds of approaching figures, among whom only a dozen pursued the fleeing figure. The 40-odd individuals stood there, exchanging glances of confusion. Why are you not chasing after that brat? He is getting away, the leader urged, gritting his teeth. The throng of oncoming individuals paid him no heed. And then a burly man stepped forth from the crowd. His voice, both rugged and laced with murderous intent, reverberated. Who among you is Xingchen's elder cousin? Or second cousin? Step forward. None of you shall escape today. The imposing man crossed his arms, emanating a fierce aura that sent shivers down the spines of the 40-odd individuals surrounded. Chapter 128. Cultivation in the lake. The imposing figure's inquiries went unanswered, while the encircled 40-odd individuals inwardly cursed Xingchen for his reckless shout of elder cousin and second cousin. Now, they found themselves in a predicament from which escape seemed impossible. Big brother, please say something. We cannot possibly contend against them. One of the surrounded individuals helplessly urged the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you want me to say? Are you truly Xingchen's elder cousin? The imposing figure caught their exchange with keen ears, immediately turning his fierce gaze toward the leader of the encircled group. You are indeed Xingchen's elder cousin? And who is his second cousin? No, no, no. Senior brother, I am not his elder cousin. We were just pursuing him. The leader hastily clarified. Yet, the imposing figure dismissed his protestations. Kill them all. With a mere wave of his hand, the hundreds behind him surged forward, attacking the encircled group without mercy. In an instant, several fell to the ground, leaving the leader of the 40-odd individuals in despair. They had intended to hunt Xingchen, only to become prey themselves. Meanwhile, Xingchen, bolstered by the wind steps technique, quickly distanced himself from the dozen or so pursuers. They soon lost sight of him, yet Xingchen did not slow his pace. He continued to employ the wind steps, desperately seeking a secluded location to refine the 10-spirit grass for his cultivation. His power had been accumulating for some time, and with the 10-spirit grass and premium chi refining pills, a breakthrough seemed imminent. Once he mastered the soul banner, these dangers would be trivial. However, just as he contemplated this, a sense of urgency gripped him as he spotted another group approaching from a different direction, and this time, their numbers were considerable, at least 100 strong. Damn it, have I stirred a hornet's nest? Xingchen cursed with wry humor before darting towards yet another direction with the wind steps. Yet, as he fled, his expression darkened once more. He had not anticipated another wave of individuals arriving from that direction. Although they were not as numerous, there were still several dozen. Is my luck truly this dire? Xingchen managed a bitter smile before swiftly altering his course again, pushing the wind steps to their limits. At last, he encountered no further pursuers. Nevertheless, he dared not continue running. Another encounter with any of these groups would spell greater peril. After covering several dozen miles, he finally spotted a lake ahead. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water. Once in the lake, he executed several more wind steps, reaching the center, whereupon he summoned a medium box, causing his figure to vanish beneath the surface. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three factions converged, tension palpable in the air, even among those who were familiar with one another. The individual we pursued earlier was none other than Xingchen. Such an opportunity surely would not be overlooked by you. The group of over 10 pursuing Xingchen, sensing the unfavorable situation, hastily revealed his name, fearing retribution from those present. Indeed, upon hearing the name Xingchen, the two subsequent factions were taken aback. Huh, you are indeed talking nonsense. Not only is your word unreliable, but even if you truly speak of Xingchen, none of you shall escape alive, sneered a leader from a contingent of over 100. However, just as his words fell, he was momentarily stunned, for another wave of individuals rushed in behind the 10. The mood of these 10, once despondent, instantly lifted. One among them shouted vehemently towards the larger group. A bunch of fools. You still do not believe us, and yet here you are, wasting your chance. Soon after, reinforcements rapidly approached the pursuers of Xingchen. Brother, have those people been dealt with? Someone inquired eagerly. Just some insignificant rabble. But where is Xingchen? The towering leader of the incoming group was primarily concerned about Xingchen's whereabouts. He escaped. Those fools hindered us, allowing that brat to flee. What? Kill. Anyone who stands in our way shall die. The muscular man roared, and in the next moment, he charged forward to attack. Haha, brother, we have arrived. Just then, another wave of people appeared in the distance, and someone in the crowd shouted towards the muscular man. Brother, just in time, let us dispatch these fools together. Haha. What is this? Xinchuanhai, you truly are quite the formidable presence. At that moment, another group arrived from a different direction, leaving everyone exchanging glances in bewilderment. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a cacophony of explosions erupted. In this secret realm, the primary objective was to vie for the identity tokens, and now, with multiple factions clashing, a chaotic melee ensued. Spiritual energies surged throughout the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble. Although this was merely a battle among chi refining practitioners, it involved nearly 400 of them. Even a foundation establishment cultivator entering this fray would find their survival uncertain. Meanwhile, within the waters of the lake, Xingchen activated the medium space and devoted himself to refining the 10 spirit herbs. He possessed a total of 337 medium-grade 10 spirit herbs and 13 low-grade ones. Utilizing the Three Treasures Ruyi Cauldron, he refined 57 superior-grade 10 spirit herbs. After enhancing them, Xingchen began his cultivation with the 10 spirit herbs. He picked up a superior-grade 10 spirit herb, crushed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. Subsequently, he consumed a superior-grade chi refining pill. Thereafter, he began to cultivate with a tranquil mind. This time, with the assistance of the 10 spirit herbs. Xingchen was astonished as he began his practice. He discovered an extraordinary force surging directly into his dantian. Under the influence of this formidable force, he discovered that the long-dormant realm within him was finally showing signs of breakthrough. Remarkably, he felt the stirrings of advancement even before he commenced the refinement of the chi-nourishing pills. This revelation filled Xingchen with indescribable exhilaration. He was certain that the 10 spirit herbs would undoubtedly facilitate his ascension. His decision to participate in the trial proved to be exceptionally astute. However, it was not long before he sensed the power within his dantian beginning to wane. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly consumed the second 10 spirit herb. Coupled with the exquisite chi-nourishing pills, his energy was depleting at an astonishing rate, enhanced as he was by the 10 spirit physique. Subsequently, within less than half an hour, Xingchen ingested 2 more 10 spirit herbs and 2 premium chi-nourishing pills. Fortuitously, he had acquired a substantial quantity of 10 spirit herbs and amassed a considerable stock of exquisite chi-nourishing pills. Otherwise, achieving a breakthrough would have posed a significant challenge. Boom. At a certain moment, within the medium space, a powerful aura erupted explosively. Chapter 129, the 12th level of chi refinement. At this moment, Xingchen's cultivation finally broke through to the 11th level of chi refinement. His face was filled with exhilaration, as he had managed to ascend from the 10th to the 11th level in merely half a day. Although this achievement required the consumption of 15 superior chi refinement pills and 20 exquisite spiritual herbs, Xingchen deemed this expenditure exceedingly worthwhile. After reaching the 11th level of Qi refinement, Xingchen did not immediately rise. He sensed that he might still be capable of further advancement. Despite believing that with his current strength at the 11th level, he should be able to manipulate the spirits within the soul banner, he felt an underlying uncertainty. After contemplating, Xingchen chose to continue his cultivation. After all, the external sect trial was designated for a month, and it seemed he had ample time. With this in mind, Xingchen resumed consuming the spiritual herbs and Qi refinement pills for his training. Meanwhile, outside the lake, a fierce battle raged. Originally comprised of several factions, the number of participants had increased significantly as time passed. Ha. As long as you allow me, Xingchen, to lead and secure a position in the top 10, I assure you, I will not forget my brothers once I enter the inner sect. Kill. The combat had escalated around the lake, becoming increasingly intense. Among the fray, the burly man named Xingchen raised his arm and rallied no less than 300 followers to charge forward. The opposing side faltered. Although several factions were united against Xingchen's forces, they still numbered less than 300, falling short in comparison to his overwhelming strength. As time progressed, the battle began to tilt dramatically in favor of Xingchen's side. Days passed, until the 5th day, when the confrontation neared its conclusion. Perish. Ultimately, after Xingchen cleaved one opponent's head from his shoulders, they achieved victory. Brothers, gather all identity tokens and hand them to me. Let's tally our numbers. Xingchen surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. It seems our losses are not insignificant, and the harshest challenges lie ahead. Almost everyone has aligned with those top 10 strongest teams. We must seek out more disciples to join us. With a serious demeanor, Xingchen remarked, currently, the most formidable team is likely led by that woman, Li Yueling. Due to the presence of Wang Teng and Wang Ergu, many have chosen to join her ranks. However, the strength of her team is of no concern to us. Our sole objective is to secure a place in the top 10. Soon after, 2 individuals approached Xingchen to report. Senior brother Shen, we have 235 members remaining, and we have collected 367 identity tokens. Fortunately, the losses are not substantial. Everyone, take some time to recover. Once rejuvenated, we shall recruit more members. We must enter the top 10 at all costs, Xingchen declared, brimming with determination. Subsequently, a group of individuals unexpectedly arrived at the lakeside to rest, oblivious to the fact that Xingchen, whom they fervently sought, was submerged within the waters. Although they had acquired over 300 identity tokens, Xingchen's expression remained far from relaxed. Rather, it was marked by gravity. At that moment, a man, who bore a striking resemblance to him but appeared somewhat leaner, approached his side. Brother, he said, his face etched with concern, our numbers are too few. It is said that each of those 10 teams consists of at least 500 members. With our recent losses, entering the top 10 seems exceedingly difficult. In the outer trial, there exists a custom. Due to the limited 10 slots, many formidable individuals form teams. Conversely, others, aware of their slim chances, choose to join these established groups. Should fortune favor them, and they align with a powerful team, assisting the leader in securing a position in the top 10, the leader, once admitted to the inner sect, would undoubtedly look after them. This tradition has persisted unchanged until today. Xingchen had heard of this practice. However, upon his arrival, he was thwarted by Wang Teng, thereby dismissing any thoughts of joining a team or forming one of his own. Instead, he found himself besieged by others eager to claim his head, rendering the formation of a team futile. By the lakeshore, upon hearing the man's analysis, Xingchen sighed in resignation. We can only take it step by step. Let us try to bring in more people. Although they may be numerous, we can observe their conflict from a distance. Thus, sheer numbers do not guarantee success. A smirk crept onto Xingchen's lips. Furthermore, what does their multitude matter? To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If we devise a way to eliminate their leader, those who follow him will surely flock to us. Hence, until the outcome is decided, everything remains uncertain. Until the final moment, it is impossible to predict who will emerge victorious. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, the man nodded in agreement, only to break into a cold smile moments later. Brother, what do you think has become of Xingchen? Do you think anyone has claimed his head? If we could find him, we could avoid the bloodshed. Once the trial concludes, we could simply confront Wang Teng. Xingchen paused, contemplative. The crux is that the lad is likely hiding somewhere. Finding him will be quite the challenge. Let us focus on our efforts to break into the top 10. Meanwhile, within the medium space, Xingchen remained unaware of the 200 individuals lingering by the lakeshore. At that moment, his aura was rapidly surging, as streams of celestial energy converged upon him. Over the surface of the lake, The surrounding spiritual energies were drawn towards its center. What is this? Xingchen was taken aback. Is someone breaking through their cultivation within this lake? The next instant, within the medium space, a powerful force erupted with a thunderous roar as Xingchen's aura suddenly multiplied several times. With the aid of the 10 spirit herbs, he successfully advanced, achieving the 12th layer of qi refinement. Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance erupting forth. As he sensed the surge of spiritual power coursing through him, significantly stronger than before, igniting a spirited resolve within. However, in the next moment, he became aware of someone probing the waters of the lake. Upon inspection, he discovered that the shore was teeming with people, numbering at least 200. What was happening? Xingchen was taken aback, but he swiftly entered the realm of the 10,000 souls banner. He then attempted to manipulate the souls of Wu Gang and his 3 companions, his soul power having grown alongside his cultivation. Indeed, with his current soul strength, he could effortlessly control the souls of Wu Gang and the others. The 4 were equally astounded, having not seen him for a few days. They were astonished by the remarkable enhancement of Xingchen's spiritual prowess. Although Xingchen appeared in the form of a condensed soul body, they could still perceive the depth of his cultivation. Above the lake, the formidable aura did not permeate the medium space, thus the individuals on the shore, including Xingchen, could only observe the disturbance of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. When the spiritual energy settled, Xingchen probed the waters with his consciousness but found nothing unusual. Could there be a rare treasure emerging from the depths of this lake? The mere thought of this possibility ignited his excitement. Are you searching for me? Suddenly, a voice, tinged with amusement, echoed through the air. Xingchen and his companions were momentarily stunned, their gazes instantly converging towards the center of the lake. Chapter 130. As if slaughtering chickens and dogs as the gazes of Xingchen and his companions converged upon the lake, Xingchen emerged from the waters near the shore. Xingchen? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, for many had indelibly etched the visage of Xingchen in their memories. After all, he was a living embodiment of great fortune, and those who sought his head had certainly committed his appearance to memory on the outer sect square. Indeed, I am the Xingchen you seek. Anyone wishing to claim my head, feel free to come forth. Xingchen remarked with a playful smile, exuding an air of tranquility. His demeanor only served to furrow the brows of Xingchen and his associates. Foolish antics, eliminate him. Xingchen commanded with a grave tone, bellowing to the crowd. Dispatch him, and with this young man's head, we need not engage in perilous trials. Immediately, Xingchen brother echoed loudly, once we secure this boy's head, we can await the trial's conclusion right here, without any risk, and soon enough, we shall all be brothers of Wangtung. Kill! The crowd roared. A wave of figures surged toward Xingchen. In their eyes, Xingchen, deemed a waste with 10 spiritual roots, posed negligible threat. At that moment, none regarded him with any seriousness. However, the next instant, Xingchen and his companions were taken aback as Xingchen's figure vanished before their eyes. All fell silent, halting their advance. This boy has surely submerged in the lake. Pursue him. Xingchen pointed toward the water, yet others exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to dive in. Who knew what lurked within these waters? Their consciousness had already probed the lake, but not even a trace of Xingchen could be discerned. Disbelief hung heavy in the air. Come on, why are you all dawdling? Xingchen's brother chided. The others shot him disapproving looks, yet none dared plunge into the lake. I shall go. At last, a daring man stepped forward, radiating formidable spiritual energy, revealing his cultivation at the 11th level of qi refinement. Amidst astonished gazes, he dove headfirst into the lake, sinking to the bottom, only to find nothing but murky depths. The water is empty. I cannot find him. The man called from beneath the surface. He must have swum deeper. Let us all enter the water. Xingchen glanced at the group and solemnly stated, Fear not, for he is but one. We are over 200 strong. A mere spit from each of us could drown him. Securing his head will elevate us to greatness. Brother Shen is right. He is merely a waste. Why should we fear his tricks? We are not here to cultivate immortality. I shall take the lead. Another man stepped forth, gruffly uttering his words before plunging into the lake. Who among us is cowardly? A mere waste with 10 spiritual roots. Do you truly think we would fear him? It is laughable. With a splash, 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 a series of diving sounds resonated as one by one. Individuals leapt into the lake, all eager to seek the figure of Xingchen. At this moment, Xingchen, comfortably ensconced within the medium space, observed the unfolding scene. His earlier emergence had been a deliberate ploy to lure these individuals into the water, for his medium space did not extend to the lake's edge. As time passed, nearly everyone gathered at the shore had submerged, save for Xingchen who remained on the bank. A sly smile played on Xingchen's lips, indifferent to Shun's hesitation. He prepared to take action. He was curious to witness the prowess of the soul entities belonging to Wu Gang and the others. Now at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With a mere thought, Xingchen sent ripples through the lake's surface, unnoticed by Shun Chuanhai and the others. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. In an instant, over 50 individuals submerged in the water vanished without a trace. What on earth? Everyone was taken aback, their minds racing to comprehend the anomaly, yet they found no clues. Within the medium space, Xingchen grinned broadly, this time directly enveloping more than 50 souls in his control. In the past, he would have hesitated to admit so many, but now he felt emboldened. For within the soul banner resided 4 entities equivalent to the initial stage of foundation establishment. He was eager to observe just how formidable Wu Gang and his companion soul entities were against this group of over 50. Stop looking, I'm right here. Xingchen called out to the bewildered onlookers in the distance. Xingchen, you bastard, so you were hiding here. Kill him. The startled group turned to see Xingchen, momentarily stunned, before charging towards him in a frenzy. Boom, boom. Brothers and sisters, you arrived quite early, he remarked with a grin, as a dark banner suddenly hung in the air, releasing an eerie aura. Accompanying this was a laughter that sent shivers through the souls of those present. What? Evil spirits? Or perhaps evil spirits at the foundation stage? Damn it, Xingchen, so you are a demon cultivator. You are finished, the Qingyun sect will not allow your existence. A voice rang out, filled with horror. Boom boom boom. Xingchen smirked, dispensing with any further words as he commanded the soul entities of Wu Gang and his companions to charge forth. An overwhelming, eerie presence enveloped the area, causing everyone to feel as if their physical forms were melting away, as if their very souls were about to escape. What in the world is this? Someone screamed in terror, bolting away in panic. Under the oppressive might of Wu Gang's group, these individuals found no inclination to resist. And compounded by the strange aura, they quickly resorted to a frenzied escape. However, trapped within the medium space, where could they possibly flee? While Wu Gang and the others retained a semblance of their intellect, they showed no mercy towards these former comrades. The 4 souls, embodying the terrifying prowess characteristic of the initial stage of foundation establishment, moved through the eerie atmosphere like a tiger among sheep. In an instant, they wreaked havoc upon the dozens present in the intermediary space, akin to slaughtering poultry. Even Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the carnage unfold as effortlessly as if they were mere clucking chickens. The souls at the initial stage of foundation establishment were incomparably superior to those of the 12th layer of Qi refinement that had come before. Before long, the over 50 individuals ensnared by Xingchen were obliterated by the formidable might of Wu Gang and his companions' souls, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Indeed, while the souls of Wu Gang and his fellows were immensely powerful, their strength was undeniably augmented by the peculiar energies emanating from the Wanhun banner. These strange energies had evolved alongside the banner, becoming increasingly potent, and wielded a devastating suppressive force over those in the Qi refinement stage. How terrifying it was! Xingchen, with a wicked smile, swiftly stored the physical forms of these individuals within the confines of the Wanhun banner. His gaze then turned to the crowd beyond the intermediary space, for over 100 still remained. At that moment, he contemplated how many souls of foundation establishment strength he would acquire after reaping these lives. Chapter 131. How could your soul be drawn out? At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped the lake, prompting everyone to hastily flee towards the shore. What on earth are they doing here? We must locate that scoundrel Xingchen, otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Observing the mass exodus towards the bank, Shen Chuanhai erupted in anger. However, none paid him any heed. They were all desperately trying to escape. Yet, how could Xingchen allow these individuals to escape? In the next instant, under Xingchen's command, over 100 people in the lake vanished in a heartbeat, much to Shen Chuanhai's horror. What in the world is happening? Shen Chuanhai's face registered sheer disbelief, his legs buckling as he instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, within the medium space, Xingchen unleashed the Wanhun banner, wreaking havoc. Despite his formidable prowess, he refrained from engaging directly. Otherwise, if he were overwhelmed, he wouldn't know how many lives would be lost. A cacophony of wails echoed within the medium space as those ensnared by the Wanhun banner were treated like fish on a chopping board. Wu Gang and his companions, fueled by their formidable spiritual essence, exhibited a ferocity akin to that of vengeful spirits, unleashing their wrath upon these individuals. Witnessing this one-sided encounter, Xingchen turned his gaze towards the bewildered Shen Chuanhai outside the medium space. Though Shen Chuanhai was visibly astonished, he did not abandon the shore, remaining within the confines of the medium space's reach. Observing this scene, a smirk crept onto Yi Xingchen's lips as he wielded the Qing Feng sword and approached Shen Chuanhai. On the shore, Shen Chuanhai was a tempest of rage and confusion, his eyes fixated on the lake where more than 200 people had abruptly vanished, leaving him questioning his very existence. How could this be? His expression darkened like stormy waters. This bizarre occurrence rendered him speechless. If these individuals were gone, his hopes of ranking in the top 10 would be dashed. Shen Hu, where are your men? Where have they disappeared to? Shen Chuanhai shouted, referring to his younger brother. He felt as if he were on the verge of tears, his voice hoarse from calling out, yet no one responded. Shen Hu, are you even alive? Our parents insisted I protect you. Do not frighten me like this. Shen Chuanhai shouted in desperation. He must be gone. Go join him. Suddenly, a voice laced with amusement echoed in Shen Chuanhai's ear. Who? Shen Chuanhai gasped in surprise. Just then, a long sword emerged from the void, piercing relentlessly into his side. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and upon glancing down, he was met with sheer terror. Why you? Who are you? Shen Chuanhai's face was a mask of horror, this bizarre occurrence filling him with dread. However, with a swift thrust, the sword sliced through his throat, and Shen Chuanhai collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Subsequently, Yi Xingchen drew Shen Chuanhai's physical form into the medium space. At that moment, the battle within the medium space continued unabated, for the opposing side was numerous. Although Wu Gang and his companions had attained the foundational stage of spiritual strength, they found themselves in a stalemate against such a multitude. Astonishingly, there was a gathering of nearly 100 individuals on the opposing side, uniting their forces in a desperate attempt to resist. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xingchen immediately entered the realm of the 10,000 Souls banner, simultaneously drawing Shen Chuanhai's physical body within. Inside the realm of the 10,000 Souls banner, the bodies he had previously collected had already been refined by an eerie aura, leaving dozens of spiritual forms wandering within. Upon noticing Yi Xingchen, these souls surged towards him. Undeterred, Yi Xingchen focused his mind, and from the void of the 10,000 Souls banner, dark chains emerged, descending like meteors. In an instant, the souls that had rushed forth were struck with terror. Dozens of spiritual forms attempted to flee, yet there was no escape. They were pierced through by the obsidian chains. Yi Xingchen, you accursed demon cultivator, may you meet a wretched end. We shall haunt you even in death. The furious cries echoed, but Yi Xingchen remained unfazed, directly imprinting seals into these spiritual forms. Soon, they became his obedient puppets. Following this, he refined Shen Chuanhai's physical body, embedding the soul with the imprint. Despite having refined so many bodies, the 10,000 Souls banner did not evolve. Yi Xingchen, however, paid it no mind and promptly unleashed the banner. On the battlefield outside, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Even with the bizarre power of the 10,000 Souls banner, they could not breach the collective defense of the 100 individuals. Yet, even their combined might was merely a fragile facade, destined to crumble under prolonged pressure. Unwilling to waste time, Yi Xingchen commanded the dozens of spiritual forms within the banner to charge forth, with Shen Chuanhai's spirit leading the assault. Upon witnessing Shen Chuanhai's soul, the opposing individuals were struck with disbelief. Senior brother Shen? No, how could your soul be extracted? At this, Shen Chuanhai displayed a struggle, but he could not escape Yi Xingchen's grasp, and in a frenzy, he lunged towards the crowd. Everyone shall perish. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. Shen Chuanhai roared, diving into the throng. Ah no. The multitude instantly descended into chaos, followed by a cacophony of anguished screams. Their collective defense shattered in an instant, and the overwhelming, eerie power surged forth like a deluge, drowning everything in its path. Wu Gang and his three companions erupted into action, charging into the melee. With such formidable strength, the opposing 100 offered no resistance whatsoever. The cries of despair echoed until they gradually faded away, leaving the entire contingent of over 100 individuals sprawled upon the ground. Yi Xingchen directly manipulated the enigmatic forces to refine the corporeal forms of these individuals, simultaneously ensnaring their souls within the soul banner. After the physical bodies had been transmuted, Yi Xingchen could not help but smile wryly, for the soul banner showed no signs of evolution at that moment. Within it, in addition to the souls of Wu Gang and his three companions, there were now more than 200 additional souls. With little recourse, Yi Xingchen could only allow these souls to devour one another. The current limit of the soul banner dictated that it could accommodate only 100 souls, even those of the Qi refining stage. Moreover, he required souls of the foundation establishment stage or higher. Thus, only the strongest souls would be permitted to remain. Exiting the soul banner, Xingchen stowed away the medium box and departed from the lake. Shortly thereafter, he beheld numerous corpses strewn across the forest, the remains of at least 300 individuals. Chapter 132. A single warrior challenges 500? A subtle smirk graced Xingchen's lips as he promptly began to absorb the corporeal forms of these individuals into the soul banner for refinement. Concurrently, he extracted a multitude of their soul entities. Perhaps due to the prolonged duration, these souls had become exceedingly feeble. In the face of these spectral beings, Xingchen felt no pangs of guilt. After all, they had come to kill him, and he harbored no sympathy. To his astonishment, after refining a total of 300 corporeal forms, the soul banner, still a low-grade spiritual artifact, failed to evolve further. He was left pondering how much more energy was required for its ascension. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the soul banner grew increasingly lively, with nearly 600 soul entities engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance. Xingchen knew he must return to the lake, invoke the medium space, and patiently await the growth of these souls through their consumption of one another. With hundreds of soul entities battling within the soul banner, he could not afford to be complacent. He wondered how many foundational stage souls might emerge from this tumult. Displaying a grin that revealed 200 pearly whites, Xingchen kept a vigilant eye on the soul banner while also cataloging his spoils from this encounter. The sheer number of identity tokens astonished him. There were 789 tokens alone. When combined with the original 112, this brought the total to 901. Simultaneously, on the outer sect plaza, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The colossal light screen above the plaza drew the astonished gazes of all present, fixated on the first name displayed. It seemed that no one dared to believe their eyes. Xingchen's name dominated the screen, unwaveringly occupying the top position, shattering the preconceptions of all onlookers. Yet, what left everyone utterly stunned was the number 901 that followed his name, eliciting an uproar throughout the plaza. Wasn't this lad supposed to be a waste with 10 spirit roots? How could he possibly amass such a multitude of identity tokens? Murmured a voice in disbelief. The second-place contender, Xingchen, had barely managed 300 tokens. A disparity of threefold emerged between them. Who could possibly continue to label Xingchen a waste? Could it be that the initial assessment of his spirit roots had been erroneous? Perhaps he was not a mere 10 spirit root, but possessed some extraordinary and unparalleled spirit root. With 900 identity tokens, if he could survive until the end, he might very well secure a place among the top 10. At that moment, aboard the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Teng and Wang Ergu exchanged incredulous glances. Brother, this so-called waste is truly terrifying. He has managed to acquire 900 identity tokens in one fell swoop. How could he have achieved this? Surely, no one in this secret realm has teamed up with him? Wang Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Teng's lips twitched as he murmured, unless he formed his own team. I truly cannot fathom how he obtained such a vast number of identity tokens. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel of Fire Spirit Peak, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao were equally taken aback. Sister, Yi Shidi is truly remarkable. He has garnered 900 identity tokens, far surpassing Xingchen, Chen Xiaoxiao remarked, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder. Chen Wanyun nodded with a smile, saying, with such numbers, if junior brother Yi finds a place to hide in the secret realm and waits until the trial concludes, he should be able to secure a position in the top 10. Beside her, Ji Qingyue expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, this junior brother Yi is increasingly piquing my interest. With a playful smile, Ji Qingyue added, Wanyun, Xiaoxiao, if junior brother Yi makes it into the top 10, I shall invite him to Yunxia Peak. You wouldn't object, would you? Absolutely not, Sister Qingyue. Junior brother Yi belongs to us, so don't even think about competing with us, Chen Xiaoxiao replied defiantly. Well, little girl, what is this? Are you starting to compete with me for a man? Ji Qingyue raised an eyebrow playfully. All right, let us engage in fair competition. We shall hold a contest among the three of us, and whoever wins will claim junior brother Yi. Sure, I'm not afraid of you. You snatched junior brother Yi away from me, Chen Xiaoxiao declared, hands on her hips, refusing to back down. You two are quite the characters, Chen Wanyun remarked with an amused shake of her head. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Xingchen remained oblivious to the commotion outside, unaware of his current rank. For him, among the tens of thousands of participants, even a few thousand identity tokens were insignificant. He needed to acquire many more. Xingchen spent 3 days at the lake. After this period, he entered the Wanhun banner to assess the situation. Upon entering the Wanhun banner, he found that the hundreds of soul entities had vanished, replaced by 15 foundational level soul entities within the space of the banner. Seeing these 15 soul entities, Xingchen nodded excitedly, This represented the equivalent of 15 foundational-level experts. Such strength was virtually invincible within the secret realm. Xingchen quickly exited the Wanhun banner, stored the medium box, and departed. As the trial gradually approached its conclusion, he couldn't afford to waste any time. 900 identity tokens were far too few in his eyes. He believed that to secure a place in the top 10 among thousands, he would need at least 2,000 identity tokens. After leaving the lake, Xingchen headed toward the center of the secret realm. The center of the realm was an expansive plaza, the point of exit from the secret realm. The outer sect trial of Qingyun's sect was exceedingly brutal. Only those who could carve their way through thousands of participants would gain entry to the inner sect. This time, Xingchen harbored no thoughts of concealment. Instead, he boldly summoned his exquisite flying boat and confidently soared toward the center of the secret realm. For him, even if a 1,000-person team appeared, he could swiftly deplete them using the medium space. In the next moment, with a smile curling on his lips, Xingchen found that his thoughts had manifested. A team of at least 500 individuals had indeed appeared 10 miles ahead. Only 500? Xingchen grinned, then accelerated the flying boat toward the group. Within moments, some members of the team 10 miles away noticed the sudden change. Many have also begun to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. A multitude of gazes turned skyward, where a flying vessel brazenly approached them. Its prow adorned with a tall and slender figure. What is happening? Is there truly an individual so formidable as to dare provoke us? It cannot be just one person. Surely there are others aboard the vessel. Absurd. Even the most exquisite flying craft can accommodate no more than 100 souls. And it is evident that this vessel appears largely vacant, revealing but a solitary figure. Yet, even if there were 100 individuals aboard, what would that signify? It would merely be a delivery of sorts. Let us prepare for battle and not underestimate our foe. Amidst the crowd, a voice arose. Chapter 133. Meng Yunsong leads the team. The leader of the 500-strong contingent was none other than Meng Yunsong, who was eager to discover the identity of the fool daring to provoke them. It was clearly a recipe for disaster. However, as the distant airship approached rapidly, Meng Yunsong furrowed his brow. The figure aboard the vessel struck a chord of familiarity within him. As the airship drew nearer, Meng Yunsong's lips twitched. He had recognized that the tall silhouette on the airship was none other than Xingchen. Among the crowd, many also quickly discerned that the individual aboard was indeed Xingchen. Is it that useless Xingchen? How audacious of him to come here alone to challenge over 500 of us. Does he wish to meet his demise? Murmured the onlookers. This fool must have lost his senses, but it works in our favor. We can claim his head without further struggle. In the next moment, as the airship closed in, Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The familiar face of Meng Yunsong came into view. Upon seeing the group of over 500, Xingchen was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Meng Yunsong could muster such a formidable team. Junior brother Yi, what brings you here? Meng Yunsong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Xingchen found this demeanor somewhat surprising. He had expected Meng Yunsong to act with hostility, ready to strike him down. Yet, the familiarity in his manner caught him off guard. Brother, just eliminate this waste and spare us the dialogue, sneered a man beside Meng Yunsong. Silence. Xingchen is my brother. No one shall lay a finger on him, Meng Yunsong retorted sharply. Observing this exchange, Xingchen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, it's you, brother Meng. I initially thought I had stumbled upon another group. I was merely hoping to procure a few identity tokens. Since it's you leading, I shall refrain. What do you mean? Do you intend to seize our identity tokens? The man beside Meng Yunsong's expression darkened. Not just him, but everyone, including Meng Yunsong, grasped the underlying implication of Xingchen's words. Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at the man and chuckled. Indeed, that was my intention. However, since brother Meng is at the helm, I shall not trouble you. Laughter erupted from the man beside Meng Yunsong, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Did you hear what this fool just said? He claims he won to make things difficult for us. It's utterly ridiculous. Laughter continued to ripple through the crowd. This lad must be quite deranged. Otherwise, how could he utter such foolishness? Not only is he a waste, but his wits seem to be lacking as well. In a gathering so vast, one can find all manners of creatures. The cacophony of derisive laughter echoed around them. Everyone dismissed Xingchen's words as those of a simpleton. How could he speak so foolishly in front of hundreds? At this moment, Meng Yunsong wore a bewildered expression. He had initially perceived Xingchen as a relatively composed individual. However, he was taken aback by the absurdity of his words. Had he truly made an imprudent choice in befriending this young man? Was it possible that this fellow was merely a good-for-nothing? It was utterly foolish to dare provoke a group of 500. Who had granted him such audacity? Yishidi, would you care to join our ranks? Despite his disappointment in Xingchen and his reluctance to associate further, Meng Yunsong did not contemplate harming him to present a trophy to Wang Tong. Instead, he extended a kind invitation to join his team. I appreciate your goodwill, Brother Meng, but I am accustomed to solitude. Xingchen decisively declined. For him, joining any team held little significance. Oh, lad, do you truly believe you are being offered a favor? To reject it is sheer folly. Do you not realize that everyone else is aligning themselves with teams? You are playing a dangerous game, a man beside Meng Yunsong mocked. Xingchen furrowed his brow and shot a glare at the man, responding in a low voice. I've tolerated you for quite some time. Incessantly chattering without regard for others' feelings. Boom. Suddenly, Xingchen erupted with an overwhelming force that astonished everyone present. He had reached the 12th level of qi refinement, stunning the crowd. In the next instant, Xingchen's figure vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. By the time everyone regained their composure, he had already appeared before the mocking man. In the face of the man's horrified gaze, he seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. Gasping for breath, the man was overwhelmed by a fierce sensation of suffocation. Bang! In the following moment, Xingchen delivered a powerful kick that sent the man flying. You are far too arrogant. You are courting death. At this point, the surrounding crowd finally reacted. Although Xingchen had displayed his formidable 12th level of cultivation, they felt emboldened by their numbers, believing that they could easily overpower him. However, just as they prepared to retaliate against Xingchen, Meng Yunsong intervened. Everyone, stand down. He commanded, his astonishment towards Xingchen still evident. He had not anticipated that Yishidi had already broken through to the 12th level of qi refinement. It was truly commendable. I owe my progress to Brother Meng's generous support. Without it, I would not have achieved this breakthrough. Xingchen sincerely expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formalities, Yishidi. Even with the 10 spirit grass, it is your innate talent that enabled your advancement. Meng Yunsong replied with a smile. Brother Meng, I must express my gratitude. It is the least I can do. Xingchen smiled back, then presented a storage bag to Meng Yunsong. Brother Meng, within this bag are 900 identity tokens. With these, combined with your own, it should not be overly difficult to secure a position among the top 10. Meng Yunsong was initially taken aback, only to be struck by astonishment thereafter. He never anticipated that his junior apprentice had amassed such an astonishing number of identity tokens. Yi, how on earth did you manage this? You are truly formidable. Meng Yunsong marveled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although the allure of 900 identity tokens was incredibly tempting, he refrained from accepting them, shaking his head with a smile. Junior apprentice Yi, this is your own fortune. Each token represents an opportunity to enter the inner sect, and I cannot take what rightfully belongs to you. You should keep them. At that moment, after Xingchen's words echoed, the others were equally astounded. They were well aware that Meng Yunsong possessed merely over 200 identity tokens himself. Yet here was Xingchen, presenting an astonishing 900 tokens, a feat that was truly staggering. However, despite Xingchen's assertions, some remained skeptical. After all, it was not unreasonable to conclude that obtaining hundreds of identity tokens single-handedly seemed an impossible dream. Chapter 134. Has Xingchen been slain? As those gathered released their divine senses to inspect the storage bag in Xingchen's possession, expressions of shock adorned their faces. Due to their suspicions regarding Xingchen, each individual delved into the contents of his storage bag. However, as they beheld the undeniable sight of hundreds of identity tokens within, their astonishment became palpable. No one present dared to underestimate Xingchen any longer. Even Meng Yunsong, upon probing with his divine sense and discovering the outcome, wore a countenance of profound shock. Junior Brother Yi, you are truly astonishing. I surmise that your collection of identity tokens has secured you the top position. You should find a place to conceal yourself. Once the results are announced, you will undoubtedly rank among the top 10, Meng Yunsong remarked, his lips twitching slightly in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how Xingchen had managed such a feat. Their group of over 500 had fought fiercely on several occasions, amassing only slightly more than 200 tokens. Yet, Xingchen, with a mere flick of his wrist, had produced 900 tokens and generously offered them to him. However, Meng Yunsong would never seize another's fortune. He was acutely aware that possessing these 900 tokens would guarantee his place among the top 10, even without further combat. Accepting Xingchen's tokens would be akin to usurping his opportunity, a notion that Meng Yunsong could not entertain. Nevertheless, even in refusal, Meng Yunsong felt an immense gratitude towards Xingchen. Junior Brother Yi, I cannot accept your identity tokens. With 900 tokens, you have at least an 80% chance of securing a spot in the top 10. I cannot take away your opportunity. Meng Yunsong shook his head, pushing Xingchen's hand back. This display elicited raised eyebrows from those around them. Many deemed Meng Yunsong exceedingly foolish for rejecting such an opportunity, pushing it away instead. At that moment, many felt a sense of incredulity, believing Meng Yunsong to be rather dim-witted for not following suit. However, their sentiments quickly shifted to delight. Upon hearing Meng Yunsong's words, Xingchen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by his response. He had not anticipated such words from him, which only served to increase his admiration for the individual. Take it, do not be shy. You can now safeguard your team. With 900 tokens, along with those you possess, you are more than equipped to enter the top 10. Farewell. Xingchen decisively tossed the storage bag to Meng Yunsong before turning to leave. Junior brother Yi. Meng Yunsong was momentarily taken aback, but was swiftly interrupted by Xingchen's voice. Enough of the pleasantries. Accept it and take cover. Meanwhile, outside in the plaza, a tempest of chaos erupted. Just moments ago, under a myriad of astonished gazes, Xingchen's name on the immense luminous screen had suddenly plummeted from view. What could this signify? Everyone understood that such a drastic and sudden disappearance of a name could only mean one thing. Its owner had either been stripped of all their identity tokens or had met their demise at the hands of another. Due to the influence of Xingchen, many have attributed their beliefs to the second reason. After all, nearly all competitors likely sought the coveted head of Xingchen. Consequently, the entirety of the outer plaza is unified in the conviction that Xingchen has surely perished. It is truly regrettable that this young man has met his end. I had thought he possessed some strength, but it seems his status was merely a stroke of luck. I had intended to invite him to join our Luoyang Peak, but it appears he is no longer worthy of such an invitation. I also considered extending an invitation to him for Changtian Peak, yet alas, he has been slain. At this moment, mocking laughter resonated from the airships of the 6 major peaks. Ha ha ha. Finally, that useless Xingchen has been dispatched. On the airship of Qingyun Peak, Wang Ergo laughed heartily, convinced that Xingchen had indeed been killed. Brother, this waste truly relied on luck to obtain those identity tokens. A useless person is simply useless, and now he has finally been eliminated. Wang Tung grinned as well, remarking, he is but a worthless individual. His death is inconsequential. In this world, strength is paramount, and luck merely embellishes one's journey. Relying solely on luck will not carry one far along the treacherous path of immortality. On the airship of Holing Peak, Chen Wanyun, Qin Xiaoxiao, and Ji Qingwei were taken aback by the turn of events. Just moments ago, they had rejoiced for Xingchen, and now they found his name sinking. Naturally, the 3 women believed Xingchen had indeed fallen. Chen Wanyun sighed deeply. Poor junior brother Yi. Just like that he is gone. At this moment, her eyes glistened with moisture, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Xiaoxiao pouted, sobbing. I was waiting to celebrate with junior brother Yi. Sob sob. Ji Qingwei, initially only slightly regretful, was now also moved by the sorrow of Chen Wanyun and Qin Xiaoxiao. Do not grieve. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel. Perhaps this was junior brother Ye's fate. Ji Qingwei murmured softly. Yet, it was not only Chen Wanyun and Qin Xiaoxiao who mourned for Xingchen. On the high platform of the plaza, Lu Feng, along with the 3 elders from the Treasure Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Pill Pavilion, wore expressions of deep regret. Such a fine young man, and just like that, he is lost. Sigh. Elder Feng from the Treasure Pavilion sighed heavily, prompting Lu Feng and the other 2 elderly to shake their heads in sorrow. Only Li Tong, standing not far away, wore a cold smile. A waste is a waste. His death is of no consequence. Why lament? At that moment, the immense luminous screen in the sky displayed a significant change. Xingchen, who had once held the top position, was now replaced by Meng Yunsong's name. What a shock. It turns out that this Meng Yunsong was the one who dispatched that young man. Though he is also a 4-spirit root waste, his cultivation is remarkably fierce. To perish at his hands is hardly a dishonor. A chorus of astonishment erupted in the plaza. Just moments ago, Meng Yunsong's name had been outside the top 20, yet in an instant, he surged to the first position, possessing a total of identity tokens amounting to an impressive 1,180 pieces, the sum of both Xingchen's and his own. It is evident to all that Meng Yunsong is undoubtedly responsible for the death of Xingchen. Upon the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Tung furrowed his brow and remarked, remember this Meng Yunsong. Should he indeed claim the head of Xingchen, it would be prudent to allow him to join Qingyun Peak, as he may prove to be of significant use in the future. Brother, if he truly acquires Xingchen's head, are you genuinely considering forging a brotherhood with him? Wang Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. Ridiculous. Does he even merit such an honor? Wang Tung scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to respond directly. On the flying vessel of Holing Peak, upon seeing the name Meng Yunsong, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao were momentarily taken aback, their beautiful eyes instinctively flashing with a hint of coldness. Although it was merely a trial competition, the name Meng Yunsong had indelibly etched itself into the minds of the two women. Chapter 135. A kindness that could lead to my demise. Within the mystical realm, after bidding farewell to Meng Yunchong, Yi Xingchen gravitated towards the heart of the plaza. Upon reaching the periphery of the plaza, he witnessed fierce battles erupting in various locations, each conflict marked by its brutality. From a distance, Yi Xingchen observed several teams voluntarily surrendering their identity tokens in a bid for survival. Rather than plunging into the chaos, he chose a discreet mountain recess, summoning his spatial medium to meditate and cultivate within. With ample time remaining before the competition's conclusion, he intended to bide his time and reap the benefits later. Days swiftly passed. The external battles escalated to a fever pitch, and even within his spatial sanctuary, Yi Xingchen could perceive teams clashing not far away. During this time, he noticed Meng Yunchong and his team at the fringes, preying on those who had just endured a battle. The vanquished teams hurled curses at Meng Yunchong, labeling his crew as shameless, yet ultimately, they had no choice but to surrender their identity tokens to preserve their lives. As time raced onward, the final 3 days of the trial approached. Yi Xingchen emerged from his spatial refuge, ready to begin his own harvesting as the trial neared its end. Above the outer plaza, a colossal light screen displayed the names of the top 10 competitors. At that moment, the name occupying the first position was none other than Li Yueling. Her token count an astonishing 5,000. Gasp! The sight of such a formidable number of identity tokens elicited gasps of shock. Li Yueling was indeed terrifying. Amassing such a multitude of tokens, this achievement afforded her eligibility for entry into the Qingyun Peak. Humph! This woman must be riding on Wang Teng's coattails. Her connection with Wang Ergo, who is Wang Teng's younger brother, explains her success. In this realm, with such affiliations, establishing a team would attract many willing to join her. It is true, this woman possesses remarkable fortune. Aligning herself with such a powerful ally as Wang Teng is no small feat aboard the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak. Wang Ergo was taken aback to see Li Yueling in first place, his face soon transforming into one of pride. This wretched woman has truly managed to impress. It must be due to my and my brother's influence that she has achieved such results. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. If she wishes to enter Qingyun Peak, let her go." On the vessel of Huling Peak, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao were equally astonished. "Sister, that Li Yueling has always bullied junior brother Yi. She is truly a venomous woman," Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed vehemently. Chen Wanyun, however, remained despondent, her gaze flickering over Li Yueling's name before losing interest. "She is merely relying on Wang Teng's connections. She poses no real threat," Chen Wanyun stated coldly. "Wanyun, do not be disheartened. The trial is not yet over. Perhaps junior brother Yi merely had his identity tokens seized," Ji Qingyue said, concern etching her features as she observed Chen Wanyun's melancholy. "Alas, spare me your consolation. It seems that brother Yi is no more. My heart aches for him." Upon arriving at the Qingyun sect, he was immediately targeted by Wang Teng and others. Just as he began to flourish, he met his fate during this trial. Chen Wanyun's bosom rose and fell with a heavy sigh, filled with resignation. In the secret realm, Yi Xingchen traversed the forest, making his way toward the plaza. However, after walking only a few miles, he encountered Meng Yunsong once again. "Brother Yi, are you heading to the plaza?" Meng Yunsong inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, I currently possess not a single identity token. I must seek aid from others." Yi Xingchen replied with a playful smile. "Borrow." Meng Yunsong paused, his expression turning grave. "There may be powerful teams gathering around the plaza. It is far too perilous for you to venture alone. Even with our group of over 500, it would be exceedingly dangerous." Meng Yunsong spoke earnestly. "Brother Yi, you should reconsider. I can return your identity token, and we can go together. What do you think?" "Not an option," Yi Xingchen stated firmly. "Why not? With so many of us, our chances of survival would surely increase." Meng Yunsong replied, bewildered. "I said no. You and your team should remain here and wait. Once the light curtain appears at the plaza and the rankings are determined, you can proceed," Yi Xingchen instructed, not wishing for Meng Yunsong and his group to interfere during his own plans for harvesting. "But, then I shall return your identity token," Meng Yunsong insisted, perplexed. He had expected that with so many people willing to assist, Yi Xingchen would agree, but the reality was contrary to his expectations. "How could I take back a gift I bestowed upon you? Enough with the chatter, simply do as I say." Yi Xingchen's impatience began to surface. "Then I must accompany you. I have already regarded you as my brother, and if we are to face death, we shall do so together," Meng Yunsong declared earnestly. I have made myself clear. Do not go. Stay here and do not disrupt my plans. Xingchen's countenance darkened. But, enough. Leave. Xingchen's face flushed with anger as he shouted, departing without waiting for Meng Yunsong's response, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. What is this? I am merely trying to help, and he resists? Meng Yunsong pondered, bewildered. Brother, since he is unwilling, let us remain here. This fellow is simply a fool. Indeed. We can wait here for the rankings to be announced. With your identity token, you are bound to secure a place in the top 10. Do not forget about us. The surrounding individuals shared the same confusion, but they were not inclined to assist Xingchen. His rejection was, in fact, a relief. Yet Meng Yunsong was not content. No, I must assist him. His recklessness is a clear invitation to death. Follow me. Meng Yunsong exclaimed loudly, preparing to assist Xingchen. However, just as he was about to move, an irate voice echoed through the forest. Meng Yunsong, you wretched dog. If you dare come to my aid, I swear I will kill you. Stay put. If you even think about approaching, I will make you my eternal enemy. Go ahead and try me. Upon hearing this, Meng Yunsong's expression froze, utterly bewildered. Damn it. I'm trying to help, and you threaten to kill me? What kind of nonsense is this? Xingchen, have you lost your mind? Meng Yunsong cursed vehemently. Forget it, senior brother Meng. He's just a lunatic, someone advised, equally perplexed by Xingchen's erratic behavior. Yet, this suited them just fine, for it meant they need not take any further risks. Consequently, Meng Yunsong could only helplessly plop down onto the ground. Not far away, on a hilltop, Xingchen waited patiently, ensuring that Meng Yunsong and his companions had not followed before he set off towards the square. However, it wasn't long before Xingchen encountered another group, around 200 to 300 individuals. With a benign smile, he approached them with an air of confidence. Chapter 136. Foolish misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter so many people. Our identity tokens have been completely snatched away. Brother, what shall we do now? What can we do? It appears our fate is sealed. Nearly all identity tokens are in the hands of those individuals. Even if we were to seize a few from smaller teams, what would it accomplish? For now, we can only wait for the trial to conclude, striving to enhance our cultivation in anticipation of the next trial's arrival. In the forest, a disheartened team of 200 to 300 members was regrouping. Their somber tones betrayed their defeat. Yet, just as they succumbed to despair, a figure approached them with an air of swagger. In an instant, many of them brightened, for they recognized this individual, none other than Xingchen, the one sought after by Wang Tong. Brother, isn't that the useless Xingchen? Haha, our opportunity has arrived. Indeed, brother. If we can take this brat's head, what need do we have for identity tokens? We're about to strike it rich. As you all know, even with so many identity tokens, Li Yueling is still intent on hunting down Xingchen. Who would have thought this fool would come right to us? Excited murmurs erupted, and they quickly surrounded Xingchen. Observing the scene, Xingchen feigned anxiety. Dear brothers, I am not the Xingchen you speak of. I must have taken a wrong turn, he hastily declared. This brat is still pretending to be foolish. Since we crossed paths, there's no escape for you. Kill him. The leader commanded, devoid of hesitation. Instantly, everyone lunged at Xingchen with fervor. In response, Xingchen smirked playfully and summoned a medium box. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, amidst their astonished gazes, Xingchen vanished without a trace. What the devil? Where did he go? Confusion reigned among them. However, it was not long before they realized the entire world had transformed into shades of gray. As they stood bewildered, a voice laced with amusement echoed from afar. Everyone, look here, I am right here. They turned towards the sound, and it was none other than Xingchen. Kill him, the leader shouted. Boom. Before his words could fully escape, a colossal black banner materialized above Xingchen's head, unleashing an overwhelming, eerie aura that swept through the air. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped them, as if their very souls were on the verge of departing their bodies. As dread washed over them, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth. More people have arrived. Let them all stay. Boom, boom, boom. 15 formidable spiritual entities, exuding terrifying might, surged into the crowd. These individuals had already endured the rigors of battle, their strengths significantly diminished. Furthermore, within Xingchen's myriad souls banner, there resided a total of 15 foundational level souls. In a cruel twist of fate, these individuals were obliterated as if they were mere chickens and dogs. Under the influence of a sinister aura, many of those with lesser cultivation found their physical forms eroded and refined within mere breaths. Cursed Xingchen, how could you possess such a fiendish artifact? You must be a disciple of the demonic sect. You deserve to perish. A cacophony of anguished cries and vengeful voices echoed. Yet Xingchen remained impassive. Beneath his indifference, the cries swiftly faded into silence. At this moment, Xingchen focused intently on the transformation of the Myriad Souls banner. 300 physical forms had been refined, yet the banner had yet to evolve into the realm of low-grade spiritual energy. As for the soul entities, Xingchen continued his practice, absorbing them into the banner and compelling them to consume one another. To his dismay, these individuals bore no identity tokens, nor did they possess any storage bags. He surmised that they must have been vanquished by others who had stripped them of their belongings. Without hesitation, Xingchen entered the spatial domain of the Myriad Souls banner, selecting several potent soul entities. He then harnessed the eerie force to expedite the refinement of the weaker souls. Once refined, he permitted the stronger entities to grow through consumption. After refining all the souls, the foundational level entities within the Myriad Souls banner increased by 5. Together with the previous 15, there now existed a total of 20 foundational level souls. Such power would likely pose a significant challenge, even for Li Tong, who was at the late foundational stage. Subsequently, after retracting the spatial medium, Xingchen continued his journey toward the center. 2 hours later, he encountered a formidable team even more powerful than Meng Yunsong's. This group numbered at least 600 to 700 individuals, leading Xingchen to speculate that they ranked among the top 10 teams. Concealing his presence, he approached cautiously, soon overhearing snippets of conversation. "Brother Zhu, what shall our next step be? With your identity tokens numbering 1,300, entering the top 10 should be a certainty. We ought to find a refuge. With over 1,300 tokens, the top 10 is within our grasp, but we cannot afford to be reckless outside. If we were to cross paths with Li Yueling and her group, even if their identity tokens are sufficient to secure a spot in the top 3, they may still choose to act against us. TSK, that woman Li Yueling is truly fortunate, having 3,000 followers at her command, even without contending with other teams. She must possess at least 3,000 identity tokens now. It is infuriating how some people are so fortunate. She has so many allies. All thanks to her connection with Wang Tong. The second strongest team must belong to Mo Kaixing. Yet the disparity with Li Yueling's group is considerable. It is said that Mo Kaixing has also instructed his team to lay low. Li Yueling is utterly ruthless. It has been reported that her team has annihilated any opposition they encountered in recent days. Even when others voluntarily surrendered their identity tokens, she showed no mercy. Truly a heart of a viper. Thus, we shall find a place to conceal ourselves, and at the mere sight of Li Yueling's entourage, we will promptly take our leave. That woman is currently most eager to locate Xingchen. One wonders if that lad has already met his demise. Concealed in the shadows, Xingchen was taken aback upon hearing of Li Yueling's assembly, astonished to learn that she had amassed over 3,000 followers. What a formidable power that is. Fortunately, his Wanhun banner is continuously evolving. Otherwise, escaping this secret realm would be a futile endeavor. However, he senses that to confront Li Yueling's forces, he must strive to enhance the strength of the Wanhun banner. Presently, it contains 20 foundational level souls, and if he can augment this number to 30 or more, dealing with Li Yueling would become significantly easier. With this thought in mind, Xingchen deemed it unnecessary to remain hidden any longer. In the next moment, he unleashed his spiritual energy, revealing himself as he approached the assembled group. Soon, his figure emerged before the assembly of over 800 individuals. Instantly, upon catching sight of Xingchen's visage, their gazes ignited with fervor. "Indeed, I am Xingchen. Do you desire my head?" he inquired with an innocuous smile. Yet, the leader of the group merely rolled his eyes at him, dismissing him as foolish. Chapter 137. Voluntarily offering one's head. Xingchen was bewildered. Logically, these individuals should have rushed at him with reckless abandon, yet the leading man merely cast a disdainful glance. "Kid, you truly seem to have a death wish. Many are searching for you, yet here you are, offering your head like a fool. That woman, Li Yueling, is practically losing her mind over you." The leader's cold laughter echoed through the air. "Brothers, I have come to present my head to you. Please, take it." Xingchen was at a loss for words. "Fool, get lost. Who would want your head? You idiot, scram. Don't drag us down with you." The leader regarded Xingchen as though he were a simpleton. "How dare you insult me?" Xingchen's lips twitched in annoyance. "And what's wrong with that? Are you unaware of your own predicament? Coming here to offer your head. Are you truly that dim-witted, or has your brain been squished by a door? Scram, I'm not interested in your head. If you wish to donate it, find someone else." The leader waved his hand dismissively, exuding impatience. Xingchen felt a surge of frustration, more infuriating than a kick from Wang Er. "Brother, this fool's head is exceedingly valuable. Are you certain you don't want it?" "Indeed, brother, since this idiot has come to us, We should just slay him and present his head to Wang Teng. We would be set for life. Several individuals eagerly persuaded the leader. However, the leader shook his head. I have these identity tokens. That suffices for me. I have no need for his head. This kid is just a pitiable fool, and with such stupidity, he is beyond saving. Begone, kid. You're truly insane. Offering your head like this. I've never encountered someone so foolish. The leader berated him, but soon his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Could this fool have a scheme? Yet, alone as he was, what could such a grand scheme accomplish? The man was utterly perplexed. Xingchen, on the other hand, was astonished that they showed no interest in his head, gazing at the throng of 600 to 700 people before him. He pondered that if he could assimilate them all, even if the 10,000 souls banner did not evolve once more, it would certainly yield over 10 foundational souls. With this thought in mind, Xingchen once again urged the leader, "Brother, would you not reconsider? Get lost. Are you out of your mind?" The man exploded in anger. "Master, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. I shall take my leave now," Xingchen said, sheepishly retreating. What a lunatic, he thought, to approach others with an offer of one's head. Is there truly such a person in this world? The leader, witnessing Xingchen's hasty retreat, found amusement in his frustration. Once Xingchen had departed, he glanced back. Seeing no intent to kill from them, he felt no need to complicate matters for those individuals. He had not anticipated such an outcome. This time, he resolved to act without inquiry, charging directly into the fray, remaining silent, merely observing whether these individuals would stir, perhaps only revealing his name in the end. Xingchen broke into a grin and promptly boarded the flying vessel in search of his target. To his delight, it wasn't long before he spotted a group emerging ahead. This assembly appeared to number around 600 to 700 individuals, much like the previous one. They seemed to be lying low, awaiting the announcement of rankings and the conclusion of the trial. Clearly, they had amassed a considerable number of identity tokens as well. Without hesitation, Xingchen maneuvered the flying vessel downwards, heading directly towards the gathering. At that moment, nearly everyone in the group was resting, with minimal interaction among them. Xingchen boldly strode into the throng. As he approached, someone noticed him. However, the individual merely glanced up before returning to their previous activities, seemingly mistaking him for one of their own. Xingchen chose not to speak and continued to weave through the crowd. In the next instant, several gazes turned towards him. "Hey, you wandering soul. We said to lie low and await the trial's end. If you attract other teams, we'll have to fight again," someone immediately remarked, expressing disdain. However, as soon as the words left his lips, another individual, slightly intrigued, remarked, "This person seems somewhat familiar." Yet, after uttering this, he closed his eyes to meditate. Xingchen's eyes lit up. He promptly approached the curious individual and delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. "Are you out of your mind?" the man bellowed, rising in anger, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared to retaliate. Xingchen stepped forward. "Brother, take a good look. Do you recognize me? Who the hell knows you? I'll beat you to a pulp. Wait. You, Xingchen?" Instantly, this exclamation stirred a commotion among the crowd. "Who? Xingchen? Where is he?" Numerous eyes swiftly turned to lock onto Xingchen's figure. Seeing this, Xingchen spread his arms and spun around, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed Xingchen. Holy smokes, it's really Xingchen. Haha, how on earth did this waste end up here? It's truly him. How could this brat possibly appear here?" The sounds of excitement erupted, drawing even more people closer. At that moment, the leader of the group stepped forward from the throng. Upon seeing Xingchen's face, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. "It really is Xingchen. Let us eliminate him. Haha, if we secure his head, we'll be set for life. That Wang Teng will become my brother by a different mother. Kill him," the leader exclaimed enthusiastically. "Kill." Immediately, the individuals closest to Xingchen launched their attack. Xingchen smiled, then extended his palm, summoning the medium box. The once lush forest around them transformed into a desolate, gray world. Everyone paused in astonishment, yet since Xingchen remained before them, they did not relent. Suddenly, the air trembled, startling the crowd as a dark shadow loomed in the void. An ominous, overwhelming aura began to permeate the atmosphere, cackling, accompanied by the emergence of terrifying spectral entities. Chapter 138. The search for Li Yueling. Is this a malevolent spirit of the Foundation establishment stage? Xingchen, you are actually a demonic cultivator? A wave of terror washed over the crowd. Then, cries of agony erupted as these spiritual entities showed no mercy, descending upon them like a tiger among sheep. 20 formidable spirits of the Foundation establishment stage emerged, akin to fearsome demonic deities. In an instant, The assembly of 700 to 800 individuals was utterly vanquished. All were desperately fleeing, only to realize with horror that a barrier obstructed their escape. Awaiting them was nothing short of death, without exception. An eerie aura pervaded the entire medium space, as bodies were directly refined away. As time progressed, the strange energy emanating from the soul banner grew increasingly dense and potent. However, it remained at the level of a low-grade spiritual artifact, failing to evolve further. Xingchen was not disheartened. This upward trend in power was already satisfactory to him. Soon, one spirit after another was drawn into the soul banner, while a mountain of storage bags accumulated before him. Xingchen turned his gaze to the storage bag of the leading man. Curious about how many identity tokens these individuals possessed, with a swift motion, he emptied the contents, and identity tokens cascaded down like a torrential rain. Before long, a pile of tokens formed at Xingchen's feet. Scanning them with his divine sense, he was taken aback to discover over 1,500 identity tokens, surpassing even the count of Meng Yunsong. Meanwhile, at the outer sect square, a massive light screen displayed the 10 names in calm focus. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered. Amidst astonished gazes, a name materialized on the grand screen, pushing the 10th name out of view. To add to the surprise, this name surged directly to the 8th position and came to a halt. This name belonged to none other than Xingchen, whom everyone believed to have perished. What? Xingchen? What on earth? His name has reappeared. No, wasn't he slain by Meng Yunsong? How is it that his ranking is now higher than Meng Yunsong's? This fellow didn't he actually die? How perplexing. Could it be that Meng Yunsong merely stole his identity token? Yet, how did he suddenly acquire so many tokens? A chorus of bewildered voices arose, as the emergence of Xingchen left everyone puzzled about what transpired within the secret realm. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel of Qingyun Peak, Wang Teng and Wang Ergu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Brother, how has this useless one resurfaced? Why hasn't Meng Yunsong eliminated him? Wang Ergu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Wang Teng stared, equally perplexed, at Xingchen's name. This waste truly has a long life. Could it be that he formed a powerful team within the secret realm? Moreover, many individuals are eager to join his ranks. Wang Teng finds this utterly perplexing. In stark contrast to the bewilderment shared by Wang Teng and Wang Ergu, on the flying vessel of Huoling Peak, Chen Huanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao are brimming with excitement. Haha, Brother Yi is still alive. His name has resurfaced, and he's ranked among the top 10. With such a number of identity tokens, it's certain he will remain in the top 10, Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyously. Chen Huanyun, equally thrilled, added, Brother Yi is truly favored by fate. It's a relief to know he is safe. I believe his identity token is not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a testament to his genuine skill. At this moment, Ji Qingyue also felt elated for Xingchen, remarking, Your brother Yi is indeed intriguing and remarkable. I must invite him to join our Yunxiao Peak. Rest assured, Sister Ji, Brother Yi will not be joining your Yunxiao Peak, Chen Xiaoxiao promptly retorted. Oh, that remains to be seen, Ji Qingyue replied with a playful smile. Within the secret realm, after Xingchen stored away his identity token, he gathered all his storage bags. He had no time to organize his spoils just yet. He immediately entered the soul banner, wielding its enigmatic power to refine the captured souls and commanding the formidable spiritual entities to consume them. An hour later, Xingchen emerged from the soul banner, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This time, he had successfully acquired 9 soul entities at the foundation establishment stage. The overall weakness of the souls might have contributed to the outcome. After the mutual consumption of 600 or 700 soul entities, he could only obtain 9 at the foundation establishment level. With these 9 souls, the soul banner now housed 29 entities of foundation establishment strength. An impressive assembly indeed, equivalent to 29 practitioners at the initial stage of foundation establishment, a truly fearsome prospect. After exiting the soul banner, Xingchen stored the medium box and departed. Over the next 2 days, he sought out teams eager to claim his head. With the assistance of the soul banner, he was remarkably successful. In just 2 days, the number of foundation establishment soul entities in his possession grew to 53. Additionally, his identity tokens surged to a total of 2,100. In truth, he acquired many more tokens during this period, but he discarded a considerable number, ensuring that his tokens remained enough to secure a top 10 position without drawing excessive attention. After all, he still needed to deal with that woman, Li Welling. In the outer sect plaza, the enormous luminous screen displayed Xingchen's name prominently in 6th place, while the 1st place was firmly held by Li Welling. On the elevated platform, witnessing his precious daughter's name firmly occupy the top position, Li Tong was grinning from ear to ear. The first place could grant the opportunity to become an elite disciple of the 6 main peaks, although not on par with core disciples. The rewards were more than enough to excite Li Tong. In the secret realm, time had reached the final day of the trial. At this moment, Xingchen stood atop a mountain peak, where he could discern the faint outline of the plaza at the heart of the secret realm. Today marked the final day, and he was resolute in his determination to ensure that Li Yueling remained within this mystical domain. Within his soul banner resided a formidable collection of 53 souls, a power potent enough to obliterate any opposing force. With this thought, Xingchen swiftly boarded his flying vessel, setting out to locate Li Yueling's team. Soaring through the skies, he observed numerous groups concealed within the dense forest. In these final moments, everyone adopted a low profile, biding their time until the trial concluded, after which they could depart safely. Xingchen refrained from seeking out other teams to hunt. Before long, he spotted a sizable group, one with at least 2,000 individuals. Although he had heard that Li Yueling's team boasted no fewer than 3,000 members, the toll of battle left the true number uncertain. Thus, upon witnessing such a considerable assembly, he felt compelled to descend and investigate. Meanwhile, those on the ground took notice of his presence. Who dares to be so audacious? A lone wolf, no less. They must be courting danger. Chapter 139, 70 Soul Bodies in the Foundation Establishment Period. In an instant, a multitude of divine consciousnesses converged upon Xingchen's flying vessel. As the crowd pondered who possessed such formidable strength, astonishment swept over them. At that moment, Xingchen's visage was distinctly visible to their minds. Goodness, is that not the wasteful Xingchen? He has not perished yet, and dares to wander about so brazenly. What a foolhardy imbecile. The fact that this boy has survived until now is nothing short of a miracle. Mocking voices echoed through the throng. Among them emerged a young man clad in black, his handsome countenance betraying a flicker of excitement. This waste dares to appear here so ostentatiously. He is indeed courting death. Everyone, remain silent. Do not let this fool escape. Wait until he descends before we act. The young man in black signaled for quiet. However, his concerns proved unfounded. No sooner had he spoken than the flying vessel descended to the ground, and Xingchen leapt from it. Are you all here to claim my head? Xingchen inquired, his expression innocuous. This statement left the black-clad man and his companions momentarily speechless. Xingchen, do you know who I am? The young man asked with a hint of amusement. Who you are is of no concern to me. Just answer me. Will you take my head or not? Xingchen replied impatiently. You fool, that's senior brother Mo Kaixing. Are you attempting to offer your head to us personally? Someone scoffed. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated encountering Mo Caixing's group inadvertently. Nevertheless, his purpose was not to engage in introductions. Enough with your prattle, the head is here. Will you take it or not? Oh, is this lad deranged? He must be out of his mind. No sane person would act this way, others jeered. Since he has come to us, why should we be polite? Brother Mo, just say the word, and we shall dispatch this fool, came the chilling laughter from the crowd. Perceiving Xingchen as no different from a simpleton, Mo Kaixing furrowed his brow and swiftly waved his hand. Kill! Kill! Several of his followers immediately shouted and charged forward. A smirk crept upon Xingchen's lips as he summoned the medium space. Buzz! In the next moment, Mo Kaixing and his followers found themselves enveloped in a gray-white realm. The entire entourage of over 2,000 was ensnared within this medium space. Boom! Suddenly, the immense soul banner emanated a sinister aura, materializing in the void. Following this, a multitude of soul bodies surged forth, exuding a terrifying might. Cackling, panic seized Mo Kaixing and his companions. This is the malevolent spirit of the Foundation Establishment Period? Where did this fiend come from? Xingchen is actually a demon cultivator. Gasps of horror resounded. Then, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted. Ah! Despite Mo Caixing's formidable contingent of over 2,000, the soul banner now harbored 53 soul bodies, each possessing the strength of the Foundation Establishment stage. What a terrifying power this is, coupled with a formidable and eerie aura. Those in the Qi refinement stage found themselves utterly powerless against its rampage. Shadows were swiftly engulfed by the sinister essence, and even as they endeavored to harness their soul energy in resistance, they were instantaneously invaded by this malevolent force. In the blink of an eye, under their horrified gazes, their flesh began to be mercilessly refined by the eerie essence. Simultaneously, their very souls were violently extracted by this ominous presence. The 53 soul entities of the Foundation Establishment stage were particularly ferocious, moving as if through an uninhabited realm, rendering the Qi refinement individuals nearly lifeless at a mere touch. In Xingchen's eyes, at this moment, Mo Kaixing appeared to possess a strength that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. However, He was pitted against the sole entities of the Foundation establishment stage. Despite Imo Kaixing's superior prowess, the vast disparity in strength led to him being pierced through by a sole entity in an instant. With such overwhelming power at his disposal, Xingchen needed not to lift a finger. The myriad strategies he had prepared remained unutilized. Within a mere 2 hours, the space fell silent. Having witnessed the slaughter of over 2,000 individuals, Xingchen wished to immediately manipulate the eerie power to refine the flesh of all those slain. Yet, he suddenly furrowed his brow. These were over 2,000 bodies, and post-refinement, the 10,000 souls banner was likely to undergo another evolution. Should the banner evolve, the power of the soul entities would increase, leaving him uncertain if his current cultivation would withstand any potential backlash. After contemplation, he decided to first collect these bodies into the 10,000 souls banner and reserve their refinement for a future time when he had fully established his foundation. As for the soul entities, he gathered them all into the banner, allowing them to consume one another. Before Xingchen, a mountain of over 2,000 storage bags accumulated. He promptly retrieved the identity tokens and incinerated them with a fireball spell. Simultaneously, on the outer sect square, a wave of astonishment swept through. What was happening? How could Imo Caixing's name suddenly vanish? Had he been slain by someone who possessed such might? He had consistently held the second position, and now he had been taken down. The massive display screen showed Imo Caixing's name abruptly disappear, inciting a flurry of murmurs. Soon after, confusion reigned. Logically, if Imo Caixing had been killed, his identity token would reset, and the one who defeated him would immediately take his place. However, after Imo Caixing's name fell silent, the screen remained still, with no indication of anyone stepping up to claim his position. Instead, the previous 10th place had risen to 9th, while the one who had been ranked 11th now occupied the 10th spot. This left everyone bewildered. What was going on? Why had no one taken his place? Who had slain Imo Caixing? It was indeed strange, as no one appeared to have suddenly gained additional identity tokens. As everyone in the outer sect remained in a state of confusion, Xingchen within the secret realm accelerated the refinement of the souls within the 10,000 souls banner. An hour later, the time had reached noon, signifying that only half a day remained for this outer sect trial. Amidst the mountains and forests, Xingchen had already ascended to the flying vessel. In this secret realm, he moved with unparalleled audacity. Just moments ago, the number of foundational souls in his myriad of spirits had surged to 70. With 30 foundational souls present, he had reached the current limit of the myriad banners. At this moment, Xingchen was actively searching for the figure of Li Yueling. He was determined to eliminate this woman. However, after traversing a considerable distance, he still had not caught sight of her. Reflecting on his options, he decided to head towards the central plaza of the secret realm, hoping that perhaps Li Yueling had already arrived there. Indeed, Xingchen's conjecture proved correct, for at that moment, Li Yueling was leading her team and had already reached the plaza. With a furrowed brow, she felt disheartened as her search for Xingchen had yielded no results. Ultimately, she had no choice but to come to this plaza, hoping that she might intercept him in the end. If Xingchen were still alive, he would undoubtedly make an appearance. Chapter 140. Even the Celestials cannot hold him back suddenly. A colossal luminous screen materialized above the square within the secret realm. All participants present were gripped with excitement, for they understood that the rankings were about to be revealed. Once the rankings were disclosed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the results would be conclusive. At that moment, gazes from every corner of the secret realm were fixed upon the immense screen in the sky. In the next instant, a name leapt forth from the vast display. The first place was none other than Li Yueling, her identity badge count astonishingly reaching 6,312. Upon seeing this name, shockwaves rippled through both the secret realm and beyond. However, it did not take long for the crowd to regain their composure, as many believed that Li Yueling's remarkable achievement was solely a result of Wang Teng's influence. Otherwise, such an impressive score would have been unattainable. Next, the second name appeared. While the second place holder also boasted an impressive count of over 3,000 badges, it paled in comparison to Li Yueling's accomplishments. Following this, the names of the third and fourth place contestants illuminated the screen one by one. Xingchen's name emerged in the sixth position, eliciting an uproar among the participants in the secret realm. What? How could Xingchen possibly be on the list? Sixth place? Is this the same Xingchen, the so-called waste with 10 spiritual roots? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Who else could it be? There's no other Xingchen among us. How on earth did this waste accumulate so many identity badges? Did he somehow establish a formidable team? But who would willingly join his ranks? This insufferable waste. What merit does he possess to amass such a collection of badges? The most infuriating part is that he is still alive. If only I could find him, I would personally see to his demise. As the uproar surged within the secret realm, in a secluded grove, Meng Yunsong stood in stunned silence. Unable to fathom how Xingchen managed to gather such a multitude of identity badges after giving all his to him. Seeing Xingchen's 6th place ranking left Meng Yunsong questioning his very existence. At this moment, his desire to forge a connection with Xingchen deepened. Back in the square of the secret realm, when Xingchen's illustrious name appeared, Li Yueling was rendered utterly dumbfounded. In her eyes, with Wang Tung's substantial bounty looming, entering the secret realm would be tantamount to a death sentence for Xingchen. Almost everyone they encountered would likely seek to claim his head. However, to Li Yueling's utter astonishment, Xingchen not only secured a place within the top 10, but achieved a commendable 6th position. The nearly 3,000 identity badges he possessed left her perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had acquired so many. Like others, she speculated that Xingchen must have formed a team, yet she too harbored doubts. Who would dare to join Xingchen's ranks? Did they not fear incurring Wang Teng's wrath? Damn it. I'm here waiting for you to see just how many people you truly have, or if you possess some extraordinary abilities, Li Yueling declared fiercely. Despite her current status, granting her eligibility as an elite disciple in the inner sect, she remained acutely aware of the vast chasm between her and the core disciples. Even if she were to attain that rank, the disparity with Wang Teng would still be insurmountable. Thus, in her quest to win Wang Teng's favor, it was imperative that she kept Xingchen trapped within this secret realm today. Even when the teleportation array appeared, she would not leave. She was determined to witness how many allies Xingchen could muster. However, as Li Yueling contemplated her strategy, a flying vessel swiftly approached from the distant sky. The crowd in the square was momentarily stunned. Is that a top-tier flying vessel? Who could possibly afford such extravagance? And to venture alone, are they not afraid? As murmurs of astonishment filled the air, Li Yueling too caught sight of the approaching craft, her surprise evident. Even she lacked a premium flying vessel. It was astonishing that someone from the outer sect could possess such a treasure. In no time, the flying vessel hovered above the square. Suddenly, an uproar erupted. For the tall figure standing on the vessel was recognized by most present. Under the incredulous gazes, the figure on the flying vessel could only be Xingchen. That waste. He is alone? How did he acquire so many identity tokens? Gasps of disbelief echoed. This must be some trick. Perhaps a powerful figure is aiding him. How dare he act alone? Does he seek his own demise? The square buzzed with chaos. Yet, Li Yueling's eyes glinted with coldness, radiating a murderous intent. You should perish here. Waste, she scoffed. Kill him. With a commanding shout, Li Yueling ordered her followers to charge at Xingchen. I've come to rid the world of you, foolish woman. Xingchen replied with a playful smile, surveying his surroundings. It was undeniable that Li Yueling's entourage numbered over 3,000. However, to him, they were merely sustenance for the soul banner. Huh, such bravado. Let us see how you, a mere waste, intend to slay me. You must first reach me. Li Yueling sneered disdainfully, taken aback that Xingchen would dare to boast even at the brink of death. I hope you can still smile soon. Xingchen's expression darkened as he immediately activated the medium space. In the next moment, all 3,000 individuals in the square were enveloped within this mysterious realm. What is happening? Where are we? Confusion spread as everyone beheld the gray-white world before them. Li Yueling was equally startled, surveying her surroundings. Boom. Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, a pitch-black banner emanating an eerie aura floated in the void, releasing a strange energy that unsettled the minds of all present. From the depths of their souls, everyone felt a chilling sensation rising, as if their very essence was being extracted by this eerie aura. When this strange presence descended, they experienced the disconcerting sensation of their flesh seemingly melting away. Instantly, expressions of terror adorned their faces, as if they had been thrust into the depths of hell. Beneath the immense, inky black banner, Xingchen revealed a sinister smile, and all eyes were drawn to his figure. You, of all people, are a demon cultivator? How could this waste possess such a bizarre creature? Voices of astonishment echoed around. Li Yueling's expression turned grave. Xingchen, how did you come to possess such a creature? I never anticipated you to be a demon cultivator. Today, I shall eradicate you, the scourge of the Qingyun sect, Li Yueling declared angrily. Though the myriad souls banner in the void unsettled her mind, she refused to believe that her legion of thousands could be subdued by a mere flag. Today, she was determined to slay Xingchen. Not even the gods could save him. Chapter 141. The Slaying of Li Yueling. Li Yueling. Allow me to introduce you to some old acquaintances. Xingchen suddenly smiled, leaving Li Yueling momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Boom, boom, boom. In response to Li Yueling, terrifying auras erupted from the 10,000 Souls banner. Amidst the astonished gazes, a total of 70 foundational-level souls surged forth from the banner. Haha, quite a number of familiar faces, aren't there? These souls, lacking Xingchen's command, did not immediately rush towards the crowd. Instead, they floated ominously in the void, revealing their chilling laughter. Li Yueling, ha ha ha. I never expected you to be here as well, you wretched woman. You truly deserve death. Eliminate this vile woman. Indeed, it is this despicable woman in the outer sect. She had relied on her father's influence to bully others and had taken his life. This woman must die. Suddenly, several souls howled with rage, their blood-red eyes locking onto Li Yueling as if they intended to devour her whole. Among them were the figures of the Wu siblings, Wu Gang and Wu Yan. Feeling the overwhelming presence of these foundational-level souls, everyone fell silent, particularly Li Yueling, who felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill permeating her being, causing her to shudder. She scrutinized the souls that had just spoken, and upon recognizing their outlines, her face turned ashen. Why you? You are Wu Gang Wu. Wu Yan you. Li Yueling's pupils dilated, her disbelief evident as she trembled, pointing at the souls of Wu Gang and the others. Haha, our current state is all thanks to you, you loathsome woman. Today, witness as I devour your flesh and soul. Boom, boom. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the crowd as many began to flee, only to collide with the barrier of the medium space. They immediately began to assault the barrier. Xingchen furrowed his brow. There were too many of them, and he could not afford to be careless. Kill. Xingchen coldly uttered a single word. Haha. As his voice fell, dozens of souls transformed into malevolent spirits, charging into the crowd. Particularly, the Wu siblings and several other souls crazily lunged towards Li Yueling. Li Yueling's complexion turned pale as she staggered backward. With no other choice, she summoned the puppet that Li Tong had given her. Boom. With a wave of her jade hand, a towering figure, 3 zhang high, thundered into place before her, emanating a terrifying aura. A foundational-level puppet? Very well, very well. Xingchen smiled. Immediately, several souls engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet. Boom. The 3 zhang tall puppet unleashed a punch, unleashing a violent force that sent one of the souls flying. The overwhelming power cascaded down, causing the soul to appear somewhat fragmented. This scene left Xingchen slightly astonished. However, that soul quickly absorbed the strange energies in the void and regained its solidity. Xingchen directly commanded several soul entities to confront the puppet, while the other soul entities relentlessly pursued the remaining individuals like a tiger among a flock of sheep. At that moment, Li Yueling was hiding behind the puppet, finding herself relatively safe for the time being. However, confronted by the overwhelming and peculiar aura, she found no means of escape. Despite channeling her spiritual energy for defense, it proved insufficient to last long. Within mere moments, her defenses were shattered by the strange energy. In the next instant, a horrifying scream escaped Li Yueling's lips as the bizarre aura engulfed her, and she watched in terror as her physical form began to dissolve. At that juncture, Xingchen swiftly manipulated several soul entities to pounce upon Li Yueling. The entities, filled with excitement, surrounded her and commenced their feast. Junior brother Yi, please save me. I do not wish to die. Woe is me. In her desperation, Li Yueling began to plead for mercy. Hearing her words, Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. He could not fathom from whence she derived the audacity to implore him for assistance. Junior brother Yi, I beg you. It was all Wang Erge's doing that compelled me to act against you. If you spare me, I shall comply with your every wish. Li Yueling continued to beseech him fervently. Yet, Xingchen paid her no heed, instead focusing on commanding the other soul entities to deal with the puppet before him. Before long, the puppet ceased its movements, evidently having lost Li Yueling's control. Conversely, Li Yueling's physical body was now nearly consumed by the soul entities. She had already fallen, but from her remains, a soul entity emerged. As Wu Gang and the other soul entities aimed to consume her, they were redirected by Xingchen to confront others. Witnessing her own dire state, Li Yueling's soul entity erupted in furious screams. Xingchen, I shall kill you. Seeing the playful smile on his face, Li Yueling's soul entity surged with rage, launching itself at him. Boom. Suddenly, from the myriad souls banner, a pitch-black chain shot forth, piercing through Li Yueling's soul entity in an instant. Following this, an eerie flame erupted, engulfing her in flames. Yi, junior brother Yi, I realize my mistakes now. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Li Yueling seemed to have grasped the gravity of her situation and immediately cried out for salvation. You realize your mistakes? Yi Xingchen chuckled, stating, It is not that you recognize your errors. Rather, you are aware that your demise is imminent. However, rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish so swiftly. Your father is a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, is he not? A truly powerful figure. Await his arrival. He will join you soon. Junior brother Yi. It was all my fault in the past. I was coerced by Wang Ergu and Wang Tengwei. Otherwise, I would never have treated you this way. I was young and foolish then. I did not understand. I implore you, spare me. Li Yueling cried out desperately. Yi Xingchen smiled playfully, sisterly. Stepping outside now is merely a path to demise for you. Your cultivation is far too weak. Your soul will inevitably be obliterated. It would be wiser to await Wang Teng and Wang Ergu within the 10,000 souls banner. Rest assured, not only your father, but both Wang Teng and Wang Ergu will surely come to keep you company. With an indifferent smile, Yi Xingchen did not wait for Li Yueling's response and promptly absorbed her soul into the 10,000 souls banner. He intended to host her properly when time permitted, allowing her to first experience the torment of soul refining. Casting a glance at the one-sided battle in the medium space, he grinned and began to rummage through Li Yueling's storage bag. Soon, thousands of identity tokens were poured out. Yi Xingchen unleashed a fireball spell, incinerating them completely. Simultaneously, a wave of commotion erupted in the outer sect square. Chapter 142, The Hope of Li Tong above the outer gate square. A colossal luminous screen captured the attention of the crowd, who believed the rankings had been firmly established. However, just moments ago, under the collective gaze of the multitude, the name of Li Yueling, who had steadfastly occupied the first position, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The count of her identity tokens vanished in an instant. As the crowd waited in perplexity, following the silence of Li Yueling's ranking, her tokens did not transfer to any of the other competitors. Instead, the names that emerged subsequently began to fill in from the 11th position, just as it had occurred after the abrupt disappearance of Mo Kaixing. What could be the cause of this? How had Li Yueling vanished so suddenly? It was evident she had met with a fatal end. This was indeed strange. Akin to Mo Kaixing, she had inexplicably disappeared, her tokens dissolving without a trace. Such occurrences had never transpired in previous years. Yet, one could not help but think that perhaps it was a fitting end for Li Yueling, who had often flaunted her status and bullied others. The crowd erupted in uproar. While Li Tong on the high platform was engulfed in a tempest of rage, a violent power emanated from him, leaving those around him in shock. Who, indeed, had the audacity to take my daughter's life? I shall ensure you pay dearly for this transgression. Li Tong's fury was palpable, his eyes burning crimson as he fixated on the immense screen, desperately searching for any indication of where Li Yueling's tokens had gone. The absence of any results caused his countenance to drain of color, aging him by what seemed to be a decade in an instant. The silence of her name during this final moment left no room for doubt. He knew his daughter had been slain. However, recalling the resurrection of Yi Xingchen after his own silence, a flicker of hope ignited in Li Tong's weary eyes. On the flying vessel above Qingyan Peak, Wang Teng and Wang Ergu were at a loss. How had this woman been killed? Damn it, perhaps it is for the best, Wang Ergu scoffed. Wang Teng frowned slightly, yet remained indifferent to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the flying vessel of Fire Spirit Peak, Chen Wanyun, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Ji Qingwei were equally bewildered. The rankings they had deemed secure had vanished without explanation. Chen Xiaoxiao secretly rejoiced, while Chen Wanyun harbored other thoughts. Observing the fates of Mo Kaixing and Li Yueling, a hint of worry crept into her gaze as she glanced at Yi Xingchen's name, silently wishing for his safety. In the secret realm, Yi Xingchen remained oblivious to the events outside. At this moment, within the medium space, the cacophony of screams had finally subsided, marking the end of the battle. Yi Xingchen promptly gathered the physical and spiritual forms of his companions into the soul banner, and then, with a swift application of Gale steps, he darted out of the square. Although the battle had unfolded over a considerable duration, the absence of a teleportation array meant that the contestants had yet to make their way to the square, clearly wary of potential pitfalls at this critical juncture. This indeed spared Yi Xingchen a considerable amount of trouble. Otherwise, had he been discovered annihilating Li Yueling's team, the shock would have been immeasurable, and he would have had to eradicate all traces of it. After Yi Xingchen slipped into the forest an hour later, a series of teleportation arrays finally materialized in the square. Contestants merely needed to enter these arrays to depart from the secret realm. Upon the emergence of the teleportation arrays, a pillar of light ascended skyward from the center of the square. Instantly, everyone within the secret realm could clearly perceive this. realizing that the trial had come to an end and they could finally leave. Many were relieved to have survived. Before long, silhouettes began to gather in the square, and upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recognized the aftermath of a fierce battle. However, no one lingered. They promptly entered the teleportation arrays to exit. As more individuals departed, ultimately, Xingchen utilized his wind step technique, swiftly entering a teleportation array. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself in the outer sect square. Within the square, numerous contestants reappeared, but the most attention-grabbing were undoubtedly the names displayed upon the luminous screen. I announced the perfect conclusion of this outer sect trial. May the top 10 contestants ascend the platform. Lu Feng's voice resonated throughout the square. Subsequently, 10 figures emerged from the crowd, each brimming with excitement, particularly the former 11th and 12th placements, who were now experiencing overwhelming exhilaration. Before the demise of Mo Kaixing and Li Yueling, both had harbored little hope. Yet, fate had bestowed upon them an extraordinary opportunity. At this moment, their thoughts were consumed with thoughts of vanquishing the individuals associated with Mo Kaixing and Li Yueling. Had it not been for them, their 11th and 12th standings would not have merited a place upon the platform. When Xingchen ascended the platform, Lu Feng and the three elders immediately stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Xingchen, congratulations. You are on the brink of becoming an inner sect disciple, Lu Feng exclaimed. Indeed, young one, in my eyes, you are the most remarkable, even more so than those prodigies of the inner sect. The elders all expressed their admiration for Xingchen, while Li Tong remained notably silent. Glancing around, he could not spot Li Yueling's presence, and his heart sank. Every movement of the situation was apparent to Xingchen, who couldn't help but smile subtly. Quietly retreating behind Lu Feng and the three elders, he addressed Li Tong with a grin. Oh, Elder Li, are you inquiring about Sister Yueling? At this, Li Tong's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and even Lu Feng and the others turned their gazes toward Xingchen. Did you see my Yueling? Li Tong's previous commanding demeanor had faded. He now resembled a frail father, his gaze filled with eager anticipation directed at Xingchen. Indeed, I did, Xingchen revealed, displaying a charming smile. Oh, where is she then? Dear disciple Yi, my daughter Yueling is unharmed, correct? Li Tong gazed at Xingchen with longing eyes. Xingchen first spoke earnestly. Indeed, when I saw her, she appeared unscathed. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Tong's breath quickened. Yi Shizizi, what of that young girl? Where is she? Li Tong seemed to regain a glimmer of hope in an instant. Xingchen, do not speak carelessly. If you saw her, then you did, and if not, then not, Lu Feng remarked, somewhat perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of Xingchen. At that moment, Li Tong was in a furious state, and any misstep could provoke him further. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I truly encountered Senior Sister Yueling, Xingchen reassured, fully aware of Li Tong's concerns. Yet, his intention was to evoke both hope and despair within Li Tong. He understood that his words would incite Li Tong's anger. But what did it matter? With Lu Feng and the three elders present, he felt no fear. As for the aftermath, once he entered the inner sect, he would fear Li Tong even less. Moreover, Xingchen was determined to find an opportunity for Li Tong to reunite with the father-daughter duo of Han Fan and Li Yueling. Thus, observing the anticipation in Li Tong's eyes, he smirked and shrugged his shoulders. Alas, elderly, do not let your anger take hold just yet. Allow me to speak candidly. At his words, Li Tong's mind roared with tumult, an unsettling premonition surging forth once more. When I encountered Senior Sister Yueling, she had been injured by someone. However, the subsequent statement from Xingchen rekindled a flicker of hope in Li Tong's heart. Chapter 143. Li Tong's fury with a single sentence. Xingchen rekindled hope in Li Tong. Yi Shizi, who injured my daughter? Is she gravely hurt? Li Tong's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Oh, indeed, her injuries are quite severe. When I encountered her, she was on the brink of death. And Senior Sister Li even implored me to save her, Xingchen remarked with a hint of amusement. I must extend my gratitude to you, Yi Shizi. By the way, could you tell me where my daughter is? Li Tong gazed at Xingchen with pleading eyes, appearing genuinely pitiable. The exchange between Li Tong and Xingchen left Lu Feng and the others momentarily stunned. Could it be that this lad truly rescued Li Yueling? After enduring so much bullying, if he were to save her, he would indeed be an incorrigible good Samaritan. Disappointment flickered in Lu Feng's eyes, as he presumed that Xingchen had intervened on Li Yueling's behalf. He exchanged glances with the other three elders, who also reflected a similar sense of disillusionment. However, in response to the speculations of Lu Feng and the hopeful gaze of Li Tong, Xingchen arched his brow and replied with a playful smile. Elderly, you jest. How could I possibly save senior sister Li? She has bullied me terribly in the past, which is why I left. As for her current condition, I am unaware. You. As Yi Xingchen's words settled in, Li Tong was momentarily speechless before realization dawned upon him, igniting a furious rage. You dare to toy with me? Boom. Li Tong erupted with a violent force aimed at Yi Xingchen. Elderly, what is the meaning of this? Lu Feng interjected with a half-smile, stepping protectively in front of Yi Xingchen and unleashing a power that negated Li Tong's fury. Indeed, Li Tong, you are not a child anymore. This lad has no obligation to rescue your daughter. If he chooses not to, it does not warrant your wrath, another elder chimed in, joining Lu Feng in defense of Yi Xingchen. At this, Li Tong released a long sigh, contemplating the unbearable weight of his situation. His daughter was lost, and now he found himself the target of Yi Xingchen's mockery. There are limits to what one can endure. It must be you. You are the one who killed my daughter. Today, I shall end you. Li Tong bellowed with fervor. Li Tong, you would do well to restrain yourself. Even if you suspect that Yi Xingchen murdered your daughter in the secret realm, you cannot impose harm upon him. The trials dictate life and death. And do you intend to defy the long-standing rules of Qingyan sect? Lu Feng's voice turned cold. Very well, lad, we shall see. You may live a while longer. Li Tong conceded, knowing that today, he could not bring himself to slay Yi Xingchen, setting aside the presence of Lu Feng and the others. Yi Xingchen's placement among the top 10 had already elevated his status to that of an inner disciple, even without the protection of Lu Feng's group. Should Li Tong disregard the sect's regulations and attempt to take Yi Xingchen's life, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Li Tong could only strive to regain his composure. As the moment arrived for Yi Xingchen and his companions to select their respective main peaks, the 6 prominent peaks soon made their appearance upon the elevated platform. Junior brother Yi, come with us, Chen Xiaoxiao said with a smile, approaching Yi Xingchen without bothering to inquire whether he wished to join the Fire Spirit Peak, but rather took his hand directly. Chen Wanyun, equally pleased, remarked, Junior brother Yi, you truly impress everyone. You won't need to undergo another assessment for alchemy. I will take you directly to our esteemed master. This time, she will surely accept you as her direct disciple. As she spoke, she grasped Yi Xingchen's other hand, causing him to feel a slight flush on his cheeks. This scene evoked a sense of envy in Meng Yunsong, who observed Yi Xingchen being led away while he was left unasked. The disparity between them was disheartening. Yet, this was not the end. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to follow the Chen sisters, a stunningly beautiful woman approached him. Goodness, Junior brother Yi, your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell? She said, covering her mouth with a playful smile. Would you care to join us at Yinxia Peak? We have many lovely ladies there. Yi Xingchen was taken aback. The newcomer was Ji Qingyue, who gazed at him with a smile that radiated an ethereal beauty beneath her flowing garments. This senior sister, he stammered. Do not rush to respond, Junior brother Yi. Take your time to consider. There is no hurry, Ji Qingyue teased. Crazy girl, go cool off elsewhere. Junior brother Yi is ours. You should not entertain such thoughts. His talent in alchemy can only flourish at the Fire Spirit Peak. Chen Wanyan shot Ji Qingyue a glance before firmly leading Yi Xingchen away. However, at that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Hey, Yi Xingchen, Brother Wang Tong says he wants you to join Qingyan Peak. You wouldn't dare to refuse, would you? Wang Ergo called out from a distance. While Wang Tong observed Yi Xingchen with a smile on his lips, this caused Chen Wanyun, the 3 women, Lu Feng, and the 3 elders to pause in surprise. Wang Tong, Junior brother Yi has already chosen our Fire Spirit Peak. You should invite someone else, Chen Wanyun replied sternly. Let him answer for himself, Wang Tong said, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Yi Xingchen. I have already confirmed my decision to join the Fire Spirit Peak. Yi Xingchen said with a confident smile. Is that so? What a pity. Please do proceed, Wang Tong replied, stepping aside with a grin. This left Yi Xingchen momentarily stunned. Was it really that simple? He was not being put to the test? Wang Tong's easy concession caused Yi Xingchen to furrow his brow. Chen Wanyun and the others were equally taken aback. Let us go, Junior brother Yi, she said, tightening her grip on his hand. They then passed by Wang Tong, who merely observed them with a dispassionate gaze. As Yi Xingchen boarded the flying vessel to the Fire Spirit Peak alongside Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, a look of confusion lingered on his face. Did Wang Tong really not create any trouble? Chen Xiaoxiao pondered aloud. As Chen Wanyun was about to speak, the voice of Wang Ergu interrupted. Haha, Yi Xingchen, are you frightened? Do not worry, my elder brother will not harm you. However, remember, even inner disciples can easily meet their demise. Caught off guard, Yi Xingchen twitched his lips in annoyance. Let us disregard them, Junior brother Yi. We should return to Hualing Peak, Chen Wanyun suggested with a furrowed brow, as the colossal flying vessel soared into the skies. Before long, the trio arrived at Hualing Peak. Under the guidance of Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, Xingchen quickly reached the grand hall at the summit. Upon entering, they encountered a beautiful woman seated at the head of the hall. This enchanting figure was Xia Yuehua, the master of Huoling Peak. As the three entered, her captivating gaze scrutinized Xingchen. Wanyun, Xiaoxiao, you have returned? These must be the top 10 outer disciples from the recent trials, correct? Take him to the Hall of Elders for registration, and then he shall undergo an assessment of his alchemical skills. Xia Yuehua spoke in a calm tone. Master, this is Xingchen, whom I mentioned to you a few years ago. His talent for alchemy is truly remarkable, Chen Wanyun said eagerly, prompting Xingchen to bow respectfully to Xia Yuehua. Ah, you are the one with the 10 spirit roots? Xia Yuehua's brows slightly furrowed, seemingly indifferent to Xingchen's alchemical prowess. Chapter 144. The Failure of Apprenticeship. Xingchen replied, Since I have arrived at the inner sect, I shall dedicate myself to diligent cultivation. Perhaps great achievements await me. Xia Yuehua, with a disinterested tone, responded, Very well, you may go. Let Wanyun assist you with the registration. Xingchen frowned slightly. On the way here, Chen Wanyun had mentioned introducing him for apprenticeship, yet he found himself facing such indifference. It was evident that his 10 spiritual roots were looked down upon. Indeed, even at the fire spirit peak, innate talent was of utmost importance, no matter how exceptional one's alchemical skills might be in the eyes of others. A lack of cultivation potential meant a short-lived journey in the path of immortality. A century hence, one might simply become dust. Nevertheless, Xingchen felt no disappointment. After all, he did not truly require a master. What he sought was a stable environment rich in resources, and now that he had become an outer disciple, stability was assured. Whether or not he had a master mattered little. His progress would ultimately depend on his own efforts. If they did not value him, then he had no reason to feel disheartened. Master, junior brother Yi not only possesses the cultivation of the 12th level of qi refinement, but is also capable of refining high-quality foundation establishment pills. You should accept him as a direct disciple, Chen Wanyun urged, a hint of urgency in her voice. Though Yi junior brother has 10 spiritual roots, with his alchemical talent, he is bound to achieve great success in the future. Master, please take Yi junior brother under your wing, Chen Xiaoxiao implored, her eyes pleading. Such nonsense. Taking on a disciple is no trivial matter. What can be accomplished without innate talent for cultivation? Merely possessing alchemical skills is insufficient, Xia Yuehua replied sternly. Even if he can refine high-quality foundation establishment pills, what does it matter? Breaking through the 12th level of qi refinement is merely a means facilitated by pills. Relying on pills for cultivation is ultimately a fleeting strategy. In time, his bottlenecks will only grow more daunting. Whether he can successfully establish his foundation is uncertain. Should he fail to do so, a century from now, his fate is sealed. And as for his ability to refine high-quality foundation establishment pills, what is there to marvel at? Such pills are merely second tier. They do not reach the third tier. Xia Yuehua spoke coldly. In truth, she held a certain admiration for Xingchen's alchemical talent. However, the fact that he hailed from the same place as Wang Teng and had apprenticed under Zhao Qiuyun left her with a bitter taste. The thought of being mocked by Zhao Qiuyun was unbearable. To think that while others had acquired a prodigious talent, she would be left with a seemingly worthless disciple was something Xia Yuehua could not accept. Thus, despite Xingchen's remarkable alchemical prowess, she would not take him on as a disciple. Moreover, her previous statements were grounded in reality. With Xingchen's 10 spiritual roots, the possibility of establishing his foundation was uncertain. To speak brutally, even if he succeeded, what would it lead to? Could he achieve the golden core stage? If he could not, then even a successful foundation establishment would grant him merely a lifespan of 150 years. In 200 years, he would simply become dust. Therefore, regardless of how advanced Xingchen's alchemical skills were, Xia Yuehua would not accept him. To take on such a disciple with 10 spiritual roots would require an immense expenditure of effort for her to instruct him, rendering it an unworthy endeavor. Furthermore, the prospect of enduring mockery from Zhao Qiuyun was intolerable. Thus, it was utterly impossible for her to accept Xingchen. Master, Chen Wanyun intended to persuade once more, but was directly interrupted by Xia Yuehua. All right, take him to register. Xia Yuehua waved her hand dismissively. Master, please reconsider. Chen Xiaoxiao implored sweetly. Enough, do not bring up the matter of accepting disciples again. Depart now, Xia Yuehua commanded with a wave of her hand. Master, you will regret this, Chen Xiaoxiao retorted with a pout. You little girl, I never engage in actions I might regret, Xia Yuehua replied crossly. We should go register, Chen Wanyun said, understanding Xia Yuehua's resolute nature. Once a decision was made, no arguments would sway her. All she could do was apologize. My senior sister believes you will surely grow strong in the future, making Master regret her choice. With that, Chen Wanyan took Yi Xingchen's hand and left. Humph. Chen Xiaoxiao also huffed and departed without bowing to Xia Yuehua. Observing this, Xia Yuehua shook her head with a wry smile. These two little girls. It seems I have spoiled them. Sighing, she thought of Yi Xingchen. If this young lad were not from the same hometown as Wang Tong, I would indeed be willing to accept him. Alas, I hope you can overcome the challenges ahead, but 10 spirit roots are exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, under the guidance of Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, Yi Xingchen arrived at the Deacon Hall of Fire Spirit Peak to register his identity. After completing the registration, he finally received the first complete benefits from Qingyun Sect, a top-tier cultivation technique, 10 top-grade Qi refining pills, a top-grade magical weapon, a Qingfeng sword, and 200 low-grade spirit stones, along with a top-grade storage bag. Upon seeing the storage bag, Yi Xingchen recalled the thousands of storage bags he had yet to organize. Although these provisions were of little assistance to him, it was the first time he experienced a lack of difficulties. Having been in Qingyun Sect for 11 years, he felt a surge of emotion at this moment. After receiving the newcomer benefits, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao informed him of all matters concerning inner sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, he would receive 10 top-grade Qi refining pills and 200 low-grade spirit stones each month. Moreover, upon reaching the peak of the Qi refining stage and preparing for foundation establishment, he could claim 10 top-grade foundation establishment pills at once. After successfully establishing his foundation, he would be entitled to 5 top-grade and 5 mid-grade foundation establishment pills each month, along with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, upon successful foundation establishment, he would receive a foundational cultivation technique and a low-grade spirit weapon. The disparity in treatment between inner and outer sect disciples was astronomical. As for the source of contribution points for inner sect disciples, it primarily stemmed from sect tasks. Of course, disciples of Fire Spirit Peak were required only to refine and submit pills each month or complete some assigned pill refining tasks. Completing just 2 tasks would earn them contribution points. Unlike other main peaks where one had to undertake perilous tasks, this was undoubtedly the most suitable path for Yi Xingchen. After registering his identity, Yi Xingchen received a jade token belonging to an inner sect disciple. Following the acquisition of provisions, Chen Wanyun guided him to arrange his accommodation. The residence bore a resemblance to those in the outer sect, consisting of a modest courtyard, yet it was significantly larger, at least 1 or 2 times the size. The courtyard assigned to Yi Xingchen by Chen Wanyun was not far from the sister zone, merely a distance of 1 or 2 li. Chen Wanyun, being meticulous, attended to the arrangement of bedding and other necessities for Yi Xingchen. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxiao busied herself in the courtyard, which deeply touched Yi Xingchen. All right, junior brother Yi. From now on, this will be your home. Rest assured, no one here dares to bully you, Chen Wanyun said with a gentle smile after everything was settled. Chen Xiaoxiao also entered the room, patting Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. Indeed, junior brother Yi, I heard that Wang Erge used to bully you in the outer sect. Now, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do so. Thank you, senior sister Wanyun. Thank you, senior sister Xiaoxiao. Yi Xingchen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. By the way, senior sister Wanyun, senior sister Xiaoxiao, I have heard that the sect master of our Qingyun sect possesses the most profound cultivation in the sect, being a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage, and reportedly in the later stages of the nascent soul. I wonder if that is true? Yi Xingchen inquired, feigning curiosity, his eyes brimming with fervent longing. Chapter 145. What does it truly mean to devote oneself? Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's inquiry, Chen Wanyun and Chen Xiaoxiao paid little heed. How is it that you, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, are already contemplating the likes of a nascent soul master? Chen Xiaoxiao jested. She then added with a soft chuckle, let me tell you, the master of our Qingyun sect is indeed a formidable figure at the late nascent soul stage, possessing terrifying strength. Is it truly the case that he has reached the late nascent soul stage? Yi Xingchen's expression grew serious. It was fortunate that he had conducted some prior investigation. Otherwise, if he had utilized his medium box within the Qingyun sect, the sect master's casual release of divine consciousness could have easily revealed him. Currently, his medium box was only of mid-grade spiritual energy, insufficient to remain concealed from the awareness of a late nascent soul master. He must seek additional medium stones to fortify his box, otherwise, he dared not use it within the sect. All right, junior brother Yi, focus on your cultivation. In 3 days, you can head to the Fire Spirit Peak Plaza, where an elder will be imparting knowledge about cultivation. You should definitely attend, Chen Wanyun advised. Also, prepare for the contest for the spirit building pool quotas in 3 months. The contest for the spirit building pool quotas, Does it relate to the foundation establishment stage? Xingchen inquired with curiosity. Certainly, Chen Xiaoxiao replied. The spirit building pool is designated for inner disciples of the Qingyun sect who have reached the 12th level of Qi refinement or above. Only disciples at the 12th level can register for the competition, which is held annually. Each participant is granted a single opportunity to enter the spirit building pool, where they can refine their cultivation, solidify their spiritual power, and enhance their success rate during foundation establishment by more than 30%. Ah, I see. How fortunate I am to arrive just in time, Xingchen remarked with a smile. Missing it is not a grave concern. As long as you have not previously entered the spirit building pool and have yet to successfully establish your foundation, you may participate every year. However, once you enter the spirit building pool, you will lose that eligibility the following year, Chen Wanyun said with a gentle smile. This also indicates that each contest for the spirit building pool quotas is exceptionally challenging for newcomers like yourselves. During each competition, there are numerous seasoned inner disciples who have been striving for years and have yet to secure a quota. Upon hearing this, Xingchen was resolute. He must participate in the contest for the spirit building pool quotas. Although he had entered the fire spirit peak, it did not mean that his peril had dissipated. The unexpected twists of fate could arise at any moment, and he would not assume that his identity as an inner disciple would afford him complete safety. Setting aside the threat posed by Wang Tong, the myriad unrefined bodies within the soul-gathering banner posed a significant risk as well. Lacking the strength of the foundation establishment stage, he dared not evolve the soul-gathering pill. Should the souls within become uncontrollable and devour one another to grow stronger, he could very well find himself facing dire consequences. Thus, Xingchen was determined to compete for the spirit-building pool quotas, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. I shall participate, and I am determined to compete for a spot in the spirit pool, Xingchen declared earnestly. We believe that junior brother Yi will certainly secure a position, Chen Wanyun responded with a smile. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me, junior brother. However, do not be complacent. This is the inner sect, and there are many formidable disciples here. Each competition for the spirit pool spots attracts some exceptionally talented individuals. Without sufficient skill, it is challenging to claim a place, Chen Wanyun added with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, senior sister Wanyun. I will certainly remain vigilant. He was well aware of the numerous prodigies within the inner sect, each more remarkable than the last. Moreover, in such contests, he could not rely on the soul banners and had to depend solely on his own strength. Although he was unafraid of any disciples of the same rank, he understood that the inner sect and outer sect disciples existed on entirely different planes. Furthermore, in a month, you must prepare for the alchemy assessment. If you can concoct a superior foundation establishment pill, you will qualify as a second-tier alchemist, Chen Wanyun remarked. Upon becoming a second-tier alchemist, not only will you be eligible to become a core disciple, but others will also seek your services for alchemy, with handsome rewards to follow. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me and your senior sister Xiaoxiao, Chen Wanyun said with a gentle smile. Thank you, senior sister Wanyun and senior brother Xiaoxiao. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. Xingchen expressed his gratitude once more with sincerity. Well then, it will depend on how you choose to repay us. Offering yourself in gratitude is also an option, Chen Xiaoxiao teased. Upon hearing this, Xingchen's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Observing his embarrassment, Chen Wanyun chuckled. All right, Xiaoxiao, you have made junior brother Yi shy. Looks like he is quite innocent, Chen Xiaoxiao remarked with a playful laugh, noticing Xingchen's bashfulness. Junior brother Yi, take some rest. We shall take our leave now. Feel free to seek us out if you need anything. After giving Chen Xiaoxiao a reproachful glance, Chen Wanyun took her leave. Senior sister Wanyun, senior sister Xiaoxiao, does offering oneself in gratitude mean we must sleep together? Suddenly, just as the two women were about to exit the courtyard, Xingchen's comment left them both flabbergasted. You little rascal, do you truly not know? Chen Wanyun chided him. My grandfather never told me, Xingchen replied innocently. Enough, enough, just rest. Chen Wanyun's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. You really are quite foolish, junior brother. Chen Xiaoxiao added, astonished. Then you must teach me in the future, Xingchen continued, but his next statement sent both women hurrying out of the courtyard. If one offers oneself, how exactly does one do so? Xingchen pondered, scratching his head in confusion. After the sisters left, Xingchen proceeded to sort through all the storage bags obtained from the secret realm. Soon, a pile of storage bags accumulated before him. As Xingchen's consciousness swept across the scene, he was taken aback upon discovering the quantity before him. He had not anticipated that this trial would yield a staggering total of 8,100 storage bags. What did these 8,100 storage bags signify? They represented the lives of at least 8,000 individuals that he had vanquished during this trial. Just imagine the implications. If the higher-ups of the Xingchen sect were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded. After 2 full hours, Xingchen meticulously sorted through the contents of all the storage bags. The sheer number of low-grade spirit stones alone exceeded an astonishing 42,000. He also found over 2,300 low-grade qi refining pills, 185 medium-grade qi refining pills, and more than 12,000 medium-grade bone-strengthening pills. Additionally, there were over 1,000 low-grade flying vessels. Xingchen intended to visit the inner sect's Deacon Hall to exchange these items for spirit stones. He also planned to explore places such as the Scripture Pavilion to discover the powerful spells available within the inner sect. Should he find any, he would consider cultivating 1 or 2 more, as the competition for the spirit pool quota would be against prodigies who had entered the inner sect. He could not afford to be complacent. Meanwhile, atop Qingyun Peak, a disciple from the Fire Spirit Peak was surprisingly walking alongside Wang Ergu.